Awakening from slumber, the world has plunged into an icebound era. Confronted with the plummeting temperatures, survival necessitates perilous ventures to gather resources and upgrade shelters to withstand the bitter cold. Subai is compelled to partake, yet he perceives prompts. Treasure chest, containing water and food, high-level danger. While others, wrapped in cotton coats, scour the outdoors for treasure chests, Subai is already equipped, traversing the nocturnal, snow-laden realm with ease. As others calculate fuel and fret over food, Subai has begun to scavenge treasure chests with his surplus provisions. 1. System prompt. Welcome to the global icebound survival game. Do not doubt, this is no longer the world you are familiar with. If you wish to survive, you must adhere to the following rules. 1. The heater is your only means of survival in the icy wilderness. If you want to stay alive, make sure to upgrade it properly. 2. The defensive structures around your house can help fend off external threats, but they will degrade from attacks and natural disasters. You must continuously reinforce and build new structures to ensure your home isn't reduced to rubble. 3. Chests will randomly spawn around your house. They may contain urgently needed supplies or deadly dangers. Be mentally prepared before opening them, for this world also has day and night. Daytime is relatively safe, but short-lived. Use this limited time to gather resources and secure your survival. 5. I've thoughtfully prepared a starter pack for you, containing essentials for now. On the first day, additional low-tier chests will appear to provide basic supplies. Be grateful. 6. Though daytime is great, don't overlook the night. More chests await discovery if you're willing to forego sleep and brave death in the cold. 7. The freezing weather will grow harsher over time, so never neglect basic construction. 8. Mentally call up the game panel to explore more functions. Everyone, strive to survive. A voice devoid of emotion resonated in Subai's mind. Global Icebound? A survival game? A chill enveloped him as Subai opened his eyes, discovering himself lying in a dilapidated wooden cabin, riddled with drafts. Surveying the cabin, he found nothing aside from a battered stove at its center meant for warmth. Through the holes between the wooden planks, the desolate scene outside further chilled his spirit. A survival game? Subai murmured, tightening his thin clothing and crouching to place his palm on the ground. The only response was the biting cold. All of this unequivocally confirmed the mechanical voice he had just heard was real. He had traversed into a world of global icebound survival games. Subai rose and opened the door, standing at the threshold and exhaling gently, clearly perceiving the mist forming. It seems the temperature is only a few degrees. Having extensively read online novels in his previous life, Subai quickly accepted the reality of his transmigration. He could not help but remark, was it not said that one must be struck by a vehicle to encounter such a fate? He had merely stayed up late to reward himself. He had done nothing wrong. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, Subai cast aside his distractions and began to examine the blue panel that had appeared before him. He certainly did not wish to arrive in this icebound world only to perish from the cold. Survival game panel. Heater status. Dilapidated in a state of disrepair, seemingly on the verge of failure. Heater level. Level 1 to be upgraded with construction. Defense structure durability. 100-100 will consume durability upon being attacked or struck. Heater configuration. None. Communication. Private chat zone. Chat world chat. Backpack. Novice gift package, trade, crafting. Subai's gaze fell first upon the heater. In a world frozen globally, the temperature would inevitably decline over time, making the heater's importance self-evident. Yet before him, the dilapidated, level 1 heater was merely a broken stove, offering no sense of security. To survive, he must urgently gather resources and strive to upgrade both his home and heater. But where could he obtain the materials and upgrade blueprints? Subai suddenly recalled the treasure chests and novice gift package mentioned in the game rules. The necessary materials and blueprints would undoubtedly be acquired from the treasure chests. Open the novice gift package. Rough lumber axe X1. Durability 100-100. A crudely crafted and somewhat worn iron axe materialized at Subai's feet. Is this it? Truly, novice gift packages can be quite misleading. Subai could not help but scoff. Within the grand gift package prepared for novices, aside from an axe suitable for felling trees, no other supplies were provided. Not to mention food and water, there was even a lack of clothing to withstand the cold. Is this the game starting at hellish difficulty? In other words, even if one could endure for a few days without sustenance, it is imperative to venture out before the night brings a drop in temperature to find materials to combat the cold. After confirming the basic supplies in his possession, by casually opened the chat system to ascertain the starting conditions of others, hoping to glean any useful information. The global chat had yet to be activated, but the regional chat was already abuzz with voices. What the hell is going on? Am I being kidnapped? Who is playing a prank? Have we been abducted to Antarctica? It's freezing out here. Surely, a prank wouldn't involve such grandiose a kidnapping. So many of us at once? This is clearly a transition into a game. The system in your minds is the best proof. So, can anyone tell me what this heating device actually is? I'm still in my shorts. How can I go outside in such cold? By casually glanced at the chat content, which consisted of fools engaging in trivial banter, utterly devoid of substance, reminiscent of the chaotic atmosphere of an online game lobby. Just as he was about to exit, a message caught his eye. Brothers, I've been out exploring for quite a while, and there's a treasure chest out here. I see it too. I wonder what I might find in my treasure chest. Come, the moment of destiny is upon us. I'm about to open the chest, brothers. Await my good news. With the emergence of the first message, more and more individuals began to share their discoveries of treasure chests. Many among them were eager to try their luck at opening their own chests. It appears that this treasure chest is indeed a part of the novice benefits, available to all. Haha, I found canned food. Meat on the first day. My luck seems to be quite good. What the hell? I found canned food too, but it's herring. I suppose it will suffice. Having something to eat is better than nothing. I found a wrench, though I don't even know what it's good for. At least you can use it for self-defense. I only got 3 lettuces. Player Ching show has been eliminated. Eliminated? What does that mean? Someone got eliminated so quickly? What happened? Who knows? By, familiar with survival games, furrowed his brow. It was evident that this person encountered danger while opening a chest. This also corroborated the warning that had appeared in his mind earlier. In survival games, elimination can only signify one possibility: death. It seems that the treasure chests, supposedly rewards for novices, may also harbor danger, thus adding an element of luck to their opening. While treasure chests may pose risks, obtaining rare items like canned goods from nature requires a gamble on fortune. By believed his luck was relatively favorable, and his immediate priority was to investigate the surroundings of the wooden cabin to locate the novice treasure chest. Tightening his clothing, By grasped the iron axe, closed the cabin door, and stepped outside. His wooden cabin appeared to be nestled within a valley, with towering mountains and trees coming into view not far away. Timber resources seemed relatively easy to acquire, but By's primary focus was still on finding the novice treasure chest. However, just as he stepped out, a line of golden text and an arrow materialized before him. Treasure chest. By was momentarily taken aback. What was this? The earlier system voice had not mentioned anything of the sort. Moreover, the golden arrow consistently pointed to the same location, remaining unaffected by By's movements, indicating it was indeed a helpful prompt. Without hesitation, By began to follow the arrow in search of the treasure chest. Although it felt much like a novice guide, By could not completely dismiss the possibility of it being a trap. Better to remain cautious. Soon, he discovered a treasure chest beneath the trees, 20 meters behind the cabin. The chest was pure white and radiated a soft, white glow. In an environment yet untouched by snow, it appears to be a genuine guide. This system is rather impressive. By chose not to open the treasure chest just yet. Instead, he picked up the iron axe to chop wood. Bang! With a single strike, the tree shook violently, and a clear notch appeared where it had been cut. To By's astonishment, he had exerted little effort. It seems this is a game mechanism. After all, felling trees is a skilled task. Without this convenient system, merely chopping down trees would likely stump the majority, and many would even suffer injuries. MCI-1. The sound of machinery resonated in By's mind, prompting him to open the backpack interface. MCIX-1. It appears that the obtained items are automatically stored in the system's backpack. By immediately resumed, swinging his axe. MCI-1. After chopping down 5 or 6 times, the tree fell with a crash, vanishing from the ground, leaving only a stump. Observing the 10 points of durability consumed by the axe, By felt a twinge of pain. This wretched axe consumes 10% durability just to fell a single tree. How outrageous! Which should be the most essential basic resource needed for upgrading the wooden house or serving as fuel. After cutting down the tree beside the treasure chest, By, axe in hand, gazed at the white chest. Finally, the main event has arrived. In such games, valuable treasures always lie within chests. Although there may be dangers associated with the chest, one might regret opening it in the moment, yet not opening it could lead to a lifetime of regret. Moreover, if danger truly arises, he still has an axe for self-defense. Surely, the chest cannot possibly yield a Godzilla. By then slowly inched his hand toward the chest, preparing to open it. Food and water. A line of golden text gradually appeared above the chest. Espai was momentarily stunned and immediately glanced around. There was nothing. His gaze returned to the chest, and the golden text reemerged. Is this a hint? 2. Trade for bargain. Espai was genuinely puzzled this time, while the previous treasure chest had provided guidance. Why could he see the reward hints contained within? It is well known that opening treasure chests in survival games is often the most thrilling yet perilous endeavor, especially those chests with explicit danger warnings, which have already claimed lives. After pondering for a moment, Espai suppressed his excitement and opened the regional chat channel. He needed to confirm whether this hint was visible to anyone else. After scanning the surroundings, no one mentioned this matter. It seems only I can see it. With this conclusion, Espai chose to take a leap of faith. By opening the chest, he could ascertain whether his hint was accurate. He grasped the edge of the chest, finding it easier to open than he had imagined. You have opened the chest, obtaining 400 g wheat bread x1 and 400 milliliters mineral water x1. The 2 rewards from the chest were automatically collected into Espai's backpack. The items are stored in the backpack, so I should be able to retrieve them at any time. Espai thought to himself, retrieve a bottle of mineral water. A weight settled in his hand as a bottle of unwrapped mineral water fell into his grasp, akin to a spatial ring. With bread and water, I need not worry about food for the time being. Espai readily accepted the fact that he possessed a golden finger, then opened the bottle of mineral water, drinking half before tossing it back into the backpack. Given the current temperature, drinking mineral water directly was somewhat harsh on the throat, if only there were a way to warm it in hot water. As for the wheat bread, he wasn't hungry yet and could save it for later. Since he could now preview the hints from treasure chests, the dangers of opening them were entirely negligible for Espai. In that case, using an iron axe to gather would seem a waste of time. He needed to maximize his treasure hunting before sunset and the temperature drop. With this thought in mind, Espai immediately began his search, expanding the area around the wooden house. After all, the system had clearly indicated that treasure chests would refresh on the first day. Though most would contain low-level resources, they would be a boon for them in their initial poverty. As expected, after 10 minutes of searching, a golden arrow appeared, guiding him to discover 2 white chests once more. This time, when Espai fixed his gaze on the chest, the golden hint reappeared. Ordinary danger. Water. You open the chest and obtain 400 milliliters water x2. Upon receiving the hint, Espai only took the water source, refraining from opening the dangerous chest, although the chest indicated an ordinary danger. However, apart from the iron axe for self-defense, Espai currently possesses no other equipment for survival. He would never gamble with his own life. So how should we handle this treasure chest? We can't just leave it here unattended. Espai pondered. This treasure chest should be considered an item as well. Immediately, Espai waved his hand and silently recited the incantation to store the treasure chest in his backpack. As expected, the treasure chest vanished from its original location and appeared within his backpack. If it can be stored in the backpack, then it is quite reasonable to engage in a trade. Espai let out a light chuckle, murmuring, "Open the trading platform." Trading platform. Any item can be listed for trade. Input the items for sale and the items desired in exchange, and trade freely with others without any transaction fees. A simple introduction came into view. No transaction fees is quite considerate, but the more crucial rule is that any item can be traded. For sale. Sopex. It's utterly outrageous. Why not just steal it? Espai was somewhat speechless. That earlier fellow truly listed his soap for sale, but the price is clearly disproportionate. Who would casually trade a life-saving item for a bar of soap? For sale. Wood X10. Price. 400 milliliters of mineral water X1 for sale. Lettuce X3. Price. 400 milliliters of mineral water X1 for sale. Hammer X1. Price. 400 milliliters of mineral water X1. Quite a number of items were already listed for sale on the trading platform. Most were useless items, though some were decent yet currently unneeded. The items for sale were diverse, yet the listed prices were uniformly mineral water. This is only natural, as water is the most scarce resource at present, and the mineral water obtained from the treasure chest is currently the only source available. Item listing. Please select the item to be listed for trade. With a thought, the treasure chest appeared in the listing. Indeed, it can be traded. Listed item. Unopened treasure chest X1. Sale price. Weathered iron block X20. Charcoal X30. Gold or X20. Observing the successful listing of the treasure chest, SBI nodded in satisfaction. He did not intend to sell this treasure chest genuinely, he merely sought to serve as a reminder. After all, possessing the ability to foresee treasure chests allows him to easily acquire good items through the trading system. For SBI, this is akin to showing his cards. How could he lose? Yet at this moment, SBI recognized the dilemma. The listed prices generally consist of specific items, but if he wishes to exchange his existing possessions for something that others desire, but he does not own, the trading process would evidently be hindered. It seems that utilizing surplus items for a smooth trade for desired items would be more convenient by directly finding suitable traders in the chat interface. He opened the chat interface. Goodness, I just checked the trading platform, and it's all about mineral water. You all must have coordinated this. How novel. What is most needed now but food and water? Do you really want mineral water, or perhaps that bar of soap? What's wrong with my soap? Perhaps you need it for sterilization. Holy crap. Someone has listed a treasure chest. Seriously, holy crap. The treasure chest can actually be traded? Damn, is this what a big shot looks like? While we toil away, they have already begun selling chests. The price for this big shot's chest is so high, what's the point? No one can afford it. Who knows? But this reminds me, I happen to have a chest that seems unlikely to yield anything good. I should list it for sale. SBI glanced at the chat content, chuckling softly. His goal had been achieved. The news of the treasure chest being listed on the trading platform quickly spread through the chat channel. Many individuals began to sell their treasure chests one after another. Opening the trading platform again, SBI gazed at the treasure chest before him. Fortunately, his system remained functional within the trading platform. Food, supplies, ore. Each time SBI's gaze swept over a chest, corresponding prompts would illuminate. Blueprints, the golden letters floating before him momentarily stunned SBI. Someone has actually listed a blueprint chest. It is well known that in a normal game, good items can only be crafted from blueprints. With this thought, SBI quickly used his limited supplies to purchase it. Transaction successful. Delivered 400 milliliters of mineral water X. Acquired an unopened treasure chest X. At the moment the transaction was completed, SBI eagerly retrieved the chest from his backpack, his hands trembling with excitement and curiosity as he gently lifted it. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a water heater one-time blueprint X. A water heater? SBI immediately opened his backpack and glanced at the description of the water heater blueprint. Water heater, capable of producing hot water at any temperature. Output, 10 ml 1 minute, with no manufacturing cost. No cost. SBI's gaze gradually ignited with fervor. In this resource-scarce early stage, the significance of possessing a machine that can conjure hot water out of thin air is self-evident. Although the production speed is not rapid, taking 40 minutes to create a bottle of 400 milliliters hot water, the absence of consumption is sufficient to enable him to control the most vital resources in the early game, positioning himself at the pinnacle of the food chain in the trading hub. After all, no one can resist the allure of a warm cup of water in the frigid wilderness. He could even leverage the hot water to exchange for more treasure chests. Truly a venture with boundless profits. He has struck gold. 3. Manufacturing a water heater. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the art of water heater manufacturing. Without hesitation, Subai promptly opted to proceed. He initiated the crafting process. Wooden bottle, 43 wood. Stone spear, 43 wood, 1 stone. War metal pickaxe, 42 wood, 1 rusty iron chunk. War metal spear, 42 wood, 1 rusty iron chunk. Worn axe, 41 wood, 1 rusty iron chunk. Charcoal, 41 wood. Light wooden armor, 410 wood. 3 rusty iron chunks. An array of items lay before him, each more extravagant than the last, demanding increasingly rare materials. As he scrolled further, he encountered an assortment of luxurious furniture. Naturally, Subai could not afford such indulgences at present. Water heater, 410 wood, 5 rusty iron chunks, 5 gelatin, 1 electronic component. Upon examining the requirements for the water heater, Subai squinted. Wood was plentiful, as there were ample trees nearby. However, the latter two materials had yet to reveal themselves. Yet, he remained unperturbed, well-versed in the nuances of the game. Such materials were likely not rare. It was merely a matter of time before he gathered them all. For now, the priority was to seize the daylight and explore, while fortune favored him. Those snowflakes did not grace the sky. The temperature was not particularly low. The frigid air caused Subai's breath to cloud before him. After an extended period outdoors, His limbs began to grow increasingly sluggish due to the cold. If he did not swiftly procure some useful supplies, the warmth he had accumulated from the cozy shelter would soon dissipate, forcing him to retreat. After all, treasures could be found later, but one's life was singular. Fortunately, Subai soon stumbled upon another treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and received a military coat. As he felt the warmth of the military coat enveloping him, and his body temperature began to rise, Subai exhaled in relief, his spirits lifting. This system was truly remarkable. Without its guidance, not only would he have failed to notice the contents of the treasure chest, but merely locating the chest would have taken him twice as long. With the threat of hypothermia alleviated, Subai commenced a thorough search. Previously wary of venturing too far due to the risk of losing body heat, he now felt emboldened. You opened the treasure chest and received 10 pieces of coal. You opened the treasure chest and received 3 compressed biscuits. You opened the treasure chest and received 1 bottle of mineral water. You opened the treasure chest and received 3 pieces of gelatin. With each successive notification, Subai's backpack gradually filled. It was time to return. Subai exhaled a plume of warm breath, feeling the chill creep back into his body, and turned to head home. Despite the presence of a military overcoat, it merely serves to mitigate the loss of heat, lacking the ability to generate warmth on its own. At this moment, both his eyebrows and strands of hair had already crystallized with frost. Creak. The door of the wooden cabin was pushed open by Subai. Yet the interior did not exude the warmth one might expect. He glanced towards the heater, noting that the already modest flame had dwindled to a mere flicker. To maintain a steady warmth, a continuous supply of fuel was indispensable. Fortunately, the temperature was not excessively low at this point. During the day, he could afford to cease the heater's operation while venturing outside, but at night, to prevent frostbite, it was imperative to keep the heater alight. Currently, the first-level heater could only utilize charcoal and coal as fuel. 1 unit of wood could be converted into 5 pieces of charcoal, sufficient for only 1 hour of heating. In contrast, 2 pieces of coal would sustain the heater for the same duration. Upon opening a treasure chest during the day, Subai had acquired 10 pieces of coal. Thus he resolved not to exchange wood for charcoal for heating purposes just yet. As the coal was consumed, the heater ignited anew, although the warmth was modest. It provided Subai, who had begun to feel numb, with a semblance of comfort. After shedding his coat and taking a brief respite, Subai proceeded to rummage through his backpack to assess his supplies. He found that he still lacked some materials necessary for constructing a water heater. Without hesitation, he opted to exchange the remaining materials at the trading post. Opening the chat interface, he exclaimed, "Damn this wretched weather. I can barely tolerate being outside for a while. I nearly froze to death out there." Another chimed in, right? "I braved the cold for 2 hours and only stumbled upon 2 chests, both containing nothing but small loaves of bread. Not a drop of water. They said the first day would see chests refreshing with abundant supplies, but what a joke. In this weather, straying too far is a one-way ticket to disaster." Subai glanced through the messages in the chat interface, finding them devoid of substance. He then opened the trading post interface. For sale, 400 wheat bread 1, 300 compressed biscuits 1, 400 mineral water 2. Selling price, weathered iron block 7, gelatin 5. Electronic components 2. After a thorough search, Subai's backpack still boasted a fair amount of food reserves. Parting with a portion would not be detrimental. In fact, enticing items could more easily be exchanged for what he truly desired. After all, in comparison to food, Subai was more eager to expedite the construction of the water heater. He posted numerous food items for sale, quickly igniting a flurry of activity in the chat. Who is this person, having gathered such a bounty so swiftly? Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. I've struggled outside for half a day and found scarcely anything, while this individual casually lists so much for sale. Wait, isn't this the same person who previously posted exorbitant prices for treasure chests? What is their game? Are they planning to give up after flooding the market with food? Perhaps they still have a trove of supplies. Otherwise, how could they list so many items? This person might be out of their mind. Just look at those sky-high prices for treasure chests. Is it a reasonable rate for anyone? He traded food for those spare parts. What purpose could that serve? Would it enable him to operate something in need of those components? We should refrain from making any purchases to pressure him into lowering the price. If no one buys, the price will inevitably drop swiftly. While others mock my eccentricity, I find amusement in their inability to perceive the truth. This phrase seems tailor-made for Subai at this moment. Observing the lively chat interface, he could not help but chuckle at the peculiar thought processes of these individuals. Ding! As Subai reveled in the bustling chat, he suddenly received a private message notification. Brother, I have what you need, though the quantity is limited. I'm short 2 pieces of rubber and 1 electronic component. Can we negotiate a bit? So quickly. Abide had taken the bait. Sure, let's go with that. Subai nodded decisively. He had initially stocked up on materials as a precaution, and even with a slight shortfall, it would suffice to manufacture the water heater. After all, he had an abundance of food, and once the water heater was produced, the water supply would be limitless. This minor loss was negligible for him. The priority was to provide materials for the water heater, as the sooner it was manufactured, the greater the advantage it would yield. After a brief negotiation, Subai swiftly adjusted the selling price. Transaction successful. Delivered 7 worn iron pieces, 3 pieces of rubber, 1 electronic component. Received 400 wheat bread, 300 compressed biscuits, 1,400 mineral water. How foolish. Yang Chuan glanced at the few remaining materials in his backpack, along with the food he had just acquired, choosing to munch on the wheat bread. To trade scarce early game food for currently useless materials, and not even attempt further negotiation. What utter folly. With this thought, Yang Chuan took a hearty bite of the bread, feeling quite pleased with himself. 4. Frantic trading. What the heck? It sold in just 2 minutes. I thought we were waiting for him to lower the price. How could it sell in the blink of an eye? After all, the resources that person needed were temporarily unnecessary compared to the scarce food. Those items were hardly a loss. Oh no, I even mentioned trading a treasure chest for a little food. It seems that plan has gone awry. Ignoring the lively chat interface, Subai quickly accessed the manufacturing interface after completing the transaction and selected the water heater. Starting production. Materials consumed: 10 wood, 5 worn iron pieces, 5 rubber, 1 electronic component. Manufacturing successful. Obtained 1 basic water heater. In a mere moment, a blue light flashed, and a machine appeared before Subai's eyes. Observing the wooden exterior of the contraption, he felt compelled to comment. This thing looks like a water dispenser. He opened the manufacturing interface once more. Starting production. Materials consumed: 3 wood. Manufacturing successful. Obtained 1 wooden bottle. 5 minutes later, Subai positioned it at the water intake of the water heater, and steam began to rise gracefully. As the warm water cascaded down, Subai immediately took a gulp, the soothing liquid flowing down his throat and into his stomach, bringing forth a wave of comfort. The chill that had accompanied him from outside was now swept away. What sheer bliss! Subai indulged in several hearty sips, finishing the freshly produced 50 units of hot water before finally setting the bottle down. His gaze lingered on the hot water dispenser, a glint of fervor igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he transformed all his remaining wood into bottles. At this stage, hot water posed a tantalizing allure for others. The current output of the dispenser was 10 units per minute, and a full bottle required merely 40 minutes, costing him a mere 3 units of wood for the bottle. Thus, the pricing need not be exorbitant. A strategy of modest profits and high turnover would be the key to prosperity. As long as a consistent supply of hot water was maintained, it would invariably attract an ever-growing number of individuals eager to exchange materials with him. Before long, Subai filled all the bottles with hot water. Open trading post. Listed item: 400 units of hot water for 1. Item price: 5 loaves of bread, 20 units of wood, or 5 battered iron blocks, any one of which is acceptable. Note: if you possess other materials, feel free to message privately. Just seconds after Subai listed his items, a notification flashed in his mind. Transaction complete. 5 battered iron blocks. What? Did it sell that quickly? Subai found himself both amused and bewildered. While he was aware that hot water was in demand, this was astonishingly swift. He opened the chat interface. Whoa, I just saw someone selling hot water in the trading post. What? Hot water? Where did that come from? Did they boil it directly? No way. I checked the crafting section, and there's nothing like pots or kettles available. The current materials can't even boil water. Perhaps a master had the good fortune to craft a pot. Damn, the guy selling water is the same one who just traded food for materials. He chuckled, realizing he had foolishly underestimated them. Now, it was clear who the real fool was. They could produce hot water and effortlessly barter back the items they exchanged. I was wrong. I am a fool. Please, esteemed seller, grant me a bottle of hot water. Curse it, He was too slow and missed the opportunity. He wondered if the seller still had any hot water left. Subai refrained from reading further, as his private chat interface had exploded within that brief minute. 99 private messages. He opened the private chat interface. Brother, could you spare some hot water? The price is negotiable. Hey, I'll send you a picture of me enjoying the cool breeze in exchange for a bottle of hot water. What do you say? Master, when will you list more hot water? I can offer other items in exchange. Did you happen to craft a pot? Speak plainly, I have rare materials here. How about a trade? Subai casually perused the messages, most of which urged him to continue listing hot water, alongside some tiresome moral coercion. However, he also found several offers of rare materials that piqued his interest. Suddenly, a message appeared in Subai's view. Brother, I'll trade you 4 bottles of hot water for a treasure chest. Another fish had taken the bait. Before Subai could respond, a new message popped up in the chat box. I've been searching for items all day, but all I found were materials in the chests. Upon returning home, I realized the furnace still needed materials to feed it. Please sell me some hot water. I'm freezing. Subai's eyes brightened. This was essentially revealing his own weakness. For bottles were excessive. 3 bottles seemed too much. No, he could only part with 2. Deal. The trading platform swiftly listed a treasure chest. Weapon, seeing the golden prompt. Subai's eyelids twitched, and he immediately placed an order to purchase it. This was precisely what Subai had been lacking. Transaction successful. Delivered 400 hot water x2. Acquired 1 unopened treasure chest. Subai gazed at the treasure chest in his backpack, filled with satisfaction. Currently, all the weapons available for crafting were merely slightly superior to an axe. The crafted items were certainly inferior to the weapons from the treasure chest. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained Juga crossbow x1. Juga crossbow. Subai was well acquainted with this item. It could fire 10 arrows at once, boasting formidable firepower. Moreover, the wooden arrows were readily craftable. Just 1 piece of wood could produce 20 arrows. With this weapon, he would not need to worry excessively in the face of danger. At least, it would be more than sufficient to handle the early threats. However, a weapon alone was not enough. He decided to expend some wood to craft 20 arrows for self-defense. Once the hot water heater produced another batch of hot water, Subai reopened the trading platform. For sale, 400 hot water x1. Price, 5 modeled iron blocks. Note, if you possess rare items, feel free to message me to negotiate the price. As Subai listed another bottle of hot water, the chat interface erupted once more. What the heck? The big shot has listed hot water again. Hurry and grab it. Wow, so many iron blocks. I don't have enough. Does anyone want to trade? I'm counting on someone to trade with me. I'm just 1 block short to make the exchange. Isn't it a bit unfair to trade a bottle of water for so many iron blocks? I don't have any good materials on hand. Otherwise, I would be jumped into. Those materials will still be available, but water and food are the scarcest resources in the early stages. Can you really afford to cling to materials while starving? Ding, 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 ding. Before Subai could continue reading, the private chat notifications began to flood in. Brother, I beg you, I'm just 1 iron block short. Please give me a bottle of water. My luck has been terrible. I've only found materials and am about to die of thirst. Then add 5 pieces of wood. Deal. The other party was quite agreeable. And Subai didn't mind at all. Crafting the most rudimentary chainmail requires merely 10 iron blocks. The water at hand is ample for exchange. So it will be prudent to gather additional timber to trade for more water. Transaction successful. Delivered 400 hot water. Acquired 4 modeled iron blocks and 5 pieces of wood. Subai suddenly sensed a latent entrepreneurial spirit within himself, but he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, he had provided them with life-saving water. What harm was there in requesting a few extra materials? Before long, Subai successfully exchanged enough water for the necessary materials. Commencing manufacture. Materials consumed: 10 modeled iron blocks, 2 glutinous substances, 2 pieces of wood. Acquired tattered chainmail. Although the chainmail appeared rusty, its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of wooden armor without hindering speed. This was indeed the finest armor he could currently craft. Subai glanced at his surplus materials, intending to trade for more treasure chests in hopes of uncovering some hidden gems. However, the system notification interrupted his thoughts. Please be advised, night is approaching. Once night falls, the resources and treasure chests in your vicinity will become more abundant. But conversely, more perilous entities may also arise within the chests. Simultaneously, unexpected dangers and surprises may manifest amidst the darkness. Please tread cautiously. As the system prompted, the sun began its descent, and the light in the sky visibly waned. Soon, night enveloped the surroundings entirely. Subai hastily donned the chainmail. It seemed this was the night the system had forewarned at the outset. Peering through the gaps of the wooden cabin, the vast expanse of darkness evoked a sense of inexplicable dread. Yet at this moment, Subai felt a thrill. Drawing forth the Juga crossbow and adjusting his chainmail, he chuckled softly. Fear? What is that? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. He opened the chat interface. It turned dark with no warning. Truly, no preparations had been made. Considering the time, it was about right. After a day of toil, he felt utterly exhausted. By the way, did you all receive the system notification? Yes, we did, but I nearly froze into a statue during the day and almost didn't make it back. I have no intention of venturing out. It seems everyone has received the notification, and I too shall remain indoors. I'm already weary, and with the cold outside, I doubt my little axe would suffice against any emerging threats. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. I refuse to believe I could meet my end outside. Let us go. Subai glanced at the chat interface and confirmed that the recent system notification was indeed shared among all. Creak. The door swung open. A biting wind swept in, causing Subai to shiver involuntarily. This accursed night certainly hinted at boundless riches, yet with the temperature plummeting below freezing, it would be arduous to remain outside for an extended period without any means to stave off the cold. However, for Subai, he could still endure for the time being. Clad in a military overcoat and armed with hot water, he was sufficiently equipped to search for several hours outdoors. Fortune favors the bold, and moreover, the system's prompts allowed him to evade the dangers of treasure chests. This was akin to having access to an open vault. As night descended, he hoped the treasures awaiting him would yield plentiful surprises. Murmuring to himself while tightening his coat, he stepped outside. Indeed, as the system had indicated, the treasures of the night proved to be more abundant. After only a few steps, a golden arrow appeared, leading him to 3 treasure chests in a single encounter. Wow! Subai swallowed hard and hurriedly examined the notifications. Chest, ordinary danger, fire, blueprint, not bad. Only one was a dud. His gaze fixated eagerly on the remaining 2 chests. What could this fire signify? To be cautious, Subai opted to open the last chest first to discern what blueprint it might contain. You have opened the chest and acquired a good quality dagger X2. Good quality dagger, an exceedingly sharp weapon, capable of handling common dangers. A dagger. And 2 of them. Subai's eyes lit up. Although he already possessed the Juga crossbow, he certainly would not refuse additional weapons. The more, the merrier, for safety's sake. He gazed at the 2 identical daggers in his backpack, one for personal use and the other to be traded for better items at the exchange. Weapons were scarce at the exchange, and such sharp melee weapons like daggers were highly sought after. Opening the exchange, Subai hesitated momentarily before deciding to auction one off. Auction, good quality dagger X1. Note, blueprints or treasure chests accepted. Highest bidder wins. As soon as the dagger was listed, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Someone was selling weapons. An urgent necessity. Wait, isn't this the same guy? Is he cheating? She is a pure college girl, offering warmth to her brother. Please send me a dagger. Whoa, can she really provide warmth? Someone exclaimed. Dude upstairs, Haven T, you had enough of survival? Go out and let your brother cool down. This price is outrageous. Everyone, don't buy. He'll lower the price when it doesn't sell. The very same individuals who declare they wouldn't buy promptly slid into Subai's private messages. Brother, I have a blueprint. Sell it to me. At that moment, Subai had no time to peruse the messages. His focus was drawn to the middle chest, his hand tightly gripping the warm, good quality dagger. Taking a gamble, he opened it. You have opened the chest and acquired torches X5. One-time consumable, lasts for 10 minutes. Torches. A wave of delight surged within Subai. Just what he needed had come to him. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the flames of the torch illuminated the night, expanding his field of vision and providing a modicum of warmth, thus enhancing his sense of security. Subai grasped the torch, and in an instant, the area around him was aglow, revealing everything within a 3-meter radius with crystalline clarity. The vibrant flames imbued him with a comforting warmth. Now, the search for treasure chests became significantly more convenient. alleviating his anxiety about the lurking dangers and the biting cold of the night. With sleeves rolled up, he was ready for action. Subai stowed away the marked dangerous chests into his backpack and resumed his quest for other treasures. Soon, the golden arrow provided guidance. And once again, he beheld a cluster of treasure chests. This time there were 5 in total, unlike the white chests he had seen during the day. These were ominously black, exuding an eerie aura. The central chest, adorned with a hint of red, stood out conspicuously. Subai focused intently, and the chest's information materialized. Healing, as he opened the chest, a brilliant red light erupted forth. You have opened the chest and obtained 1 typhoid treatment potion. Recipe. The typhoid treatment potion. Subai was elated. Truly, I am the embodiment of fortune. It must be said, the treasure chests at night are exceptionally rewarding, brimming with valuable items. The harsh, frigid weather, coupled with the potential dangers of the night, could easily lead to illness from hunger and cold. The typhoid treatment potion would undoubtedly find a ready market. He immediately utilized the recipe for the potion and examined the required materials. Typhoid treatment potion. 2 herbs, 1 pure water. 1 blood essence. He lacked both herbs and blood essence. With no dangerous chests remaining, Subai unceremoniously opened all the remaining chests at once. You have opened the chest and obtained 1 duck-down quilt. You have opened the chest and obtained 1 warm socks. You have opened the chest and obtained 2 gelatin. You have opened the chest and obtained 1 chocolate cake. Splendid, absolutely splendid. As the game time progressed, the outside temperature would inevitably plunge further. Without warm clothing, resource gathering outside would be utterly infeasible. Waiting would only lead to demise. Subai promptly donned the warm socks, and his frostbitten toes began to thaw, invigorating his steps. He scoured the nearby treasure chests. His system backpack was brimming with assorted items, yet he had no time to sort through them. Having spent quite some time outside, the nighttime temperature was steadily dropping. Even clad in a military coat and wearing warm socks, he felt the cold seeping in, rendering him somewhat numb. It was time to return. As Subai surveyed his surroundings, he increasingly felt disoriented. It seemed he had not ventured this far during the day. He tightened his grip on the Juga crossbow, scanning the area with heightened vigilance. Could it be that I have lost my way? If a shelter cannot be found, enduring the external temperature will inevitably lead to freezing to death. Fortunately, the system proves to be quite formidable. At this moment, Subai notices a white cursor appearing beneath his feet, guiding him forward. The route to the shelter is now imperative. He must return home. Anxiously, he hurries in the direction of his abode. A howl reverberates through the air, and the biting cold intensifies, piercing through him. A chill settles in Subai's heart as he contemplates his misfortune. Suddenly, he spots pairs of gleaming green eyes emerging on the path ahead, effectively obstructing his return home. Alert! Common danger! Wandering wolf pack. Subai gulps nervously, his heart racing. Wolves. Moreover, a pack of them. He grips the Juga crossbow tightly, contemplating whether to retreat or confront them head-on. If he chooses to circumvent them, the journey home will undoubtedly become more protracted. He must hasten back to the shelter. Prolonged exposure to the cold can lead to hypothermia or even death, and he has no desire to succumb to the freezing temperatures. Perhaps due to the torch in Subai's hand, the wolves do not charge at him immediately, instead emitting low growls, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. The lead wolf's voice resonates deeply, a long and ominous sound, marking it as the largest among the pack. Fight! As Subai aims his Juga crossbow at the alpha wolf, a red arrow indicator appears before him. Weak point of the wolf. Attack this weakness. Subai swiftly releases an arrow, aimed directly at the alpha. Targeting the leader first, the arrow slices through the air with a whistling sound, quickly piercing the alpha wolf's body. The lead wolf collapses with a pitiful wail, lifeless. The remaining wolves attempt to rush forward to tear Subai apart, but the flame from his torch scorches their fur, while he deftly uses his dagger to slice through their necks. In the heat of battle, the blood of a wolf splatters across Subai's hands and face. This warm liquid invigorates his fingers, which had become numb from the prolonged exposure to the frigid environment. Having already exhausted the arrows in his Juga crossbow from attacking the alpha, he realizes he must quickly craft more to maintain his advantage. Subai immediately sets to work. Crafting successful, consumed. 2 wood, 2 rusty iron pieces. Acquired. 40 arrows. The Juga crossbow can unleash 10 arrows at once, dealing high damage but consuming significant resources. Weak point of the wolf. Weak point of the wolf. Weak point of the wolf. The system's prompts prove highly effective, ensuring that Subai's attacks maximize damage output. Apart from the wolf he has just slain, the remaining wolves fall one by one to the relentless onslaught of his Juga crossbow. The battle raged on for nearly 10 minutes, leaving the ground strewn with the twisted corpses of wild wolves. The system incessantly emitted notification sounds. Killed a wild wolf. Gained 500 wolf meat, 38 blood essence, 5 blood vials. Killed a wild wolf. Obtained 9 beast hides. Subai breathed heavily, overwhelmed by a sense of relief akin to surviving a disaster. His crossbow bolts were nearly depleted. The durability of his chainmail had dwindled to 70. And all his torches had burned out. Without further hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the shelter of his home. Upon returning, Subai immediately added charcoal to the dilapidated furnace and poured himself a cup of hot water. As the warm liquid coursed down his throat, he felt as though he had truly come back to life. He reveled in the rising temperature within the room, as his frozen limbs began to ease, allowing him to breathe more freely. He rummaged through the rewards in his backpack and discovered that he had found a piece of thermal underwear while opening chests earlier. After a quick wash with hot water to cleanse the blood, he donned fresh attire. Once everything was in order, the system notifications chimed incessantly. Subai smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had seemingly initiated a trade earlier. Upon opening the interface, he was surprised to find a considerable number of bidders. Bidding, 5 wood. Bidding, 2 purified water for 400. Bidding, 1 lace trim thong. Subai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What on earth was this? What had little value? He already possessed purified water, and what in the world was that garish lace thong? His head throbbed as he perused the eclectic items. To unearth something of worth amid such oddities would require thorough examination of each one. What a hassle! After manually sifting through the bids, he finally stumbled upon a valuable item. Bid, 1 special blueprint. Hello, I possess a special blueprint. Would you be willing to exchange it for a dagger? Upon seeing the blueprint, Subai felt a spark of interest. He promptly replied, "Please send me the details of the blueprint." The other party was online and quickly complied. Lighting lamp. One-time blueprint emits a brilliant glow with a radius of 10 meters, a splendid find. Without hesitation, Subai decided to proceed with the trade. Traveling at night, with only torches provided insufficient visibility. They were merely consumables with a fleeting duration. Today had been a stroke of luck, having dispatched those wolf packs. Had he not remained vigilant, he would have surely met a grim fate. Reflecting on this made Subai feel a twinge of fear. Acquiring this lighting lamp would make seeking treasure and evading dangers considerably easier. Trade successful, delivered 1 good quality dagger. Received 1 lighting lamp, blueprint. After completing the transaction, Subai immediately studied the blueprint. Congratulations, you have successfully learned to manufacture the lighting lamp. Illumination device, 2 electronic components, 1 alloy, 1 glass. Aside from the electronic components, the other 2 materials are temporarily unavailable. Subai opened a regional chat channel. Upon inspection, it was astonishing to realize that nearly 1,000 people had perished in just a short span of the night. The number of beggars in the regional channel had noticeably decreased. Apart from some light-hearted banter, the information shared by those venturing out at night proved to be quite valuable. I was initially worried about going to bed on an empty stomach, but to my surprise, the treasure chest yielded instant noodles, specifically the beloved pickled vegetable flavor. The temperature had already plummeted to below -10 degrees Celsius, and while I yearned to search for treasure chests, the cold was unbearable. In such frigid conditions, I lacked even enough wood to ignite the heater. Nonetheless, I resolved to venture out tonight. It was better than freezing to death in the wooden cabin. This message startled Subai. He had always believed that the most vital resources in survival games were food and water, for these were essential for enduring. However, the steadily dropping temperature acted like a death knell, continuously claiming the lives of players within the game. Before long, the player who had messaged about risking his life saw his avatar swiftly turn gray, signaling his demise. The darkness outside concealed a harsh cold, but it also harbored other perils, ferocious beasts, and the unpredictability of human nature. Currently, the prices of water and food had stabilized. Yet the cost of cold-resistant supplies had skyrocketed. Without these essential items and lacking surplus resources for barter, one could only gamble their life by opening treasure chests, especially since the rewards at night were significantly greater. Danger and reward have always been proportionate. It seemed that many would meet their end this evening. Subsequently, Subai accessed the trading market to check the current prices. To his surprise, the trading price of wood had also risen, and the number of traders had increased. Items listed: 1 bottled water. Item price: 10 units of wood. Items listed: 1 bread. Item price: 10 units of wood, what can be transformed into charcoal, which serves as fuel for the heater. With the night's temperature dropping further, food and water had become necessities, making wood highly sought after. After searching the trading market for some time, Subai found no alloy or glass for sale. Items for sale: 3 herbal medicines. Item price: private message for quote, amidst a plethora of trades. Subai noticed someone selling herbal medicine and recalled the typhoid treatment potion he possessed. This individual was the only one offering herbal medicine, prompting him to inquire. He opened the private chat window. "Hello, brother. How much for the herbal medicine?" The response from the other party was slow in coming. "Greetings, seller of hot water." Subai's name was quite renowned in the trading market. His previous sales, particularly of hot water, had garnered significant attention. "Would you be willing to trade for a portion of 400 hot water? I am reluctant to part with this herbal medicine, yet I am perilously close to death." Subai furrowed his brow as he gazed at the message that had arrived from across the way. The transaction had been sent alongside it. "What's wrong with you?" "I've suffered frostbite and contracted a severe chill. I wonder if your hot water will be of any help." As he looked at the individual named Zhang Yi, Subai couldn't help but reminisce about a good brother he had back in his own world, who bore the same name. What a coincidence. In any case, he decided to give it a try. Transaction successful. Delivered 400 hot water. Received 3 medicinal herbs. Upon receiving the herbs, Subai promptly began to explore the crafting interface. Begin crafting. Materials consumed: 2 medicinal herbs, 1 pure water, 1 blood essence. Crafting successful. Obtained 1 typhoid treatment potion. As he completed the potion, another message from Zhang Yi arrived, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I feel somewhat better after drinking the hot water." Subai replied, "As long as it's effective." Zhang Yi continued, "To be honest, I possess a valuable item. May I exchange it for some more hot water?" Considering this, Subai resolved to engage in a favorable trade. "I have a potion for treating typhoid that I can offer you. It all depends on whether your item is worth it." Within a dwelling in the world, a robust man curled up beside the fireplace felt a surge of excitement as he fixated on the message, his face alight with joy. "Excellent. It seems I shall not meet my end after all." Zhang Yi, a man of distinguished special forces background, possessed a resilient physique. Had it not been for the lack of warm supplies leading to his chill, he would not have found himself in such a weakened state. After a few violent coughs, he rummaged through his backpack, feeling a tinge of reluctance. After all, the appearance of that treasure chest was markedly different from others. Yet, being at the end of his tether, he thought it better to part with it and forge an alliance with Subai, hoping to secure what he so desperately needed. Subai stared in astonishment at the trade request sent by Zhang Yi, and as he beheld the item being offered, his pupils dilated in surprise. Silver treasure chest. A golden prompt appeared alongside it. Blueprint for heater upgrade. To his astonishment, it was a precious blueprint for upgrading the heater. Subai felt invigorative, leaping from the ground in excitement. The heating capacity of the dwelling was severely limited, and the system announcement had previously indicated that the heater was the sole reliance for survival in such a frigid environment. Despite opening numerous treasure chests that day, he had failed to uncover any blueprints related to heater upgrades. Zhang Yi's fortune was truly remarkable. However, this item would soon belong to him. Subai sensed that, as time progressed, the temperatures would only continue to drop. Thus, possessing a more advanced heater was the key to survival. Zhang Yi added, "Brother, what do you think of this treasure chest? I delayed my return in order to obtain it, braving the cold. Surely, it must hold something of great value." Subai, "Very well, let us proceed with the transaction." Transaction successful. Delivery. Typhoid treatment potion, X1. Acquired. Silver chest, X1. Zhang Yi over there exchanged for the typhoid treatment potion and immediately consumed it. Upon receiving the silver chest, Subai eagerly opened it. You have opened the chest and obtained the blueprint for upgrading the heater, allowing it to be enhanced to level 2. With the upgrade blueprint in hand, Subai could hardly contain his excitement. Upgrade. Upgrade materials. Weathered iron block X320. Gelatin X54. Insufficient materials. The earlier skirmish with the wandering wolf pack had nearly depleted his remaining weathered iron blocks, leaving him with nothing on hand. Fortunately, These items were still available for trade in the market, abundant in supply. Subai opened the trading market. After battling the wolf pack that night, his greatest bounty was the wolf meat, totaling over 30 portions. However, wolf meat had a rather pungent taste and was raw. Thus, his interest waned, prompting him to sell some in exchange for timber or weathered iron blocks. Listing item: 500 wolf meat x1. Item price: timber x10 or weathered iron block x2. He listed 10 portions of wolf meat at once, as he had plenty stored in his backpack. What? Someone is actually selling wolf meat? It's that guy again. Did he go out and hunt wolves? Incredible. I haven't had a warm meal in a day. I'm nearly freezing to death. Eating bread has been quite dry. Let me see how this wolf meat tastes. Hey there, I just turned 18 this year. I seek sponsorship. As soon as Subai made a move, those who had been closely following him immediately began discussing in messages. Before long, all 10 portions of wolf meat were exchanged for timber. Subai continued to browse the trading post. Unable to wear his military coat any longer, he purchased a black down jacket for 2 portions of bread. Upon reviewing the materials, he found hundreds of pages dedicated to selling weathered iron blocks and selected several with favorable prices. Selling item: weathered iron block x1. Item price: purified water x400. Buy. Soon, Subai had gathered the necessary materials for the heater upgrade. Beginning upgrade. Consumption: weathered iron block x20, gelatin x5. Ding. Heater upgrade successful. Subai gazed at the once dilapidated stove, now transformed into a larger and more pristine version, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. The temperature within the house rose once more. Previously, the warmth felt akin to wearing thick clothing while huddling close to the stove. Now, it was utterly comforting, even causing a slight perspiration. Subai opened the survival game panel to check. Heater status: excellent. A brand new furnace, providing ample heat. With reduced fuel consumption. Heater level: level 2. As the construction level rises, heat supply range upgraded to a radius of 10 meters. With an hourly consumption of 5 charcoal and 2 coal. Defense works durability: 300. Durability will diminish upon being attacked or struck. Heater configuration: none. Quite impressive. After upgrading the heater, the durability of the defense works has also improved. Most significantly, the heater's heat supply range has expanded. When the time comes to elevate this level 1 wooden shelter to level 2, the building's area will undoubtedly increase. Subai certainly does not wish to find himself in a situation where even a trip to the restroom lacks warmth. After all this bustling activity, Subai felt a bit hungry. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved the remaining wolf meat, his spoils from today. Regrettably, it was raw, requiring cooking, and without salt or seasoning, it promised to be rather bland. At that moment, a notification pinged, heralding a private message from Zhang Yi. Thank you. After taking your medicine, I feel completely recovered. It seems this typhoid treatment potion is indeed effective. Subai, gazing at the raw meat in his hand, suddenly had a thought. Subai, glad to hear you're better. I acquired some raw meat today. Would you care for a taste? Zhang Yi, benefactor. I found a packet of salt in a treasure chest. I shall send it to you. Subai's spirits lifted once more. What a delightful turn of events. Received gift from friend. Salt 1. Before Subai could respond, Zhang Yi proactively sent the item. Subai, I want to accept your generosity without reciprocation. Once I've cooked it, you must try some. He diced the wolf meat with his dagger, skewering the chunks onto wooden sticks. After rubbing salt onto the meat, he placed it upon the furnace to grill. Subai was quite adept at grilling meat. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat filled the air. He navigated to the chat window with Zhang Yi and promptly sent over the skewers of wolf meat. Gifted meat skewers 10. Upon receiving the skewers, Zhang Yi expressed his gratitude once again. Subai observed that the presentation looked quite appealing. He eagerly anticipated tasting the skewers. Quite delightful. Although the wolf meat bore a hint of gaminess, it was negligible given how long it had been since he last savored meat. Subai stifled a yawn. After a long day, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, it was time to rest. It must be said that charcoal burns quickly. Even though the heater's energy consumption is reduced post-upgrade, it still cannot match the durability of coal. Thus, Subai switched to coal, which could last for an hour and a half to endure the cold night. Throughout that night, the number of individuals in the world channel continued to dwindle. From the original count of 896, 543, 441 individuals, it has now diminished to 896, 532, 193. It was the second day of the survival challenge. The following morning, a chilling electronic notification resonated through the silence, awakening Su Bai abruptly. He glanced around his sleeping quarters, then fell into a contemplative silence, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, he remained ensnared in this perilous world of survival. After a moment of reflection, Su Bai turned over and swiftly rose to his feet, eager to assess the day's circumstances. Global Frozen Survival, Day 2. Congratulations to the players for surviving. A chilling front approaches. Today's temperatures are expected to continue their descent. It is advised to stockpile fuel as much as possible and take necessary precautions against the cold to prevent frostbite. The survival panel has introduced the heart of the shelter. Starting today, a brawl mode is activated, where both beasts and fellow humans may assault your sanctuary. Survivors must urgently upgrade their shelters, which requires the heart of the shelter. The only current method to obtain it is by destroying other players' havens. Each circular area of 200 kilometers constitutes a brawl zone. Engage in combat. Surviving players. May fortune favor you. Friendly reminder, the novice gift pack has concluded, and from today onward, no additional low-quality treasure chests will appear. The danger level of treasure chests has significantly increased. Exercise caution. The system's cold. Mechanical voice sent a shiver through Su Bai. Entering brawl mode? In addition to the environmental perils, players now must also vie for survival space against one another. This single-player game was swiftly evolving into a multiplayer experience. Su Bai retrieved a loaf of bread from his backpack and began to munch on it, subsequently opening the chat channel. Regional chat channel, brawl mode? This is splendid. Fortune smiles upon me. My supplies are abundant. All that remains is upgrading my shelter. I wonder which fortunate soul resides nearby. Let us charge forth and seize their resources. I cannot fathom why some individuals have such enviable luck. They feast lavishly, trading goods of superior quality. If I can pilfer their supplies and demolish their shelters, I shall rise to power. Survival was already a daunting challenge, and now, mutual conflict was thrust upon them. Could there not be a modicum of peace? The above sentiment resonates. So many perished last night. We should unite, assist one another, and welcome alliances. In this dire context, combat was an unavoidable reality for the survivors. The hope for peaceful coexistence was utterly unrealistic. Observing a small faction passionately discussing peace, a sardonic smile crept across Su Bai's lips. As for the notion of mutual assistance, he harbored a premonition. Humanity posed the greatest threat in this frozen survival scenario. He had little faith in alliances. Seeking companions would undoubtedly heighten his exposure to danger, possibly leading to betrayal. It was far more prudent to amass wealth quietly. The global chat channel buzzed with vibrant activity, fervently debating the newly introduced brawl mode. Su Bai accessed the trading market, deliberately perusing the weapons section. The current market for weapons is sparse, with only a few listings available. Aside from the exorbitantly priced items, which clearly are not genuinely for sale, the remaining weapons are quickly snatched up. The chaos of the brawl mode has triggered a chain reaction, causing weapon prices to soar. Meanwhile, discontent murmurs abound among the populace. How dare he sell that machete for 300 battered iron scraps? It's utterly ludicrous. You broke fools, if you can't afford it, just leave. My machete is essential for survival and absolutely worth that price. I would rather gamble on treasure chests than endure your nonsense. Indeed, let's all refrain from purchasing his items. Faced with this collective outcry, the machete seller quietly adjusted his prices. Although still high, and with many continuing to berate him, a fair number of individuals expressed interest in buying. Observing this, Su Bai began to devise a plan. In this environment, whoever possesses weapons holds the power. With the right pricing, one could amass a fortune. Noticing the beleaguered machete seller, other survivors were not foolish. The prices were outrageous and met with skepticism. The dagger, a melee weapon, is favored for its durability. Su Bai had in his possession the Juga crossbow, a weapon of considerable lethality, though it required materials to craft arrows, necessitating a stockpile of wood and iron scraps. He planned to use the crossbow as his primary weapon, keeping the dagger for self-defense. He had no intention of selling his only two weapons. Fortunately, he also had an infinite supply of hot water, producing 11 portions of 400-degree water overnight. Item listed, 400-degree water, X1. Price, 15 wood, 3 battered iron scraps. This move sent the trading area into a frenzy, with chatter erupting across the public screen. A prominent player listed 10 portions of hot water, raising suspicions that he must have discovered some treasure. Otherwise, how could he afford to sell 10 portions? Goodness, how extravagant. Is he insane? The price was reasonable, slightly higher than regular bottled water, but a warm drink was worth it. Within minutes, Subai's 10 portions of hot water sold out completely. Even he was astonished by how swiftly they vanished. Wow, these folks are quick, he mused, watching the incoming transactions. Transaction successful. Items acquired. 150 wood. Items acquired. 30 battered iron scraps. The influx of resources filled him with a profound sense of security. He had profited handsomely just from the hot water. Opening the survivor panel, as per the system's indication, he found new content added. Shelter. Level 1 wooden house. A shabby and rudimentary dwelling, barely capable of providing shelter from the elements, with extremely low defensive capability and prone to damage. The heart of the shelter. Level 1. As the level increases, the defensive strength of the shelter can be enhanced. Durability of defensive structures. 300. Durability will be consumed upon being attacked or struck. Rudimentary wooden wall. Durability 75 can be reinforced. Consumes 24, 310 units of wood. Rudimentary wooden floor. Durability 75 can be reinforced. Consumes 24, 310 units of wood. Rudimentary wooden door. Durability 75 can be reinforced. Consumes 24, 310 units of wood. Rudimentary wooden bed. Durability 75 can be reinforced. Consumes 24, 310 units of wood. Subai glanced at the row of structures that could be reinforced, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. Upon realizing that the only material required for reinforcement was wood, of which he had an abundance, he waved his hand decisively, embarking on a comprehensive reinforcement endeavor. Upon checking, the survival panel had been updated. Shelter. Level 1 wooden cabin. A rudimentary shelter, barely capable of providing protection from the elements. With exceedingly low defensive strength, highly susceptible to damage. Heart of the shelter. Level 1. As the level increases, the defensive strength of the shelter can be enhanced. Durability of defensive structures. 500. Durability will be consumed upon being attacked or struck. Standard wooden wall. Durability 125 standard wooden floor. Durability 125 standard wooden door. Durability 125 standard wooden bed. Durability 125 on the second day of exploration. He took a sip of warm water, stood up to stretch his limbs, and eagerly stepped outside. As he pushed open the door, a gust of cold wind rushed toward him, carrying flecks of white snow. He observed a thin layer of ice forming on the ground. Indeed, as the system had indicated, the temperature had dropped once again today, nearly matching that of the previous night. He surmised that a heavy rainfall would easily lead to the formation of snow. Those who had contemplated merely surviving through the night and resuming their search for treasure the following day would undoubtedly be regretting their decisions. Subai tightened his black down jacket, exhaled warm breath into his hands, and resumed his exploration. Despite having warm clothing, his movement was laborious, and his speed had noticeably diminished by more than half. This would inevitably result in a significant slowdown in his treasure-seeking endeavors for the day. Fortunately, Subai had his advantages. Not long after, he received a golden arrow prompt. As he approached the indicated location, he discovered a black iron chest obscured by stones. To access the chest, he would need to break through the surrounding rocks. He fashioned a makeshift iron pickaxe and began to strike the stones. The mechanical sounds resonated frequently. Initially intending to unearth the chest, he soon realized that the stones themselves were valuable resources and decided to collect all the stones in the vicinity. The black chest revealed its true form, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, remarkably resembling the type of chest he had encountered the previous night. The system's notification appeared above the treasure chest, prompting Subai to open it immediately. Inside, he discovered 3 refined iron blocks, useful for crafting higher quality items. Delighted by this unexpected find, he stowed the items away and continued his search, scouring the vicinity of the shelter. Altogether, he unearthed 4 black treasure chests. Compared to the abundance he encountered on the first day, the number of chests had significantly diminished. You have opened a treasure chest and obtained 2 alloys. You have opened a treasure chest and obtained 1 pair of thick cotton pants. You have opened a treasure chest and obtained 3 cans of happy soda. The plethora of treasure chests on the first day had indeed been a boon bestowed upon the survivors by the system. However, the drastic reduction in their quantity signaled a decline in survival resources, suggesting that many would soon struggle to endure. Yet, for Subai, this was inconsequential. He even felt that the variety of items he had acquired was more enriching. The 3 cans of happy soda he had just procured were a delightful treat. Even in the midst of survival, one must maintain a glimmer of hope. With the cold weather, the happy soda didn't even require chilling. He swiftly consumed a can, instantly revitalizing his spirits. Reluctant to drink the remaining cans all at once, he carefully placed them in his backpack for later enjoyment. Having gathered all the resources near the shelter, he ventured further into a dense forest. Grasping his crossbow, Subai noted that the day was still young, allowing him to explore further afield. He aimed to locate another survivor's shelter, hoping to acquire the heart of a house. Upgrading his shelter was of utmost importance. He needed to advance early, ensuring he maintained an advantage and did not allow others to surpass him. As he continued his journey, a system notification reassured him that he would not lose his way. Soon, he stumbled upon another treasure chest, this one silver in hue. A silver treasure chest. Transportation. Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the items from silver chests were far superior to those from black ones. Just the sight of this notification addressed his immediate needs. Relying solely on foot was exceedingly laborious. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the chest. You have opened a treasure chest and obtained 1 snowmobile and 1 gallon of gasoline. What a splendid find. Subai marveled at the sight of the red and white snowmobile, whose chassis resembled that of a sled. With this, he could travel further afield. He promptly fueled the snowmobile and attempted to start it. The engine roared to life, filling the air with its buzzing sound. As the vehicle sped up, the frigid wind sliced against his cheeks, stinging painfully. Yet, he cast aside these minor discomforts, lost in the joy of possessing a motorcycle. After covering some distance, Subai arrived at a wooded area where the terrain became more complex. His speed diminished as he heard another system notification. Warning, common danger, wandering wild boar. Subai brought his vehicle to a halt, surveying the surroundings. Soon, he caught sight of a wild boar. This was no ordinary domesticated pig. The wild boar was colossal, its muscular frame cloaked in a dark sheen, and its coarse fur gleamed ominously. The sharp tusks glinted with a cold light, a testament to their formidable strength. Upon sensing an intruder in its territory, it emitted a deep growl and charged toward Subai. Damn, Subai muttered, swiftly retrieving his Juga crossbow and aiming it at the boar in an attempt to thwart its advance. Weak points of the wild boar. Each arrow he loosed targeted the weak points indicated by the system prompt. Whoosh! The boar was struck, letting out a pain bellow, yet its momentum remained unabated. With rapid succession, Subai released several more arrows. The boar, now infuriated, roared ferociously and propelled itself toward Subai. Not wishing to experience the sensation of being gored by the boar's tusks, he hastily revved his motorcycle. As he maneuvered to evade the boar's charge, he circled back to continue firing at it. This kite-like strategy gradually wore down the boar's stamina, each arrow deepening its wounds and causing blood to flow profusely. With a final anguished cry, the wild boar came to a halt, its spirit seemingly unwilling to concede. In moments it collapsed, a pool of blood forming beneath its massive frame. Subai observed the boar for a moment, confirming its stillness before approaching on his motorcycle and stopping before the creature. Crouching down, he gazed into the boar's open eyes and silently delivered a merciful blow. Farewell, my friend. Upon slaying the wild boar, you have obtained 500 units of meat, 35 blood essence, and 4 tusks. The bounty from this wild boar surpassed that of the wolf pack he had slain the previous day. The yield was indeed commendable. Subai speculated that the rewards were based on weight. This wild boar was massive, likely weighing at least 50 pounds. Having spent some time dispatching the boar, Subai noticed the day was waning. However, he had no intention of returning just yet. Instead, he continued onward on his motorcycle. After traveling approximately 5 kilometers, he stumbled upon 3 treasure chests. You opened a treasure chest and obtained 1 unit of gasoline. You opened a treasure chest and obtained 5 potatoes. You opened a treasure chest and obtained 4 unrefined gold stones. The materials retrieved from the chest were all unfamiliar, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. He felt compelled to keep them, confident they would prove useful later on. The potatoes sparked his curiosity regarding their potential for cultivation. If they could be grown, a stable food source would be within reach. Subai resolved to return and further investigate. This time, a red alert had appeared alongside a golden arrow, signifying the presence of both peril and opportunity ahead. As death loomed, Subai resolved to forge ahead, thinking that if the danger escalated, he could always make a hasty escape on his motorcycle. With audacity, he pressed forward. From a distance, guided by the golden arrow, he spotted a refuge. The arrow finally rested upon that very place. Subai regarded the shelter with astonishment, while its exterior bore a resemblance to his own sanctuary. It appeared exceedingly rudimentary and paled in comparison to his abode. Concurrently, a system notification chimed. Ordinary danger ahead. It seemed this was the refuge of another player. Subai refrained from recklessly approaching and instead stood nearby, surveying the situation. This was the first structure he had encountered on his journey. Creak, creak. After observing for a while, the only sound he discerned was akin to the gnawing of bones, with no other noise to be heard. What was happening? Confused, Subai tossed a stone toward the wooden door that stood ajar. The creaking ceased, and soon after, a pack of spotted hyenas burst forth from within. The fur around their mouths was stained with fresh blood, and their fierce gazes were fixed upon Subai. Where were the humans? Why were only dogs emerging? Momentarily dazed, Subai quickly regained his composure. He scanned his surroundings. The number of hyenas was considerable, and these creatures were notorious for their pack mentality, making them formidable adversaries. The hyenas barked furiously at Subai, their small, beady eyes glinting with bloodlust. They charged toward him with alarming speed, leaving Subai no time to mount his motorcycle and flee, forcing him to confront the threat head-on. Fortunately, he had prepared for this encounter. Gripping his crossbow, his mind raced. Hyenas, when hunting, relished the act of severing their prey's legs, rendering them defenseless before going for the throat to feast upon their fresh carcasses. He first unleashed a barrage of arrows to impede the hyena's advance, then swiftly retrieved some pork from his backpack, tossing it into the distance. At that moment, two hyenas charging at the forefront were nearly upon him. Subai swiftly aimed for their vulnerable spots and loosed arrows, bringing the two down. You have slain a hyena. Gaining rotting meat too. Warning, this meat carries a significant viral load. Do not consume. He continued to aim at the remaining hyenas, releasing a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the arrows pierced the necks of the hyenas, it was a chilling sight. A few were lured away by the scent of the pork, abandoning Subai to feast upon the meat, entirely unconcerned for their fallen comrades. You have gained rotting meat one. He chuckled darkly as he observed the remaining hyenas indulging in the pork, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Enjoy my pork, are you? May you all meet your end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 arrows flew, and soon, the last of the hyenas lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Upon receiving the system's notification of rewards, Subai scoffed slightly. The hyena possessed nothing of value. Killing it seemed a waste of his arrows and encumbered his inventory. He had acquired a total of 14 pieces of tainted meat, all carrying a virus. After some contemplation, Subai decided against discarding the meat and chose to retain it instead. Concluding the battle, he resolved to explore the small wooden cabin. Arriving at the cabin's entrance, he gently kicked the wooden door, which collapsed to the ground, rendered utterly dilapidated. Rudimentary wooden door durability at 0 can be collected. After consenting to collect it, the system informed him, collected, automatically decomposing to yield 5 wood. Venturing further inside, Subai finally encountered the cabin's owner. More accurately, it was a corpse, grotesquely mauled beyond recognition, making it impossible to discern its gender. The military coat it wore was tattered, enveloping fragments of bloodied bones. Its skull had been gnawed to an unrecognizable state, with insects feasting upon the remnants of flesh. Subai cast a fleeting glance, feeling a moment of sympathy, before swiftly diverting his gaze to search for supplies. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, strength was paramount, or one would perish. A golden arrow from the system appeared, guiding Subai to the center of the room, where a broken heater lay. This time he could not collect it directly. Remembering that the wooden door could only be collected after it was damaged, he crafted a hammer. With the hammer, he struck the heater several times until the system displayed. Heater durability at 0 can be collected. Upon collecting the heater, the system again automatically decomposed it, yielding 1 level 1 heater blueprint and 1 electronic component. As anticipated, items had to be destroyed before they could be collected. However, He could not locate the heart of the house. Puzzled, he was relieved that the golden prompt remained. He proceeded to dismantle the entire cabin, collecting all the materials. Rudimentary wooden wall durability at 0. Gained 5 wood. Rudimentary wooden floor durability at 0. Gained 5 wood. Rudimentary wooden bed durability at 0. Gained 5 wood. Congratulations, player. You have successfully destroyed Lu Hui's shelter. Gained 1 level, 1 house heart. The house heart. Subai gazed in awe at the glowing orb before him. With the house heart, he could upgrade the shelter to level 2. At that moment, he longed to sprout wings and fly back to his shelter to construct his dwelling promptly. After securing the house heart, he was astonished to discover that the golden arrow had not yet vanished. The direction it pointed towards was that of the grotesquely disfigured corpse. And Subai realized the identity of the individual. Stifling his revulsion, he approached Lu Hui's body. My sincerest apologies, brother Lu Hui. Regardless of your demise, your possessions are now ownerless. Thus, I shall graciously accept them. Discover the deceased backpack. Will you retrieve it? Yes. As Subai's words echoed, the system's notification chimes resonated continuously. Acquired 4 loaves of bread. Acquired 5 bottles of mineral water. Acquired 14 weathered iron fragments. Acquired 2 pieces of rabbit meat. Acquired 2 glass shards. Subai gazed at the array of supplies. Apart from the glass, the remainder consisted of fundamental resources, easily obtainable from treasure chests. The only missing elements were timber and fuel. The presence of rabbit meat suggested that Lu Hui had not perished from starvation, but rather succumbed to the cold at night. His remains subsequently devoured by hyenas. Upon seeing the glass, Subai remembered that he could now craft a lighting device. Accessing the crafting station, he found that the materials for the lighting device were indeed complete. Commencing production, consuming materials, 2 electronic components, 1 alloy, 1 glass, manufacturing successful. Acquired 1 lighting device. The daylight gradually waned, and the passage of time during the day was remarkably swift. With nightfall imminent, Subai resolved against further exploration and decided to return home. Although the defense of his shelter had been upgraded to 500, he remained wary of potential intruders seeking to vandalize his sanctuary. 11. A malefactor bestows treasures. Please select a return route. Subai rode his snowmobile, opting not to retrace his previous path, but to take a different route, collecting all discovered treasure chests along the way. Apart from 1 hazardous chest, all he obtained were ordinary black chests, with a notification indicating clothing. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a special edition of lace-trimmed lingerie. Subai stood in silence, instinctively grasping the straps, tempted to discard it. As a man without peculiar inclinations, what purpose could such an item serve? However, upon further reflection, he refrained from tossing it away. His disinterest did not imply that others would not find it valuable. He recalled the chat channel, which often featured discussions about pure college girls and sultry dominatrices. Perhaps someone might indeed require this item for sustenance. Listing item: special bunny girl lingerie. Price: 1 blueprint, or 2, or materials, or 2 herbs. Once the item was listed, Subai exhaled in relief. He was reluctant to discard it, always hoping it could be exchanged for something of worth or utilized in some manner, knowing it would eventually prove useful. Thus, his backpack brimmed with items, and he was too lazy to organize them at the moment, leaving them piled until he had time to tidy up. The night had fully descended. Please note, night has begun to fall. Subai retrieved the lighting device and affixed it to the snowmobile, illuminating the surroundings for 10 meters with clarity. The night had once again refreshed a new batch of treasure chests. The dangers of the night often surpassed those of the day. Subai paid little heed, donning the black hat that accompanied his black down jacket, feeling the chill of the evening as he rode. Suddenly, the system chimed once more. Human. Simultaneously, a golden arrow materialized. Who could it be? Subai slowed down his motorcycle, eager to discern the identity of this individual. This was the first person he had encountered in a true sense, though he remained uncertain whether this fortunate soul was male or female. With the illumination from his light, Subai was also noticed by the stranger. At that moment, their gazes locked. Before him stood a robust, middle-aged man, clad in a thick cotton jacket, likely in his 40s. He wielded a hefty wolf-tooth club, his expression fierce and intimidating, suggesting he was not someone to be trifled with. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of greed as they fell upon Subai's snowmobile and the light he held. Recognizing the man's imposing stature, Subai tightened his grip on his weapon, his heart brimming with caution. "Hey!" The middle-aged man lowered his club, seemingly adopting a friendly demeanor as he greeted Su Bai. "I am Zhang Jianhua. You can understand me, right, young man? It's fate that we crossed paths. Let us not fight, but rather become friends, shall we?" He tentatively took a step closer to Su Bai. However, Su Bai halted him, raising his dagger in a threatening manner. "Zhang Jianhua, is it? Don't come any closer, or I won't hesitate to defend myself." Zhang Jianhua's expression remained unperturbed, though his lips twitched slightly. He stowed his club into his backpack, presenting his empty hands to Su Bai. "See, I mean no harm. I understand the chaos that is meant to incite us into conflict. But I'm not that type of person. Otherwise, I would have attacked you the moment I saw you." His eyes darted thoughtfully. "How about this? Let's team up. I know of a place where other survivors are sheltered. Why should I cooperate with you?" Su Bai mantanda confesad. Though his inner vigilance toward Zhang Jianhua remained unwavering, Zhang Jianhua believed his words had eased Su Bai's apprehension. "I just found a treasure chest that I have yet to open. I'll give it to you as a token of our partnership." He cautiously stepped forward, drawing closer to Su Bai, indeed holding a black-red treasure chest. It appeared more unique than the usual black ones. Su Bai gripped his dagger tightly, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized the chest's prompt. "Weapon, there truly is something valuable." Seeing Su Bai captivated by the treasure, Zhang Jianhua grinned. "What do you say, brother? Do we have a deal?" Su Bai forced a smile, tightening his grip on the Zhuge crossbow, and nodded. As Zhang Jianhua stepped forward to hand the chest to Su Bai, a sudden twist of fate occurred. The wolf-tooth club reappeared in Zhang Jianhua's hands, his eyes gleaming with malice as a wild grin crept across his lips. "You shall perish." He seemed to have foreseen Su Bai collapsing beneath his spiked club, just as those he had slain before, whether man or prey, would reveal expressions of sheer terror in their final moments, which filled him with exhilaration. However, his joy was premature. With a swift whoosh, Su Bai's arrow struck his abdomen before he could react. Another arrow soon found its mark in his arm and thigh. After several arrows had been unleashed, Zhang Jianhua's spiked club fell helplessly to the ground, and his body followed suit. He stared in shock at Su Bai, astonished that the young man had concealed such formidable weaponry. "Please don't kill me. I've erred, momentarily lost in madness. My sanctuary harbors many treasures. If you take my life, you will never acquire them. I'll lead you there, just spare me." "Huh, do you think I would still trust you?" Su Bai had anticipated his treachery and had been wary of this very ploy. Now, no amount of pleading would soften his heart. As the words left his lips, an arrow pierced Zhang Jianhua's heart, extinguishing any hope of survival. His eyes widened in despair, fixated on Su Bai, the very harbinger of his demise. Ignoring him, Su Bai opened the black-red treasure chest directly. "You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a 12-gauge shotgun, capable of holding 5 rounds, and with an extended magazine, 10 rounds, 12-gauge shotgun shells, requires corresponding blueprint for crafting." A shotgun? Su Bai initially questioned the reliability of his own vision. Only when he felt the icy grip of the 12-gauge shotgun in his hands did he swallow hard, overwhelmed with delight akin to caressing a beloved. What bliss! Apart from handling firearms in games, Su Bai had never touched a real gun. Who among us hasn't harbored dreams of being a special forces soldier? Zhang Jianhua, still clinging to life, beheld the splendid treasure he had unwittingly bestowed upon Su Bai. He emitted a low growl of deep unwillingness, expending the last of his vitality and succumbing to his own fury. Su Bai, too occupied to concern himself with the man, extracted bullets to load the gun. Though Zhang Jianhua was a petty man, in some respects, he had been unexpectedly generous. Cradling the shotgun with affection, Su Bai hesitated to fire even a single shot, as he possessed only 50 rounds. Once spent, they would be gone forever. After relishing the warmth of his newfound treasure, Su Bai realized he could no longer afford to linger and reluctantly stowed the gun in his backpack. Approaching Zhang Jianhua's lifeless body, he scrutinized him from above. The man's visage indeed bore the mark of a treacherous rogue. His demise was well-deserved. "You have discovered the deceased's backpack. Would you like to collect it?" Su Bai gathered all of the man's possessions, noticing with keen interest that this fellow had quite a few valuable items on him. Acquired 49 units of wood, 82 units of stone, acquired 1 wolf tooth club, acquired 4 loaves of bread, 500 units of chicken, 6 units of lettuce, 2 units of lettuce, acquired 1 thick cotton coat, 2 pairs of cotton shoes, 1 towel, Acquired 3 units of alloy, 5 refined iron blocks, 3 units of plastic, 2 units of cement. In addition to these, there exists a unique plant. 4 thorn seed, plantable. Mature thorn bushes can serve as a shelter against attacks. Maturing in 10 days post-planting, with fertilizer accelerating the growth. Furthermore, Su Bai's system displayed a prompt. He could visit Zhang Jianhua's shelter at any time to claim the heart of his dwelling. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai proceeded. Not long after, he arrived at the location, gazing at the house before him. A structure of stone and wood, though aesthetically unpleasing, it boasted remarkable sturdiness. After considerable effort, Su Bai meticulously dismantled the house bit by bit. Durability of ordinary wooden door. 0. Acquired 15 units of wood. Durability of stone wall. 0. Acquired 20 units of wood. 20 units of stone. Durability of ordinary wooden floor. 0. Acquired 15 units of wood. Durability of ordinary wooden bed. 0. Acquired 15 units of wood. Durability of heater. 0. Acquired 1 blueprint for heater level 1. Acquired 1 electronic component. Congratulations to the player for successfully destroying Lu Hui's shelter. Acquired 1 heart of dwelling level 2. Ultimately, he obtained the heart of Zhang Jianhua's dwelling, which had surprisingly been upgraded to level 2. It seemed he had just upgraded it, possibly due to insufficient materials, resulting in a house partially repaired. This individual had already taken lives. Fortunately, Su Bai's vigilance was high enough, otherwise, he might have fallen into his trap and become a supplier for his shelter. Today's outing yielded abundant rewards, securing 1 heart of dwelling level 1 and 1 heart of dwelling level 2. As night descended and temperatures dropped, Su Bai decided against lingering outside any longer to avoid falling ill. Upon returning to the wooden house, he first conducted a thorough inspection, finding no signs of damage or attacks. No unwelcome intruders had come. On his way back, he had worried about his original home being raided. It appeared luck was on his side. He opened the survival panel. Shelter. Level 1 wooden house. Status. Upgradable. Upgrade. Upon confirming the upgrade, the heart of dwelling level 1 vanished from Su Bai's backpack. Ding. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the heart of dwelling to level 2. Continue upgrading. As the heart of dwelling level 2 disappeared once more. Ding. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the heart of dwelling to level 3. A remarkable leap of 2 levels at once. A smile graced Su Bai's lips as he checked the information on the survival panel, now updated. Shelter. Level 3 stone house, stone cottage, barely capable of withstanding wind and rain, possesses strong defense, and is not easily damaged. The heart of the house. Level 3. As the level increases, it enhances the defensive capabilities of the shelter. Requires 3 hearts of the house for upgrades. Ordinary wooden wall. Durability 125. Upgradable. Consumes 47, 620 wood, 13, 220 stone. Ordinary wooden floor. Durability 125. Upgradable. Consumes 47, 620 wood, 13, 220 stone. Ordinary wooden door. Durability 125. Upgradable. Consumes 47, 610 wood, 13, 220 stone. Ordinary wooden bed. Durability 125. Upgradable. Consumes 47, 620 wood. 93 hide. Can expand outward by 30 square meters. Consumes 47, 630 wood, 13, 230 stone. Upgrading the heart of the house only provides options for enhancing the shelter. To maximize its defenses, basic materials are still required for upgrades. Moreover, it is quite absurd that the process of upgrading the house resembles the exaggerated star upgrading mechanics of certain cards for Blue Star. To elevate the house to a 4-star rating, one must expend 3 level 3 hearts of the house. This implies that 9 families will face ruin. Su Bai, for now, cannot venture out to actively kill and seize hearts of the house. However, should someone dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Subsequently, Su Bai opened the upgrade interface. For him, who possessed abundant resources, the cost was trivial. With a grand gesture, he initiated the upgrade. Following this, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped the shelter, rendering it momentarily indistinct. Once the glow dissipated, the wooden walls transformed into brand new, sturdy stone walls, and the flooring was replaced with stone as well. The house had evidently undergone a significant qualitative leap. Initially, the shelter spanned only 10 square meters. It now expanded to 45 square meters. The space felt notably more expansive. apart from a solid wooden bed, replacing the formerly rudimentary single bed nestled in the corner. There remained merely a heater. Observing the vast emptiness of the house, Subai shook his head. It felt overwhelmingly vacant and uncomfortable. He must add some furnishings. He partitioned the space into several areas, distinctly separating the living room, bedroom, storage, kitchen, and bathroom with stone walls. Afterward, Subai accessed the crafting station and navigated to the furniture section. Wooden table. Consumes 37,615 wood. Small wooden cabinet. Consumes 37,610 wood. Wooden chair. Consumes 3,765 wood. Hide sofa. Consumes 37,615 wood. 3 hide. Begin crafting chime. Acquired 1 wooden table. For wooden chairs, chime. Acquired 5 small wooden cabinets, chime. Acquired 1 hide sofa. Selecting several practical pieces of furniture, he intentionally crafted multiple small wooden cabinets, placing them in the storage area. The cabinets could be utilized to store a modest amount of supplies, effectively alleviating the burden of his overflowing backpack. He positioned the furniture in suitable locations, and the entire shelter began to exude a more inviting ambience, truly resembling a home. He casually organized his backpack and unearthed the blueprints for 2 level 1 heaters. Shall I synthesize? Yes. As Subai's voice fell, a complete blueprint for a level 2 heater materialized in his hands. Shall I upgrade? Yes. Commencing upgrade. Material consumption, refined iron blocks 5, alloys 2, plastic 2. Ding, heater upgrade successful. The original furnace transformed, expanding to twice its size, evolving into a more comforting fireplace, complete with an automatically generated chimney to mitigate the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Shelter. Level 3 stone house, a modest stone hut, barely sufficient to shield from wind and rain, boasting robust defense and resilience against damage. Heart of the house. Level 3. As the level rises, it can strengthen the shelter's defenses, requires 0.3 heart of the house for upgrade. Reinforced stone wall, durability 500 upgradable, with 29130, cement 25. Stone 4220, reinforced stone floor, durability 500 upgradable, with 29130, cement 25, stone 4220. Reinforced stone door, durability 500 upgradable, with 29115, cement 23. Stone 4210, comfortable bed, durability 200 upgradable, with 29120, screws 04, animal hides 24, wooden table, durability 30, animal hide sofa, durability 50, small wooden cabinet, durability 5013. Farming. Defense structure durability 2000, durability will decrease upon being attacked or struck. Subai surveyed these statistics, nodding in satisfaction. If he refrained from trading or plundering others' resources, relying solely on his own efforts of chopping wood and mining stone, a typical person's tree felling rate would yield around 100 units of wood or stone a day, not to mention the time spent locating trees and the consumption of food. By the following day, he upgraded the shelter to level 3. At present, he was likely among the frontrunners. Taking a piece of pork from his backpack, Subai placed it on the fireplace to roast slowly and then opened a can of soda with one hand. Leisurely, he accessed the regional chat. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the dwindling number of survivors. If memory served him correctly, there were over 400 individuals in his area that morning. Yet now only a little over 300 remained. Although the numbers had not yet halved, the elimination rate was indeed alarming, contributing to his own efforts. Soon, the pork was perfectly roasted. He tilted his head back to gulp down some soda while enjoying the meat. The regional chat was rather quiet, prompting him to switch to the global chat interface. Observing the players' conversations served as his sole diversion during the evening respite. Family, who understands? I stepped outside, and my home was nearly torn apart by wolves. The beast is nothing but a triviality. I nearly met my demise at the hands of a silver coin. Had it not been for my fortuitous fate and timely counterattack, you would never have laid eyes on my dashing self. Are there any handsome gentlemen seeking companionship? I am merely a soft and adorable girl, capable of charming and playfully striking your chest with my tiny fists. Is anyone willing to share their coordinates via private message? Surely you can't be serious. Does this world truly harbor women? It reeks of deception. If there were genuinely a lady, she would come to me, and I would protect her. I have yet to encounter any women. Today, I stumbled upon 2 burly men. Had they been women, I would have spared them. Ha! You haven't escaped either. I cannot fathom how you still have the leisure to pursue women while I am on the verge of freezing to death. I am ready to compete with you affluent individuals. Does anyone wish to trade for coal? I have some available. Those interested may contact me privately. For those lacking resources, women are akin to ephemeral clouds. What truly matters to them is the acquisition and exchange of essential survival supplies. The conversation swiftly shifted to survival resources. In this frozen world of survival, the paramount concern is merely enduring. After finishing his meal, Subai visited the trading post, where an array of items awaited him. With many new additions for the day, he once again listed 10 portions of 400-degree hot water. Listed item, 400-degree hot water, X1. Price, 1 refined iron block, 1 alloy, or 1 cement. As for the peculiar lingerie Subai had listed, it remained unsold. However, several comments appeared beneath it. Why are there no more conventional styles? What a bizarre taste. I find it somewhat appealing, yet it is quite expensive. If I wore that, I would undoubtedly look splendid. Hey, big brother, take a look at my private message. His hand, seemingly unbidden, opened the private chat. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely curious. Wang Mingming, esteemed one, your item is unlikely to sell. Why not just gift me 2 portions of hot water, and I shall wear it for you? Subai was left speechless, his patience wearing thin. Not only did she not intend to purchase, but she also expected him to subsidize her. How presumptuous. He promptly blocked her. The hour was still early, and he knew he would not be able to sleep immediately. Subai rummaged through his backpack and discovered thorns and potato seeds, both of which could be cultivated. One serves to protect the shelter, while the other is for sustenance. The thorn seeds, vivid red and small in his palm, bore sharp spikes. He wondered how easy they would be to nurture. Grabbing his flashlight, Subai opened the door and stepped outside. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle rain had begun to fall, hinting that the earth would be cloaked in a silver shroud by morning. The snow-laden ground would not only hinder travel, but also obstruct visibility for treasure chests. It was likely that all resources would see a price increase by tomorrow. For now, Subai's supplies were sufficient, and with the system's assurance, his search for treasure would remain unaffected. Thus, it was prudent for him to focus on farming first. He stood at the doorway, contemplating his situation. Presently, he possessed 4 seeds. Thus, he resolved to plant 1 in each cardinal direction. When the time came for maturation, it was conceivable that they might flourish into a protective thicket akin to a barbed wire fence. Consequently, he crafted a hoe at his workstation. After tidying the ground slightly and digging a small hole, Subai cast the thornbush seeds into the pit, extravagantly watering them with a bottle of 400 milliliters mineral water. This was a necessity, as he had yet to discover an alternative water source. Following the same procedure, Subai planted all 4 seeds. However, it would take 10 days for them to mature, a protracted wait indeed. He shook his head, recalling that fertilizer could hasten the growth of the thornbush. Thus, he navigated to the trading post. After a brief search, he indeed found someone selling fertilizer. For sale, fertilizer X2. Price, weapons or blueprints, the cost was somewhat exorbitant. Not to mention, the current market price for weapons was quite high, and blueprints were precious commodities. Trading 2 bags of fertilizer for either was simply not worthwhile. Subai scrolled past that offer and continued searching until he discovered several more reasonably priced options. For sale, fertilizer X2. Price, 2 animal hides. For sale, fertilizer X2. Price, 2 food items. Note, bread or meat only. He procured 4 portions of fertilizer, exchanging 2 animal hides and 2 pieces of wolf meat in the process. Upon application, the freshly planted thornbush seeds surprisingly sprouted vibrant green shoots, gradually climbing up the wall and producing sharp little thorns. Was it truly this swift? Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. Just 1 bag of fertilizer had yielded such immediate results. If he were to apply several bags, would they not mature instantaneously? To test his hypothesis, Subai used another bag of fertilizer on the same patch of thornbush. However, this time, the seeds exhibited no further changes. It seemed his assumption was incorrect, resulting in a wasted bag of fertilizer. He would need to purchase another. After planting the thornbush seeds, Subai found himself in a quandary regarding the potatoes. The weather outside was exceedingly cold, rendering it unsuitable for food cultivation. Yet, having witnessed the miraculous transformation of the thornbush, it was not entirely out of the question to attempt it. After planting the potatoes, Subai abstained from using fertilizer. Nevertheless, considering the threat of wild beasts. He encircled the potatoes with a wooden fence. Wooden fence. Durability 100. Having completed these tasks, Subai yawned. It was time for rest. As he lay down on his comfortable bed, tucked beneath a down quilt, basking in the warmth emanating from the fireplace, he succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the cold, electronic voice of the system pierced the tranquility. Subai jolted awake, his ears perked up to listen intently. Day 1 of Brawl mode concluded. The rankings have been updated, reflecting the overall prowess of players, which is determined by various factors such as the number of heart of the house, shelter level, heater level, house fortifications, and the quantity of collected resources. The top 100,000 players will receive system rewards. The ranking rewards have been announced. The first 100,000 players will receive a green emblem. The top 10,000 will receive a blue emblem. The top 1,000 a yellow emblem. And the top 100 a red emblem, all visible in the chat channel. Subai rose from his bed and immediately accessed the system to check his ranking, filled with curiosity about his standing in the frozen survival world. Surely, he must be among the top 100. Upon opening the rankings, he spotted his name, and his pupils narrowed in shock. Could it be merely a coincidence of sharing the same name? Before Subai could ponder further, the system chimed again. Congratulations, player! You have ranked within the top 100 in the Brawl mode. Random reward chest 2, including blueprints or resources, weapons, vehicles, natural resources, and special items, appeared before Subai, who could select 2 chests from the 5 as his final reward. For others, this might be a gamble of luck. But for Subai, it was akin to an open book exam. He could see the hints on each chest. The first chest, blueprint. The second chest, vehicle. The third chest, weapon. The fourth chest, guardian item. The fifth chest, rare. Special item. His gaze immediately fixated on the fifth chest, marked as rare and containing a special item. He was determined to claim it. Thus, he chose the fifth chest and opened it. You have opened the chest and received a small or vain quantity. 1. Small or vain. Consumable item, capable of yielding a small amount of or materials. Quantity, 500. Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the reward, nearly drooling at the prospect. 500 or materials. How many chests would one need to open to amass such a bounty? To receive so much from a single system reward chest was simply too advantageous. With 1 chest remaining for selection, Subai's gaze wavered between the first and fourth chests, contemplating them carefully. He already possessed vehicles and weapons, so he was not lacking in those areas. After much deliberation, he ultimately fixed his gaze on the guardian item. It was a gamble, but he settled on it. You have opened the chest and received a guardian shield, durability, 1,000, consumable item. This item creates a protective barrier with a radius of 2 meters around the player, capable of withstanding attacks from humans or beasts. It disappears once its durability reaches 0. To say that the small mineral vein thrilled Subai would be an understatement. The guardian shield brought him sheer ecstasy. This artifact was akin to cheating. In the face of danger, utilizing this protective shield felt like donning the finest armor while engaging in combat. What could others possibly use against him? Alas, its durability was limited, and it was not a permanent item, which was somewhat regrettable. After claiming his rewards, Subai contentedly reclined once more. He opened the leaderboard and was astonished to see his name proudly displayed in first place. The leaderboard only showcased the top 100, with the second place belonging to someone named Luther and the third to an individual with an English name. According to the system, rankings would confer distinctions. Curiously, he explored the world chat channel and, indeed, noticed a red emblem next to his name, which was exceedingly eye-catching. He chose to remain silent, opting instead to observe quietly. The world chat buzzed with discussions about him. Who is Subai? How remarkable that he holds the first position. Would the first place winner care to say a few words? I am so curious. What is his dwelling like? I suspect it's not just the level of his abode, but perhaps the quality of his resources. I've seen that name in a marketplace. He sells hot water daily. Both the top 2 are from our homeland. We, the Chinese, are truly exceptional. I never imagined I would rank within the top 10,000. I just obtained a pistol. I intend to sleep with it. Wow, a pistol. I just got a sled. Hilarious. Truly, you all are amazing, looking up at the great ones. Subai's private messages were overwhelmed, likely due to his first place status and the resulting visibility. Meanwhile, a notification of a successful trade arrived from the marketplace. Trade successful. Delivered special bunny girl lingerie 1. Received silver treasure chest 1. As the chest materialized in Subai's inventory, a golden prompt appeared. Blueprint. Without hesitation, Subai opened the silver chest. Obtain backpack expansion blueprint, one-time consumable 1. For a moment, Subai doubted his own eyes. He could understand why someone would purchase such an item. However, why exchange something so valuable? Was there a lack of sense? Contemplating this, Subai examined the trading information. To his surprise, the person he traded with also bore a red emblem next to their name, Morongchi. The individual had even sent him a private message. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Morongchi. Esteemed Subai, the first place winner, I am a girl ranked 100. I hope we can become friends, if an opportunity arises. Along with the message was an image, revealing an undeniably adorable girl. Subai lingered on the photo for a moment, feeling conflicted, yet ultimately refrained from replying. Exhaustion overtook him, and he soon fell asleep, leaving Morongchi staring longingly at her screen. With a resigned gaze, the almond-eyed figure realized that mere tactics would not suffice to attract the esteemed individual. Alas, her treasure chest seemed a wasted opportunity. As the countdown for the impending cold wave ticked away, Subai glanced at the system clock, noting that only an hour remained until dawn. Having retired early the previous night, his biological clock had advanced. He recalled acquiring a treasure just before sleep. With this thought in mind, Subai retrieved the backpack expansion blueprint from his inventory. Would you like to use it? He selected yes. Backpack expansion successful. Backpack space increased to 30 slots. Duplicate items occupy 1 slot, with a stacking limit of 100. Originally, the backpack had merely 20 slots, but now it had expanded to 30. Barely sufficient for his needs. He emptied out items requiring cooking, such as pork and wolf meat, from his backpack. Currently, his inventory primarily consisted of 3 weapons, a snowmobile, and some basic materials, with food and water each occupying a single slot. Having secured this valuable item, Subai opened and reviewed Morongchi's message. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to respond, recognizing a potential opportunity for collaboration. Morongchi replied almost immediately, "Thank you, esteemed one. I thought you disregarded me since you hadn't replied all night." Subai responded, "I fell asleep. I hold no disdain for you. Your ranking in the top 100 is quite impressive." Morongchi's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the chat interface, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had not anticipated such high praise from the top-ranked individual. Believing her treasure chest had been in vain, she was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. "Dare I ask, esteemed one, could we become friends? I have sent a request. I humbly seek your approval. Morongchi has requested to add you as a friend." Upon opening the request list, Subai was astonished to discover numerous individuals wishing to connect with him. After accepting Morongchi's friend request, he perused the others, many of whom were individuals he had previously traded with. The only one he distinctly remembered was Zhang Yi, who had purchased a fever remedy. Remarkably, he was still alive. Thus, Subai accepted his friend request as well. As Subai grilled chicken for breakfast, he observed through the window as the darkness outside gradually receded. Daylight was approaching. Global Icebound Survival Day 3. Congratulations to the player for surviving. Countdown to Cold Wave. 2 days. Temperatures will continue to drop. From today, the fuel consumption for heating devices will increase by 10. Players are urged to enhance the heater's level. After the cold wave arrives, temperatures will plummet to -50 degrees. Players must elevate their heaters to level 2 or face the risk of freezing to death. Treasure chest refreshed. A new golden chest has appeared, with a chance to yield precious resources that resist the cold wave. The golden chest is guarded by beasts and poses a certain danger. Please exercise caution. With the cold wave imminent, the true survival crisis was upon them. As the cold, mechanical voice of the system faded, Subai sighed. Without delving into other matters, the increase in fuel consumption starting today raised concerns about the circumstances of other survivors. Subai glanced at his heater, the flames dancing vigorously, providing a comforting warmth. His heater had now been upgraded to level 3, the speed of enhancement offsetting the fuel consumption, thus having a negligible impact on him. However, the chat channel was filled with anguished cries. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by this dreadful news. Perhaps it would have been better to keep them closed. A cold wave was approaching, and humanity seemed devoid of hope. Thoughts of death plagued him. My arithmetic skills are poor. Could someone elucidate the current fuel consumption situation? Originally, the consumption was 5 charcoal per hour, but now it had surged to 55 charcoal per hour. This consumption was not the crux of the issue. The real concern was the heater. Without upgrades, survival was impossible. This wave would surely sweep away a considerable number of people. They would have to venture out in search of other shelters, hoping for a stroke of luck. Initially, he wished to survive without resorting to violence. But the harsh realities compelled him to take drastic measures. Subai scrolled through the chat, his heart heavy. The daily survival challenges were escalating. The situation reflected by the majority of survivors was far from optimistic. Acquiring treasure chests had already been arduous. Many relied on gathering wood to exchange for survival supplies. Now, with the cold wave looming, it felt like a cruel addition to their woes. Most of the complainers were unmarked, yet they were the most vocal in the chat. In contrast, those ranked within the top 10,000 were the elite among them. Their ascendance was attributed to both luck and skill, coupled with the generous rewards from the system, rendering them less troubled. It was estimated that this cold wave would eliminate at least half of the survivors worldwide. Just as he had set up the water heater, producing 10 portions of hot water that evening, a throng of individuals flocked to his trading chat, drawn by the scent. "Brother, you're already in first place. You must have a wealth of supplies. I implore you to spare some wood, food, and water. I'm not picky. Since you can provide hot water daily, surely you have your sources. Why can't you distribute it freely? You're being selfish. Indeed. We suggest you share your resources with us, the ones on the brink of death. This is humanitarianism. Subai, I beseech you to look my way. I could be your loyal companion. Please take me under your wing." Subai stared at those messages, utterly speechless. The spotlight of being first was overwhelming. However, he was no savior. The fate of others was of no concern to him. He decided to close the trading channel, preferring to remain oblivious. At that moment, a private message from his friend Zhang Yi pinged in. "Zhang Yi, yellow identifier brother Su, congratulations on claiming the top spot on the leaderboard." Subai, fame brings trouble. I wish to keep a low profile, but it seems impossible. However, you're not doing badly yourself, having also made it into the top 1,000. On the first night, Zhang Yi had been ill, yet he managed to break into the top 1,000 within a day. The boy truly possessed talent. Zhang Yi, not at all. By the way, brother Su, I will forever remember the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call. I wish to propose a trade with you. Soon after, Zhang Yi sent a message detailing an item. Refined Trap. Inflicts a certain degree of damage. When triggered, it can ensnare various beasts or humans. Zhang Yi, I crafted this refined trap based on blueprints I studied. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can provide it to you continuously. Subai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you wish to exchange for it? Zhang Yi replied. As luck would have it, I have been unfortunate. The treasure chests yielded a hodgepodge of items, yet I have yet to acquire a weapon. I heard that the golden treasure chests have been updated today, and I expect they may contain valuable items. However, there are beasts surrounding the chests, and I am in urgent need of a reliable weapon. Subai was astonished that this fellow had yet to obtain a weapon. Seriously? How did you manage to rank among the top 1,000 without one? Zhang Yi responded. It is unnecessary to wield a weapon against ordinary people. They're no match for me, and with a bit of force, I can easily snap their necks. This left Subai momentarily speechless. Golden treasure chest. A frustrating encounter. Subai glanced at the refined trap, still quite interested. There was no way he would part with the shotgun. As for the Juga crossbow, it could not be traded until he had secured a 12-gauge shotgun. Consequently, Subai sent the information for the mace and dagger. Ultimately, Zhang Yi chose the mace. The mace, a bludgeoning weapon, was adorned with spikes, inflicting greater damage to beasts compared to the dagger, capable of causing more significant wounds. Trade successful, delivered mace. 1. Received refined traps. 4. As Subai observed the refined traps now in his possession. Large. Iron-crafted animal snares. He planned to venture out in search of treasure chests and supplies. In the brawl mode, he might face various beasts or humans attacking his shelter, necessitating precautions. Armed with the refined traps, Subai stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a flurry of snowflakes, with the temperature plummeting to -20 degrees Celsius. Each flake felt like an icy needle, bringing a stinging chill upon contact with his skin, causing his exposed face to turn a vivid red. He sniffled and quickly wrapped a towel around his face, ensuring he was bundled up tightly. It was unbearably cold. The snow outside had already piled up to his calves, providing excellent concealment. Subai began to select suitable locations to set the traps, placing them near the house. He did not need to worry about triggering them himself. as the system would notify him of their positions after being set. He meticulously placed all 5 traps, one beneath the snow at the entrance of the house, another near the potato plants, and the remaining 3 positioned around the other sides of the house. Having completed this task, his body gradually acclimated to the frigid temperature, and he set off in search of the golden treasure chest, opting for a route entirely opposite to the one he had taken the previous day. After driving the snowmobile for a distance, the system's prompt appeared. Following the prompts, he arrived at a dense forest, where the snow was notably thicker than in the surrounding areas. As he stepped into the thicket, the system's warning resonated. Warning, moderate danger, frostbite bee swarm. Upon hearing the warning, Subai turned his gaze in that direction. There, perched atop a towering pine tree, hung a massive beehive. Surrounded by frostbite bees, each the size of his thumb, their abdomens swollen and black, with stingers glinting ominously in the cold light. These creatures would be quite formidable. Subai furrowed his brow. The name frostbite indicated their venomous nature. While his weapon was effective against large beasts, these diminutive yet perilous bees posed a significant challenge. Even with the system's warning, instinctively, he began to retreat, fortunate that the frostbite bees did not immediately attack. Once he reached a safe distance, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A golden arrow appeared near the pine tree. Following the direction of the arrow, he discovered a tree hollow beneath the pine, where a chest glowed with a golden aura. A golden treasure chest. Excitement surged within Subai. Such a chest likely contained rare items. Unfortunately, the presence of frostbite bees guarding the chest left him momentarily at a loss for strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the protective shield he had previously acquired. Right? If I cannot defeat them, I can simply seize the chest and flee. Resolutely, he retrieved the protective shield from his backpack and activated it. A radiant aura enveloped a 2-meter radius around him. Swiftly, Subai dashed toward the pine tree. As he entered the 1-meter vicinity of the tree, the frostbite bees commenced their assault. The protective shield functioned perfectly, preventing the bees from approaching within 2 meters of him. Buzzing like a dark tornado, the frostbite bees relentlessly attacked the shield, yet were thwarted by an invisible barrier. Although the shield's durability was steadily diminishing, Subai had already reached the golden chest and swiftly stowed it away. Kill frostbite bees, gain 3B venom. Kill frostbite bees, gain 3B venom. Kill frostbite bees, gain 3B venom. As the frostbite bees continued their assault, the system's notifications chimed frequently. Subai was puzzled. He had not struck a blow. How were the bees perishing one by one? It occurred to him that frostbite bees, like ordinary bees, likely succumbed after using their stingers. Never mind, he thought. It was best to focus on escaping with the treasure. Even as the number of fallen frostbite bees increased, Subai did not expect to eliminate them all. Eventually, he departed the forest on his snowmobile, relieved to see no frostbite bees in pursuit. With a sigh of relief, he stowed away the protective shield and assessed his situation. Shield of protection. Durability, 1700 initially. Subai felt a pang of regret as he noticed the durability had decreased by 300. However, upon recalling the golden treasure chest and 150 bee venom nestled within his backpack, he felt a renewed sense of value. The golden chest, heavy in his hands, bore the ominous label of moderate danger chest. He fell silent, even questioning the clarity of his vision. After a meticulous re-examination of the notification, he seethed with anger. Curse it, he exclaimed inwardly. In that moment, he longed to rewind time to when he first decided to claim the golden chest. Wishing he had scrutinized the warning more thoroughly, even if it was simply due to the distance obscuring his view. The chest shimmered enticingly, yet he hesitated to discard it, battling a sense of discontent akin to laboring tirelessly only to receive a worthless trinket. Ultimately, he stowed it away in his backpack, opting for the bliss of ignorance. Fueled by anger, Subai sped across the snowy terrain on his snowmobile. Despite the frigid air, his spirit remained unyielded. After traversing 5 kilometers, the spoils of his journey proved rewarding. 3 black treasure chests and 1 silver chest. You have opened the chest and received gloves X2. You have opened the chest and received 500 white sugar X3. 500 rock sugar X1. You have opened the chest and received a gas mask X1. Disposable item. Durability 300. You have opened the chest and received a blueprint for protective glass X1. Gazing at the treasures unveiled from the chests, especially the blueprint from the silver chest, Subai's mood lightened considerably. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. The golden chest was even less valuable than a mere ordinary chest. What a deceitful ploy. Were there a means to lodge a complaint, he would have eagerly done so. Protective glass blueprint. Transparent glass offers excellent visibility, can withstand attacks, enhances the defenses of shelters. An essential item for every home. After scrutinizing the details of the blueprint, Subai began to study it. The materials required for crafting protective glass included glass, adhesive, and plastic, which were not overly challenging to procure. After spending about an hour outside, the cold had numbed him to the point of losing sensation. With his eyelashes nearly frozen together, he retrieved a thermos of hot water from his backpack, warming his hands as he took a deep breath before pressing on. With a cold wave approaching, his current supplies were woefully inadequate. He needed to discover additional means of warmth to navigate this impending crisis. While he was no longer concerned about a heating device, the biting cold outside was becoming unbearable, and he shuddered at the thought of facing temperatures plummeting to 50 degrees. Each breath exhaled formed clouds of vapor, and his blanket was rendered damp, quickly freezing into a solid mass due to the frigid air. Snowflakes landed upon Subai's head, and the prolonged exposure to cold kept his senses heightened. In that moment, the system notification chimed in. Human. The system did not issue any dangerous alerts, indicating that the other party was unarmed. Subai followed the direction of the arrow and noticed a woman standing in the nearby woods. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, with long, straight hair cascading down her back. Even clad in a bulky blue cotton jacket, her slender figure was apparent, contrasting sharply with the iron axe in her hand. In a previous life, she would definitely be regarded as a goddess among school beauties. This was, in fact, the first woman he had encountered. Subai gradually reduced the speed of his motorcycle, stopping about 5 meters away from her, a considerable distance for safety. Lin Wei, holding the iron axe, seemed to have heard the sound of the motorcycle, pausing her tree cutting to gaze at Subai in surprise. She curiously appraised him from head to toe, happily waving her hand. Hello, I'm Lin Wei. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Subai halted his vehicle, his fingers brushing against the crossbow tucked into his sleeve, feeling a hint of confusion. Despite her being a woman, he did not dare relax his guard. However, the fact that she was unarmed and still bold enough to greet him spoke volumes about her audacity. You're the first person I've seen in this desolate place. It seems we are quite fated, Lin Wei remarked, tucking her long hair behind her ear, her snow-white skin glowing like fresh snow, accompanied by a charming smile. It must be said that Lin Wei's beauty easily rated above 8. She was not far from the starlets of his previous life, a rarity he would not encounter on the streets, making him steal a few more glances. Yet, he merely indulged his eyes, having no further intentions and not wishing to linger. I'm Subai. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing his name, Lin Wei appeared momentarily stunned, then gazed at him in astonishment. Your name's Subai? Subai chuckled softly, a strand of hair fluttering in the wind as he lowered the hood of his down jacket slightly. Indeed, that's me. If you truly are Subai, could you lend me some supplies? Lin Wei blinked her big eyes, seemingly trying to validate his identity as she took a few steps closer. I'm short on gel for upgrading my heater. Subai fell into silence, sensing that he had encountered an audacious beggar. He had spared her life, but had it been a different character, the outcome might have been grim. Lin Wei's boldness was astonishing. While she was undeniably beautiful, one should not simply ask for favors. He had gel, but he was not so benevolent as to give it away for free. He was not the type to be swayed by beauty, rushing to offer gifts and ingratiate himself. Such actions were out of the question. You can exchange something for it. Of course, if you lack anything to trade, then it's a moot point. A glint of cunning crossed Lin Wei's eyes. Oh, I mentioned borrowing, didn't I? You are the top-ranked individual. You must have plenty of resources, so lending me just a couple would be trivial. We're so close. You could easily find me on your motorcycle, and I promise I won't default. With that, Lin Wei cast a bewitching glance at Subai. Subai had already started his motorcycle, unwilling to squander any more time in this place. He completely disregarded Lin Wei's attempts at seduction. Sorry, there's nothing to discuss. Goodbye. No matter how attractive she was, Subai found this matter utterly uninteresting. The notion of borrowing was akin to a dog barking a meat bun. He had no intention of engaging in a futile endeavor. It was evident she sought something for free. Dream on. Hey, don't go. I want to trade with you. Lin Wei stamped her foot and hurriedly positioned herself in front of Su Bai's motorcycle. Typically, she excelled in captivating men with her beauty and charm, attracting countless admirers, yet her usual tactics proved ineffective against Su Bai. As he halted, he observed her produce an item wrapped in orange packaging, extending it towards him. "I'll trade you this. It's a great heating patch. Stick it inside your clothes, and it warms up in no time. Alas, if I weren't in such a hurry to level up, I wouldn't part with it so easily." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, accepting the heating patch from Lin Wei. Indeed, this item was quite essential for him. If he were to eliminate Lin Wei and seize her supplies, he could acquire them without any effort. Nevertheless, he was not that despicable. His sense of morality remained intact. He pondered, can't this be exchanged for gel at the trading post? Such a warming item should be rare. How could it not be traded? Don't even mention it. Everyone is eager to upgrade their heaters, and gel is in high demand, yet scarce. The heating patches may be precious. But what does that matter? Su Bai suddenly grasped the situation. His heater upgrade had occurred just days prior, and others were still scrambling to gather food and water. Clueless about enhancing their heaters, he had seized the opportunity. "All right, I'll trade with you." Transaction successful. Delivered gel too. Received heating patch, 30 pieces when the weather was unbearably cold, and Su Bai could hardly endure it. With this item, he could spend more time outdoors over the next couple of days. The longer he explored outside, the more supplies he would discover. After the trade, Lin Wei confirmed that Su Bai was indeed the renowned #1. She gazed at his name adorned with a red emblem on the system, her eyes sparkling. "Is it really impossible to cling to your coattails, Su God?" Su Bai applied 3 heating patches beneath his clothing, shaking his head at Lin Wei's words. "Then let us become friends. I'll notify you first when I come across something good." Su Bai agreed to add Lin Wei as a friend. This time, he truly departed. Riding his motorcycle for approximately 3 kilometers, he encountered a fork in the road, where he again saw the system's directional arrow, yet it diverged into 2 paths. The left path is marked with 3 signs: golden treasure chest, moderate danger, and human. The right path is indicated by treasure chest, and silver treasure chest. It is evident that choosing the second path will be far safer. Su Bai hesitative. Although the risk of opening the golden treasure chest is substantial, he desperately needs the cold weather supplies within. The allure of the ordinary treasure chest holds little appeal for him at present. The items obtained from it are rather mundane and of low value. And while the silver treasure chest might yield blueprints or the like, it pales in comparison to the golden one. Ultimately, Su Bai opted for the left path. After traveling approximately 2 kilometers, he spotted a figure indicated by the arrow. Multiple humans ahead. Su Bai immediately grew vigilant, concealing himself behind a tree to observe. In the wide road, sparse vegetation formed an open area, within which stood a dilapidated shelter. The structure was in ruins, reduced to 3 hastily assembled wooden walls barely providing cover, on the verge of complete disintegration. The remnants of a decrepit stove still smoldered within. 3 individuals huddled around the stove for warmth. "This shelter is mine by right. I discovered it first, and the heater should belong to me. You two can go to hell. I'm the boss here, and I was the one who dispatched the previous owner. Without my weaponry, you would have fared so well." 2 men, their faces twisted in malevolence, spat vitriol at each other over the ownership of the stove, tensions escalating palpably. Enough bickering, we all found it simultaneously. "This thing is a lifeline. Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors. Whoever is lucky gets it." "That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed with that. But let us be clear. The stakes are binding." The speaker was a robust man with a fierce countenance, his machete stained with blood. Just as the trio began their game, another figure appeared. "Boss, Li Ming is back." Su Bai glanced over. It was a short, lean man, agile in appearance, bearing a bow and arrows on his back. Upon seeing the 4 together, he appeared quite familiar with them. Su Bai was taken aback. It seemed a small alliance had formed in his vicinity rather quickly, although their bonds appeared tenuous. It would still require effort to confront them. "Brothers, I found a golden treasure chest." The short man eagerly shared the news of his outing. The other 2 turned towards him, their eyes gleaming with avarice. "Where is it?" "Not far ahead, but there is a snow-white lion guarding it. I dared not approach alone." A golden treasure chest. Su Bai understood clearly, as the system had also indicated the presence of a golden treasure chest along this path. It appeared he was not the only one with designs on that chest. He decided to observe the situation further. "What are we waiting for? Let us grab our weapons and seize the treasure. Boss, let us dismantle the house first. We can't let anyone else take advantage. They labored diligently to dismantle the shelter, and then set forth towards the golden treasure chest. Subai stealthily followed in their wake. A snow lion is located 30 meters ahead. Moderate danger, proceed with caution. A snow lion? From a distance, Subai beheld the creature, instantly taken aback by its imposing stature. It bore a resemblance to a lion, yet its fur was a pristine white, nearly blending with the snowy landscape, save for its brown irises, and its size exceeded that of an ordinary lion. Suddenly, the snow lion emitted a low, rumbling roar. The trio hastily concealed themselves behind a large tree, paralyzed with fear. The snow lion seemed to catch a whiff of their scent and turned its gaze in their direction, shifting its position, allowing Subai to discern the location of the golden treasure chest, right at the lion's feet. This time, Subai scrutinized the golden chest carefully. However, the distance remained too great to discern the contents within. Look, isn't that a lion? It looks quite ferocious. If it weren't for that, perhaps we should reconsider. I heard in the chat area that the guardian beast of the golden chest can be quite savage. What are we afraid of? There are 4 of us. Li Ming suggested, I'll distract it with my bow and arrows. One person can lure it away while the other 2 steal the treasure. Subai overheard their entire conversation. He had initially planned to remain passive, but now thought it prudent to let them take the lead. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity. The plan was sound. However, all 4 were cowards, unwilling to be the sacrificial lamb. Why should I be the one to lure it? I refuse. Then let us draw lots. The loser will lure it. Very well. May the best gambler win. The snow lion approaches. Maintain concealment. Following the system's alert, Subai turned his attention to the snow lion. The entirely white creature was nearly indistinguishable from the ground, had it not been for the system's warning. He might have overlooked its approach. It was steadily advancing towards them, while the 4 were still bickering about who would draw the short straw. They need not have debated, for they had already become the snow lion's targets. Another resounding roar echoed through the air. Even with a gun in hand, Subai felt a shiver run down his spine. The roar reverberated powerfully, causing the accumulated snow on the branches above to cascade down upon them. One of the portly individuals emitted a high-pitched scream, instinctively fleeing in the opposite direction of the snow lion. Yet, the moment he moved, the lion's focus locked onto him. The snow lion was swift, its agile form darting like a shadow. The man barely managed to escape a short distance before the snow lion seized him by the neck, its sharp fangs slicing through his carotid artery. Blood streamed forth, staining the white snow crimson. The remaining 3 finally reacted. Li Ming, armed with a bow, shot an arrow at the snow lion, striking its shoulder. Simultaneously, Li Ming's arrow struck once more. The snow lion, wounded, emitted a piercing roar, flinging the person in its jaws aside and charging at Li Ming. Li Ming, diminutive in stature, swiftly ascended a tree. Subai attentively observed the struggle between the 2, crouching behind a sturdy trunk, while 2 others greedily rushed toward the golden treasure chest, his pupils narrowing in alarm. He stealthily followed their path toward the chest, careful not to alert them, should the treasure fall into their hands. Determining whether to contend with men or beasts would become a formidable challenge. As it appeared that the chest was about to be claimed by one of them, Subai's gaze turned cold, preparing to intervene. Suddenly, the companion of the man extracted a dagger and plunged it into his abdomen. Wangan, in disbelief, clutched his wound, exclaiming, "You would betray me, brother." The leader, coldly withdrawing the dagger, seized the treasure chest from his grasp and eagerly forced him to the ground. The golden treasure chest was now firmly in his possession. Yet before he could revel in his victory, Wangan, having fallen, sprang back up and clung desperately to the leader's leg. A fierce thrust of the dagger pierced Wangan's back. He let out a muffled groan, yet refused to relent, biting down on the leader's leg with all his strength. The leader, in pain, increased his grip. Amidst their entangled struggle, the golden chest slipped aside, observing their self-destruction while Li Ming remained high in the tree. Wary of the snow lion that might ascend at any moment, Subai seized the opportunity to quietly approach the 2. Upon glimpsing the notification for cold weather supplies, Subai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he claimed the chest, swiftly stowing it in his backpack. Both the leader and Wangan were taken aback. Confronted by the sudden appearance of Subai, they halted their violent actions. "You dare steal my treasure." The leader reacted first, swinging his dagger menacingly toward Subai. In response, Subai shot an arrow at the leader's chest. Warning, an arrow is incoming from the left rear. Evade. With the system's alert, Subai adeptly sidestepped to the right. At that moment, a long arrow soared through the air, striking the leader and piercing through his chest once more. With a cough, the leader spat blood, the tremendous force causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Subai brandished his shotgun, aiming directly at the leader's forehead and firing a shot. The recoil of the shotgun jolted his hand, leaving it slightly numb. A plume of smoke erupted from the muzzle. The leader, eyes wide in shock, crumpled to the ground, a gaping hole in his skull, falling in a lifeless heap. A pungent odor of urine wafted from beneath Wang Gan, whose face was a portrait of horror, clearly terrified to the utmost degree. "Please don't kill me, brother. I beg you. I can be your subordinate." Wang Gan, in a state of sheer panic, looked at Subai, whose gun was aimed directly at him, and began to ingratiate himself, hoping to halt Subai's advance. Subai's actions remained unwavering. "Oh, why should I be your elder brother? Your leader is merely lying beside you. You may as well join him." In despair, Wang Gan closed his eyes, surrendering to his fate. "All right, could you be a bit gentler? I'm afraid of pain. I'll surrender everything to you. Just grant me a swift end." Wang Gan, in his pitiable state, observed the bloodied figure of his opponent, realizing that his time was short. Subai, out of a semblance of compassion, decided to grant him a final reprieve. However, the gunfire had attracted the attention of the snow lion. The system's alerts echoed ominously. Moderate danger. Snow lion at 35 meters. Moderate danger. Snow lion at 30 meters. Moderate danger. Snow lion at 25 meters. If faced with a fully intact snow lion, Subai might have felt some trepidation, given its formidable speed. Yet now, after having been previously toyed with by Li Ming, the snow lion bore numerous wounds and its agility had diminished. Armed with a firearm, Subai felt no fear. The snow lion, now drenched in a sanguine hue from multiple injuries and significant blood loss, emitted a weak roar. Nevertheless, it bared its sharp fangs at the human who had dared to steal its guarded treasure, lunging forward with intent to maul Subai. Observing its advance, Subai pulled the trigger straight at the snow lion. The power of the shotgun increased with proximity, and this desperate lunge became its final gambit. With a thunderous gunshot, the snow lion collapsed to the ground, its face reflecting a poignant despair as it let out a series of mournful cries. Yet, Subai did not relent. This creature had sought his life. It was only when the snow lion could no longer rise that Subai's gaze shifted towards the tree where Li Ming had once been. That individual was no longer there, having confirmed that Li Ming had made his escape. The system offered no notifications, allowing him to slip away, an indication of fortuitous luck. Subai sighed, reflecting upon his actions of killing and plundering, which he deemed rather unprincipled. Resolving the matter with this group would have been preferable. But a lone survivor now lurked in the shadows, unknowingly adding a layer of peril to his situation. Nevertheless, Subai felt no regret. In the face of self-interest, their own faction had crumbled. Even without his intervention, these individuals had courted their own demise. Meanwhile, Li Ming, sprinting at full speed, had distanced himself, sensing some dreadful creature in pursuit, his feet never faltering. Until no one pursued him, he had already run a considerable distance, panting heavily, his countenance dark and fearsome. By the time Subai returned, the snow lion lay lifeless. "You have slain the snow lion, earning 500 lion meat and 100. Acquired blood, essence 17. Acquired premium bee skin 1. Acquired ordinary essence, pill 1. Essence pill. Consuming it can enhance physical constitution and resist severe cold. Slaying beasts of moderate danger level or above may yield essence pills." Subai gazed at the pristine pill in his hand. This object was indeed an essence pill. Could it truly enhance his physique? To validate this, Subai, brimming with excitement, swallowed the essence pill whole. Fortunately, it was small and dissolved instantly. A wave of warmth coursed down his throat to his abdomen, and his previously numb limbs, along with his exhausted energy, seemed to be rejuvenating as the cold gradually receded. Remarkable. Subai felt as though he had discovered a new world. What a splendid find. He then retrieved the golden treasure chest, curious about what warmth-retaining supplies it might contain. "You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained rare materials. A small coal resource mine, renewable, producing 500 coal daily. Another mine, and it's a coal mine. This is precisely the material needed for warmth. Coal is more durable than charcoal. Moreover, this mine is renewable, which implies he would no longer suffer from a lack of fuel. This signifies that his resources were now more secure, an indispensable treasure for long-term development. It was comparable to a water heater. This small coal mine could indeed represent a new business opportunity. With such a fortunate find, Su Bai was undeniably elated. His spirits high, Su Bai collected the belongings of the leader and Wang Gone. Acquired sharp knife 1. Acquired heater blueprint 1. Acquired heart of the house 1. Acquired compressed biscuits 8. 400 purified water 10. Strong liquor 1. Item upgrade scroll fragment 1. Full blueprint 12. Along with a few assorted basic supplies. Su Bai promptly listed some items on the marketplace. Listed item, sharp knife 1. Exchanged item, medicinal herbs 10. Listed item, strong liquor 1. Exchanged item, medicinal herbs 2. As he organized the supplies in his backpack, Su Bai was astonished to discover an additional note regarding the snow lion meat. Snow lion meat contains a certain amount of energy. Long-term consumption can replenish vitality and enhance cold resistance. Having initially intended to list some snow lion meat, he reconsidered. Such a prized item was meant for his personal enjoyment. The goods he traded were acquired from others anyway. Su Bai was not lacking in such supplies. He continued to exchange food and water for medicinal herbs, preparing for the impending cold wave and stockpiling materials to concoct treatment potions for ailments. Facing the perilous embrace of extreme cold, the risk of losing one's life loomed ominously. Su Bai returned to his sanctuary, extracting a small coal vein from his backpack. Before him materialized a luminous sphere. Observing the designated placement area, he ultimately decided to position the coal vein within the warehouse. With his words, a modest mine, occupying an area of 1 square meter, manifested before him, a rectangular black void. At first glance, Su Bai found it somewhat perplexing. He also possessed another small vein, which he placed nearby, contemplating the 2 identical black apertures. Pondering thoughtfully, he surmised that entry would be required for excavation, as a vein could not be directly transformed into resources. With this in mind, Su Bai crafted an iron pickaxe at the crafting table and ventured into the coal vein. Upon descending, he was enveloped in darkness until he activated his lighting device, revealing a circular cavern adorned with glimmering black coal blocks. As he wielded the iron pickaxe, each strike resonated with sound. Coal 2. Coal 2. Coal 2. It proved to be quite labor-intensive. Yet Su Bai reassured himself that, with the impending cold front, he would be confined indoors. It was, after all, a precious coal resource. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. He busied himself within the mine, diligently extracting coal, pausing occasionally to rest. Once he had collected 500 pieces of coal and exited the mine, he realized that 3 hours had elapsed, and darkness had enveloped the world outside. The heater required fuel, and Su Bai tossed the coal into the fireplace, eager to test its efficacy. The temperature within the room rapidly ascended, prompting a sigh of comfort as he reclined on his bed. He accessed the trading post to review the status of his medicinal herb collection. To his surprise, aside from the sharp knife, all other resources had been exchanged for herbs. The failure to sell the knife was not due to any fault of its own. There remained a considerable demand among traders. However, the current scarcity of herbs amongst them posed a challenge. Reflecting on the imminent cold front, which would plunge temperatures below 50 degrees. He recognized that venturing outside would soon be impossible. While weapons were vital for survival, their significance paled in comparison to the pressing need for warmth. Nevertheless, there were still those interested in the sharp knife, prompting inquiries through private messages. Lu Biao, esteemed one, could you perhaps lower the price? I lack sufficient herbs. Su Bai, how many herbs can you offer? Lu Biao, 5 portions. Su Bai, that is too little. Lu Biao, 6 portions. Su Bai, 7 portions. It cannot be less. After all, it is a reliable weapon. Please increase your offer. Lu Biao, very well. Then 7 portions of medicinal herbs. However, may I inquire why you require so many? Su Bai, inquiries come at a different price. A brief silence fell upon the other party, only to be followed by another message. Lu Biao, you must possess the blueprints for the healing potions, correct? Now it was Su Bai's turn to fall silent. The lad had deduced quite accurately. Su Bai, you shall know shortly. Disregarding the subsequent messages from Lu Biao, Su Bai awaited the completion of the transaction. He gazed at the additional 28 portions of medicinal herbs in his backpack and promptly transformed them all into fever remedy potions. Crafting successful. Acquired fever remedy potions X14. Subai silently listed the fever remedy potions on the trading platform. Item name: Fever Remedy Potion. Effect: capable of treating colds and fevers caused by cold exposure. Enhancing the body's immunity. Bidding: blueprints preferred, along with other materials, private messages welcomed. Medicinal items, particularly those that treat fevers. Surely, they would fetch a handsome price. However, one must not underestimate the depth of the alley where the fine wine resides. After listing the items, Subai opened the global chat channel. Subai, is there anyone in need of fever remedy potions? What the hell? Subai, I want them, please. I'm begging you. I'm suffering from cold. The response in the chat channel was fervent. Subai's red emblem was the most eye-catching, and many recognized him as the top-ranked player. Subai, for those in need, feel free to bid at the trading platform. Blueprints take precedence. I checked the trading platform, and there are only 14 available. Can't you lower the price a bit, or craft more to bring the cost down? The common players can't afford it. Subai, since you can sell so many fever remedy potions, it indicates that you possess the blueprints for treating fevers. Can't you trade for some cheaper materials? How can you engage in bidding during such a crisis, profiting from others' misfortunes? You heartless individual. The person above seems unwell. Don't presume to speak for us all, lest we be mistaken for simpletons. Just because he has the blueprints doesn't mean he possesses the materials. Besides, he is the only one providing potions at present. What is wrong with bidding? If I were as fortunate, I would sell mine for an even higher price. I implore you, esteemed one, to notice me. I have been ill for 2 days, burning with fever. Without medicine, I fear I shan't survive the night. Please, save me. Your great kindness will be forever etched in my memory. Esteemed one, I have already participated in the bidding. I hope you will prioritize me. The chat channel was rapidly inundated with messages. Many sought to curry favor, some made naive remarks, while others mixed in normal trading inquiries. Subai observed the torrent of messages flooding the screen. His aim had been achieved, as his private messages chimed incessantly, evidently overwhelmed by the bidding notifications. Now comes the moment for him to select the appropriate items. After consolidating the resources at his disposal, Subai finds himself in need of a blueprint for 12-gauge shotgun ammunition, as well as a fragment of a newly acquired upgrade blueprint. Both of these items hold significant importance for him. A considerable part of his reason for speaking in the World Chat channel is to increase his odds and perhaps strike a bit of fortune. Subai opens a private chat in the trading post. This time, he has found the filtering option, and messages regarding items that do not meet his criteria have ceased to appear. Auction. Item upgrade blueprint fragment X1, 21. Upgrade water heater. Item upgrade blueprint fragment. Subai immediately agrees to the trade. Trade successful. Soon, his backpack fills with new items. 2 item upgrade blueprint fragments can be combined into a complete blueprint. Would you like to synthesize? Yes. Synthesis successful. Obtained item upgrade blueprint X1. Item upgrade blueprint. Promotes level to intermediate, 11. Elevating to advanced item, 12. Subai gazes at the item description. The item is indeed valuable, but must be utilized wisely. For instance, using this on a consumable item would render it futile, as the enhanced performance would quickly be expended. Therefore, it is prudent to apply it to sustainable items. Currently, the sustainable items he possesses are the water heater and a small coal mine vein. Among the two, he prioritizes upgrading the water heater. The output rate of the basic water heater is still too low, yielding limited production. The small coal mine vein currently produces 500 units of coal daily, which is sufficient for his needs. However, increasing coal output would still require physical exertion to mine, which is rather cumbersome. Upgrade the water heater. As Subai issues the command, the item upgrade blueprint transforms into a shimmering aura that envelopes the basic water heater before vanishing, followed by the system's notification. Ding! Upgrade complete. Intermediate water heater, capable of producing hot water at any temperature. Output rate. For units per minute, no manufacturing consumption. The spout of the drinking machine has expanded slightly, now producing 6 bottles of 400-degree hot water per hour, totaling 144 bottles in a day, nearly 6 units of hot water daily. With a steady supply of hot water, he can even indulge in luxurious hot baths. Subai scrolled for quite a while, but did not come across any blueprints for ammunition. Most of the blueprints available for trade are rather inconsequential, verging on being superfluous. For instance, refrigerator blueprint, joyful drink blueprint, rice cooker blueprint, firework blueprint, bread maker blueprint. This is quite normal. While the typhoid treatment potion is indeed precious, those coveted blueprints are not necessarily ones people are willing to part with in exchange. It is likely that the true value of the typhoid treatment agents will only be realized when the genuine cold wave descends. With this in mind, Subai turned his attention away from the blueprints and focused on other items. Although the heart of his shelter had been upgraded to level 3, the defensive structures remained at level 2 due to a significant lack of materials. This time, he aimed to gather all the necessary resources to fortify the shelter before the cold wave arrived. After a thorough search, he quickly found trade offers that included stones, cement, and screws. Trade successful, acquired 2 screws, 20 stones, acquired 3 cement, 15 stones, acquired 2 screws, 1 cement, 10 stones, acquired 2 cement. 3 refined iron blocks, acquired 5 cement, 5 stones. With 5 successful transactions, he had nearly gathered all the materials needed to upgrade durability. Subai then opened the survival panel. Shelter, level 3 stone house, stone structure, moderately effective against the elements, possesses strong defenses, and is not easily damaged. Heart of the shelter level 3, enhances the shelter's defenses as its level increases. Requires 13 heart of the shelter for upgrade. Reinforced stone wall, durability 500 upgradable, requires 35, 730 wood, 135 cement, 15, 620 stones. Reinforced stone floor, durability 500 upgradable, requires 35, 730 wood, 135 cement, 15, 620 stones. Reinforced stone door, durability 500 upgradable, requires 35, 715 wood, 133 cement, 15, 610 stones. Comfortable little bed, durability 200 upgradable, requires 35, 720 wood, 44 screws, 54 animal hides. He confirmed the upgrade. A radiant white aura enveloped the shelter, and with a blink, the upgrade was complete. Upon checking the survivor panel, defensive structure durability, 4,500, durability will be consumed upon attack or impact. Subai looked at the updated data, nodding in satisfaction. Each upgrade brought noticeable changes to the shelter. The once unadorned stone house now bore the semblance of a modern dwelling. No longer just exposed stones, but rather complete cement walls, devoid of the unfinished appearance. He touched the walls, reminiscing about his former home. He vowed to transform the shelter into something remarkable whenever the opportunity arose. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already evening. After a long period of busyness, he pondered whether he should venture outside. As he opened the door, a gust of frigid wind rushed in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The cold outside was not merely dry. It was a damp chill that penetrated to the bone, with visibility extremely low. Subai quickly stepped back inside, closing the door to block out the cold. Considering the steadily declining temperature and the surrounding resources nearly depleted by his scavenging, it was no longer prudent to venture outside for extended periods. Were it not for having consumed the essence of the snow lion, invigorating him with newfound vitality, he would likely have succumbed to illness. The fireplace blazed robustly, enveloping the entire room in warmth, contrasting sharply with the frigid conditions outside. Thus, Subai resolved not to step outside again. He retrieved the snow lion meat from his backpack, which would serve as his dinner for the evening, and added another piece of coal to the fire. The vibrant crimson flames danced energetically, and the skewered snow lion meat began to undergo the Maillard reaction, filling the room with an enticing aroma. It was a rare moment of tranquility. As he savored the delectable meal, Subai activated the global chat channel. Brothers, hold on. I hope to see you all after tomorrow. These past few days have felt like a dream, yet painfully real. Confronting death is truly a harrowing experience. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the cold wave. Is there still hope for humanity? I have yet to see my dear brother, Lewin. Are you in this world? If you see this message, please reply. I confess, I have stolen your mother's lingerie. Mother, I love you. Outside, the snow fell heavily, making it a restless night for many survivors, likely their last on this earth. The mere chill of the current temperature had already claimed those without sufficient warmth and fuel. The public screen was inundated with survivor messages, resembling last words. A suffocating sense of impending death spread through his heart, creating an uncomfortable heaviness. Subai sighed, silently swallowing the final piece of roasted meat before shutting down the chat channel. At 2200 hours, the cold wave struck. A frigid snowstorm swept in, plunging the room into darkness. The howling wind emitted a mournful wail, making it difficult to find rest. When Subai awakened, he believed it was still night. Surrounded by pitch blackness, the tips of his toes, exposed beyond the down comforter, felt the piercing cold, prompting him to quickly retreat beneath the covers. In an instant, he was fully alert. The cold wave had indeed arrived. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and descended from his bed. The coal in the fireplace had burned out, leaving only a faint glow that threatened to extinguish at any moment. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the fire would have completely died. In a rush, he added several more pieces of coal. Even such a few swift movements left him trembling with cold, his teeth chattering violently. How could it be this frigid? The indoor temperature had plummeted to at least minus 20 or 30 degrees Celsius, a result still warmer than the temperatures endured outside previously, truly life-threatening. After replenishing the fuel, the heater resumed its function. Nevertheless, Subai found it necessary to remain very close to the fireplace. Otherwise, even at a slight distance, he would still feel the chilling draft. He tightly wrapped himself in his down jacket, donning all available thermal garments, and sat beside the fireplace, his expression grave. The game panel ominously displayed harsh messages. Day 5 of Global Icebound Survival. Congratulations on your survival. From today, a cold wave descends, with temperatures plummeting to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Level 1 heaters will insufficiently maintain player survival, leading to the direct elimination of some players. During the cold wave, blizzards will randomly occur in different areas, devastating players' shelters. During the onslaught of the blizzard, the defenses of players' sanctuaries will continuously diminish. Considering the excessive number of fatalities as compensation, a few fortunate players have received a one-time teleportation item, which can be designated for a friend. It is a miraculous tool for warmth. It could also be your doom. Use it wisely. Good luck to all. The temperature within the shelter gradually began to rise. The effectiveness of the coal for heating was remarkable. The warmth generated from its combustion restored a semblance of comfort to the interior. Subai felt less cold physically, yet the chill in his heart refused to dissipate. He noticed the count of survivors displayed on the World Channel had plummeted below 400 million. The number of deaths was greater than anticipated. Elimination was merely a phrase, yet the stark reality of 400 million human lives lost lay before him. Most likely, they huddled by their fires, desperately seeking the hope of life, only to have their existence extinguished by the frigid temperatures. It's so cold. My lower body has lost all sensation. What should I do? Perhaps I should roast my legs by the fire. Once they're warm, they won't feel cold anymore. To the one upstairs, I hope you can crack a hellish joke before the cold claims you. I'm not joking. I truly did that, which is why I say it. Is sincerity the ultimate trump card? I apologize for my recklessness. Alas, this dreadful weather, with its frigid temperatures and blizzards, seems intent on ensuring our demise. Having finally upgraded the heater to level 2, there are insufficient resources to enhance the defenses. Now I can only wish for the blizzards to stay far from my shelter. Perhaps only the first 10,000 will survive. I long to cling to their coattails. Do any of you possess that one-time teleportation item? I just inexplicably found one in my backpack. What? Why don't I have one? Huh. I also saw it in my backpack. Why don't I have it? As players intermittently raised the topic of the one-time teleportation item, Subai checked his own backpack, yet found no such treasure. It truly was a matter of luck, randomly bestowed upon survivors. It appeared his fortune was lacking. Do you want to sell it upstairs? I'll pay a hefty price. Not for sale, not for sale. I intend to keep this precious item for my survival. If I'm on the brink of death, I might still gamble with it. This disposable teleportation device is exclusively usable among friends. I wish to befriend a prominent figure. Is there anyone distinguished with a noticeable emblem willing to take me in? A new perspective has dawned upon me, and esteemed individuals, please take heed. Although I am a man, I possess not only capability, but also determination. At this moment, an individual adorned with a yellow emblem has finally spoken up. You desire to cling to the influential, and so do I. Have you not observed that the burning time of charcoal has diminished? Indeed, charcoal is inherently not durable, and with the duration of this cold wave uncertain, the current low temperatures render us reliant on heaters, preventing us from venturing out to gather supplies. Not every influential figure is easily accessible. We can only hope that the cold wave subsides before our resources are exhausted. Fortunately, I had previously stockpiled a substantial amount of wood, so fuel is not a concern. Should anyone require it, I am open to trade at a premium. I'm feeling slightly feverish and can hardly endure it, Subai opened the trading post. He noticed that the 8 remaining doses of typhoid treatment he had listed yesterday were still available. Numerous individuals clamored for a transaction. The current temperature could prove fatal, and there were many suffering from frostbite. Those who were initially reluctant to part with their precious items were now willing to trade them for survival, pleading with Subai for exchanges. "Brother, I implore you, I urgently need a dose of typhoid treatment to save my life. Subai, look at me. I have valuable items. Let's trade." Item name: Level 1 Fertile Soil X4. Item description: can be used for planting, maintaining normal growth of plants in severe cold. Increasing survival probability. No consumption, upgradable. Item name: Lucky Item X1. Item description: consumable item, 23 uses remaining. Increases the probability of acquiring rare resources and enhances luck when carried. Item name: Mini Drone X1. Item description: consumable item, 79 battery life. Can be used for surveying the surrounding area. Subai found these items rather intriguing. Thus, he procured all 3 items and proceeded to trade for additional goods. Acquired thorn seeds, X4. Acquired rice seeds, X5. Acquired wheat seeds, X5. Acquired bread machine blueprint, X1. Acquired rice cooker blueprint, X1. Regarding the latter 2 items, Subai had previously regarded these blueprints as somewhat superfluous, primarily due to his lack of materials, rendering them unusable even if exchanged. He intended to cultivate the items first, enabling him to produce food. These 2 items would prove indispensable. The warmth emanating from the fireplace enveloped the room, bringing a cozy atmosphere. Subai felt his body thawing from the chill, so he stood up to stretch a bit. It was time to prepare and commence coal mining. At 2300 hours, coal trading commenced. After over 2 hours of labor in the coal mine, Subai collected 500 pieces of coal. With the coal he had gathered yesterday, he now possessed a total of 1,000 pieces. Subai returned to the living room, settled onto the sofa to rest, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, there was no pressing need to venture outdoors at present. He regarded this as a form of exercise. If he were required to spend his days mining coal, he would undoubtedly be displeased. With the coal gathered, Subai proceeded to open the global channel, contemplating his choice of words. "Esteemed survivors," he began, "a cold front has descended upon us, and survival has become increasingly arduous. You may have noticed that charcoal burns for a short duration. 1 piece of charcoal cannot sustain for even an hour. However, I possess coal, and those who have previously utilized it should be aware that a Tier 2 heater consumes 1 piece of coal, providing warmth for 3 hours. If the heater is of Tier 3, it can sustain for 35 hours. I shall be listing 1,000 pieces of coal at the trading post, priced reasonably, with a promise of ongoing supply. You are all welcome to purchase from the trading post." Messages flooded the global channel. Due to Subai's red insignia, his announcements were immediately noticed by other survivors. Coupled with the allure of his statements, they quickly garnered attention. "Has anyone used coal? Is this truly the case? I have utilized coal before, though I did not keep track of time, but it certainly lasts significantly longer than charcoal. It is true. I can guarantee it, for I have conducted experiments. Coal burns for approximately 3 hours and produces a high level of heat. Very comfortable." No one anticipated that Subai could produce such an abundance of coal. It was truly infuriating. Who would argue? Just the mere act of presenting 1,000 pieces of coal is enough to leave me in awe, and the fact that he can supply it long-term is even more astonishing. What incredible luck! As a fellow survivor, I am envious. I am utterly envious. After a brief moment of envy, the survivors quickly realized the situation. Despite the seemingly vast quantity of 1,000 pieces of coal, the benefits of coal were so numerous that it would scarcely suffice. Many survivors had mined coal before. It was considered a basic resource. Yet typically only a handful could be extracted at a time. To maintain warmth for an entire day, at least 8 pieces of coal would be required. Do not rush. Leave some for me. Enough talk. I'm already at the trading post, waiting in line. Subai, please list it quickly. Let us race against time. First come, first served. I am in line. Witnessing the lively queue, Subai felt reassured. Coal would undoubtedly find its market. His only concern was that some survivors, unfamiliar with the virtues of coal, might hesitate. Now that so many individuals in the chat channel testified to the merits of coal and expressed their intent to purchase, a market would certainly flourish. Subai envisioned a steady stream of supply, akin to a gentle flow of water, aiming to exchange it for some precious resources. And thus he made his initial foray into the market by listing 1,000 pieces of coal. Items for sale, 300 coal, price, bullet blueprint 1. Items for sale, 150 coal, price, item upgrade blueprint 1. Items for sale, 200 coal, auction, rare blueprint 1. Items for sale, 200 coal, items for sale, disposable teleportation device 1, aside from the initial 850 coal, which Subzero intends to exchange for blueprints. The remaining 150 coal can be traded for refined iron blocks, cement, screws, alloys, and other materials. As soon as he listed the items, a flurry of transaction notifications chimed incessantly. Besides the items, there were also 150 coal pieces available for immediate purchase. Subzero set an application process for the blueprints, requiring him to review them before proceeding with any transactions, wary of receiving items that did not meet his expectations. Subzero glanced at the transactions. Transaction successful. Acquired disposable teleportation device 1. Disposable teleportation device. Can only teleport to friends. Limited to the entrance of a friend's shelter. Upon reading the item description, Subzero began to comprehend its function. Initially, he had assumed that the teleportation was random. However, it now appeared that it was exclusively between friends and could only transport one to the doorstep of another's shelter. The current outside temperature was dangerously low, and unless absolutely necessary, who would dare use such a device during this cold snap? If one were to teleport and the recipient did not answer the door, it could spell disaster unless there was a deep trust involved in the transaction. He shook his head, tossing the item into his backpack, deeming it unnecessary for the time being. Subzero focused intently on the trading situation surrounding the bullet blueprint, and numerous individuals expressed their astonishment below. Wow, 300 coal. That's enough to sustain fuel for an entire month. How tempting. What a pity I want it too. Bullet blueprint? Could it be that Subzero possesses a firearm? Oh, great one. I seek your patronage. I'm keen to see if this trade will succeed. Has this world truly evolved into something unimaginable? Currently, there are no transactions for the bullet blueprint, but there was activity surrounding the rare blueprints. Subzero observed a trade request from Chengdong and raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Item name, basic greenhouse 1. Item description, can connect to a heater, providing a warm, growing environment for crops. Chengdong, brother, what do you think of this? I obtained it from a silver treasure chest. Although it's not a blueprint, it's quite valuable. If I weren't short on fuel, I wouldn't part with it. Despite it not being a blueprint, Subzero was quite interested. Subzero, all right, let us proceed with the trade. Chengdong's face lit up with joy, but he quickly exhibited reluctance as he retrieved the basic greenhouse and transferred it to Subzero. Transaction successful, delivered coal mine 200, acquired basic greenhouse 1. After receiving the basic greenhouse, Subzero first conducted an inspection. The system's notification chimed in due course. Detected item can connect to heater. Would you like to connect? This must be the greenhouse. Upon agreeing, he received the message. Connection successful, can be placed. Surely, it wouldn't be feasible to position it within his home. However, with the bitter cold outside, he was reluctant to venture into the frigid air. He attempted to place it indoors, but to no avail. Placement failed, unsure of where he had clicked. Subzero then noticed a beam of white light emerging at the entrance through the window, revealing the greenhouse's form before the light dissipated. It seemed he could only place it outdoors. After a moment of hesitation, with the greenhouse so close at hand, he wrapped himself tightly and cautiously opened a narrow gap in the door. Even this slight opening allowed the icy air to rush into the room, chilling him to the bone. Outside, the world appeared encased in frost, the temperature plummeting to -50 degrees, each breath feeling as though it crystallized within his lungs. The biting wind sliced through his clothing, penetrating to the marrow. Gritting his teeth, Subzero took several rapid, forceful breaths before plunging into the greenhouse. With a powerful shove, he gradually opened the heavy wooden door, and a wave of warmth enveloped him instantly. Fortunately, the temperature inside the greenhouse was reasonably normal. While it couldn't compare to the refuge's warmth, it was still bearable. Shaking off the accumulated snow, Subzero surveyed the modest furnishings of the greenhouse. The structure was exceedingly simple, built from rough timber, with a transparent plastic film draped over it, effectively shielding it from the harsh winds and snow outside. Measuring approximately 10 square meters, he adjusted its position slightly to align the greenhouse door with that of the refuge. Now, he would not have to endure the cold any longer. It was time to commence planting. He retrieved a bag of primary fertile soil from his backpack and laid it upon the exposed snow, transforming the selected area into rich, yellow earth, a perfect square. Examining the yellowish-brown soil, he scrutinized the description of the primary soil. Primary fertile soil, suitable for planting, maintains normal plant growth in severe cold, increases survival probability, no consumption. Upgradable. It seemed, at first glance, that this soil bore little resemblance to fertility. After placing all 4 bags of soil, they occupied a mere 4 square meters. Each plot could accommodate 4 seeds. Subai knelt, retrieving rice and wheat seeds from his backpack, diligently planting them one by one. In this present moment, the relentless onslaught of the cold wave remains an enigma, its duration unknown. The external world is shrouded in the grip of extreme and inclement weather, rendering the quest for resources nearly an impossible endeavor. Subai pondered deeply, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Relying solely on the provisions amassed previously, he knew there would come a day when they would be depleted. Cultivating crops within this greenhouse, thereby ensuring a continuous and stable food source, is undoubtedly a significant safeguard. He could only speculate about the fate of the potatoes planted outside. Yet in such conditions, Subai had prepared himself for the worst. If they failed to thrive, he merely hoped that the seeds would endure past the cold wave. After planting rice and wheat, he noticed additional space available for more crops. Subai then ventured to the trading post in search of seeds. Radish seeds, corn seeds, tomato seeds, there were a plethora of trades spanning several pages. And Subai found rice seeds and purchased a few corn seeds as well. He yearned for the comforting warmth of freshly cooked rice. After all, it was merely coarse grain, enough to satiate hunger. Once he collected the necessary seeds, Subai diligently planted them. Rising to his feet, he gazed upon the land, soon to be revitalized, filled with hope and anticipation. Suddenly, a notification from the trading post chimed, revealing a message that caught his eye. A certain fellow named Peng Xiao had sent a request for an item upgrade blueprint. How fortuitous, as he had been contemplating upgrading the basic greenhouse. Subai felt a surge of delight. However, his joy quickly waned upon reading the conditions proposed by Peng Xiao, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over him. Peng Xiao, brother, 200 coal is far too little. Let us make it 500. Subai furrowed his brow. It must be noted that his daily toil in coal mining barely yielded him 500 coal. 500? Such a demand was indeed exorbitant, Subai mused. Yet, he refrained from outright rejection, for he truly desired that upgrade blueprint. Thus, he resolved to negotiate with Peng Xiao. Subai, requesting 500 coal seems rather unreasonable. As seconds ticked by, a smirk of triumph appeared on Peng Xiao's face. Peng Xiao, 500 coal is my absolute minimum. Reading this message, Subai felt speechless. His fists clenched. 300 coal is my utmost limit. If you insist on 500, then this trade shall not proceed. Peng Xiao, all right then, 300 coal it is. I will add you as a friend. Let us collaborate. Upon receiving Peng Xiao's friend request, a glimmer of wariness flickered in Subai's eyes. After adjusting the price, he swiftly glanced over the trade, his thoughts racing. Although the transaction was successful, Subai declined the friend request. He was acutely aware that in this perilous world, trust was an exceedingly rare luxury. Accepting a friend request now would be tantamount to granting the other party an opportunity that could potentially jeopardize his safety. In an era marked by resource scarcity and the unpredictability of human nature, maintaining caution becomes the key to survival. No need for that, Subai replied without hesitation. On the other side, Peng Xiao noticed Subai's rejection. Under the dim light, Peng Xiao's expression darkened further, his fists clenched instinctively, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Being denied by a friend felt like a humiliation to him. He had intended to forge a cooperative relationship with Subai, seeking a shared path to survival. Yet at this moment, he felt his dignity ruthlessly trampled. He gently caressed the handgun in his hand, the cold touch seemingly dispelling the turmoil within him. Subai. Peng Xiao whispered the name with an undeniable fierceness. You will learn the cost of underestimating me. We have plenty of time ahead. Subai tightly grasped the upgrade blueprint, slowly aligning it with the rudimentary greenhouse before him. Would you like to use it? Yes. As the blueprint vanished, the entire greenhouse was instantly enveloped in a soft, white light. Within that luminous glow, the contours of the greenhouse began to subtly transform, as if being gently tugged and reshaped by invisible hands. As the white light gradually dissipated, what lay before Subai was no longer the crude, initial greenhouse. It had been completely revitalized. Its area doubled to a substantial 20 square meters. The wooden framework had been replaced by a robust iron structure, each iron pipe gleaming with a cold luster, while the plastic film draping over the frame had thickened significantly. Upgrade successful. Intermediate greenhouse. A warm and comfortable structure. Crop growth speed increased by 30. Can be upgraded. Required item. Upgrade Blueprint 02. Subai's gaze was instantly captivated by the scene before him. The freshly sown rice and wheat seeds had, in a remarkably short time, broken free from the confines of the soil, revealing tender green shoots. This extraordinary growth rate far exceeded his expectations. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. The growth is astonishingly rapid. With practiced ease, he opened the trading interface, quickly scanning through the available goods until his attention settled on fertilizers. He promptly ordered 20 bags of fertilizer. As the notification of transaction completion chimed, the bags of fertilizer materialized in his backpack. He retrieved one bag and casually scattered it over the first-level fertile soil. The black granules immediately blended into the earth, and, as he spread the fertilizer, he meticulously observed the crop's transformation. The previously delicate shoots now stood taller and sturdier, their leaves glistening with vibrant green, as if the entire patch of soil had been cloaked in a rich verdancy. A satisfied smile graced the corners of Subai's mouth. At this rate of growth, he anticipated a harvest within days. After a day filled with relentless labor, he finally sank into the softness of his couch, allowing his body a moment of relaxation. A glance at the system clock revealed, to his astonishment, that night had quietly descended, the hours slipping away unnoticed during his industrious endeavors. He felt a sticky residue upon his skin, a testament to the fact that he had not bathed for 6 days. Reflecting on the hot water heater, which had accumulated enough water for a soothing bath, he decided to indulge in a small luxury, a warm shower. As the comforting water soaked the towel, it caressed every inch of his skin, washing away the sweat and grime that clung to him. He lathered himself with fragrant soap, relishing the sensation of cleanliness. It was utterly delightful. Post-bath, he languidly reclined on his bed and casually opened the chat channel. The atmosphere remained vibrant. Although the number of participants had decreased by 10 million since the morning, the level of engagement showed no signs of waning. During this frigid spell that forced many into shelters, chatting had become a primary means for people to alleviate their solitude. As Subai scrolled through the global chat, he was taken aback by the messages that filled the screen. You are the one. Is there any young man looking to add friends or seek companionship? Ranked 76th globally. Apologies, but I possess such prowess. Survivors with ambition and capability are welcome to collaborate. For those interested, feel free to message me for an invite. Seeking partners for cooperation. Both men and women welcome. High prices paid for teleportation items. Even more astonishingly, Subai stumbled upon blatant advertisements for services. Home delivery of warmth. Private chats welcome for a fee. Hot beauties available for personal services. Could teleportation items truly be utilized in such a manner? Subai pondered the rationale behind it. Indeed, wherever desire thrives, an industry flourishes. Life was already a challenge, and the prospect of someone providing physical comfort during such times was not unwelcome. This disposable teleportation item had certainly been repurposed. Thankfully, its usage was restricted to friends, presenting a barrier to entry. After some contemplation, Subai accessed his long-neglected friends list. Among the scant few names, he recognized that of the Special Forces soldier, Zhang, with whom he had shared past. Each time he encountered this name, memories of his brother from a previous life flooded back. The shared name evoked a sense of familiarity, prompting him to pay Zhang Yi a bit more attention. Zhang Yi had sent him a message. With a gentle tap, Subai opened it. Brother Subai, I hope to collaborate with you to form an alliance. Firstly, I am grateful for your assistance in my time of need. Secondly, I am in awe of your strength and yearn to follow you as we strive for survival together. As Subai read Zhang Yi's words, he felt a flicker of temptation in his heart, yet he remained vigilant, aware of the necessity for caution. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and he dared not trust anyone lightly, even if the other party appeared genuinely sincere. As Subai hesitated over whether to accept Zhang Yi's proposal, a message from Zhang Yi caught his attention once more, infused with a hint of urgency and anticipation. Zhang Yi, I understand we are strangers, but please believe in my sincerity. Kindly review this alliance agreement. I assure you, I will never betray you. I hope we can support each other and advance together in this survival world. This was a meticulously crafted alliance agreement. Subai swiftly opened it to inspect. Item name, Alliance Agreement. Item description. Upon successful signing by both parties, they shall become allies. Note, allies must not harm each other during the agreement period. Zhang Yi had already affixed his signature, and Subai raised an eyebrow, feeling considerably reassured. Subai, Zhang Yi, I sense your sincerity, and I am willing to collaborate with you. However, may I inquire about the origin of this item? Is there a channel I am unaware of? As he spoke, Zhang Yi promptly handed the alliance agreement to Subai. After signing it, the document was securely stored in his backpack. Upon receiving the reply, Zhang Yi could not contain his joy. Wonderful. I eagerly anticipate the day we fight side by side. Rest assured, you will not regret your decision today. This is an item I obtained from a treasure chest. It is the only one I possess. Subai understood. It seemed the developers encouraged players to band together, hence the inclusion of such items. Subai, Zhang Yi, considering the current unstable environment and the biting cold. Perhaps we should wait for the cold wave to pass before you teleport here? Zhang Yi appeared hesitant, taking a while to respond. To be frank, I currently lack teleportation items. My luck hasn't been favorable, but I will find a way to procure one. Seeing this, Subai contemplated privately. Since they had formed an alliance, mutual assistance was only natural. Thus, he generously offered. As we are allies now, we should help each other. I happen to have a disposable teleportation item. You may use this for now, and once the cold wave subsides, you can teleport here. Gifted item, disposable teleportation item X1. Zhang Yi acknowledged receipt. Subai, Zhang Yi, how are your supplies for keeping warm? Are they sufficient to last? Zhang Yi quickly replied, his tone somewhat relaxed. Rest assured, brother, I have purchased the coal you had, and, combined with the wood I gathered earlier, I have more than enough to endure this cold wave. Those with experience understood that a sudden snowstorm was not terrifying, as it would not last long. Rather, it was the relentless snow that heralded a prolonged winter. That night, the howling winds and blinding snow ravaged countless shelters, claiming many lives. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a critical point, rendering even the hardiest of beasts unable to withstand the chill. Unlike previous nights when the growls of wild animals could be heard, now only the piercing howl of the frigid wind remained. In a vast, pristine white world, the landscape lay ensnared in a frozen stillness. Should anyone venture outside, they would discover that the beasts which had threatened the lives of ordinary survivors in recent days had begun to vanish, dying or retreating into hiding, with some even succumbing to hibernation. Neither the wild creatures nor humanity could withstand this calamity. Even the resilient snow pines appeared to be frozen in place, with many branches snapping under the weight. The biting winds ravaged every corner, leaving no sanctuary untouched. Simultaneously, a treacherous blizzard loomed ominously on the horizon. Within a barely adequate shelter, Lin Wei jolted awake from her slumber. The night was as dark as ink, and the howling wind, laden with snowflakes, battered against her refuge like a ferocious beast, as if intent on tearing this final haven to shreds. Her heart raced like a drum, the chilling, resolute alerts from the system echoing in her ears. Your shelter is under attack by the blizzard. Defensive structures reduced to 450. The sound was akin to a sharp blade slicing through her nerves. A second and third notification followed. Your shelter is under attack by the blizzard. Defensive structures reduced to 400. Your shelter is under attack by the blizzard. Defensive structures reduced to 350. With each warning, Lin Wei's complexion paled further, despair flickering in her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she trembled as she retrieved the last of her wood from her backpack, recklessly rushing toward the crevices besieged by the storm. Yet, the amount of wood was ultimately finite, while the blizzard seemed insatiable. Just as the defenses of her shelter approached zero, and hope began to dwindle, a thought struck her. She still possessed a one-time teleportation item. It was her sole lifeline in this dire situation. A glimmer of resolve crossed Lin Wei's eyes. She hesitated no longer, hastily stowing away her precious heater in the heart of her home. At the moment when the blizzard threatened to engulf her entirely, Lin Wei took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and selected a name from her friend list. In a flash of blinding light, her figure vanished from its place. Su Bai, in a drowsy haze, thought he heard some commotion outside, but dismissed it as merely the wind and drifted back into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he instinctively glanced at the game panel. Day 6 of Frozen Survival. Congratulations, player, on your survival. The cold wave persists, but today's temperature has risen slightly compared to yesterday. Players, beware. In addition to the blizzard, cold-stricken beasts may attack your shelter at any moment, vying for your warm haven. Face the challenges ahead with determination. Wishing all players a successful survival. Keep it up. Well, the temperature was beginning to warm. Su Bai felt a surge of joy. This indicated that the cold snap would not last much longer. It was indeed good news. He arose, dressed himself, and once again faintly heard some sound outside. Su Bai opened the door to the shelter and stepped directly into the greenhouse, only to be taken aback by the sight of a woman with long, straight black hair curled up in the corner, her figure appearing solitary and fragile. Her face rapidly merged in Su Bai's mind with a fragment of memory. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this beautiful woman, but dismissed the thought. What was she doing here, sleeping in his greenhouse? A surge of confusion and wariness flooded his heart as he furrowed his brows, his tone laced with inquiry. Where did you come from? Why are you sleeping in my greenhouse? Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls that had slipped from their string. She clutched herself tightly, her body trembling slightly, resembling a leaf fallen in the cold wind, helpless and vulnerable. Through her sobs, her voice was thick with grievance. Brother Su Bai, you don't remember me? I am Lin Wei. My house was destroyed by the blizzard, and I had no choice but to teleport. I arrived in the middle of the night yesterday and knocked on your door, but you were asleep and did not answer. It was too cold outside, so I had no option but to seek refuge in your greenhouse for the night. Seeing Lin Wei in such a pitiful state, a flicker of compassion stirred within Su Bai. Given her ability to teleport, she must be a friend, or at least someone he was acquainted with. However, Su Bai was not one to easily trust others based solely on appearances. He resolved to ascertain the situation further. Do you have no shelter now? Are the heart of the house and the heater still intact? He inquired. Lin Wei's expression flickered, as if she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. But she nodded and softly replied, both items are still with me, but I lack the materials to rebuild the shelter. As she spoke, a hint of helplessness shone in her eyes, followed by a pleading gaze directed at Su Bai, her voice tinged with desperation. I implore you, Brother Su Bai, please take me in. Observing her demeanor, a playful smirk crept across Su Bai's lips as he feigned a lecherous guise, teasingly asking, Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you? At this, a glimmer of amusement crossed Lin Wei's eyes. She seemed to see through Su Bai's jest and confidently replied, You wouldn't. If you were truly a villain, you would have taken advantage of me the last time we met in the woods. Moreover, if you desired, it wouldn't be impossible. The last part she spoke in a barely audible whisper. Su Bai did not catch her final words, but he recalled who Lin Wei was. He had indeed encountered her nearby before and had even conducted a trade with her. With this realization, he nodded, deciding to grant her an opportunity. Very well. You may stay here, but only in the greenhouse. Furthermore, you cannot stay for free. You must work for me. Su Bai had already formed a plan in his mind. He was no philanthropist, even if the other party was a beauty. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wei's face instantly blossomed with a bashful smile, as she believed that Su Bai's mention of work held a unique connotation, filling her heart with secret delight. After all, Su Bai was the top-ranking figure. A handsome young man, being by his side, could hardly be a disadvantage. However, when she was led to the coal mine and saw Su Bai calmly hand her a pickaxe, her smile promptly froze. Come on, let us dig coal. Su Bai's simple words extinguished the fantasies swirling in Lin Wei's mind like a bucket of cold water. Staring blankly at the pickaxe in her hands, she finally comprehended that Su Bai's reference to work was indeed about genuine labor. 500 pieces of coal. Not a single one less. If even one is missing, although Su Bai did not wield a whip, his demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the despicable Zhou Bapi. In the depths of the coal mine, the sounds of clanging echoed, while the aroma of grilled meat wafted above, tantalizing her senses. Su Bai leisurely turned over the meat he had unearthed from the cabinet, pork that he had nearly forgotten. Considering Lin Wei was still toiling away to mine coal for him, he thoughtfully prepared a portion of grilled pork for her as well, slicing it and wrapping it in lettuce, the aroma utterly delightful. Once it was ready, he called out at the entrance of the mine, Lunch is ready. Come on up. Lin Wei emerged, her beautiful face glistening with beads of sweat, strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the sparkle in her eyes as they caught sight of the meal prepared on the table. Just as she was about to reach for it, Su Bai handed her a bottle of warm water. Sitting beside the cozy fireplace, she held the lettuce-wrapped meat tightly in her hands, the golden-brown exterior sizzling with enticing oil. The fragrance overwhelming. She took a gentle bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, the meat succulent and juicy. Compared to the dry bread she had been gnawing on for the past few days, she glanced at the steaming cup of hot water prepared for her. The rising steam blurred her vision as she sipped slowly. The perfectly tempered warmth of the water cascaded down her throat, enveloping her in instant warmth. It was nothing short of heavenly. Although she had cursed Su Bai while mining coal earlier, at this moment, it was simply delightful. After finishing his meal, Su Bai carried the water from the wooden barrel that he had used for bathing yesterday into the greenhouse. Inside the greenhouse, the warm, humid air nurtured vibrant life as rice, wheat, and corn seedlings thrived, growing taller overnight. The verdant hues were dazzling and the tender shoots delightful. A smile involuntarily crept onto Su Bai's lips. At that moment, Lin Wei quietly approached, her gaze flitting over the lush seedlings before finally resting on Su Bai. Su Bai, what are these? She inquired, having spotted them the previous night. These are seeds for food. They will become rice and bread in the future, depending on them. Su Bai patiently explained, then began watering the seedlings. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled brightly at his words, as if a glimmer of hope had been ignited within her. Really? Once they have matured and been transformed into rice, may I have a taste? As she spoke, a delicate blush graced her cheeks, rendering her particularly enchanting. I shall not be a mere taker. I shall assist you with your labor. No sooner had the words left my lips than Lin Wei eagerly seized the wooden bucket and spoon from Su Bai's hands. She navigated carefully around the edges of the soil, cautious not to harm any tender seedlings. In her earnest endeavor, there was no trace of reluctance to be found. Amidst the serene tranquility, the sudden, thunderous roar of a wild beast shattered the calm. The sound was deafening, laden with menace. Immediately, a chilling system alert echoed in Su Bai's ears. A beast is preparing to attack your shelter. Remain vigilant. A beast is preparing to attack your shelter. Remain vigilant. A beast is preparing to attack your shelter. Remain vigilant. Su Bai's expression turned grave in an instant as he swiftly set down the fertilizer. He turned to Lin Wei, who was still in a daze, and shouted, "Stop working. A beast is attacking. We must return to the shelter." At his words, Lin Wei dropped the watering spoon, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, and hurriedly followed in Su Bai's wake. Upon reaching the shelter, a sense of dread enveloped them. What should we do? Can we defend it? Lin Wei's voice trembled with concern. Having once experienced the devastation of a snowstorm that had destroyed her home, the thought of losing Su Bai's shelter struck fear into her heart. If they were to lose it, they would be left to await their demise together. Su Bai remained silent, his gaze deep and focused on the system alerts visible only to him. Organized Wild Boar Group, number 30. He had faced wild boars before, having taken down one with a crossbow using guerrilla tactics when he lacked firearms. However, confronting such a vast number of wild boars alone would be akin to a feeble attempt to halt a mighty force. Most importantly, the boars possessed formidable health, and facing such an onslaught was daunting. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai swiftly summoned the game interface, a translucent screen suspended in the air, and navigated to the private messages. His fingers glided expertly across the screen until he found Zhang Yi. Su Bai, Zhang Yi, urgent situation. I'm under attack by a large group of wild boars. Immediate assistance is required. I had planned to contact you after the snow ceased, but time is of the essence. Please come at once. After sending the message, he fixed his gaze on the screen, awaiting Zhang Yi's response. Zhang Yi, received. I'm on my way. Zhang Yi's reply instantly alleviated Su Bai's anxiety. Before long, a rapid and forceful knocking echoed from outside the door. Su Bai hurried forward and yanked open the heavy stone door. There stood Zhang Yi, his imposing figure and rugged features illuminated by a glint of determination in his eyes. Upon seeing Su Bai, he boomed with a hearty laugh. Brother Su Bai, I've arrived. I brought all my belongings. I've seen those wild boars outside. Let us engage them in a fierce battle today. Zhang Yi also noticed another figure in the room. With his straightforward personality, he greeted warmly, "Sister-in-law, hello. I am Zhang Yi, an ally of Brother Su Bai." This address left both Su Bai and Lin Wei momentarily stunned, with Lin Wei's cheeks flushing crimson. Observing their reaction, Su Bai hurriedly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. She is Lin Wei, who just arrived yesterday and is temporarily staying with me." As the two were about to engage in a deeper conversation, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed within the shelter, reminding them of the imminent danger outside. "Your shelter is under attack. Defense structures have decreased to 4,450. Your shelter is under attack. Defense structures have decreased to 4,400. Your shelter is under attack. Defense structures have decreased to 4,350. This alarming notification caused Zhang Yi to retract his smile, his expression turning grave. "We can no longer delay. Let's commence." Su Bai swiftly turned to prepare for the impending battle, gently offering the Zhuge crossbow to Zhang Yi, a weapon he had originally prepared. However, Zhang Yi waved his hand, a proud smile illuminating his face as he opened his backpack with deft movements. Before Su Bai's eyes appeared a sniper rifle, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. Zhang Yi carefully extracted the weapon, his gaze filled with affection. "I consider myself fortunate. Just before the cold wave descended, I encountered a player marked in red who contested me for a golden treasure chest. He became my defeated opponent. To my surprise, this chest contained a sniper rifle." Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes flickered with astonishment. The prowess of a red-marked player was formidable. The ability to vanquish such an adversary and to procure such a precious weapon from the chest spoke volumes of Zhang Yi's capabilities. He couldn't help but nod inwardly, gaining a deeper appreciation of Zhang Yi's strength. As they prepared to step into battle, Lin Wei felt a surge of determination. She approached Su Bai and softly proposed, "I can fight too. Let me join. Do you have a weapon?" Su Bai inquired. Although a moment of hesitation passed through his mind, he ultimately chose to trust Lin Wei. He understood that, in this world, while human hearts are difficult to gauge, trust remains essential for survival. Moreover, with the system as his support, any unusual activity would not evade its keen perception. The presence of Zhang Yi, a reliable ally, further assured him. "No," Lin Wei replied honestly, shaking her head. Her gaze remained fixed longingly on the Zhuge crossbow in Su Bai's hands. Despite a flicker of doubt, Su Bai decided to believe in Lin Wei. He reasoned that even if she harbored ill intentions, they would not pose a significant threat with Zhang Yi by his side. Thus, he placed the Zhuge crossbow into Lin Wei's hands. Afterward, Su Bai and Zhang Yi stepped out of the shelter's door together. A biting cold wind greeted them, accompanied by a landscape blanketed in ice and snow. Yet, they had no time to dwell on the frigid weather, as their attention was drawn to a herd of black wild boars assaulting the sanctuary. The boars' pairs of crimson eyes gleamed with a menacing light as they charged recklessly toward the shelter, seemingly intent on obliterating this warm haven. A surge of fury welled up within Su Bai. How dare they threaten his refuge? They must be impatient for death. Swiftly, he raised his weapon and aimed at the head of the nearest wild boar. Guided by the system's prompt, he identified the creature's vulnerable spot. With a sharp crack of the gun, the bullet sliced through the air like lightning, striking true. The hit boar let out a piercing wail, its massive body rolling in the snow before collapsing helplessly in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had found a suitable vantage point, crouching with his sniper rifle. He calmly observed the movements of every wild boar on the battlefield, searching for the perfect moment to strike. Each time he pulled the trigger, a boar's head would explode in a dazzling spray of crimson, an impressive display of marksmanship. Zhang Yi's shooting prowess was indeed remarkable. Every shot appeared meticulously calculated, hitting the boars with surgical precision. In contrast, despite Su Bai's system prompts aiding him, he struggled to match Zhang Yi's accuracy in the heat of battle. He could not help but admire Zhang Yi's background as a special forces soldier, a skill honed through rigorous training, allowing him to navigate the chaos of combat with ease. Just as Su Bai was lost in admiration for Zhang Yi, Lin Wei suddenly appeared, shattering the tranquility. Armed with a Zhuge crossbow, she stood a short distance away, indiscriminately firing at the herd. The arrows rained down like a tempest, yet they seemed to pose little threat to the boars. Soon, Lin Wei's quiver dwindled to a mere handful of arrows, becoming increasingly empty. Her attempts to fend off the wild boars appeared futile and instead incited their wrath. One particularly large boar, with a fierce gaze, charged toward Lin Wei with a deafening roar, its tusks glinting ominously. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wei's face drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. However, just as the boar was about to reach her, Su Bai and Zhang Yi reacted almost in unison. Su Bai quickly adjusted his aim, firing at the boar's flank in an attempt to slow its momentum. Zhang Yi, more decisive, aimed directly for the creature's head and pulled the trigger. With a resounding gunshot, the boar's roar abruptly ceased, its body arcing through the air before crashing heavily onto the snow. Blood gushed from its head, staining the surrounding snow crimson. Lin Wei took a deep breath, striving to steady her nerves. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the two men, she might have met her demise at the hands of the wild boar. She hurriedly ran to Su Bai's side. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai retrieved 100 pieces of wood and 20 iron blocks from his backpack and handed them to her. Lin Wei was taken aback. She believed this to be a testament to Su Bai's trust in her, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. She pressed closely to Su Bai, her voice trembling slightly. Su Bai, thank you for these resources, but I must strive harder. I cannot always rely on your protection. She silently vowed to enhance her accuracy this time, determined to prove her worth to Su Bai. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Bai had other intentions. He astutely recognized that although Lin Wei's accuracy was lacking, her erratic shooting inadvertently served as an effective provocation, successfully diverting the wild boar's attention and alleviating the pressure on their shelter. Indeed, as Lin Wei's chaotic firing continued, the herd of wild boars became increasingly agitated, emitting thunderous roars as if intent on tearing apart anything before them. Each of her arrows, though haphazardly aimed, acted as a spark igniting the boar's fury, driving them into a frenzied charge towards them. Zhang Yi, standing nearby, shouted a warning. "Watch out from behind. A big one is coming." As he spoke, he squeezed the trigger, feeling the proximity of danger, and pulled out a spike club to smash it against the boar's skull, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood and gore. Lin Wei took a deep breath, striving to steady her hand on the crossbow, though it continued to tremble. "I will be careful." A massive wild boar charged at them from the side. In a moment of terror, Lin Wei shut her eyes. Yet her survival instinct propelled her to roll aside, just in time to narrowly escape the boar's tusks. At that instant, she unexpectedly struck a vital spot with her arrow, killing the boar instantly. With Su Bai and Zhang Yi's seamless cooperation, the remaining wild boars were swiftly dealt with. After the battle concluded, Su Bai gazed at the remaining 11 rounds in his shotgun, feeling an ache in his heart. The blueprint for shotgun shells had yet to be acquired. Each round was precious and dwindling. Meanwhile, Lin Wei was entirely absorbed in the joy of victory, her hands trembling as she gasped for breath. Ecstatically, she ran up to Su Bai and enveloped him in a bear hug. "This is wonderful. We have triumphed." Su Bai, taken aback by Lin Wei's sudden embrace, stood frozen in place, acutely aware of her soft body pressed against him, causing his mind to momentarily short-circuit. Zhang Yi had initially intended to approach and pat Su Bai on the shoulder to celebrate with them. However, upon witnessing Lin Wei's excited embrace, he quickly understood the situation, a knowing smile creeping across his face as he wisely halted his advance. "Hey, you two celebrate first. I'll take care of the battlefield," Zhang Yi said cheerfully, beginning to gather the spoils strewn across the ground. After defeating a total of 30 wild boars, Su Bai regained his composure as Lin Wei released her embrace, leaving the atmosphere between them somewhat ambiguous. To mask the tension, he joined her in cleaning up the battlefield. Upon examining the prompts on the game panel, Su Bai noted, "You have slain a wild boar, earning 500 blood and 60 pork. You have slain another wild boar, earning 500 pork and 40. You have slain yet another wild boar. Congratulations to the player for successfully defending the shelter, receiving 1 golden treasure chest, 2 silver treasure chests, and 3 black iron treasure chests." The unexpected acquisition of treasure chests quelled Su Bai's initial anger regarding the damage inflicted by the wild boar on the shelter. Now, trapped within the confines of a shelter by the heavy snowfall, he had not touched a treasure chest in 2 or 3 days. Glancing at the labels on the treasure chests, Su Bai discerned that the golden chest contained a special item. The silver chest held 1 blueprint and 1 special item, while the black iron chest contained mineral materials, seasonings, and special supplies. The frigid air outside was unbearable, prompting the trio to retreat to the shelter. Rather than hoarding the treasures for himself, Subai decided to share the bounty. This is the reward bestowed by the shelter defense system. Let us divide it amongst ourselves, he declared. As Subai retrieved the treasure chests, they stood in a neat array before him. The golden chest sparkled brilliantly. The silver chest emanated a soft, alluring glow, while the black iron chests, though unassuming, held their own value. Hearing Subai's words, Linwei quickly waved her hands in protest. Subai, please don't say that. I contributed little. All the weapons and arrows were provided by you. I am simply content to have slain a wild boar. You and Brother Zhang, you should share these chests. Zhang Yi echoed her sentiments, stating, Brother Su, I merely came to assist. I do not seek any rewards. With that, he ceased further discussion and began to open the treasure chests. With a soft click, the golden chest slowly creaked open, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire shelter. Subai reached inside to extract the items and was greeted by the inscription. Secret Realm Exploration 1. Item description. Grants one opportunity to open the Secret Realm Exploration. Filled with countless treasure chests and resources, yet exceedingly perilous. Enter with caution unless one possesses formidable strength. A secret realm. Another unprecedented item. Upon seeing the promise of endless treasures and resources, Subai resolved to brave whatever dangers lay within. He then proceeded to open the silver treasure chest. Shelter Subordinate Item 1. Item description. Allows for the connection of multiple shelters, establishing a primary shelter alongside other subordinate shelters to form a more extensive defensive system. This subordinate item for the shelter left the three of them in astonishment, while Lin Wei exhibited a lack of interest in the secret realm. This particular item piqued her desire. She currently lacked her own shelter and would undoubtedly have to part ways with Su by once the cold spell subsided, leaving her with no pretext to remain in his company. Zhang, equally exhilarated, eagerly proposed, Brother Su, let's try it out now. In the sanctuary of our shared existence, shall we not cultivate our strength together? Lin Wei, upon hearing this, was equally eager, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a hint of playfulness as she said, Brother Subai, don't forget to include me. Observing the enthusiasm of both individuals, Subai, having grasped the significance of teamwork through their recent skirmish with the wild boar horde, decided to hand over the item in his possession to Zhang Yi for preliminary experimentation. As Zhang Yi accepted the item, he inadvertently activated something, and a brilliant white light instantly illuminated the entire sanctuary. Subai fixated on his system panel, which now displayed information regarding Zhang Yi's sanctuary. An invisible connection between the two sanctuaries began to quietly form. Upon scrutinizing Zhang Yi's sanctuary data, Subai raised an eyebrow, inwardly impressed. Zhang Yi's sanctuary was commendable as well, having also reached level 3. However, he lacked the abundance of upgrade materials that Subai possessed, resulting in a defensive fortification of only 2,700. Continuing his task, Subai opened the remaining treasure chests. The silver chest revealed its contents. You have opened the chest and received an upgrade blueprint. However, upon opening the black iron chest, Subai could not suppress a grimace at the items contained within. Alloy 7, 505 packets of sanitary napkins. The first two items were relatively normal, but the sanitary napkins seemed oddly out of place, prompting a moment of disbelief. Is this truly my reward? Subai gazed at the items with a hint of helplessness. Without hesitation, he handed the 5 packets of sanitary napkins to Lin Wei, the only female present. Blushing, Lin Wei accepted them graciously, saying, Thank you. Subai, wishing to share his bounty with Zhang Yi, pushed the alloy and upgrade blueprint towards him. Brother, take these too. We must not allow you to be at a disadvantage. There is no need for such formality. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be alive. I'll take the alloy, as I currently have no need for the upgrade scroll. You'll make better use of it. Seeing Zhang Yi's reluctance to accept, Subai could only resign himself and withdraw his hand, placing the blueprint back in his bag. The golden chest had yielded an exploration item for a secret realm, the limitations of which regarding the number of participants remained uncertain. I shall investigate further. If possible, we should venture into the exploration together, Subai mused, recognizing the synergy that their partnership could bring to the exploration of the treasure chest. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, and the group settled around the hearth for a while. Brother Su, do you have sufficient materials? Your sanctuary must have endured quite the ordeal from the wild boars. Zangi Inuited. Subai glanced at his own sanctuary. Externally, it appeared largely unscathed, though there was a noticeable gap allowing the cold wind to sweep inside. Indeed, it is imperative to rectify this situation promptly. Subai opened the survival panel, gazing at the defense structures that had diminished to 2,150, a significant reduction in defensive capability. Repair? Yes. This repair requires 250 wood, 120 stone, 10 cement, 1 screw, and 1 hide. With a decisive click, the previously diminished defense structures reverted to their original value of 4,700. The shelter, enveloped in radiant light, was swiftly restored to its former appearance. Fortunately, due to the swift conclusion of the battle, the losses were minimal and within Subai's acceptable limits. At that moment, Subai noticed the system's friend list illuminated with incessant notifications. Curiosity piqued. He examined the messages and discovered they were from Muronchi. The message was a voice note, and upon opening it, a soft, delicate voice echoed forth. Muronchi. Woo-woo, Subai, I implore you to save me. My shelter is under siege by ferocious beasts. Woo-woo, could you possibly assist me? Muronchi, my defenses are plummeting. Oh, I am in dire straits. The anguish in her voice was palpable, and Subai could not help but furrow his brow in sympathy. How distressing was her plight. Recalling his own encounter with the wild boars, he realized he was ill-equipped, possessing only 11 bullets and no blueprints for ammunition. Even if he ventured forth, his assistance would be limited. Subai, my dear, I sincerely apologize, but I currently lack the necessary ammunition. Even if I wish to help, I fear I cannot. Muronchi promptly replied, I can provide you with blueprints for ammunition. Please hurry and assist me. I am on the brink of collapse. Blueprints for ammunition. Subai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Very well. As long as she was not deceiving him, the priority was to procure a teleportation item. Subai, please hold on a moment. I will secure a one-time teleportation item and arrive shortly. On the other end, she immediately gifted him a one-time teleportation item. Muronchi, I've sent it. Hurry. In an instant, brilliant light rent the air, and Subai, armed with a shotgun, materialized confidently before Muronchi's shelter. Before him stood dozens of colossal mammoths, their massive bodies resembling mountains, their skin rugged as stone, cloaked in thick gray fur that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Their long trunks swayed gracefully, akin to serpents, while their throats erupted with deafening roars that reverberated through the air. He was taken aback. Never had he anticipated such perilous circumstances. He had assumed it would be merely a horde of wild boars like those he had faced before. At the heart of the onslaught by the mammoths stood a girl, her face as delicate as a porcelain doll, with long hair cascading down to her waist and features that were strikingly charming. Hearing the sound of knocking, she eagerly flung open the door and pulled Subai inside. Upon seeing him, Muronchi was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, You really came. Subai, taken aback, exclaimed, Girl, you didn't mention it was this kind of situation before. Mammoths? I've only seen them in ancient documentaries. Are you playing tricks on me? Muronchi, with a bittersweet smile, replied helplessly, I'm sorry, Subai. I didn't mean to burden you. I just thought you were incredibly capable, perhaps the most formidable person in the world. If even you can't defeat them, I would truly have no hope but to wait for my demise. Surely, you wouldn't want to see a beautiful sister like me perish at the hands of a mammoth, would you? Besides, I didn't deceive you. You willingly came to assist me. Upon hearing this, Subai recalled his purpose for coming. You mentioned you have blueprints for bullets. Where are they? Muronchi slowly retrieved the blueprints from her backpack and handed them to Subai, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. I had intended to keep this for myself, but it seems I have no choice now. Here, take it. Subai accepted the blueprints and quickly skimmed through the introduction. Bullet blueprint. Item description. A single-use consumable. The user may choose any bullet type to learn and master its manufacturing secrets. Without hesitation, he tapped the blueprint with his fingertip, silently focusing his thoughts, and instantly selected the 12-gauge shotgun shell as his object of study. The system's prompt resonated in his mind. Consumed, 5 alloys, 10 refined iron blocks, manufactured, 50 12-gauge shotgun shells, 50 pristine 12-gauge shotgun shells materialized in his hands, their weight solid and glinting with a subtle metallic sheen. He rapidly loaded them into the shotgun. Be careful, he instructed. Subai swiftly retrieved the guardian shield from his backpack, a powerful energy barrier radiating a gentle glow, enveloping both of them to ward off external attacks. He steadied his breath and pulled the trigger. In a flash of blinding light, the shotgun shells erupted forth like a tempest, tearing through the air and striking at the mammoth's vital points. However, the beast's defenses were astonishingly resilient. Even the fierce barrage of shotgun shells only staggered them momentarily before they regained their ferocity. The mammoth's toughness far surpassed that of ordinary wild beasts. Their thick hides rendered even the most violent assaults ineffective for delivering a fatal blow. This creature is more formidable than a wild boar, he thought, cautiously searching for opportunities to strike, striving to maximize the impact of each bullet. Meanwhile, Morong-chi was not idle. Armed with a Molotov cocktail, she hurled it through the air, creating a dazzling arc before it erupted in flames upon striking the mammoth, causing the creature to roar in agony. In the expanse of the pristine, white snow, the herd of mammoths, previously exhibiting signs of disarray after a sudden assault, found themselves momentarily disoriented. At that critical juncture, an exceptionally towering mammoth, evidently the leader of this colossal group, emitted a deep and commanding roar. This sound seemed to possess a certain enchantment, swiftly rallying the scattered mammoths back together. It appeared to be gently nudging the bodies of its companions with its trunk, orchestrating their movements. Subai keenly discerned this development, his expression instantly turning grave as he surmised an impending concentrated counterattack. With a resolve bolstered by the abundance of ammunition, he clenched his teeth and pulled the trigger once more, unleashing a torrential downpour of pellets. The leading mammoth let out a deafening roar of agony, its massive form beginning to tremble precariously. Simultaneously, Morong-chi seized the opportunity, exerting all her strength to hurl her final Molotov cocktail, the flames immediately engulfing the commanding mammoth. As the leader fell, the remaining mammoths seemed to lose their anchor, scattering in all directions. Curiosity piqued, Morong-chi observed Subai's protective shield, noting how the mammoths, despite their aggression, could not breach its barrier. "Subai, this protective shield is truly remarkable," she exclaimed, stepping closer to scrutinize the shimmering aura surrounding it. Subai shook his head, replying, "Indeed, the protective shield is quite effective. However, it depletes a certain amount of durability with each use. As it stands, it has only 1060 durability left, which is alarmingly low. It may become unusable after just one or two more instances." "I see," Morong-chi replied, unfazed by the potential loss, her bright, glistening eyes fixed intently on Subai, a playful tone lacing her voice. "I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Subai, do you have a girlfriend?" Coughing slightly, Subai felt momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, their previous topic of discussion having been the protective shield. Yet, Morong-chi seemed undeterred, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she added, "Oh, having a girlfriend doesn't matter. After all, I am Chi-Chi, the little green tea, and I might just steal you away." Upon hearing this, Subai felt a rush of exasperation. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, such jokes are not to be trifled with." Morong-chi stuck out her tongue, making a playful face before earnestly stating, "All right then, but speaking of which, would you be willing to team up with me, Subai? If being a girlfriend is off the table, surely being allies is acceptable?" "Of course," Subai replied, finding himself somewhat admiring Morong-chi. After all, being a player with a red designation indicated formidable prowess. He had noticed her impressive skills during their earlier battle. Her decisiveness starkly contrasted with her adorable appearance. Moreover, she possessed quite an array of valuable items. Initially, I had resolved to embrace solitude. Yet the prospect of clinging to the leg of Brother Subai fills me with an overwhelming sense of joy. Morong-chi extracted the ally agreement from her backpack, urging him to inscribe his name without delay. Listening to Morong-chi's charming tone and envisioning her return, Zhang regarded her with a certain intensity. Subai felt an impulsive desire to offer her up to the mammoth instead. Before signing, he sighed resignedly, "Sister Morong, I hope you can exhibit a semblance of normalcy." "What's wrong? Oh dear, what is abnormal about me?" Morong-chi's words carried a hint of hurt. Had she truly fallen out of favor? After all, she had finally encountered a captivating male guest, yet here he was, expressing disdain. "Woe is me. All right." Subai massaged his temples, suppressing the relentless thrum of his nerves. "If you continue like this, I shall refrain from signing. I shall remain silent," Morong-chi declared, falling entirely mute. It was only then that Subai signed the ally agreement, thereby incorporating Murong-chi into his team. He handed her the shelter-associated item, instructing, "You must bind this as well. I utilized a disposable teleportation item. Now, in order to return, your shelter must also be bound to this. Otherwise, it will be rather tedious to expend another teleportation item to go back." This shelter-associated item proved far more useful than the disposable teleportation item, a fact Subai had only recently discovered, as it concealed a teleportation function within. Murong-chi examined the item in her hand before binding it to the shelter. She then produced all the chests acquired from successfully safeguarding their home, and Subai noted that there were 6 in total. "Brother Subai, what do you desire? Feel free to choose. The remainder shall be mine." Murong-chi pushed the chests towards him, placing the golden chest prominently in front. Subai glanced at the hints on the chests, his understanding deepening. The golden chest bore the indication of amplification item. However, his gaze lingered on one of the silver chests labeled special item. "Are you certain you wish for me to select freely?" Subai raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he placed his hands upon the golden chest and the one indicating an amplification item, leaving the remaining 4 for Murong-chi. "Brother Subai, how generous! I anticipated you would not leave a single one for me." Murong-chi beamed as she collected the 4 chests. Simultaneously, numerous shelters faced a similar predicament, besieged by feral beasts that attacked in packs, rendering them exceedingly difficult to combat. Even those who did not perish at the hands of the beasts were engulfed by despair at the sight of their destroyed shelters, as the relentless cold swept away survivors stripped of refuge. Some fortunate souls managed to preserve their lives through the use of disposable teleportation items, thus acquiring allies and consolidating resources to form a more formidable presence. Nevertheless, not everyone was blessed with such fortune. Although teleportation was limited to friends, could friends truly be trusted? One moment, they were brothers in arms, and the next, a dagger was plunged into your abdomen, claiming your resources for themselves. Such circumstances are not uncommon. Many have met with tragic fates while seeking refuge from beastly attacks, only to be met with betrayal by those they trusted. The global chat channels are abuzz with discussions on this matter. It is imperative that one chooses reliable companions during teleportation. I nearly fell victim myself, venturing forth with hope only to encounter such a dismal outcome. It is a stark reality. We are but online acquaintances, and even romantic pursuits can lead to deception. In this struggle for survival, it is a matter of who possesses strength to endure. I sense ill intentions from those above. One must remain vigilant. The act of teleportation harbors significant peril, and once embarked upon, retreat may prove elusive. To speak candidly, I find this item rather intriguing. Currently, there is a beautiful woman in my life, and joy has returned to me. Photo. To those above, it would be wise to refrain from misleading others, lest you fall prey to deception yourself. A lifelike beauty is still a beauty, indistinguishable in touch and sensation. You appear to be quite famished. Fortunately, there exists a remarkable item known as the ally agreement. As long as both parties sign a contract, they cannot inflict harm upon one another. My friends, this is an essential item to secure. No longer shall we fear being betrayed during teleportation. The avenues for acquiring this item are exceedingly scarce, and the trading posts offer none for sale. Oh, how I yearn for one. It would serve as an invaluable safeguard. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Subai finally opened the 2 treasure chests he had received from Murong-chi. "You have opened a golden chest, acquiring a speed enhancement item X1. Speed enhancement item. Consumable, 55 uses, applicable to either individuals or vehicles. It elevates movement speed to 200 for a duration of 30 minutes. The speed enhancement item is indeed advantageous for escape. You have opened a silver chest, acquiring a copy item X1. Copy item, a one-time consumable, allows for the duplication of an unused item. In comparison to the enhancement item, the duplication item undoubtedly possesses greater allure. Subai gazed at the copy item in his hand. Had he known of its existence, he would have delayed his study of the bullet blueprint. It could also be utilized to duplicate a blueprint for Zhang Yi, ensuring his sniper rifle would never lack ammunition. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Fortunately, Subai currently has no immediate need for duplication. He shall wait and see. Should he acquire any remarkable items in the future, he will duplicate them then. Upon his return, Zhang Yi soon knocked at Subai's door. having heard the commotion. Suga, you're back. I constructed my shelter next door. Care to join me? During Subai's absence, Zhang Yi had rebuilt his sanctuary right beside Subai's. Naturally, Subai was delighted to accept. With a smile, he agreed. Though their acquaintance was brief, they had fought side by side as comrades, fostering an immediate bond. Zhang Yi, I must say, your shelter is quite impressive. You've even built a 2-story villa. Subai exclaimed, gazing in awe at the height of Zhang Yi's abode. The two shelters were situated in close proximity, with Zhang Yi's structure nearly adjoining his own. Upon comparison, both being humble stone houses, Zhang Yi's modest abode appeared rather unremarkable. With a sheepish grin, he scratched his head and humbly remarked, I might have exaggerated. During the expansion, I thought it best to build upwards for a wider view. To be honest, my space doesn't quite rival yours. Subai recalled that indeed, when upgrading the defensive structures, he had opted for lateral expansion without much thought, thus extending towards the edge of his dwelling. As they conversed, the two had already entered the house. Inside the shelter, wooden tables and chairs were arranged, accompanied by some tools. The table was already set with food, roasted potatoes and meat soup, complemented by bread and beer. The spread was quite lavish for a guest, leaving Subai feeling slightly embarrassed. It was he who had invited Zhang Yi to assist in guarding the shelter, and now here he was, being treated to a meal. Apologies for the modest offerings. I don't have any fine wines or delicacies to share, so I hope you won't mind, Zhang Yi chuckled, pulling out a chair for Subai. Brother Zhang Yi, you are older and possess more combat experience than I. I almost wish to take you as my mentor. From now on, I shall call you Igo, and you can call me Subai Lao Di. Subai said as he settled into his seat and picked up his chopsticks. Denunoshala dirisu as Subai Lao Di. But you want to take me as your teacher? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you wish to learn? I seek to improve my shooting skills. During a recent mission to help clear out beasts, I acquired a blueprint for ammunition. While I currently have an ample supply of shotgun shells, my accuracy leaves much to be desired. I humbly request your guidance. Igu, Subai said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhang Yi readily agreed. Leave it to me. I will ensure you learn. Accuracy is honed through practice. Since you have no shortage of ammunition, feel free to train as much as you like. I see potential in you. After their meal, Subai eagerly urged Zhang Yi to begin practicing. As the weather outside was too frigid for outdoor training, he decided to conduct their practice in the greenhouse. He handed the shotgun to Zhang Yi, who examined it briefly before demonstrating the proper technique. Lin Wei observed curiously from the side. On the left side of the greenhouse, an empty soda served as their target. Zhang Yi assumed a standard shooting stance while explaining to Subai, first and foremost, you must hold the weapon steady. Often, even when you have your sights on the target, the recoil from the shot can cause the bullet to veer off course. Wind resistance and other factors can also affect your aim. Subai listened intently, diligently mimicking Zhang Yi's movements, pretending to hold a firearm. Your arms must possess strength. Zhang Yi continued, and with that, he fired the weapon. The bullet struck the can, sending it flying far away. What astonished Subai the most was Zhang Yi's steady hand, completely unaffected by the recoil. Once Zhang Yi deemed the demonstration sufficient, he returned the shotgun to Subai. You go ahead and give it a try, he said, replacing it with a fresh can. This was merely a routine practice, devoid of systematic prompts. Subai had to rely solely on his own eyesight to aim at the target. He mimicked Zhang Yi's earlier stance and took a shot, yet he missed. The bullet veered significantly off course, striking the plastic film and leaving a gaping hole. Disappointed, Subai withdrew his gaze, casting a glance at his hands. Even with such a small distance, he found himself unable to accurately hit the bullseye. While he remained disheartened, Lin Wei hurried over, concerned about the damage Subai had caused, where smoke still wafted from the scorched hole. This was her resting spot, now marred by a bullet wound. With her delicate brows furrowed, she softly suggested, Brother Subai, perhaps we should refrain from using live ammunition for practice. Not only is it wasteful, but also damages our shelter. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Wei's point. Indeed, we should start with lighter weaponry. I believe your Zhuge crossbow would be quite suitable. He continued, in addition to practicing shooting, I think you, Subai, should also enhance your physical training. The combination of both will yield greater effectiveness. After all, this greenhouse relies on the plastic film to maintain its internal temperature. If we turn into a sieve during practice, its windproof and warmth-retaining properties will be compromised. Subai reflected on this and decided to set aside the shotgun in favor of the Juga crossbow. They moved their practice indoors, where the stone walls provided much sturdier protection than the greenhouse. Subai felt at ease to shoot, taking his time rather than rushing. Under Zhang Yi's guidance, he continually adjusted his stance. Gradually, he began to find his rhythm, aligning his aim with a specific point. When the target and his line of sight were in perfect alignment, he released an arrow, successfully striking the canister. After an indeterminate amount of time, his accuracy improved, and he sensed he was making progress. Lin Wei, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached him after he paused. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, "Brother Subai, may I practice with you too?" At that moment, Subai was ready for a break and handed the Juga crossbow to Lin Wei. "By the way, have you finished mining the coal today?" "Yes, I have." "You can take it," she replied joyfully, embracing the Juga crossbow and eagerly beginning her practice. Subai stretched his arms, sitting down with Zhang Yi to rest while glancing at the game panel. He accepted the 500 coal Lin Wei had gifted him, subsequently placing it on the trading platform as usual. In the realm of private messages, Subai casually glanced at the sparse communications beneath the bullet blueprint he had received. However, among them, he was intrigued to find a message from a player marked with a red emblem. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to open it. Zhou Jiangwo, greetings. Brother Subai. 33. Huaxia Alliance. Subai stared in astonishment at the name. He had indeed heard of it, though he was never particularly fond of watching the news. He occasionally caught wind of names belonging to prominent figures within the leadership of Huaxia, and Zhou Jiangwo was among them. This revelation prompted a deeper contemplation within him. It appeared that this world was intricately linked to the one he previously inhabited. Encountering a familiar name left him uncertain if it belonged to the distinguished individual he had in mind. After a moment's reflection, Subai resolved to engage in further conversation. "Subai, hello. Zhou Jiangwo. I am Zhou Jiangwo, currently ranked 9th in the world and the captain of the Huaxia Alliance. I wonder if you have heard of my name. I was once the administrative commander of the Huaxia Capital District, and I hope to collaborate with you." It truly was him. "Subai, I have long admired your reputation. I never expected to find you here. May I inquire about the details of your Huaxia Alliance? I need to consider this." Despite being aware of Jiangwo's identity, Subai was taken aback upon receiving his message. "Zhou Jiangwo, our Huaxia Alliance currently comprises 94 members, with 4 red emblem players, 20 yellow emblem players, 31 blue emblem players, and 39 green emblem players. Our ranks are still expanding, and you can place your trust in our alliance. All members are verified and reliable survivors. The Huaxia Alliance has nearly 100 individuals." Subai was genuinely astonished. He recalled that the global chat had frequently mentioned various alliances. Since the emergence of the one-time teleportation items, collaboration among survivors had intensified. For instance, he had effectively established a small alliance of his own, albeit with only a handful of members. The rapid growth of the Huaxia Alliance within just 2 days was indeed formidable. Apart from a Huaxia Alliance, numerous other alliances likely existed. It was conceivable that foreign players had formed their own coalitions as well. Among the 300 million individuals still surviving in this frozen world, many would undoubtedly seek the warmth of camaraderie. Subai pondered this matter. He felt hesitant about joining the Huaxia Alliance. With the rankings yet to be revised, he currently stood as the top player, capable of forming his own team. The freedom of being a captain, rather than being constrained within a fully established alliance, was appealing. He was not one to relish being bound. Furthermore, he harbored his own secrets, particularly the system notification regarding this golden finger. The presence of numerous individuals might inadvertently expose his secret, leading to potential trouble. "Subai, I apologize, but I do not plan to join the alliance at this time." "Zhou Jiangwo, please don't be too hasty in your refusal. I sincerely hope you can take a moment to understand the benefits of joining our Huaxia Alliance. The reason our alliance has grown so vast is due to our possession of unique tools that enable us to open a trading market within the alliance. Once you join us, you can engage in market transactions where you can acquire items that are both more affordable and of superior quality than those available in the open market, as well as weapons, blueprints, and other rare items." Subai glanced at the lengthy message sent by Zhou Jiangwo. These offerings held little allure for him. If he wished to trade, he could simply do so at the exchange, even if the alliance's trading market offered lower prices or rare items. He did not feel compelled to make a trade. It was merely a channel. However, If joining the Huaxiao alliance meant compromising his autonomy, he would rather forego the opportunity. Subai, I've thought it over, and I still do not intend to join the Huaxiao alliance. Thank you for your kind offer. Zhou Jiangwo on the other end side, suspecting that his incentives were insufficient, or perhaps Subai had a better option in mind. Zhou Jiangwo, brother Subai, your prowess is evident to all. If you were to join our alliance, we would extend the utmost privileges to you, prioritizing your access to our rare items in exchange for a modest contribution of basic resources. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and if other alliances present superior offers, we can certainly negotiate further. Subai felt a sense of resignation. Subai, thank you. I appreciate your intentions. However, I am someone who dislikes constraints. I have my own team, and I must be accountable to my comrades. Nevertheless, I am open to amicable relations with the Huaxiao alliance and hope for opportunities to collaborate in the future. After all, Zhou Jiangwo is a player of red status, and he was once a person of considerable strength. As the Huaxiao alliance continues to grow, their power is likely to strengthen, making it wise to maintain a friendly rapport. Seeing Subai's response, Zhou Jiangwo realized that persuading him to join the alliance would not be feasible. However, he did not wish to foster animosity with Subai. Zhou Jiangwo, very well, although it's regrettable, the doors of the Huaxiao alliance will always remain open to you. Speaking of which, there is a current opportunity for collaboration. We are interested in purchasing your coal and typhoid treatment potions. Would you be able to provide these on a long-term basis? The two then discussed the pricing for the coal, and he listed the resources he required: bullet blueprints, level 1 soil, grain seeds, item upgrade blueprints, medicinal herbs, blood essence, and various other basic materials. Subai intended to focus on constructing greenhouse facilities going forward. Currently, the rice and wheat within the greenhouse showed promising signs of maturity. Though with only 4 plots of soil, the yield would likely be limited. Although the current focus is on acquiring more soil and seeds to cultivate food and ensure basic sustenance, Zhou Jiangwo is undoubtedly a perceptive individual. Based on the resources requested from Subai, he can ascertain the weapons currently at Subai's disposal, as well as the trajectory of future developments, which align closely with the interests of the Huaxiao alliance. Why not seek to win over such a talent? Zhou Jiangwo could not help but sigh inwardly. Nevertheless, he meticulously organized the materials required by Subai and subsequently convened with the Huaxiao alliance for negotiations. According to the prices set by Subai, they traded for 15 units of primary soil, 2 upgrade schematics, 40 medicinal herbs, and 40 blood essence, in exchange for 1,000 units of coal and 20 typhoid treatment potions. Subai was quite satisfied with this arrangement. The treatment potions essentially cost him no materials, merely representing a crafting process, with the primary commodity being the primary soil. With this soil, he could expand his cultivation scale once more. This time, he intended to plant a greater variety of vegetables and fruits, as relying solely on white rice, bread, and meat would lead to a deficiency in vitamins. While short-term deprivation may be manageable, prolonged neglect could pose serious health risks. Just as Subai was about to conclude the transaction and close the private chat, Zhou Jiangwo sent him another message. Brother Subai, the survivor's shelter randomly refreshes beast invasions. I wonder if you have encountered this? I believe with your strength, you could certainly handle those beasts. Upon reading Zhou Jiangwo's message, Subai was struck by an idea. However, he also considered that Zhou Jiangwo might have ulterior motives, perhaps testing his capabilities. Nevertheless, the treasure chests available after defending the shelter were indeed substantial. Subai replied, I have encountered them. Defeating them yields 6 treasure chests. If you require my assistance, I would need to select 2 chests for myself. Of course, I lack disposable teleportation items, which will need to be provided by you. In truth, Subai held little expectation for this arrangement, as the back and forth involved the use of 2 disposable teleportation items. Would the Huaxiao alliance be willing to offer such resources to a stranger? Venturing into another's territory also necessitated caution regarding his own safety. Should the other party harbor ill intentions, he could find himself in peril. Zhou Jiangwo felt a surge of joy and responded, That is excellent. If assistance is needed, please do not hesitate to decline. We shall compensate you as you have requested. During this cold wave, resources were scarce, and Subai was eager to acquire more valuable items, albeit the issue of the disposable teleportation items remained a concern. Otherwise, he could have teamed up with Zhang Yi for greater security. Su Bai and Zhou Jiangwo added each other as friends, facilitating future cooperation. Meanwhile, in the main shelter of the Huaxia Alliance, Zhou Jiangwo and several central members gathered around a long table for a meeting. Upon the table lay an array of fruits, a true luxury in this frozen world. Yet here, each member was presented with apples and bananas. Zhou Jiangwo occupied the seat of honor. Having just concluded a conversation with Su Bai, the remaining members were engaged in discussions with other survivors. As Zhou Jiangwo cleared his throat, a short-haired woman in her 30s inquired, "Captain Zhou, has the top-ranked Su Bai been successfully persuaded to join us?" Zhou Jiangwo gently shook his head, letting out a sigh. He declined. From our conversation, it was evident that he has no desire to join any alliance. It seems our Huaxia alliance does not hold much allure for him. Aligning with an alliance is the prevailing trend. Moreover, our Huaxia alliance is far from lacking, with promising prospects for development. Everyone is banding together. Surely even he, being first, cannot remain isolated? Su Bai, it appears, dislikes being constrained. Though he has not joined our alliance, he is willing to foster a good relationship with us. I have already exchanged some coal and medicine with him. Shuya, you shall distribute these shortly. The woman named Shuya nodded in agreement. Understood, Captain Zhou. Zhou Jiangwo then presented the items exchanged with Su Bai. As the members beheld the 1,000 portions of coal and 20 doses of typhoid treatment, their eyes brightened. One person remarked, "Su Bai truly possesses a wealth of valuable resources. He must have traded for numerous blueprints. He had good fortune early on, but future developments remain uncertain." A man marked with a red insignia shook his head, expressing skepticism regarding Su Bai. Zhou Jiangwo continued, "Our Huaxia alliance boasts numerous members. Should anyone's shelter face the emergence of beasts they cannot handle, they may seek assistance from our brother Su Bai, offering 2 teleportation devices and 2 treasure chests of their choice in return." The others initially furrowed their brows, then began to contemplate the feasibility of this proposition. Currently, the beasts appearing at the shelters are quite random. From what they understood, some fortunate individuals encountered a single beast which they could manage with determination. However, others faced swarms of beasts that were nearly impossible for one person to contend with. Even if they succeeded, it would inflict substantial damage on the shelter. Is his strength truly that formidable? Could he possibly be a former Special Forces operative? Questioned the man with the red insignia, who previously doubted Su Bai. Zhou Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, calmly analyzing. Su Bai lacks any alliance team, and likely has few companions. The 6 treasure chests he acquired while defending his shelter indicate that he has dealt with a pack of beasts, which certainly attests to his capabilities. Ah, I see. We must cultivate a good rapport with him. There will be many instances in the future where we may require his assistance. They found it quite taxing to handle those beasts on their own. Having external aid would be immensely beneficial, and it would also provide an opportunity to meet this legendary first-ranked individual. The current price of disposable teleportation items is exceedingly high, and they are becoming increasingly scarce in the market. To enlist Su Bai's services, we would need to expend 2 such items, which is indeed a substantial cost. However, it is worthwhile to invite him over. We can engage in a meaningful discussion, and perhaps, with our persuasion, Su Bai might decide to stay. Exchanging 2 teleportation items for a skilled individual is certainly a worthwhile investment. At the conclusion of the meeting, Zhou Jiangwo summarized, "All right, our gathering ends here today. After returning, let's continue reaching out to the survivors on the leaderboard, striving to incorporate them into the Huaxia Alliance. We must also ensure that those already joined are not neglected. All the coal and medicinal supplies should be made available in our internal trading market. I will handle the communications with Su Bai, and as for the beasts, we possess the capability to manage that ourselves. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to resolve these issues internally. The crisis in the frozen survival world is an inescapable reality for every survivor, and even the act of banding together merely serves to secure a fraction of hope for oneself. After all, surviving alone is an arduous endeavor." Unbeknownst to Su Bai, discussions regarding the Huaxia Alliance were underway, and he had no desire to join any alliance whatsoever, regardless of their attempts at persuasion. He would only consider it if the terms were irresistibly advantageous. Su Bai was diligently training in military boxing under Zhang, with the primary objective of enhancing his physical fitness to prepare for the myriad of challenges ahead. The cold snap would not last much longer. The blizzard outside had ceased, and temperatures were beginning to rise. Concurrently, The once-hidden beasts were becoming more active. On the following morning, Zhang Yi's sanctuary fell prey to a pack of wolves. Hearing the commotion, Su Bai assisted Zhang Yi in dispatching the wolves. Each day, he observed a slow decline in the number of participants in the World Chat channel, primarily due to fatalities. Survivors appeared somewhat desensitized, even lamenting the diminishing rate of decline. It seemed that those who had managed to survive until now possessed considerable strength. Su Bai's coal, listed on the exchange, gradually traded for various supplies. Noticing that the bullet blueprint was still unattainable, he decided to exchange it for an item upgrade blueprint instead. 35. Upgrade coal mine this time. He applied the item upgrade blueprint to a small coal mine. Medium coal mine. Collects 1,500 coal daily and will automatically refresh on the second day. Now, he could collect an additional 1,000 coal each day, which pleased him greatly. He was not concerned about an oversupply of coal that could not be sold, as he was the sole individual capable of providing such a substantial quantity in the exchange. Moreover, there was always the Huaxiao Alliance that could absorb it. Currently, he was not lacking in basic supplies, so he decided to exchange some items for daily necessities in the trade market, feeling less solitary. He had Zhang Yi as a companion and even a sister nearby. Thus, I made some modest arrangements at home, adding a few tables and chairs, as well as a toilet and toiletries, and then installed a curtain. He discussed the enhancement of the coal mine veins with Lin Wei. Currently, the small coal vein has been upgraded to medium size, requiring the extraction of 500 blocks of coal daily. Upon reflection, I found this workload excessively demanding. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Wei nodded in agreement, stating that merely mining 500 blocks of coal takes over 2 hours. If it were 500, it would likely require at least 6 hours, not including meal breaks and rest periods, which would equate to an 8-hour workday. Even the most unscrupulous landlords must compensate their workers. Su Bai stroked his chin, acknowledging the validity of Lin Wei's points. Moreover, having become familiar with her over the past few days, he felt reluctant to have a young woman work for him without compensation. How about this? Since you need to reconstruct the shelter, why not assess what materials you still require or if there are other items needed? I can provide whatever I have. Additionally, if you feel tired, take a rest. I will also go to the mine to extract coal when I have the time. Su Bai's suggestion brightened Lin Wei's eyes. She promptly nodded in agreement, stating, I currently lack wood and stone. Aside from those, may I request a weapon? As she uttered the last sentence, her sparkling eyes reflected both desire and trepidation. Fearing that Su Bai might decline, hence her cautious tone, a weapon is certainly feasible. The value of coal far exceeds that of weapons, and it can always be exchanged. Just tell me what you envision, and if you need it, I will go to the trading post to procure it. Lin Wei pondered for a moment. Feeling a bit shy, I admire your Zhuge crossbow. Su Bai coughed lightly a couple of times. Your punctuation was excellent. Please refrain from such interruptions in the future. Presently, he hardly utilized the Zhuge crossbow, so parting with it for Lin Wei was not out of the question. However, since Lin Wei's shelter had yet to be established, the shelter affiliation item was not applicable. He also lacked an ally agreement to ensure Lin Wei would not betray him. Very well, but it must wait until your shelter is built. Then we can establish a subordinate shelter, and I shall grant you the Zhuge crossbow. After confirming their collaboration with Lin Wei, Su Bai accessed the trading post, noting that the coal being sold was primarily from individual sellers, with the exchange goods being rather scattered. There was nothing of particularly high value. He yearned for more precious items, such as blueprints. His dealings with the Huaxiao Alliance had afforded him the convenience of collaborating with larger alliances, and he wished for more alliance teams to absorb the coal. However, Su Bai seldom participated in World Chat, and he could hardly keep up with the private messages he received, missing numerous opportunities for collaboration. As the leader of the Huaxiao Alliance, Zhou Jiangwo undoubtedly possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the information landscape than he did. It is not that we cannot continuously supply the Huaxiao Alliance. Su Bai has also communicated with Zhou Jiangwo, and they currently procure 500 tons of coal daily, which they can adequately manage. Therefore, there is no need to seek collaboration with other alliances. Zhou Jiangwo remarked, Brother Su Bai, our Huaxiao Alliance is in a constant state of expansion, and our need for coal will only increase in the future. I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. Su Bai replied, Certainly, if the Huaxiao Alliance can accommodate it, I will continue to supply. To be frank, I possess a stable source of coal, ensuring a consistent supply. Yet, I feel a sense of helplessness, as coal extraction requires manpower, Managing 500 tons is already quite a stretch for Linway alone. Should there be a need to provide more coal in the future, not only would I require upgraded blueprints, but I would also need additional labor for coal extraction. It would be unreasonable to expect Brother Zhang Yi to assist in mining coal. For Zhou Jiangwo, the more coal Su Bai can provide, the greater the coal resources the Huaxia Alliance will possess, which will help attract more formidable survivors to join and strengthen the alliance. He genuinely hopes that Su Bai can sell him more. Zhou Jiangwo then stated, I would like to reserve 500 tons of coal. Could you see if the exchange of these items is feasible? Below is the list of resources Zhou Jiangwo sent. Shuesha, one of the materials for upgrading shelters above level 4. Alliance agreement. Bullet blueprint. Su Bai stared in astonishment at the last item. He had listed it at the trading post for so long without a single transaction. He never expected the Huaxia Alliance to possess bullet blueprints. Although he does not currently need them, Zhang Yi still requires them. Consequently, Su Bai opted for the exchange. The Shuesha is something that will later be needed for shelter upgrades, and it has just surfaced. This is the first time Su Bai has encountered this item, indicating that it is still quite rare. Thus, they exchanged one bullet blueprint first. The subsequent items can be traded once Su Bai has produced more, ensuring peace of mind for both parties. Meanwhile, Su Bai is unaware that the absence of coal on the trading post has left the daily patrons anxiously awaiting their purchases. The cold snap is still ongoing, and the heat provided by charcoal is far inferior to that of coal, with consumption being substantial. Furthermore, the shelters that have suffered beast attacks have depleted their wood supply. Even charcoal requires a significant amount of wood. Nothing compares to coal. Why isn't Su Bai selling anymore? I rely on him to exchange coal for my daily sustenance. Me too. Coal is practical and economical. Master Su Bai, please list more coal, I beg you. Hello Su Bai, could you please take a look here? Our Survivor Alliance wishes to purchase a large quantity of coal from you. Could we get in touch? This is the Tokyo Alliance. We possess ample resources. Mr. Su Bai, please allow us to collaborate with you. Below, Su Bai had not seen a single message. Ever since completing the transaction with the Huaxia Alliance, he had not opened the exchange again, leaving those with ulterior motives to depart in disappointment. Of course, even if Su Bai had come across the Tokyo Alliance, he would have disdainfully blocked them, refusing to offer anything to such opportunists. The 7th day of survival in the frozen realm passed quietly. The external temperature rendered outdoor excursions unfeasible for humans, yet brief stays outside were still manageable. In the world chat channel, messages began to trickle in. The blizzard had finally ceased. Today, I can chop wood near my doorstep. If I don't gather some timber soon, I shall be in dire straits. You still have trees nearby? Mine have long been stripped bare. I have nothing left. It's still so cold. I can barely endure it. I must retreat to warm up after chopping for just a few minutes. Considering the harsh weather, Su Bai decided against venturing outside. He still possessed a realm exploration tool that he had yet to use. He sought out Zhang Yi. After a simple breakfast together, Su Bai broached the topic of the realm exploration. Brother Yi, I mentioned before that I have a realm item. I'm unsure if we can enter together, but if possible, would you join me in exploring it? He handed the realm exploration tool to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi inspected the information on the item once more, feeling a stir of interest. Of course, I'm ready to set out at any moment. He too was confined within the shelter, having faced an attack from wolves previously, and had made little progress since. Then I shall use it now. As Su Bai's words fell, the realm exploration tool vanished from his hands, replaced by a glowing white portal before him. Brother Yi, I believe we can enter together. The moment they stepped into the white light, Su Bai found himself enveloped in a blinding whiteness, the comfortable warmth of his body swiftly giving way to an icy chill. Taking a step forward, the scenery before him abruptly shifted. He stood in a world of snow and ice, a vast expanse of white that momentarily led him to question whether this realm was indeed the frozen survival world he had envisioned, for it appeared entirely different. Instinctively, he turned to look back, but Zhang Yi was nowhere in sight, causing a jolt of alarm within him. Brother Yi, did he not enter with me? Why can I not see him? Glancing at the system, he noticed a red countdown timer. Realm exploration, 1 hour remaining. With only this limited time, he could not afford to waste it searching for Zhang Yi. Thus, he began his exploration alone. As he advanced a couple of steps, a system alert emerged. Danger ahead. Su Bai promptly changed his direction. Danger ahead. He turned once more, and this time, the warning did not appear, allowing him to proceed with confidence. With each step deeper into the snow, his breath quickened, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify into a tangible presence. The seemingly innocuous snowflakes, upon touching his exposed skin, transformed into sharp, icy blades, leaving behind delicate lacerations. Visibility in the heavy snowfall was severely limited. Subai could barely discern objects 2 meters ahead of him. Gripping his shotgun tightly, he advanced cautiously. Treasure chest. After avoiding several perilous spots, Subai finally noticed a prompt. Before him lay a treasure chest encased in ice. He retrieved his pickaxe and struck it several times, revealing the chest's true form. It was a golden treasure chest. Special item. Watching the minutes slip away, Subai refrained from opening the chest directly and instead stowed it in his backpack. He continued onward. This time, the system prompt provided a detailed description of the imminent dangers, and he swiftly made his way towards the areas devoid of warnings. His primary objective was to locate additional treasure chests. After a short distance, he spotted another ice-encased chest. After breaking through the icy layer, he discovered yet another golden treasure chest. Subai quickly secured this treasure in his backpack. Numerous treasure chests ahead. Numerous treasure chests? A golden arrow appeared. Without hesitation, Subai followed the direction indicated by the golden arrow. Due to his cautious pace, approximately 5 minutes later, he witnessed a breathtaking sight. Countless treasure chests appeared to be embedded within a vast expanse of crystalline ice, densely packed to the point that counting them was impossible. Wow! Subai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was a fortune beyond belief. He could scarcely fathom the treasures that awaited him. The sheer number of chests was intoxicating, and Subai struggled to restrain himself from rushing forward to unearth them. Just as he took a step forward, extreme danger ahead, frost beast, capable of launching ice spikes. Exercise caution. A frost beast? Ice spikes. Subai's instincts heightened as he halted his advance. A sudden wave of inexplicable dread washed over him, snapping him back to reality. He quickly retracted his focus from the enticing treasure chests and scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Ice spikes ahead. Exercise caution. An ice spike hurtled toward his face. Alerted by the warning, Subai reacted swiftly and dodged the icy projectile. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed, and a colossal creature descended from above the ice-encased treasure chest. It was an enormous beast, unlike any he had ever encountered. Its fur was pure white, shimmering with an ethereal glow, and its eyes sparkled with a ghostly blue light. Though it resembled a bear in its fluffiness, its appearance was wholly unique. The emergence of the frost beast alerted Subai to the urgency of the situation. If he did not confront this formidable creature, the treasure chests encased in ice would remain forever out of his reach. This was a highly perilous entity. Could he truly contend with it? Subai was aware that the system provided an option to exit the dungeon, and a quick departure was still feasible. However, the sight of so many treasure chests, unattainable, left him unwilling to retreat. No, I cannot leave now. He glanced at the timer on the system interface. 40 minutes remained. There was still time to engage the frost beast. As he contemplated his next move, the frost beast launched another assault, its massive ice spikes hurtling toward Subai. The distance between them diminished rapidly, leaving him scant moments to evade the icy projectiles. He hastily dodged the spikes while swiftly retrieving his protective shield from his backpack. The shield had a defense value of 1,000. The frost beast's ice spike collided with the shield, depleting it by 100 points. The shield could withstand only 10 more attacks before succumbing to destruction. With a grave expression, Subai immediately aimed the frost beast, targeting its weak point as indicated by the system. The creature's vulnerability lay in its underbelly. All other areas were impervious. Unfortunately, being a quadruped, the beast's fore and hind limbs shielded its most delicate spot. Bullets struck its form, leaving behind mere shadows of black and gray before plummeting to the ground. How formidable is this creature? Not only does it possess immense offensive power, but its defenses are equally formidable. The cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, each breath seeming to crystallize into frost. The colossal frost beast was enveloped in a layer of frost that was more impenetrable than the hardest steel, each air glinting with a chilling luminescence. This beast was indeed a daunting opponent. As Subai watched the creature open its gaping maw to unleash more ice spikes, he swiftly stowed away his already weakened shield, which now had only 200 defense points remaining. The damage from the spikes was too great. The protective shield had served its purpose. As the beast expelled 5 ice spikes in rapid succession, Subai found himself scrambling to evade. He desperately wished the system could provide more than just warnings about potential dangers. Was there no additional guidance on how to deal with this troublesome foe? He darted to the left, barely avoiding a spike that grazed his cheek, the frigid air nearly toppling him. Gripping his shotgun tightly, he fought to maintain his footing, each breath growing heavier with exertion. What should he do? The frost beast's onslaught intensified, ice spikes raining down relentlessly. 1, 2, 3. Subai had to remain vigilant in dodging while his mind raced to devise a solution. Despite the systematic prompts, he deftly evaded all the icy spikes. Yet his stamina was rapidly depleting. Breathless and filled with trepidation, he realized that the icy spikes were incapable of ending Subai's life. The approaching ice beast drew nearer, its frigid azure eyes coldly fixated on this diminutive human who dared to invade its territory. Subai felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting that gaze, a gaze that seemed to demand his life. The ice beast let out a deafening roar, an inaudible sound that shook the very fabric of the secret realm, inducing a piercing tinnitus in those present. Simultaneously, the flurry of snowflakes within the realm began to descend at an accelerated pace. The temperature around him had become unbearable, and now it had plummeted even further. Was he destined to depart in such a manner? Subai felt a surge of unwillingness. After consuming so much of his protective shield's defenses and expending a great deal of energy, he was left only to watch the treasure chests right before him, unattainable. Subai was resolutely against such an outcome. However, the approaching ice beast was beyond his capability to handle. Just as Subai was on the verge of pressing the exit button out of despair, he suddenly noticed a prompt. Human, following the direction indicated by the arrow. He was astonished to see a familiar figure approaching him. Yige, Subai called out to the newcomer, his eyes alight with surprise. He had thought Zhang Yi had not entered the secret realm, yet here he was. Upon hearing Subai's call, Zhang Yi's body jolted, and he hastened towards Subai's direction. He had come to investigate the roaring of the wild beast, and was pleasantly surprised to find Subai. Be careful, Subai shouted as he dodged another icy spike from the ice beast. There is an ice beast here that can spit ice spikes. I'll draw its fire. You take this opportunity to loot the treasure chests. Take as much as you can. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi sprang into action, wielding a pickaxe to break open the frozen treasure chest. With Zhang Yi's support, hope surged within Subai, invigorating his spirit. He no longer hesitated and began to maneuver slowly in the opposite direction of Zhang Yi, striving to divert the ice beast's attention. As Zhang Yi shattered a solid layer of ice, revealing the treasure chest within, the ice beast's gaze swiftly shifted from Subai to Zhang Yi, letting out an enraged roar. Damn thief. Just as Zhang Yi secured the treasure into his backpack, he felt a chilling sensation behind him. Realizing the ice beast was poised to attack, leaving much of his back exposed to danger. In a flash, Subai aimed at the ice beast and fired. A fierce blaze erupted as bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Upon striking the ice beast, the bullets merely ruffled its coarse fur, leaving a wisp of black smoke in their wake, yet failing to inflict any real damage. Zhang Yi, be careful, Subai shouted loudly, overwhelmed with helplessness. Armed only with their weapons, they were incapable of inflicting any harm upon the ice beast. At that moment, the creature appeared to be thoroughly enraged, its bloodshot eyes shimmering with a cold, merciless light. How dare these foolish humans disturb its treasure? The ice beast opened its massive maw, wide enough to swallow a person whole, unleashing a torrent of crystalline ice spikes that shot forth like sharp arrows, slicing through the air toward Zhang Yi. With remarkable agility, Zhang Yi evaded the lethal onslaught, leaping aside with astonishing speed. As he landed, the ground beneath him lay in ruins, the ice spikes deeply embedded, leaving behind a series of gaping, horrific holes. The attack had failed. The ice beast roared in fury, its colossal form pivoting away from Subai and charging directly towards the frozen treasure. Standing before the chest, the ice beast fixed its threatening gaze upon Zhang Yi, its eyes brimming with menace. It then unleashed a deafening roar once more. This time, its assault grew even more ferocious and relentless, as ice spikes cascaded down like a torrential storm, completely encircling Zhang Yi. Yet, he displayed no signs of panic in the face of such overwhelming aggression. Like a wraith, he darted between the ice spikes, each evasion executed with perfect precision, as if he were one with the blizzard. Observing Zhang Yi's prowess left Su Bai no time for admiration. As he edged closer to the frozen treasure, he skillfully dodged the indiscriminate attacks and said to Zhang Yi, "The ice beast has a tough exterior, but beneath its abdomen lies a vulnerable spot. Only by striking there can we defeat it." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. How did Su Bai know? Nevertheless, he placed his trust in Su Bai. Thus, he exerted even greater effort to create a safer position for himself, his gaze fixed intently on the ice beast, searching for an opportunity to strike. Taking advantage of the brief intervals between the ice beast attacks, Zhang Yi successfully withdrew to a safe distance, preparing to unleash his sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained behind, continuing to harass the ice beast in an effort to divert its attention. The ice beast paused momentarily, not continuing its frenzied assault as they had anticipated, but instead seeming to enter a state of skill cooldown. Were there no more ice spikes? Su Bai's eyes brightened, though a sense of doubt lingered in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, believing the ice beast had exhausted its strength. Seizing the opportunity, he continued his approach toward the frozen treasure. However, just as he was about to reach the ice-encased chest, he suddenly turned around, only to find the ice beast's vengeful eyes locked onto him, glimmering with an even colder light than before. With a deafening roar, the ice beast surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of white lightning. Charging directly at Su Bai. Su Bai was taken aback, hastily retreating, but it was too late. His foot slipped, and he lost his balance, plunging directly into a bottomless pit. Instantly, darkness and silence enveloped him, broken only by the occasional sound of rolling stones that punctuated the eerie stillness. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. How unfortunate! He quickly steadied his mind and retrieved his flashlight. The beam flickered in the dim cavern, casting mottled shadows as he surveyed his surroundings. Looking around, Su Bai noticed slender icicles hanging from the cold stone walls, reflecting a faint, ethereal blue glow. A system notification appeared before him. Ice Beast Cave, the resting and nesting place of the ice beasts. The mention of the ice beast cave astonished Su Bai. What a predicament! He had inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the ice beasts. Considering the possibility of the creatures approaching at any moment, he prepared to exit the cave. As he searched for an exit, a notification caught his eye. He followed the lead and discovered a treasure chest. Diamond treasure chest, special item. To his amazement, it was a diamond treasure chest, a tier above the golden variety. He could only wonder what treasures it might contain. The chest dazzled with brilliance, each side smooth as a mirror, refracting a spectrum of vibrant colors. Filled with elation, he quickly stowed the diamond treasure chest in his backpack. After taking a few more steps, another notification appeared. Ice beast egg about to hatch. Su Bai involuntarily halted, his gaze drawn to the oval egg radiating a blue light. He stood before the glimmering ice beast egg, examining it closely. The terrifying power of the ice beast was enough to instill fear, even in their unhatched offspring. Yet at this moment, the egg, on the verge of hatching, felt like an irresistible temptation, holding his gaze captive. The light from his flashlight danced upon the egg's surface, illuminating its delicate and frigid patterns. Su Bai extended his hand, fingertips brushing against the shell, and a strange chill coursed through him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Could he take this ice beast egg? Though fraught with peril, it also represented a monumental opportunity. After a brief contemplation, Su Bai resolved to place the egg in his backpack. With a soft chime, the blue-glowing ice beast egg vanished from sight, safely nestled within his bag. Just as Su Bai was about to exit the cave, a deep and powerful roar suddenly echoed from the depths. His heart tightened. The ice beast had returned. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to burst forth from the cave, a chilling figure abruptly materialized before him. The ice beast fixed its murderous gaze upon him, causing Su Bai's heart to plummet. It paced restlessly within its dim lair, each step reverberating subtly through the ground. Its once keen sense of smell seemed to have failed. It could no longer detect the scent of its prized possession. In the shadowy depths of the ice beast's cavern, the air felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the sound of Su Bai's rapid breaths amidst an unprecedented tension and fear. The beast's fury reached a crescendo, erupting into a deafening roar that sent tremors throughout the cavern, causing shards of ice to detach from the walls and crash to the ground with a sharp clatter. A powerful chill surged forth from the ice beast's maw as countless crystalline icicles shot forth like a barrage of arrows, overwhelming Subai in an onslaught. It was over. In the constricted confines of the cavern, there was no escape for Subai. In this life-or-death moment, he made a resolute decision. He would exit the secret realm. Sacrificing the remaining time for exploration was undoubtedly the wisest choice when weighed against the cost of life. He swiftly clicked to exit the realm. The scene before him began to blur, and after a brief spell of dizziness, he found himself back in the warmth of the sanctuary. He felt the comforting heat radiating from the fireplace, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet his back was drenched in sweat, grateful to have narrowly escaped calamity. His first instinct was to check the ice beast egg in his backpack. There it lay, quietly nestled, indeed retrieved. In addition to the ice beast egg, a diamond treasure chest and 2 golden chests rested quietly in a corner of the pack, his entire bounty from this venture into the secret realm. However, as Subai regained his composure, he noticed Zhang Yi was nowhere to be found. Surely he hadn't yet emerged from the realm. He glanced at the time, realizing there were still 13 minutes remaining before the realm's conclusion, and he could only silently pray for Zhang Yi's safe return. As the seconds ticked by, Subai mounted. He paced restlessly within the sanctuary. Finally, with just 3 minutes left before the realm closed, Zhang Yi's figure appeared before him. However, he looked exceedingly disheveled, a wound from an ice shard piercing his shoulder, blood seeping from the injury and staining his clothes. "Ego," Subai exclaimed, rushing forward to support Zhang Yi. "I'm fine," Zhang Yi replied, relief flooding his voice. "That was close. We both made it back." He then slowly recounted his experiences within the secret realm. "When I saw you struck by the ice beast and fall, I was genuinely terrified. I initially intended to chase after you, but then I remembered I could exit the realm. The ice beast, upon confirming you had been downed, swiftly turned and left." At this point, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I thought to myself, with the ice beast gone, there was nothing guarding the treasure chests. Why not take the opportunity to gather more? It would make the journey worthwhile." Taking advantage of a brief moment when the ice beast had departed, I unearthed more than 10 treasure chests. Unexpectedly, the creature returned and ambushed me. Engrossed in my excavation, I was unable to evade its attack, and the ice beast appeared to be in a frenzy, prompting me to retreat hastily. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi had discovered numerous chests, Subai expressed envy. But noticing the injuries adorning Zhang Yi's body, he urged him to tend to them. "Check the trading post for any healing salves, if none are available. I can reach out to the Huaxia Alliance." Zhang Yi nodded gently, a grateful smile gracing his face. He accessed the trading post, and shortly thereafter, procured a hemostatic potion. Under Subai's watchful gaze, he adeptly applied the medicine, performing a rudimentary bandaging of his wounds. "These minor injuries are truly inconsequential," Zhang Yi remarked with a chuckle, shaking his head dismissively, wholly unconcerned about his condition. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us open the treasure chests first. With so many before us, who could possibly resist?" Inside the sanctuary, the fireplace crackled energetically. Zhang Yi retrieved the treasure chests amassed during this expedition from his backpack. A series of chests gleamed with golden and silver hues. Arrayed before him, 17 in total. This included the one he had discovered during his solitary exploration, yielding a grand total of 17. 8 golden chests and 9 silver ones. Zhang Yi scratched his head and beamed with a simple smile as he pushed the chest toward Subai. "Brother Subai, this bounty from our exploration is entirely thanks to your guidance and your diversion of the ice beast. You must take half of these chests. Only then can I rest easy." Subai gazed at Zhang Yi's sincere expression, warmth flooding his heart. Their bond was more precious than any treasure. He smiled faintly in gratitude. It would be a falsehood to claim he was not moved by Zhang Yi's generosity. His eyes swept over the indicators affixed to each chest. Moderate danger, ordinary danger, 3 golden chests bore the moderate danger label, while 1 silver chest was marked as ordinary danger. Without hesitation, he selected those 4 chests, setting them aside. Next, Subai's attention fell upon the remaining chests indicators. Vehicle, weapon, blueprint, special item, unique object, mysterious treasure. Among these labels, Subai was particularly intrigued by the golden chest labeled mysterious treasure, aside from the 4 I've set aside. "The rest can be opened," he informed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked puzzled, scrutinizing the 4 chests he had separated but failing to discern any issues. These are the dangerous chests, Subai clarified. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Subai, you can actually differentiate them? Indeed. Zhang Yi cast a deep glance at him and raised his thumb in approval. With so many treasure chests, he almost succumbed to excitement. The thought of opening them all at once was too daunting to contemplate. Subai opened the golden treasure chest. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a mysterious treasure map. 1. Mysterious treasure map. Coordinates of buried treasure waiting to be unearthed. A brownish sheepskin scroll appeared in his hand, glimmering with a red dot. It seemed this marked the treasure's coordinates, located an astonishing 50 million kilometers away. Zhang Yi, filled with curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. Subai handed it to him. It appeared somewhat disappointing. The treasure's location was far too distant. Zhang Yi returned the treasure map to Subai with a sigh. Speaking of which, I recall there was an announcement stating that the regional sectors would rotate weekly. I hope next time it will be closer to the treasure. Subai found this reasoning sound and thus placed the mysterious treasure map into his backpack. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a 4-wheeled vehicle. 1. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a manual for planting fruits and vegetables. 1. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a teleportation item. 1. Uses remaining. 44. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained a planting manual. 1. Zhang Yi had opened all the golden treasure chests, each item possessing considerable value. This teleportation item could be used 4 times. Su Bai's eyes brightened. He had discussed a collaboration with the Huaxiao Alliance yesterday and was in need of teleportation items. Otherwise, he could have assisted the Huaxiao Alliance in eliminating the beasts in their shelter. Perfectly, he could use it 4 times and take Zhang Yi along with him. Subai had previously mentioned the Huaxiao Alliance to Zhang Yi and thus seized the opportunity to bring it up again. Brother Yi, I would like to take you with me to the Huaxiao Alliance to help them clear the beasts and, in the process, observe how their alliance has developed. Would you be willing to join me? Fearing that Zhang Yi might hesitate, he added, they have promised to share half of the treasure chests. This venture is certainly worthwhile. Subai retrieved the bullet blueprint from his backpack. Brother E, this is the bullet blueprint I obtained in exchange with the Huaxiao Alliance. I believe you might find it useful. Subai suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to give this item to Zhang Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise, quickly morphing into unmistakable joy. His sniper rifle was in dire need of ammunition, and this bullet blueprint was undoubtedly significant. Thank you, Subai, Zhang Yi exclaimed, excitedly accepting the blueprint. To express his gratitude, Zhang Yi handed the planting manual to Subai. This manual holds little value for me, but since you have a greenhouse, it should prove far more beneficial for you. Zhang Yi pushed the manual toward Subai. Subai smiled gently, accepting the manual, and as he glanced at it, a line of introduction caught his eye. As he began to read, the system notification chimed. Player has a greenhouse. Would you like to bind the planting manual? Subai clicked yes without hesitation. A brand new section titled Planting appeared on his system page. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his virtual greenhouse. He attempted to click on the rice icon, and the system promptly responded, displaying a series of operational options: watering, fertilizing, and weeding. With a gentle tap, he selected water. Virtual droplets cascaded from the air, nourishing the rice fields below. This was astonishingly convenient. Subai could not help but exclaim. He never anticipated managing his greenhouse could be so effortless. With just a flick of his finger, he could execute all operations without needing to toil personally. With this thought, a notion crossed Subai's mind. Since there was a planting manual, did it imply the existence of other manuals? Perhaps a mining manual or a logging manual. If that were indeed the case, it would save even more manpower and time. He decided not to keep the remaining silver treasure chests, giving them all to Zhang Yi. Noticing that dusk was approaching, Zhang Yi took his leave. It was then that Subai retrieved the 2 golden treasure chests and the diamond chest. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained healing item 1. Healing item, a consumable item, 11, which can heal a fatal injury and remove a near-death state upon use. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained fertilizer blueprint 1. Finally, his gaze fell upon the diamond treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, he wondered what kind of special item it might contain. Eagerly, Subai opened the chest. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained pet binding item 1. A pet binding item. He quickly retrieved the ice beast egg from his backpack. Would you like to bind the unhatched ice beast? A line of text appeared above the blue egg. Success probability, 80. Could there be a chance of failure? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to proceed. The ice beast was formidable. If he could have a creature as powerful as that one from the secret realm as a pet, he would be invincible. Rubbing his hands together, Subai took his time before using the item. An 80 success rate was quite a test of luck. Perhaps he should summon a bit of fortune. May my ancestors bless me. Let it be a success. Subai silently wished, filled with sincerity. He opened his eyes, his gaze once again fixed on the system message. Would you like to use the pet binding item to bind the ice beast egg? Without further hesitation, Subai chose to use it. The item transformed into a beam of white light, enveloping the blue egg of the ice beast. This process felt interminably long. Subai nervously watched the egg, awaiting the system's prompt. Within the white light, the ice beast egg began to undergo subtle changes. The once tranquil surface of the egg shell suddenly manifested fine cracks, which swiftly spread as if some unseen force sought to break free from its confines. Subai observed this with palpable tension, anxious about any unforeseen developments. Tentatively, he extended his hand to touch the ice beast egg. Remarkably, at the moment his fingers made contact, the previously restless egg, seemingly yearning to escape the luminous confinement, ceased its frantic movements. The struggling force appeared to be quelled by an invisible calm, and the fissures on the shell gradually stabilized, halting their expansion. Congratulations, player, binding successful. Acquired pet, Ice Beast 1. The successful binding filled Subai with an indescribable joy that surged through him like a tidal wave. A smile of excitement graced his lips as he cradled the egg in his embrace. How wonderful! He felt an innate connection with the egg, sensing the life pulsing within it. Ice Beast egg. Hatching imminent. Countdown. 1 day. Just one more day until he could meet his pet. Subai recalled the ice beast he had seen in the secret realm, his heart brimming with anticipation. He carefully held the egg, which emanated a faint chill. Instead of placing it in his backpack, he wrapped it in a towel and fashioned a makeshift nest for it. As Lin Wei emerged from the coal mine, she was taken aback by the sight of the large blue egg positioned in the center of the living room. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she curiously approached to inspect it. Subai, what kind of egg is this? It's enormous. I brought it back from the secret realm and have already bound it. Soon, I will have an ice beast as a pet. Subai boasted, reveling in his unique acquisition. Lin Wei touched the egg, finding it akin to ice, and quickly withdrew her hand. So cold. Having completed her coal mining for the day, Lin Wei watched as Subai received the 1,500 units of coal and proceeded to deliver it to the Huaxia Alliance. His thoughts drifted to the fertilizer blueprint he had acquired, which he promptly learned. Fertilizer. Crafting requires 1 forage, 1 manure. The materials for creating fertilizer were indeed surprising. Subai glanced at the item and, to his astonishment, tested it in the restroom. Could this truly be stored in his backpack? Well, his backpack was now less than pristine. He decided to open the planting manual, preparing to water and fertilize his rice and wheat crops. Most of the rice had matured, transforming into a golden hue. Rising, he pushed open the door and entered the greenhouse, confirming that indeed, everything was ripe for harvest. With a single command in the planting manual, he harvested the mature rice, acquired 500 rice grains, 3 forage, 30 rice seeds. This equated to 3 pounds of rice. Originally, he contemplated where he would obtain forage, but now he had a solution. He retrieved rice from his backpack, gazing at the pristine grains, a wave of joy surging within him. It had been a long time since he had savored white rice. With this treasure in hand, Subai extracted the rice cooker that had lain dormant in his bag for quite some time, eagerly anticipating this day. He promptly set the rice to steam and then ventured next door to summon Zhang, Yi, and Lin Wei. Upon receiving the materials from Subai, Lin Wei had successfully rebuilt the shelter, situated closely to Subai's left. Upon learning of the impending feast of white rice, both Zhang, Yi, and Lin Wei exhibited great enthusiasm, nearly dropping their current tasks without hesitation to accompany Subai back to his refuge. Zhang Yi produced an iron pot he had procured from the trading post. Subai rummaged through his cupboard to find chicken, which he meticulously cleaned with hot water, removing any traces of blood and impurities. Subsequently, he deftly chopped the chicken into uniform pieces and tossed them into the pot. Observing this, Lin Wei retrieved 2 potatoes from her backpack, skillfully peeling them before cutting them into appropriately sized chunks. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yi fetched a can of beer. Beer will surely enhance the flavor. Lin Wei, you can drink, right? Lin Wei nodded, smiling as she accepted the beer from Zhang Yi, pouring it generously into the iron pot. The chicken, rich in aroma, combined with the tender potato pieces, was further elevated by the addition of beer. As the pot began to bubble and hiss, the delightful scent enveloped the air. Subai added a pinch of MSG, and the resulting dish of stewed chicken and potatoes was nothing short of exquisite. He then prepared a stir-fry as a side dish. Linwei, seizing a large cabbage, took the wooden spatula from Subai, assuming the role of head chef. Subai served the stewed chicken and potatoes at the table. A subtle fragrance of rice began to waft through the air, a long mist aroma that lifted their spirits. Zhang Yi, tending to the rice cooker, chuckled. Just the scent of this rice is enough to make me hungry. Once Lin Wei finished stir-frying the cabbage, the white rice was ready as well. Subai arranged the bowls and chopsticks on the table. The trio gazed at the bountiful spread before them, joy evident on their faces, cherishing this rare moment of relaxation and the pleasure of good food. After indulging in their meal, Subai set his chopsticks down, patting his round belly. The table was cleared, every morsel devoured. Even Lin Wei, though slender, had eaten her fill. The three sat leisurely in their chairs, engaging in light conversation. Subai remarked, "The yield of rice remains too scarce. With just this meal, we have consumed 500 grains. We must plant more, ensuring a steady supply of white rice in the future, not to mention for selling." Zhang Yi responded, "Brother Subai, you possess a keen business acumen. I'm glad to follow your lead." Zhang Yi let out a satisfied belch, contentedly picking at his teeth. However, the scale of their operation was still lacking. There were only the three of them. If they were to expand their team and recruit more individuals, this mere number would be insufficient. Lin Wei, intrigued, remarked that it would necessitate enlarging the greenhouse and increasing the quantity of primary soil. Subai pondered, feeling no urgency to recruit new talents just yet, as he was still contemplating whether to establish his own alliance akin to the Huaxiao Alliance. He decided to put that thought aside for now. The snow had ceased. On the 10th day of the cold wave, the entire world appeared to be cloaked in a thick layer of ice and snow, as if time had frozen at that very moment. Inside the shelter, the flickering firelight cast a warm glow, with survivors gathered around the heater. At that moment, a brief yet exhilarating message spread rapidly through the chat channel. "The snow has stopped. Wow, it really has stopped snowing. What wonderful news. Finally, it's over. The snow has completely obscured my window. I wonder how thick it is outside." Upon hearing this news, Subai felt a surge of excitement. He sprang to his feet, almost instinctively pushing open the window. Though darkness enveloped the outside world, he was eager to verify the truth of the announcement. The cold wind, tinged with a slight chill, rushed in, but he paid it no mind, extending his hand out into the night, waiting in quiet anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, he felt no snowflakes falling. The snow had truly stopped. The past 10 days of the cold wave had posed an unprecedented test for all survivors. The heavy snowfall had shrouded the world in a blanket of silvery white, while simultaneously confining their activities to the small shelter. The scarcity of food and resources forced many survivors to be frugal, making every morsel of food feel extraordinarily precious. Many appeared weak from hunger, with some teetering on the brink of survival. The news of the snowfall cessation undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope, a beacon of light in their dire circumstances. Although the snow had stopped, the accumulation in the yard was already higher than the shelter itself, and the situation in other areas was similarly dire. This indicated that even if they wished to venture outside and explore, they would first need to address the issue of the snowdrifts. Furthermore, while the cold wave had temporarily abated, no one could guarantee it would not strike again, potentially with even greater ferocity. Subai resolved to begin clearing the snow around the shelter starting today. He grabbed a shovel and stepped out into the snow-covered expanse. The biting cold wind pierced through him, yet he had grown somewhat accustomed to it, feeling it was slightly more bearable than before. He immersed himself in the labor of shoveling snow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi sat beside the fire in the shelter, cradling a steaming cup of water. The tempest outside seemed to be a world apart from him, yet a faint sound broke the stillness. He frowned slightly, straining to listen. The noise appeared to be emanating from outside the door. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi set down his teacup and rose to approach the door. Gently, he pushed open the stone door, and a biting cold wind rushed in to greet him. There he beheld Subai, bent over in the snow, laboriously shoveling away the accumulation. "Brother Subai, I am here to assist you," Zhang Yi called out with a loud voice. He picked up a shovel and quickly made his way to Subai, joining him in the task of clearing the snow. Gradually, the snow was removed, revealing a narrow path. As the snow diminished, a clever idea blossomed in Subai's mind. If only this snow could transform into precious water resources. For he had previously been lavishly using bottled water to irrigate the crops in the greenhouse. Thus, Subai commenced his plan. He gathered several sturdy wooden basins and neatly arranged them in a corner of the shelter. Each time he cleared a pile of snow, he transported it inside, gently pouring it into the basins. Upon contact with the warm air within the shelter, the snow began to melt slowly. As time passed, the snow in the basins gradually turned into slightly murky water. While it was unsuitable for drinking, it was more than adequate for irrigation. Subai collected the murky water from the basins and stored it in a cabinet for convenient access. His current comfortable life was largely due to his ingenious conversion of hot water and coal into hard currency. Had he not possessed these resources, or failed to recognize their value, he certainly would not have achieved his current standing. Likewise, rice and wheat, as fundamental staples for survival, would also become objects of his future trading reserves. He navigated through the trading post, meticulously selecting various seeds and crops. His attention was captured by sweet potato seeds, which were not only nutritious but also easy to store. Without hesitation, he purchased 10 packets of sweet potato seeds, and then he spotted seeds for pumpkins, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables, acquiring them all. Utilizing the planting manual, he effortlessly scattered the seeds. He gently opened the manual, his fingertips gliding across the screen to select the recently purchased varieties, and the greenhouse became bustling with activity. Beams of soft light emanated from the manual, precisely illuminating the empty spaces in the greenhouse. These lights seemed to possess a magical quality, deeply embedding each seed into the soil. In truth, Subai's hot water was now largely unsaleable, relying solely on volume to exchange for basic supplies. Acquiring blueprints or more valuable items was utterly impossible. Likely, new alternatives had emerged, such as water boilers or other innovations. Subai understood this predicament, for hot water was merely a basic resource, and he had no intention of relying on it for significant profit. Presently, his hot water primarily served himself, as well as Zhang, Yi, and Lin Wei, even allowing them the occasional indulgence of a warm bath. As for coal, Subai supplied it entirely to the Huaxia Alliance, with no surplus to spare. Undoubtedly, coal is indeed a highly marketable commodity. He seeks to exchange it for resources, undoubtedly in search of more suitable alternatives. Currently, most survivors are barely managing to stave off starvation, while Subai has already ascended to a modest level of prosperity. Lost in thought, Subai curled up on his bed, wrapped in his blanket, yet sleep eluded him. He opened the global chat channel to peruse the messages and updates from other survivors. As night descended, the sky gradually became tinged with an ominous crimson hue, heralding an unprecedented calamity on the horizon. The blood moon is imminent, and the beast will descend into an unparalleled frenzy, launching fierce assaults on all shelters. All players are urged to prepare for battle at once, to protect their homes and weather the storm. This message reverberated like thunder in the ears of the players. The global channel erupted in chaos. Everyone look, the blood moon has appeared. Isn't this a harbinger of disaster? It's over, it's over. My shelter, surely one T survive. Who will save me? Everyone, please remain calm. The blood moon will attract a multitude of beasts, but it will also unveil some unique resources. We can band together in our alliance to resist the beast horde. I have already organized an elite alliance. All survivors are welcome to join. Private message me. I will also coordinate the distribution of resources to ensure fairness. We will surely overcome this tribulation. As Subai continued to scroll through the global chat, observing the discussions surrounding the arrival of the blood moon, a faint rustling sound disrupted the tranquility of the room. Initially, the noise resembled a soft scratching, gradually becoming clearer and more pronounced, as if some living creature was striving to break free from confinement in a corner. Subai perked up his ears, attempting to discern the source of the sound. As it persisted, he realized it seemed to emanate from the direction of the living room. He froze momentarily, his mind racing with myriad possibilities. One thought dominated his awareness: that precious ice beast egg he had placed so much hope upon. Without a moment to lose, he sprang from his bed, flashlight in hand, and hurried towards the living room. The sight before him rendered him breathless. The ice beast egg, which had been quietly resting on a towel, now bore a conspicuous crack, from which a fluffy little head peeked out, curiously surveying the world around it. As the fissure widened, a small ice beast, comparable in size to an adult bear and cloaked in silvery fur, slowly emerged from its shell, its round eyes sparkling with curiosity. The little ice beast seemed to sense Su-bai's presence, halting its exploration to turn and gaze at him. There was no trace of hostility in its eyes. Instead, it exuded a warm affection. Gradually, it crawled towards Su-bai, coming to a stop only when its small body gently brushed against his pant leg. Su-bai crouched down, cautiously extending his hand to softly caress the little ice beast's delicate, icy fur. He could perceive the faint vibrations emanating from the little creature beneath him. "Let's call you Bing Bing," Su-bai murmured softly. A flicker of lively light sparkled in the eyes of the ice beast, as if it comprehended Su-bai's words, and it joyfully wagged its tail. It continued to nuzzle against Su-bai, who assumed it was hungry. Without hesitation, he placed a choice piece of raw pork before Bing Bing. However, Bing Bing merely sniffed it lightly before nudging the pork aside, showing no interest whatsoever. Next, Su-bai presented some snow lion meat, rich in energy and superior to pork. Yet, Bing Bing remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of disdain in its gaze, leaving Su-bai both amused and bewildered. Reluctant to concede, Su-bai attempted to offer rice. Still, Bing Bing merely sniffed it, gazing at Su-bai with its big, watery eyes, silently expressing its dissatisfaction. Observing Bing Bing's fastidious demeanor, Su-bai felt a pang of frustration. Utterly clueless about what this little creature might consume, fearing he might inadvertently starve it, he had even prepared a small bed for Bing Bing, a cozy nest crafted from soft towels and grass. Yet upon placing Bing Bing onto the bed, it immediately jumped up, struggling with its tiny legs, clearly displeased with its new abode, insisting on sleeping beside Su-bai instead. With no other choice, Su-bai relinquished his space to the creature. In the dead of night, a sudden commotion erupted outside the shelter. Su-bai jolted awake, and the ice beast beside him was already alert, emitting a deep, powerful growl. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up and surveyed the dim surroundings. The shelter was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the feeble glow of the heater. He realized that this unexpected noise was anything but ordinary. It was likely that wild beasts were prowling nearby, perhaps preparing to assault the shelter. Indeed, the blood moon had risen. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within Su-bai. He quickly donned his clothing, grabbed the shotgun resting by his bedside, and checked the ammunition supply. Bing Bing closely followed behind, its azure eyes shimmering in the darkness. Su-bai glanced back at Bing Bing, just as a system alert echoed in his mind. Warning: snow bears and snow leopards detected approaching the shelter. Please take immediate defensive measures. As Su-bai pushed open the door of the shelter, he beheld a massive snow bear standing not far away, its white fur gleaming brilliantly under the blood moon's light, and its fierce eyes fixated intently on the shelter's entrance. A surge of alarm coursed through Su-bai. Beside the snow bear lurked a more agile snow leopard, its form nearly blending into the night, save for its eyes glinting with cold light that betrayed its position. Bing Bing, prepare for battle, Su-bai whispered to the creature. Upon hearing the command, Bing Bing instantly emitted a low growl, its fur bristling in anticipation as it pressed closely against Su-bai's side. Su-bai raised a shotgun, aiming it at the approaching snow bear. With a deafening bang, the weapon unleashed a deadly tongue of fire. The snow bear, caught off guard by the sudden assault, let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. Yet, Su-bai remained vigilant, aware that the snow leopard was still lurking in the shadows. Indeed, at the moment the snow bear fell, the snow leopard sprang forth from the darkness, charging directly at Su-bai. Quick as a flash, Su-bai squeezed the trigger, but the snow leopard nimbly evaded a shot, swiftly maneuvering to Su-bai's flank, poised to deliver a fatal strike. In a display of lightning-fast reflexes, Bing Bing lunged forward just as the confrontation between Su-bai and the snow leopard escalated, opening its mouth wide to unleash a blast of frigid air. Instantly, sharp ice spikes formed, shooting forth like arrows towards the snow leopard, which was intent on pouncing on Su-bai. The icy projectiles sliced through the air, imbued with a biting chill, aiming for the snow leopard's vital points. Taken aback by this unforeseen attack, the snow leopard faltered, its aggressive advance momentarily stalling. This fleeting moment of hesitation proved crucial for Su-bai. He swiftly pivoted, dodging the leopard's potentially lethal claws, and fired the shotgun once more. The resounding gunshot echoing through the night. The snow leopard let out a mournful howl, its body trembling from the injuries sustained, blood gushing from its wounds and staining the surrounding snow. However, this snow leopard was no ordinary foe. Even in its weakened state, it struggled to retaliate. Yet, it was now a mere shadow of its former self, incapable of posing any further threat to Subai. Bing Bing seized the opportunity, stepping forward to sink its sharp fangs into the snow leopard's neck. As Bing Bing bit down, the leopard's struggles gradually subsided, ultimately ceasing to breathe altogether. Bing Bing greedily drank the snow leopard's blood, each sip accompanied by a faint sound, the subtle noise of life being drawn away. Observing Bing Bing's sanguine feast, Subai realized the true nature of this creature's sustenance. No wonder it had shown little interest in other food. It thrived on blood. Remarkably fortunate. The little creature had consumed so much that it had rendered the snow leopard into a mere desiccated husk. It cast a glance at the still living but severely weakened snow bear, yet chose not to advance, instead letting out a satisfied belch, clearly satiated. Subai approached the snow bear, delivering one final blow to its head. The creature lay entirely lifeless, now a mere corpse. You have slain a snow bear, acquiring 50 units of snow bear meat, 70 blood essence, and 1 hide. Your pet has dispatched a snow leopard, yielding 20 units of snow leopard meat and 1 hide. Congratulations, player, for successfully fending off the first wave of beast attacks, earning yourself a silver treasure chest. This, however, is merely the initial onslaught. Subai gazed at the words displayed by the system, his expression heavy with concern. Beside him, Bing Bing yawned and nudged Subai towards the sanctuary. Once nestled by the bed, it quickly succumbed to slumber. Listening to the rhythmic sound of its breathing, Subai, who had initially intended to remain awake, found himself influenced by its presence. He stroked its soft fur and gradually drifted into a deep sleep. Whatever may come with the next wave of beasts, he would rise to confront them. Unbeknownst to Subai, shortly after he fell asleep, Bing Bing began to undergo a gradual transformation. Its body grew larger, and an invisible aura of pressure emanated from it. The restless beasts beneath the blood moon instinctively gravitated towards the sanctuary. Countless sanctuaries were under siege, ensuring that this night would be one of unrest. Yet, Subai enjoyed a rare, peaceful slumber, perhaps due to being awakened in the dead of the previous night. When he finally awoke, he realized it was nearly noon, though the outside world remained drenched in crimson. Bing Bing emitted a low rumble and nudged Subai. Hungry? Subai patted his own stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger himself, aware that the little creature fed on blood. He fetched a wooden basin and poured the blood essence from the snow bear he had slain the previous day into it. Feeling too lethargic to prepare anything else, he nibbled on a piece of chocolate cake to replenish his energy. After finishing his meal, Subai ventured outside to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he spotted Zhang Yi not far ahead, setting traps for beasts. Brother Yi, he called out, approaching him with curiosity. Zhang Yi paused his work and brought up the events of the previous night, inquiring whether Subai's sanctuary had faced an attack. Indeed, just 2 beasts. And with Bing Bing, we dealt with them in no time. Bing Bing? Zhang Yi asked, perplexed. It then dawned on Subai that Zhang Yi had yet to see the newly hatched Bing Bing. It's the ice beast egg I brought back from the secret realm, which hatched last night. I see. That creature must be formidable. Zhang Yi, having encountered the ice beast in the secret realm, recalled its terrifying strength. Even if it was slightly weaker now, given time, it would undoubtedly grow powerful. It is indeed impressive. It can also spit ice spikes, though they are considerably smaller than that creature's. I noticed the main sanctuary was under attack last night, but at that time, my sanctuary was also facing 2 wild boars. Once I dealt with them, the alerts ceased. The latter half of the night was remarkably calm, with no beasts to be seen. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Subai glanced towards Lin Wei's sanctuary, which remained unscathed. It seems that nothing significant has occurred. I had thought the blood moon would be quite formidable. Subai was still lamenting when he noticed Zhang Yi shaking his head with a grave expression. Have you checked the World Chat channel? No. You should take a look at what others are saying. From the looks of it, we are the only exception here. Other survivors have faced at least 2 waves of beast attacks during the night. Upon hearing this, Subai opened the World Chat channel and found that Zhang Yi's assertions were indeed accurate. Survivors in the chat were lamenting their fates. Just after defeating a snow leopard in the first half of the night, I barely managed to close my eyes when 3 wolves appeared. 2 waves of beasts. I nearly succumbed. The shelter now consists of just 3 dilapidated walls, and it's drafty at level 10. Is there a powerful alliance I can join? I'm truly at risk of being overwhelmed by beasts, or is there a kind soul who can help clear them out? Scrolling through previous messages revealed discussions centered around forming groups. Many survivors had turned to gray avatars. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that our luck was simply better, resulting in only a single wave of beasts attacking us? Subai could only reason thus. I was thinking, since the blood moon persists, there will surely be more beasts attempting to ambush the shelter. It would be wise to set traps now. That way, we could be prepared when the beasts strike. Subai found Zhang Yi's reasoning quite sound, and thus he assisted Zhang Yi in setting up traps for the beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Wei had just entered Subai's home, armed with a pickaxe to mine coal, when she was startled by a creature that had inexplicably intruded into the house. She held a Zhuge crossbow, her small face etched with fear. The unfamiliar beast before her bore no resemblance to any animal she recognized, and it appeared so vividly before her. Ah, the ice beast. Bing Bing looked on with confusion at the screaming female human. An arrow flew towards it. Bing Bing swiftly dodged the projectile, emitting a low growl of dissatisfaction. Hearing the commotion, Subai hastily abandoned his task and sprinted toward the shelter. Hey, Lin Wei, don't attack. It's one of us, he shouted as he ran. Lin Wei, having missed her shot and preparing for another, paused upon hearing Subai's call. She then saw the creature bared its teeth at her before retreating to the shelter's entrance. By the time Subai reached the entrance, Bing Bing was emitting a low grumble, seemingly expressing its discontent, and affectionately nuzzled against Subai's legs. Lin Wei, witnessing the beast's familiarity with Subai, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Lin Wei, this is Bing Bing, the ice beast. It hatched from that egg. There's no need to fear, Subai explained, relieved to see that neither Lin Wei nor Bing Bing had sustained any injuries. Oh, so is the ice beast. At this moment, Lin Wei recalled the egg, which Subai and Zhang Yi had mentioned during dinner yesterday, asserting that the ice beast was quite formidable. She curiously examined Bing Bing, attempting to reach out and stroke its head. However, due to Lin Wei's earlier aggression, Bing Bing harbored considerable animosity towards her, baring its teeth menacingly. Very well. I shall refrain from touching you, Lin Wei thought, withdrawing her hand sheepishly with a sigh. I must return to my coal mining work. After the shelter was attacked by beasts yesterday, I need to gather more materials. The once bright sky was now shrouded in a blood-red hue. Although it was termed a blood moon, at this moment, even the sunlight appeared tinged with crimson. The ominous atmosphere was somewhat disquieting. This should suffice, Subai mused, surveying the traps they had meticulously arranged, nodding in satisfaction. Thanks to the ample supply of materials, he and Zhang Yi had ensnared their shared dwelling with traps. While the effectiveness of these traps had yet to be tested, the sight of the gleaming metallic jaws alone evoked a vivid imagination of the pain one would endure if caught in them. Although such traps may not entirely restrain large beasts, like the mammoth encountered previously, which would likely only hinder its movement, smaller creatures would be utterly defenseless against these steel instruments. Brother Subai, these traps should be sufficient to fend off ordinary beasts. We can finally take a well-deserved rest, Zhang Yi remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Subai promptly retrieved a bottle of warm water from his backpack and handed it over. Zhang Yi accepted it without hesitation, opening it and gulping it down eagerly. Despite the ongoing chill in the air, setting up these large traps was still quite exhausting. After exchanging a few brief words, they promptly returned to their respective abodes. The cessation of snowfall did not imply a reprieve from the cold. Just moments ago, while working, the chill had been bearable, but now that they had paused, the frigid air swiftly began to invade their bodies. Upon returning to his room, Subai approached the stove and gazed at the peacefully slumbering Bing Bing, shaking his head gently. After all, this little creature was quite the heavy sleeper. Subai chose not to disturb it, quietly settling beside it and opening the world chat feature. Initially, he merely wished to pass the time, but the messages within soon furrowed his brow. What the heck? Why are beasts roaming during the day? I'm currently under attack. Is there anyone powerful who can lend assistance? I have rare materials. Last night had been a torment, and he was still drowsy. He hoped no beast would assault him now. How strange. Why have I not been attacked? Is it possible that there is a slight chance of being ambushed during the day? Big brothers and sisters, someone come to my aid. I can't hold on much longer. Good luck to you. In this bizarre blood moon weather, we are all like clay statues crossing a river, struggling to save ourselves. Who has the time to rescue you? Join our alliance. We offer a degree of support within the community, enabling us to resist the blood moon together. Oh no, I've been attacked too. What on earth is this dreadful weather going to end? Am I even going to get any sleep? Subai gazed at the chat before him, stroking his chin. From the content of the conversation, it was evident that this blood moon weather enveloped the entire day. The crimson hue during daylight was not merely atmospheric decoration, but a stark reminder for survivors to remain vigilant at all times. Moreover, the number of attacks reported in the chat indicated that, although daytime assaults were not as frequent as those at night, a significant portion of the population still faced attacks from beasts. However, what puzzled Subai was the stark contrast between his own experiences and the information in the chat. It felt as if the entire world, save for himself, was under siege. Could it be that he was merely fortunate? Shaking his head in resignation, he found himself at a loss regarding the situation. Suddenly, as he contemplated, Subai felt something furry brushing against his leg. Looking down, he noticed that Bing Bing, who had been peacefully asleep, had awakened and was now nuzzling against him. Subai gently patted Bing Bing's head, and the little creature closed its eyes in bliss, purring contentedly, a truly soothing sound. Raising his gaze to the blood-red sky, Subai sighed. The duration of the blood moon remained uncertain, but it seemed likely to persist for several days. During this period, venturing outdoors would hardly be a sound decision. Not to mention that the frequency and ferocity of beast appearances during the blood moon surpassed normal levels, making the risks of going outside significantly greater. If his desire to search for resources led to his home being destroyed, it would be a grave miscalculation. The most prudent course of action now seemed to be to hunker down at home and refrain from going anywhere. Yet, if there were no beast attacks in the days to come, his accumulation of rare resources would lag far behind others. This was the source of his greatest frustration and dilemma. After all, he had not forgotten that the beasts spawned during the blood moon had a chance to drop special items. Alas, pondering these matters further would yield no benefit. He could only take it step by step. If no beasts approached, he would have to find ways to procure rare materials from other sources. Speaking of which, had Bing Bing changed somewhat compared to before? As he stroked the creature's silky fur, Subai suddenly sensed something amiss. He had not noticed it earlier, but during this intimate interaction, it felt as if Bing Bing had grown considerably since last night when it slept beside him. The ice beast was a formidable creature. If it were to reach full maturity, it would not only guard the home, but could also lead him to victory in battles. Logically, such a powerful being should grow at a slow pace, yet Bing Bing's growth seemed rather rapid. Bing Bing, noticing Subai's intense scrutiny, appeared puzzled by his gaze. Shaking its adorable head, it nuzzled closer to Subai's cheek. Never mind, it's a good thing that Bing Bing is growing up. Feeling the dependence and affection from Bing Bing, Subai was genuinely pleased. Just then, a notification from a private message interrupted their intimate interaction. Upon opening the message interface, he was met with a frantic plea from his friend, Moronchi. Brother, buy help. A horde of wild beasts is attacking my home. It's about to be destroyed. Upon reading the message, Subai immediately sprang to his feet. When a friend is in distress, it is only natural to lend assistance. He swiftly approached the bedside, grasped his shotgun, and after checking the ammunition, he prepared to teleport alone. The reason he did not call upon Zhang Yi and Lin Wei was that the four shelters, including Moronchi's, were now interconnected. Should the previous issue of an overwhelming number of beasts arise again, a simple message would suffice to summon them for support. Thus, it was more efficient for him to investigate the situation alone first. However, just as Subai was about to teleport, he felt a tug on his pant leg. Bing Bing had grabbed it with her mouth. Do you want to come too? As Bing Bing saw her, Subai understood her intent. Seeing the little creature nod vigorously, he readily agreed. Although Bing Bing was still young, engaging in battle with wild beasts could only serve to sharpen her skills. After exchanging a confirming glance with Bing Bing, Subai wasted no time and activated the teleportation. In a flash of light, both the man and the creature vanished from the room. Upon arriving at Moronchi's doorstep, Subai was greeted by a thunderous roar that nearly shattered his eardrums. 5 massive snow bears were relentlessly assaulting the door of Moronchi's shelter, their claws raking against it. while the flickering white light indicated the decreasing durability of the entrance. Nearby, 2 charred corpses of snow bears lay, likely the results of Muronchi's handiwork. As she was nowhere in sight, it was assumed she was taking refuge within the shelter. Subai assessed the situation with the snow bears, removing his shotgun from his shoulder. Thankfully, their numbers were manageable and their size was not as intimidating as the mammoth he had encountered previously, which loomed like a small mountain in his memory. Had it not been for the shield he possessed at that time, annihilating the mammoth leader would have been no simple task. Although the snow bears would not breach the shelter's defenses immediately, it was imperative to mitigate the damage swiftly. Loading the bullets, Subai aimed at the 5 snow bears as per the system's prompt. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he noticed the bears had ceased their assault and were now gazing in his direction. This unforeseen change caused Subai to furrow his brow. Under the influence of the blood moon, all the beasts had become frenzied, their pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, possibly due to the bloodlust or the eerie aura of the moon, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld them. Yet, the snow bears before him seemed rather peculiar. Subai raised an eyebrow, sensing a palpable fear emanating from these creatures. The ferocity typically present in their gazes had been replaced by an unmistakable expression of terror. What could possibly account for this? He found it hard to believe that these wild beasts could recognize the weapon in his grasp, and even if they did, such recognition would hardly evoke fear. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lowered his gaze to the adorable creature, Bing Bing, who was baring her small, fierce fangs. Could it be that she was the source of this phenomenon? Though a theory began to form in his mind, he dared not relax his grip on the firearm. Who could predict whether these snow bears might suddenly turn aggressive? Regardless of the reason, it was prudent to neutralize the threat posed by them first. With this in mind, Subai swiftly aimed for the vulnerable eyes of the snow bears, preparing once more to pull the trigger. However, Bing Bing was quicker. She lunged forward and sank her teeth into the neck of one of the snow bears. To his astonishment, the other bears did not rush to defend their companion, but instead turned tail and fled without a moment's hesitation. This dramatic turn of events left Subai momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Since arriving in this world, everyone had lived under a shroud of invisible fear, for none could predict what lay ahead. Even Subai was uncertain of what awaited him. Though no one spoke of it, the fear of the unknown loomed like an unseen hand, gripping each individual tightly, ever reminding them of its oppressive presence. Thus, fear was a common sentiment among humanity. Indeed, one might say it was exceedingly prevalent. Yet now, Subai witnessed an emotion foreign to these beasts, fear, and this sentiment stemmed from the very creature he had brought forth from the secret realm, Bing Bing. Previously, he had merely regarded the ice beast's formidable attack power and its ability to unleash cone-like ice projectiles. However, it was clear that he had underestimated the true worth of the ice beast. Even a juvenile Bing Bing could instill a sense of helplessness in ordinary wild animals. Observing the small creature as she feasted upon the blood of the snow bear, Subai realized that if she continued to grow, the beasts of this domain would no longer pose a threat. In mere moments, the once mighty snow bear lay diminished. Your pet has slain a snow bear, acquiring 50 pieces of snow bear meat and 1 beast skin. The items that had dropped were notably different from those during his previous encounter with the snow bears. No blood essence was present. Subai merely glanced at the notification, unfazed. The entirety of the snow bear's blood had been drained by the little creature. It would have been odd for any blood essence to remain. Beyond these ordinary spoils, he was more concerned about whether he would receive additional rewards for vanquishing all attacking beasts under the unique conditions of the blood moon. Congratulations to the player for successfully fending off the second wave of beastly attacks and obtaining a silver chest. Indeed, it appears that even if the monstrous assailants under the blood moon were not entirely vanquished, it would not detract from the rewards bestowed in the form of chests. However, the indication of a second wave suggests that there may have been a previous onslaught. As Subai pondered the 2 chests that had appeared before him, the once tightly shut door of the shelter gradually creaked open a sliver. Muronchi's head cautiously peeked out, surveying the surroundings. Had they truly all fled? It seemed she had also heard the commotion of the snow bear's retreat from within the shelter. Once she ascertained that the area was devoid of threats, she fully emerged. Dashing towards Subai, "Brother Bai, how valiant! You effortlessly dealt with those wretched beasts without shedding a drop of blood." Muronchi exclaimed as she bounded up to Subai, throwing herself into his arms in an exuberant embrace. This sudden display left Subai momentarily flustered. Sister, surely we can communicate without such fervor. There's no need for such physicality, he said, somewhat helplessly. While Muronchi had many admirable qualities, her exuberant personality often left him at a loss. Hearing Subai's words, she finally released him, pouting slightly. It's just that I was a bit excited to see my hero come to the rescue. Excitement is one thing, but this time the true hero is not me, but Bing Bing. Bing Bing? Upon hearing Subai's mention, Muronchi's gaze shifted to the fluffy little creature lying beside the slain snow bear. This must be the Bing Bing that Subai had referenced. Seeing such an adorable being, Muronchi immediately altered her focus, trotting over to Bing Bing and crouching down to observe with curiosity. Oh, Bing Bing, you are so adorable. May I pet you? At that moment, the round-bellied Bing Bing lifted its head, gazing at the beautiful sister smiling at it with a hint of confusion, before looking back at Subai. Bing Bing, being astute, quickly understood that this lovely lady was a friend of its master upon seeing Subai nod in affirmation. It promptly nudged its head against Muronchi's hand. This gesture filled Muronchi with delight, emboldening her to enthusiastically pet Bing Bing. She had always possessed a fondness for small animals, yet here, apart from the beasts, there had been no other creatures to cherish. Now, encountering Bing Bing, her true nature was swiftly revealed. Subai observed Muronchi frolicking with Bing Bing and shook his head in exasperation. Just moments ago, she had professed her admiration for him, and now she was utterly captivated by Bing Bing. A woman's words are often deceitful, he mused. Fortunately, he was wise enough not to be beguiled. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the less one should trust her words. Brother Bai, where did you find Bing Bing? I wish to have one too. Is there a way? After playing for quite some time with Bing Bing, Muronchi seemed thoroughly entertained as she embraced Bing Bing and approached Subai. Indeed, even in the midst of her joy, she was unwilling to part with Bing Bing, which clearly illustrated her affection for the creature. Bing Bing was fortuitously brought out from the secret realm, bound by a special item, making it impossible for her to acquire another companion at the moment. Upon hearing Subai's words, Muronchi's once bright eyes dimmed significantly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Oh, why is it like this? Just as Subai hesitated to offer some words of comfort, Muronchi's eyes sparkled once more as she cheerfully suggested, Brother Bai, why not part with Bing Bing and let her come to me? Before Subai could respond, Bing Bing, who had been comfortably nestled in Muronchi's arms, immediately expressed her discontent. She squirmed free, stood on the ground, and playfully stuck out her tongue at Muronchi, retreating behind Subai. See, it's not just me who is unwilling. Bing Bing herself does not consent. A reluctant fruit is never sweet, and besides, Bing Bing and I are bound by a special item. Even if I were willing, the binding item cannot be altered. Subai shrugged, gazing at Muronchi, whose demeanor was one of dejection, with a smile. For some reason, he found himself quite amused by her predicament. Very well, Muronchi nodded, begrudgingly accepting reality, yet her gaze towards Bing Bing bore no disguise of affection. By the way, it's surprising that Bing Bing can actually understand our words. This revelation astonished Muronchi, for in her previous world, pets capable of comprehending human speech were exceedingly rare. Even the so-called most intelligent border collie would not reach Bing Bing's level of understanding. This realization only deepened her fondness for Bing Bing. Yes, although I don't understand why. Bing Bing is indeed quite clever. Wow, our Bing Bing is amazing. Not only can she scare away those snow bears, but she can also understand human language. Come here for a kiss, dear sister. Observing that Bing Bing showed no desire to leave her master, she ceased her resistance and allowed Muronchi to shower her with affection. It seemed she even relished it, which left Subai somewhat bemused. The little creature surprisingly enjoyed this attention. He hadn't seen that coming. Ding! At that moment, a notification sound from Subai's private chat echoed, and even before opening it, he realized a grave concern. If Bing Bing could easily scare off snow bears, then it was reasonable to conclude that his house had remained unassailed since the previous night. Most likely, Bing Bing's presence deterred ordinary beasts from approaching. However, now that he had brought Bing Bing here, it meant his home could be vulnerable to wild animal attacks at any moment. Without delay, Subai opened the private chat interface. And indeed, Zhang Yi's message appeared before him. Subai, my dear brother, there is an urgent situation at home. An enormous pack of snow wolves has appeared from nowhere. Please come to our aid swiftly. Upon reading the private message, Su Bai's heart sank instantly. The latter part of the message conveyed an unmistakable urgency, indicating that the situation was dire enough for Zhang Yi to forego a detailed explanation. Their home had also come under attack, and he needed to return to assist. Without hesitation, Su Bai opened the system menu, preparing to teleport back immediately. "I shall accompany you." To Su Bai's surprise, Murong-Chi volunteered to join him. He glanced at her and nodded silently. Given the pressing circumstances, this was not the time to dwell on such matters, especially since the situation ahead remained unclear. Having an additional ally would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Even though Bing Bing possessed an aura of dominance, the true extent of her powers remained uncertain. It was still wise to exercise caution. The teleportation array swiftly activated. In a flash of brilliance, Su Bai and his companions found themselves once more before the entrance of their sanctuary. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling Murong-Chi. Upon focusing, she realized a burly figure wielding a sniper rifle was firing shots. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the two who had just teleported in. Though he was somewhat puzzled as to why Su Bai consistently returned with a female companion, he chose not to inquire. After all, this was hardly the appropriate moment for such questions. As Su Bai surveyed the multitude of snow wolves before him, he felt a sense of dread. Individually, these beasts were not particularly formidable. If their numbers were limited, Zhang Yi could easily dispatch them unarmed without posing a significant threat. However, during the private plea for help, Zhang Yi had exhibited a hint of panic. The situation that could rattle him was likely far from optimistic, suggesting a substantial number of snow wolves were involved. Thus, Su Bai had mentally prepared himself during the teleportation. Yet, upon arrival, he still underestimated the chaos of the scene. The traps previously set were all triggered, and the wolves caught in them succumbed to their immense bite force. However, with only a few traps laid out, they were insufficient against the vast horde. Without hesitation, Su Bai raised a shotgun and began to fire. When facing such a swarm of smaller beasts, precise aiming was unnecessary. Merely directing his shots towards the general vicinity was sufficient to reap a portion of the wolf pack. At that moment, with Su Bai's support, Zhang Yi and Lin Wei felt a significant reduction in pressure, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed likely that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would soon resolve this assault. Yet, just as the two were contemplating their strategy, the previously orderly advancing pack of wolves suddenly became agitated, leaving Zhang Yi utterly bewildered. What could have caused such a frenzy among the wolves? As he pondered in confusion, a roar erupted from behind him. Though somewhat juvenile, it still exuded a regal presence. Zhang Yi turned to discover that Bing Bing, who had previously been cradled in Murong-Chi's arms, had somehow freed herself and was now defiantly roaring at the pack of wolves. To his astonishment, the once bloodshot-eyed wolves suddenly regained clarity in their gaze at the sound of Bing Bing's furious cry. They promptly tucked their tails and knelt, prostrating themselves on the ground, appearing to tremble slightly. What was happening? Zhang Yi and Lin Wei exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with bewilderment. Under the crimson sky, they stared at each other, recognizing the confusion and astonishment mirrored in their expressions. The blood moon had incited the beasts attacking the shelter to become exceptionally ferocious. Yet here were these once violent creatures now cowering in fear. Su Bai observed this scene, his eyebrows arching in surprise. Turning to Bing Bing, he noted how the little one glared at the pack of snow wolves. With just a single step forward, the wolves howled in distress and fled. In the blink of an eye, the previously relentless snow wolves that had been assaulting the shelter scattered in all directions. Who would have thought that Bing Bing's commanding aura could be so formidable? Su Bai chuckled at the little creature that ran up to him, nuzzling his leg in a display of triumph. Congratulations, player! You have successfully repelled the second wave of beastly incursions. Reward: 3 silver treasure chests. Additional reward: 1 blood jade fragment. As the system notification appeared, chests and materials manifested before them. Though the defense had been effortless, they had obtained no materials, merely the repulsion rewards. Was this what they called gain and loss? The most anticipated treasure chests and materials went unnoticed by the group, overshadowed by Bing Bing's extraordinary performance. She was undeniably the star of the moment. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yi approached, speechless despite his military background. After a moment of hesitation, he pointed at Bing Bing, exclaiming, "Goodness, Su Bai, did Bing Bing do this?" His excitement was palpable, as he marveled at the little one he had seen grow in just 2 days, already exhibiting such remarkable abilities. Yes, indeed, Subai nodded. You haven't team mentioned Bing Bing's abilities to anyone else, have you? Zhang Yi's expression shifted, a hint of anxiety crossing his face as he gazed at Subai. Rest assured, brother E, only you few are aware, I understand. Subai replied with a reassuring nod. Zhang Yi relaxed slightly, though Subai was acutely aware that should Bing Bing's abilities become known to outsiders before she reached adulthood, it could lead to significant troubles. After all, possessing such a formidable divine beast at home would eliminate any concerns regarding wild animal invasions. This temptation is irresistible to anyone. Even if more ferocious beasts emerge in the future, that is a matter for later. In the present, such terrifying creatures are unlikely to appear. Otherwise, given the current state of survival and development, it would only take a moment for everyone to face annihilation. However, since everyone here is familiar, Subai felt little to worry about. It was surprising to discover how powerful Bing Bing truly is. Lin Wei's face flushed slightly with excitement. She reached out to touch it, but as her hand extended halfway, Bing Bing retreated behind Subai, playfully sticking out its tongue. Although she couldn't successfully touch Bing Bing, the creature's anthropomorphic expression made Lin Wei unable to suppress her laughter. It seems that I must cultivate a good relationship with this little one. I previously thought Bing Bing would only be formidable upon reaching adulthood, but seems capable of deterring ordinary beasts even now. Listening to Lin Wei, Subai bent down to pet Bing Bing, which was affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. During our time in the secret realm, we may have overlooked the characteristics of the ice beast, as there were no other beasts present. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. In the secret realm, the adult ice beasts attacked in relentless waves, leaving no opportunity to observe their traits. Subai, perhaps Bing Bing possesses other talents we are unaware of, Zhang Yi mused, glancing at the creature while stroking his chin. He had seen the ice beast's egg, which did not provide detailed descriptions, and the little one came into the world without an instruction manual. Thus, there remains a significant possibility of undiscovered powers. Perhaps, but there is no rush. We will learn in due time. Subai gently patted Bing Bing's head and slowly rose. By the way, who might this be? Zhang Yi, still recovering from the shock of Bing Bing's abilities, finally took note of the person who had returned with Subai. He had noticed her earlier, but had no time to acknowledge her due to the need to fend off the snow wolves. Now, it seemed she was quite a beauty. Hello, Iga. I am by Ji's friend, said Mu Rongqi, who had been standing obediently behind Subai. Seizing the opportunity to speak, she hopped to the front of Zhang Yi, smiling brightly and extending her hand. I see you, friend. Subai has mentioned you often, Zhang Yi replied, shaking her hand while casting a knowing glance at Subai. His eyes filled with an expression that conveyed approval. It's truly just a friendship, Subai said with a hint of exasperation. I anticipated this reaction. However, such matters are difficult to explain and cannot be avoided. Oh well, let it unfold naturally. Lin Wei gazed at the charming Murong Qi, whose demeanor exuded an undeniable allure, yet her expression was far from friendly. After a brief, indifferent inquiry, she carefully stowed away her treasured Juga crossbow, which she diligently maintained daily, polishing it to prevent any mishap. Hello, sister, you are truly beautiful, Murong Qi remarked, seemingly oblivious to Lin Wei's scrutinizing gaze, extending her hand with a beaming smile. Lin Wei was taken aback by the unexpected warmth of the gesture, instinctively reaching out her hand. Hello, I am Lin Wei. Murong Qi, she introduced herself. It was only when their eyes met that Lin Wei realized the formidable nature of the girl before her. This was evidently a person who concealed daggers beneath a facade of smiles. Before Lin Wei could respond, Murong Qi spoke first. Sister Lin Wei, you must be exhausted, battling beasts and toiling away yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei suddenly remembered the coal smudges that marred her face from her labor in the mines. Her cheeks flushed crimson. After all, she had been working at the coal mine when the snow wolves had appeared, leaving no time for personal care. Nevertheless, Lin Wei was not one to back down easily, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Alas, my fate is unfortunate. Not everyone is as fortunate as a sister who enjoys a life of comfort. In their exchanged glances, Zhang Yi could almost perceive the sparks of conflict. This was an unforeseen development for Subai. What were these two up to? Was it truly the case that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain? Shaking his head to dispel the troubling thoughts, Subai hurriedly intervened. By the way, have we not yet examined the treasure chest? I believe some special materials have just dropped. Chi and Lin Wei glared at one another until Su Bai's voice broke the tension, prompting them to withdraw their gazes as if nothing had transpired. In the blink of an eye, they appeared entirely unperturbed, which left Su Bai marveling inwardly at how swiftly these two young women could turn the tide of their emotions. Unaware of Su Bai's silent musings, Chi smiled brightly at him. Brother Bai, let's go see what has fallen over there. With that, she casually linked her arm with his, preparing to lead him towards the treasure chest. This scene did not escape Lin Wei's notice. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes flashed with hostility as she shot a fierce glare at Chi. Gritting her teeth, she seized Su Bai's other arm, pulling him forward with determination. Thus, Su Bai found himself bewilderedly escorted by the two women towards the treasure chest. What on earth was happening? Only Zhang Yi looked on in admiration, nodding at Su Bai as he followed at a leisurely pace. Indeed, Su Bai, your charm is truly commendable. Bing Bing tilted her head, glancing at Zhang Yi and then at Su Bai, who was being supported by the two women. She appeared somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend the game her master and these individuals were engaged in. However, she soon shook her furry head, dismissing her confusion with a blink, and eagerly followed along. The group quickly arrived at the treasure chest. Seizing the moment, Su Bai hastily withdrew his hands from the grips of the two girls. He felt an odd sensation. Something was amiss with these two today, as they had been perfectly fine before. Why the sudden shift in mood? Could it be that the proverbial tigresses could not bear to see one another? Yet that seemed unrealistic, as they were all allies and would inevitably meet frequently in the future. He sighed softly, deciding to take things one step at a time as he gazed at the rewards. Warm supplies, moderate food, weapon. Staring at the golden prompt, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Was his luck truly this extraordinary? 3 treasure chests, and 1 contained a weapon? At this thought, he instinctively glanced at Chi. She was the only one without a suitable weapon, and he had nothing appropriate to offer her. If a fitting weapon were to materialize, it would greatly aid their defense in the future, especially since relying solely on throwing Molotov cocktails was not a sustainable strategy. It was all right. He was merely a bystander, and the treasure could be divided among them. Chi, evidently sensing Su Bai's gaze, misunderstood his intentions. They should open the chest and see what it contained first. Su Bai did not respond immediately, for if they truly uncovered a suitable weapon, it would ultimately be given to Chi. Moreover, even if there were no fitting weapons, the materials he possessed were likely diminished due to defending against the beasts that attacked their home. Yet, she had selflessly accompanied him to assist. Out of respect for their camaraderie, he could not allow her to leave empty-handed. Indeed, they were allies now, and the equitable distribution of resources was crucial. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Truly, a brother, reliable. Su Bai was moved to the brink of tears, for he had already caught sight of Lin Wei's distinctly unfriendly gaze. Had Zhang Yi not spoken up, it was likely the two girls would have been at each other's throats again. Without further ado, Su Bai opened the chest containing the weapon. You have opened the treasure chest and received a worn-out pistol, 1 and 100 rounds of ammunition. A gun? Su Bai was pleasantly surprised. It seemed he had struck gold. Even 100 rounds of ammunition were generously provided. However, his joy was short-lived, as his smile quickly faded. Why was this pistol so dilapidated? As the radiance of the chest dimmed, the group beheld the pistol's appearance, and their expressions turned to one of incredulity. The pistol was not merely old in appearance. Even the stock was wrapped in tape, and the entire body exhibited signs of rust, presenting a rather decrepit sight. Truly deserving of its name, it is no wonder that it generously provided 100 rounds of ammunition. However, since it is a gift from the system, it is unlikely to malfunction, making it considerably more effective than melee weapons. Moreover, the abundance of ammunition ensures that one does not face the awkward predicament of running out in a short period without resupply. Su Bai immediately raised his gaze towards Chi. You still lack a suitable weapon. You may take this one for now. Thank you, Brother Bai. You are so kind to me. Su Bai promptly holtid mung sim binding gimbres. What are you doing in broad daylight? No, this is unacceptable even at night. This girl seems to be becoming increasingly brazen. I must find a way to make her behave more modestly. As Su Bai pondered this, he turned back to open the second box filled with warm supplies, only to be met with Lin Wei's decidedly unfriendly glare. He felt a headache coming on. What could be troubling her now? Yet, It was not the time to inquire directly, so he chose to ignore it. He opened the second treasure chest. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained women's thermal leggings. A line of black appeared on Su Bai's forehead. It seemed that many of the garments he had acquired recently were for women. Could this ridiculous system actually detect the presence of females among the teammates? Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, as it resolved an immediate need. Turning to Lin Wei, whose expression was still forlorn, he said, "We won't be needing this. It's for you." Oh. Lin Wei appeared somewhat bashful as she accepted the leggings. However, Su Bai felt relieved that the melancholy in her gaze seemed to have diminished significantly. The final treasure chest yielded no peculiar items, merely some ordinary food, which they distributed among themselves without contention. Then, the group collectively turned their attention to the last item, a shard of blood jade. This fragment resembled a piece of red jade, and to Su Bai's surprise, it was not cold to the touch despite the frigid weather. It appeared to be a treasure, truly worthy of being a special item awarded by the Blood Moon. He quickly examined its description. This item is a special reward from the Blood Moon. When 3 pieces are collected, they can be combined to form complete blood jade. Is that all? Su Bai was somewhat skeptical and meticulously checked once more, confirming that it was indeed just that. Brother Su, what is the use of this item? Zhang Yi inquired, observing Su Bai's expression with curiosity. Take a look for yourself. Su Bai casually handed the shard over to Zhang Yi, who, after a moment, wore a wry smile. It required 3 pieces to be effective, so, for now, it would have to be set aside. Subsequently, Su Bai explained the description of the blood jade shard to the intrigued Murong Qi and Lin Wei. You can keep this for now. Zhang Yi returned the shard to Su Bai, and both women nodded in agreement. After all, the core of this small group remained Su Bai. Very well. I shall hold on to it for now and decide its fate once I gather all 3 pieces. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation at the welcoming banquet. With a new member joining us today, why not host a feast in her honor? After distributing the rewards, Zhang Yi casually cleared away the traps that had been rendered ineffective due to the snow wolf invasion. The advantage of such traps lies in their reusability. Thus, even though the materials used are not particularly cheap, they still prove to be quite economical, as one merely needs to reset the traps. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Su Bai, who was assisting in resetting the traps, felt a heaviness in his heart. This is bad. Ego is completely unaware that the 2 girls are at odds with each other. However, it would be inappropriate for him to decline, leaving Su Bai in a bit of a quandary. Alas, all he could do was hope that the 2 wouldn't clash again. Come to my place. I happen to have some rice left. We can enjoy a proper meal, Su Bai suggested. Upon hearing this, Murong Qi's eyes lit up instantly. Rice. Bai Yi, you are simply too charming. She feigned rushing over to give Su Bai a bear hug, and although she was still stopped, it did not dampen her spirits in the slightest. Having been in this world for some time now, she, as a red-name player, had been faring better than most. Yet, even so, her meals had mostly consisted of grilled meat, devoid of even dipping sauces. The mere thought of rice was beyond her imagination. Thus, when Su Bai suddenly mentioned the possibility of rice, how could she not be elated? She bounced over to Bing Bing's side, overflowing with joy. Today was indeed a delightful day. After speaking, Su Bai buried himself in resetting the traps, choosing silence to avoid Lin Wei's sorrowful gaze. This girl seemed to be in a peculiar mood. Ever since he returned from Murong Qi's side, he sensed something was amiss. This perplexed Su Bai greatly. He could manage other matters, but this bizarre situation was beyond his capacity to handle. Consequently, he could only feign busyness to ignore Lin Wei's piercing stare. However, Lin Wei was oblivious to Su Bai's thoughts, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her sharp gaze upon him, engrossed in his work. If looks could kill, Su Bai would have been sliced into 8 pieces by now. This guy has evidently ensnared another woman. How infuriating. Yet, the little devil beside Lin Wei remarked, "But she really has no ties to you." I don't care. He's just a fickle-hearted playboy," she retorted, promptly smashing the nagging little devil. Gazing at the thermal leggings in her hand, she suddenly found them less appealing. As she raised her hand to discard them, a pang of reluctance gripped her heart. After a moment of internal conflict, she obediently tucked the items away and turned to return to her sanctuary to freshen up. In order to withstand the onslaught of the snow wolves, he had not even taken the time to wash up, his appearance as grimy as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. Indeed, he had just emerged from one. As he watched Lin Wei return to the shelter, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. He could not fathom why, despite having done nothing wrong, he felt an overwhelming pressure when faced with two young women simultaneously. "Brother Subai, come on, we just opened a bottle of wine. Let's enjoy a drink tonight." Zhangyi approached from behind, draping an arm around Subai's shoulders as they made their way to the refuge. Under normal circumstances, wine could be considered a superfluous indulgence. Not only was it the blood moon phase, but even in ordinary times, one could not afford to lose their clarity due to alcohol. Should one's home be dismantled in such a state, there would be no place left for lamentation. Moreover, although they were ostensibly playing a game, the stakes were their very lives, and no one truly wished to take such risks. Thus, it was rare for anyone to drink, leading to a significant drop in wine prices at the auction house. However, Subai and his companions were unburdened by such concerns. The unique conditions of the blood moon, with its frenzied beasts roaming about, meant that no one would dare to vandalize another's home. Venturing outside was tantamount to courting death, effectively eliminating the possibility of ambushes. As for the threat of beast attacks, the presence of Bing Bing alleviated that worry perfectly. As long as it remained at home, no creature would dare approach. This allowed them to relish this rare moment of leisure. Subai gazed at his rice cooker, which contained his entire reserve of food. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, the resources were renewable, and he could upgrade his vegetable greenhouse and land, so the loss was not too painful. "Brother Bai, let me cook," murmured Murong Chi, her voice breaking into his thoughts as he prepared to start cooking. "You can cook?" Subai asked, somewhat astonished. He didn't expect that. "Did you?" "My family runs a restaurant, and my father is quite the culinary master. By mere exposure, I've picked up a thing or two." Murong Chi replied with a playful wink, her charming demeanor prompting Subai to nod and hand her the utensils. The contrast in Murong Chi's character was truly striking. Before long, a series of dishes were swiftly presented on the dining table. "Is this bear paw?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He had only heard tales of such a delicacy before, never having seen it in person, let alone tasted it. In addition, the other dishes were crafted from various meats, each one a feast for the senses. There was even a specially prepared vegetable soup. The sight of the bountiful spread left Subai momentarily awestruck. With a subtle smirk, Murong Chi reveled in the astonished gazes of the crowd, her nose slightly raised in pride. "Indeed, the flavor is delightful. Henceforth, you shall be our head chef." Subai took a bite, and an intense aroma enveloped his palate, compelling him to give Murong Chi a thumbs up. Yet at that moment, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. What was amiss? Was there a draft in the shelter? That seemed unlikely. As he scanned the room, he noticed Lin Wei's piercing glare. What was wrong with that foolish woman? Was it because he praised Murong Chi? Murong Chi, too, caught sight of Lin Wei's expression, but chose to remain silent, pretending not to notice, as she placed a piece of meat into Lin Wei's bowl. "Sister Wei, have some meat. This is my specialty. Eat more to grow stronger." Lin Wei, taken aback by Murong Chi's unexpected gesture, quickly regained her composure, realizing that this girl was audaciously scrutinizing her. Infuriated, she stood up and retaliated by placing a piece of meat back in Murong Chi's bowl. "You should eat more too. It will help your development." Subai watched in bemusement as the two exchanged glances, amusement mingling with incredulity. Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. After a satisfying meal, Subai and Zhang Yi were clearing the dishes. Fortunately, despite their verbal squabbles, the two girls had kept busy with their chopsticks. The meal had been surprisingly harmonious. Murong Chi took her leave, teleporting back to her home, as the damage from the previous attack had yet to be repaired. Lingering too long could lead to complications. Meanwhile, Lin Wei was coaxing Bing Bing with the last piece of meat. "Sweet Bing Bing, I was wrong last time. Please forgive me." Bing Bing turned her head away. Eyes still closed, clearly still upset. "Oh, just take a bite. This is something special I've saved just for you. It's far tastier than blood." Despite Bing Bing's indifference, Lin Wei remained undeterred, crouching down and waving the meat enticingly near Bing Bing's nose. Though Bing Bing continued to ignore her, the enticing aroma of the meat wafted into her senses. The frost beast, born with a cold constitution and relying on blood, rarely consumed other foods. Their perception of such offerings was faint, and even if they did indulge, it held little benefit. Thus, the allure of regular food was negligible. However, the piece of meat before Bing Bing slowly pried her tightly shut eyes open, her gaze fixated intently on the morsel. Bing Bing may not comprehend the concept of seasoning, yet her taste buds were unmistakably conveying a desire to indulge. It glanced up at the attentive Lin Wei, squatting nearby, its eyes defiantly turning away. Clearly still vexed by previous events, it refused to lower its head, even if tempted by the prospect of food. Yet, much to its chagrin, saliva began to drip uncontrollably. I know you wish to eat, Bing Bing. Just have a bite. Shall we reconcile? Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with hope, sensing her opportunity. Bing Bing, you're losing control. However, to her surprise, Bing Bing demonstrated an unexpected resolve, steadfastly refusing to turn back, even as drool cascaded down. This proud demeanor nearly elicited a laugh from Su Bai, who was washing the dishes nearby. Bing Bing, please forgive her. It was not intentional last time. Hearing her master's voice, Bing Bing finally turned to Lin Wei, the frost in its gaze gradually dissipating. Wonderful, Lin Wei exclaimed joyfully, bringing a morsel of meat to Bing Bing's mouth, and, as it indulged, she delightedly stroked its soft fur. So incredibly soft. Su Bai observed the heartwarming scene before him, a smile subtly gracing his lips. What a lovely sight. Moreover, seeing Bing Bing savor the meat with contentment made Su Bai realize that its previous reluctance to eat stemmed solely from the unpalatability of the food. When presented with something delectable, it would, like any creature, salivate. This revelation only deepened Su Bai's affection for Bing Bing. However, at that moment, 2 consecutive notification pings interrupted his reverie. Feed information? Whose? An unsettling feeling crept into Su Bai's heart. Murong Chi had only just departed, and within mere minutes, he received a private message. Without a second thought, he swiftly opened the message interface. Brother Bai, my house has been robbed. Help. 2 messages, each more urgent than the last, signifying a dire situation. Murong Chi was in danger. What has happened, Su Bai? Zhang, he turned to see Su Bai's somber expression, his brow furrowed with concern. Pack your things. We must rescue her. Su Bai did not elaborate. This was not the moment for explanations. Every minute he lingered would only increase Murong Chi's peril. He then turned to Lin Wei, who was ready to teleport alongside him. You and Bing Bing stay here to guard the home. This incident made Su Bai acutely aware of a pressing issue. Their team was divided, and only Bing Bing, a solitary ice beast, could benefit from the protection. If they all ventured forth, their sanctuary would be left vulnerable and unguarded. Therefore, should a theft occur, it would lead to significant trouble. He deemed it prudent to have Lin Wei and Bing Bing remain, as even if intruders approached, they would not gain entry in the short term, affording Lin Wei time to seek help. All right, Lin Wei nodded in agreement, not hesitating. The teleportation initiated. Amidst the flickering light, Su Bai and Zhang Yi appeared at Murong Chi's residence, guns in hand. To their astonishment, within a mere day, they had managed to return twice. However, as the light faded and the scene before them became clearer, Su Bai's gaze turned increasingly frigid. The door to Murong Chi's sanctuary had been shattered, and numerous areas within lay in disarray, clearly having suffered malicious destruction. Such methodical devastation could not possibly be the work of mere beasts. There were humans involved. Zhang Yi discerned this too, and silenced Su Bai with a gesture as they cautiously approached the door, readying their weapons. Stop struggling. That little handgun will only inflict minor injuries upon us, yet you will ultimately have to surrender. A sharp voice emanated from within, threatening Murong Chi. You might as well submit to us. Think of the lavish life you could have with us. Wang Chong leered, eyeing the cornered Murong Chi with predatory intent. He and his brother had been trapped in the refuge, their supplies dwindling, and were forced to venture out in search of sustenance. To their surprise, they stumbled upon an unguarded sanctuary. Thus, they commenced their looting, but before they could finish, this pure and lovely woman had appeared before them. Was this not a gift from the heavens? Wang Chong, driven by baser instincts, decided he must claim Murong Chi for himself. Yet, despite his bravado regarding the handgun, he found himself hesitant to advance further. In such a dire struggle for survival, even the slightest scratch could lead to infection and death, especially since medication was a luxury far beyond their means. You must be dreaming. I called for help. They will come to rescue me soon, Murong Chi cried, trembling in the corner, her hand quivering as she held the gun. She yearned to pull the trigger and send these 2 scoundrels to their demise. However, her humanity held her back, and the thought of taking a life filled her with dread. Oh, is that so? Wang Chong's voice dripped with mockery. Go ahead and call. In this dreadful weather, no one will heed your cries, no matter how loud you scream. Yet, To his astonishment, before he could finish his taunt, he felt a chilling object pressed against his head. Oh, is that so? In the already damaged sanctuary, Wang Chong felt the coldness at the back of his head, but remained unfazed, quickly signaling his brother Wang Lei. The latter understood immediately and seized the moment, while Murong Qi was momentarily distracted, rushing forward to snatch the handgun from her grasp. He swiftly maneuvered, pinning Murong Qi in front of him with the gun pressed to her temple. Brother, which faction do you belong to? Wang Chong slowly turned around, gazing at Su Bai. Yet, this glance left him momentarily stunned. How could someone so young pose such a threat? Initially, he had assumed that an individual capable of silently infiltrating a room and pressing a gun to his temple would be a hardened criminal. To his surprise, he was merely confronted by a novice. Observing Su Bai's handsome visage, Wang Chong instinctively perceived him as a pretty boy. This thought ignited a surge of malice within him. Brother, how about this? You can enjoy her first, and we shall split the spoils evenly. What do you say? Su Bai listened to Wang Chong's words, his expression devoid of emotion. Was this man not quite in his right mind? The intent to betray, to engage in underhanded dealings, was practically etched upon his face, a sinister grin evident. Such trivial matters could hardly be concealed, yet here he was, attempting to emulate a robbery. A laugh nearly escaped him, but the gravity of the situation compelled him to stifle it. Meeting Wang Chong's gaze, Su Bai's eyes flickered. Perhaps you should indulge him in a game. I think not. Your life is in my hands, and you must negotiate for your survival. Murong Qi, observing Su Bai, surmised that he intended to parley with the two ruffians. Though she found herself in a precarious position, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Brother, greed can lead to one's downfall. It is unwise to overreach. Wang Chong, upon hearing Su Bai's words, grew visibly displeased, the malice in his eyes unmasked. Yet, the young man's assertion held truth. His life was indeed at the mercy of Su Bai. This realization sparked a flicker of frustration within him, if not for a moment of negligence. How could he have fallen victim to this boy's ambush? Contemplating this, the ferocity in Wang Chong's gaze intensified. Not to worry, I happen to be quite hungry. I won't be overwhelmed. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Wang Chong, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His demeanor gradually taking on a manic edge. He believed he deserved an award for his performance. His acting was unparalleled. However, to Wang Chong, Su Bai appeared as a brazen lunatic. That wild glimmer in his eyes evoked a twinge of fear within him. So what do you propose? Wang Chong felt a surge of frustration. This madman had seized the opportunity to strike when he was vulnerable. Though Su Bai was inferior in strength, he found himself utterly powerless. Observing Su Bai's manic intensity, Wang Chong was compelled to concede, though the menace in his gaze remained unabated. What difference would it make if he bowed his head? Once the gun was no longer aimed at him, it would be Su Bai's turn to meet his demise. Su Bai regarded Wang Chong with narrowed eyes. The woman belongs to you. Everything else is mine. You are far too greedy. Then you may perish here. I wouldn't mind wasting 2 bullets. The barrel of the gun gleamed with a chilling light, sending a shiver down Wang Chong's spine. As an ordinary carbon-based life form, he knew that a single bullet from such a weapon could easily reduce him to mere fragments. After all, he was not a creature enhanced by the trials of the underworld. Observing the somewhat frenzied gaze of Su Bai, Wang Chong silently nodded. Very well. Today I concede to you. Just ensure our paths do not cross again. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Wang Lei to seize the bound Murong Qi. Yet, his eyes betrayed no hint of surrender. Rather, they darkened with an ominous intensity. He was merely biding his time, waiting for Su Bai to lower his weapon, preparing to launch an immediate and forceful lesson upon this fledgling in society. Murong Qi, witnessing the apparent agreement among the men before her, felt a slight pallor wash over her countenance. What scheme does Su Bai harbor? She was on the brink of being abducted, and yet displayed no sign of concern. Fool! However, before Murong Qi could voice her alarm, Su Bai spoke again. I have changed my mind. I want it all. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Wang Chong's expression darkened instantly, as if he were on the verge of boiling over. You insolent brat, he thought, his anger nearly suffocating him. In his former life, he had been a petty hoodlum. Though his status was modest, he had managed to avoid crossing paths with significant figures, living each day with a semblance of bravado. Even in this new world, with his relatively robust physique and some minor cunning, he had managed to scrape by. Yet, he had not anticipated the vile phenomenon of the blood moon, which left him unprepared and compelled to seek a means of survival. Now, however, he found himself at the mercy of such a young lunatic with a gun pointed at him. How could this not infuriate him? Choose your life or your possessions. Subai seemed oblivious to the ugly expression on Wang Chong's face, continuing to address him. Wang Chong let out a cold laugh, finding the situation absurdly amusing. Is this a matter of choice? This is clearly coercion. Fine, kid, I concede. Just let me be. Wang Chong nodded, recognizing that his primary objective was to persuade this madman to lower his weapon. Once he regained the upper hand, he intended to teach this young man a lesson about the harsh realities of society, ensuring he would tread more carefully in future encounters. Though Murong Chi did not speak, she observed the situation with keen clarity. It was evident that Wang Chong was deceiving them. If Su Bai were to lower his weapon and trust him, he would undoubtedly be overpowered in turn. Wakabai could not see through this charade. Murong Chi bit her lip, gazing at the silent Su Bai. In truth, she began to regret calling Su Bai for assistance, having initially believed she was dealing with a single adversary. Only after sending her message did she realize there was another involved. Now, as Su Bai engaged in this farce, it was likely a ploy to buy time and find a way to rescue her. This thought stirred a sense of gratitude within her. Enough, I must be resolute, she thought. Bai Ge, do not trust him, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee. She had prepared herself for the worst outcome, ready to face destruction alongside them if necessary. None of them would escape unscathed, but she was determined not to drag Su Bai into her fate. Listening to Murong Chi's words, Su Bai's expression subtly shifted. This is bad. Indeed, Wang Chong's previously gloomy demeanor vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. To think, you two actually know each other. It all makes sense now. Upon witnessing Wang Chong's reaction, Murong Chi promptly realized the gravity of the situation. However, it was too late to retract her words. Wang Chong now possessed an invincible bargaining chip, rendering Su Bai's influence moot. Kid, what a pity. You almost managed to slip away from this, Wang Chong remarked, his spirits soaring at the sight of Su Bai's ashen complexion. Let us renegotiate our terms. Su Bai felt a sense of helplessness. He understood the foolish girl as thoughts all too well. She merely wished to avoid dragging him down with her in this perilous predicament. If both of them were to fall into the clutches of these men, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Yet, did he truly fit the mold of such a naive and innocent character? Su Bai had always perceived himself as rather cunning. Nevertheless, despite the shift in circumstances, the situation remained manageable. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Wang Chong. Oh, I am not as familiar with her as you might think. Her fate is of no concern to me. However, Wang Chong, having navigated the treacherous waters of society, had seen it all. The expression on this young man's face did not appear feigned. A sense of unease crept into Wang Chong's heart, leaving him torn between taking a risk or opting for a safer course. Su Bai did not rush him. He merely observed the two before him, his shotgun steadfastly held without the slightest intention of lowering it. Kid, do not feign indifference. Let us speak practically. If her life can be exchanged for mine, perhaps we can coexist peacefully thereafter. Wang Chong's narrow eyes remained fixed on Su Bai. To be frank, he was hesitant to gamble and preferred the most prudent approach. Although he occupied the lowest echelon of society, they were all at the same starting point now, and it was unnecessary to risk everything over such a trivial matter. Moreover, this young man might not be as vigilant as he appeared. If he were to lower his weapon, the balance of power would shift dramatically. Su Bai regarded Wang Chong in silence, for he had received a new message in his private chat. There is no optimal shooting point. We need to coax the one controlling Murong Chi out into the open. It was a message from Zhang Yi. I have taken an interest in this girl as well. If you let her go, you may leave. Su Bai nodded and gradually lowered his gun. This action, however, terrified Murong Chi, prompting her to cry out, Brother Bai, no. But scarcely had she uttered a word when Wang Lei, the one controlling her, struck her sharply across the face. Shut your mouth, you wretched girl. When it came to intellect and emotional acumen, Wang Chong surpassed his sister by a considerable margin. Yet, in terms of ruthlessness, Wang Lei believed himself unrivaled, claiming the second position with no one daring to contest the first, at least in his own estimation. The moment Su Bai lowered his gun, he was abruptly struck down by a sudden fist to the face. The blow was exceedingly forceful, rendering Su Bai's mind momentarily dizzy. He could not evade this strike, yet his foremost priority was to ensure Mu Rongqi's safety. He still had faith in Zhang Yi's marksmanship. All he needed to do was create an opportunity for him. And now, that opportunity had arrived. With a powerful punch, Wang Chong knocked Su Bai to the ground. And as he gazed upon the fallen figure, a malicious grin spread across his face. After all, he was merely a naive youth, oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. Would he truly be threatened by such a fool? "Brother, I'm coming." Wang Lei sneered as he tossed Mu Rongqi to the ground and swiftly advanced. His gun aimed squarely at Su Bai. "Kid, take heed in your next life and avoid provoking those you cannot contend with." Bang! The gunshot rang out. Wang Chong stared blankly at his brother, now lying in a pool of blood, his mind devoid. However, as someone who had clawed his way up from the lowest echelons of society, he quickly regained his composure. This young man had allies. He immediately reached for Su Bai, believing that taking him hostage would afford him another chance. Yet, to his astonishment, the seemingly sluggish Su Bai evaded his grasp with a swift movement. In a deft maneuver, Su Bai seized Wang Chong's right hand and executed a textbook shoulder throw, slamming him heavily onto the ground. The pain radiating from his back rendered Wang Chong momentarily breathless. But before he could react further, the barrel of a shotgun was pressed against his head. At that moment, Zhang Yi walked in from outside, casting a dispassionate glance at Wang Lei's lifeless form. As a former Special Forces operative, he felt no particular emotion over having taken a life. In this apocalyptic world, and even the previous one, he would have swiftly eliminated such a dangerously violent criminal, justifiable and lawful. Such scum were unworthy of pity. However, upon noticing the blood trickling from Su Bai's mouth, his expression shifted to one of concern. He had initially disapproved of this risky plan. His sharpshooting skills would have undoubtedly dispatched the two assailants within. Yet Su Bai insisted on acting as bait, reasoning that the two criminals could not be taken down simultaneously without risking harm to Mu Rongqi. The outcome proved Su Bai correct, deepening Zhang Yi's admiration for his brother's audacity and meticulousness. "Su Bai, are you all right?" "I am Fi Yi. Just lend me a hand to bind this fellow first." Zhang Yi nodded, swiftly retrieving rope from his backpack to secure the captive. With his military background, he deftly tied up the bewildered Wang Chong in mere moments. As the immediate threat dissipated, Su Bai finally exhaled in relief, stowing his weapon in his backpack. Yet, just as he turned to check on Mu Rongqi, a figure leapt into his embrace. "Alas, I thought I would never see you again." Zhang Yi, observing the scene before him, cleared his throat twice. "Ahem. It's rather warm in here. I shall step outside for some fresh air." With that, he hoisted the bound Wang Chong and exited. "Brother, I'm not hot." Wang Chong's voice was tinged with a hint of tears. Silence. After a muffled thud, Wang Chong fell silent. Watching Zhang Yi knock Wang Chong unconscious with a single strike, Su Bai shook his head. It was time to address the pressing matter at hand. Mu Rongqi buried her head in his embrace, reluctant to lift it. Su Bai, feeling helpless, allowed her to cling to him. It seemed inappropriate to push her away in such circumstances. After a moment, as if exhausted from crying, Mu Rongqi raised her head, her eyes still red but filled with concern. "Brother Bai, does it hurt terribly?" She gently caressed the corner of Su Bai's bleeding mouth. "Ah, it's nothing." Su Bai paused for a moment before hastily explaining. In truth, the injury was not severe. It was merely a slight oral bleed from being struck, not an internal injury. "What should we do now? Should we move to my place?" Su Bai glanced at the dilapidated shelter surrounding them and suggested. This had been his plan all along, as it would perfectly utilize Bing's abilities to protect everyone. As for acquiring materials, he had a superior idea. However, the success of his plan hinged on their ability to maintain internal cohesion. Mu Rongqi, without a hint of hesitation, nodded fervently, her eyes glistening with emotion. She then attempted to embrace Su Bai once more. But Su Bai swiftly turned, retrieving a sledgehammer from his backpack. "All right, let's get to work." Mu Rongqi observed Su Bai's retreating figure, her lips pouting slightly. Blockhead." The shelter of Mu Rongqi had been nearly dismantled, making the task remarkably effortless. Before long, Su Bai had completely disassembled the shelter. Holding the materials in his hands, Mu Rongqi felt a momentary daze. Since arriving here, this shelter had been her lifeline. Returning here always brought her a sense of security. Yet now, it It had been reduced to a pile of materials resting in her backpack. This realization stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. Generally, one would not relocate in such a manner. The materials required to construct a shelter are nearly 3 to 4 times greater than those obtained from its demolition. The material loss incurred from a single move is certainly not something an ordinary person could withstand. But that is only true for the average individual. Subai possessed an abundance of materials. This was precisely why he could afford to act so recklessly. If defending a home became troublesome, relocating was a simple solution. Were it anyone else, they might be compelled to seek alternative methods. At this moment, although Murong-chi felt a twinge of sentimentality, he was devoid of any compassion. After all, he was not the one providing the materials. What should we do about Subai, my dear brother? Zhang Yi inwitted. Casting a glance at the unconscious Wang Chong, whom he kicked again, the man rolled on the ground like a lifeless pig, showing no signs of reviving. Zhang Yi felt a certain ambivalence regarding how to handle this individual. Typically, captured criminals would be handed over to superior authorities for examination and sentencing. However, this procedure was currently unattainable, and executing him outright felt somewhat inhumane, especially since Wang Chong had entirely lost his capacity to resist. I believe I have a place to send him, Subai suddenly remarked, fixing his gaze on Wang Chong, who lay on the ground like a dead pig. Very well. Let's take him back for now, Zhang Yi asserted, his robust physique effortlessly lifting Wang Chong as if he were a mere chick. Subai promptly chose to activate the teleportation button. In a flash of light, the group found themselves back at the sanctuary. You've returned, Lin Wei exclaimed upon hearing the commotion, her head peeking out from a room. Bing squeezed through the door crack and began to nuzzle against Subai's leg. However, the next moment, Lin Wei's expression froze upon seeing Murong-chi. Why is he back again? Subai seemed to discern Lin Wei's confusion and offer an explanation. Murong-chi's home was demolished, so he has moved here. Yet, as she listened to Subai's reasoning, Lin Wei internally lamented, why only this explanation? Can't you see I'm displeased? Subai was indeed aware of her feelings, even understanding the reasons behind them. But what could he do? There was nothing to be done, and he chose to disregard it entirely. Who is this? Lin Wei inquired, though her displeasure was evident. Her attention was drawn to Wang Chong, now bound like a zongzi in Zhang Yi's grasp. He asked the one who destroyed Murong-chi's sister's home. Zhang Yi explained while casually discarding Wang Chong onto the ground. And you brought him back? Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief upon learning the answer. Despite her disdain for Murong-chi, she had her limits. In her view, such a menace should be dealt with swiftly. I will handle it later. But there are other matters to attend to now, Subai remarked, surveying his surroundings, appearing somewhat conflicted. He was in the process of selecting a residence for Murong-chi, and the previous arrangement of 3 in a row had now become awkward. It would be impractical to have 4 side by side, as that would be excessively lengthy and disadvantageous for defense. You can temporarily stay next to brother E, Subai suggested, glancing around as he realized there were no better alternatives for the time being. Residing beside Zhang, he would also facilitate support. Certainly, a few of them have now become neighbors, enabling immediate support at a moment's notice. Living next to Zhang, he seemed instinctively reasonable. However, Murong-chi held a differing opinion and promptly retorted with a playful tone, asserting that if she were to reside beside Zhang Yi, how could she possibly monitor Lin Wei's every move? She must not allow her to gain an advantage. No, I want to live next to Sister Wei. Subai observed Murong-chi's stubborn expression and refrained from countering her. After all, the matter seemed rather inconsequential at this point. With Subai's consent, Murong-chi promptly established the framework for the shelter. Yet, instead of positioning it side by side, she placed it horizontally next to Lin Wei's supplies. The arrangement of the 4 individuals' refuge formed a flawless configuration. According to Murong-chi, this alignment was more conducive to defensive strategies. Subai shrugged, offering no objections. In the next moment, Murong-chi extended her hand towards Subai, brother by the materials. Currently, the supplies in her possession were only sufficient to construct a basic shelter framework. A complete rebuild would necessitate a considerable amount of additional materials. Sure, I can lend them to you, but don't forget to return them later, Subai replied. Murong-chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? What do you mean by lend? Subai maintained his composure, nodding earnestly. Of course, it's a loan. You'll have to work to repay it. Otherwise, where will the materials come from? Upon seeing the seriousness in Subai's eyes, Murong-chi recognized he was not jesting. However, under the current circumstances, she had no choice but to concede. All right. Once Morong-chi agreed, Subai readily handed over all the materials at once. She cast a resentful glance at him before turning to commence the reconstruction of the shelter. Fortunately, upon his return, Subai had tidied up a bit and joined Zhang Yi to assist with the building process, which alleviated some of Morong-chi's discontent. The construction of the shelter was not overly complex. Much of it could be accomplished through an automated system. Thus, with the collaboration of the three, Morong-chi's shelter was swiftly rebuilt. Just as she began to revel in her accomplishment, a pickaxe appeared in her hands. Well, it's getting late now. Let us pause after gathering 500 units of coal and continue tomorrow. Naturally, Morong-chi was reluctant and immediately began to pout. Yet, Subai was impervious to her charms, completely disregarding her antics. With a resigned expression, she trudged toward the coal mine. This scene caught Lin Wei's eye, prompting her to burst into laughter. Morong-chi, look at you today. How the tables have turned. You used to mock me. Ha ha ha. However, her amusement was short-lived as Subai suddenly appeared beside her. Oh, have you finished your task for today? I even found you a workmate. So hurry up and get to work. Indeed, Lin Wei trudged toward the coal mine, her face etched with distress, wielding a pickaxe. There was no alternative. Fate had dealt her a harsh hand. Just before entering the mine, she caught sight of Subai steadfastly supporting her. How infuriating! The wretched capitalist. Zhang Yi observed Lin Wei and Morong-chi being dispatched to the coal mine and could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Only his younger brother, Subai, could orchestrate such a situation. Yet, he discerned no moral fault in the matter. He then turned his attention to Wang Chong on the ground. Leaving this fellow unattended was certainly not an option. Who could predict whether he might seize the opportunity to escape or continue his mischief? To avert such possibilities, constant surveillance was imperative, though that was hardly feasible. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how Subai would address Wang Chong's predicament. After all, Subai had explicitly stated that he had arrangements for Wang Chong. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him outright. Zhang Yi watched as Subai retrieved a shotgun from his system backpack, though he felt no surprise. Moments ago, he had received a private message from Subai. No matter what I do, remain silent and cooperate. Thus, as he observed Subai's actions, Zhang Yi merely nodded in agreement. Sounds good. It's about time for a meal, and those two girls mining coal must be famished, he remarked. As Subai brandished the shotgun, he momentarily paused at Zhang Yi's words, but quickly regained his composure, exchanging a knowing glance with him. I concur. One shot to the head, and we can drag him to the kitchen, Subai replied, methodically loading the shotgun with shells from his backpack. His motions were deliberate, and the sound of the bullets being loaded resonated ominously in Wang Chong's ears, akin to a death knell, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Wang Chong had regained consciousness long ago. The slap had not rendered him unconscious for long. However, since awakening, he had kept his eyes shut, merely listening to the dialogue and commotion around him. Zhang Yi's concerns were well-founded. Wang Chong indeed plotted to flee at the first opportunity. Yet he had waited in vain, as Zhang Yi remained vigilant by his side. This reality gnawed at Wang Chong, who was already scheming to create trouble for Zhang Yi once he found a chance to escape. However, upon overhearing Subai and Zhang Yi's conversation, his heart sank. What on earth? These seemingly civilized individuals were resorting to cannibalism. Panic began to set in for Wang Chong, yet he dared not speak, choosing instead to continue feigning unconsciousness. After all, what if these two were merely deceiving him? After all, his earlier misfortune had been orchestrated by their cunning. But as the sound of bullets being loaded echoed, his fear escalated. Despite his usual bravado, he held a profound respect for life. Click! The bullets were loaded, and the distinctive sound of the shotgun being chambered reached Wang Chong's ears, nearly startling him into a shudder. Just as he was on the verge of pleading for mercy, Zhang Yi spoke again. Subai, I think it's best if we refrain. Zhang Yi's voice allowed Wang Chong to relax slightly, as it seemed these two individuals were hesitant to resort to violence. However, before Wang Chong could formulate an escape plan, Zhang Yi's next words made his face drain of color. It would be quite messy to have a gunshot blow out a brain. There would be blood all over the doorstep. Zhang Yi and Subai stood side by side, grinning as they observed the myriad expressions flickering across Wang Chong's face, performing their little act. In Wang Chong's mind, he believed he was hiding his ruse of feigning unconsciousness well. unaware that Zhang Yi and Su Bai could clearly see the terror distorting his features. I think I might as well take action myself and get this over with. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's suggestion, Wang Chong jolted, his body trembling. What is this? Not a killing, but a dismemberment? Is it a lingering death? The thought sent chills down his spine. Was this not even more horrifying than a bullet to the head? Yet, he failed to realize that his startled reaction had not escaped the keen eyes of Su Bai and Zhang Yi, who stifled their laughter as they inched closer. Where should we begin? Zhang Yi pondered it. Perhaps starting with the face would be best. I've heard the fresh taste is exquisite. Listening to their banter, Wang Chong felt his back grow damp with sweat. What twisted humor is this? Why are the youth today so deranged? Enough. What do you intend to do? Unable to contain himself, Wang Chong finally opened his eyes and shouted at Zhang Yi and Su Bai. However, the next moment he regretted it. Zhang Yi and Su Bai were crouched beside him, showing no intention of drawing blades. They merely smiled at him. Fooled again. Damn it. Wang Chong wanted to curse. But a glance at Zhang Yi's muscular arms quelled that impulse. It would be unwise to provoke them for the sake of a fleeting retort and invite a beating. What do you really want? If you intend to kill or maim, at least make it quick. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Nothing much. We're just having a bit of fun with you, Su Bai said, gradually rising to his feet. When he and Zhang Yi returned, they had received a private message from Zhang Yi. Su Bai, I suspect Wang Chong is faking unconsciousness. This guy is full of schemes and might be up to something. Upon reading Zhang Yi's message, Su Bai glanced at the still feigning Wang Chong and quickly replied, Brother Yi, I bet 2 chicken legs that I can wake this pretender. But you'll have to cooperate with me. Deal, it's settled. Thus, the wager between Su Bai and Zhang Yi was established. Certainly, this information must not be disclosed to Wang Chong. Otherwise, he would likely become even more frantic. You either end my life now or release me. If you choose the latter, I assure you I will return to trouble you in the future. Wang Chong fixed his gaze intently on Su Bai. Naturally, he preferred immediate release, yet his obstinate nature compelled him to add the preceding clause. However, based on his assessment, Su Bai would not opt to kill him. After all, if he intended to act violently, he would have done so long ago. As for not causing trouble, once I regain my freedom, that statement shall be rendered null and void. Su Bai regarded Wang Chong with a smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Wang Chong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, confirming his suspicions. However, the prospect of being set free was unlikely. Your words are as empty as air, a lesson I have learned well. Wang Chong continued to scrutinize Su Bai, a mixture of anger and confusion surfacing within him. What does this mean? You neither release me nor kill me. What exactly do you intend to do? Su Bai observed the bewilderment in Wang Chong's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Initially, he was uncertain how to deal with Wang Chong, but upon seeing Zhang Yi, an idea struck him regarding a suitable place for Wang Chong's containment. He then lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Wang Chong, enunciating clearly, I shall send you to a labor reform facility. Labor reform? Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. These 2 words were familiar to him from his previous world, yet in this one, they felt strikingly foreign. Was there even a place for labor reform in this world? Was he expected to work for Su Bai, akin to those 2 women? However, Zhang immediately grasped the implications. Labor reform indeed appeared to be a commendable solution, and he suspected that he and Su Bai were envisioning the same location. He promptly raised his gaze to Su Bai. The Huaxia Alliance? Su Bai nodded. Precisely. It is the Huaxia Alliance. As an organization on this side of Huaxia, their facilities and related systems are quite comprehensive. Upon hearing Su Bai's affirmation, Zhang Yi's eyes brightened slightly. Previously, he had lamented the absence of a judicial institution in this realm. But Su Bai's words had awakened him to the fact that while a judicial system may be lacking, the Huaxiao Alliance exists. However, whether they could accommodate someone like Wang Chong remained uncertain, necessitating Su Bai's communication with them for confirmation. Is there a facility capable of housing him? Rest assured, I have already inquired. Su Bai cast Zhang Yi a reassuring look. In fact, after capturing Wang Chong, he had promptly reached out to Zhou Jiangwo. Though their conversation was brief, Zhou Jiangwo had unequivocally indicated that they possess labor reform institutions akin to prisons that can receive individuals who have committed offenses for labor. Thus, he mentioned that there are places capable of dealing with Wang Chong. Naturally, this journey to the Huaxia Alliance would not merely involve the transportation of one individual. After all, Each expedition necessitates the use of teleportation devices. However, such devices are not renewable resources. Their usage diminishes their availability, rendering them increasingly scarce. Nevertheless, subay demandum perturbed. It was evident that the system aimed to encourage cooperation and competition among players, so such items would inevitably resurface in the future. Casting a glance at Wang Chong, whose complexion was rather unsightly, Subay initiated a private message. Captain Zhou, I can send the person over immediately and also assist you in addressing tonight's blood moon. Sent. Indeed, Zhou Jiangwo had matters to seek Subay's assistance with. However, Subay had been preoccupied with rescuing Murong Qi at the time. Hence his delayed response. Ding. The notification sound of the private messaging system chimed less than a minute after his message was dispatched. Remarkable. Such a prompt reply. Subay raised an eyebrow and opened the private message. I will send the teleportation devices to you right now. Soon, Subay received 3 teleportation devices dispatched by Zhou Jiangwo. He certainly placed great trust in himself. Subay marveled at Zhou Jiangwo's decision to send all the necessary teleportation devices for this support in one go. Yet upon reflection, he found it understandable. Although these items were costly, securing the allegiance of the top red-name player would be a substantial gain. Am I also going? Zhang Yi looked at the teleportation device that Subay casually tossed his way, somewhat perplexed. Such items are not inexpensive. Surely, it was unnecessary for 2 individuals to escort a single person. This evening, the intention was to alleviate the pressure of the blood moon for the Huaxiao Alliance. And I needed Brother E.'s assistance. When the treasure chests arrive, we shall split the spoils evenly. Subay lowered his head and began to set up Wang Chong's teleportation device. He had previously procured several single-use teleportation devices while they were still available, keeping them for emergencies. Now, it was fortuitously useful for Zhang Yi. Although the cost was not insignificant, having an additional companion would yield a greater reward, making it worthwhile. All right, let us proceed. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement after hearing Subay's explanation. Given the current circumstances, gathering additional resources would greatly enhance their chances of survival. At this moment, Subay was essentially providing himself an opportunity to acquire resources. This realization stirred a sense of gratitude within Zhang Yi. With Wang Chong's teleportation device fully installed, a radiant glow enveloped them. Moments later, the 3 had arrived at the headquarters of the Huaxiao Alliance. There, Zhou Jiangwo awaited their arrival. Subay surveyed the surrounding structures with a sense of astonishment. The headquarters of the Huaxiao Alliance was indeed encircled by high walls. Such a device was something he had never encountered before. Even during his last visit, it had not been present, indicating it had been recently added. This must be the bandit they spoke of. Zhou Jiangwo cast a glance at Wang Chong, who was bound like a rice dumpling on the ground, and spoke indeed. I appreciate your assistance, Captain Zhou. Subay looked down momentarily and promptly replied, It's merely a trifling task, and moreover, it contributes to our labor force. Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. In truth, he was not mistaken. Within the Huaxiao Alliance, the tedious tasks of mining and logging were typically shunned by most. Hence, a regulatory body was established to assign labor reform to those who had erred. This ensured that these monotonous jobs could be consistently carried out while also serving as a punishment for those who had transgressed moral boundaries. As for their accommodations, they had already taken notice. Although a shelter could only have one owner, there was no restriction on the number of residents. Rather, the warmth would diminish as occupancy increased. Housing 2 or 3 prisoners in a single shelter posed no issue whatsoever. Their sole responsibility was to prevent anyone from freezing to death. The quality of life was not their concern. After all, this was a matter of survival, and excessive humanitarianism was not warranted. The mere fact that they were not executed was already a show of mercy. Zhou Jiangwo then gestured to the surrounding guards, signaling them to escort Wang Chong to the regulatory agency. Zhang Yi observed the formal institution, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Having a military background, he held a certain fondness for such organizations. This moment did not escape Zhou Jiangwo's notice. And who might this be? He inquired. This is my friend. The Blood Moon beasts have been particularly frenzied lately, so I brought him along for assistance. Greetings, I am Zhang Yi, introduced himself, shaking Zhou Jiangwo's hand with a nod. Very well, the defense of the Eastern District will be entrusted to both of you tonight. We shall ensure you receive satisfactory rewards. Zhou Jiangwo discerned Zhang Yi's military background, for he too was a soldier. Such demeanor was easily identifiable. However, he refrained from elaborating further, as he had no intention of undermining Su Bai in front of him. The hour was not particularly early, and Su Bai and Zhang Yi were promptly guided toward the eastern district. Along the way, both men admired the orderly architectural ensemble around them. Even they could not help but marvel at the organizational capacity and unity that Huaxia embodied. It was remarkable how such a vast group could be assembled and structured in an orderly fashion within such a brief span of time. 56. Siberian Golden Chinchilla. Yuexia Alliance. Eastern District. Zhang Yi glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning. Su Bai, do you think we might also emulate their arrangements in the future? Today had indeed broadened Zhang Yi's horizons. Since arriving at the Huaxia Alliance, he had witnessed a meticulously organized environment, with many areas already paved with tiles. Although it may appear somewhat rudimentary, it is already comparable to some of the esteemed institutions from the past. The entire Huaxia Alliance is fortified by towering walls, leaving only 3 grand gates for entry and exit. This design not only facilitates ease of access, but also enhances the defensive capabilities of the collective structures. Furthermore, the Huaxia Alliance has strategically placed a small shelter adjacent to the main gates to serve as a lookout post. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Su Bai are seated within, for had they remained outside for an extended period, they would have surely been frozen into ice sculptures. Of course, as a border outpost, the shelter is not of high quality. It merely prevents death by freezing. Thus, even while seated beside the stove, Su Bai and his companion find themselves rubbing their hands together to stave off the chill. The setup here is indeed worthy of emulation, and the need for such a wall structure is pressing. Su Bai's greatest desire is, in fact, for this very wall. Should they possess one, they could enclose a courtyard, facilitating collective defense and safeguarding their gardens and mines from destruction. The advantages are manifold. Su Bai has resolved that after the night's defenses are completed, he will inquire with Zhou Jiangwo about the availability of such a structure. Yet, before Zhang Yi could voice a word, a low growl echoed from the entrance. Zhang Yi immediately exchanged a glance with Su Bai, grasped his firearm, and dashed toward the door. The night of the blood moon has begun. Su Bai had learned from his communication with Zhou Jiangwo that since the onset of the blood moon, daytime attacks occasionally occur, while nighttime assaults are inevitable. This has rendered the experience quite harrowing for ordinary players. Nighttime raids leave little room for rest. However, due to the presence of Bing Bing at home, Su Bai and his companions do not share such woes. Yet, every situation possesses its dualities. While having Bing Bing at home can avert attacks, it also means foregoing any potential rewards. They cannot always bring Bing Bing along and return only when an attack occurs, as this is both laborious and fraught with risk, yielding only repulsion rewards without materials. Hence, Su Bai devised a plan to gather materials during the blood moon by collaborating with the Huaxia Alliance. According to Zhou Jiangwo's account, the Huaxia Alliance encompasses a multitude of shelters, resulting in exceptionally large-scale assaults, exacerbated by the frenzied enhancements of the blood moon, prompting him to reach out to Su Bai for defensive cooperation. Initially, Su Bai perceived no issues and felt secure with Bing Bing as a safeguard. If complications arose, they could simply have the person left at home bring Bing Bing over, but that was a last resort, one he hoped to avoid. Yet the scene before him now made Su Bai feel as though he had underestimated the situation. Su Bai, don't you think there are an excessive number of those orange cats? Zhang Yi squinted at the multitude of crimson eyes glaring from the shadows ahead. This should be the Siberian Golden Gradient. Su Bai corrected Zhang Yi as he chambered the shotgun. Indeed, before them stood countless Siberian tigers, and in their most ferocious form. However, they now possessed the blueprints for ammunition production. As long as they had an ample supply of bullets, they were virtually invincible. As the initiator of this endeavor, Zhou Jiangwo generously provided them with a substantial quantity of ammunition materials. It could be said that tonight they faced no limitations on their firepower. With a roar, the foremost Siberian tiger charged forward. In an instant, it was upon Su Bai. Bang! The next moment, the trigger was pulled. The immense recoil of the shotgun sent a tremor through Su Bai's arm. Yet, the tiger met its demise with a precise shot to the head. Although in this world, beasts had been enhanced and did not succumb immediately to gunfire, some robust specimens could even withstand small-caliber rounds. Su Bai wielded a shotgun renowned for its egalitarian power, capable of overwhelming nearly any carbon-based life form. Even the enhanced beasts could only be instantaneously slain if shot in the head. In this moment, Su Bai deeply appreciated the wisdom of having Zhang Yi undergo shooting training. Given the ferocity of the Siberian tigers before them, a single shot might not suffice to bring one down without a headshot. With such a multitude of beasts, the two of them would certainly be overwhelmed. However, now that his marksmanship had been honed through training, he could achieve near-perfect headshots against close-range targets. Zhang Yi, with his background as a special forces soldier and armed with a sniper rifle from the rear, was also taking down one tiger after another, under optimal angles. He could even fell two with a single shot. In the absence of limitations on ammunition, it was without a doubt a one-sided massacre. Gunfire echoed through the once silent night, the scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. The bodies of the Siberian tigers steadily accumulated on the ground. Were it not for the fact that deceased bodies would automatically refresh after some time, one might have believed a wall could be constructed from the corpses. Su Bai shook his hands, now nearly devoid of sensation, and exhaled deeply. The crimson-eyed beasts were now nearly eradicated, while the materials in his backpack had amassed into a formidable pile. It was a testament to the abundance of shelters in the vicinity. Despite the assaults being dispersed across 3 zones, the sheer volume remained staggering. Thankfully, he had enlisted Zhang Yi's help. Had he been overconfident and ventured alone, he might have had to call upon Bing Bing for rescue. Bang! With the final gunshot, the last Siberian tiger fell. The ground was now a mountain of bodies, unrefreshed, rendering the eastern gate a scene of sheer terror. Phew, Brother Su Bai, this haul is quite bountiful, Zhang Yi remarked, his own backpack overflowing with the materials dropped by the Siberian tigers. From the very beginning, Su Bai had conferred with Zhou Jiangwo regarding the distribution of materials. All dropped items would belong solely to the two of them, while the rewards from repelling attacks would be allocated later. The infinite ammunition truly afforded Zhang an exhilarating experience akin to wielding a cheat code. After all, in the previous world, the number of bullets one could carry for each mission was exceedingly limited. Moreover, engaging in combat against human adversaries was never as liberating as hunting beasts in this manner. Su Bai glanced around, confirming the absence of further assaults, before pulling out his phone to check the time. It was already 3 in the morning. They had been engaged in battle for a full 2 hours. It should have concluded by now. 57. Weakened version of the King's aura. Su Bai, we are coming to your aid. Just as Su Bai and Zhang Yi were organizing their gear, a cacophony of footsteps approached from behind. Turning to look, they saw a short-haired woman leading a large group, all armed, advancing with great fervor. In that moment, Shuya felt a surge of anxiety. For reasons unknown, the number of beast attacks that night was alarmingly high, almost unprecedented. Although the other fronts were not under pressure, the realization that Zhou Jiangwo had entrusted the entire Eastern District's defense to only 2 individuals was overwhelming. What on earth was Zhou Jiangwo thinking? The Eastern District housed numerous residential areas. If the defense were to collapse, it would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Shuya furrowed her brow even tighter, quickening her pace towards the front lines, nearly breaking into a run. She could only hope that the Eastern District's defenses would not fall so swiftly. Meanwhile, upon hearing the distant shouts, Su Bai pondered the purpose of the approaching woman. She likely had a military background. Zhang Yi, observing Shuya, quietly spoke beside Su Bai. Nodding in agreement, Su Bai acknowledged that, despite Shuya not wearing a uniform, her demeanor and presence could not be concealed. Moreover, it was common for the founders of the Huaxia Alliance to have military roots, making the prevalence of military personnel in this area quite normal. She was not far from the Eastern District's gates. When she noticed Su Bai and Zhang Yi turning to look at her, a hint of confusion crossed her face. The situation in other regions remained urgent. Why were these two seemingly unperturbed? Turning to observe her, was it possible that the Eastern District had not faced any attacks tonight? That seemed implausible, as the Huaxia Alliance headquarters was a massive sanctuary. Any assault would distribute the attacking beasts evenly across all entry points. This conclusion was drawn from extensive data analysis after numerous attacks, yielding consistent results without exception. What, then, was the current situation? Suddenly, she entertained a bold notion, only to quickly chuckle to herself in self-deprecation. What was she thinking? 2 individuals could hardly withstand such a multitude of beasts. Even if they possessed an infinite supply of ammunition provided by Zhou Jiangwo, it would be utterly impossible. The beasts did not attack one by one. Instead, they surged forth as a horde. No matter how fierce the firepower of the two individuals, they would inevitably be reduced to mere fragments under the onslaught of such a multitude. Thus, at this moment, Shuya was enveloped in confusion. She was utterly intrigued by the state of the defenses in the Eastern District. Furthermore, why would Zhou Jiangwo, as the commander, entrust such a critical line of defense to two outsiders? These thoughts swirled within her mind, yet yielded no answers. Fortunately, the resolution to these queries would soon present itself. Once she arrived at Su Bai's location, everything would become clear. Before long, Shuya and her companions reached the Eastern District's defenses, where Su Bai was stationed. Despite her mental preparations, the scene before her rendered her speechless. The snow beneath their feet had been stained a vivid crimson, appearing particularly grotesque under the blood-red moonlight. The attackers, like those at other defensive lines, were Siberian tigers. This was within Shu Ya's expectations. However, to her astonishment, not a single Siberian tiger in the entire Eastern District was alive. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, a sight that left the reinforcements in shock. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? The notion of a solitary hero standing against a multitude was a dream many men had cherished, yet no one had ever genuinely believed it could be realized. Reality was not the stuff of television dramas. Such a scenario was almost inconceivable. Moreover, this was a world of survival, where beasts had been enhanced, and their ferocity was such that even seasoned combat squads like theirs had to approach with caution. Even in their presence, it was uncertain if they could defend themselves without injury against such a large number of Siberian tigers. Who then were these two? It should be over. You are too late. Su Bai gestured towards the blood-soaked ground and shrugged. Yet, this scene jolted Shuya's nerves. What was the nature of this individual before her? In both her previous life within the military and her current position in the Huaxia Alliance, she had been renowned for her exceptional battlefield command. She had never believed in nor endorsed the notion of individual heroism. She understood that a single person's strength was ultimately limited. In the face of a collective, individual power seemed insignificant. Thus, she had always held a degree of disdain for someone like Su Bai, who appeared to operate outside the norm. The last time Zhou Jiangwo invited Su Bai and was met with refusal had already left her somewhat dissatisfied. Yet the Su Bai before her was continuously shattering her perceptions, accomplishing deeds she had never dared to imagine. How did you achieve this? Shuya fixed her gaze on Su Bai, as if attempting to see through him entirely. As you can see, I simply eliminated them all. Su Bai felt slightly uncomfortable under Shuya's penetrating gaze, as though he were being subjected to intense interrogation. Deep within him, there lingered a hint of trepidation. Upon discovering Bing Bing's extraordinary abilities, Su Bai suddenly realized that his bond with her seemed to instill a modicum of fear in the ordinary beasts that encountered him. However, due to the constraints of time, he did not have the opportunity to thoroughly validate this notion. Coincidentally, when Zhou Jiangwo approached him seeking assistance, it provided Su Bai the perfect setting for experimentation. Thus, he boldly suggested that he could independently guard an entrance, not genuinely expecting Zhou Jiangwo to acquiesce, given the gravity of the matter. To Su Bai's surprise, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jiangwo readily agreed, prompting Su Bai to regard him with newfound respect. Such audacity was commendable. Naturally, Su Bai was not foolish enough to risk his life for an experiment. Prior to his departure, he had sent private messages to the two young women, clarifying that should he signal for help, they were to transport Bing Bing to him immediately. With this assurance in place, Su Bai commenced his experiment with confidence. As anticipated, the beasts seemed to exhibit a palpable fear upon seeing him, with only the boldest daring to approach. This was the reason Su Bai could stand against an entire pack of beasts with just the two of them. Yet, could he disclose such a truth? Certainly not. Hence, he opted to feign ignorance. As long as he maintained a firm faade, the two of them, armed with two guns, could safeguard the entrance without anyone discerning the precise details. Fortunately, after observing Su Bai for a while, Shuya abandoned her inquiries, simply extending her hand and smiling at him. Greetings, I am Shuya, the temporary operational commander of the Huaxia Alliance. The sun gradually began to rise, casting a pale light. Dawn had broken, yet the skies remained shrouded in a deep crimson hue. The blood moon persisted. In the conference hall of the Huaxia Alliance, only Zhou Jiangwo, Su Bai, and two others were present, surrounded by an abundance of treasure chests. Brother Su Bai, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time. Zhou Jiangwo beamed. His gamble had paid off. Initially, he had not intended to enlist Su Bai's help for the defense during the Blood Moon. After all, deploying 2 teleportation devices each time, even with their considerable resources, was a source of reluctance. However, life often presents unforeseen challenges during the daytime defense. A squad's line had collapsed, prompting many to recklessly resist in order to prevent the beasts from breaching the sanctuary. Ultimately, they managed to hold their ground. Yet nearly an entire squad sustained injuries, and a small portion even contracted ailments, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Although they had some medical supplies in reserve, it was insufficient for the number of injured, and even with medication, recovery would not be immediate. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Su Bai's support. Initially, he had hesitated regarding Su Bai's request to defend alone. However, upon noticing the crimson name tag indicating Su Bai's top rank, his gaze hardened slightly, and he immediately acquiesced. While this decision bore certain risks, he considered himself well-versed in assessing individuals. To him, Su Bai was not the type to act recklessly. On the contrary, he approached tasks with meticulous consideration. Furthermore, by agreeing this time, he would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on Su Bai, which would afford him a more dominant position in future collaborations. Although he did not anticipate being able to directly recruit Su Bai, he recognized that every endeavor follows a process. With time, it might not be impossible for Su Bai to join the Huaxia Alliance. Despite the inherent risks of his decision, Zhou Jiangwo felt it was worthwhile. Presently, it appeared he had made the right choice. Although he was uncertain how Su Bai had achieved such feats, he had indeed performed miracles. Zhou Jiangwo smiled broadly at Su Bai. His curiosity piqued, yet he wisely refrained from pressing Su Bai for details regarding his strategies. He understood that everyone harbors their own secrets, especially in this predatory world, where such secrets could very well be the key to survival. Thus, inquiring into such matters seemed to Zhou Jiangwo a foolish act that would only diminish the other party's trust in him. It is vital to acknowledge that, in these times, trust is the most valuable currency. Captain Zhou, you flatter me. It is a testament to everyone's efforts, Su Bai responded with a smile. In light of Su Bai's evident politeness, Zhou Jiangwo merely chuckled, not dwelling on trivialities. He then gestured towards the treasure chest beside him, which contained a total of 20 chests. These formed part of the rewards for their recent victory, and he asked, "Brother Su Bai, are you satisfied with this compensation?" Zhang Yi's eyes brightened at the sight of the chests. These were no ordinary treasures. Among them were 5 golden chests, while the remaining 15 were silver. Such a bounty could rival the haul from their previous expedition in the Secret Realm. Who would not be enticed by such rewards? It was noteworthy that, despite the substantial gains from the last Secret Realm, the experience had been fraught with peril, where a single misstep could cost one their life. In contrast, last night's battle was devoid of danger, almost entirely lacking in challenge. He had discerned that his brother Su Bai seemed to have forged a bond with Bing Bing, thereby sharing a portion of her innate abilities. However, since Su Bai had yet to disclose this, he recognized that this was neither the time nor place for such discussions, and thus remained silent. Last night's beasts, under Su Bai's influence, had been dispatched with ease. Akin to the story of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, each one simply handed over. All he needed to do was mindlessly pull the trigger. The effortless acquisition of rewards that had previously required strenuous effort left Zhang Yi somewhat reflective. Indeed, staying close to Brother Su Bai ensured one reaped the rewards. Very well, I shall not refuse, he concluded. Su Bai cast a glance at the treasure chest beside him, clearly pleased with the rewards of this endeavor. And Zhou Jiangwo was indeed generous. He promptly retrieved some typhoid medication from his backpack. Captain Zhou, I am aware that many of your team members have contracted typhoid, so I offer this medicine as support. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Originally, Su Bai intended to sell these medications, but upon seeing the treasure chests, he altered his plan. The materials, while not inexpensive, could facilitate the establishment of a stable collaborative channel with Zhou Jiangwo, ensuring that future acquisitions of treasure and materials would no longer pose a challenge. Such an investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Zhou Jiangwo, upon witnessing this gesture, was overjoyed. Brother Su Bai, to be honest, I had initially planned to shamelessly ask for your help in crafting some medicines. As he spoke, He retrieved some materials for potion making from his backpack and handed them over. I appreciate your kind intentions. Please accept these materials for now, and I will certainly seek your assistance again in the future if the need arises. While these medicines were indeed urgently required, accepting them without reciprocation felt improper, prompting him to offer the crafting materials in exchange. Subai smiled, not refusing the offer. After all, these materials were but a drop in the bucket for the entire Huaxia Alliance. Whether he accepted them or not was of little consequence to them. His objective had been achieved, and thus there was no need for him to decline, especially since the materials held some utility for him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to Zhou Jiangwo and inquired, Captain Zhou, do you happen to have any surplus of the wall props? At Su Bai's question, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He too coveted that wall. If they could possess it, their future setups and defenses would become significantly more convenient. Zhou Jiangwo, with a hint of helplessness, explained with a wry smile, unfortunately, this prop was obtained by chance, and if we acquire any new ones in the future, I will contact you immediately. However, Su Bai felt little disappointment. Such props were still relatively rare at this stage. Although they were in dire need, there was no rush. Perhaps upon returning and visiting the auction house, he might find one at a reasonable price. Su Bai then prepared to stow the treasure chest in his backpack for transport back home. Although the battle last night had not been particularly perilous, the lack of sleep had left him genuinely fatigued. He yearned to return and rest promptly. Yet, just as he fixed his gaze upon the treasure chest, one of the prompts jolted him into full alertness. Outer Shelter Defense, 59. While Su Bai stared at the prompt before him, the weariness that had enveloped him was instantly banished, replaced by a surge of vitality. A glimmer of hope? Outer defense? Could it be the wall he had long desired? The more Su Bai thought of Lin Wei, the more restless he became, almost unable to resist the urge to open the box immediately to see what lay within. Yet reason prevailed, and he silently stowed the box in his backpack. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Jiangwo, he activated the teleportation. In a flash of white light, Su Bai and Zhang Yi returned to the shelter. Huh? You're back? As Su Bai landed, he heard Lin Wei's voice beside him. Turning around, he was met by the sight of her, wielding a pickaxe. So diligent? Su Bai gazed at Lin Wei, momentarily taken aback. He then checked his phone. Indeed, it was only 8 o'clock. Why was she up so early? This clearly surpassed Su Bai's understanding. What did it mean to be so diligent? Finish the work early and then rest, given there were only 1,500 units to mine each day. Lin Wei pouted slightly, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. Su Bai noticed this and felt a smirk tug at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to glean the reason for her sudden industriousness. Where's Murong Qi? Upon hearing Su Bai inquire about her, Lin Wei's expression darkened, and she replied with a hint of impatience. She has already gone down to work. Lin Wei felt a twinge of annoyance. A beautiful day, beginning with mining. Who would not be troubled by this? Yet, she found herself unable to do much about it. That newcomer, Murong Qi, was exceptionally diligent, even going so far as to assist her with her tasks. Initially, Lin Wei did not perceive any issue. However, after lying in bed last night and reflecting, it suddenly dawned on her. She was being usurped. If one day Murong Qi completely overshadowed her role, what would she do then? Although her staying by Su Bai's side was not voluntary at first, as time passed, Lin Wei realized that Su Bai was actually quite a decent person, generous and reliable. Such qualities are easily spoken of, but how many can truly embody them, especially in such tumultuous times? Upon deeper reflection, she felt fortunate to have found a treasure in Su Bai. Yet now, Murong Qi's presence had disrupted this delicate balance. This girl was actually starting to encroach upon her duties. If she took everything, what would Su Bai think of her, and how would she manage? She could not guarantee she would find someone as dependable as Su Bai again. Furthermore, having spent so much time together, she felt a genuine reluctance to part with him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lin Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, though the cold weather concealed her unusual demeanor. With a newfound resolve, she addressed Su Bai. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. You two should rest after last night's exertions. Without waiting for Su Bai to respond, Lin Wei hefted her pickaxe and headed toward the coal mine. Why is Lin Wei suddenly so industrious? Zhang Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. In his eyes, Lin Wei was not particularly industrious. Her previous forays into labor only occurred when Su Bai urged her to act as a supervisor. Otherwise, she would simply feign indifference. Yet now, she had suddenly taken the initiative, her gaze imbued with an odd intensity, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Perhaps she had experienced a profound awakening. Subai gently shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. He could indeed perceive the transformation in both Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi. Yet what could he do with this awareness? Was this truly the moment to ponder such matters? In this world, even with an advantage, absolute safety could not be assured. It was fraught with uncertainties. Who could say when the administrator might find the game tedious and decide to erase their progress? They could very well vanish in an instant. Thus, he could only strive to protect those around him to the best of his abilities, while refraining from indulging his emotions too freely. Such matters could be addressed in due time. Subai shook his head, casting these thoughts aside, and retrieved the golden treasure chest he had just acquired. Subai, aren't you tired? Why not wait until you wake up to deal with it? Zhang Yi observed Subai's actions with a hint of confusion. They had stayed awake the entire night, even spending several hours engaged in combat. Although the situation had not been perilous, their stamina had certainly been depleted. At that moment, Zhang Yi felt as though his eyelids were in a fierce battle. If he could return to his bed now, he would likely fall asleep in an instant. There might be a wall inside. Subai's words jolted the drowsy Zhang Yi into alertness. He had a reasonable understanding of what treasures could be found within the chest. Thus he harbored no doubt regarding Subai's assertion. If Subai claimed there was a wall, it was quite likely true. Quick, open it and see. Zhang Yi urged eagerly. Subai felt a slight tension, but did not hesitate. Although the item was not exceedingly rare, it was certainly obtainable. If fortune were to frown upon him, and he uncovered something useless, he could always purchase one. With this thought, Subai gradually relaxed and opened the chest. You have opened a treasure chest and received a stone wall item. 1. Excitement coursed through Subai as he gazed at the contents of the chest and promptly picked it up. This item was not a wall per se, but rather a model-like panel. He immediately turned to read its description. It can be used to enclose a shelter. Beast attacks will only occur through designated entrances. However, the wall will still sustain damage from both beast and human attacks, and can be repaired with materials. Remaining 100 meters. It appeared that this measurement referred to the length of the wall that could be constructed. He had not anticipated that the item would not provide an infinite length. Yet upon reflection, it was reasonable. If it were infinite, he could easily enclose an area of 1 kilometer, thereby transforming into a landowner in an instant. It is no wonder that the Huaxiao Alliance claimed there were no resources left, given their size. They must have expended all available wall materials merely to encircle their gathering place. Subai, my dear brother, what are your thoughts? At this moment, Zhang Yi was devoid of any remnants of fatigue, eagerly gazing at the items in Subai's possession. Observing Zhang Yi's enthusiasm, Subai promptly handed over the item for Zhang Yi to examine. He then began surveying the surroundings of their shelter, contemplating how best to position the wall. Having perused the item's description, Zhang Yi rushed to Subai's side. With this tool, the fortification of our shelter will become significantly more manageable. Indeed, I intend to make some adjustments to our layout shortly. Zhang Yi and Subai exchanged an electrified glance. The prospect of planting crops and constructing homes was irresistible, even to a seasoned soldier. Allow me to assist. Where am I? Outside the shelter. The blood-red sunlight cast an eerie glow upon the snow, while the biting cold continued to induce shivers. Yet, despite having gone an entire night without sleep, Subai and Zhang Yi were fervently strategizing the arrangement of their shelter. Subai, my dear brother, I believe we should rotate my shelter. Positioning it directly across from Miss Morongqi would create a more orderly layout overall. Zhang Yi excitedly surveyed the terrain before turning to Subai. His suggestion stemmed from the fact that if the shelter were merely shifted within a confined area, there would be no need for disassembly and reorganization, resulting in no loss of resources. This feature likely exists to facilitate players in planning their territories. Otherwise, frequent disassembly and reconstruction would significantly hinder resource collection and discourage players from relocating or constructing defensive measures, which contradicts the essence of survival games. On the contrary, I find the current arrangement quite satisfactory. Let us chop down the nearby trees and place the vegetable greenhouse and 2 mining sites in the adjacent clearings, thereby freeing up the central area for our activities and training. Subai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before addressing Zhang Yi. He was not intentionally dismissing Zhang Yi's proposal. while it would indeed create a more organized appearance if they followed Zhang Yi's suggestion. It would also lead to the mining entrances and greenhouse encroaching upon their communal activity space. Although the frigid weather would deter anyone from venturing out frivolously, activities such as distributing treasure chests or conducting shooting drills will be severely impacted. Conversely, positioning the greenhouse and mining sites behind the shelter would obstruct movement due to the buildings themselves. Thus, in his view, the current arrangement was the most rational. Upon hearing Su Bai's reasoning, Zhang Yi carefully considered it and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Bai, my dear brother, has thoughtfully considered this matter. Let us proceed according to your suggestions. Zhang Yi spoke as he retrieved an axe from his belongings. Following suit, Su Bai joined Zhang Yi in the task of felling trees. The familiar notification stirred a sense of nostalgia within Su Bai, reminiscent of his early days upon arriving in this world. Although it has not been long since then, he no longer finds himself in solitude. Moreover, since acquiring the coal mine and water heater, he has refrained from personally chopping wood, relying instead on trade for his accumulation of resources. Engaging in the act of felling trees once more now evokes a peculiar sense of warmth. The trees surrounding their dwelling were sparse, merely a few scattered trunks. Together with Zhang Yi, they cleared the area in less than 10 minutes. Su Bai, that should suffice now, Zhang Yi said as he stowed the axe in his backpack and turned to face Su Bai. He felt a slight chill. The previous night had been sleepless, and the heating at the watch station was inadequate, leaving him somewhat fatigued. However, after the exertion of chopping down 2 trees, he began to feel warmer. Very well. I shall give it a try. Su Bai nodded, promptly retrieving the wall-building item. Yet, he hesitated, pondering how to utilize it. He was well-versed in survival games, usually employing mouse controls for placement and construction selections. Typically, item usage required selecting a range with the mouse. Now, having truly traversed into this survival realm, he was presented with a system menu for construction. However, this wall item lacked clear instructions. Could it be similar to the vegetable placement? With this thought in mind, Su Bai approached the designated area for the wall and planted the board into the ground. Ding! Placement successful. Remaining length, 99 meters. As the system notification chimed, a wall, 1 meter in width, rose from the earth. Indeed, although the experiment proved successful, Su Bai could not muster a smile. This contraption allowed for placement of only 1 meter at a time. Encircling a larger area would take an eternity to complete. With a wry smile, Su Bai shook his head. Just then, an idea struck him, and he swiftly opened the private messaging interface. Captain Zhou, how do you place the wall items on your end? The item's placement provided no guidance, and there might be a more convenient method he had yet to discover. Typically, he would consult reference materials, but with no internet access, seeking online information was futile. However, he knew someone with ample experience. Ding! Shortly thereafter, a reply from Zhou Jiangwo arrived. The Su Bai brothers have indeed acquired the wall props. Congratulations! It appears that these props can only be placed 1 meter at a time, which is why we arranged for numerous brothers to take turns to complete the task. Thank you. After sending the message of gratitude, Su Bai felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had been rather eager for this prop, but who could have anticipated that its placement would be so cumbersome? Moreover, the perseverance of the Huaxiao Alliance is truly commendable. Constructing such a long wall likely required considerable time and manpower. Zhang Yi, observing Su Bai's expression, surmised the outcome of his inquiry. Su Bai, what can be said? They too had to build it meter by meter. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Bai turned with his tablet to commence work. Zhang Yi, absorbing Su Bai's words, was momentarily taken aback. This was rather absurd. Previously, he had assumed there would be a convenient installation feature. It turns out they could only insert the boards piece by piece. Fortunately, the area they had originally decided to enclose was not overly large. Su Bai, allow me to assist you. The two took turns working, which alleviated Su Bai's burden considerably. Before long, their shelter was successfully surrounded by the wall. As Su Bai surveyed the nascent structure of their shelter, he began to operate the vegetable greenhouse. Under the system's guidance, the entire greenhouse gradually became ethereal, as if an invisible hand lifted it and placed it in the designated corner set by Su Bai. This was the first time they had witnessed the relocation of a building, and it astonishingly mirrored the experience in the game. Continuing his operations, Su Bai was met with the system's prompt. Operation cannot be performed as there are players present within this building. He couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, staying up late could lead to forgetfulness, as he had overlooked the presence of two individuals inside. He quickly sent them a message. Before long, two graceful figures appeared at the entrance of the coal mine. Where am I? Is this still home? Lin Wei surveyed her surroundings. It was undoubtedly their shelter. But where had the surrounding wall come from? How could everything have changed so drastically in such a short time? Muronqi also curiously examined the wall. This being her first encounter with such a prop, having previously roamed alone, she had not considered the possibility of enclosing a yard. Now, witnessing Su Bai's new arrangement, she suddenly felt it was rather appealing. She turned directly to Su Bai and inquired, "Brother Bai, what is the story behind these walls?" "These are spoils from last night." As Su Bai meticulously arranged the two mines in the vacant space, he explained, "The Huaxiao Alliance has been quite generous. They actually provided us with such a rare prop." Lin Wei carefully surveyed her surroundings and nodded before speaking. Unlike Muronqi, ever since she moved next to Su Bai, she had contemplated the idea of creating a courtyard. In solitude, a courtyard may seem somewhat superfluous, yet once a community forms, it transforms into a sanctuary, and the situation changes entirely. However, despite her thorough search of the entire exchange, she could find no one selling such walls. She had specifically sought this item, and the exchange simply did not possess it. Listening to Lin Wei's words, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. It dawned on him just how fortunate he was. When it came to opening boxes, whatever he wished for seemed to materialize. Had he not been so lucky, acquiring such items in the exchange would likely have proven quite challenging. The quality of these walls did not appear particularly rare at first glance. Yet, there were numerous settlements akin to the Huaxiao Alliance scattered throughout the game world, a fact that did not require validation. Each day, he received unvarying invitations to join alliances, which alone sufficed to illustrate the abundance of such settlements. Even if many of them did not boast the exceptional systems and facilities that the Huaxiao Alliance possessed, they all had a pressing need for external walls, as these would significantly alleviate the defensive challenges posed by beast invasions. Thus, it was highly probable that such items would be pre-ordered by these communal groups and would never reach the exchange, where individual traders congregated. The loot consisted solely of boxes, a stroke of extraordinary luck on their part. Once Su Bai had positioned the mining site, he turned to Lin Wei. "I hadn't realized you had such good fortune." Lin Wei smiled faintly and patted Su Bai on the shoulder, causing it to darken momentarily. I'll go wash my hands." Noticing this, Lin Wei felt a touch of embarrassment. However, she quickly straightened up. "Wait, why should I feel embarrassed? This is evidence of Su Bai's exploitation of us. If anyone should feel awkward, it should be him." At that moment, Muronqi's gentle voice chimed in. "Brother Bai, you must be utterly exhausted after staying up all night. You should take off your clothes and rest. I'll wash them for you once I finish my work." Su Bai's eyes lit up at her words. Look, this is my sweet and gentle little sister. The one who spoke earlier is only fit to be a miner." Lin Wei was left speechless upon hearing Muronqi's words. Is it possible to play this game like this? To compete for a person? One can actually endure Su Bai's exploitation? How ruthless. She gazed into Muronqi's eyes, detecting a hint of pride. Indeed, this person is deliberately challenging me. Unable to contain her emotions, Lin Wei immediately turned to Su Bai, saying, "Take off your clothes. I'll wash them. After all, it was I who got them dirty and should take responsibility." Su Bai gazed at Lin Wei before him, momentarily lost in thought. Had this sister been affected again? "You might as well wash your faces. They have become as dark as coal. I will take care of my own clothes. Remember to mine. I am off to sleep now." Su Bai cast a disapproving glance at the two of them, called out to Zhang Yi, and turned away towards his shelter. He anticipated that they would compete to wash. He needed to escape swiftly. Lin Wei looked at the fleeing Su Bai with a hint of resentment. Stamping her foot. The dirt on my face is all because of you, Su Bai." Then she glanced at Muronqi, only to find that her eyes were equally filled with grievance. "Well, time of mine then." A group of individuals, wrapped in heavy coats, hid at a distance, observing Su Bai's shelter. They even carried firearms on their backs. "Is this it?" The leader turned to the person behind him. Li Ming nodded vigorously. "Brother, you are correct. This is the place." After escaping last time, he returned to their shelter and ruthlessly dismantled the shelters of his deceased companions. Although he lost comrades, he profited from the materials. For someone like Li Ming, it seemed that materials were of greater value than grief. Thus, he bore no sorrow. Now, He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Su Bai, knowing that the high-quality materials rightfully belonged to him. If it weren't for Su Bai's sudden disruption, how could he have fallen to such a plight? Li Ming cast a cold glance at the leader beside him, memories of a few days prior flooding his mind. At that time, after Li Ming had just returned to his shelter, he was preparing to use the materials to upgrade it when he was attacked. Peering out cautiously, he recognized the leader now beside him as the one leading the assault, and he immediately sought refuge in a corner, pretending not to be home. Yet, the attackers clearly aimed for his dwelling. Even without a sound from him, their assault did not falter. Just as they were about to dismantle the main door, Li Ming rushed out in desperation, trading his materials for safety, and successfully joined the nearby largest gang, the Black Snake. Li Ming had indeed heard of this notorious organization before. His current association with them was born of necessity. After all, in comparison to his life, materials were trivial. Yet, the thought of losing the opportunity to upgrade to a higher-tier dwelling left him sleepless. Since the Black Snake gang showed no mercy, he would not hesitate to act ungratefully. Using others as tools for his own gain was a tactic Li Ming had often employed in the past. The following day, Li Ming approached the captain of his small team, claiming that he knew the general whereabouts of Su Bai, who topped the red list and possessed a vast wealth of materials. This revelation instantly brightened the captain's eyes. They were all too familiar with Su Bai's name, hearing discussions about him almost daily. The wealth he accumulated was something no one could resist coveting. They were eager to seek out Su Bai, yet they were hindered by their ignorance of his precise location, and they had no assurance of his proximity. Thus, they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. However, their newly recruited subordinates suddenly approached, claiming to know the whereabouts of Su Bai's residence, asserting it was nearby. This was akin to finding a pillow when one was drowsy. Observing the squad leader's expression, Li Ming felt a surge of satisfaction as the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. He understood that the bait had been taken. Why do they still have walls? One subordinate gazed curiously at Su Bai's sanctuary from distance. In all the places they had raided, they had yet to encounter such a feature. I had heard of it before. The leader of this operation, who also served as the squad leader of Li Ming, squinted his eyes and spoke slowly. Larger settlements often possess such walls to fend off attacks. Therefore, this could very well be Su Bai's refuge. He had never truly witnessed those grand settlements himself, as his squad belonged to a weaker faction, usually assigned to areas with scant population. The information about the wall feature had come to him during casual conversations with leaders of larger teams, and he was surprised to find it here. At this moment, the leader's gaze was fixed intently on Su Bai's shelter, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Though his abilities were not particularly formidable, his ambitions soared high, and he had always considered himself a thwarted hero. Arriving at Su Bai's domain was a clandestine detour taken while on a different mission with his squad, one that he had neglected to report to the organization. Otherwise, he would not have been the one to come here. He yearned daily to rise above and lead a life of affluence. The opportunity now lay before him, and he was determined to seize Su Bai's sanctuary at all costs. If he could conquer Su Bai's refuge, all the resources he had hoarded would become his, not to mention other leaders. Even their chief would not possess as abundant supplies as his own. Contemplating this, the leader's smile widened, becoming increasingly audacious. Leader? A team member beside him noticed the leader's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. What shall we do next? Cough, cough. Let us observe the situation first. I shall devise a plan. The leader coughed awkwardly, and then his mind began to whirl with strategies. He glanced around. This time, the entire squad had mobilized to maximize their chances of taking Su Bai down. Yet, even with all their members, they numbered only 8, counting the newly joined Li Ming. Furthermore, their weaponry consisted mainly of cold arms, and Li Ming was unarmed. Their entire squad possessed merely a double-barreled shotgun and a handgun held by the vice captain, with ammunition in short supply. Therefore, a frontal assault was highly improbable. The leader glanced around, and suddenly, the blood-red sunlight reflecting off the ground sparked an idea within him. Although their firepower was feeble, they could take advantage of the opportune moment. It was a blood moon tonight, and beasts were bound to attack. They merely needed to exploit the chaos during the assault, and Su Bai's sanctuary would be easily within their grasp. At this thought, the leader couldn't help but chuckle. I am indeed a genius. Li Ming cast a peculiar glance at the captain beside him, his mind swirling with doubt. Was his captain truly reliable? Why did he appear somewhat dim-witted? He hoped he wouldn't end up being outsmarted and killed by Subai. Yet, despite his reservations, Li Ming dared not voice his concerns and could only listen to the leader outline his plans. Well, at least the plan sounded feasible. Perhaps it was best to wait and see for now. All right, everyone, let us eat something to warm up. After elaborating on his brilliant scheme, the leader began distributing food, even handing each person a bottle of hot water. This food was what they had just scavenged after completing their recent task. Strangely, the two shelters they had come across during their mission appeared quite promising, yet no one was present, and the supplies were notably abundant. After spending considerable time dismantling the shelter, they hurriedly made their way here. Initially, the leader had only a rough idea of where Subai's sanctuary was located, and it took them quite some time to arrive on their bikes. Now, the leader was ravenous, completely disregarding appearances as he devoured his meal. Ordinarily, after completing a task, they were required to return to submit their items and report back. However, if they intended to monopolize Subai's sanctuary, returning was not an option, for it would raise too many questions. Thus, they had to remain here until darkness fell. Fortunately, with the recently acquired supplies, sustaining themselves for a short while was not a dilemma. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Wei fumed. Why are these two lazy pigs still not awake? She stormed towards Subai's room, where Murong Qi had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of pounding on the door jolted Subai awake from a blissful dream. Who is it? He murmured, rubbing his bleary eyes as he approached the door to open it. The biting cold wind instantly roused him, and he quickly pulled Lin Wei inside, shutting the door against the chill. It seemed that his recent comfortable life had rendered him momentarily oblivious, as if he had returned to a normal existence. Taking a sip of hot water, Subai began to regain his composure. Lin Wei, standing before him, felt a slight flush creep into her cheeks. Unsure of what to say, initially, she had intended to confront Subai about his habits and sense of time when she reached his door. Yet, the moment he yanked her inside, all her rehearsed words seemed to vanish. Now her mind was a blank canvas. Is there something you need? Subai gazed at Lin Wei, who sat silently on the bench, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Surely, his sister did not awaken him merely for amusement. Right. Murong Qi had prepared a meal. They ought to head over there promptly. Suddenly recalling her mission, Lin Wei fixed her gaze upon Subai. It was already late. Very well, let's depart at once. Checking the time, Subai realized he had slept soundly until dusk. Indeed, a warm environment makes for a delightful slumber. Since he had merely dozed off in his clothes, he simply donned his coat before stepping out alongside Lin Wei. Little brother Subai, you are awake too? As they exited, Zhang Yi's voice resonated. Subai quickly returned the greeting. However, upon lifting his gaze to Zhang Yi, he noticed an ambiguous glint in his eyes directed at him and Lin Wei. Oh no, this could lead to misunderstandings. Brother Yi, you have misunderstood, Subai chuckled helplessly. After all, Zhang Yi had witnessed him and Lin Wei emerge from the room. There was little room for denial. I understand. Zhang Yi even made a gesture of comprehension, leaving Subai feeling increasingly exasperated. Lin Wei's cheeks flushed crimson as she remained silent, hastening toward Murong Qi's shelter and swiftly entering. This scene only served to amplify the brightness of Zhang Yi's smile. Subai cast a glance, but chose not to speak further. It would be better for Lin Wei to clarify matters herself. Brother, why have they yet to encounter a beast attack? A trembling subordinate near the leader inquired. The leader, too, was not in a much better state, rubbing his hands together to generate warmth. Hold on, it should be arriving soon. Subai, little brother, should we devise a plan for a grand entrance? As Zhang Yi munched on his meal, a sudden thought struck him, and he looked up at Subai. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's suggestion, Subai smacked his thigh in realization. What a blunder he had made in completely forgetting this matter. His earlier clarity had been fueled solely by enthusiasm and excitement. Yet, that vigor had diminished as they labored to install the walls. By the time Subai completed the final wall, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, as if it could consume him whole, leaving not a trace behind. In that moment, how could he have remembered the entrance? I shall check for relevant blueprints now. As Subai continued to eat, he opened the system menu. Fortunately, the semi-transparent display did not hinder his meal. Open a marketplace. Search for entries related to doors. In an instant, A plethora of information regarding doors flooded Su Bai's vision, momentarily distracting him from his meal. For sale, wooden door design blueprints. Price, 10 units of wood or 2 pieces of rusted iron. While this may seem economical, its defensive capabilities are likely inadequate. Currently, my primary concern for defense is not wild beasts, but rather humans. With the presence of Bing Bing, the threat from animals can be virtually disregarded in the short term. Should an invasion occur now, it would most likely be a human assault. Defenses like wooden doors, which are fundamentally flawed and offer minimal protection, have nearly become obsolete. Those who continue to survive have, to some extent, accumulated resources and equipment. A wooden door can be easily reduced to ashes, leaving no time for repairs. Thus, this option can practically be dismissed. Previously, Su Bai had not noticed, but upon closer inspection, he realized that all these door blueprints were for wooden doors. There were no alternatives. Brother Bai, did you find anything suitable? Murong Chi's voice interrupted Su Bai's thoughts as she placed a piece of meat into her bowl, her tone gentle as if afraid to disturb him. This moment made Lin Wei's expression darken beside them, creating a scene right before my eyes. Lin Wei immediately picked up a piece of meat and placed it into Su Bai's bowl as well. Watching this unfold, Su Bai felt speechless. The words he had intended to express stifled in his throat. He prepared to mediate between the two, but before he could speak, another piece of meat was added to his bowl. Brother Bai, you worked hard last night. Eat more to replenish your strength. Murong Chi shot Lin Wei an annoyed glance before turning to Shun Xiu with a smile. You must have been exhausted last night. Do eat up. Lin Wei, unwilling to be outdone, added another piece of meat into Su Bai's bowl. Observing this, Murong Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Yet an inexplicable air of danger surrounded her. Brother Bai, don't just focus on the meat. You need some vegetables for a balanced diet, along with her chopsticks. A large leaf of lettuce fell into Su Bai's bowl, completely covering it. Lin Wei gritted her teeth and immediately grabbed a piece of vegetable as well. Eat more. She found herself at a loss for words, opting to remain silent, her glare fixed on Murong Chi. Murong Chi, undeterred, engaged in a silent standoff with her across the table. Actually, I contributed last night as well. Zhang Yi did not intend to ask the two girls to serve him vegetables, but watching them frantically pile food into Su Bai's bowl, he realized he might soon be left with nothing but plain rice. Murong Chi glanced at Zhang Yi, seemingly a bit embarrassed, yet she remained silent, retracting her assertive gaze. Lin Wei, however, was not overly concerned. She swiftly turned to glance at Zhang Yi and remarked, "Eat by yourself." Yet, after uttering these words, she lowered her head and began her meal. This prompted Zhang Yi to let out a wry smile. Why was it that his treatment differed so vastly from that of his younger brother, Su Bai? Though he lamented, he bore no resentment toward Su Bai. Rather, he found himself admiring Su Bai's charm. It was evident that both young ladies held a fondness for Su Bai, something even he, with his lack of perception, could discern. Yet, his younger brother seemed utterly oblivious to it. This left him somewhat helpless, realizing he would need to seek an opportunity to discuss this matter with Su Bai in the future. As Su Bai observed the apparent conclusion of the culinary battle before him, he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced helplessly at his now towering bowl of rice, picked up a leaf of vegetable, and remarked, "I just took a look at the doors. They are mostly wooden. Wooden doors feel inadequate, as their shortcomings are quite apparent." Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi immediately looked up. "Indeed, Brother Yi is right. I thought of that too. Thus, although the doors are inexpensive, they certainly do not meet our required level of security." After taking another bite of rice, Su Bai continued, "However, I have yet to locate a suitable large door, so I'll need to take a closer look later." Regrettably, after scouring the entire trading post, Su Bai found no appropriate door. The only steel door that seemed decent was priced exorbitantly, and the materials required for it were unavailable to them at present, forcing Su Bai to reluctantly close the system menu. As he shared this with the others present, Murong Chi, with her head bowed over her meal, seemed to be contemplating something. Once she swallowed her food, she looked up at Su Bai and suggested, "Brother Bai, should we consider inquiring with the Huaxia Alliance? If they have it, the price would likely be more reasonable compared to the trading post." "That makes sense," Su Bai replied, finishing his last bite of rice before promptly opening his private message list. "Captain Zhou, do you have any surplus large doors? If there are any suitable ones, we can negotiate a price. However, this time, Zhou Jiangwo did not respond immediately. So what did Captain Zhou say? Zhang, he inquired. Noticing Su Bai had sent the message, but remained silent for a moment, prompting his curiosity. He hasn't replied yet. He is probably busy with something else. Su Bai shrugged in response to Zhang Yi, then rose to begin clearing the table. Although he tended to be somewhat lazy and often delegated chores to Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi, he felt it necessary to contribute. Just as he reached the sink, a private message interrupted his actions. Brother Su Bai, I just had someone check, and there really is an extra one. Su Bai's eyes brightened upon reading Zhou Jiangwo's reply. Based on his understanding of Zhou Jiangwo, it was inconceivable that he would offer something as trivial as a wooden door for trade. After all, he was the commander of the Huaxiao Alliance, and maintaining a respectable facade was of utmost importance. Before Su Bai could react, Zhou Jiangwo sent another private message detailing an item. Item name, Blueprint for Iron Gate 1. Description, upon learning, one can construct an iron gate with moderate defensive capabilities, which can be repaired during the defense process. Upon reading the detailed information, a subtle smile graced Su Bai's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Gates with superior defensive capabilities would undoubtedly belong to a more advanced category, which he could not currently produce. Conversely, those of inferior quality, like wooden doors, lacked sufficient defense and bore critical flaws. The offering from Zhou Jiangwo was an ideal balance, effectively addressing the shortcomings of both extremes. Moreover, the ability to conduct repairs during the defense indicated that if the external assault was not particularly fierce and he remained within for protection, the gate could potentially boast infinite durability, provided sufficient materials were at hand. This attribute genuinely captivated Su Bai. Hey Su Bai, what do you think? Did I show you something good? Zhang Yi, assisting nearby, observed Su Bai's expression and speculated, though he still inquired. Yes, Igo, let me share it with you. Su Bai replied, not hesitating to open the private chat window and forward the message. The system was remarkably convenient, almost encompassing all functionalities of a chat application from the previous world, which led Su Bai to silently commend it. This is excellent. I think it's the one. Zhang Yi's face lit up with satisfaction upon viewing the item information forwarded by Su Bai. This item perfectly aligned with their requirements. Seeing Zhang Yi's expression, Su Bai nodded and subsequently opened Zhou Jiangwo's chat window. Captain Zhou, let us go with this one. What is the price? Su Bai was uncertain about the price of such an item, as it was inherently difficult to assess. While it could be deemed rare, the description suggested its quality was not particularly high, and it would likely become obsolete as everyone's equipment upgraded and conditions worsened. Yet, to claim it was not rare at all would be misleading, given its absence in the marketplace, indicating that it was not frequently dropped. Even if it were available, it was likely that major alliances had already monopolized the supply. Ordinary individuals had little chance of acquiring it. Su Bai understood this. The alliance needed to utilize walls and gates to demarcate various regions, resulting in a demand far exceeding that of individual traders. On the other hand, although the output rate is not particularly high, possessing certain sought-after items within the alliance could, to some extent, encourage individual members to join. Moreover, it is significant that Su Bai has come to a degree of trust in Zhou Jiangwo through several collaborations. While he may not be a sage, the prices he offers are consistently fair, occasionally even slightly exceeding market value. This is evidently a strategy to cultivate a favorable impression of Su Bai and to win him over. Nevertheless, Su Bai does not seem to mind this approach. This item was actually acquired by chance. We have no further use for it, so 50 units of coal will suffice. Zhou Jiangwo's message arrived promptly. However, upon reading it, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. This truly was a friendly offer. Even though he was uncertain about the precise value of the item, the exchange for merely 50 units of coal felt rather insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai decided to accept Zhou Jiangwo's proposition. You have received supplies from your friend Zhou Jiangwo. Blueprint for Iron Gate X1. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by the direct transmission of the blueprint. Yet, he soon noticed another message from Zhou Jiangwo. I'll send it to you directly. It's more convenient than trading. Su Bai chuckled and shook his head, appreciating the trust placed in him. He then retrieved 200 units of coal and clicked send. Su Bai was not one to be ungrateful. The price of 50 units of coal was evidently well below market value, especially given Zhou Jiangwo's trust in him. It would be unreasonable to send only that amount. Furthermore, with the daily output from the coal mine, now reaching 1,500, providing an additional 150 units, was of little consequence. At the headquarters of the Huaxiao Alliance, Zhou Jiangwo cheerfully presented the coal he had received. The others looked at one another in surprise. Typically, when someone receives such a generous price, they would not continue to negotiate. Yet Su Bai had managed to give so much more. If calculated at market value, he had even exceeded the expected amount. This was entirely unexpected for them. Thus, I assert that failing to win him over would be a significant loss for our Huaxiao Alliance. Zhou Jiangwo's voice resonated within the conference hall, and this time, no one dared to contradict him. A profound silence enveloped the room. After acquiring the blueprint, Su Bai immediately opted to study it and promptly opened the crafting interface. Iron gate, require materials. Iron blocks X10510, timber X57210, nails X45. The material requirements are not excessive. Su Bai glanced at his inventory. He had a considerable amount of iron blocks and timber, yet he was short by one nail. Without hesitation, he promptly accessed the trading platform and made an arbitrary purchase, barely glancing at the price. Although resources were precious in this apocalyptic world, he could now be considered relatively affluent and felt no need to dwell upon such trivial expenses. Commencing manufacture, consumption, 10 iron blocks, 10 timber, 5 nails, manufacture successful. Acquired, 1 iron gate. Instantly, an iron gate appeared in his backpack. Su Bai immediately set aside the half-wash bowl and rushed outside to commence installation. Big brother, I can't hold on much longer. Shall we charge indirectly? In the distance, several shadowy figures trembled behind a few trees in the snowy landscape. That could work. The leader was already nearly frozen, having initially planned to wait for the beast to attack and reap the benefits. However, after waiting for over half a day, they had seen neither hide nor hair of any beasts, which left them feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as the leader was preparing to lead a direct assault, a terrified voice from his subordinate broke through. Big brother, this is bad. They've fortified themselves with an iron gate. Though his younger companion was nearly frozen stiff, he still struggled to articulate his words. Upon hearing this, the leader hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Damn it! Frustration and anger flooded his mind. Having waited so long without encountering any beasts, he was now faced with the reality that they had instead fortified their defenses. What a stroke of bad luck. He cast a glance at his trembling subordinate, who was already shivering on the ground. His expression grew grim. They had squandered most of the warm supplies they had previously seized, leaving only a single bottle of hot water in his backpack. Big brother, should we head back? The younger one looked up at his leader, his eyes filled with longing. He missed his bed and blankets desperately. Even though the house was not particularly warm, it would at least provide him with a place to rest, and compared to the freezing temperatures outside, that little abode felt like paradise. However, the leader's expression remained grim. Return? He had stealthily ventured to Su Bai's shelter after accepting a mission. Moreover, to find a suitable opportunity for attack. He had already utilized supplies that were meant to be surrendered, leaving him with nearly nothing. To suggest returning now was akin to courting disaster. Those above would not spare him easily. Yet, how could he mount an assault with the meager equipment they possessed? If the adversaries fought to the death, even if they managed to force open the iron gate, the defenders inside would likely prove more than a match for this ragtag band, turning them into mere targets. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the leader's expression darkened further. Li Ming observed the leader's demeanor, and his own countenance began to reflect a similar shade of despair. This is a catastrophe. After he joined this organization, he has been waiting for an opportunity to rise. The reason he discreetly informed the squad leader about Su Bai was to gamble on his chance for ascendance and to see Su Bai. However, it now appears that the likelihood of winning this gamble is rather bleak. This foolish squad leader does not seem particularly astute. The Black Serpent operates with a strict hierarchy. Anyone daring to overstep their bounds faces immediate execution. To Li Ming, this is nothing short of a gang. Of course, he does not entirely reject such organizations. In fact, he finds them relatively liberating. The only caveat is that his superior must be a reasonable individual, or better yet, he himself must be the one in power. Contemplating this, Li Ming's eyes brimmed with ambition once more. Yet, at that moment, everyone was being tormented by the biting wind, leaving no one to notice him. Brother, let us move forward, Li Ming said, narrowing his eyes and turning towards the leader. He could intuit much of the leader's actions and inner thoughts. He knew that upon returning, the leader would undoubtedly be opposed to the idea. Therefore, all he needed to do was give a gentle push, and the leader would surely acquiesce to a direct assault. If they could launch a successful attack, it would be perfect, allowing him to fulfill his previous plans. But if they were to face defeat, it would not matter. He had alternative strategies in mind. In fact, he had just completed one in his thoughts, and he was already prepared for it. Thus, he spoke up. If the leader could not make up his mind, then he would give him that nudge. Yes, brother. Let us go. After Li Ming's words, another subordinate echoed his sentiment. He too was on the verge of freezing, but unlike the previous subordinate, he was more aggressive. After all, he had previously lived in the streets. Wielding a machete and causing chaos was merely an everyday occurrence for him. The leader, listening to Li Ming and the other subordinate, appeared to struggle internally, seemingly weighing the risks and rewards of this impending attack. Observing the leader's expression, Li Ming inwardly mocked him for being so indecisive and hesitant. It was no wonder he had remained merely a squad leader for so long. Brother, I believe we should advance. At that moment, the vice captain also spoke up. He was well aware of the leader's actions and shared the same concerns. Yet, at this juncture, avoidance was futile. They were presented with two paths. Either they faced Su Bai and fought with all their might, or they returned only to be dealt with by the Black Serpent's men. After all, they had squandered all their mission supplies, leaving them with insufficient resources to negotiate for their lives. It was a matter of life or death, better to engage than to retreat. Upon hearing the vice captain's words, the hesitation and turmoil in the leader's eyes finally dissipated. Deep down, he understood the rationale. However, when a person becomes entangled in their thoughts, it is not surprising that they may also suffer from severe procrastination. Yet, when he resolves to take action, he does so with remarkable decisiveness. Brothers, let us finish this bottle of water, and then we shall commence, the leader declared, straining to articulate through his frozen tongue while retrieving the last bottle of warm water from his backpack. Originally, he had intended to reserve this for his own survival. But now that he had resolved to proceed, there was no need for concealment. The leader swiftly uncapped the bottle, took a hearty swig, and then passed it to the vice captain. The vice captain hesitated momentarily upon receiving the bottle, but soon grasped the leader's intent and took a sip before handing it to the next member. Li Ming observed this spectacle, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was this water being treated as a celebratory drink? While others would share a flask of liquor, here they were, a group of men passing a single bottle of water among themselves. Just as Li Ming was lost in thought, the bottle was thrust before him. Instinctively, he glanced back, hoping others would drink first, ideally finishing it off entirely. He found the notion of sharing a water bottle among a group of men quite off-putting. Yet to his dismay, it seemed he was the last in line. Everyone was now looking at him, waiting for him to take the final sip. Realizing he could not avoid it any longer, Li Ming steeled himself and grasped the bottle. As he gazed at the slight shimmer of water at the mouth of the bottle, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea at the thought of the saliva of so many preceding him mingled within. The fact that they were all men only intensified his discomfort, causing a stronger wave of revulsion to wash over him. Nevertheless, he dared not show any signs of his distaste. He knew that if he did, these men would likely turn on him first. Damn it, I'll do it, Li Ming resolved, closing his eyes and tilting his head back, pouring the remaining water into his mouth. Yet, internally he was cursing. Su Bai, this is all you're doing. I shall not let you off easily. With a loud thud, just as Su Bai had finished installing the door and returned to wash the dishes, he was startled by a muffled sound. Was that the sound of the door? He turned to look, though he was uncertain, as it had only been a single noise. Brother Bai, someone is knocking, came the voice of Murong Chi, poking her head through the entrance of a shelter, confirming that he had not imagined it. Su Bai promptly set down his dishes, wiped his hands, and stepped outside. Who could it be, arriving at the newly installed door? Lin Wei also emerged from her own shelter. However, as she spoke, a gust of cold wind rushed in through her collar, sending a chill coursing from head to toe. He promptly closed the shelter and returned to don his down jacket. Su Bai glanced at Lin Wei, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Did you hear that, little brother? Zhang Yi emerged from the shelter, even brandishing his sniper rifle. At this hour, those knocking at the door were unlikely to be mere beasts. Moreover, those wandering outside during the blood moon, were either desperate or fugitives. It was prudent to prepare ample defenses without knowing the identity of the visitor. At that moment, Bing Bing yawned and sauntered out of the room, piquing the curiosity of Su Bai and Zhang Yi, since the last time the little creature had returned well-fed. It had succumbed to slumber. Initially, they thought Bing Bing was merely fatigued from its endeavors, yet it showed no signs of awakening. Thankfully, its breathing remained steady, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they had never encountered a creature like the ice beast before arriving in this world, making its unusual sleeping patterns somewhat understandable. Su Bai observed the emerging Bing Bing, raising an eyebrow. Had the little one grown, even a tad larger? Zhang Yi noticed it too, turning to Su Bai. Has Bing Bing gotten bigger? I think so, he replied, but before Su Bai could elaborate, Morong Chi chimed in first. Girls tend to be more observant. Su Bai merely speculated about Bing Bing's growth, as the change seemed minimal compared to before. Perhaps it was simply a misremembering on his part. Yet Morong Chi distinctly sensed that Bing Bing had indeed grown a size. At that moment, Bing Bing staggered out, its eyes clouded with lingering sleepiness, as if roused from a deep slumber. Outside, the leader watched as one of his subordinates approached the door, only to deliver a kick. What are you doing? I was just thinking of kicking the door down, the subordinate replied, rolling on the ground from the recoil before hastily rising, brushing off the snow and offering an awkward smile. Isn't that how they do it in the movies? Li Ming glanced at his teammate, despair filling his gaze. What kind of teammate is this? We're trying to survive here, brother. Do you still think you're the protagonist of a film? Of course. Li Ming dared not voice this thought aloud. In terms of seniority, he was the youngest, having joined only a few days prior. Are you foolish? This isn't your movie. Doors have defensive values and durability. The leader, now somewhat irate, approached and smacked the subordinate on the head. Is this kicking down a door? It's merely trampling your own face into the ground. How can my team members be so brainless? If not for the fact that everyone present was from his own team, he might have even felt compelled to explain that this individual was merely interning with them. However, Li Ming discreetly cast a glance at the leader, and upon observing the ever-changing expressions on the latter's face, he found himself musing inwardly. You still harbor disdain, yet you are hardly superior to your own capable team members. My dear fellow, let us aim our firearms at the door lock. That is likely the weakest point of defense. Fortunately, the vice captain spoke up just in time, putting an end to this farce. His timely interjection earned him a moment of respect from Li Ming. It seemed this squad still contained a voice of reason, though regrettably, it was not the most authoritative. Otherwise, they would not have descended to such a state. Come, the leader glared at the team member before turning to nod at his vice captain. He then produced his double-barreled shotgun and began loading shells into the chambers. In truth, the leader held a modicum of trust in the vice captain. His suggestions were generally quite sound. Yet, he often countered the leader's decisions, leaving him feeling somewhat disgruntled. This was also the reason the vice captain had yet to receive a promotion. A rigid hierarchy can facilitate governance, but may also yield adverse effects. Li Ming shook his head and sighed softly. Click! The shotgun was loaded, and, simultaneously, the vice captain raised his handgun, aiming at the keyhole. Bang! The thunderous gunfire instantly alerted the few individuals in the courtyard. Bing Bing reacted the quickest, baring his teeth and glaring towards the entrance, a low growl expressing his discontent. Su Bai immediately turned his attention to the door's durability. 10002000. Good heavens, who are these people outside? One shot has obliterated a significant portion of its durability. If another shot lands, it may very well be the end. Su Bai barely had time to explain. He quickly opened the menu and selected repair. Materials consumed. With 3. Iron block 3, nail 1. Iron door successfully repaired. As the system notification chimed, the door's durability was instantly restored. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the door's renewed strength. The situation had become relatively clear. The intruders were not survivors, but rather bandits. He was uncertain of the bandits' capabilities. Recklessly opening the door to confront them could very well result in annihilation for their side. Therefore, it was prudent to refrain from opening the door for the time being and observe the movements outside. Su Bai, perhaps I should venture out to investigate? Zhang Yi suggested gravely, casting a wary glance at the door. Although it had been repaired, the intruders still had the opportunity to breach it at any moment. As a former Special Forces operative, he possessed audacity and skill, ready to scout the situation. Of course, he was not reckless. The fact that the assailants had not immediately shattered the door indicated they likely lacked a significant number of firearms. Even if surrounded, His agility might still allow him to escape unscathed. No, ego, let's wait and see. Su Bai gently shook his head, raising his hand to halt Zhang Yi's suggestion. Observing Su Bai's expression, Zhang Yi refrained from pressing further, for he understood that Su Bai was not one to engage in futile endeavors. Just as Lin Wei emerged from the shelter, a deafening gunshot resonated, causing her to instinctively shrink deeper into her down jacket. Su Bai, what shall we do now? Only 6? Outside the door, the brother exclaimed, Chief, this won't do. His companion anxiously watched as both the leader and the deputy fired their weapons. Yet the door stood resolutely unyielding. Let us give it another try, the leader replied, ignoring the younger man's concern. Internally, he felt a swell of frustration. His meticulously crafted plan was unraveling due to this obstinate door. All their resources had been exhausted, and the thought of failing to breach the door filled him with dread. Don't worry, Chief. The durability might not have depleted completely. Let us continue firing, the deputy, remaining relatively composed, suggested, reminding the leader to reload. The shortcomings of a double-barreled shotgun were evident. Its effective range was limited, and after firing a shot, it required reloading, resulting in a sluggish rate of fire. However, its potency was undeniable. Under normal circumstances, such a door should yield to just a few shots. This was why the deputy remained unperturbed. All right, let us give it another go. The leader nodded vigorously, a fierce determination in his voice. Within the shelter's walls, Brother Bai, do you have a solid plan? Murong Chi glanced nervously at the door, seemingly fearful it might succumb to the onslaught. Not exactly a plan. Su Bai squinted at the door before retrieving a ladder from his backpack. Ego, I need to guard the door and make repairs as needed. Please climb up around the corner and assess the situation. Rest assured, Zhang Yi assured, taking the ladder and heading toward the wall. Is this safe? What if we get discovered? Lin Wei voiced her concerns. Surely, it's better than simply charging out the door, Su Bai shrugged. Bang! Before he could say more, another violent gunshot echoed outside, instantly diminishing the door's integrity by half. The noise startled Lin Wei, her eyes widening in alarm as she stared at the entrance. Everything will be fine, don't worry. Yet, to Lin Wei's surprise, Murong Chi, who often clashed with her, reached out to pat her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Compared to Lin Wei, Murong Chi appeared remarkably composed. After all, being a top-tier player, even if he is the last one, he is still far superior to the majority of individuals in this world. Faced with such circumstances, although there is a sense of unease within, panic does not take hold. She understands well that in critical moments, the more flustered one becomes, the greater the likelihood of encountering problems. Lin Wei raised her head to observe the profile of Murong Chi. Despite the persistent anxiety in her heart, she remained composed. During such times, having someone extend a hand for assistance is indeed crucial. Without hesitation, Su Bai promptly accessed the system menu and completed the repair of the gate, restoring its durability to full. Zhang Yi glanced back, and though Su Bai remained silent, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. With this affirmative response, Zhang Yi no longer hesitated. After setting up the ladder, he cautiously extended his head to take a look. However, upon seeing the group of individuals outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yi had anticipated a whole gang of robbers waiting for him outside. After all, it was the blood moon weather. If their numbers were insufficient, and they happened to encounter a pack of beasts, they could very well meet their demise on the spot. Yet, the situation outside was unexpectedly different. Who exactly were these people? Zhang Yi pondered carefully, feeling somewhat uncertain, and extended his head for another look. Outside the wall, the leader cursed under his breath, frustrated by the stubbornness of the door as he reloaded his weapon. After 2 failed attempts to break through the gate, he was beginning to panic. If they could not breach the door with the next few shots, they would likely be doomed. The expressions of the surrounding lackeys were equally grim. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. In such circumstances, their melee weapons were of little use, unable to serve any purpose. All their hopes were now pinned on their leader. Let us try again, the vice captain said, his face also betraying concern. Under normal circumstances, even an iron door should have given way after 2 rounds of concentrated fire. The damage should have been sufficient. Yet now, the stubborn iron door showed no signs of yielding. Li Ming observed the situation before him, his expression growing increasingly unnatural. When he had secretly informed the captain about Su Bai, he had been brimming with confidence, boasting that he could easily handle Su Bai. But now, they couldn't even breach the door. What was there to handle? With this thought, Li Ming's gaze flickered, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Zhang Yi observed for a short while before returning to the courtyard. "Brother Yi, what's the situation outside?" Su Bai inquired eagerly upon Zhang Yi's return. Although he was not in a state of panic, it would be disingenuous to say he felt completely at ease. After all, he was no longer alone. He had many others around him. "Brother Yi, stop keeping me in suspense. How many people are out there?" Muronqi observed Zhang Yi's peculiar expression and felt a surge of anxiety, prompting her to inquire immediately. "There can't possibly be only people outside, right?" Lin Wei had nearly buried her head within her down jacket, glancing at Zhang Yi with trepidation, her eyes reflecting a fear that suggested she was prepared for the worst. In stark contrast to her fears, there were merely 6 individuals outside, and only 2 of them were armed. Zhang Yi scratched his head and addressed the group. 6? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, Su Bai's expression turned equally bewildered. What was going on? He had already braced himself for the direst scenario, contemplating how to summon reinforcements if the outside was indeed swarming with individuals. Yet now, Zhang Yi claimed there were only 6? This revelation left him both incredulous and amused. Only 6? Allow me to show them a thing or two. The fright that had initially gripped Lin Wei dissipated in an instant. She brandished her small fists and prepared to confront the few individuals outside. "Do not act rashly. Those people are armed. If you rush out, you could very well meet your demise." Su Bai quickly restrained Lin Wei, who was eager to engage in a confrontation. The situation had become clearer. The individuals outside posed no lethal threat. Nonetheless, the circumstances remained far from optimistic. After all, they were armed with firearms, and a hasty exit or opening the door could potentially result in harm to their own. Thus, a careful consideration of their strategy was imperative. The plan of engaging without bloodshed was underway. Bang! Gunfire erupted once more. The door sustained further damage, and Su Bai glanced over, ready to make repairs again. However, this time, he felt no trepidation. This was the 3rd assault, and each time the door had been damaged in an identical manner. This indicated that the attackers had unleashed their full firepower from the onset, and such an assault could not be sustained frequently. This provided Su Bai ample time to mend the door. Furthermore, with the information gleaned from Zhang Yi's observations, it was increasingly evident that the 6 individuals outside constituted a rather small band of robbers, though the reason for their unwelcome visit remained a mystery. Outside the wall, the leader's face darkened. What was happening? Is this door's durability too high? The leader's expression was grim as he assessed the door's resilience, which far surpassed his expectations. Had it not been for the biting cold, he might have been sweating profusely. With the door unyielding, their group faced a dire predicament. The deputy captain's pallor reflected his concern. What kind of door is this? After firing so many rounds, how is there not a single sign of damage? Prior to the initial gunfire, he had even contemplated breaking down the shelter's door using a sledgehammer in an effort to conserve ammunition. After a moment of contemplation, I ultimately resolved to forcefully breach the door with a gunshot, swiftly entering to seize the initiative. Yet now, not only have I failed to secure the upper hand, but I cannot even gain entry. Thankfully, I opted against using a sledgehammer to break down the door. Who knows how long that would have taken. But what now? In this predicament, even the vice captain found himself at a loss. The surrounding subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. A group of ambitious individuals had come to rob Su Bai, but they never anticipated finding themselves in such a disarray. The expressions of the henchmen were beginning to tarnish the leader's reputation. "Let us continue. I am curious to see how long this door can withstand," he declared, promptly signaling the vice captain to commence shooting once more. Bang! The gunfire echoed again, and the door's durability diminished by half. Su Bai silently repaired the door. "Brother Su Bai, why not consider opening the door directly to subdue them?" Zhang Yi proposed. Su Bai felt somewhat tempted by the suggestion. The adversaries were not particularly formidable, and a direct confrontation could likely lead to their defeat. However, this was merely a possibility. There remained a chance, albeit a small one, that they could overwhelm his group, potentially capturing the girls as hostages amidst the chaos. The recent incident involving Muronqi being taken hostage was still fresh in his mind. Thus, Su Bai was reluctant to take that risk. "Brother Bai, this stalemate cannot persist. We cannot continuously repair the door," Muronqi remarked, seemingly attuned to Su Bai's concerns. "Rest assured, we will safeguard ourselves," Lin Wei chimed in, offering her support. Yet, rather than comforting Su Bai, she appeared eager to personally subdue the group of robbers. Observing the trio, Su Bai chuckled lightly. Do not worry. I have a plan that does not require your recklessness. Zhang Yi, however, was perplexed by Su Bai's words. What else can we do without putting ourselves in danger? We cannot simply allow them to continue dismantling the door. Mu Rongqi and Lin Wei nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Zhang Yi's skepticism. Yet, Su Bai merely cast a glance at Bing Bing and spoke slowly. The key element of this plan lies with her. Bing Bing? The three were now even more bewildered. But she is still so young. Would you truly send her out to face the enemy? Lin Wei shot a glance at Bing Bing, as if realizing something, and immediately glared at Su Bai. What are you thinking? I would never send her out. Su Bai sighed, casting a resigned look at Lin Wei before continuing to explain. The blood moon weather is upon us, characterized by a heightened likelihood of attacks from wild beasts, especially at night, where the probability is 100%. The reason we have yet to face any assault is entirely due to Bing Bing's presence. The extraordinary aura of dominance emanating from Bing Bing was something that the three of them had experienced firsthand. At this moment, as they gazed at her, Zhang Yi was the first to react. Su Bai, are you suggesting that we exploit the mechanism whereby the night guarantees an attack from beasts to drive those individuals outside away? Indeed. Su Bai acknowledged Zhang Yi with a look of appreciation. This was precisely his plan. While a direct ambush from the wall could effectively eliminate all those outside with minimal harm, every individual present, including Su Bai, was unwilling to cross the moral threshold of humanity, rendering such a lethal approach impractical. However, confronting the enemy directly posed its own risks. After careful contemplation, Su Bai conceived the idea of leveraging the beasts to force them back. If the beasts were to attack at this juncture, their current equipment would be insufficient to cope, leaving escape as the only viable option. This strategy would not only drive them away, but also entail no risks. In that scenario, the beasts at the entrance would not even require the door to be opened. Simply retrieving Bing Bing would suffice to repel them and possibly even allow for the acquisition of a few treasure chests. With Zhang Yi's explanation, the two women quickly grasped the situation. As expected, a brother Bai. So clever. Mu Rongqi remarked with excitement as she looked at Su Bai, while Lin Wei nodded in agreement. They had reached a rare consensus. The pressing question now was how to send Bing Bing away. Zhang Yi glanced at Bing Bing, who was gazing up at them, and inquired. He could surmise that with the main entrance blocked, it was unrealistic to simply walk out. Therefore, the only option left was to teleport her to the Huaxia Alliance. As Su Bai spoke, he opened a private chat interface. Captain Zhou, could I trouble you for a small favor? I have a pet that needs to be stored on your end for half an hour, and I'll have a friend bring it over, then return in half an hour. No sooner had he sent the message than Zhou Jiangwo replied. No problem, anytime. For Zhou Jiangwo, this posed no challenge. He could assist Su Bai with minimal effort, and there was no reason to refuse. Seeing Zhou Jiangwo's affirmative response, Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi and retrieved 2 temporary teleportation devices from his backpack. I need to guard the entrance. Igo, please take Bing Bing to the Huaxia Alliance for half an hour. I've already spoken to Captain Zhou. Upon hearing Su Bai's arrangement, Zhang Yi nodded immediately. No problem. Where's my vehicle? After receiving the plan, Zhang Yi wasted no time and approached Bing Bing to pick her up. Woo! Upon seeing Zhang Yi coming closer, Bing Bing let out a cry, sticking out her tongue and hiding behind Su Bai. This scene left Su Bai both amused and exasperated. He understood that the little creature was undoubtedly reluctant to part from him, but for the moment, he could only allow it to endure a brief hardship. Be good, Bing Bing. Accompany brother Yi to Huaxia Union, and when you return, I shall prepare delicious treats for you. Su Bai crouched down and gently stroked Bing Bing's head. Its fur was soft and smooth, always providing a delightful sensation to the touch. Woo! Bing Bing squinted its eyes, relishing Su Bai's affection, and then licked his hand before obediently trotting over to Zhang Yi, who effortlessly lifted Bing Bing into his arms. Goodness, how heavy! This was Zhang Yi's first time carrying Bing Bing, and despite his background as a Special Forces soldier, he found the weight somewhat overwhelming. Although Bing Bing had grown considerably, it was still relatively small compared to ordinary beasts, and yet its heft was entirely disproportionate to its size. It could only be said that it was indeed a divine beast. While Zhang Yi silently lamented, his fingers were busy navigating the system menu. Moments later, the temporary teleportation device activated, In a flash of white light, Zhang Yi and Bing Bing vanished from sight. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, testing the durability of the door. 10002000. Subai hurriedly began repairs, replenishing its durability once more. In truth, this door possessed rather low defensive capabilities, even somewhat inadequate. It was worth noting that Subai's own shelter boasted a durability nearing 5,000, yet this door barely reached half of that. However, the ability to repair it mid-attack was indeed a commendable feature, one that Subai appreciated. Though this function felt somewhat superfluous when materials were scarce, Subai was rich in resources, abundantly so. Even if the adversaries continued their relentless barrage throughout the night, they might still struggle to breach this door. Yet, the assailants outside remained blissfully unaware of such circumstances. All they knew was that their shots met with an unyielding barrier. The repeated setbacks painted grim expressions on their faces. "Brother, what should we do?" The vice captain, now at a loss, realized that this stalemate was untenable. Their rudimentary squad had a limited supply of ammunition, and such endless depletion was beyond their means. The surrounding team members cast yearning glances at their captain, their eyes betraying a hint of retreat. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and the temperature plummeted, the possibility of breaching the door became increasingly uncertain. Yet if this continued, they would surely succumb to the biting cold. They could barely feel their bodies any longer. Grab the sledgehammer. Let's make one last attempt. At this moment, the leader's gaze was fraught with internal conflict. He was acutely aware of the dire predicament they faced. However, returning now would not yield any better circumstances than remaining here. With essential supplies inaccessible, going back would be akin to hastening one's demise. They were indeed caught in a precarious situation. He promptly retrieved a massive sledgehammer from his backpack and strode towards the door. The deputy leader glanced at the leader, contemplating voicing his thoughts, but ultimately fell silent, letting out a deep sigh as he too advanced with the sledgehammer in hand. The remaining team members exchanged resigned looks, realizing there was no alternative but to grip their own hammers and follow suit. Li Ming observed the leader's actions, narrowing his eyes slightly, yet he refrained from wielding a sledgehammer, instead retreating stealthily. Suddenly, a cacophony of pounding echoed through the courtyard, causing Subai to raise an eyebrow. Goodness, they were now opting for a sledgehammer instead of firearms? The durability of the door was plummeting rapidly, yet Subai remained unperturbed. What were they attempting? Lin Wei leaned out, her eyes fixated on the door, betraying a hint of anxiety, as if fearing the group outside would burst in at any moment. Using a sledgehammer to break down the door, Murongqi remarked, displaying a level of experience. In contrast to Lin Wei, she appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the situation. While the sledgehammer was more economical than bullets, its efficiency in dismantling was undeniably sluggish. Each strike diminished the door's durability significantly, and the effort required was substantial. Of course, this inefficiency was relative, given that there were only a limited number of methods to deconstruct a structure. Subai meticulously monitored the door's durability, initiating repairs whenever it dropped by half. Were they truly going to allow them to dismantle the door unimpeded? Lin Wei glanced at Subai, who had even brought out a stool and settled comfortably in the courtyard. Why was he so leisurely? Patience, the main event is just beginning, Subai chuckled, glancing at the time. It's almost time. A distant wolf howl echoed through the air, causing Lin Wei to momentarily freeze. Was it a wild beast? The fear of a beast attack, which had gradually faded from their lives due to Binjing's influence, now surged back. Yet, Lin Wei felt that the arrival of these beasts was fortuitous. They had come at just the right moment. Outside, the leader was taken aback by the sound. What on earth was that? It sounded like a wolf howl. Surely, their luck was abysmal, after waiting so long without incident. The beasts chose this moment to strike while they were preoccupied with the door. Was this a coordinated beast attack? The leader, observing the terror etched on his subordinates' faces, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Enough of this nonsense. Pack up and retreat. He was indeed quite unwilling to accept the situation, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. After crawling through the snow for so long, the beast he awaited failed to appear, forcing him to take matters into his own hands and dismantle the door. Yet, after laboring for what felt like an eternity, expending precious ammunition and striking relentlessly, the door remained obstinately immovable, leading him to briefly question whether it was impervious. Now, at such a critical juncture, the beast had the audacity to arrive precisely at this moment, making him wonder if he had been specifically targeted. However, this was not a time for such musings. Their ammunition was dwindling. If they didn't hasten their departure, the approaching wolf pack could very well seal their fates here. Resolutely, he stowed away the hammer and turned to lead his group of followers away. Yet, when they reached the place where they had parked, they all stood frozen in shock. Where on earth was my vehicle? The group exchanged anxious glances, panic gradually dawning in their eyes. Had the car been stolen? How could this be? A flurry of questions flooded their minds. Li Ming was nowhere to be seen. Someone shouted, prompting the leader to react swiftly, brandishing his weapon in all directions. Indeed, at some point, Li Ming had vanished. Could he have been the one to steal the vehicle? The mere thought darkened the leader's expression, anger surging within him. That wretched scoundrel! I swear if I lay eyes on him. The vice captain, witnessing the leader's fury, dared not speak. He felt equally helpless. Who would have anticipated that in this moment of crisis, it would be one of their own delivering such a devastating blow? Although he had always found Li Ming somewhat untrustworthy, he had refrained from voicing his doubts, reminding himself not to judge by appearances. Yet now, it seemed that Li Ming was indeed no good. The remaining followers were in a state of terror, and with their leader consumed by rage. The vice captain feared he might be the only one maintaining any semblance of clarity. But what good was clarity if it could not conjure a vehicle from thin air? A howl from the encroaching wolf pack drew the furious leader's attention back to his surroundings. Pairs of crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. Damn it, it's time to fight. The leader drew his double-barreled shotgun and fired directly into the pack. In an instant, 2 wolves were sent flying, lifeless. The surrounding wolves hesitated for a moment, retreating a few paces, yet their gaze remained fixed on the group. The vice captain sighed, drawing his pistol. At the very least, they could not simply await death. In the courtyard, upon hearing the thunderous gunshot, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. What was happening? Logically, this group should have been fleeing for their lives. Why were they engaging in combat? Did they truly believe they could confront the frenzied wolves beneath the blood moon? It seemed unnecessary. Su Bai pondered, yet could not discern the reasoning behind it. Why did they engage in a fight? Moronchi appeared somewhat perplexed, as retreat seemed the most prudent course of action. It would be best if they perished alongside the wolf pack. Lin Wei cast a fierce glare at the door, momentarily indulging in her frustration. Su Bai observed Lin Wei's reaction and shrugged, remaining noncommittal. If this group truly met their demise at the hands of the wolves, it was beyond his influence. One could only attribute it to fate. However, this outcome was preferable, as it spared him the burden of relocating. No one was aware of his presence here. With this thought, Su Bai felt a sense of calm wash over him, continuing to wait on his seat for the situation to resolve. During this time, outside, apart from the initial sporadic gunfire, there was no further commotion. Whether they had successfully escaped or had already succumbed remained uncertain. Yet, it was of no concern to him. Su Bai gently shook his head. At that moment, the door was assailed once more, accompanied by the howls of wolves. It seemed the end was near. He promptly sent a message to Zhang Yi. In mere moments, a flash of white light appeared. Zhang Yi, cradling Bing Bing, materialized in the courtyard. This was the advantage of having walls. Without them, the teleportation point would be outside the shelter's door, and if friends were under attack, one would essentially be stepping into a den of beasts. However, with walls, the level of safety increased dramatically. Before Zhang Yi could utter a word, Bing Bing immediately leaped from his arms and began to howl at the door. Though her voice was still youthful, that single roar silenced the previously frenzied wolf pack outside. Even their howls turned into mournful cries. Congratulations, player. You have successfully repelled the second wave of beast attacks. Reward: 4 silver treasure chests. With the system's notification, 4 silver treasure chests appeared in the courtyard. Bing Bing turned to Su Bai, raising her head like a child eagerly awaiting praise. Indeed, Bing Bing was remarkable. Su Bai, not one to withhold compliments, reached out to stroke her head. The little creature emitted a contented purring sound under his touch. After a moment of affection, Su Bai rose and stowed the chests into his backpack. He still had several unopened chests. Initially, he intended to open them leisurely when time permitted, but he had not anticipated such an assault on his home. Now was not the moment for treasure hunting. He needed to ascertain the situation outside. Su Bai, what is the situation? Zhang Yi inquired, turning towards him. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go outside and investigate, Subai replied, directing his gaze toward the door before stepping forward. Zhang Yi and the others promptly followed, with Bing Bing trailing closely behind. Creak. The iron door opened slowly. The wolf pack that had once been outside had vanished without a trace. Subai stepped out, scanning the surroundings. Brother Bai, look over there. Murong Chi was the first to speak, prompting the others to follow her gaze. Although the crimson moon cast a red hue upon the ground, it was evident that this area appeared significantly darker than the surroundings. Be cautious, Subai warned as he retrieved his shotgun from his backpack, disengaging the safety and chambering around. The others likewise drew their weapons, advancing with utmost care. As they approached, the somber sight revealed itself. The ground was saturated with blood, and numerous bodies lay strewn about, lifeless. These are them, Zhang Yi remarked, his voice steady and devoid of emotion as he surveyed the corpses. To him, these individuals had merely brought their fate upon themselves. He could not fathom why they had chosen to remain and confront the wolf pack rather than flee. Lin Wei, gazing at the snow, now stained crimson, instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes betraying a flicker of terror. She had never before witnessed such a harrowing scene. The bodies ravaged by the wolves were scarcely intact. Murong Chi glanced at Lin Wei, but offered no words, merely patting her shoulder in a gesture of solace. Such harsh realities were, inevitably, to be confronted. Brother, Yi, you mentioned seeing 6 individuals. You must be certain, Su Bai said as he surveyed the area, moving closer to Zhang Yi. I am certain. I have confirmed it repeatedly. Zhang Yi replied promptly, yet soon realized something was amiss. There are only 5 bodies here. Su Bai fell silent, meticulously examining the surroundings. I think I have discerned the situation, he finally announced after a moment of contemplation. There are tire tracks, indicating they arrived by vehicle, yet now 1 person is missing. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi's expression tightened. The missing individual had driven away. Indeed, Su Bai replied, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. What he had initially believed to be a resolution to their troubles now appeared to be merely the beginning of a more profound predicament. As Su Bai surveyed the scene, a sense of helplessness washed over him. What had transpired remained an enigma, and his position was still perilously exposed. Who could he turn to for answers? Fortunately, it seemed there were remnants to be salvaged. He noticed scattered backpacks on the ground. The wolf pack appeared uninterested in them. Without hesitation, he seized one. Treasure! Lin Wei exclaimed as she discovered a backpack of her own, her face alight with uncontainable excitement, as if it concealed some hidden bounty. However, as she opened it, her initial thrill deflated like a punctured balloon. What is this? Just a handful of trash. Lin Wei pulled out some timber and a few scattered iron scraps from her backpack, but that was all. Your luck is poor. Let us see mine, Su Bai teased, raising his own backpack. If your luck is good, show me something worthwhile, Lin Wei replied, hands on her hips, giving Su Bai a glare. Su Bai chuckled softly at her demeanor before opening his backpack. You criticized me, yet you found nothing either, he remarked. Although Su Bai remained silent, Lin Wei could read the slight awkwardness on his face and already sensed the outcome. This group was indeed destitute. Zhang Yi also picked up a backpack to examine, only to discover that his was nearly empty as well. The few small materials within were hardly worth their current financial state. Subai Saif, having hoped to uncover some treasures, but it seemed they had nothing but air left. Brother Bai, don't they still have firearms? Murong Chi suggested, scanning the area before turning to Su Bai. Indeed, they clearly had guns, Su Bai suddenly recalled, momentarily forgetting about it after their location had been compromised. He promptly began searching again. However, to his dismay, after a thorough search, he only found a single handgun, one that appeared no better than the one he had given Murong Chi. It was somewhat disappointing. Aside from that, nothing else was discovered, and there were merely 4 backpacks. Zhang Yi tossed all the searched backpacks before them, and the group counted exactly 4. But there are 5 of us, Lin Wei noted with confusion. We're counting the bodies on the ground to confirm. Indeed 5, so where's the 5th backpack? Su Bai exchanged glances with Zhang Yi, both choosing to remain silent as they began searching anew. If all went as expected, the final backpack should contain that double-barreled shotgun. However, to their surprise, their search of the surrounding area yielded no results. Could the one who escaped have taken it? Zhang Yi exhaled onto his hands, rubbing them together, clearly feeling the chill. After all, they were in a frigid environment, Even with their warm clothing, it merely slowed the loss of heat. Prolonged exposure outdoors would still leave them feeling cold, even at risk of hypothermia. It's possible, Subai sighed softly, his gaze tinged with reluctance. Yet, as it stood, they had nothing. What do they do by staying? Besides, someone had already fled. It was only a matter of time before they returned to seek revenge. If they did not relocate their camp, they would certainly face endless troubles. I found nothing either. Lin Wei appeared somewhat listless, the frigid weather causing her to huddle deeper into her down jacket. I felt the same. Murong Chi stifled a yawn, having been searching for her backpack since the outset. To avoid missing anything, she conducted a thorough search within a 100-meter radius. Yet, despite her efforts, she found nothing, which inevitably led to her disappointment. Oh well, it's fine. Let us return and rest well tonight. Once the blood moon concludes, we may have to relocate, Subai sighed, slowly addressing the group. He could see that everyone was somewhat disheartened, being cornered at their doorstep late at night. Managing to drive the intruder away, but leaving empty-handed was indeed disheartening. If that were all, it would be manageable. However, the prospect of having to move was the most troubling. Not to mention the materials lost. They would also have to travel a considerable distance to a new location. Just as Subai was preparing to leave, Bing Bing suddenly called out and rushed over, tugging at Subai's pant leg with her mouth. Observing Bing Bing's reaction, Subai seemed to grasp her intent. Are you indicating to go this way? Upon hearing Subai's inquiry, Bing Bing nodded vigorously, then pointed her head in the direction she wished to go. Seeing this, Subai glanced at the others before following Bing Bing forward. The night's chill swept over him, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Bing Bing strode directly toward the dark woods ahead, an expanse of impenetrable shadow. Subai contemplated returning home. After all, it felt rather ominous to venture into such darkness. If danger were to arise, escaping in this pitch-black setting would prove challenging. However, he soon considered that as a frost beast. Any wild creature they encountered would be frightened away long before they even laid eyes on him. Even a mere echo of its presence could send them fleeing. What danger could there possibly be? Surely, no human would suddenly emerge from the woods. Moreover, if there were indeed peril, Bing Bing would never allow him to take such risks, especially since they were bonded through a pet binding item. In this world, he might not trust anyone, but he would always trust the system. Thus, he felt assured of his safety. With this thought, Subai's courage began to swell. Nevertheless, for precaution's sake, he retrieved his shotgun from his backpack, just in case. Subai, I'll accompany you. Zhang called out as he observed Subai following Bing Bing into the woods. It's all right, Ego. Just look after them. I should be back shortly. Subai responded, turning to reassure Zhang. Of course, it wasn't he that Subai wished to claim anything for himself. It simply seemed unnecessary. Bing Bing had not been out of his sight for long, and such a brief duration was insufficient for her to venture far. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to return shortly. In fact, it is currently unsafe for the two girls to be alone together. It would be wiser to have Zhang Yi remain behind to protect them until my return. Very well, do take care of yourself. Zhang Yi, observing the situation, did not insist further and simply nodded. You arrived just in time, came the sound of a snap as the soles of my feet met the ground. Even with the snow covering it, the fragile branches beneath were still cracking under my weight. Ice Bing led the way ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure that I was not lagging behind. The blood-red moonlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting the ground into countless crimson patches. The chill in the air caused my brow to furrow involuntarily. Was it merely an illusion? It seemed colder than before. I could not help but exhale, rubbing my hands together to stave off the numbing cold. Minor danger, rare item. At that moment, a golden arrow appeared before me, accompanied by the familiar golden notification. Minor danger? Rare item? The item was likely the last backpack lost by that group, probably containing something valuable. However, what was this minor danger? This left me somewhat perplexed. Given Ice Bing's presence, all the wild beasts had been avoiding us thus far, yet my system now indicated a minor danger. Could it be that it was not a beast? With this thought, my expression grew increasingly serious as I readied my shotgun, disengaging the safety. If it was not a beast, then it was highly likely to be a human. The sound of snapping branches underfoot became particularly pronounced in the stillness of the environment. This caused me a degree of concern, yet there was little I could do at that moment. I could only hope that my potential adversary was hard of hearing. Ice Bing continued to move forward without pausing, while my arrow remained steadfastly pointed toward the encroaching darkness. I found it difficult to imagine what awaited me ahead. If it were indeed a human, why had Ice Bing not alerted me in any way? If it were a beast, Ice Bing's abilities should have sufficed unless a more formidable creature had emerged, which, logically, should not have warranted a classification of minor danger from the system. This left me in a quandary. If it were classified as moderate or even severe danger, I would have unhesitatingly called for my teammates to join me, or more decisively, abandon the pursuit of this rare item. After all, we had been outside for an extended period, and our physical faculties were beginning to decline. Should we encounter a particularly troublesome situation, we might find ourselves injured or worse. In the present perilous conditions of the blood moon, the threat of sudden attack looms ominously, while the biting cold feels akin to a knife poised at their throats, potentially claiming their lives at any moment. In such circumstances, embarking on a risky venture is undoubtedly the most ill-advised choice. Yet, the calm demeanor exhibited by Bing Bing, coupled with the system's indication of mild danger, has driven Su Bai to the brink of frustration. He yearned for Bing Bing to articulate her thoughts, to reveal what lay ahead. Alas, this remained a mere wish. Even if Bing Bing were to mature, she would still be but a large ice beast, and he had never encountered a beast that attacked him uttering a word. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to proceed cautiously. Su Bai tightened his grip on the shotgun, venturing forward with utmost care. Should an insurmountable danger arise, he would retreat at once, planning his next move upon return. The golden arrowhead shone conspicuously in the darkness, persistently reminding Su Bai of the impending peril. This awareness compelled him to instinctively slow his pace, making every step lighter to minimize the sound of brittle branches snapping beneath his weight. Oh, whoa, Bing Bing, noticing Su Bai's deliberate slowness, turned back and urged him onward. Was there no danger ahead? Observing Bing Bing's reaction, Su Bai felt a twinge of confusion. Though she could not speak, he had never doubted her intelligence. Her insistence on moving forward likely indicated the discovery of rare resources ahead, with no threats present. Yet, the system had clearly warned of mild danger, suggesting that something had scuttled away to the vicinity of his backpack, while Bing Bing had gone to seek him out. After all, both Bing Bing and the system were not inclined to deceive him. Oh, whoa! Bing Bing tilted her head, regarding Su Bai, then shook it subtly, signifying that no danger was present. This only served to bolster Su Bai's conviction in his judgment. Let us proceed slowly. I sense danger ahead. It was a sentiment he could not articulate to Bing Bing, relying solely on his intuition. However, Bing Bing seemed perplexed by his caution, tilting her head in curiosity, yet refraining from disputing him. After all, Su Bai was her master, and whatever he said was inherently correct. Thus, the pair traversed the dense forest at a measured pace. Su Bai's focus was razor-sharp, his breath misting in the frigid air, while his fingers, succumbing to the cold, began to lose their color, taking on a purplish hue. Yet, he could afford no distraction. They had already journeyed quite far. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster, leaving him with no place to lament his folly. Just then, a sudden noise erupted from behind, dry branches snapping underfoot, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. Instantly, Su Bai's body tensed, and he swiftly turned to aim his weapon towards the encroaching darkness of the woods. As the footsteps drew closer, his anxiety intensified. What on earth is happening? Why are there people here? Who are they? At this moment, Su Bai, overwhelmed with anxiety, exhaled visibly hot breaths, resembling a furious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wow, it's me, Brother Bai. Murong Chi's voice accompanied her figure as she emerged into Su Bai's line of sight. However, as she suddenly sprang forth from the darkness, Su Bai's gun startled her. In truth, Su Bai himself was taken aback, nearly causing an accidental discharge, for he had distinctly heard the footsteps of a group prior to their departure, having specifically instructed them to wait in place. Thus, he had never anticipated it would be his own people. Yet, as Zhang Yi and Lin Wei subsequently appeared from the woods, the mystery of the footsteps dissipated. Now, all four of them were assembled. Su Bai, my brother. They insisted that you had taken too long and insisted on coming to assist you, Zhang Yi said, awkwardly scratching his head, as Su Bai had entrusted him with the care of the two girls before his departure. However, he could not resist the pleading of the two young ladies and thus accompanied them. Su Bai, on the contrary, felt no resentment, Rather, their unexpected arrival alleviated his concerns. So he bore them no ill will. He glanced at the three of them before turning his gaze toward the dark depths of the forest. A slight smile gracing his lips. No, Iga, your arrival is indeed timely. At this moment, although the team was fully assembled, Subai did not let his guard down. While having more people was undoubtedly advantageous, especially when facing mild dangers. They had all been exposed to the frigid elements for an extended period, leading to a significant decline in their physical capabilities. Thus, even minor threats, if not approached with caution, could result in severe injuries or even death. Taking a deep breath, Subai released a puff of warm air. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his nearly depleted protective shield from his backpack. This shield had accompanied him through numerous battles, particularly during his encounter with the ice beast. Without it, not only would he have failed to obtain the precious ice crystal, but his very survival would have been uncertain. Therefore, he had preserved it for emergencies, knowing that even with only 1 point of durability remaining, it could fully absorb an attack without overflow damage, making it exceedingly valuable. However, considering the current circumstances, it was not a time to lament over treasured items. Should he perish due to undue attachment, the sorrow would be unforgettable, even with Meng Po's potion. Donning the protective shield once more, Subai felt a long-lost sense of security return to him. As long as the shield remained intact, he was invincible. As Subai donned the shield, a ripple instantly emerged around him before vanishing into the ether. Ah, Subai, isn't it your shield? Zhang Yi remarked upon recognizing the shield Subai was wearing, recalling how Subai had previously shown it to him. However, he had forgotten why Subai had put it away and ceased using it, as his nature did not lend itself to idle curiosity. Well, the shield's durability is nearly depleted, so I stored it away for a critical moment, Subai explained to Zhang Yi. I have a sense that danger lurks ahead, and given our current condition, I will take the lead. You all follow behind me, and should any issues arise, prioritize your firepower over my safety. Listening to Subai's directives, the other three nodded in understanding. With the trio ready, Subai lifted his weapon once more and began to advance cautiously. The surrounding darkness and the mottled blood moon filtering through the trees rendered the atmosphere even more eerie. Bing Bing must have discovered the last backpack, Subai mused. Among those present, Lin Wei possessed the most timid disposition. At this moment, she involuntarily shrank her neck, seemingly hoping to retreat into her down jacket to escape the terrifying ambience ahead. Yes, it must be, Subai replied, still focused on clearing the path ahead with his gun. But why is that backpack so far away? Murong Qi, also armed with a handgun, voiced her suspicions while remaining vigilant. This too was a perplexity for Subai. Logically, one of their 6-member team should have fled well before the Wolfpack's assault. He distinctly recalled hearing the sound of a shotgun during the attack, indicating that those rare items were still with them at that time. After the Wolfpack's onslaught, they had arrived at the scene, making it improbable for anyone to have taken the backpack. Yet, here it was inexplicably distant, which left them baffled. I am unsure, so we must proceed with caution, Subai said after a moment's hesitation, shaking his head in resignation. I hope the backpack isn't empty, otherwise, our efforts will have been in vain, Zhang Yi remarked with a wry smile. Their earlier enthusiasm in searching through the 4 backpacks had ultimately led to disappointment when they found nothing. I have a premonition that it contains something rare, Subai asserted, his voice unwavering despite not turning back. All right, I trust you, Subai, Zhang Yi nodded, setting aside all else. He was willing to place his unconditional faith in Subai, especially after witnessing Subai's extraordinary ability to appraise treasure chests. The 2 women also nodded in agreement, affirming their belief in him. Fortunately, the journey did not extend for long, as the darkness ahead began to dissipate. It appeared they were about to emerge from the forest, and Subai cautioned the 3 behind him to remain vigilant. All right, Zhang Yi replied, his muscles taut and his sniper rifle firmly in hand, confident that he could eliminate any threat that dared to reveal itself. As they advanced, the light grew increasingly luminous, and before long, Subai and his companions reached the periphery of the dense woodland. Bathed in the crimson glow of the moon, they finally discerned that before them lay a vast clearing, devoid of peril. However, not far ahead, a bloodied snow wolf lay prostrate on the ground, its crimson lifeblood staining the surrounding snow, an indelible mark even the red moonlight could not obscure. To their astonishment, the wolf bore the missing backpack. Ah, so the backpack had ended up here, carried by an injured wolf. Lin Wei, who had been somewhat fearful, felt emboldened upon witnessing this and immediately approached to retrieve the backpack. "Wait!" Su Bai swiftly intervened, extending his hand to halt her advance. In his line of sight, although the arrow pointed towards the backpack, the golden prompt had not altered. What did this signify? Could it be that the snow wolf remained alive, thus presenting a mild danger? With this thought in mind, Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Brother Yi, could you please take a shot at that snow wolf?" "Sure." Zhang Yi did not question the rationale, trusting Su Bai's judgment. He promptly disengaged the safety and chamber round, taking but a moment to aim before a bullet erupted from a muzzle. The flash from the gun momentarily illuminated the surroundings. Bang! The dull sound resonated as the snow wolf's head was reduced to a pool of blood. Su Bai furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why had the prompt not changed? Moreover, had the bullet struck something else? What was that sound? Before Su Bai could voice his concerns, Lin Wei had already dashed forward. "Huh, you thought you could intimidate me? Now that your head is gone, let's see how you remain so arrogant." As Lin Wei stepped closer, the ground emitted a series of crackling sounds, distinctly different from the noise of stepping on branches. "Wait!" Su Bai suddenly comprehended the nature of the danger and shouted at Lin Wei, "Don't go over there. Come back." The crackling intensified as Lin Wei sprinted, each step echoing like the snapping of twigs. Yet, this clearing was devoid of trees. Where could such branches possibly come from? Upon hearing Su Bai's warning, Zhang Yi also reacted swiftly, calling out to Lin Wei, "Sister Wei, hurry back. This is not an empty space." However, Lin Wei, in her haste, had already reached the snow wolf side. If this is an empty space, then what is it? Lin Wei felt a sense of confusion, evidently failing to grasp Zhang Yi's intentions. At that moment, she was perplexed by the warnings from Zhang Yi and Su Bai. The area around them was clearly an open space, identical to the ground in the adjacent forest. Could there possibly be a trap here? Without a second thought, she bent down to retrieve the backpack hanging from the snow wolf, triumphantly raising it above her head and calling out to Su Bai and the others, "Look, I got it." Observing Lin Wei's demeanor, Su Bai realized that the girl had succumbed to the cold, completely oblivious to the warnings from him and Yi Ge. He hastily reiterated, "This is a lake. Stay right there and don't move." Upon hearing Su Bai's urgent reminder, Lin Wei suddenly became aware of her precarious situation. Initially exhilarated, coupled with her hands and feet numbed by the cold, she had not realized what was amiss. Despite having heard the sound of branches snapping beneath her feet during her run, she had thought nothing of it. Now, reflecting on it, she recognized that she had not felt the sensation of stepping on any branches at all. What then was that sound? Piecing together Su Bai's warning, Lin Wei came to the dreadful realization that the sound was that of the ice cracking. Her expression swiftly darkened as excitement was replaced by fear. In such weather, falling into the icy water would equate to a death sentence. "Stay put." Su Bai, noticing the unmistakable terror on Lin Wei's face, voiced another caution, seemingly uneasy. Murong Qi and Zhang Yi hurriedly rummaged through their backpacks. In this dire situation, their only option was to devise a way to throw a rope to Lin Wei, enabling her to return safely. All right. After hearing Su Bai's warning, Lin Wei regained a modicum of composure, the fear in her eyes diminishing somewhat. She slowly crouched down, placing the backpack she had just acquired into her embrace, watching as Su Bai and the others frantically searched for a means to rescue her. As she observed the trio on the shore in their hasty search for a rope, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Watching Su Bai's anxious expression on her behalf, Lin Wei found herself feeling less afraid, even sensing a flicker of beauty in that moment. She was uncertain about her feelings for Su Bai. From their very first encounter, she had sensed that he was different from others, and subsequent events had confirmed her intuition. Though he was quite bothersome for making her toil in the coal mines daily, he had provided her with a refuge during her most desperate times, and he was generous in sharing treasures. When had she begun to harbor such special feelings for him? Perhaps it was on that day, when she huddled in his vegetable greenhouse, watching him open that door, although he had always been somewhat displeasing to her before. At this moment, he appeared as a beam of light piercing through her dreary existence. Lin Wei gazed quietly at the three individuals before her, her expression gradually softening. On the shore, Murong Qi exclaimed, "I found it. I have it." She quickly retrieved a length of climbing rope from her backpack, which appeared quite sturdy. She could scarcely recall when she had stowed it away, yet it was evidently a stroke of fortune now. Subai glanced at the rope in Murongchi's hand, his eyes brightening. Well done. I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg later. That's right, Murongchi replied, allowing herself a moment of pride. Her nose slightly elevated. It was a rare opportunity for her to bask in Subai's praise, and she intended to relish it fully. However, Subai seemed disinclined to continue with the compliments. He simply took the rope from her grasp, leaving Murongchi alone in her bewilderment amidst the wind. This scene nearly brought Lin Wei to laughter, dispelling the gloom that had settled within her. Instead, she began to anticipate Subai's imminent rescue. Subai tied one end of the rope to a stone and tested its weight in his hand. This should suffice. He then exerted himself to throw it towards Lin Wei. Unfortunately, the stone lacked sufficient weight to propel the heavy rope far enough. I'll give it a try, Zhang Yi declared, stepping forward. After stretching his limbs, he hurled the stone-tethered rope into the air. Regrettably, despite his utmost effort, it still fell short of Lin Wei. Subai observed the rope, his gaze flickering with contemplation. If he could secure a heavier stone, it might land directly before Lin Wei. But an excessively heavy stone could shatter the already fragile ice. The risk was too great. With that thought, he swiftly untied the stone and began to wrap the rope around himself. Zhang Yi and Murongchi immediately recognized Subai's intention to rescue her himself. Subai, why don't I go instead? Zhang Yi suggested, noticing Subai's resolve. No, brother, your weight is considerably more than mine. It's uncertain how much weight this ice can bear, so it would be better for someone lighter like me to go. Subai smiled at Zhang Yi's anxious expression. Moreover, if I do fall in, you'll be able to pull me back without difficulty, won't you? Very well, Zhang Yi conceded, not pressing the matter further. He knew Subai to be a rational individual, and his reasoning was sound. His own heavier frame might indeed plunge straight to the bottom. Murongchi watched Subai's figure intently, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She yearned to replace Subai and rescue the trapped individuals. Yet, based on her understanding of him, she knew he would undoubtedly refuse. At present, she could only wait silently on the shore for Subai's return. Take this. Murongchi seemed to have an epiphany and immediately retrieved a long rod from her backpack. To her surprise, it was a fishing rod. Subai glanced at the fishing rod in Murongchi's hand, momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped her intent. It was clear that handing him the fishing rod was not an invitation for him to fish, but rather a means for him to hold it horizontally, preventing him from accidentally falling into the lake through a crack in the ice. He promptly accepted the fishing rod. All right, thank you. Underwater, Subai took a deep breath and slowly stepped onto the ice. Although it appeared to be merely an ordinary snowy expanse, he could distinctly hear the sound of the ice cracking beneath his weight. The frigid air caused a sharp pain in his throat, and his hands and feet gradually grew numb and unresponsive. He began to regret venturing into this desolate place, putting his teammate in peril for the sake of a small backpack. Subai felt conflicted. If it were just him, he would have considered the minor adventure inconsequential. However, if his actions endangered his comrades, that was entirely unacceptable. At that moment, he gazed at Lin Wei, who was crouched in the distance awaiting his return, and his resolve strengthened. Behind him, Zhang Yi and Murongchi gripped the rope tightly, ready to pull Subai back should he encounter any danger. Lin Wei watched as Subai approached, her expression softening. She had already devised a charming strategy to persuade him to allow her a couple of days off from the arduous work in the coal mine. It seemed everything was progressing favorably. Yet at that moment, the ice surface emitted another sound. Subai immediately halted, tensing every muscle in his body as he strained to identify the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's complexion grew increasingly pale, for she distinctly heard the ice beneath her feet beginning to crack. From the bullet hole Zhang Yi had made, numerous fissures gradually spread, soon engulfing Lin Wei entirely. As the cracks widened and the noise intensified, terror clawed at Lin Wei's heart. Subai noticed Lin Wei's expression and seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, urgently calling out to her, "Get down. Do not stand upright." His anxious demeanor conveyed the importance of reducing pressure on the ice to prolong its integrity. However, Lin Wei appeared momentarily bewildered by Subai's words. In that fleeting instant, the ice could no longer withstand the burden and shattered completely. With a sudden splash, she fell in. The sound of splashing water echoed as a small section beneath Lin Wei's feet suddenly collapsed, plunging her into the depths. Upon witnessing this, Subai disregarded his own peril and cast his fishing rod towards the shore, hastily rushing towards Lin Wei's direction. The water was frigid. In that instant of falling, Lin Wei nearly lost control of her body. The icy water relentlessly permeated her being, as if intent on entombing her beneath the lake's surface. Though Lin Wei was proficient in swimming, the chill rendered her utterly powerless. She could only muster enough strength to hold her breath and cling desperately to her backpack. Yet, that was all she could manage, as she could not summon even a modicum of energy to propel herself, her feet feeling utterly numb. Gazing through the azure water, the blood-red moonlight cast an eerie glow, and she found herself drifting further from that strange luminescence. Was she destined to sink? Little did she expect that her journey in this world would be fraught with such tribulations. Life indeed resembles a roller coaster, a fitting metaphor, each time despair enveloped her. Subai would appear, pulling her back from the abyss. However, relying on others would only serve to burden them in the end. Fortunately, she resolved that she would not become a liability to anyone in the future. At last, Lin Wei's final vestiges of strength waned, the biting cold making it impossible for her to hold her breath any longer. The instant her jaw relaxed, a torrent of icy lake water surged into her mouth, and the sensation of suffocation began to cloud her consciousness. The once mesmerizing light before her dimmed gradually. Was this the conclusion of her journey in this world? She felt an overwhelming fatigue, wishing simply to succumb to slumber. Yet, just as her awareness began to fade, a flicker of warmth coursed through her hand. What was this? Lin Wei, drawing from an unknown reserve of strength, opened her eyes. She could only discern a figure behind her, pulling her forth. The shimmering light above drawing closer once more. Though she could not perceive the person's face, and her cold limbs felt devoid of warmth, she instinctively recognized it was Subai coming to her rescue. The warmth began to circulate within her once icy body. Zhang Yi and Mu Rongqi watched as Subai dashed towards the shattered ice, discarding his fishing rod, and shouted before diving in, "Don't pull me up yet. Wait until I grab the rope." They understood Subai's intention to save her, yet he had been submerged for several minutes without a sign of life. They were acutely aware of the frigid temperature of the lake water in this wintry landscape, even though they had just emerged from the shelter and fallen into the lake. They knew it would take mere minutes before they became frozen like popsicles, as they hesitated over whether to attempt to pull Subai back. A faint tug on the rope finally signaled a response. It is a distress signal from Subai. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened momentarily as he summoned all his strength to pull on the rope. Mu Rongqi, straining from behind, also exerted her effort. Though her strength was but a drop in the ocean compared to Zhang Yi's, she was determined to contribute her share, despite their usual animosity towards Lin Wei. In this moment, they were united as a team. She could not bear to witness her comrade perish before her eyes. Feeling the tug of the rope, Subai's heart eased slightly. The remnants of his strength were barely sufficient to keep Lin Wei from sinking further into the depths. As the surface of the water drew nearer, Subai tightened his grip on Lin Wei's hand, pulling with increasing urgency. At last, he broke through the surface. The frigid temperatures below had nearly robbed him of his ability to move, yet with sheer willpower, he managed to free Lin Wei from the icy grasp of the water and secured the rope around her. Subai was scarcely aware of how he managed to accomplish this feat. His consciousness had begun to blur the moment he surfaced. Yet reason dictated that if he succumbed to unconsciousness now, Lin Wei would be lost. Thus, he persevered, dragging her to safety. On the shore, the two individuals, witnessing Subai secure the rope, hastily continued to pull both of them from the lake surface. When they finally returned to the bank, Zhang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could rest, Mu Rongqi's anxious voice pierced through. "Subai, wake up! Subai! So cold." Subai felt as though he were plunged into an ice cavern, devoid of warmth. Yet, oddly, his once-numb body now sensed a pressure. With great effort, he forced his eyes open, and through the blood-red glow of the moonlight, he gradually discerned the figure before him. Mu Rongqi? Why was this girl crying so earnestly? What was she saying? The chaos in his mind rendered her words inaudible. Perhaps the combination of water pressure and cold had dulled his hearing. "Brother Bai, don't drift off. Wake up." Mu Rongqi was beside him, on the verge of tears. Zhang Yi had already assessed Subai's condition and found no significant injuries. Su Bai's physical resilience was commendable, and since he had only jumped into the water to save someone, his ordeal had lasted mere minutes. He simply needed to guard against the chill. Thus, Zhang Yi turned to check on Lin Wei's condition. With his background as a special forces soldier, his basic medical knowledge proved invaluable at this moment. Stop shaking him. If you keep shaking him, he really will pass out, unable to withstand Mu Rongqi's insistence any longer. Su Bai hastily rose from the ground. Fortunately, during the brief period of unconsciousness, I had quietly managed to rest, and my strength had somewhat recovered. The ringing in my ears began to fade gradually. However, upon fully regaining consciousness, I realized my clothes were completely soaked, and my body was trembling uncontrollably from the cold. "Are you all right, Bai?" Mu Rongqi asked, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Su Bai. At that moment, Su Bai's face was nearly devoid of color, resembling a creature that had crawled out from a zombie film. "I'm fine, just a bit chilly." As I gradually became more aware, various discomforts emerged. I quickly retrieved a brand new coat from my backpack, changing out of my wet clothes. I also applied nearly all of my heating pads to my body, which provided a slight sense of warmth. Yet this meager warmth was merely a drop in the ocean. The bone-deep chill continued to make Su Bai shiver uncontrollably. Mu Rongqi looked at Su Bai with deep concern, clearly worried about his condition. Nevertheless, Su Bai waved his hand, signaling her to check on Lin Wei first. "Go see Lin Wei. I'm all right. I'm just cold." Lin Wei has actually swallowed a lot of water from the icy lake. She's the one who might truly be in trouble. Yet, even the simplest movement made Su Bai's body tremble in defiance. The once sharp, biting cold that he felt with each breath had begun to numb, indicating that his body had succumbed to a severe chill. Seeing Su Bai in such a state, Mu Rongqi's worry intensified. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she quickly extracted a bottle of hot water from her backpack. "You're in this condition, so don't speak. Take a sip of hot water to warm yourself." This hot water had been prepared by Su Bai for everyone. As the prices for hot water had dropped significantly and others had already found various ways to heat it, Su Bai did not refuse. He accepted the hot water and took a sip. The warmth flowed down his throat and enveloped his body, providing a refreshing sensation that made him feel as if he had truly come back to life. Just moments ago, his mind had been frozen, and he had forgotten about the hot water in his backpack. Now, drinking it felt akin to an ice sculpture melting under warm water, and his tremors had lessened. At that moment, if someone were to criticize the hot water, Su Bai would have jumped up to deliver a solid punch. It was this hot water that had saved his life. However, before he could enjoy another sip, Zhang Yi's voice reached him. "Lin Wei's condition is quite dire. We need to make her expel the water." Zhang Yi's tone was far from light, carrying a weight of gravity. In such extreme, sub-zero temperatures, every step was a struggle, especially since Lin Wei had not only fallen into icy water, but had also ingested a substantial amount. At this moment, her body temperature had plunged to a terrifying low. If no measures were taken soon, she might not have much time left. Su Bai heard Zhang Yi's presence and hurriedly got to his feet, intending to assess the situation. However, his own condition was far from reassuring. He nearly collapsed as he stood, but fortunately, Mu Rongqi was there to steady him, preventing a disastrous fall. "There's no need to worry. I'll go take a look." Observing the concern etched on Mu Rongqi's face, Su Bai mustered a faint smile and gently shook his head, indicating for her to support him as he moved forward. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, showed no hesitation, promptly stowing away his firearm. He then laid Lin Wei flat, clasped his hands, and focused on her distended abdomen. The various medical emergency techniques acquired during his training as a special forces soldier were now proving invaluable. With a vigorous effort, a stream of water was expelled from Lin Wei's mouth. Su Bai gazed at Lin Wei's pallid visage, his anxiety intensifying. "She should be all right, shouldn't she? You should be more concerned about yourself." Mu Rongqi's expression darkened upon hearing Su Bai's words. Though she too was worried about Lin Wei's condition, Su Bai's evident concern for Lin Wei irked her slightly, especially since his own situation was precarious. Zhang Yi continued the compressions until he confirmed that no more water was forthcoming. This technique demanded a delicate balance of strength. Too much force or too little would yield no results. Having endured the frigid air for an extended period, Zhang Yi's body was beginning to protest. To maintain control over his strength, he exerted all his energy and was now drenched in perspiration. "How is it, brother?" Su Bai approached slowly with Mu Rongqi's assistance, scrutinizing Lin Wei's still form. Her complexion was ashen, and her breathing faint. Even the touch of her skin felt unnervingly cold. Su Bai himself was shivering, and if Lin Wei's coldness was palpable to him, it underscored the severity of her condition. Su Bai, we must hurry back. Lin Wei's condition is deteriorating. Zhang Yi's eyes brimmed with concern as he regarded Su Bai. He recognized that Su Bai's own state was far from ideal, perhaps not significantly better than Lin Wei's. If they did not hasten their return, the frigid temperature could claim both Lin Wei and Su Bai in an instant. Acknowledging this, Su Bai nodded in agreement. Let us go home. Despite his weakened state, Su Bai still retained some mobility, aided by Mu Rongqi. In contrast, Lin Wei had lapsed into complete unconsciousness and had to be carried back by Zhang Yi. Ice led the way at the forefront, guiding them through the darkness. Fortunately, with Ice's presence, they encountered no wildlife along the perilous path, even under the blood moon. It is likely that the chilling aura prompted a hasty retreat. Not long after, Su Bai and his companions returned to their refuge. The good news was that during their absence, the shelter had not endured any further assaults. Even the blood moon's nightly attacks must have their limits. Otherwise, not even deities could withstand relentless waves of beasts. However, the bad news was that Lin Wei's condition had deteriorated significantly. At that moment, her body, once frigid, now exhibited an unusual warmth, a troubling sign indeed. Zhang Yi quickly deduced that Lin Wei was likely suffering from fever. He promptly decided to place her in her designated quarters within the shelter. Su Bai was also in dire straits. His body, already ravaged by the cold, succumbed to a high fever upon their return. His mind was clouded, and he could only collapse onto his bed. Sister Morong, how is our brother Su Bai faring? After ensuring Lin Wei was settled in her bed, Zhang Yi hurried to Su Bai's room, only to find that his condition was equally grave, with a significant fever having set in. Mu Rongqi's expression reflected her anxiety, clearly at a loss for how to proceed. In a normal world, such a situation would not pose a significant problem. A dose of medicine and a night's rest would typically suffice. At worst, a visit to the hospital for an injection would swiftly alleviate the fever. Yet here, in this apocalyptic scenario, the notion of a hospital or even a competent doctor was but a distant dream. Fortunately, Su Bai had prepared some antipyretic medication for each of them, offering a glimmer of hope to alleviate their symptoms. However, the specifics of their condition would have to be addressed in due time. Zhang Yi, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brow. With Su Bai incapacitated, he could not afford to panic. He turned to Mu Rongqi. Sister Morong, please go next door and help Lin Wei change out of her drenched clothing and into a dry set of bedding. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's instructions, Mu Rongqi regained her composure and nodded resolutely. All right, I will attend to it immediately. Entering Lin Wei's room, she was struck by the sight of Lin Wei, unconscious on the bed. Rushing to her side, she exclaimed, "How feverish!" The moment Mu Rongqi touched Lin Wei's skin, she realized the alarming temperature. Although they lacked a thermometer, it was likely that Lin Wei's fever had soared to around 40 degrees Celsius. If left unattended, it seemed inevitable that Lin Wei would soon reach a breaking point. With this thought, Mu Rongqi wasted no time. She swiftly retrieved some clean clothing and a set of bedding from her backpack. Fortunately, they still possessed considerable resources, as Su Bai had prudently stocked essential supplies for unforeseen circumstances. At the time, Lin Wei had thought it unnecessary to prepare so many duplicate items. Yet now these provisions might very well save her life. If Lin Wei were still conscious, she would undoubtedly feel humiliated and indignant. Mu Rongqi set aside clean clothes and bedding, hastily removing Lin Wei's drenched garments. Although Lin Wei's body burned with fever, her clothes felt exceptionally cold to Mu Rongqi, sending shivers through her as she held them. She swiftly discarded the wet garments, taking a towel to wipe away the moisture from Lin Wei's skin before dressing her in dry attire and changing the bedding as well. After last night's ordeal, she was already breathless with exhaustion. After all, Lin Wei had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, and dressing someone entirely unaware was quite physically demanding. Yet at that moment, Mu Rongqi had no time to drink water or rest. She quickly retrieved the typhoid medication prepared for them by Su Bai, propped Lin Wei up, and administered the medicine along with some warm water. Once she completed these tasks, she finally sat down for a brief respite. Observing Lin Wei's face contorting in pain, Muronchi felt a wave of concern wash over her. Despite their usual bickering and mutual disdain, she felt no sense of schadenfreude now. Approaching Lin Wei, she gently touched her burning forehead, her brow furrowing slightly. This fever was untenable, but what could be done to cool her down? Surely, throwing Lin Wei outside was not an option. That would likely lead to dire consequences. As she pondered, an idea struck her. She quickly retrieved a basin from her backpack, sprinted outside to fill it with snow, and returned it to place beside the fireplace. The intense heat soon melted the snow into cold water. Muronchi promptly moved the basin to a table away from the fireplace, took out another clean towel from her backpack, soaked it in the icy water, and placed it on Lin Wei's forehead. This was all she could do. The rest was up to Lin Wei. After completing her efforts, Muronchi let out a long sigh and settled beside Lin Wei's bed, softly speaking. Noticing Lin Wei's lingering discomfort, she gently took her hand from the cup and held it within her own. It seemed that Lin Wei sensed the comfort of another, as her pained expression eased somewhat, prompting Muronchi to breathe a little easier. However, it appeared that she could not leave just yet. Thus, Muronchi decided to open the system menu and access the private chat interface, seeking out Zhang Yi. Brother, Yi, how is Bai's condition? Ding. As soon as she sent the message, Muronchi received a reply from Zhang Yi. His condition has stabilized. He should be fine. Reading Zhang Yi's response, the weight of worry that had burdened Muronchi's heart finally lifted. At this moment, Zhang Yi closed the chat interface, gazing at Su Bai, who lay upon the bed, and let out a gentle sigh. It was a relief that the ordeal had passed without any dire consequences. His actions mirrored those of Muronchi almost identically, and Su Bai's physique was inherently far more robust than Lin Wei's. Furthermore, since Su Bai had sustained minimal harm while in the icy lake, he appeared to be in relatively good condition now. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Given the current weather, even with their ample supplies and thorough preparations, an inescapable anxiety lingered. After all, for others, injuries of this nature could easily prove fatal. Zhang Yi rose softly and added some coal to the fireplace beside Su Bai. He then reached out to comfort the equally anxious Bing Bing. Su Bai, you must recover swiftly. Slowly, Su Bai opened his weary eyes to the familiar ceiling, his body feeling persistently sticky for reasons unknown. Su Bai, you're awake. Zhang Yi's voice broke the silence as he appeared by Su Bai's side and reached out to touch his forehead. This action took Su Bai by surprise. What are you doing? You were pushing yourself too hard, and your fever was quite severe, but thankfully it has subsided now. Understanding Su Bai's confusion, Zhang Yi explained while continuing to check his temperature. Upon confirming that Su Bai's fever had indeed abated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this apocalyptic weather, even a minor ailment could carry the risk of sudden death, let alone a high fever. For anyone else, such a condition would be tantamount to a death sentence. Their fortunate circumstances, with a well-stocked supply of medicine, had spared their small team from being reduced to a duo. Thank you for your efforts, Iga. Su Bai shook his head, still slightly dizzy, but upon hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, he recalled the reason for his unconsciousness. It appeared that the stickiness on his body was likely due to excessive perspiration. Fortunately, his temperature had returned to normal. With a rumble, Su Bai struggled to sit up in bed, patting his protesting stomach. He promptly retrieved a piece of bread from his system backpack and began to eat. Iga, how long was I unconscious? Not long, just over half a day, Zhang Yi replied, glancing at the system clock. It had only been 7 or 8 hours since their return, and given that they had arrived in the early hours, the sun had barely risen. I see. Su Bai nodded, realizing that he had not been gravely ill this time, which was likely due to his relatively good health. Otherwise, even with medication, recovery might not have come so easily. With this thought, Su Bai turned his gaze back to Zhang Yi. Brother Yi, when you have some time, please help us devise a fitness regimen. After all, a healthy body is the foundation of our endeavors, especially in this world. Possessing robust health grants us greater security against illness or peril. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi readily agreed, as it aligned perfectly with his own plans. What about Lin Wei? Suddenly reminded, Su Bai inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. She is in a condition similar to yours, but due to her physical constitution, she is yet to awaken. Listening to Zhang Yi's response, Su Bai felt a measure of relief. Fortunately, his risks were not in vain. Had anything happened to Lin Wei, he would have never forgiven himself. Ultimately, it was his own negligence that precipitated this incident, and, as the captain of the team, he could not absolve himself of the blame. A piece of bread was swiftly consumed by Su Bai, who then donned his attire and prepared to depart the shelter. Noticing Su Bai's actions while adding coal, Zhang Yi turned, puzzled. Su Bai, where are you headed? I'm going to check on Lin Wei. She asked in the next room. All right. Zhang Yi nodded as Su Bai opened the shelter's door. A biting cold wind immediately rushed in, causing Su Bai, still recovering from illness, to shiver involuntarily. The sky remained a dark crimson, and without lingering, he hastened towards Lin Wei's room. Creak. As Su Bai pushed open the shelter door, he was greeted not by Lin Wei, but by Murong Qi, who was wringing out a towel. Brother Bai, you're awake? Murong Qi exclaimed, her delight unmistakable. However, as she was still holding a dripping towel, she did not approach immediately. Thank you for your efforts. Su Bai acknowledged her with a nod. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing that their situation stemmed from his actions. Had it not been for his obsession with the last backpack, none of this would have occurred. You need not blame yourself, Brother Bai. Our team is a collective. Murong Qi gently reassured him while reapplying the wrung towel to Lin Wei's forehead. Observing Murong Qi in that moment, Su Bai felt a warmth within him. Having suddenly found himself in this unfamiliar world, everything and everyone felt foreign, and his singular mission was to survive. Logically, such a world should render one callous. Yet he had encountered Lin Wei, Zhang Yi, and Murong Qi, and despite the myriad challenges faced, they ultimately formed a small team. Perhaps this tender scene was the true essence of existence in such a world. How is Lin Wei? Su Bai subsequently cast a glance at Lin Wei, who lay on the bed, his gaze imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. If he had been a tad more cautious, perhaps she would not have ended up in her current state. She had stabilized considerably, and her body temperature was gradually decreasing. It should not be long before she awakens. After applying a damp towel, Murong Qi turned to face Su Bai. Yet before Su Bai could utter another word, Zhang Yi abruptly entered the room. Su Bai, the blood moon has concluded. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. The blood moon had persisted for such an extended period that he had almost grown accustomed to its ominous atmosphere. It has ended. After casting one last glance at the still, slumbering Lin Wei, he turned and made his way towards the entrance of a shelter. The cold wind brushed against his face, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, yet it did not incite any displeasure within him. For at that moment, the sky had returned to its normal state. Although the clouds rendered it somewhat dim, it was a significant improvement compared to the perpetual crimson hue that had dominated the day. How remarkable! It truly is a clear day, without any prior warning. Observing the weather, Su Bai frowned slightly, silently calculating his subsequent plans. With the weather returning to normal, they would need to expedite their relocation. Otherwise, the bandits might bring reinforcements, which would pose a considerable problem. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate turn of events, as traversing the treacherous conditions of the blood moon had indeed been perilous. Now, with the weather restored, their move would be considerably more manageable. At that very moment, however, everyone's communication channel buzzed with the latest system notification. Congratulations on successfully enduring the blood moon. As a reward, all surviving players will receive a blood moon fragment. Friendly reminder, the map will refresh in half an hour. Please remain in the shelter and refrain from venturing outside to avoid unforeseen incidents during the map transition. Su Bai gazed at the information relayed by the system, his expression sharpening momentarily before he swiftly opened his backpack. Indeed, alongside the previous blood moon fragment, another had materialized, evidently a reward for enduring the blood moon. However, Su Bai did not rush to examine the fragment's synthesis effects, as he had noticed the latter part of the system notification. The map is set to refresh? They had been aware that a map refresh was on the horizon, yet the specifics of the process remained unclear. What does a map refresh entail? Murong Qi approached the entrance of the shelter, her curiosity piqued. She had never before heard of a map being subject to refreshment. We are not entirely sure ourselves, but it seems that the ground we inhabit is akin to a jigsaw puzzle, and refreshing the map likely involves shattering this puzzle and reassembling it, Su Bai mused, offering Murong Qi his conjecture. Yet, it was merely a hypothesis, for the precise nature of the situation eluded them all. Regardless of the circumstances, the restoration of normal weather and the refreshing of the map is indeed a favorable turn of events, alleviating the burden of contemplating relocation. Zhang Yi gazed at the overcast sky outside and spoke slowly. Su Bai nodded in silent agreement, deeming it a cause for mild celebration. Indeed, it seems that surviving great adversity brings with it blessings. Brother Subai, what do you think we should do now? Zhang Yi inquired, turning his attention to Subai, the steadfast leader whose decisions naturally fell upon him. Let us wait and see what the map refresh entails, Subai contemplated, ultimately deciding to bide his time. After all, no one could ascertain the nature of the map's renewal, and with the refresh imminent, it was prudent to simply await the outcome. Zhang Yi nodded in assent. However, Murong Qi furrowed her brow. Brother Bai, what is that odor emanating from you? It's quite unpleasant. Her displeasure was not due to the map refresh, but rather stemmed from a peculiar scent that wafted through the air with the wind. After some investigation, she pinpointed the source to Subai. At that moment, Bing Bing had just awakened, emerging from Subai's room. Shaking her head, she quickly trotted over to Subai and began to nuzzle against him. Yet, after only a few moments, she halted abruptly, sniffing curiously at Subai's scent, and then vigorously shook her head. Witnessing this scene, Murong Qi could hardly contain her laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Brother Bai, even Bing Bing could detect the smell on you. Zhang Yi, observing the amusing sight, couldn't help but chuckle, though he refrained from commenting. After all, during their time as special forces, Subai had often found himself in similar predicaments, sometimes even worse. Thus, watching Subai now evoked a sense of nostalgia in Zhang Yi. Ahem, I suppose I should take a shower, Subai said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was aware that he was still sticky from perspiration, likely due to the fever he had endured, and the lake water was probably not pristine, resulting in the unpleasant odor. Brother Subai, there is still some time left. Feel free to go, Zhang Yi encouraged cheerfully. Was Subai awake? The prolonged blood moon had finally come to an end, even resolving the lingering threat posed by those bandits, leaving Zhang Yi in an exceptionally good mood. All right, I shall go. Subai nodded and promptly made his way to his shelter. Upon returning, he closed the door and retrieved a bathing tub from his backpack, filling it with warm water before submerging himself within. The enveloping warmth of the water coaxed Subai to squint his eyes in bliss, igniting an impulse to simply drift off to sleep. If only there were some shower gel to accompany the bath. Suddenly, Subai's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, it was time to visit the trading post. He opened the exchange and searched for body wash. For sale, body wash 5001. Price, 10 wood or 5 hot water. As expected, it was available and the price was not exorbitant. However, he couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that 5 bottles of hot water were only worth 10 pieces of wood. The market for hot water had clearly diminished. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him, as he no longer relied on it for income. He promptly opted to trade 5 bottles of hot water. Although he had an ample supply of wood, he anticipated further consumption in the future. Hot water, on the other hand, was practically free, continuously produced by the hot water machine. Hence, trading with hot water was akin to pulling a fast one. Transaction successful, delivered 400 hot water, received body wash 5001. Once the transaction was complete, Subai immediately opened his backpack and retrieved the newly acquired body wash. Upon unscrewing the cap, a familiar fragrance wafted into the air. Breathing in the scent of the body wash, Subai couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of being in a populous world. Even in such a realm, one could always procure what they needed. He promptly commenced his cleansing ritual. Although he longed to indulge in a leisurely bath, he was acutely aware that the map segments would soon refresh, necessitating a swift completion of his wash to assess the situation and plan accordingly. A moment later, Subai emerged from the shelter, completely refreshed and donned in a brand new outfit. If the other teams were to see him, they would undoubtedly remark on his extravagance. In these trying times, the ability to bathe was one luxury, but to have multiple new outfits was another entirely. Yet, Subai bore no psychological burden. After all, he had the means to indulge. Brother Subai, your timing is impeccable. We are about to begin, Zhang Yi remarked as he observed Subai's emergence from the shelter. However, no sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble. This caused Murong Qi, standing nearby, to instantly tense up, while even Bing Bing exhibited signs of restlessness. Could this be an earthquake? Murong Qi anxiously scanned her surroundings, fearing that her home might be violently toppled. With a resounding rumble, before Subai could utter a word, the earth produced another tremendous noise. What was happening? Murong Qi's expression grew even more anxious, yet despite her scrutiny, nothing seemed amiss. Listening to the thunderous sound, Subai appeared to have an epiphany. He quickly moved to the side of the courtyard and opened the door. To his astonishment, the once familiar scene before him was in a state of constant motion. Upon closer inspection, the ground beneath his feet was indeed shifting back and forth like a jigsaw puzzle. No wonder the system warned against stepping outside. Should one venture beyond the confines of the hospital, they would instantaneously sever ties with their sanctuary. As the rumbling gradually subsided, the onlookers noted that the shifting earth outside seemed to decelerate until it came to a complete halt. Was it over? Morong-chi curiously peered outside, scanning the surroundings. It appeared to be concluded. Once Subai confirmed that the ground had entirely ceased its motion, he stepped outside. Observing the dramatically transformed landscape, Subai felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. His greatest concern had been the prospect of relocating, although with Bing Bing's presence, he was unlikely to face a beastly onslaught. The threat of encountering bandits remained. Moreover, their position had only just become exposed. Venturing out like this could potentially lead to a direct encounter with that band of thieves. Indeed, if those brigands were even marginally astute, they might block various routes, which would pose a serious problem. Now, however, with the map segments refreshed, it seemed a permanent solution had been provided. Subai, what have we stumbled into? Zhang Yi emerged, scratching his head and glancing around with a look of mild confusion. The route he had painstakingly deciphered had transformed into something entirely new. It was uncertain how significant the map's alteration had been. Listening to Zhang Yi's remarks, Subai pondered momentarily before opening the chat interface. In the public channel, what the heck? I just took a nap, and look where I've ended up. Don't even say it. I stepped out for just a moment, and my home has vanished. If it weren't for the temporary teleportation device in my backpack, you wouldn't see me tonight. They warned you, so who can you blame? Who would have thought the map would change so swiftly? I checked the coordinates, and lo and behold, my house is leagues away. Even Sun Wukong would take a while to fly back. By the way, did you all receive any blood moon shards? This is the first time I've come across one, and I only got a single piece. It states that 3 are needed for synthesis. Where on earth am I supposed to find the others? Are there any brothers selling blood moon shards? They are exceedingly rare, even with our vast alliance. Only a handful dropped during the blood moon invasion, and the rest were merely fixed rewards distributed to each of us. Glancing over the public channel's messages, Subai began to glean some clarity regarding the current situation. Judging by the ongoing discussions, it seemed that this map update had indeed been substantial, at least for the moment, alleviating concerns about the bandits who were aware of his address. After all, even Subai could no longer locate his original residence. As for the blood moon shards others mentioned, that was now Subai's primary focus. He was most intrigued by these shards, having only acquired one during the blood moon event. To speak of rarity, it is indeed intriguing that at the conclusion of the blood moon, a peace was granted to humanity. Thus, after surveying the surroundings, Subai turned to accompany Zhang Yi towards the shelter. Brother Subai, what shall we do now? Zhang Yi inquired, glancing back at Subai. With the map refreshed, the area outside the shelter was almost entirely unfamiliar to them. Given this renewal, venturing forth could yield considerable discoveries. Listening to Zhang Yi, Subai nodded, yet refrained from immediately endorsing his suggestion. You are correct, Brother Yi. However, our immediate priority is not exploration. Zhang Yi, undeterred by Subai's response, had known him long enough to trust his judgment and approach. Subai's actions undoubtedly stemmed from a rationale of his own. Although the newly refreshed map displayed uncharted territories, it was equally fraught with peril. Unbeknownst to Subai, Zhang Yi harbored concerns for Lin Wei, who remained unconscious, her condition still uncertain. If her health were to deteriorate, it would not be out of the question. Subai continued, articulating his thoughts in a manner meant to persuade. Zhang Yi silently nodded. He too was worried about Lin Wei. Her side could not be left unattended, for this would have their team's combat strength, not to mention the considerable supplies yet to be organized. As Subai spoke, he jostled the backpack that Lin Wei had valiantly retrieved from the frozen lake. Observing the bag, Zhang Yi concurred with Subai's perspective. Their supplies extended beyond this singular backpack. The numerous crates they had secured from the Huaxiao Alliance, aside from those already utilized for constructing walls, remained untouched. This represented a significant cache of resources. Furthermore, with Lin Wei currently in need of care, it would be prudent to postpone any exploration until she had recovered. Moreover, Brother Yi, even if Lin Wei does not awaken soon, we have tasks at hand. As they walked, Subai glanced at Zhang Yi. "What tasks?" Zhang Yi asked, momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall what else they could possibly engage in while sequestered in the shelter. "The fitness regimen should be on the agenda," Subai remarked. "Indeed," Zhang Yi exclaimed, smacking his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this matter. It seemed they had much to attend to. However, for the moment, they would set that aside and investigate the contents of the backpack. Upon returning to the shelter, Subai placed the bag on the ground, and Murong Chi, drawn by curiosity, approached, eager to discover what treasures Lin Wei had risked her life to reclaim. Subai reached into his backpack to inspect its contents, and he was momentarily taken aback by what he discovered. To his astonishment, there was quite an assortment of items. He promptly retrieved a double-barreled shotgun and handed it to Zhang, recognizing his expertise in evaluating its functionality. This firearm possessed significant power. Although its reloading speed was relatively slow, nonetheless, it was still quite commendable and shared the same ammunition as Zhang Yi's shotgun. Zhang Yi examined the weapon briefly before setting it down on the ground. The structure of such firearms is not overly complex, and he could ascertain its specific performance with just a cursory glance, having encountered similar weapons numerous times during his military service. This was in line with Subai's expectations. After all, one does not need to have eaten pork to have seen a pig run, and such weapons were not uncommon in the gaming realm. Continuing his scrutiny of the backpack, Subai was once again taken by surprise. To his astonishment, he discovered a blood moon fragment. This item, if judged solely by its drop rate, could be deemed an exceedingly rare treasure. The owner of this backpack had managed to possess one. At that moment, Subai found himself at a loss, unsure whether to label the fragment's original owner as unfortunate or fortunate. On one hand, it was indeed unfortunate that they lost a blood moon fragment. On the other, it was a stroke of luck to have acquired such a rare item, only to be robbed of it. With a soft sigh, Subai contemplated the unpredictability of life and the whims of fate. Perhaps this was simply destiny. The original owner of the backpack was remarkable to have acquired a blood moon fragment. Murong Chi, observing Subai retrieve the fragment, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. While Subai and Zhang Yi ventured outside to assess the situation, Murong Chi had taken the opportunity to browse the global channel, where discussions about the blood moon fragment had surged following its distribution to all surviving individuals at the end of the blood moon event. In the global channel, Murong Chi had learned of the fragment's uniqueness. It wasn't entirely a stroke of luck. If it were, the fragment would not have ended up in their possession. Zhang Yi sighed lightly, expressing a hint of regret for the original owner of the blood moon fragment. Perhaps this was simply their fate. However, he quickly dismissed any sorrowful sentiments and urged Subai to search for other rare items. Responding to Zhang Yi's prompt, Subai wasted no time in securing the blood moon fragment before turning his attention to the remaining items. Unfortunately, aside from the shotgun and the blood moon fragment, the backpack contained only a level 3 house core and a few rather ordinary materials. The house core was likely obtained through the plundering of their dwelling by the bandits. Moreover, it seemed that the backpack contained no consumables, indicating that the bandits had thoroughly squandered everything else. After thoroughly inspecting all the items, Subai casually discarded the empty backpack to the side. Zhang Yi pondered the ownership of the gun, glancing at the supplies scattered on the ground, feeling a twinge of hesitation. While the other items could be easily allocated by Subai, the leader of their team, since ultimately these provisions would benefit their own members, he felt assured that Subai would not hoard any of the supplies due to his integrity. Indeed, Subai was known to generously share valuable items with his comrades. At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Murong Chi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she already possessed a gun, its meager power paled in comparison to Lin Wei's crossbow. Thus, the prospect of upgrading to a more formidable weapon piqued her interest more than anyone else present. Yet, Subai seemed oblivious to Murong Chi's eager gaze and continued. Although this gun boasts considerable firepower, it may not be easy to wield. I suggest we wait for Lin Wei to awaken and have her and Murong Chi try out together. Whoever is more suited to handle it can keep it. Upon hearing Subai's proposal, Zhang Yi immediately nodded in agreement. Subai's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. He was the most qualified to assess the gun's difficulty of use. Yet, as he was not the team leader, he relinquished the decision-making authority to Subai. It was evident that Subai was indeed born to be a leader, truly worthy of being called his younger brother. However, These words did not resonate as sweetly in Murongchi's ears. While she understood Su Bai's intentions were for the benefit of the entire team, as a young girl, she felt a pang of disappointment. Who wouldn't wish for the boy they admired to show them a little more favoritism? Nevertheless, Su Bai paid no heed to Murongchi's expression, focusing instead on gathering the spoils of war spread across the ground into the backpack. He then retrieved the Blood Moon shard he held. Having had one previously, combined with the newly acquired shard and the one received as a reward at the end of the Blood Moon event, he now had 3 shards in his possession. Gazing at the shards in his hand, Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. What could the blood jade synthesized from these shards possibly be used for? Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly chose to synthesize them. Item synthesis successful. Consumed item, Blood Moon Shard X3. Obtained, Blood Jade X1, as a beam of light flashed by. The 3 Blood Moon shards transformed into a single piece of crimson jade. Su Bai held it in his hand, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. This comforting sensation alone indicated that this jade was undoubtedly a treasure. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Bai quickly accessed the description of the blood jade. Although he sensed that this blood jade was no ordinary item, there was always a chance, however slim, that it could serve as a high-quality handheld warmer. Fortunately, the blood jade did not disappoint Su Bai. Item, Blood Jade. Effect. This is a crystal formed from the condensation of the blood moon, capable of binding 2 players, elevating their relationship to a blood oath, and merging their shelters into a large sanctuary. This sanctuary can accommodate multiple players without diminishing the efficacy of the hearth. The size and capacity of the large sanctuary can be enhanced by merging other shelters using blood jade. Gazing at the blood jade before him, Su Bai's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What a remarkable treasure! Brother Su Bai, what is the purpose of this item? Zhang Yi, noticing Su Bai's expression, felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, the brilliance in Su Bai's eyes clearly indicated the item's significance, stirring Zhang Yi's interest. It can merge shelters. Su Bai succinctly explained the blood jade while passing it to Zhang Yi. Murongchi, standing nearby, was equally curious, but regrettably, the item description was only visible to the holder, leaving her to wait for Zhang Yi to finish before she could inquire further. This item is rather fascinating, Zhang Yi remarked after reading the description, handing the blood jade to Murongchi before turning back to Su Bai with excitement. If we can merge all our shelters, gathering materials and constructing defenses will become significantly easier. Su Bai observed the blood jade in Murongchi's hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Initially, he harbored concerns about the blood jade's utility, but it now appeared to be perfectly suited to their needs. Their numbers were not as vast as those of the Huaxiao Alliance, and even as they sought to expand their own alliance, having a large sanctuary as a central structure was undoubtedly essential. The only lingering question was how many resources would be required for the blood jade's merging and upgrading process. Su Bai retrieved the blood jade from Murongchi and held it in his palm. 82. Shelter merging and upgrading. Su Bai gazed at the blood jade before turning to Zhang Yi. Brother Yi, shall we give it a try? For now, they could only attempt the merging with one person, as it required 3 shards to form one. However, Lin Wei had yet to awaken, so they would have to wait for another shard. The reason Su Bai chose Zhang Yi was not solely pragmatic. He felt a closer bond with him. Choosing to use the blood jade with Murongchi might provoke a minor dispute when Lin Wei eventually awakened. All right, let's do it. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation. He understood Su Bai's underlying concerns, recognizing that the 2 girls had shown interest in him for some time. Even the most oblivious person could sense the dynamics. He chose to disregard Murongchi's resentful gaze and focused solely on Su Bai. Su Bai nodded at Zhang Yi, opened the system menu, and selected the blood jade for use. Please select the binding target. Su Bai's hand moved delicately, selecting Zhang Yi. Selected object Zhang Yi. Binding initiated. Binding successful. The shelter transformation is about to commence. With the system's notification, the 2 previously separate shelters are now enveloped in a blue luminescence. Shelter transformation successful in mere moments. The shelters of Su Bai and Zhang Yi have vanished, replaced by Grand Villa. Although this villa appears somewhat dilapidated, with several walls still composed of unadorned stone bricks, it merely represents a low-tier shelter. Should it be upgraded in the future, residing in a luxuriously furnished mansion would not be out of reach. Gazing at the shelter before him, Subai felt no overwhelming surprise, as the previous shelter could have been transformed into a villa style if he so desired. However, given that such opulence could only accommodate one person, the excessive space would seem hollow. Thus he had never entertained such notions, prioritizing practicality instead. Yet now, with the bloodjade in hand, the potential to increase occupancy and reside with friends ignited a newfound motivation for Subai to construct a dwelling. Subai, this house looks splendid, Zhang Yi exclaimed, his satisfaction evident as he surveyed the villa. In his previous life, he had longed to dwell in such a villa. However, even a townhouse had been an unattainable dream. This desire had prompted him to embellish his own shelter with a superficial second floor. The villa before him was not merely ostentatious. Its larger area and increased occupancy potential, as indicated by the bloodjade, promised a significant rise in practical value. With this thought, Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to explore the interior immediately. I want to see as well. Murong Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the villa did not exude lavishness, in comparison to her former coffin-like abode, it appeared as a veritable paradise. If possible, she would even wish to evict Subai and claim the space for herself. Let us go inside, Subai remarked, observing the eager expressions of his companions. With a resigned smile, he led the way into the villa. Creak! The double doors swung open, revealing the interior adorned with the original belongings of Zhang Yi and Subai, now arranged in a relatively sensible manner on the floor. To move in, merely a bit of tidying would suffice. Hey, where are your beds? Murong Chi looked around, only to discover that the beds which should have been present in the house had vanished. It is worth noting that the shelter, akin to a coffin, was a space where every inch was of utmost value and visibility. Upon entry, one would typically find a bed and a table. Those slightly more affluent, like Subai, might even manage to have a private restroom. For those with scarce resources, the toilet was often left exposed. Fool with a layout like this. They must be in separate rooms, Zhang Yi replied. Subai glanced around before swiftly pointing to the door of the room at the edge of the corridor. Murong Chi dashed over, opened the door, and was immediately greeted by the sight of their original bed. Having her own room and a shared living area was something Murong Chi had never even dared to dream of. With such a vibrant atmosphere of life, she suddenly felt that perhaps this world wasn't so bad after all. All right, you can move out. I shall reside here, Murong Chi declared unabashedly as she flopped down on Subai's bed, unwilling to rise. However, Subai had no time to indulge her antics at the moment. He first needed to verify the room's data information. He opened the survival panel. Sanctuary, Level 3, Fusion upgraded version, possessing high-level insulation and cold resistance, with formidable defense. Not easily damaged. Heart of the House, Level 3, can enhance the Sanctuary's defense as levels increase. Requires 34 Hearts of the House for upgrade. Capacity, 3, can fuse with other sanctuaries using Bloodjade for upgrades. Requires 11 Bloodjade for upgrade. Sturdy stone walls. Durability 1000, can be upgraded after the Heart of the House is leveled up. Sturdy stone floor. Durability 1000, can be upgraded after the Heart of the House is leveled up. Sturdy stone door. Durability 1000, can be upgraded after the Heart of the House is leveled up. Comfortable bed. Quantity 2. Durability 500, can be upgraded after the Heart of the House is leveled up. Defensive structures. Durability 9000, durability is consumed upon attack or impact. Additional defensive measures. Sturdy stone enclosure. Durability 10,000, durability is consumed upon attack or impact. As Subai surveyed the data panel before him, his eyes widened considerably. Remarkably, while the wall information had not changed, the durability had seen a significant leap. Although the requirement for a higher-level upgrade of the Heart of the House had increased by 1, it paled in comparison to the overall enhancements. With this data, even a solitary sanctuary reaching level 4 would struggle to match this. What was even more astonishing, however, was not merely the numerical changes, but rather the capacity for 3 residents. Despite having merged only 2 sanctuaries, an additional living space had been granted. What did this imply? Even if someone's sanctuary were to vanish, they could still reside here without incurring additional heat loss. This was far more formidable than a simple numerical increase. Closing the housing data, Subai turned to find Zhang Yi's fervent gaze, clearly having also perceived the advantages brought by the sanctuary upgrade. Subai, this sanctuary upgrade is quite remarkable, isn't it? Subai nodded in agreement. It appeared that the system intended for the remaining individuals to band together more closely. With such a tremendous enhancement, it seemed likely that the system had significant challenges awaiting them ahead. The weapon crafting table. It is not that Subai is pessimistic. Rather, there exists a well-known adage that states, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The system has generously bestowed upon players a considerable amount of bloodjade, which has already enabled numerous players and organizations to merge their shelters. However, Subai does not believe that the system would be benevolent enough to provide free upgrades. It is likely that the subsequent survival conditions will only worsen. The provision of upgrade materials is merely a response to necessity. Upon hearing Subai's words, Zhang Yi gradually awoke from his fervor. Indeed, it makes sense when articulated by Subai, the younger brother. Zhang Yi could not help but admire Subai's composure. Had it been just him, he would likely have become distracted and overlooked the looming dangers. With the map freshly updated, although the system has yet to issue a warning, the difficulty of upgrades is inevitable. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yi instantly regained his calm. You need not be so anxious, brother Yi, Subai remarked, noticing Zhang Yi's suddenly grave expression, which elicited a quiet chuckle from him. The rising difficulty of survival in this world is an inevitable occurrence. It is merely a question of how much and when it will escalate. As Subai spoke, he retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and took a sip. I want some too. Murong Chi suddenly interjected. Subai had indeed prepared plenty of such provisions for them, and since Murong Chi had asked, he had no reason to refuse. He tossed another bottle to her. However, upon receiving it, Murong Chi did not appear particularly pleased, muttering softly, I wanted the one in your hand. Unfortunately, her voice was too quiet for Subai to hear. In any case, the system will undoubtedly provide advance notice of the rising difficulty, and with the map freshly updated and Lin Wei still asleep, it would be unwise to venture far. Thus, they should take this opportunity to explore the surrounding areas. Subai took another sip of water and spoke slowly. All right, sounds good. Zhang nodded in agreement. This was indeed the optimal moment to ascertain their surroundings. Waiting for the weather to become more severe would significantly complicate any exploration of the area. What about Lin Wei? Murong Chi also took a sip of hot water, expressing concern that if they all left, it could pose problems for Lin Wei. Only brother, Yi and I shall venture out. You stay behind to care for Lin Wei. Being girls, it would be more convenient for you, Subai suggested, having already decided that Murong Chi should remain with Bing Bing. For merely exploring the vicinity, he and Zhang Yi were more than capable, especially with the system's alerts. Even if they encountered formidable dangers, they could evade them in advance. Very well, Murong Chi replied, clearly somewhat displeased. Subai naturally observed everything, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to Murong Chi's and said, If you wish, you may stay here tonight. Murong Chi's eyes instantly sparkled upon hearing Subai's words. Are you truly allowing me to move in? This residence currently has 3 rooms, and it can accommodate 3 individuals. You can simply move in. Subai looked at Murong Chi, bemused by her excitement. Her eyes gleamed even brighter at his words. Was this not precisely what she had longed for? This was truly monumental news for her. Not only could she reside in the villa, but she would also be living with Subai. Was this not akin to being close to the source of a flowing river? If Lin Wei were to awaken and witness her expression of disbelief, Murong Chi could hardly fathom the joy it would bring her. Why are you grinning like that? Subai remarked, bemused by Murong Chi's silly smile. In truth, he had a fairly good idea of her thoughts. He simply chose not to voice them. As for Lin Wei's situation, they still possessed a bloodjade for fusion. Once Lin Wei awakened, they merely needed to integrate her sanctuary, ensuring that there would be no lack of space. Nothing, Murong Chi quickly shook her head, though the silly grin on her face did not diminish in the slightest. There's no bed here, so you'll have to bring your own, Subai replied with a touch of exasperation, yet he was too lazy to fuss over her. He merely pointed to the vacant room, allowing her to take care of her own arrangements. He then strolled up the stairs to the 2nd floor. This villa boasted a 2-story loft, which Subai found perplexing. He wondered what utility a small loft could possibly serve. Nevertheless, having it was better than not, and even if it lacked functional purpose, it could still be decorated to cultivate a homely atmosphere. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, he was surprised to find a crafting table. Curiosity piqued, Subai approached the table. After activating it, he quickly realized that this crafting station was capable of producing various weapons and firearms. The range of items was remarkably extensive, far surpassing the capabilities of the system's built-in crafting table. From handguns to Gatling guns, all could be crafted from materials, though they currently lacked many of the necessary components. A significant portion of the materials remained unidentified, suggesting they had yet to be unlocked. Some weaponry appeared to be concealed, likely indicating even more formidable options. Subai shook his head gently, attempting to regain focus. Although this weapon crafting table was impressive, the materials required were not only absent but entirely unfamiliar to him. The items marked with question marks were even more enigmatic. He had no idea what those materials could be. It appears that although this weapon crafting station is formidable, it cannot be utilized for weapon creation in the immediate future. However, another function of this station immediately captured Subai's attention: weapon repair. In this world, every item possesses a durability value, while buildings can be directly repaired through the system. Once an item's durability is exhausted, it must be discarded. Subai had previously paid little heed to this, as the durability of firearms diminishes at a relatively slow rate. Nevertheless, his shotgun was already down to half its durability. Suddenly, a thought struck Subai, prompting him to search rapidly through his backpack. If his shield could be repaired, it might prove invaluable in the future. However, due to the disarray within his backpack, he could not locate his shield at that moment. Instead, he stumbled upon a glimmering object. He could not recall possessing anything that shone, so he took it out, only to find himself momentarily stunned. It was the treasure map he had acquired earlier. Alarmingly, the marked location was merely a few kilometers away. New system notification. Zhang Yi noticed that Subai had been upstairs for quite a while without any movement, prompting him to ascend to the second floor as well. Upon reaching the upper level, he found Subai gazing at the map in his hands. His curiosity piqued. "Subai, isn't this the treasure map we uncovered last time?" he inquired, observing the address marked on it, which was indeed nearby. As Subai spoke, he handed the map to Zhang Yi. "Only a few kilometers?" Zhang Yi took the map, studied it, and looked back at Subai in astonishment. This treasure map was indeed a product of their last treasure hunt, but due to the extensive distance, they had temporarily shelved it. To their surprise, after the map's refresh, the coordinates had shifted to a much closer location. It seemed that the map's update had truly scrambled all the territories. "Subai, should we venture out together this time, or leave the two of them to guard the place?" Zhang Yi inquired, returning the treasure map to Subai. Subai felt conflicted about this decision. Bringing them along might not yield significant benefits, especially since Lin Wei had recently been injured and fell into a coma after going out, making him increasingly cautious. Zhang Yi seemed to sense Subai's apprehension and stepped closer, gently patting him on the shoulder as he spoke softly. "Subai, you need not shoulder the responsibility for your teammates' injuries all the time." Subai turned to Zhang Yi, his gaze filled with gratitude. He understood that Zhang Yi was attempting to comfort him, yet he knew that only the one who tied the knot could untie it. Others' reassurances served merely as an auxiliary support. It was only through his own understanding that he could resolve this inner turmoil. Even though Subai did not alter his thoughts, he nodded quietly. "Brother E, there is something valuable upstairs." Subai let out a gentle sigh, temporarily stowing the treasure map back into his backpack, and casually gestured towards the weapon crafting station behind him. The crafting station? Zhang Yi followed Subai's and discovered a solitary crafting table on the second floor, which left him somewhat perplexed. Doesn't our system come equipped with its own crafting station? Having compared the crafting options available in their system, he realized that this table could produce a far more extensive array of weapons, including many of a higher caliber. As Subai spoke, he retrieved his shotgun from his backpack. For instance, this firearm wouldn't even rank among the more notable creations at the crafting station. Listening to Subai's explanation, Zhang Yi's eyes gradually brightened. The capabilities of this crafting station exceeded all his expectations, prompting him to hastily approach it for a closer examination. Upon seeing numerous weapons he had never previously encountered, his excitement surged. This is indeed a treasure, but where did this crafting station come from? After his initial thrill, Zhang Yi was suddenly filled with doubt. He had no recollection of such an apparatus existing in his home before. "I'm not certain," Subai replied, contemplating as he offered his hypothesis. "It seems reasonable to deduce that this item emerged after we integrated with the sanctuary. Initially, he had speculated that it might be something Zhang Yi had acquired previously, but judging by his reaction, it was evident that he too was oblivious to its existence. This left Subai scratching his head, wondering how such an object could materialize out of thin air. Subai, check the public channel. Just as Subai was enveloped in confusion, Zhang Yi suddenly turned and spoke up. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Subai nodded and promptly opened the chat interface. In the public channel, messages flooded in. Wow, have any of you tried that blood jade? It gave us a sewing machine on the second floor. We tried it too. But why did we receive nothing? We received nothing either, but even if they had given us a sewing machine, it would hardly be useful. Wow, I got a massage chair. Is this stuff random? I don't think so. I usually mend my clothes myself, so it makes sense that I received a sewing machine. That makes sense. I also receive a massage chair since my friends often give me massages to help me relax. What a bizarre sense of humor. Subai glanced briefly at the chat and grasped Zhang Yi's meaning. He then closed the chat channel and looked up at Zhang Yi. It appears that the items gifted during this integration follow a certain pattern. They seem to be awarded based on proficiency. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Just as I suspected. Recently, due to our extensive use of firearms, our proficiency must have skyrocketed, even causing the durability of our weapons to plummet by half. In summary, there exists a weapon crafting station, ensuring that high-grade weapons will never be in short supply. Although I remain perplexed as to the inexplicable emergence of this weapon crafting station, it is ultimately a positive development. Well, let us first repair the weapons. Subai nodded in agreement, and then gestured toward the crafting station. We can repair weapons? Zhang Yi was genuinely astonished. Previously, weapons were essentially one-time consumables, and while they had contemplated repairs, they could find no relevant systems for maintenance, which led them to abandon the idea. Yet now, this crafting station before them could indeed facilitate repairs, leaving Zhang Yi utterly astonished. Repairing the sniper rifle. Material consumption: wood 205, iron 320, nails 10. Zhang Yi opened the repair menu, observing that the required materials were quite modest. With this splendid tool, there would be no need to conserve ammunition in the future. Subai, could you lend me some materials to fix the gun? Zhang Yi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Without hesitation, Subai promptly provided Zhang Yi with a substantial amount of materials. Repair successful. As the system notification chimed, Zhang Yi joyfully beheld his cherished rifle restored to its full durability. Observing Zhang Yi's expression, Subai recognized that the repair function was functioning well and felt a surge of eagerness, particularly as successfully repairing a shield would prove to be a significant advantage. However, before he could voice this thought, the system notification sounded once more. Congratulations, survivors, for successfully enduring the Crimson Moon weather. You may have noticed that after the Blood Jade fusion, certain items will appear on the second tier. These items are gifts from the first 100 priority fusers based on their proficiency. We hope you enjoy them. The weather is expected to continue cooling, and the level of wild beasts will increase. Please ensure you take adequate protective measures. Tomorrow, ranks will be reassessed by team units, and rewards will be allocated based on the new rankings. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Subai's gaze narrowed as he contemplated the system notification. Just moments ago, he was pondering the nature of this crafting station, and now the system had provided an answer. This aligned closely with his suspicions. The only unknown being that these gifts were exclusive to the top 100 fusers, indicating that their timely fusion had fortuitously worked in their favor. With this thought, Subai couldn't help but smile. Subai, we are quite fortunate. After reading the system notification, Zhang Yi looked up at Subai. Not only had they fortuitously placed within the top 100 for the fusion, but they had also expended considerable ammunition during their earlier escapades, particularly during their assistance to the Huaxia Alliance, where they had consumed an unknown quantity of bullet materials. A series of serendipitous events had ultimately led to their acquisition of this weapon crafting station. It must be said that fortune truly smiled upon them. Subai nodded in agreement. All right, I will head downstairs to tidy up. Once you finish, we can thoroughly examine the map together. Zhang Yi spoke as he made his way down the stairs. The lower floor was in disarray due to the merging of items, necessitating organization. As for matters upstairs, Subai felt quite assured in leaving them to him. Sounds good. After watching Zhang Yi descend, Subai hurried to the weapon crafting station. Repairing 12 shotgun. Material consumption. Wood 5225, iron blocks 7520, nails 010. The material requirements were not particularly high. Given his current financial resources, these were hardly an issue. He immediately purchased the necessary materials from the trading post and selected the repair option. Repair successful. Subai, satisfied, stowed his fully restored weapon back into his backpack. He then promptly retrieved his shield. This item is consumable and cannot be repaired. Subai glanced at the system prompt, feeling a slight twinge of regret. It was not unacceptable. The emergence of this weapon crafting station with repair capabilities was already a delightful surprise. One should not be overly greedy. Next, Subai reopened the crafting interface within his system and opted for a storage box. In a flash of brilliance, a large chest materialized on the second floor. He promptly deposited the piles of materials from his backpack into the storage box, as keeping these seldom-used items cluttering his backpack was quite cumbersome. Having completed this task, Subai made his way back downstairs. "Brother Bai, we can be neighbors from now on." Murong-chi, seated on the sofa, greeted him enthusiastically. "And Zhang-yi?" Subai inquired upon entering the living room, noticing the absence of Zhang-yi. However, the once chaotic first floor had been entirely cleaned and organized. He said he would return to his room to tidy up. Murong-chi replied with a cheerful smile, pointing in the direction of the room, clearly in high spirits. Subai remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The question now reverted to the beginning. Should he take the two girls to the treasure map location? His previous hesitation stemmed from the possibility of departing before the system updated the weather, allowing for a slight time advantage. However, with the weather having updated, the urgency had diminished. Yet, the worsening conditions raised concerns for the safety of the two girls. Just as he was mulling this over, an unusual noise emanated from the main door behind him. Instantly alert, Subai drew his shotgun and swiftly moved towards the courtyard. Murong-chi, having heard the sound, also armed herself and followed him outside. Upon opening the door, they discovered that Lin Wei had awakened, and they both exhaled in relief. At this moment, she wrapped herself in clothing like a dumpling, wandering restlessly in the yard. I was utterly terrified. Upon seeing the figures of Subai and Murong-chi, Lin Wei immediately exclaimed, "I thought you had forsaken me and sold me off." Lin Wei hurriedly approached Subai, yearning to embrace him, but was intercepted by Murong-chi. "We certainly did not sell you, and frankly, you are not worth much." Murong-chi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wei, who was harboring her own thoughts, and spoke. "When I awoke to find the room empty, I opened the door and was confronted with such a grand villa that I immediately feared you had sold me to some wealthy individual." Lin Wei, realizing her thoughts had been exposed, felt no anger, only continuing to express her inner journey. As for her claim of being frightened, it was indeed genuine. Upon awakening in an unfamiliar building, she initially struggled to comprehend the situation, only regaining her certainty upon seeing Subai and the detestable Murong-chi, confirming that she was indeed home. But what is going on here? Lin Wei lifted her head, scrutinizing the villa before her. Although somewhat worn, it was a vast improvement over her previous cramped quarters. "Come in," Subai said, casting a glance at the increasingly gloomy sky, shivering unexpectedly at the rapid drop in temperature. He promptly opened the door, gesturing for Lin Wei to enter. Moments later, Lin Wei inquired, "Is there no place for me here?" After listening to Subai's explanation, she began to grasp the situation. However, she quickly realized that this house could only accommodate 3 individuals, leaving her feeling abandoned. The thought brought a hint of moisture to her eyes. How could there be none? "First, give me the blood moon fragment," Subai replied, gazing at Lin Wei with a hint of exasperation, letting out a soft sigh. He was perplexed at how this situation had arisen, causing him a slight headache. After receiving the blood moon fragment from Lin Wei, Subai wasted no time and immediately synthesized a new blood jade, then turned to Lin Wei and Murong-chi. "Next, we can fuse one more sanctuary." "Whose will it be?" "Mine," Lin Wei exclaimed, raising her hand instantly at Subai's words. Seeing Lin Wei's eagerness, Murong-chi refrained from competing further. After all, she already had a room to reside in and saw no need to contend with Lin Wei. Moreover, her original sanctuary had already been designated for other purposes. Subai nodded and chose to use the blood jade. A radiant light enveloped the entire house once more, visibly expanding its area. And the number of rooms on the first floor increased from 3 to 4. The living room also regained some disordered furniture, all of which belonged to Lin Wei. As she beheld the transformation before her, her eyes sparkled with delight. In a fleeting moment, the radiance dissipated and the room finally took shape. However, before Lin Wei could utter a cheer, the door to the inner chamber was abruptly thrust open. Zhang-yi peeked out, glancing towards the living room. "What on earth happened?" "Huh? Lin Wei, you're awake?" Upon seeing Lin Wei, Zhang Yi immediately surmised what had transpired. After all, such an upgrade's luminous effect was all too familiar. At that moment, Su Bai's response validated his conjecture. The sanctuary has merged with Lin Wei's. As he spoke, he began to tidy up the living room. The once orderly space, meticulously arranged by Zhang Yi, was now in disarray due to the recent fusion upgrade, appearing quite congested with an excess of furniture. Zhang Yi nodded and promptly joined the effort to restore order. Ultimately, after deliberation and organization, the group decided to remove some unnecessary tables and chairs, relegating one table to serve as a dining surface in the living room while discarding the remaining clutter upstairs. What is this? Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi curiously examined the weapon manufacturing station before them. After Su Bai provided a brief explanation, their intrigue deepened, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Are we ever lucky to acquire such remarkable items? Luck is also a form of strength. If it weren't for Bai Gu and EGE's tremendous efforts, we certainly would not have obtained them. Mu Rongqi corrected Lin Wei. Bai Gu, you are incredible. From now on, we need not worry about lacking quality weapons. Su Bai gazed into Lin Wei's eyes, which sparkled with enthusiasm, and could not help but gently shake his head, dousing her excitement with a splash of cold water. Do not rejoice too soon. We cannot craft any advanced weapons inside, as we lack many high-grade materials. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Wei's exuberance waned slightly. I was thinking of making a Gatling gun first. Noting her disappointment, Su Bai could only shrug in resignation. He too wished for a Gatling gun, yet the system simply would not permit it. A string of question mark materials rendered it impossible to create even a semblance of one. However, I do possess a treasure map. If you're interested, we could examine it together. As Su Bai spoke, he glanced at Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi. A treasure map? This time, not only did Lin Wei's eyes light up, but Mu Rongqi's did as well. In this world, rare items could bestow players with unparalleled combat prowess. A fundamental necessity for survival. To avoid being victimized, one must possess greater strength, a timeless truth. Let's head downstairs. After speaking, Su Bai led the way to the dining table, where he spread the treasure map across the surface. He then pointed to various locations on the map, offering a brief explanation. Here is our position. The arrow indicates the treasure's location. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi followed Su Bai's gesture, nodding in understanding. Understanding a map is not particularly challenging, yet they were still astonished by this extraordinary animated map, as if it had been plucked straight from the realm of Harry Potter. According to the scale, we are merely a dozen kilometers away from this treasure location. Mu Rongqi scrutinized the map, and, after calculating the specific direction and distance, she lifted her gaze to meet Su Bai's eyes, her expression brimming with excitement. She had always harbored a penchant for adventure, but her family was rather reluctant to allow her to pursue such escapades, often worrying about the potential dangers a girl might face venturing out alone. Nevertheless, Mu Rongqi remained undeterred. Observing Su Bai's concerned gaze towards Lin Wei, which mirrored her mother's, she discreetly furrowed her brow. Realizing she needed to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Su Bai earnestly. Indeed, Su Bai nodded, then spoke once more. So, you both must decide whether to go or not. He surveyed Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi, who appeared to be deep in thought, his own expression slightly tense. In truth, he was reluctant for them to embark on this adventure, especially after the previous incident had heightened Xinqiu's concerns for their safety. However, it seemed they were genuinely contemplating the endeavor, which offered Su Bai a modicum of reassurance. Shall we drive there? Lin Wei's very first suggestion caught Su Bai off guard. After all that deliberation, she was pondering merely the mode of transportation. Yet, as Su Bai looked into Lin Wei's eyes, it appeared she was entirely unaware of the implications of her words. I think it's a good idea. Mu Rongqi chimed in before Su Bai could respond, nodding in agreement. This way we can bring some weapons and gear, better safe than sorry. She glanced at Su Bai with a faint smile, seemingly pleased with her assessment. Su Bai observed the joyful expressions of the two young women, a slight furrow forming on his brow. You must understand, this journey could be perilous. I have personally experienced the horrors associated with treasure maps. The last time, in a minor secret realm, there was a terrifying ice beast. Had I not possessed a similar shield, I might not have survived. Although the rewards were indeed substantial, escaping with his life had been nothing short of fortunate. Given that this treasure map had been specifically crafted for this location, it was clear that it would be even more treacherous than the previous secret realm. If he were to accompany the two young women and calamity were to befall them, he would find it impossible to reconcile with himself. I understand, Lin Wei replied, her attention fixed on the map's routes, not even lifting her head. This only deepened the furrow on Su Bai's brow. Your previous fainting was merely a stroke of luck. You narrowly escaped with your life. If anything were to happen, I know, Lin Wei slowly raised her head, a smile still gracing her lips. Brother Bai, I have always been aware. Su Bai gazed into Lin Wei's eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. We understand your concern for our safety, but we cannot remain sheltered behind you for eternity. At this moment, Murong Qi spoke up, her face adorned with a smile, seizing the opportunity to converse with Su Bai. I consider myself truly fortunate to have met you, yet I cannot merely serve as a coal mining automaton. Lin Wei gazed at Su Bai, her eyes seemingly shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Murong Qi stood beside Lin Wei, both of them regarding Su Bai with keen interest. Zhang Yi observed the trio before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Su Bai, we are indeed a small team. Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi, glanced at Lin Wei and Murong Qi, and let out a deep sigh. He noted that all three were merely smiling at him, and he suddenly felt like an overly anxious parent. In the past, when at home, his mother would fuss over his outings, always believing he was ill-prepared. Yet, reflecting on this now, he found himself resembling his mother, and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. You are right. I should place my trust in you. Su Bai smiled back at them, and then pointed to a mark on the map. We must prepare thoroughly. With that, he exhaled deeply, contemplating the mark on the map, his thoughts momentarily drifting. They had just meticulously reviewed everything they needed to organize for their journey, and Su Bai had even personally double-checked every detail. This left Lin Wei and Murong Qi somewhat exasperated, but given that Su Bai had agreed to embark on this adventure with them, they decided to indulge his thoroughness. By the way, what rank do you think we will achieve tomorrow? Lin Wei, leaning back in her chair, suddenly recalled something and turned to the others of the table. The ranking is not merely a title. Based on the rewards from the last ranking, this time it would likely be even more substantial. Now that their shelter had merged with Su Bai's, the assessment would depend on the level of this newly combined refuge. It shouldn't be too low, right? I believe we should at least be in the top 10. Murong Qi lifted her head, pondering thoughtfully. Speaking of which, I forgot something. I'll go retrieve it. Without waiting for a response, she dashed out. Su Bai watched her disappear, gently shaking his head with a hint of exasperation, yet he said nothing. After all, Murong Qi had her own independent shelter, where it was normal to keep some important personal items. Su Bai, I believe if we succeed in elevating our shelter to level 4 during this assessment, the top 10 should be well within our reach. Zhang Yi reflected carefully before addressing Su Bai. After the integration of the shelters, all residents could access the shelter's information. Thus, Zhang Yi had taken the time to study it thoroughly while in his room. At this moment, Su Bai nodded slightly and began to speak. It appeared that the amount of blood jade required for upgrading and merging the shelter had exponentially increased since the third phase, a measure designed to prevent large gathering places from constructing a super palace. For instance, even if the entire blood jade collection of the Huaxiao Alliance were amassed, it would not surpass their merging quantity by a significant margin. Furthermore, aside from accommodating an additional inhabitant, the merging quantity merely enhances certain attributes of the structures. Listening intently to Su Bai's explanation, Lin Wei, recently awakened, found these concepts entirely foreign, thus she absorbed the information with utmost seriousness. For large alliances like theirs, these attribute enhancements were somewhat superfluous. If they were truly besieged at the Blood Jade merged shelter, it would equate to the fall of the alliance itself. Hence, it was unlikely that they would squander vast amounts of Blood Jade merely to benefit a single shelter. Su Bai continued his discourse, even using the Huaxiao Alliance as a reference. Regarding the shelter's levels, any future elevation in rank would necessitate an increase in the number of Blood Jade mergers, which would in turn require a corresponding rise in the quantity of Heart of the House. If the merging involved shelters of the same level, an additional Heart of the House would automatically be provided for the upgrade. However, if the merging involved a shelter of a lower level than the main one, it would not receive this automatic supplement, and an extra Heart of the House would still be required to ascend to the next tier. The advantage, however, was that lower-level shelters would not affect the main shelter's level upon merging. As Lin Wei listened, a look of confusion gradually emerged in her eyes, prompting her to raise her hand and interrupt Su Bai. Excuse me, I'm having a bit of difficulty understanding. Subai pondered for a moment before elucidating. For example, if my shelter is level 3 and yours is also level 3, to upgrade to a level 4 shelter before merging, 3 level 3 hearts of the house would be necessary. After merging, the requirement would increase to 4 hearts, but since both of our shelters are level 3, 1 heart would be automatically supplemented, allowing us to upgrade with just 3. Upon hearing Subai's explanation, Lin Wei's confusion cleared instantly, and she raised her hand to indicate her understanding. I see. If my shelter is level 1 and yours is level 3, we would still need 4 hearts to upgrade after merging. However, since my shelter's level is too low, it would not receive the automatic supplement, meaning I would still need to acquire 4 level 3 hearts to upgrade, correct? Indeed, a promising student, Subai replied with a satisfied nod, pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. At least his young audience comprehended the explanation. However, he added, but we are still 1 heart short. What we do now? Lin Wei opened the shelter panel and immediately noticed the upgrade section displaying a requirement of 34. Just as Subai was about to speak, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted, accompanied by Murong Chi's voice. Here comes the 4th one. As she spoke, Murong Chi placed a heart of the house onto the table. Lin Wei gazed at the heart of the house before her, momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend from where Murong Chi had procured such an artifact. However, Subai's expression subtly shifted, his gaze fixed upon Murong Chi. Is this yours? He inquired. Indeed, Murong Chi replied without a hint of hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Lin Wei glanced at the heart of the house resting on the table, her mind momentarily adrift. Goodness, did she dismantle her own shelter? Zhang Yi, too, was bewildered, struggling to understand Murong Chi's rationale behind her actions. Yet, before Subai could voice his thoughts, Murong Chi spoke again. Since this shelter already has my room, the previous one is of no further use. Besides, all of you have contributed your shelters. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to receive without giving in return. After all, we are a team. How could I thrive alone? As she spoke, Murong Chi turned to Subai with a gentle smile. Brother Bai wouldn't want to cast me out, would he? Hearing her words, Subai chuckled softly, realizing that he had underestimated his teammate. Perhaps her resolve was even stronger than his own. With this in mind, Subai found it difficult to refuse, extending his hand to grasp the heart of the house. Then I shall accept it. What more could he say? She had articulated her intentions so clearly that to refuse would be to treat her as an outsider. Brother Bai, quickly upgrade. I'm eager to see what our villa will look like post-upgrade. Murong Chi exclaimed, her joy palpable as she witnessed Subai accepting the heart of the house. Hurry, upgrade. Lin Wei's excitement mirrored Murong Chi's. She had yet to witness a level 4 shelter. Zhang Yi's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. Subai held the heart of the house from Murong Chi, surveying his teammates with a silent nod before promptly accessing the system interface. Upgrade confirm. 88. Level 4 shelter with Subai's command, the heart of the house in his possession, along with the one in his backpack, transformed into a radiant light and vanished. The accompanying system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player's heart of the house has been upgraded to level 4. Though the exterior of the house appeared unchanged, all present understood that the contents of the system's operational panel had undergone a significant transformation. After all, the upgrade of the heart of the house merely established the ceiling for the shelter's enhancement. To achieve a true upgrade, materials would need to be gathered and upgraded one by one. Without hesitation, Subai opened the survival panel to review the information. Sanctuary. Level 4, Fusion Upgraded Version. Possessing superior insulation and cold resistance, exhibiting formidable defense and resilience. Heart of the House. Level 4. Enhances the Sanctuary's defensive capabilities as its level increases. Requires a Level 5 Heart of the House for upgrades. Occupancy. For can utilize Blood Jade to fuse other sanctuaries for upgrades. Requiring 3 Blood Jades. Reinforced Stone Wall. Durability 1000. Upgradable. Consuming 51750 wood. 23950 stone. 7550 cement. Reinforced Stone Floor. Durability 1000. Upgradable. Consuming 51750 wood. 7550 cement. Reinforced Stone Door. Durability 1000. Upgradable. Consuming 51750 wood. 23920 iron. For 1950 plastic. Cozy Bed. Quantity 4. durability 500 upgradable, each consuming 51,750 wood. 4950 plastic. Defensive works, durability 9,000, durability is consumed when attacked or struck. Additional defensive assault, sturdy stone wall. Durability 10,000, durability is consumed when attacked or struck. This upgrade allows for an expansion of 50 square meters, consuming 51,750 wood, 23,950 stone. 7550 cement. Subai gazed at the materials required before him, his brows slightly raised. He had previously taken note of this plastic, yet after rummaging through his backpack, he could not discern its purpose and had relegated it to a dusty corner. To his surprise, it was now of use. Had he known, he would have stockpiled more. Now, the only option was to visit the trading post. This data is truly remarkable. At this moment, Lin Wei also accessed the system panel for her perusal. The actual upgrade process required the squad leader's command, yet as squad members, they could all view the relevant information of the sanctuary. Gazing at the statistics that were double those of her own modest coffin-like dwelling, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was noteworthy that these figures had yet to be upgraded. She pondered the extent of improvement that awaited them post-upgrade. What a conundrum. I do not possess such abundant materials, Morongchi remarked, her expression one of confusion as she closed the system panel and repeatedly checked her backpack. Despite her belief that she lacked sufficient materials, the system displayed a significantly higher quantity for the house upgrade. Upon hearing Morongchi's perplexity, Lin Wei and Zhang Yi suddenly recognized the same issue. Subai contemplated briefly before articulating his deduction to the group. The quantities of materials align with what I previously possessed, as I had deposited nearly all of them in the storage box on the second floor. It stands to reason that the house's crafting process draws from the materials within the storage box. As the others absorbed Subai's words, understanding dawned upon them. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that after merging the sanctuaries, such benefits could arise. How convenient it is. From now on, there will be no need to carry a plethora of materials around, Morongchi remarked as she swiftly made her way towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Where are you going? Subai asked, momentarily taken aback by her figure, yet a sense of speculation soon crept into his mind. To store the materials, of course. My backpack is already overflowing, and it is about time to empty it out. Besides, we are somewhat short on supplies. Morongchi replied with a faint smile over her shoulder, her pace unwavering. I'll go too. Lin Wei exclaimed, finding merit in Morongchi's reasoning. Prior to the presence of the storage box, all materials were essentially piled upon her. Her backpack had a rather limited capacity, and although it had never been completely filled, the sight of the scant remaining space often caused her concern. What if they stumbled upon a treasure, only to find her bag lacking sufficient room? That would indeed be troublesome. The advent of a storage box that could directly access contents was quite fortuitous, prompting her to hasten after them. I shall also make my way there, Zhang Yi said, scratching his head before turning to Subai and following suit. His situation mirrored that of Lin Wei. Although he had previously researched storage boxes, they had not been capable of direct retrieval, making them rather inconvenient. Consequently, with little to store, he had opted against crafting one. Subai chuckled softly as he observed the trio hastily ascend to the second floor. His gaze then fell upon Bing Bing, who was nestled at his feet. The little creature was typically very well behaved, seldom disturbing him during his endeavors, and usually content to quietly nap nearby. However, upon noticing Subai's attention, Bing Bing immediately sprang up, enthusiastically wagging its tail and affectionately nudging him with its head. As Subai looked at Bing Bing, he could not help but stroke its head, albeit with a tinge of concern. After all, Bing Bing was a divine beast, the frost beast, and it was rather perplexing how it had begun to resemble a mere dog under his care. Fortunately, Bing Bing's innate abilities remained formidable and were not diminished by his nurturing, which brought Subai a modicum of comfort. At that moment, he scrutinized Bing Bing with a serious demeanor, deliberating whether to leave it behind to guard the home or take it along on their excursion. This decision was indeed quite vexing. If he chose to bring Bing Bing, what would happen if their unguarded shelter were to be ravaged by beasts? The duration of their outing was uncertain, and if they returned to find their haven reduced to ruins, there would be no solace for their grief. Conversely, if he opted not to take Bing Bing, their journey would expose them to the potential perils posed by the wild beasts. Subai recalled the system's explicit warning about the deteriorating weather and the escalating levels of the beasts, leading him to believe that the challenges ahead would only intensify. This inevitably left a trace of resignation etched upon his countenance. "Brother Su-bai, why you look so troubled?" Zhang Yi's voice rang out as Su-bai looked up to see the three had emptied their backpacks and descended the stairs. Su-bai immediately shared his dilemma. "I believe it is best to leave Bing Bing at home. After all, he is still quite young, and even if he were to accompany us, his contribution would be minimal." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then raised his gaze to Su-bai. The two young women nodded in agreement, indicating their approval. Although Lin Wei and Murong Qi did not fully comprehend Zhang Yi's reasoning, they chose to concur, recognizing that his combat experience far surpassed theirs. Zhang Yi continued to elucidate. "On this outing, the small beasts may prove slightly more challenging than before, yet they should not pose a significant problem. The real difficulty lies in the guardian beast of the treasure." He glanced at Bing Bing, who was nuzzling against Su-bai's trousers. "It is even possible that it is a divine beast akin to Bing Bing." Listening to Zhang Yi's words, Su-bai experienced a moment of clarity. He realized he had been overly fixated on his own concerns. With Zhang Yi's insight, it dawned on him that the treasure indicated by this map would likely be even more bountiful than the last. Thus, the guardian would probably be a divine beast even more formidable than the ice beast. As an immature Bing Bing, he had only awakened a singular ability reminiscent of sovereign might, with other offensive capabilities yet to manifest. This ability would likely prove ineffective against the treasure guardian, and taking Bing Bing along might even result in injury, a risk not worth taking. Having reached this conclusion, Su-bai decisively stated, "Very well. Bing Bing shall remain at home to guard the house." Zhang Yi and the others had no objections, but Bing Bing appeared less than pleased. Clearly reluctant to part from Su-bai, his eyes grew visibly dejected upon hearing Su-bai's words. This endearing display softened the hearts of Lin Wei and Murong Qi. However, Su-bai remained unmoved, gently patting Bing Bing's head and softly reassuring him, "Be a good boy, Bing Bing. I will bring you delicious food upon my return." Bing Bing seemed to recall the delightful treats from their last encounter, and his eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. The scene elicited laughter from the group. "What a little gourmand." Having alleviated Bing Bing's distress, Su-bai turned his attention back to the system interface, briefly scanning the required materials. Although the other three had deposited their supplies in the storage box on the second floor, some items were still lacking. Yet this did not daunt Su-bai. He promptly accessed the marketplace and purchased all the necessary materials, such as the privilege of wealth. He then selected the option to upgrade everything at once. A familiar radiance enveloped the entire house once more. As the ground of the shelter visibly expanded, each individual's room began to enlarge proportionately. Moments later, the radiant light dissipated. The crowd gazed upon the rejuvenated shelter, their eyes brimming with excitement. Even Su-bai could not resist surveying his surroundings. The shelter now bore a striking resemblance to modern dwellings, in stark contrast to the previous stone brick structure. Although the primary material remained stone, both the interiors and exteriors had been adorned with a fresh coat of paint, rendering the original material nearly indistinguishable. The once bare stone floor was now covered with wooden flooring, which, while not as exquisite as a proper wooden floor, was a significant improvement over the ordinary stone surface. Given the frigid weather, standing on a cold stone floor would induce a chilling sensation creeping up from the ground. In contrast, the wooden surface effectively insulated against such cold. Regrettably, our heater remained at a mere level 2. Zhang Yi surveyed the area, his satisfaction evident, yet upon noticing the heater's grade, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Su-bai nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's sentiments. Though their rooms had been upgraded to level 4, it seemed somewhat incongruous to have a level 2 heater. Moreover, as the weather grew increasingly harsh, the temperature had noticeably dropped, and even within the shelter, a distinct chill was felt. "Shall we visit the trading post?" Lin Wei suggested, her agreement evident. "I doubt it will be very affordable," Murong Qi replied, sticking out her tongue, clearly skeptical of the idea of making a direct purchase. Listening to the two young women, Su-bai suddenly found himself inclined to explore the trading post. Murong Qi was right. Such scarce items typically commanded high prices. Yet this premium was merely a result of their rarity. Eventually, once everyone possessed them, their value would diminish. It was unlikely anyone would sell blueprints for a level 4 upgrade. After all, it was not just the heater that was rare. Few, if any, had upgraded their shelters to level 4. However, Blueprints for level 3 upgrades were likely already in circulation, and the trading post would certainly have some for sale. The only question being their price. With this thought in mind, Subai promptly opened the trading post to investigate. For sale, level 3 heater upgrade blueprint X1. Price: exquisite iron block 300 or alloy 300. Upon seeing the exorbitant price before him, Subai felt a touch of helplessness. Having nearly depleted their resources to upgrade various facilities in the shelter, purchasing this blueprint would leave them utterly destitute. Moreover, this was merely a blueprint. The materials required for the upgrade far exceeded this cost, meaning that even if they gritted their teeth and bought the blueprint, they would still be unable to execute the upgrade. At such a high price, why not just steal it? Listening to the price announced by Subai, Lin Wei could not help but express her disdain. It appeared that many had yet to upgrade to the level 3 heater. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. After all, if the level 3 heater had already become widespread, such exorbitant prices would not exist. What should they do now? At this moment, Mu Rongqi also felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that upgrading the heater was unattainable today. Upon seeing the price, Subai decisively closed the trading interface, deeming further contemplation unnecessary. Though he possessed a wealth of other resources, the extreme markup on these blueprints rendered them a poor investment. Whoever purchased them would be a fool. Observing the disappointment etched on his teammates' faces, Subai, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, "Although this price is exorbitant, we may still find a way to upgrade the heater." His words momentarily stunned the previously despondent Mu Rongqi and Lin Wei, leaving their faces adorned with confusion. What else could they do? Were they to venture out and search for chests? Lin Wei gazed at Subai in bewilderment. Yet Zhang Yi suddenly grasped the situation, his eyes gradually sparking with anticipation. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi had not participated in the previous endeavors and thus were unaware of their gains. Since their return from the Huaxia Alliance, they had not had the opportunity to open any chests, and now was indeed a fortuitous moment. Without further ado, Subai waved his hand, and a multitude of treasure chests appeared in the once sparsely populated hall. The sudden influx of treasure chests left Mu Rongqi and Lin Wei momentarily speechless. Since arriving in this world, they had never encountered such an abundance of chests in one place. Did you rob the system? Where did all these chests come from? Lin Wei slowly regained her composure and turned to Subai and Zhang Yi. You didn't bring these back from the Huaxia Alliance, did you? Mu Rongqi, more alert, quickly deduced the source of the treasure chests, but her subsequent comment elicited a sigh from Subai. You didn't steal the entire warehouse of the Huaxia Alliance, did you? Steal? What nonsense! Subai chided the two girls, giving each a playful tap on the head before explaining with a hint of exasperation. These are the spoils from our last mission assisting the Huaxia Alliance. Lin Wei rubbed her head, tilting it as she regarded Subai with skepticism. Even the Huaxia Alliance, no matter how large, could not possibly provide you with this many at once. Wouldn't the others have objections? Oh, dear Lin Wei, you couldn't be more mistaken. Not only did the others have no objections, but they even wished for your brother to assist further, Zhang Yi interjected, offering a smile as he clarified the situation to Lin Wei. As she absorbed Zhang Yi's explanation, her eyes widened in astonishment. Although she was aware of Subai's remarkable prowess, she never anticipated it to be so formidable. However, it was hardly her fault, as she had yet to truly witness Subai's authentic strength. Up until now, her estimation of his capabilities had been confined to his status as the number 1 on the red list. Yet, it appeared that the value of being first on the red list was only increasing. Truly, Subai was impressive. Mu Rongqi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Unlike Lin Wei, she had genuinely experienced Subai's might firsthand. During her first plea for help, her survival had depended entirely on him, for otherwise, she would have been trampled into oblivion by the mammoth. Let's open the chest, Subai said with a smile, waving his hand. This praise did not inflate his ego, yet it brought him a quiet joy, for who does not relish being complimented? However, before he could fully process this, a figure dashed towards a golden chest and opened it without hesitation. Upon witnessing Lin Wei unlock the chest, Subai's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed over. Quick! Close it! Lin Wei had just begun to open the chest, and before it was even fully ajar, she heard Subai's urgent shout, momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by his sudden outburst. Meanwhile, a cold sweat trickled down Subai's back, for in that instant, he had clearly seen a line of golden warning floating above the chest. moderate danger. Should Lin Wei be allowed to continue opening the chest unimpeded, she could face grave consequences, ranging from a relapse to potential death. Zhang Yi, a veteran of the Special Forces, reacted swiftly, fully trusting Su Bai's judgment. The moment Su Bai dashed forward, he drew his weapon, aiming directly at the chest being opened. At such close range, he did not even require a scope to take aim. In the next moment, the chest fully opened, the light emitted from it gradually fading, and two colossal snow bears materialized before Lin Wei. One of them extended its claws, slicing through the air towards her. Lin Wei stood frozen in shock at the unfolding scene. Having been in Su Bai's company, her sense of danger had dulled considerably, and she had even forgotten that the chest could contain beasts or other traps. But the realization came too late, as the claw was already upon her. And even if she wished to evade it, her instinctive paralysis caused her to miss the optimal moment for escape. As she gazed at the advancing bear claw, she absurdly pondered if a rotating lantern might appear as well. Just as this peculiar thought crossed her mind, Bing Bing suddenly appeared before her, biting down on the snow bear's arm, momentarily halting its advance. Meanwhile, Lin Wei was propelled away by someone, and the bear's claw swooped past at nearly the same instant. A perfect misalignment. Roar. The snow bear, witnessing a missed strike, let out an enraged roar, providing Ice a chance to land back on the ground. At that moment, Lin Wei realized that her body was tightly embraced by Su Bai, her form pressed beneath him, with her two little rabbits inadvertently serving as a cushion for his head. Yet, in an instant, Su Bai flipped over. This was not the time to revel in such intimacy. The furious snow bear glared at Su Bai, raising its sharp claws again, intent on shattering this intruder who had dared to steal its meal. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared in the bear's skull, sending it tumbling backward. It was Zhang Yi who had fired, his exceptional marksmanship allowing him to achieve a headshot without even aiming. The tremendous force of a sniper's bullet pushed the bear's bulk back several paces. However, despite the sniper rifle's might, another snow bear was already charging toward them, leaving Zhang Yi little time to recalibrate his aim. Yet, he remained composed, merely stepping back a few paces. The snow bear observed this, its simple mind unable to comprehend any anomaly in the behavior. It thought it was entirely normal to evade. After all, it merely needed to take 2 more steps to effortlessly crush the one responsible for its companion's demise. Just then, an odd sensation struck its back, akin to something weighing down upon it. Turning around, it was met only by the dark muzzle of a gun. Su Bai climbed onto its back, gripping its coarse fur to maintain his balance, while aiming his 12-gauge shotgun at the bear's head, pulling the trigger as it turned. Farewell. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in rapid succession. The immense recoil left Su Bai's arm feeling as though it might shatter, propelling his body backward. Yet, the bear's head was obliterated under the force of the blasts, splattering blood across the ground. With a resounding thud, the massive body collapsed, and tranquility returned once more. However, unlike before, the walls and floor were now stained with the bear's blood, creating a disheveled scene. The once neatly stacked treasure chests were now scattered across the ground, crushed beneath the fallen beast. Zhang Yi approached Su Bai, extending a hand to help him up from the ground. Goodness, that was close, Su Bai exclaimed, shaking his slightly aching arm before stowing the shotgun back in his backpack. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the Snow Bear 2, earning Blood Essence 6, Bear Meat 8. 91. Has Ice's passive ability expired? Before Su Bai could even process the system notification, Lin Wei's voice reached him from behind. At that moment, she had shed her assertive demeanor, her eyes slightly red, resembling a child who had erred. Seeing her thus, a smile crept onto Su Bai's face. It's all right. This was also my oversight. While speaking, he gently patted Lin Wei's shoulder, trying to offer her some comfort. Yet, the effect was evidently limited. Lin Wei merely nodded, her reddened eyes appearing even more swollen, and there was no doubt that tears would soon spill forth. Su Bai, gazing at Lin Wei, helplessly retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack and handed it to her. Initially overwhelmed with guilt, Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the pickaxe from Su Bai. The issue was indeed minor. It was nothing serious, but she still needed to compensate for the mess on the floor and the material losses incurred during the altercation. After they finished unpacking, she would have to stay late to make amends. Listening to Su Bai's words, Lin Wei suddenly felt less burdened. even managing a smile as she accepted the pickaxe and nodded earnestly. This scene left Zhang somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Is there truly someone who feels uncomfortable without punishment? However, after a moment of contemplation, he could somewhat understand, perhaps without any form of retribution. Lin Wei would continue to be tormented by her own guilt. With this thought, Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai with increased admiration. Indeed, Su Bai, you are remarkable. At this moment, Mu Rongqi also regarded Su Bai thoughtfully. She was not particularly concerned about whether Lin Wei would feel guilty. After all, the one who tied the bell must untie it, and as an outsider, her anxiety would be futile. Instead, two questions filled her mind, and now that Su Bai and Lin Wei's matter was resolved, she promptly raised her hand and spoke. Report, I have two questions to ask. Go ahead, Su Bai replied, intrigued as he turned to Mu Rongqi, puzzled as to why she had questions. Did any of you notice that the snow bear was not afraid of Bing Bing just now? Upon hearing Mu Rongqi's words, everyone suddenly reacted. Indeed, previously, all bees had only one instinctive response upon encountering Bing Bing, to flee, without any other reaction. Yet Bing Bing was right there, even pouncing to bite the snow bear's arm. Yet the snow bear showed no response. This left everyone present gazing curiously at Bing Bing. But Bing Bing simply let out a couple of soft calls. What did he say? Zhang Yi scratched his head, somewhat confused, as he couldn't comprehend Bing Bing's words. Bing Bing, why don't you write it down? Now recovered, Lin Wei tilted her head at Bing Bing, her suggestion eliciting amusement from the others. If Bing Bing could write, he would likely be more intelligent than you, Mu Rongqi remarked, rolling her eyes at Lin Wei. Are you suggesting that the beasts have leveled up, and you need to continue evolving to reassert your dominance over them? Subai Pander, Edresing Bin Bin Fotfedi. Oh, upon hearing Su Bai's words, Bing Bing quickly responded with a cry and nodded. Amazing. Su Bai, how did you understand Bing Bing's words? Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. To him, Bing Bing seemed to do nothing more than emit cries. How could Su Bai comprehend her? Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi, though silent, shared the same astonishment, glancing at Su Bai as if awaiting his elucidation. I, too, had come to understand Bing Bing's intentions to some extent over time. Su Bai shrugged, evidently as puzzled as the rest. If there were a reason, it might pertain to the pet binding artifact. Unfortunately, the initial lack of a comprehensive manual meant that we had to navigate its myriad functions through trial and error. Mu Rongqi nodded, seemingly grasping the rationale. After all, Bing Bing was Su Bai's pet. Even a common dog, after prolonged companionship, would convey its meanings to its owner. So, how do we upgrade Bing Bing? Lin Wei inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Su Bai. It should involve blood consumption, Su Bai reflected, recalling how Bing Bing first exhibited her formidable aura after consuming blood and then resting. If an evolution were to occur now, it would likely require the consumption of rare blood. He looked at Bing Bing, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. However, upon hearing his words, Bing Bing responded with another cry and a nod, clearly affirming Su Bai's hypothesis. Everyone else quickly grasped the situation, their expressions shifting to understanding, while only Su Bai wore a look of resignation. Initially, he had felt a flicker of joy upon learning that Bing Bing could sustain herself through blood. After all, blood was plentiful, with wild beasts readily available for the taking. Yet, it seemed he had been overly naive. Raising a divine beast was no simple task. In such a short span, the need for increasingly rare blood was evident, suggesting that future requirements would only grow more demanding. The thought of potential financial ruin loomed ominously in his mind. At that moment, Bing Bing approached Su Bai's legs, affectionately rubbing her head against him. Do not worry. You shall not go hungry, he reassured her, bending down to gently stroke her head. By the way, didn't you have another question? Su Bai suddenly recalled that Mu Rongqi had mentioned two matters earlier, and now only one remained unaddressed. At Su Bai's reminder, Mu Rongqi snapped back to the present, though her expression was tinged with hesitation, as if grappling with whether to voice her inquiry. Zhang Yi, noticing her demeanor, seemed to discern her unspoken question and encouraged her. It's all right, Bai Gu 1T mind. Please go ahead. Indeed, he is correct, Su Bai affirmed with a nod, indicating his openness to her question. Brother Bai, can you discern what lies within the treasure chest? Mu Rongqi inquired cautiously after a moment of hesitation. Huh? Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback by Mu Rongqi's question. only to suddenly realize that Subai had seemingly known of the impending danger when she first opened the chest, prompting him to warn her to step back. At that moment, the chest had merely been ajar, offering no glimpse of its contents. The only logical explanation was that Subai had an innate awareness of the peril within. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two young ladies, Subai merely smiled gently and replied, "Indeed." The two girls stood frozen, absorbing Subai's response. Even Morong-chi, who had harbored suspicions, found herself momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Subai's candid admission. They were acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the ability to foresee the contents of the chest. The adage that a man is guilty of holding treasure resonated with them, and Subai's unabashed acknowledgement stirred a sense of admiration in their hearts. "We shall be family from now on. There is no need for concealment," Subai remarked with a shrug, flashing a reassuring smile at the girls. "Brother Bai, you truly can foresee what is inside." Morong-chi stepped closer, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she regarded Subai as if he were a precious gem. Lin Wei, though slightly more reserved, could not hide her excitement either. "To be precise, it is merely a general sense of whether there is danger and a rough idea of the contents, not an exact vision," Subai clarified after a brief contemplation. Due to their fusion with the Blood Jade, they would be inseparable henceforth, a bond far stronger than any mere alliance. Thus, Subai felt that revealing his abilities would not pose a significant risk. This transparency could mitigate potential dangers. For instance, had they all been aware of their capabilities prior to the recent incidents involving the treasure chest and the previous mishap, many of the ensuing dangers could have been averted. This was part of Subai's rationale for his forthcoming honesty. Of course, he had no intention of divulging the full extent of his abilities. Merely imparting that he could sense impending threats would suffice. Fortunately, Lin Wei and Morong-chi showed no inclination to pry further, respecting the boundaries that should be maintained. At that moment, however, Lin Wei noticed Zhang Yi observing them with a smile, devoid of any surprise. "Brother Yi, you didn't already know that he could see into the treasure chest, did you?" Lin Wei's words rendered Zhang Yi momentarily awkward, his demeanor betraying a hint of unease. "Ahem, I only discovered it by chance not long ago," he replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Humph." Lin Wei snorted lightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Now, Subai is willing to share this secret with them, clearly regarding them as true family, which greatly lifts Lin Wei's spirits, allowing her to let go of any entanglements regarding the matter. "Let us tidy up the floor first," Morong-chi suddenly suggested, pointing at the chaotic mess on the ground. And everyone nodded in agreement. Although the corpse of the snow bear would eventually dissipate on its own, leaving it in the house was untenable. Not only was there blood everywhere, but the smell was also quite overwhelming, necessitating swift cleanup. Fortunately, the upgraded front door was double opening and sufficiently large for the massive snow bear's body to exit. Zhang Yi and Subai quickly disposed of one of the snow bear corpses outside. However, upon their return, they found Lin Wei and Morong-chi attempting to emulate their efforts in moving the snow bear, clearly underestimating its weight. The two young ladies, despite their flushed faces from exertion, could not budge the bear an inch. "Come help us," Lin Wei called out, panting after several attempts. Beckoning to Subai and Zhang Yi, who were standing by amused. Ultimately, it was Subai and Zhang Yi who took on the task of moving, while the two young ladies fetched mops and cloths to clean the blood splatter from the floor and walls. Bing Bing wandered around, eager to assist, but unsure how, feeling helplessly anxious. "Bing Bing, it's all right, leave it to us," Morong-chi said, gently patting Bing Bing's fluffy head, to which Bing Bing responded by playfully licking Morong-chi, eliciting a chuckle from her. Seeing the camaraderie between Bing Bing and Morong-chi, Lin Wei quickly joined in, affectionately stroking Bing Bing as well. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Subai felt an added warmth in his heart, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Moments later, the floor was finally cleaned, and the hall regained its tidiness. "All right, let us resume opening the chests," Subai announced to the group, striding toward the treasure chests. Although the snow bear's body and blood had been cleared, they had yet to res-tack the scattered chests. "These chests have issues and cannot be opened. You may try your luck with the others," Subai remarked, selecting a few chests from the center that bore danger warnings, one even labeled as extremely dangerous, prompting Subai to quickly stow them in his backpack. As for the remaining chests, he casually glanced over them, noting their variety, and decided to leave them for the ladies to explore. Broter Subai. Speaking of those dangerous chests, you already have quite a few, don't you? Zhang Yi said, watching the two young ladies joyfully opening the chests. What do you intend to do with them? Let them be for now. Selling them would only be exploitative, and I can't bring myself to do that. Subai replied without hesitation, as he had already contemplated this matter in advance. Zhang Yi, upon hearing Subai's words, felt a flicker of understanding in his eyes, nodding without further comment. It seems that Subai's character is consistently reliable, alleviating any concerns. Initially, he hesitated before inquiring, worried that if Subai expressed a desire to sell himself, he should intervene, fearing it might create a rift between them. However, it appears his worries were entirely unfounded. Brother Bai, I've stumbled upon something magnificent. Subai chuckled softly as he approached Murongqi, who was waving at him with palpable excitement. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a replication tool. This item, while appearing to be merely of silver grade, is indeed a genuine treasure. The potential of replicated items is unparalleled. The better the original item, the greater the utility derived from the replication tool. Impressive. Subai placed the replication tool on the table and turned to praise Murongqi. This scene caused Lin Wei, who stood nearby, to pout slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yet, having not discovered anything of merit herself, she had no grounds to seek recognition from Subai. With a soft sigh, Lin Wei turned her attention to the golden treasure chest before her, which opened slowly. You have opened a treasure chest and obtained a level 3 heater upgrade blueprint X1. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback. A blueprint? For a heater? Realizing the significance, her bewilderment swiftly transformed into sheer elation. This was precisely what they urgently needed. With this thought, Lin Wei promptly rose, raising the blueprint high with pride. I found something splendid. Murongqi, hearing Lin Wei's exclamation, turned to see her beaming face and playfully stuck out her tongue, making a face at Lin Wei. Although they often exchanged such playful gestures, Lin Wei, in her exuberance, chose to overlook it. What treasure have you uncovered? Subai and Zhang Yi approached out of curiosity, noting that Lin Wei's demeanor was markedly exuberant compared to Murongqi's. My fortune is unparalleled. Lin Wei proudly handed the blueprint to Subai, eagerly awaiting his commendation. This piqued Murongqi's curiosity as she approached, sensing that Lin Wei was convinced her find was the best among them. A heater blueprint? Subai gazed at the blueprint in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had casually mentioned that finding a blueprint from a treasure chest was merely a jest, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to clear the chest. He had not anticipated his words would manifest into reality, with Lin Wei actually uncovering one. Impressive, Lin Wei, Zhang Yi remarked, astonished at the blueprint Subai held. The drop rate for such items was known to be low, and now they had not only obtained one, but precisely the item they needed. Such luck could hardly be overstated. Subai couldn't help but offer further praise, which only added to Lin Wei's delight. Murongqi leaned forward to take a look, unable to resist a few remarks, yet deep down, there was no sense of discontent. After all, Lin Wei's fortune was undeniably remarkable. It was futile to deny it. Following this brief interlude, Subai turned his attention to the upgrade requirements for the heater. Heater upgrade requirements: 450 iron blocks, 3920 resin, 3,220 charcoal. Observing the increased demands, Subai sighed. Indeed, his materials were insufficient. Fortunately, he still had a considerable stock of coal, so he promptly opened the private chat interface. He initiated a conversation with Zhou Jiangwo. Captain Zhou, I require a batch of materials. Do you have any available? I can offer coal for trade. After sending the message, Subai conveniently attached the materials list. Ding! Within minutes, Zhou Jiangwo swiftly replied. I've checked my inventory. I have quite a bit. For this amount, 100 coal will suffice. The price proposed by Zhou Jiangwo was quite reasonable, and without hesitation, Subai agreed to the transaction. Transaction successful. Received 50 iron blocks. Subai gazed at the materials that had successfully arrived and quickly retrieved the heater's blueprint. Zhang Yi and the others, noticing Subai's actions, also focused their attention. For each upgrade of the heater significantly enhanced their chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the heater and the shelter were their core resources for survival. With these two secured, they possessed a solid foundation for existence. Subai nodded to the group and chose to upgrade. Upgrade successful. with the system's prompt. The once somewhat antiquated fireplace was enveloped in light, its size almost doubling instantly, and the surface no longer bore signs of wear. The moment the upgrade was completed, Subai felt his previously chilled body rejuvenate, even becoming somewhat overheated due to the layers he wore. What a difference reaching level 3 makes, Zhang Yi remarked as he removed his coat. Subai and the two young women swiftly followed suit, relishing the warm air and the lightness of not wearing heavy outer garments. The effect was quite in line with his expectations. Subai nodded, feeling significantly uplifted. The results were indeed commendable, aligning closely with his anticipations. After stretching his limbs, Subai's gaze fell upon the golden treasure chest at his feet, the shimmering golden prompt capturing his attention. Blueprint. Seeing the prompt before him, Subai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he might uncover a level 4 heater blueprint? Logically, such luck should not befall them. Yet he could not help but entertain the thought. Especially after just upgrading to a level 3 heater, he now found himself eagerly anticipating the appearance and effects of the level 4 heater. Upon contemplating this, Subai could not help but pick up the treasure chest at his feet. This action once again captured the attention of Zhang Yi and the others, who were equally curious about Subai's fortune. Without any hesitation, Subai promptly opened the chest. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained 1 generator blueprint. A generator? Subai couldn't help but chuckle. While it was undeniable that generator blueprints would be indispensable in the future, their current utility seemed marginal at best. This scene elicited a sigh from Zhang Yi and the two young women. It appears we are not so fortunate after all, Lin Wei remarked, somewhat disheartened. She had just secured a level 3 blueprint, and the mere thought of acquiring a level 4 one was exhilarating. Yet, reality had delivered a blow, leaving anyone in her position understandably discontented. Zhang Yi, however, remained relatively unperturbed. Being a member of the special forces endowed him with a stable mindset. Glancing around, he noticed another treasure chest at his feet and casually picked it up to open. With nothing else to occupy his time, he figured it would be enjoyable to explore another chest. Since Subai had already eliminated the hazardous chests, there was no longer any danger involved, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 1 level 4 heater blueprint. What the heck? Zhang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the blueprint in his hands. This drew the other 3 closer. What's going on, Ego? Subai inquired, peering at the blueprint Zhang Yi held, and couldn't help but curse in surprise. What the heck? Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi quickly gathered around, staring in awe at the level 4 heater blueprint. Ego, you're amazing. Subai praised Zhang Yi's luck while accepting the blueprint he offered. Who would have thought my luck would be the best? Zhang Yi chuckled sheepishly, unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes. This was not merely good fortune. It was an extraordinary stroke of luck. It was well known that heater blueprints commanded exorbitant prices due to their low drop rates. And they had not only acquired 1, but 2 at once. If other teams learned of this, they would surely be infuriated. Without hesitation, Subai completed the trade for the upgrade materials with Zhou Jiangwo. Compared to the last upgrade, the materials were fairly similar, with the notable addition of a circuit board, which piqued Subai's curiosity about what the level 4 heater would entail. Resolutely, he clicked to upgrade. 94, level 4 heater. The recently upgraded level 3 heater was enveloped in radiant light. As the brilliance dissipated, a new heater materialized before Subai and his companions. Subai gazed at the new heating device before him, his brows involuntarily twitching. What is this? An air conditioner? The others stood around, equally perplexed by the unfamiliar apparatus. The original stove had vanished entirely, along with the chimney that facilitated ventilation, replaced now by a somewhat modern air vent. Logically, one would assume that an air conditioner would struggle to provide heating in sub-zero temperatures, especially in such frigid weather. Could this contraption truly be effective? Doubts clouded the minds of all present. Was it possible that this device had regressed in function? Zhang Yi scrutinized the new heating unit, utterly baffled by the notion that an air conditioner could be of any use in such a chilling environment. The two young women, though silent, conveyed their skepticism through their expressions regarding the efficacy of the heating device. Following the upgrade, the temperature in the room was plummeting rapidly. The warmth that had enveloped them due to the previous level 3 heater had dissipated, and the chill was returning, prompting furrowed brows among the group. Realization struck Subai as he pondered the air conditioner's operation. It likely required activation. The vent was evidently closed. With this thought, he hastily searched for a switch. But after a thorough inspection, he found nothing except for a peculiar cover. What was going on? Subai felt a wave of confusion wash over him. There was no manual accompanying this device. Curiously, he extended his hand to open the strange cover, only to discover that it contained the coal he had previously added. This air conditioner runs on coal? Subai felt his understanding of the situation challenged profoundly. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about selling his coal, but it seemed his worries were unfounded. However, the pressing question remained. How was this air conditioner supposed to be used? Subai, why not inquire with the Huaxia Alliance? Zhang Yi suggested, scratching his head in frustration, turning to Subai for guidance. It appeared they had no choice but to proceed with that option. With a soft sigh, Subai opened the system interface, intending to contact Zhou Jiangwo to see if they had also upgraded to a level 4 heating unit. However, upon opening the interface, he was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar, simplified control panel. Is this the air conditioner's remote? With this possibility in mind, Subai cautiously reached out and pressed the power button. With a rumble, the seemingly antiquated air conditioner, now a level 4 heater, sprang to life. The closed fan blades gradually unfurled, and a warm, gentle breeze flowed from the vent, allowing Subai to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the heater appeared to be functioning properly. Otherwise, they would not last long before succumbing to the bitter cold within their home. The thought of such a predicament becoming public would surely invite ridicule. How wonderfully warm! Murong-chi extended her hand to the edge of the air vent, relishing the warm air flowing over her skin, which brought her immense comfort. She had almost reached for her down jacket to put it on when, fortunately, the machine kicked into action, and the room's temperature rose once more. How does this device activate? Lin Wei circled around the heater, seemingly intent on studying how this contraption works. Ahem, I just glanced at the manual, and it states that one must shout a spell to operate it, Subai remarked, observing Lin Wei's curiosity. This scene caught Zhang Yi's attention, raising his eyebrows slightly. It appeared that his younger brother Subai had become considerably more cheerful. Nevertheless, such a transformation was undoubtedly a positive one. In this apocalyptic world, the greatest challenge truly lies in maintaining a sound mindset. While his own experiences in the special forces had fortified him against psychological issues, it was uncertain how Subai, an ordinary individual, would fare. However, it seemed that Subai's ability to adjust his mindset was commendable, which eased Zhang Yi's concerns significantly. Is that true? Lin Wei, listening to Subai's words, cast a skeptical glance. You also saw that this device lacks any operational buttons. Subai shrugged, feigning innocence. Yet you also did not shout the spell, did you? I observed that the initial activation does not require it, but subsequent operations do. Subai blinked sincerely, feeling he deserved an award for his acting skills. Lin Wei regarded Subai's earnest expression. Although she still found it absurd, she realized there was currently no alternative to control the air conditioner. What's the spell? May my wishes be fulfilled, aligning with my heart's desire. Adjust the temperature to your desired degree. Lin Wei listened as Subai solemnly recited the so-called spell. Feeling it was ridiculous, yet there was a seriousness in his eyes that suggested he was not jesting. Sister Lin Wei, you should give a try at that moment. Murong-chi, eager to assist, approached her side and urged her on. Lin Wei noticed that Murong-chi appeared entirely unperturbed, seemingly convinced by Subai's words. Could it be that she was merely overthinking? Oh well, let's give it a shot. Resolutely, Lin Wei closed her eyes and loudly declared, May my wishes be fulfilled, aligning with my heart's desire. Adjust to 25 degrees. After uttering the spell, she even opened her eyes to glance at the heater, only to be astonished to see a digital display. The indicated temperature was indeed 25 degrees. This device is truly voice-activated. Watching Lin Wei's astonishment, Subai raised his eyebrows, suppressing an overwhelming urge to laugh. Meanwhile, Murong-chi was struggling immensely to contain her laughter. She was initially prepared to contact the Huaxia Alliance when she suddenly realized the manipulation of the system interface. However, upon witnessing Subai's playful jest, she chose not to expose the truth. After all, she found great amusement in Lin Wei's predicament, while Zhang Yi, like Subai, stifled his laughter, silently observing the unfolding scene. Lin Wei gazed at the heater before deciding to give another try, closing her eyes and shouting once more, May this be auspicious. Aligning with my will, set to 26 degrees. With a burst of laughter, Chi couldn't contain herself upon hearing Lin Wei's earnest declaration. It was not merely the words that were humorous, but the sight of Lin Wei closing her eyes so seriously made it all the more delightful. Upon hearing Chi's laughter, Lin Wei turned in confusion, only to find her doubled over in mirth, with Su Bai and Zhang Yi also wearing amused expressions. It dawned on her she had been tricked. How infuriating! Lin Wei glared at Su Bai, feeling utterly embarrassed. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, even stamping her foot, which only caused Su Bai to chuckle more. However, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his laughter. After all, once a joke has been made, it loses its charm. He gently addressed Lin Wei. Please don't be upset. I only just discovered that the system menu allows control over temperature and power. Upon seeing Su Bai's serious demeanor and his soothing words, Lin Wei's anger began to dissipate. I shall let this slide. She then opened the system interface, only to notice the inclusion of an air conditioning control panel. To her surprise, it appeared that the heater could generate such warmth. Chi gradually composed herself, yet the smile lingering on her lips earned her a disapproving glance from Lin Wei. Technically speaking, this was a boiler, not an air conditioner, Su Bai clarified, pointing to the level 4 heater. There is an outlet for adding coal. Once the machine is activated, it will commence burning coal to generate heat, which is certainly more efficient than the level 2 and 3 heaters. As everyone absorbed Su Bai's explanation, they understood that this contraption was not an air conditioner at all. It's getting late. Let us eat, Su Bai remarked, glancing at the time before heading towards the kitchen. Though referred to as a kitchen, it was merely a corner of the living room equipped with a coal-burning stove. Unfortunately, despite possessing various blueprints for modern cooking utensils and even the crucial generator design, they still lacked numerous materials, including fuel for the generator, as it certainly did not run on coal. Thus, they had to resort to the most primitive cooking methods for the time being. Fortunately, Chi's culinary skills remained impeccable. After a hearty meal, the four of them gathered once more around the table. The remaining treasure chests have been opened as a post-meal entertainment, but regrettably, the remaining boxes yielded little of value. Brother Su Bai, when shall we set off? Zhang Yi inquired, glancing at the treasure map sprawled across the table before turning his gaze to Su Bai. Tomorrow marks the day of reward distribution. Once we receive our rewards, we shall prepare to depart, Su Bai replied, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the markings on the map. After the rewards are dispensed, we will gather the necessary supplies. For I have a premonition that our upcoming expedition will not be brief. Su Bai gazed out at the now overcast sky. Ordinarily, this would be the perfect time for venturing out to explore the night's treasure chests. However, they found themselves rather affluent after recently opening a multitude of chests, thus opting to rest instead and adequately prepare for the treasure hunt ahead. Though he felt no immediate sense of urgency, Su Bai remained wary of the system's warnings regarding deteriorating weather conditions. If all goes as expected, we are likely to encounter inclement weather on this journey. Lin Wei, upon hearing Su Bai's words, paused momentarily before responding, but I've observed that the weather has only grown slightly colder recently, without any significant changes. If we are to speak of severe weather, the initial blizzards and the subsequent blood moon were indeed harsh, yet since the end of the blood moon, there have been no discernible climatic anomalies. Well, I can only speculate. We must nonetheless be prepared, Su Bai replied, neither confirming nor denying, as he too was uncertain about the current weather conditions, merely sensing an underlying apprehension. One could not dismiss the possibility of it being a remnant of past events. Zhang Yi, however, was firmly supportive of Su Bai's assessment. I believe Brother Su Bai is correct. We ought to take precautions against unforeseen dangers. I concur with Brother Bai's concerns, murmured Chi, who had remained silent until now, nodding in agreement. Shall we consider upgrading our equipment? Lin Wei suddenly exclaimed, her hand, which had been propping up her chin, now clenched into a fist with excitement. Having long outgrown her small crossbow, she felt a sense of inadequacy amidst her companions wielding powerful firearms. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to seek an upgrade. Especially after witnessing the weapons crafted at the manufacturing station, her desire to acquire a new armament had intensified. Yes, we do need to enhance our equipment, Su Bai acknowledged, recognizing the merit in Lin Wei's words. Their current weaponry, aside from his and Zhang Yi's, could barely suffice. The two young women's arms were hardly fit for facing real danger. Furthermore, the treasure site they intended to visit might require them to confront other mythical beasts, and without bolstered firepower, it was likely that their weapons would serve little purpose beyond mere massage for the divine creatures. Upon hearing Su Bai's affirmation, Lin Wei was instantly elated, and even Murong Qi appeared somewhat exhilarated. To know one's equipment is undoubtedly the most formidable assurance when venturing outdoors. By the way, after you finish equipping them tomorrow, could you kindly conduct a brief shooting training session? Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi and spoke. Possessing a system and having undergone some preliminary training, his accuracy had reached commendable heights, earning the admiration of Zhang Yi for his shooting prowess. However, Lin Wei and Murong Qi lacked such assistance. Wielding firearms for the first time could pose risks, not only in terms of accuracy, but also the potential for self-inflicted harm. Hey, I'm quite capable. Lin Wei, upon hearing Su Bai's words, seemed somewhat indignant, shaking her little fist to assert her prowess. Having seen her fair share of the world, how could she possibly be unable to handle a mere firearm? You will undoubtedly be astonished by my unparalleled shooting talent, Lin Wei declared, her nose nearly reaching the sky. Lin Wei, have you ever used a gun before? Zhang Yi inquired, taken aback by her confident demeanor. No, I haven't, she replied, meeting Zhang Yi's gaze. Then you might truly need a bit of training, Zhang Yi chuckled, though he did not mock Lin Wei's ignorance, recalling that he too had once been in her shoes. Everyone harbors dreams of instant fame, after all. With Zhang Yi, the expert, weighing in, Lin Wei reluctantly lowered her head and conceded, all right then. As night fell, the majority of people opted to venture out for exploration. The peculiar weather had dissipated, presenting a prime opportunity for exploration before conditions worsened. Few could boast of a bountiful harvest like Su Bai had during the blood moon. Meanwhile, Su Bai's team remained comfortably ensconced in their abode, relishing the tranquility of the moment. With a 4th-level heater, they could regulate the room's temperature at will. Though the coal burning was rather intense, Su Bai's home was indeed rich in resources. After a brief meeting, the 4 swiftly descended into the coal mine to gather the day's yield. The amount they collected would suffice for an extended period. Oh woo! At this moment, Bing Bing stood on the ground, her head stretching towards Su Bai, who lay on the bed beside her. Rest assured, you will accompany us this time, Su Bai reassured, reaching out to stroke Bing Bing's head, eliciting a contented purr from her throat. Although the initial plan was for Bing Bing to stay behind to guard the home. Following the incident with the snow bear, Su Bai and the others realized that her abilities might not suffice to deter the current threats posed by wild beasts. Leaving Bing Bing alone at home would not be a prudent decision. In the coal mine, the entire team unanimously decided to embark on the journey with Bing Bing, hoping that this opportunity might allow Bing Bing to evolve once more. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Bing Bing appeared visibly more joyful, extending her tongue to gently lick Shin Chio's palm. Be good, Bing Bing. It's time to sleep, Su Bai said, affectionately patting Bing Bing's head before slowly closing his eyes. Their primary objective now was to rest well, rejuvenate their energy, and prepare adequately for the treasure hunt ahead. As for the rewards awaiting them the following morning. Although Su Bai felt a sense of anticipation, he recognized that excessive pondering was futile. After all, their ranking and the system's offerings remained uncertain, rendering speculation pointless. At dawn, Su Bai gradually opened his eyes. He promptly accessed the system menu to check the time. It was 7 in the morning. Realizing it was nearly time to rise, Su Bai swiftly got out of bed, tidied himself, and began his morning routine. However, upon entering the living room, he was greeted by the sight of 2 young women busily preparing breakfast and Zhang Yi, who had just awakened as well. What did you 2 get up? Su Bai inquired curiously, observing the girls diligently working at the stove. About half an hour earlier than you, Lin Wei replied without turning, remaining focused on her tasks. Though she wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, witnessing Murong Qi receiving daily praise from Shun Xiao prompted her to lend a hand in the kitchen. Yet, her assistance mainly involved washing vegetables and helping out, while the true chef remained Murong Qi. Their breakfast was modest. They prepared a simple sandwich with eggs exchanged from the trading post and fresh vegetables, creating a basic meal. We're nearly out of ingredients. The eggs were a last-minute purchase this morning, so we'll have to make do for now, Su Lingxiu said as she placed the sandwiches before the group. No witties. This is already quite good. Once we return, I'll ensure to properly organize the vegetable stock, Su Bai replied, shaking his head gently. It was originally his responsibility as the team leader to manage these matters, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment for having delegated them to his teammates. Ding! Just as everyone began their meal, the system's notification chimed in. "It's coming," Zhang Yi exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had spent the night before contemplating the splendid rewards that awaited his team if they were to secure the first place. Though reason urged him to temper his expectations to avoid disappointment, he found it difficult to suppress his thoughts. After all, they not only possessed a level 4 shelter, but also a rare level 4 heater, which could very well influence their ranking in the evaluation criteria, making victory within reach. At that moment, Lin Wei and Murongqi were also all ears, attentively listening to the system's announcement, fearful of missing any crucial information regarding their team's standing. Good morning, players. First and foremost, congratulations on surviving another day. All surviving players will receive a one-time teleportation device as a reward. A one-time teleportation device. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed a valuable item. However, due to its nature as a non-respawn resource, its price would inevitably escalate in the later stages. Had he not stockpiled a few when the prices were still relatively reasonable, he might not have been able to afford one himself. With the distribution of one to every player now, the market would be replenished, leading to a significant decrease in price, perhaps even lower than before. He recalled that the last distribution was random, further affirming his judgment that the system favored cooperative survival among players rather than solitary endeavors. Next, the system's red leaderboard will refresh, re-evaluating teams. All team members entering the red leaderboard will have a red frame indicating their rank next to their names, with special rewards for the top 10 teams. Here it comes. Su Bai felt a surge of excitement, listening intently. Though he had not voiced it, he longed for a commendable rank for their team, and he eagerly anticipated the rewards they might receive. 10th place. At the table, tension gripped everyone, their makeshift sandwiches forgotten as they sat attentively, anxious not to miss their team's announcement. 8th place. Not yet their team. Su Bai's excitement grew. Logically, their team should not fall out of the top 10, so if they remained unannounced, their rank would improve. 5th place. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi could hardly contain their exhilaration, their faces alight with joy. Now that they were in 5th place and not their team, it implied their team was in the top 4. 3rd place. Zhang Yi's face flushed at the realization that their team was not even in 3rd place, meaning they were among the top 2. With a stroke of luck, claiming first was not beyond the realm of possibility. The thought of possibly being first only heightened Zhang Yi's enthusiasm. 2nd place. Lin Wei, initially brimming with excitement, suddenly froze upon hearing the announcement of 2nd place. Not them, could it be first? Logically, she should be elated, yet a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if their team fell out of the top 10? Just as her worries escalated, the system's voice resounded once more. 1st place, Su Bai's team. 97. Reward. Hooray. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi embraced each other in ecstatic joy upon hearing the system's announcement, their elation beyond what any performance could replicate. At this moment, Zhang Yi was flushed with excitement, for it was his first time achieving a ranking since his arrival here, and he had even secured the top position. This accomplishment was undeniably due to the efforts of his comrade, Su Bai, which only deepened Zhang Yi's gratitude towards him. Su Bai, equally exhilarated, could hardly believe he had once again attained 1st place. Given that the rankings were based on teams this time, the rewards would surely surpass those of the previous occasion. Perhaps significantly so. With this thought in mind, Su Bai endeavored to suppress his excitement as he awaited the system's reward distribution. The reward system was quite considerate, opting not to broadcast the announcements to the entire map. After all, revealing the rewards publicly could incite envy and irrational behavior, a scenario the system surely wished to avoid. Thus, the announcements regarding each team's rewards were confined to internal communication. Congratulations on achieving 1st place on the red list. You are now eligible to receive your rewards. The system's notification echoed in everyone's ears, immediately silencing Lin Wei, who had been exuberantly stomping her feet in anticipation. However, the corners of her mouth still betrayed her delight. Rewards for all members of the red list team. Lightweight personal armor X1. Reward for the 1st place on the red list. Diamond treasure chest X2. The lightweight armor was straightforward enough for Su Bai to comprehend, so he did not rush to examine it, as its name clearly indicated its purpose. Simply a more formidable piece of equipment with superior protective capabilities. However, the diamond treasure chests were undeniably exceptional items. He recalled that the last diamond chest had enabled him to recruit Bing Bing, and now the system had generously bestowed 2 upon them. How could he not be thrilled? All rewards have been distributed, wishing all players a pleasant journey. As the system's notification concluded, the once empty hall was suddenly illuminated. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, 2 diamond treasure chests and 4 pieces of armor materialized before the crowd. Were those really diamond treasure chests? Zhang Yi gazed at the chests in the hall, unable to conceal the fervor in his eyes. He was well aware of their immense strength. After all, the greatest gain from the last secret realm had indeed been Bing Bing, but had it not been for the corresponding diamond treasure chest, there would have been no chance of capturing her, regardless of her prowess. The fact that the system had now directly gifted them too was enough to send him into a frenzy of excitement. There are diamond treasure chests? Murong Chi's astonishment was palpable as she beheld the chests. The finest quality treasure chest she had previously encountered was merely gold. The newly appeared diamond treasure chests piqued her curiosity immensely. What is this armor? Although Lin Wei was highly interested in the chests, she was wary after her recent experience and dared not recklessly open them again. Instead, she decided to examine the armor directly, reasoning that at least one piece would surely belong to her. However, upon reading the system's description, she was instantly taken aback. Lightweight personal armor, possessing exceptional defensive capabilities. It offers protection against stabbing and scratching, and can even withstand attacks from light ammunition. Additionally, it provides commendable insulation, allowing for durability repairs at a repair station. At this moment, Su Bai and his companions had long since lost their appetite for breakfast, placing their half-eaten sandwiches back onto the plate as they approached the rewards. Although they did not see the specific attributes, Su Bai could surmise from Lin Wei's expression that this was likely a valuable treasure. He promptly picked up a piece to examine it. "Wow, this armor is impressive," Zhang Yi exclaimed, glancing at the description, his eyes widening in astonishment. Its performance rivaled that of bulletproof vests from a past life, and it also featured thermal insulation. It was as if it had been crafted specifically for their current circumstances. Although Murong Chi remained silent, her excited gaze betrayed her satisfaction with the armor. After perusing the description, Su Bai felt a surge of joy. This reward was akin to a fortuitous encounter. He had been most concerned about their defensive capabilities on this outing. Weapons were readily craftable at the manufacturing station, allowing him to easily procure materials to forge decent weapons for the 2 ladies. However, their personal systems had very few armors, and those available either lacked sufficient protection or hampered movement significantly, not to mention none offered any insulation. The armors they possessed utterly eclipsed any they could create. It was as if this gear had been tailored specifically for their expedition. "Everyone take 1 piece of armor for yourselves," Su Bai declared, tossing the armor into his backpack. While the armor was commendable, the most significant reward was yet to come. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, everyone promptly stowed their armors in their backpacks, their gazes shifting toward the treasure chest in the center of the hall. "Brother Bai, can you discern the contents of the diamond chest?" Murong Chi tilted her head, scrutinizing the 2 chests, which appeared identical from the outside, making it impossible to distinguish between them. She then turned to Su Bai, though Lin Wei remained silent. She too looked to Su Bai alongside Murong Chi, evidently hoping for insight into the chest's contents. "What's the matter, Su Bai?" Zhang Yi asked, noticing Su Bai's peculiar expression, seemingly one of shock. This was the first time he had seen such an emotion on his brother's face. Murong Chi and Lin Wei also observed Su Bai's demeanor. Exchanging glances, had he stumbled upon something extraordinary? Indeed, as Su Bai raised his gaze to the 2 chests, he beheld an astonishing prompt. Peripheral defense device. This was a new entry. Su Bai had never encountered this term before. This signified that the diamond chest contained something they had never seen. According to the entry, this item is intended for peripheral defense. Their departure, accompanied by Bing Bing, implies that the sanctuary will be left unguarded during their absence, and the contents of this treasure chest could precisely compensate for their lack of protection. This is exactly what they need. The reward is undeniably a source of warmth, fulfilling the deficiencies of their squad. If other teams were to learn of this, they would surely be consumed by envy. However, what astonished Su Bai was not this, but another treasure chest. After careful confirmation, he noticed 2 golden characters floating prominently above the chest. Divine Beast. Divine Beast? The others, upon hearing Su Bai's words, were rendered speechless in shock. The 4 individuals in the room fixated intently on the treasure chest, as if it concealed some formidable entity within. "Brother Bai, is this information reliable?" Although Chi trusted Shinshio, the news was so astonishing that she couldn't help but seek confirmation. You can't be joking, can you? At that moment, Lin Wei also turned her gaze towards Su Bai, harboring a slight doubt. It was one thing to foresee danger, but to know that it contained a divine beast seemed rather far-fetched. Moreover, the very notion of a divine beast being confined within the chest was absurd. I trust the judgment of my younger brother, Su Bai. Zhang Yi, fixated on the treasure chest, felt regretful that the diamond chest could not be opened. Yet he was somewhat able to resist the temptation. He had witnessed Su Bai's capabilities firsthand, and his character was commendable. Thus, Zhang Yi held a profound trust in him. To make a grave mistake out of momentary greed would lead to dire consequences. After all, the ice beast they encountered in the secret realm was still fresh in his memory. If it hadn't been for their fortunate timing in a retreatable secret realm, they would have surely perished there. I'm not joking. There truly is a divine beast inside. Su Bai gradually rose, letting out a soft sigh. Initially, he had not grasped the situation, even doubting his own eyes. After all, his abilities had never previously revealed specific details. Yet now, not only could he foresee danger in advance, but the prompts had also become markedly more concrete. Although the foresight of danger was somewhat ambiguous, it was undoubtedly present. These were secrets that Su Bai kept buried deep within. However, upon seeing the indication of the divine beast, a thought struck him as he turned to Bing Bing. Having acquired part of its abilities through Bing Bing, he wondered whether his system could evolve due to the divine beast. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. His abilities were already exceedingly formidable, but if they could continually upgrade, would he not possess boundless potential? Who could possibly resist such a prospect? The conditions for this upgrade are rather stringent, requiring the nurturing of a divine beast. Merely tending to Bing Bing has already proven to be quite a challenge. She grows by consuming blood, and the rarity of the blood required escalates progressively. What kind of household can afford to rear a divine beast? Were it not for Su Bai's current affluence and the presence of a competent team, he would truly find himself at a loss regarding Bing Bing's evolution. As he gazed at the divine beast within the diamond chest, a wild thought suddenly surged within Su Bai. What if the creature inside was a hatchling akin to Bing Bing? The mere allure of this notion ignited a fervor in his eyes. However, moments later, he regained his composure. This was merely speculation, and the system had only indicated the presence of a divine beast inside. Should a mature divine beast be unleashed, it would undoubtedly lead to their annihilation today. Thus, the chest must not be opened without comprehensive precautions. To abandon such a chest would indeed be a lamentable loss. Lin Wei gazed at the diamond treasure before them, which they could only admire from a distance, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to part with it. This was the reward they had exchanged all their possessions for. To relinquish it so easily, who could bear that? Although Chi remained silent, her eyes reflected a similar sense of dissatisfaction. Yet she also understood the futility of their emotions. If, as Su Bai suggested, it truly contained a divine beast, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder, rendering any further action meaningless. Who says we must forsake this treasure? Su Bai suddenly lifted his head, smiling at the group. Do you dare to open it? Lin Wei regarded Su Bai with confusion. After all, he was the one who had cautioned them about the potential danger. Even without having witnessed the divine beast firsthand, based on Zhang Yi and Su Bai's descriptions, their current strength seemed woefully inadequate. Opening the chest now would be tantamount to courting death. Brother Bai, do you have a plan? Chi expressed her trust in Su Bai, since he was aware that a divine beast resided within, yet still advocated for not abandoning the chest. There must be a rationale behind his words. After all, was he truly mad? Zhang Yi stood quietly to the side, awaiting Su Bai's thoughts. Among all present, he placed the utmost faith in Su Bai. Now that Su Bai suggested they not give up the treasure, it must indicate a well-thought-out strategy. Their journey thus far had been significantly shaped by Su Bai's contributions, affirming Zhang Yi's faith in him as justified. With our current strength, opening the chest would be equivalent to inviting death, Su Bai remarked, striding toward the chest containing the divine beast. However, to simply relinquish the prospect of acquiring a divine beast would certainly not align with our principles. He shifted his tone, resting his hand upon the chest. The scene left the other three momentarily stunned, as they voiced their concerns about the potential danger while approaching the private booth. However, before they could inquire further, Subai gently caressed the box containing the mythical beast, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. It is imperative to clarify that this treasure chest was not acquired through our explorations, but rather, it is a reward bestowed by the system. Subai's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke, yet his words left the others somewhat perplexed. While it was indeed a reward, they wondered how it could be associated with danger. Without allowing them to voice their questions, Subai continued, since this chest is a reward from the system, it stands to reason that it would not contain anything worthless. Moreover, what I sense is the presence of a mythical beast, yet I do not perceive any threat. Subai's narrowed gaze was the crux of the matter. Thus, based on my conjecture, the mythical beast within this chest may pose no danger to us. Upon hearing Subai's reasoning, the group suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, Subai had the ability to sense danger, and at present, the box only emanated the aura of the mythical beast, suggesting its potential harmlessness, which aligned perfectly with the logic of system-awarded rewards. However, this remains merely my hypothesis. For now, my plan is to securely seal this treasure chest until we have sufficient strength to open it. If it contains an adult mythical beast, defeating it would surely yield exceedingly rare materials. If it is a juvenile, we could successfully tame it. As Subai spoke, he regarded the three individuals before him. Listening to his words, they finally grasped his intentions and could not help but feel a sense of admiration for him. Truly, as the captain, his thoughts were meticulous. Had it not been for Subai, they might have foolishly opened the chest, only to be annihilated by the mythical beast within, a consequence their team could not afford. Now, thanks to Subai's astute judgment, they could perfectly mitigate risks while maximizing their benefits. This plan also serves as an experiment. If the mythical beast poses no threat, then in the future, we need not exercise such caution with system rewards. After all, the sooner we acquire such rewards, the greater the advantages to us. Observing the agreement of the three to his perspective, Subai straightened his posture. The admiration in their hearts deepened as they absorbed his words. These were thoughts they had never considered. After all, who would ponder so many factors when simply opening a chest? In contrast, Subai likely began calculating these considerations the moment he laid eyes on the chest. Truly, he is remarkable. Moronchi was the first to speak, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her infatuation evident. This scene did not escape Lin Wei's notice, prompting her to roll her eyes. Had it not been for her own embarrassment at displaying such emotions, she would have been the one to act coy and playful. However, he soon turned his gaze to Subai, his eyes still filled with admiration, for it was Subai who had saved his life. Broter Subai, what lies within the other chest? Zhang, he inquired, observing Subai stow away the divine beast treasure chest before shifting his attention to the other box. The diamond chest is an exceedingly rare reward for anyone, and this time the system generously bestowed two at once. One contained a divine beast, while the other was likely to be of significant value as well. It is a defensive facility, though I'm not entirely certain of its specifics, Subai shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty regarding its content. Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Wei's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she hurried to his side, exclaiming, "Does that mean this chest poses no danger?" Subai, bemused by Lin Wei's enthusiasm, nodded and replied, "There is no danger inside. You may open it." Indeed, no one could resist the thrill of a lottery draw. As for what might be revealed, Subai was indifferent. It surely wouldn't be worthless. Moronchi had initially intended to open the chest as well, but upon seeing Lin Wei take the initiative, she hesitated, watching Lin Wei with a hint of exasperation. Zhang Yi's attention was now captivated by Lin Wei as well. Everyone was eager to discover the treasure within the chest. The chest slowly opened, radiating a brilliant light, and soon a model resembling a closed defense cannon appeared before Subai and the others. "What is this?" Subai picked up the model from the ground and examined its description. Automated machine gun for shelter defense. Can be placed on the outer layer of a house for defense, automatically attacking intruders when provided with appropriate ammunition. However, due to years of neglect, its defensive capability is somewhat diminished. Staring at the protective machine gun in his hands, Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, an automated defense machine gun? Truly, this is a defensive measure worthy of a diamond chest. Although it has its flaws in the present context, it is undoubtedly a formidable asset. Who among us could withstand a hail of bullets? Brother Subai, Let me have a look. Zhang Yi stepped forward, his eyes igniting with fervor at the sight of the model in Su Bai's hands. As a former Special Forces operative and an avid military enthusiast, his resistance to firearms was virtually non-existent. Realizing that the model was not merely a representation, but a practical device designed for ease of transport and placement, Zhang Yi inspected it eagerly. Without hesitation, Su Bai handed over the automated defense machine gun. After a cursory glance, Zhang Yi's eyes burned with excitement. Incredible! This world possesses such remarkable treasures. It seems we need not worry about intruders for the foreseeable future. Lin Wei and Murong Qi exchanged knowing glances, silently affirming their agreement as they regarded the model in Zhang Yi's hands. In truth, they were not well versed in firearms. Yet the expression on Zhang Yi's face was something they could comprehend. To witness a man hailing from a Special Forces background exhibit such exhilaration suggested that this was indeed a rare treasure. Indeed, their timing was fortuitous. Otherwise, they would have had to worry about their home being burglarized. Su Bai remarked, his spirits notably elevated. Besides the concern for their safety during the journey, his greatest anxiety revolved around the defense of their home. Initially, the plan was to have Bing Bing guard the house, as she could at least fend off the intrusion of wild beasts. However, now that Bing Bing's abilities had become ineffective prior to her evolution, it meant that once the entire team was deployed, their home would be left vulnerable, which was his primary concern. Fortunately, the automatic defensive machine gun before him had perfectly alleviated this worry. One could only commend the system for delivering such a boon at a crucial moment. Let us install it and see how it works, Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly, turning to head outside. Su Bai opened his mouth to say something, but Zhang Yi had already swung the door wide open. The cold air rushed in, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, Zhang Yi reacted quickly and promptly closed the door. Ahem, my apologies. The room is so warm that I forgot about the temperature outside, Zhang Yi said, scratching his head awkwardly. Ever since they had successfully upgraded to a level 4 heating system, the temperature inside had become akin to a perpetual spring. Caught up in the excitement of acquiring a new item, he momentarily forgot that the outside world remained a frozen wasteland. The others bore no ill will toward Zhang Yi. After all, their current comfortable environment was quite conducive to relaxation. Subsequently, Su Bai led the way in donning warm clothing and reopened the door. The biting wind assailed them once more, rendering Su Bai momentarily breathless. Goodness, the weather is indeed harsher than before. Without any protective measures, one could easily become a human popsicle, he mused. Zhang Yi stepped out of the shelter, exhaling a plume of warm breath, and soon reached the entrance. Scrutinizing the location for installation, Su Bai and the other two watched quietly from the side. After all, Zhang Yi was the expert, and such tasks were best left to those with the proper expertise, so they refrained from interrupting. Zhang Yi adjusted the model repeatedly for installation, measuring the rotation range of the machine gun and fine-tuning the installation angle. After a brief moment, it was completed. Zhang Yi turned to Su Bai and announced, "It's all set." The once barren wall now sported a machine gun, which, though it appeared somewhat antiquated and even bore signs of rust, gleamed ominously at the muzzle, signaling that this was no ordinary weapon. 100. Frostcore, Su Bai observed, nodding with satisfaction at the machine gun before him. Although its appearance was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, its robustness was more than sufficient. What more could one desire? Just as he reveled in this moment, Zhang Yi's voice broke through the air. "Brother Su Bai," Zhang Yi said, turning to him with an air of embarrassment evident on his face. "What seems to be the problem?" Su Bai wondered. Wasn't he the automatic defense machine gun installed flawlessly? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced back at Zhang Yi. Could it be? Indeed, this machine gun utilizes 5.56 rifle ammunition, which we do not possess, Zhang Yi admitted, scratching his head with a hint of exasperation. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. They had celebrated for so long, neglecting the most crucial detail, the ammunition. A gun devoid of bullets is little more than a mere hunk of metal. Perhaps we should head inside, Lin Wei suggested, exhaling a puff of warm breath, her expression revealing discomfort. She had underestimated the frigid temperature outside, and her thermal attire was insufficient against such cold. Her fingers felt numbed by the chill. Murong Qi, though slightly better off, agreed with Lin Wei, nodding emphatically. "Yes, it's far too cold outside. Let us discuss this indoors," Su Bai replied. feeling a bit sheepish as he led the way back. In their excitement, they had momentarily overlooked the well-being of their companions. Fortunately, they were just steps away from the warmth of their home. The moment Lin Wei stepped into the shelter, she felt as though she had been resurrected, sighing with relief. How delightful! Murong Qi also exhaled, shedding her thermal layers. The fourth-level heater, provided it had ample fuel, could warm the interior to a spring-like temperature. They no longer needed to wear heavy winter garments within the shelter. Let us eat first. We can address the ammunition issue later, Su Bai suggested as he removed his coat and gestured for everyone to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Murong Qi. Nods of agreement followed, and they settled back at the dining table. The sandwiches, though somewhat cold, were still palatable. Brother Bai, should we check a trading post? They might have blueprints for ammunition, Lin Wei remarked, taking a bite of her sandwich and glancing at Xinqiu. I think that might be a bit of a long shot, Murong Qi interjected, causing Lin Wei to glare at her in irritation. Su Bai, finding the situation amusing, quickly intervened. Murong Qi is actually correct. Acquiring ammunition at a reasonable price through the trading post might prove challenging. Curious, Lin Wei turned to Su Bai, asking, why is that? Surely everyone must have sufficient ammunition by now. Not quite. The shortage persists, he replied. Su Bai gently shook his head and continued. The drop rate for ammunition blueprints is inherently low, and each blueprint allows for the learning of only one type of ammunition. This means that if I wish to master the crafting of all ammunition types, I will need to acquire several blueprints at the very least. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Lin Wei suddenly understood. So, you're implying that ammunition crafting blueprints are essentially scarce resources. It's not excessively rare, considering the population is steadily declining. Although the blueprints for bullet production are valuable, there is ultimately a saturation point, Su Bai remarked, munching on his sandwich. Once saturation is achieved, and all those who wish to learn have done so, these blueprints will become as disregarded as mere scraps of paper. However, given the current drop rate, it seems unlikely that saturation will be reached anytime soon. Zhang Yi, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold back and spoke up. Su Bai nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's assessment. You're correct, Brother Yi. Thus, attempting to take advantage of opportunities is certainly not feasible. In fact, we will require a significant number of ammunition blueprints. A considerable number of ammunition blueprints? Lin Wei paused, evidently taken aback and momentarily unable to grasp Su Bai's meaning. If only one blueprint were needed to load bullets for the machine guns outside, then what purpose would the others serve? Surely, we do not intend to master every single type of bullet. Indeed, we possess a weapon crafting station that accommodates various firearms. If we wish to manufacture and utilize these weapons, the limited bullets we currently have will likely be insufficient for production. Then why not produce the same type of rifle? Murong Qi interjected, somewhat puzzled. If we all craft the same rifle, wouldn't that require just one type of ammunition? Listening to Murong Qi, Lin Wei couldn't help but nod in agreement. Exactly. With Brother Yi here, even if we aren't proficient with rifles yet, we can gradually learn. Su Bai, however, gently shook his head. In the early stages, that is indeed possible, but having glanced at the materials required for the later stage weapons, a considerable portion remains uncertain. These materials might be unattainable for the time being. The other three at the table nodded silently, yet they were unaware of how Su Bai's words conflicted with their thoughts. Nevertheless, they refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting Su Bai's further elucidation. Among those materials, some are already identifiable, Su Bai continued, finishing the last bite of his sandwich and looking at everyone. One of the sniper rifles requires materials from a divine beast I once encountered. Divine beast materials? Goodness, does crafting a gun necessitate such extraordinary materials? What kind of ludicrous weapon is this? Zhang Yi and the other two listened to Su Bai's words, momentarily taken aback, clearly stunned by his remarks. The material in question was not ordinary. It required a core from a creature known as the Ice Beast. As Su Bai spoke, a wry smile crossed his face. Given the name, it was evident to them that this material could only be procured after vanquishing the Ice Beast, and each beast yielded but a single ice core. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, they finally grasped why he emphasized the necessity of acquiring various weapons, regardless of whether they could defeat the divine beasts. The likelihood of encountering numerous identical beasts to slay was slim. Yet, the bullet blueprints were indeed a positive development. Observing their dazed expressions, Su Bai chuckled softly. Although the conditions for acquisition were arduous and the other requisite materials would likely be challenging to obtain, the potency of such divine beast weaponry would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Moreover, it was highly probable that only they possessed the means to forge these weapons. Initially, Zhang, he was somewhat bewildered, but upon absorbing Su Bai's words, he quickly regained his composure, excitement illuminating his features. He could surmise, even with the slightest effort, the terrifying nature of weapons that only they could craft, which required exceedingly rare materials. As for the materials themselves, as long as they proceeded steadily, they would inevitably gather what was needed. Thus there was no need for excessive concern. You all eat first. I will check the trading post for any reasonably priced bullet blueprints. Su Bai announced as he activated the system interface. Upon accessing the trading post and searching for bullet blueprints, he discovered numerous listings, yet they were predominantly exorbitantly priced, requiring hundreds of high-level materials. As expected, Su Bai sighed lightly, having anticipated this scenario. For large alliances, such as the Huaxia Alliance, there was indeed a significant demand for bullet blueprints. After all, a colossal organization could not rely solely on a handful of individuals to produce ammunition. Consequently, only smaller groups or individuals offered blueprints for sale, and those reasonably priced had likely been snatched up by larger alliances' scouts monitoring the trading post, leaving behind only these exorbitant listings. As for the sellers of such overpriced blueprints, whether they genuinely aspired to become overnight millionaires or simply lacked sound judgment was beyond Su Bai's knowledge. After surveying the offerings, he silently adjusted his search parameters to one-time teleportation devices. Not surprisingly, the prices for these devices were even lower than before, prompting Su Bai to purchase several. Although better teleportation devices would likely emerge in the future, having a few of these on hand was certainly prudent. He then closed the trading post. With the trading post proving unreliable, it was time to inquire in the public channel. As for the Huaxia Alliance, Su Bai had indeed contemplated the matter. However, having approached them just recently, it would be rather bothersome to seek their assistance once more so soon. Moreover, he had previously declined their invitation, so it would be inappropriate to pursue them again in rapid succession. Although it was highly probable that Zhou Jiangwo would still engage in a transaction with him, frequent dealings could position him at a disadvantage in future conversations. Thus, Su Bai decided to first inquire on the public channel, hoping to procure what he needed at a reasonable price. If he failed to acquire it, approaching the Huaxia Alliance would not be too late. Regarding the bullet blueprint, he was genuinely anxious, as he was about to depart and still had not managed to load bullets into the machine gun at the entrance. How could he leave with peace of mind under such circumstances? Upon opening the regional chat, Su Bai observed that it remained bustling with activity. Although the number of participants had significantly diminished, the lively exchanges masked any sense of emptiness. Who has the bullet blueprint? I need one. Please message me with your price. As soon as Su Bai's message was sent, the chat fell silent. Moments later, Bo. It's Su God. Goodness, he has topped the red list twice. I bow before you. Su God. Su God. Do you need the bullet blueprint? Coincidentally, I have one, and I can sell it to you at a low price if you add me as a friend. Su God, please accept my friend request. I have some other rare materials I can offer you. I also possess the bullet blueprint and have messaged Su God privately. I hope to be considered. Su Bai gazed at the flurry of messages, finding himself both amused and exasperated. How had he come to be regarded as Su God? Even as the top of the red list, he hardly expected to wield such allure. Brother Bai, you truly are quite popular, Morongchi remarked, having opened the chat interface and smiling at the torrent of comments. I must take some credit for this. Lin Wei added, her nose slightly raised, exhibiting a hint of pride. This is the achievement of all of us, Su Bai responded, smiling sincerely at those around him. After all, without their support, it would have been unrealistic for him to attain such accomplishments. Noticing that the public channel had calmed down, Su Bai proceeded to open the private chat interface. Su God, please grant me a friend request. We can negotiate a price. Su God, the bullet blueprint is 500 carbon. That is quite a fair deal. Great deity, please accept my friend request. I have numerous rare materials. 1,000 carbon for each blueprint. Feel free to contact me anytime. As Su Bai surveyed the barrage of messages, he felt a headache coming on, as most of them were filled with trivial chatter. After a casual glance, Su Bai selected the message regarding the 500 coal and opened a private chat. Is the bullet blueprint 500 coal? Indeed, Su God, The price is quite advantageous. However, I do have a minor request. Subai furrowed his brow as he regarded the message in the chat interface. Such messages typically indicated a desire to add friends. Yet Subai was reluctant to indiscriminately add acquaintances. After all, the one-time teleportation device could be used to transport someone directly to his doorstep. Should an ill-intentioned individual take advantage of this to place a bomb there, Subai would have nowhere to lament his fate. Thus, he approached friend requests with utmost caution. I prefer not to add friends, thank you. After succinctly declining, Subai prepared to close the chat interface and select another seller. His initial choice was motivated by the appealing price and the absence of a friend request. Had he known a friend request would follow, he would not have engaged with this seller in the first place. Just as he was about to close the page, a new message appeared in the chat box. Hey, Sugad, please wait, I do not wish to add you as a friend. Please don't blacklist me. Subai paused at the unexpected message. Not a friend request? What could he possibly agree to? Before he could type a response, another message arrived. My request is quite simple. In the future, if you have trading needs, could you consider me first? I want to ask for a friend slot, and I will prioritize trading with you for any rare materials. Subai stared at the lengthy message, both amused and exasperated. 102, because we are teammates. Wasn't this merely an empty promise? He had seen others issue empty promises, but this was the first time someone had asked him for one. Naturally, Subai had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. No problem. Thank you, Sugad. Let us trade now. The other party responded with remarkable eagerness, promptly initiating the trade after Subai's agreement. The entire trading process was exceedingly smooth, with no hesitation from the other side. This significantly enhanced Subai's impression of the seller, yet he refrained from adding them as a friend. It was difficult to ascertain whether this was a ploy of feigned indifference. Prudence was always wise. After obtaining the bullet blueprint, Subai placed it on the table. Brother Bai, your efficiency is astonishing. You acquired it so swiftly, Morong Chi remarked, slightly taken aback as she observed the blueprint. She had initially thought Subai was merely inquiring, never expecting him to purchase it in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this speed rather excessive? Lin Wei held the bullet blueprint in her hands, examining it from various angles. How much is this worth? Not too little, not too much, precisely 500 coal. 500? Lin Wei scratched her head, appearing somewhat perplexed. Is this thing truly worth only 500? Why did you all just imply it held significant value? It is worth noting that the coal mines here can produce 1,500 units of coal in a single day. If the blueprint for these bullets is exceedingly rare, why then does it only require a third of a day's output to acquire it? Subai gazed at Lin Wei bemused. Do you presume everyone has access to such abundant resources? Many individuals still endure a life where each meal is uncertain, and not all enjoy the same comforts we do. At this moment, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement and addressed Lin Wei, saying, Lin Wei, 500 coal is by no means a trifling sum. It can only be deemed a fair price. As the top of the red list, we are essentially among the best off in a world teeming with people. So your perception is merely an illusion. Morong Chi also approached, extending her hand to examine the bullet blueprint Lin Wei held. All right. As Lin Wei listened to their explanations, she began to comprehend. Glancing at the blueprint in Morong Chi's hands, a flicker of envy sparked in her eyes. When would she possess such a blueprint? Zhang Yi's words rang true. Their team was at the pinnacle of the red list, signifying their current status as the world's best. Yet, she was still utilizing the outdated crossbow discarded by Shun Xiao, while even Morong Chi, who joined later, possessed her own handgun. How could Lin Wei not feel envious? Since joining the team, she had played the role of a miner, somehow evolving into a team member. To say she was fortunate would be an understatement. After all, others struggled to even befriend Subai, while her position as a teammate was one that countless individuals would covet. Although Lin Wei never doubted Subai's regard for her as a teammate, her own treatment had not been particularly exceptional. This left her with an underlying sense of discomfort. Subai quietly observed the sorrow and envy in Lin Wei's eyes, raising an eyebrow at her dramatic display. He had witnessed her contributions to the team. Previously, aside from some wealth, he had little of value to offer her. However, an opportunity had now presented itself. Hand me the blueprint, Subai said, extending his hand towards Morong Chi. Upon hearing Subai's request, Morong Chi reluctantly relinquished the blueprint, though her emotional response was considerably less pronounced than Lin Wei's. She merely wished for a copy of her own blueprint, and did not express her feelings overtly. Zhang Yi, observing Su Bai reclaim the blueprint, chose not to comment. After all, the materials and wealth were primarily Su Bai's, while he and Lin Wei had only contributed their labor. Nonetheless, he held no doubts about Su Bai's character. Even if Su Bai took the blueprint back, he did not believe he would monopolize the resources. Indeed, within Zhang Yi's gaze, Su Bai retrieved 2 scrolls from his backpack. Lin Wei and Murong Qi turned their attention towards him, curiosity piqued. "What is this?" Lin Wei inquired, reaching out to grasp one of the scrolls. Her eyes drawn to the system prompt revealing its name, Copy Scroll. Upon seeing this designation, a surge of excitement illuminated Lin Wei's expression. She seemed to grasp Su Bai's intent. If he could replicate the blueprints for bullets, would she not also possess a copy? Though these items rightfully belonged to Su Bai, and it would not be unreasonable for him to withhold them. Lin Wei could not suppress her fervent thoughts, her heart racing with anticipation. Murong Qi, too, gazed at the copy scroll on the table, her eyes glimmering with expectation. Only Zhang Yi observed the unfolding scene with a serene smile. Silent yet aware of Su Bai's intentions the moment he unveiled the copy scrolls. He chose to remain taciturn, simply watching in quiet admiration. Su Bai accessed the system menu, selecting the copy scroll and opting to use it on the bullet blueprints. In a flash of brilliance, one copy scroll transformed into a blueprint for bullets. "Give me that one." Su Bai indicated towards the copy scroll in Lin Wei's possession. "Oh, all right." Lin Wei complied, dutifully handing the scroll to Su Bai, who proceeded to replicate it into another bullet blueprint. "Here you go, one for each of you. However, hold off on using them for the moment. Let's first ascend and examine the weapons," Su Bai stated, distributing the 2 blueprints to Lin Wei and Murong Qi. "Brother Bai, I adore you," Murong Qi exclaimed joyfully, cradling the bullet blueprint in her arms. Lin Wei, though silent, radiated excitement and gratitude through her expressive eyes, observing the exuberance of the 2 young women. Su Bai could not help but shake his head bemused. What were these 2 girls up to? "Brother Bai, you are truly kind to us." Murong Qi, her exhilaration subsiding, fixed her gaze upon Su Bai, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. This was not a flirtation, but rather an innocent reaction to her excitement. She was acutely aware of Su Bai's suggestion to join him in selecting weapons. This implied they were soon to possess their own firearms. Lin Wei was also exhilarated, her movements animated with joy. This was precisely what she had longed for. Her gaze fixed on Su Bai was resolute. Henceforth, she would be loyal to him. Su Bai, witnessing the uncontainable enthusiasm of the 2, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is only right to treat you well. After all, we are teammates." Su Bai's words were heartfelt, and he genuinely believed in their truth. As a team, particularly now that they had united with the sanctuary, their bond was stronger than ever. In truth, Su Bai considered them not merely teammates, but akin to family. In this apocalyptic world, beyond the mere act of survival, one must possess additional motivations. However, out of concern that the 2 young ladies might misinterpret his intentions, Su Bai opted to refer to them as teammates instead of family. Yet, it was evident that the 2 girls were oblivious to the terminology, remaining exuberantly animated. "All right, let us ascend and see what firearms we can craft to arm you," Su Bai declared, rising to signal everyone to head upstairs. "Brother Yi, I must entrust you with the task of advising them," he added. Zhang Yi, initially contemplating whether to join the revelry, caught Su Bai's gaze. "No problem, leave it to me," he replied. The group ascended the staircase and gathered around the weapon crafting station. "First, let me confirm. You 2 have never handled firearms before, correct?" Zhang Yi inquired, scrutinizing the 2 young ladies before him. "Not really. I've only touched the handgun Brother Bai gave me," Murong Qi replied, shaking her head, indicating that she had never handled any firearms prior to this moment. Even the handgun gifted by Su Bai had scarcely been used. "Does gaming count?" Lin Wei chimed in, raising her hand enthusiastically to assert her proficiency with various firearms in virtual realms. "Gaming certainly does not count," Zhang Yi responded with a bemused expression, finding Lin Wei's naivety somewhat amusing. The disparity between the weapons in games and the tactile experience of real firearms, along with their operational intricacies, was vast. In that case, I have not used any either," Lin Wei admitted with a sheepish grin upon realizing Zhang Yi's point. "I recommend one of you use a light rifle." while the other wields a submachine gun. Zhang Yi suggested to the two. Initially, I intended for both of you to use submachine guns, as they would be easier for your builds to handle. However, to accommodate the ammunition of that heavy machine gun outside, we must have one of you use a rifle. Looking at the two young ladies, Zhang Yi continued, we need to conduct a brief assessment to determine who is more suited for the rifle. How will we assess that? Murongqi and Lin Wei asked in unison. Their curiosity piqued. They largely concurred with Zhang Yi's insights, recognizing his expertise as a professional from a special forces background, which undoubtedly surpassed their own amateur understanding. However, their intrigue soon morphed into dismay when Zhang Yi unexpectedly instructed them to perform push-ups. It's quite simple. The one who can do the most push-ups will be the one to use the rifle, Zhang Yi explained, demonstrating the correct form for a standard push-up. Given that rifles have a greater recoil, those with inadequate physique may experience diminished shooting accuracy or, in severe cases, even risk injury. Follow my lead and exert yourselves to the utmost. I shall observe, he instructed. After Zhang Yi concluded his demonstration, he stood up and clapped his hands, signaling the two young girls to commence. Do your best, Su Bai said with a gentle smile at the two girls who looked to him for assistance. However, he understood that seeking his help was futile. Even if he wished to assist, it would be impossible to help them with push-ups. Lin Wei and Murongqi exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Su Bai to genuinely be of assistance. With a resigned sigh, they positioned themselves on the ground and began. Murongqi managed only a few before succumbing to fatigue, collapsing onto the floor. This is far too difficult. By Brother Yi's standards, after just two, my arms feel as though they might not lift again. Yet, when she caught sight of Lin Wei, who was still persevering, she was momentarily taken aback. Lin Wei was exerting herself to the fullest, and yet, astonishingly, she had completed several repetitions with impeccable form. The stark contrast in their capabilities left Murongqi feeling somewhat embarrassed. I seem so weak in comparison. That's enough. You can get up now, Zhang Yi said, observing Lin Wei's determination. He indicated that it was permissible to rise. After all, this was not an endurance training session, but rather a simple assessment. And since the results were evident, there was no need to continue. Noticing Murongqi's expression, Su Bai smiled and reassured her, don't be too disheartened. Primarily, Lin Wei has been mining frequently, which has significantly enhanced her strength. A chuckle escaped Murongqi at Su Bai's words. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, who had just risen and was still regaining her composure, shot Su Bai an indignant glare, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, Su Bai was not entirely incorrect. Her previous capabilities had closely mirrored those of Murongqi, but her time spent in the coal mine had afforded her notable improvements in strength. Su Bai, could you assist in determining which two types of firearms are most appropriate? Zhang Yi inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Bai. He could only offer suggestions, but the final decision rested with Su Bai, as he possessed none of the materials required to craft these weapons. The feasibility depended entirely on the resources available to Su Bai. Acknowledging Zhang Yi's words, Su Bai nodded and promptly approached. After deliberating with Zhang Yi for a considerable time, they ultimately decided on the 16 assault rifle and submachine gun. Though the materials required for these firearms were rather substantial, they were among the simpler options available. Su Bai had not thoroughly examined the array of firearms previously, but now, confronted with the impressive collection, he felt a pang of poverty. Even the moderately better firearms were beyond his means to craft. He discovered that even the materials for these two comparatively inexpensive firearms were insufficient. With a slight sigh, Su Bai quietly accessed the marketplace, purchasing the necessary materials one by one. He then opened the weapon crafting station, selected firearms, and clicked to create. In a dazzling flash of light, two brand new weapons materialized on the crafting table. Lin Wei eagerly cradled her new M16 in her hands, longing to scrutinize its details. As a devoted gamer, she was well acquainted with the iconic firearm's appearance. However, when she finally grasped the weighty metal in her hands, she momentarily paused, struck by its heft. Lin Wei, is this not quite what you envisioned? Zhang Yi remarked, passing a more compact weapon to Murongqi. The latter's firearm, being smaller, was notably lighter. At that moment, both young women were thrilled to wield their new weapons. Lin Wei was particularly impatient to engage with the ammunition corresponding to her firearm, eager to manufacture a few rounds for immediate gratification. Just then, they noticed Su Bai, who stood before them with a cheerful smile, gently advising them not to rush. As training with Brother E would commence in the afternoon, the tranquility of the icy landscape was abruptly shattered by the sharp sounds of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the compound of Shun Xiu's team, Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi were poised with their freshly acquired rifles, the barrels still exuding wisps of warmth. Remnants of the recently fired rounds. After they had procured their new firearms, Zhang Yi had led them outside the compound for shooting practice. Initially, Su Bai intended for them to train within the courtyard, but after they successfully punctured the wall with their shots, he abandoned that idea. Nonetheless, they were at the entrance, so no concerns arose. Su Bai, perched atop the wall, was busy loading ammunition into the automatic defense machine gun, while observing Zhang Yi instruct the two young women in marksmanship, and for a moment, he felt a sense of contentment. If only the weather were not so frigid, it would have been perfect. Su Bai instinctively tightened his clothing against the chill. They had donned the latest lightweight armor issued by the system, which provided remarkable insulation, instantly alleviating some of the cold. However, only the upper body felt warm. Hands, feet, and legs remained painfully cold. Su Bai was aware that if he lingered outside for too long, he would soon struggle to walk properly. Click! The ammunition was finally loaded, and Su Bai sighed in relief, watching as the automatic defense machine gun chambered around and entered operational status, his emotions somewhat mixed. This equipment appeared impressive, and its effectiveness was likely substantial, yet it came at the steep cost of requiring a vast quantity of ammunition. He had painstakingly loaded 300 rounds just to fill the magazine, and his heart felt heavy at the expense. Over the past few days, he had been relentlessly upgrading the shelter, manufacturing new weapons for the two young women, and expending considerable resources on ammunition. At this point, Su Bai was, quite literally, in a state of utter financial depletion. Nevertheless, despite this dire situation, a sense of satisfaction lingered in his heart. After all, the resources had not been squandered. They had been transformed into something truly necessary, far better than collecting dust in a storage room. Raise your arms slightly, and keep them steady, he instructed. Zhang Yi, while instructing Lin Wei on her movements, cast a glance towards Mu Rongqi on the other side. Her stance remained incorrect. Such a position could easily lead to self-injury while firing. Since the early morning, after crafting weapons, Zhang Yi had brought them here to commence their training. Initially, the two young women found it novel and intriguing, having never before engaged with such matters. However, as the hours spent outdoors lengthened, their enthusiasm waned. For Lin Wei's fingers were now faintly tinged white from the cold. Brother E, should we not return to warm up? Mu Rongqi chimed in, her large, glistening eyes pleading with Zhang Yi, who could withstand the charm of a lovely girl pouting. Naturally, Zhang Yi acquiesced to their request to return. Upon opening the door to the shelter, the warm air enveloped Lin Wei, making her feel rejuvenated. This is delightful. Though Mu Rongqi was not as exuberant as Lin Wei, she too lay back on the sofa, relishing the moment, while attempting to revive her nearly numb limbs. If only the system could directly provide a complete set of warming gear, Lin Wei mused as she patted her chest armor. The insulation is remarkably effective. Without this armor, I dare say I would have frozen to death outside. Hearing Lin Wei's words, Mu Rongqi nodded in agreement, unable to contain her approval. Su Bai, observing the harmonious exchange between the two, raised an eyebrow in surprise. When did they become so close? Just the other day, they were bickering constantly, and now, after merely a brief training session with Zhang Yi, they share such a strong camaraderie? Although puzzled, Su Bai deemed this a positive development, as it meant they would not bicker in front of him. Wasn't it agreed that training would commence in the afternoon? Why we started so early? Lin Wei inquired, stretching her limbs in confusion. She had anticipated a nap after descending the stairs, but instead found herself summoned for shooting practice. Unfortunately, I had new arrangements for the afternoon. Su Bai shrugged, revealing a hint of the burden behind his decision. What arrangements? Lin Wei, perceptive to the mischief in Su Bai's eyes, probed further, though lacking evidence to press him. After a moment's thought, she opted to directly inquire. You shall find out in due time, Su Bai teased, withholding the information. This elicited an eye roll from Lin Wei, which Su Bai successfully ignored. For now, take a good rest. I'll prepare lunch, he declared, opening the system interface. While they trained, he had been busy not only crafting and loading ammunition for the automatic defense machine gun, but also tending to his vegetable greenhouse. With a few upgrade tokens at his disposal, he decided to renovate both the coal mine and the greenhouse and procured some new seeds and fertilizers. After being hastened by fertilizers, this batch of rice and vegetables has ripened, yielding a significantly greater harvest than before. Although it is still insufficient for their every meal, it allows them to enjoy food more frequently. Long live Brother Bai, Murong Chi exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Bai, who successfully ignored her advances. Murong Chi, however, was far from discouraged. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Although Lin Wei did not vocalize her thoughts, her expression revealed a sense of contentment. Brother Su Bai, allow me to assist you, Zhang Yi said, scratching his head, feeling compelled to contribute. Brother Yi, you have been busy all morning. Take a break. I can manage on my own. Su Bai quickly waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Yi should rest. If one were to ponder who had the most leisure time that morning, it would undoubtedly be Su Bai. Although he was working, it required minimal effort on his part. He simply needed to make selections on the system interface. The other three, however, were genuinely exerting themselves. Moreover, due to the afternoon schedule, Su Bai had to personally prepare lunch today. After a considerable time, everyone had eaten their fill, gazing at the now empty plates, belching in satisfaction. To enjoy such a meal in the apocalypse is something that ordinary individuals can only dream of. Yet Su Bai not only achieved this but could indulge in it regularly. To mention this would surely evoke envy from countless others. Brother Bai, can you now share what the afternoon's plans entail? Murong Chi inquired, looking at Su Bai. Lin Wei had observed closely during Su Bai's previous inquiries and sensed that he harbored some clandestine agenda. Well, take these and get to work, Su Bai replied, pulling out pickaxes from his backpack and handing them to them. Lin Wei stared at the pickaxe in her hand, her mind momentarily blank. Why is it mining again? She thought, somewhat exasperated. Previously, she had been the top miner of Su Bai's team. Today, she had hoped for a proper training session and not to return to mining. Yet after lunch, she found herself back in the same role. This made her pout in displeasure. Murong Chi, although silent, also displayed reluctance. Compared to mining, training was far more engaging, as it did not involve monotonous, repetitive work on the mineral veins. One cannot say it so simply, Su Bai remarked, scratching his nose before addressing the young woman before him. Life, after all, requires a balance of labor and leisure to achieve perfection. And how do you link mining with leisure? Lin Wei scoffed, looking at Su Bai with a hint of disdain. Is it possible that training represents leisure while mining signifies labor? Su Bai gazed at Lin Wei with a cheerful smile, slowly beginning to speak. His words left both Lin Wei and Murong Chi momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. It was truly outrageous. After a lengthy pause, Lin Wei finally managed to speak, her expression resigned. It seemed she would never escape the clutches of Su Bai. Rest assured, I shall assist as well, Su Bai said, pulling a pickaxe from his backpack. I will join you. At that moment, Zhang Yi also rose, directing his attention toward Su Bai. He was acutely aware that Su Bai had nearly exhausted his resources to equip them, and with the coal mine now upgraded, it was imperative to gather supplies swiftly. Thus, the group made their way into the mine with great enthusiasm. Following the upgrade, the coal mine's daily output had surged to 2,000. Each person merely needed to extract 500 to conclude their task. 2 hours later, the 4 individuals clad in black emerged from the depths of the mine. While their appearance was far from elegant, the mine's depth rendered it relatively warm, even generating some heat due to their prolonged activity. You all should freshen up first. I will organize the supplies, Su Bai instructed after stowing the coal in his backpack. Do you need assistance? Zhang Yi invited, observing Su Bai. Not necessary. I would appreciate it if you could prioritize training Lin Wei and Murong Chi. We plan to depart tomorrow, Su Bai replied, casting a glance at the 2 young women behind Zhang Yi. Upon meeting Su Bai's gaze, they deflated like punctured balloons. They had hoped to enjoy a proper wash and a restful sleep, but those plans were now dashed. Lin Wei grumbled to herself as she headed towards her room, while Murong Chi, though weary, remained silent. If they were to leave by tomorrow, every moment was indeed precious. After all, even a slight improvement in their shooting accuracy would enhance their chances of survival. The reason for the urgency of tomorrow's departure eluded her, but fortunately, Zhang Yi voiced her concern. Su Bai, must we truly rush? He asked. However, Su Bai gently shook his head, turning his gaze towards a window. No, I have a foreboding that the weather is likely to deteriorate, and the sooner we depart, the greater our advantage will be. Zhang Yi, hearing Su Bai's words, ceased further inquiries and nodded in silent agreement. He held a profound trust in Su Bai, not only for his ability to foresee the contents of boxes, but also for his uncanny premonitions, which were almost invariably accurate. Consequently, he followed Su Bai's lead and turned ahead to his own room to freshen up. A moment later, Zhang Yi, now dressed and refreshed, stood in the living room. "Let us proceed with the training," he called to Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi. Although Zhang Yi felt a pang of sympathy for the young women enduring the biting cold during their training, as a veteran of special forces, he understood profoundly that being stringent with oneself now would enhance their chances of survival when it mattered most. This was, in essence, an act of self-responsibility. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi also grasped this principle, yet there exists a chasm between comprehension and full execution. Ultimately, however, they did not cling too stubbornly to their reservations and obediently followed Zhang Yi out for training. Su Bai watched the trio depart with a soft chuckle as he unzipped his backpack, though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty at that moment. Su Bai felt an invigorating surge of hope and determination. After all, with comrades and connections, one's ambitions tend to sharpen. His gaze fell upon the automobile nestled in the corner of his backpack, and he exhaled gently. It was the first time he perceived its utility after having it for so long. Previously, venturing out had merely required a snowmobile, rendering the car completely superfluous. Moreover, given the current terrain, the four-wheeled vehicle would necessitate some modifications to navigate effectively. Otherwise, it would struggle to move at all. Fortunately, it was a diesel vehicle with a sufficiently high chassis. Otherwise, it would indeed be nothing more than a decorative piece. Stepping out of the shelter, Su Bai positioned the car on an open patch of ground and accessed the trading post. His immediate priority was to make simple adjustments to the automobile, such as adding snow chains to the tires and ensuring he had ample diesel to prevent running out of fuel mid-journey. After surveying his options, he settled on some reasonably priced diesel, purchasing 3 barrels to stow in the trunk. For now, this preparation sufficed. Should it prove inadequate, there was always the option to buy more later, as the system's marketplace allowed for immediate use upon purchase. Advanced preparation was merely a precaution against the urgency of the moment when time would be of the essence, and they could ill afford to be extravagant, given their diminished resources. As for the snow chains, Su Bai found no suitable items available, so he opted to buy a lengthy chain and a propane spray nozzle. Embarking on a DIY project, his craftsmanship had not dulled over time, and soon he fashioned a custom snow chain for his vehicle, meticulously attaching it to each corresponding tire. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his hands and sighed in relief. The task was finally complete. The frigid weather had rendered his fingers somewhat uncooperative during the latter stages of the project, but he was grateful for the successful outcome. What remained were merely provisions. Each of them had ample supplies in their backpacks, meticulously prepared by Su Bai in anticipation of future needs. Just then, Lin Wei, having finished her training, entered the courtyard, and her eyes lit up upon seeing the imposing and stylish off-road vehicle. "How cool! Su Bai, this modification is impressive." Zhang Yi gazed at the imposing off-road vehicle before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His lifelong passions, aside from firearms, have always been automobiles, and he never anticipated he would have the opportunity to drive one here, which filled him with exhilaration. He began to circle the vehicle, inspecting it meticulously. "Brother Bai, where did you acquire such a magnificent vehicle?" Mu Rongqi inquired, blinking her large eyes, clearly intrigued by the automobile. "It was unearthed from a crate some time ago." Shenxiu reflected, recalling the event from a while back. "Brother Su Bai, may I assist you in making some modifications? The intake grill requires a slight enhancement. Otherwise, if the temperature unexpectedly drops, the engine may become excessively cold, leading to incomplete oil lubrication," Zhang Yi remarked after his thorough examination, turning to Shenxiu. "What does that mean?" Lin Wei, standing nearby, was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the automotive jargon. "In simple terms, it could damage the engine," Zhang Yi explained with a smile, his intention not to mock Lin Wei, as it was entirely normal for a girl to lack interest in vehicles. He mused that if it were cosmetics, he too would likely be out of his depth. "I see." Lin Wei nodded thoughtfully, grasping the gist of the explanation. She felt no need to inquire further about the consequences of engine damage. After all, she was merely unversed in automobiles, not foolish. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Su Bai nodded in agreement. "All right, Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. If you require any materials, do let me know. I will find a way to procure them for you. Certainly, Zhang Yi readily acquiesced and instinctively rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage in the task at hand. However, as he did so, a biting cold wind abruptly reminded him of the chill, causing him to shiver and promptly lower his sleeves. Clad in new protective gear that offered excellent insulation, and now, with a small courtyard to work in, Zhang Yi felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the past spring festival. Although it was cold at home, it was not this frigid. He chuckled awkwardly and began to immerse himself in his work. He possessed a complete set of tools, having previously unearthed a toolbox that contained everything he needed. I'll head inside to warm up, Lin Wei remarked. Observing Zhang, he commenced the modifications. It seemed there was little room for her to contribute, so she turned her attention to Subai. Despite the recent training alleviating some of the chill, her hands, the most vulnerable part, were painfully cold, nearing the point of numbness. She had no doubt that if someone were to douse her with a bucket of water now, she would instantly become an ice sculpture. Yes, both of you should go inside. I will assist Ego here, Subai suggested, nodding and signaling for Murong-chi to join them in taking a break. The two young women, having recently undergone training in mining, found themselves rather fatigued. Given that there was little for them to attend to at the moment, it would be wise to return and rest early, especially with their journey officially commencing tomorrow. A lack of proper rest today would not bode well. Murong-chi nodded obediently, then turned to walk into the house. Lin Wei followed closely, promptly shutting the door of the sanctuary behind her upon entering. Subai watched as Lin Wei made a face at him before closing the door, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Turning his gaze towards Zhang Yi, he noticed that Zhang Yi had already disassembled the entire air intake grill and was examining the internal components. However, it soon became evident to Zhang Yi that this vehicle differed significantly from those in the previous world, both in material and internal components, which appear to have undergone modifications, resulting in a strength and function far superior to those he had previously encountered. How is it, brother Yi? Having discerned the look on Zhang Yi's face with some curiosity, he was already aware of Zhang Yi's expertise with vehicles, as they had known each other for quite some time and often engaged in conversation during their free moments. Zhang Yi had mentioned his proficiency with cars during their discussions, boasting of the times he personally repaired the entire fleet for their unit, which added to his credibility. The performance, structure, and materials of this vehicle exceed my expectations. Zhang Yi replied candidly, turning to Subai with unmasked admiration in his eyes. What do you think? Subai asked, intrigued by Zhang Yi's enthusiasm. Although he did not typically seek out vehicles to admire, he would certainly appreciate a fine automobile, especially since this one was his own and was being praised by someone he respected. The materials used in this vehicle, in terms of both flexibility and hardness, far surpassed those of comparable models. Zhang Yi pointed to the structural framework of the vehicle, then shook his head. No, it is more accurate to say that the materials are superior to anything I've seen in all the vehicles from our previous world. He then gestured towards the engine, exclaiming, for instance, this engine's fuel efficiency and output power are beyond the reach of human technology. It's akin to magic. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at the off-road vehicle as if it were his own daughter. Indeed, Subai confirmed with a nod, realizing that Zhang Yi genuinely cherished this vehicle. Can it be modified? He asked, while opening the system interface to access his backpack. Piece of cake. Rest assured, I have repaired armored vehicles. This is nothing. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had no reservations. He then sent Subai a meticulously prepared list of materials. As Subai reviewed the list, he felt a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the prices of these materials were reasonable, or else he might have found himself unable to afford them. In a mere moment, Subai had gathered all the materials and placed them beside Zhang Yi. Upon receiving the supplies, Zhang Yi immersed himself in the process of modification. Time trickled by, and as the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Yi finally lifted his head, patting the vehicle before him with satisfaction. Although the internal structure of this car differed from that of conventional vehicles, after careful examination, he successfully completed the transformation. Many of the materials were basic components requiring further processing to become the necessary parts. Fortunately, the system menu included corresponding part manufacturing, allowing Zhang Yi to effortlessly execute the secondary processing with a few simple clicks after acquiring the materials. This convenience led Zhang Yi to marvel at the system's usefulness. Before Su Bai could utter a word, the door to the room suddenly swung open, and Lin Wei popped her head in, calling out to both of them, "Come in for dinner." After her announcement, she quickly withdrew her head. Su Bai observed the scene with a light chuckle and shook his head before turning to Zhang, saying, "Brother Yi, you work hard. Let us eat inside. Rest well tonight. We depart tomorrow." As he spoke, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, the very item he had been searching for in his backpack. Henceforth, the vehicle would be entrusted to Brother Yi. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he immediately responded, "All right, I'll one tea stand on ceremony with you, Su Bai." Without hesitation, Su Bai handed over the car keys. Their team was now bound together, and to be honest, it mattered little who held the vehicle. The difference was negligible. However, seeing Zhang Yi's enthusiasm for the car and his willingness to modify, it made Su Bai feel compelled to express a gesture of appreciation. Receiving the keys ignited a profound excitement within Zhang Yi. He was acutely aware of Su Bai's thoughts. In reality, it made no difference whether Su Bai held the keys or he did. Yet, Su Bai's willingness to offer them created a distinct sentiment. It is essential to recognize that understanding a principle and genuinely experiencing it are two different matters. This realization was the source of Zhang Yi's exhilaration, further reinforcing his belief that following Su Bai was a wise decision. If it were anyone else, they might have concealed such a treasure. But Su Bai was genuinely generous and giving. With the keys in hand, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, barely able to contain his excitement. "I'll head up to give it a try. You go eat first." "All right, but if you're going for a spin, remember to return early." Su Bai had no objections, as he had purchased several barrels of fuel, theoretically more than sufficient. "No worries, I want to go far. I just want to sit in it and enjoy the feeling." Watching Zhang Yi head toward the driver's seat, Su Bai turned and returned to the shelter. "Hey, why are you the only one here? Where's Brother Yi?" Lin Wei observed as only Su Bai entered. Her curiosity piqued as she tilted her head back to look, yet found no one else in sight, which deepened her confusion. He mentioned wanting to savor the new vehicle, suggesting they commence their meal first. As he spoke, Su Bai removed his outerwear. Outside, he had felt the chill, but upon stepping into the sanctuary, the warmth enveloped him instantly, reminiscent of the heated rooms in the northern regions of the old world. "I truly cannot comprehend your kind," Lin Wei mused, shaking her head as she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Since Ige had already expressed his desire for them to begin dining, there was no need to wait any longer. Everyone has their preferences. Moron Chi placed the final dish on the table and spoke up. Tonight's meal was quite sumptuous, partly due to Su Bai's recent upgrades to the vegetable greenhouse, which had significantly increased both the yield and variety of produce. Additionally, with their impending departure the following day, they would be deprived of warm meals for some time. Thus, indulging a little this evening was entirely justified. Just as Su Bai took his seat at the table, the sanctuary's door swung open, and Zhang Yi burst in with enthusiasm. "That engine sounds magnificent," he exclaimed, praising the vehicle while changing into appropriate attire and joining the dining table. The group engaged in lively conversation over steaming dishes, entirely unfazed by the harsh weather outside. After dinner, Su Bai took it upon himself to wash the dishes and reminded everyone to retire early for a good rest, for they would set off immediately after breakfast the next day. The trio acknowledged his request before retreating to their respective rooms, while Bing Bing opted to sleep alongside Su Bai. The following morning, Lin Wei rubbed her sleepy eyes as she entered the living room. She was clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, her attire seemingly out of place in this world, yet none of the gathered company felt any discord, as they were similarly attired. The ability to don such comfortable sleepwear in this frigid climate was owed to the driver's heater, which, after precise temperature adjustments, created an environment within the sanctuary that felt like spring. The sole drawback was the rapid consumption of coal, for temperature and coal usage were directly proportional. However, Su Bai lacked nothing but coal at present, rendering this flaw inconsequential. Only he could withstand such consumption. Had members of other teams known, they would not only envy him, but also criticize him for being wasteful. Yet Su Bai remained unperturbed, recognizing the unpredictability of their dire circumstances in such weather, and relishing his newfound freedom with coal. This morning's breakfast, being their final meal before departure, was abundant with a variety of vegetables and meats, thus prepared lavishly. Lin Wei was the last to rise. After greeting everyone, she took her seat at the table and began to relish the breakfast prepared by Chi. Despite their long-standing rivalry, she could not help but admire her culinary skills. The once drowsy mind was instantly invigorated by the delectable dishes, and Lin Wei soon began to feast with gusto. In a mere moment, the four of them had devoured all the delicacies laid before them. How delightful! Lin Wei patted her flat stomach, feeling a strong sense of satisfaction that compelled her to do so. "All right, everyone, let us head back inside to tidy up and prepare for departure," she announced. Subai rose to collect the bowls and chopsticks, taking them to the kitchen area to wash. Turning back to the others, he spoke up. "Brother Subai, let me help you," Zhang Yi offered, not immediately returning to the room, but instead standing up to assist Subai with the dishes. Subai accepted the help. After all, finishing the cleaning quickly would allow him to change clothes. He had meticulously checked all items the previous night and even provided each person with a detailed inventory list to ensure they accurately accounted for their belongings. If anyone found their count to be less than what he had sent, they were to inform him to promptly rectify it. Given the high risk associated with this adventure, having the necessary supplies in their backpacks would always enhance their chances of survival in extreme circumstances. With Zhang Yi's assistance, Subai swiftly completed the washing and tidying. Moments later, all members of Subai's team stood outside the shelter's grand entrance. "Is Bing Bing coming too?" Lin Wei recalled their earlier agreement to have Bing Bing stay behind to guard the house. "Now that we have the automated defense cannon, Bing Bing can join us," Subai clarified, gesturing towards the newly installed machine gun. "All right, let us get in the car," he waved, signaling everyone aboard. The treasure hunt expedition was officially underway. As Subai closed the door behind him, he quickly took his place in the passenger seat. However, just as he settled in, Bing Bing dashed into his arms. "You can't stay in the passenger seat. It could be dangerous if an emergency arises," Subai said, both amused and exasperated, gently patting Bing Bing's head. The little one looked up at him with an expression of profound reluctance, seemingly unwilling to part from Subai. This scene melted Lin Wei's heart, prompting her to spread her arms and call out, "Come here, Bing Bing. Let me hold you instead. We don't need him yet." Bing Bing merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Wei before burying her head once more into Subai's embrace. This left Lin Wei feeling quite hurt. Meanwhile, Chi chuckled quietly to herself. "Bing Bing, be a good girl and let your sister hold you in the back. And when we return, I'll make you something delicious, okay?" Bing Bing lifted her head to gaze at Subai once more, her eyes blinking as if contemplating the offer. After a brief moment, she climbed off Subai and turned to enter the back seat. The little glutton was utterly unreserved. Lin Wei fiercely stroked Bing Bing, exemplifying the typical contrast between her words and actions. Zhang Yi chuckled at the amusing scene before him, choosing to remain silent. Once he observed that everyone was settled in their seats, he finally spoke. "Everyone hold on tight, we are setting off." The roar of the engine erupted as Zhang Yi drove the off-road vehicle away from their refuge. Meanwhile, Subai in the passenger seat was not idle. She took out the treasure map and began to verify the route against the marked locations. It must be said, this map was remarkably useful, although it appeared quite antiquated. The markings for both herself and the treasure were particularly conspicuous, and her own marker continuously shifted its position on the map as they moved. It was simply extraordinary. In the back seat, under the gentle caresses of the two young women, Bing Bing gradually relaxed her body and soon began to drift into a light slumber. "Brother Bai, how long do you think it will take us to arrive?" Chi inquired, glancing at the trees that flashed by outside. "If all goes well, we should arrive around noon," Subai replied after checking the map and turning to address Chi. The distance was merely a few kilometers, which, according to the normal driving speed of the previous world, would be a brief 10-minute journey, barely enough time for the car to warm up. However, in this world, surrounded by trees and shrubs, they were forced to slow down and frequently take detours. Yet, Subai could not fathom how such a harsh environment could sustain these trees, allowing them to grow so tall. It now seemed reasonable to attribute their existence to the system's cultivation. Traveling by car was invariably dull, especially in a situation devoid of any entertainment devices. Thus, after a short while, the two young women in the back seat succumbed to drowsiness along with Bing Bing. Subai glanced at them through the rearview mirror, chuckling softly, choosing not to disturb their slumber. If they wished to sleep, it was for the best. They would likely face a fierce battle upon arrival. Suddenly, an idea struck Subai, prompting her to turn to Zhang Yi. "Brother, Yi, does this vehicle's air conditioning work so well?" she asked, as she had noticed that the temperature inside the car felt significantly warmer compared to the outside. Though not as cozy as their refuge, it was certainly preferable to the frigid weather outside. "Yes, I made some modifications to the air conditioning during yesterday's upgrades." Zhang Yi replied with a nod. Subai listened to Zhang Yi's words, silently nodding in acknowledgement, then returned her focus to the map. After about an hour, Subai suddenly sensed something amiss. She lifted her gaze but found everything appeared normal. However, she felt inexplicably cold despite being right by the air conditioning vent. What could be the cause of this? Subai turned to Zhang Yi and inquired, "Brother, do you feel a bit chilly?" Zhang Yi, upon hearing Subai's remark, suddenly realized that he too felt a slight chill, which was decidedly unusual. Could it be that the air conditioning had malfunctioned? With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi immediately reached out to adjust the air conditioning dial, but everything seemed to be in order. He then placed his hand near the air vent to test the airflow and confirmed that warm air was indeed blowing out, seemingly no different from before. This left Zhang Yi perplexed. Noticing that Zhang Yi had not identified the cause, Subai quickly turned his gaze to the back seat, reasoning that the girls sitting there would likely feel colder. However, upon looking back, he found that the two young ladies had already fallen asleep, their bodies curled up slightly, likely due to the chill. Fortunately, they were holding on to Bing Bing, whose warmth seemed to offer them some comfort. Nevertheless, Subai could still discern that they were feeling the cold, at least significantly more so than when they had first set off. Was it the temperature? A sudden change crossed Subai's face as he decided to crack open a window to investigate further. As soon as he did, a blast of frigid air rushed into the cabin, causing Shun Xiao to shiver involuntarily, prompting him to swiftly close the window again. What on earth? Why has the temperature outside dropped so suddenly? The system didn't indicate any unusual weather conditions, Zhang Yi remarked as he drove. The two girls were asleep in the back, but both he and Subai were fully alert. If the system had issued an alert for severe weather, they would have been the first to hear it. Yet, no alerts had been received, which seemed quite odd. In contrast to Zhang Yi's complaints, Subai was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "Brother, the system must have alerted us earlier." "Alerted? When did that happen?" Zhang Yi asked, momentarily taken aback, beginning to question whether he had dozed off while driving. "Not just now." Subai seemed to sense Zhang Yi's confusion and clarified. "Then when?" Zhang Yi pressed, his curiosity intensifying. Subai let out a soft sigh, turning his gaze towards the increasingly overcast sky. "The alert was issued the day before yesterday." As he spoke, he pointed to the darkening heavens. "Initially, I wondered why. Despite the warning of worsening weather, there had been no noticeable change. It seems this is what the system was referring to." Following Subai's gesture, Zhang Yi squinted ahead and was startled to see a vast expanse of white swiftly approaching them. 109. The frigid blizzard. What on earth is this? Zhang Yi gazed at the swiftly approaching white canopy, his expression tightening slightly. Their vehicle was not traveling at a high speed, yet the distance to the white expanse was rapidly closing, clearly indicating that it was advancing towards them. Uncertain, but it resembled snow. Subai furrowed his brow, peering at the looming white horizon with a hint of concern. "Should we turn back?" Zhang Yi turned to Subai, immediately reducing their speed. As soon as Subai made a decision, he could swiftly pivot the vehicle to head back. However, to his surprise, Subai merely smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "There's no time." "No time? What do you mean?" Zhang Yi was puzzled. After turning back, the blizzard would merely pursue them, and with a bit of speed, they could surely return to the shelter before it struck. "Just look for yourself." Subai sighed, displaying the map he held, only to find the once clearly marked map had now transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. It turned out this was not a map at all, but a signal receiving screen. At this moment, the white canopy was drawing ever nearer, and the temperature had dropped even further, rousing the two young women in the back seat from their slumber. "What is happening? Have we arrived?" Lin Wei stretched languidly, frowning as she surveyed their surroundings, only to realize they still seemed to be in the jungle, feeling somewhat perplexed. "What is that?" Muronqi looked up and saw the white canopy connecting heaven and earth approaching them. "I don't know, but it's probably a blizzard." Subai's brow furrowed tighter as he watched the impending storm. Lin Wei had initially wanted to inquire why it was so cold that it had awakened both her and Muronqi, but upon seeing the white expanse, She instantly comprehended. They were about to plunge into the blizzard. We should turn back quickly, Lin Wei suggested. If they could return with their level 4 shelter and heating unit, they would surely withstand the tempest with ease. But we can't remember the way back. Su Bai sighed and shook his head. Isn't there a map? Lin Wei queried, puzzled. The map is not displaying due to the blizzard. Su Bai pointed to the map in his hand, then unfolded it for the girls to see. Upon witnessing the snow-laden map, Lin Wei and Murong Qi grasped the gravity of their predicament. They were trapped here. Brother Bai, what should we do now? Murong Qi's expression darkened, yet she remained composed, turning her gaze to Su Bai. Lin Wei said nothing, but awaited Su Bai's decision. Zhang Yi brought the vehicle to a halt, at least delaying their entry into the blizzard for a moment longer. Please give us a try, Su Bai suggested after a moment of contemplation, promptly retrieving a disposable teleportation device from his backpack and handing it to Lin Wei and Murong Qi. You should attempt to teleport to the Huaxiao Alliance. Given the urgency of the situation, I did not have the opportunity to notify them in advance. I believe Zhou Jiangwo would not mind their sudden arrival for refuge. Upon seeing the teleportation device, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, they could simply teleport back. Moreover, after merging with the sanctuary, their friend interfaces were accessible to one another, allowing her to select Zhou Jiangwo directly for the teleportation. However, as a thought struck her, she took the device and remarked, "But what about the car? It wouldn't be right to leave it here." "Don't worry. I could just stow in my backpack," Zhang Yi replied with a smile, having turned back to them. With a solution at hand, his spirits lifted considerably. Lin Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Zhang Yi's response. The recent comforts had momentarily dulled her awareness of their bizarre surroundings. "All right, I shall go ahead and assess the situation." Despite the awkwardness, with the white sky drawing nearer, there was little time to squander. Lin Wei promptly activated the system interface to use the disposable teleportation device. Yet, when she selected to use it, rather than the expected column of light, an unfamiliar system notification appeared. Due to magnetic field disruptions in this area, teleportation cannot be executed. It's unusable. Lin Wei felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss upon reading the system message. Murong Qi, observing Lin Wei's expression, poked her curiously and urged, "What is wrong? Let us go." "We can't go," Lin Wei replied with a bitter shake of her head, handing the teleportation device to Murong Qi. Though puzzled, Murong Qi swiftly understood Lin Wei's implication and did not hesitate to attempt using it. However, she received the same disheartening notification. Seeing the pallor on the faces of the two young women, Su Bai's heart sank. The worst had indeed come to pass. He had anticipated the possibility of teleportation failure when he presented the device, as their previously reliable map had already been disrupted by the blizzard. It was conceivable that the teleportation device would also be affected. Yet, one must always attempt to resolve matters, so he had offered it to them. Now, it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. The device had indeed been rendered inoperative by the storm. "Su Bai, what should we do?" Zhang Yi inquired, his expression grave. Although uncertainty gnawed at him, he still believed in Su Bai's ability to make the most prudent decision. Since the teleportation device is no longer an option, we must find a way to endure. Su Bai sighed, recognizing that this was the only feasible option available to them. Retreat was not an option, and teleportation was out of the question. Thus, this was their sole recourse. The two young women, witnessing the situation, wore expressions of concern. The temperature inside the vehicle had plummeted, rivaling the frigid conditions outside. Should the blizzard persist, they might well meet their demise in this desolate place. However, before they could voice their apprehensions, Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi and instructed, "Brother Yi, turn the car around." "Where to?" "Back. Zan Yi quid perpliet." The map was no longer functional, rendering the chances of accurately returning to the shelter virtually non-existent. "There is a cave not far from here, along the route we passed. We can seek refuge there," Su Bai explained, gesturing toward the nearby rock face, urging Zhang Yi to steer the vehicle in that direction. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened at the prospect. If they could successfully reach the cave, they might just weather the storm safely. As they sped through the snow-laden landscape, the military green off-road vehicle surged toward the rock face. Zhang Yi, fixated on the looming wall ahead, pressed the accelerator. Yet he navigated cautiously due to the treacherous, snowy terrain. Nevertheless, their speed was nearly double what it had been before. With the blizzard approaching, the temperature inside the vehicle despite the heating system, steadily dipped below freezing. The two young women in the back clung to each other, shivering from the cold. Outside, they could have moved around to generate warmth, but the confined space of the vehicle offered little room for movement, and, out of consideration for Zhang, they dare not shift. They relied solely on the warmth emanating from one another. Zhang, equally anxious, felt his fingers growing numb from the cold, yet maintained a firm grip on the steering wheel, diligently scanning the road ahead. In the rearview mirror, with the white expanse of snow drawing nearer, his expression tightened with concern. Should they fail to reach the cave before the blizzard struck, they would be trapped. In the passenger seat, Su Bai was intently focused on the path ahead, continuously guiding Zhang Yi on the course to take. Though he could no longer recall the route back, he retained a vague memory of the short distance to the cave. Thus, even with the map rendered useless, he could somewhat discern their approximate direction. It should be around here, Su Bai announced as their vehicle finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. He extended his hand, pointing forward. Brother Bai, just drive straight ahead. There should be a cave. His eyes caught sight of a golden arrow indicating their destination, boldly inscribed with the word cave. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Yi pressed the gas pedal, propelling them swiftly toward the cave. At this moment, he was so anxious that words escaped him, for the blizzard, resembling a white canopy, had approached ominously behind them. If they were to halt the vehicle, it would be swallowed within mere seconds. Yet, even as they drove at the maximum speed manageable, the distance between them and the oncoming storm diminished rapidly. Unless they found the cave soon, they would inevitably be overtaken by the tempest. Time slipped away, and Su Bai fixated on the road ahead, yearning for the cave's entrance to materialize in the next instant. Yet, as if mocking him, the anticipated cave remained elusive. The blizzard loomed perilously close to the rear of the vehicle, and Su Bai's uncertainty grew. If his misremembering led to their demise, he could never forgive himself. At last, Su Bai noted a sudden change in the golden arrow before him, indicating a shift in direction. Surely, the cave lay ahead. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with hope as she absorbed Su Bai's words. That must be the entrance. However, before they could revel in their joy, the blizzard engulfed them in an instant. The visibility ahead dwindled to less than a meter, beyond which only a swirling expanse of white snow remained. Even Zhang Yi's efforts to illuminate the surroundings proved futile, as the dense snowfall obscured the reach of the headlights. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi gradually reduced the speed. The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted the moment the blizzard enveloped them, plunging below the previously frigid outdoor threshold, leaving Su Bai's team shivering uncontrollably. Had it not been for the lightweight thermal armor provided by the system, which insulated them from the worst of the cold, they might have already begun to lose consciousness. Nevertheless, their bodies were succumbing to the chill, particularly their lower limbs, which were nearly devoid of sensation. This was also why Zhang Yi was slowing down. At their previous speed, even upon sighting the cave, they might be unable to brake in time, risking catastrophe from a miscalculation. Moreover, being well-versed in the vehicle's mechanics, Zhang Yi could now hear the engine wheezing, likely a consequence of the extreme cold, which rendered his modifications only partially effective. Continuing in this manner risked catastrophic engine failure. To avert losing control should the engine blow, they had to decelerate. It must be close. Everyone hold on. Su Bai could barely utter a word, feeling as though the warmth was being siphoned from his body. That brief statement was his utmost limit. Zhang Yi, attentive to Su Bai's words, focused intently. Once he spotted the cave's entrance, he would ensure they entered safely. Finally, amidst their hopeful anticipation, the cave's entrance came into view. Zhang Yi promptly pressed the brake, bringing the already sluggish vehicle to a near halt. The entire car was nearly positioned across the entrance of the cave, effectively obstructing it. Open the door, get out, Su Bai instructed the group with urgency. Zhang Yi and Lin Wei, closest to the cave, immediately opened the car doors on that side and stepped inside. Lin Wei nearly lost her balance as her feet felt almost numb. She would have toppled over had it not been for Mu Rongqi, who firmly held her back. Thank you, Lin Wei stammered in gratitude. However, Mu Rongqi merely shook her head gently, both acknowledging Lin Wei and signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Understanding Mu Rongqi's intent, Lin Wei adapted quickly and stepped forward. The four of them now stood within the cave, gazing through the car windows at the blinding white snowstorm outside, as if caught in a dream. Without this cave, they would have likely become ice sculptures in no time. The temperature inside the cave was comparatively warm, almost a sanctuary from the frigid winds outside, amplified by the fact that their vehicle nearly sealed the exit. This revelation allowed them to exhale in relief, and they began to scrutinize their surroundings. Zhang Yi, observing the interior of the cave, retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and shone it into the darkness, only to find that the light barely penetrated the void, revealing an abyss that seemed eager to engulf them. This couldn't possibly be a den of some creature, Mu Rongqi remarked, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear at the pitch-black cavern. With a lethal snowstorm raging outside, the thought of encountering something ominous within the cave was unsettling. Subai fixated on the encroaching darkness, momentarily uncertain whether to respond to Mu Rongqi's apprehension. Before him, an alarming golden prompt appeared vividly. High danger, high reward. 111. Dangerous cave. I sense potential peril within, yet it is accompanied by substantial rewards. Subai finally voiced his thoughts. He believed it was crucial for his teammates to be aware of their current predicament. Even if danger were to arise, they would at least have a moment to prepare. Moreover, Zhang Yi and the others had an inkling that Subai could foresee certain events, yet they had never inquired about the specifics. And Shenxiu felt no need to elaborate. As anticipated by Shenxiu, the group refrained from questioning how he acquired this knowledge. Their expressions were nonetheless captivating upon hearing his words, particularly Mu Rongqi, whose demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. I was just joking. Who knew there would actually be something inside? Should we venture in? Like it had mentioned, there are treasures to be found. Lin Wei gazed into the depths of the cave and slowly spoke. Have you noticed that it seems like the cave is continuously emitting warm air? Subai, listening intently to Lin Wei's voice, silently nodded. In truth, upon entering the cave, he had already detected this anomaly. If it were a typical cave, the entrance would surely not be so pristine, likely partially obscured by snow. Yet, the interior of this cave was devoid of even a single snowflake, which defied all logic. Moreover, the moment they stepped inside, they distinctly felt their body's stiffness dissipate rapidly. If one were to ponder the reason, there could be but one explanation. A heat source resided within the cave. Zhang Yi also nodded in agreement, affirming the presence of a heat source. However, the beam of the flashlight revealed nothing of the interior, suggesting that the cave might plunge into unfathomable depths. He paused and glanced at the other three, noting that despite the uncertainty, they could still feel the warmth emanating from the cave, indicating that the heat source was substantial. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's analysis, the two young women turned pale, arousing Subai's curiosity about their thoughts. Do you think there might be a fire dragon inside? Lin Wei trembled slightly, her mind instantly conjuring images of the mythical flying red lizard from various films, known for its fiery breath and ferocity. Mu Rongqi seemed to share Lin Wei's imaginative fears, nodding in silent agreement. This elicited a smile from Subai. Your imaginations are quite vivid. You even conjured the idea of a fire dragon. Lin Wei, observing his expression, retorted, we are not foolish. This is a post-apocalyptic world, filled with strange entities. Encountering a fire dragon shouldn't be too surprising, should it? Subai, considering her words, remained non-committal. Indeed, there was something within, but it was unlikely to be a legendary fire dragon. His certainty stemmed from the system's golden alert indicating only a high level of danger. Past alerts had identified evolved giant snow bears as moderate threats, which were entirely manageable. Thus, even if the danger was high, it would not be insurmountable and certainly not life-threatening. However, if it were truly a fire dragon, the danger would be far beyond mere high risk. Given the portrayal of fire dragons in films, with their current equipment, they would be as good as dead. The golden alert would likely only serve as a warning for escape. Rest assured, while the entity within may pose a danger, it is not exceedingly formidable. Subai voiced his assessment. After all, they were trapped in the blizzard, unable to exit for the time being. Exploring the cave was not an unwise endeavor. The remaining three members of the team exchanged glances upon hearing Subai's words, their hearts gradually easing. Their thoughts began to flow more freely. If Subai had indicated that the dangers here were insurmountable, they would have unhesitatingly abandoned the idea of exploration. However, his assertion that the challenge was not overly formidable stirred their curiosity. Brother Bai, when you speak of difficulty, just how challenging do you mean? Mu Rongqi pondered for a moment before seeking Subai's counsel, recognizing him as the brain of their team, whom they trusted implicitly. Perhaps a shade more formidable than the snow bear? Su Bai himself was uncertain, since the elevation of danger in this world. He had yet to encounter a truly high level of peril and could only provide a rough estimate. As Su Bai spoke, the two young women recalled their previous encounter with the snow bear that had sprung forth from a treasure chest. Despite its abrupt appearance, they had managed to dispatch it without significant risk. Now that Su Bai suggested the danger was merely a notch above that of the snow bear, it indeed seemed relatively manageable. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, found himself in a slight quandary as he listened to their conversation. Brother Su, what do you think the rewards inside might be? He was quite eager to explore, especially now that their team was at full strength and a blizzard had sealed off the outside world, making the interior temper conditions seem like a serendipitous opportunity. Yet, the more fortuitous it appeared, the more he felt that it was all too coincidental. Su Bai, cognizant of Zhang Yi's concerns, slowly articulated his judgment. Given the temperature here, the rewards are likely to be related to fire tributes. A fire dragon egg is not out of the question. Although he voiced this, he was aware that it was improbable for the treasure to be a fire dragon egg, as the guardians of such significant items would not merely represent a heightened danger. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi's mind instantly conjured images of the ice beast. While the ice beast, a divine creature, could not fly, its terrifying abilities and the formidable hardness of its icy armor remained vivid in Su Bai's memory, likely comparable to that of the fire dragon. The mention of the fire dragon egg ignited a fervor in the eyes of the others. Though the ice beast and the fire dragon were not of the same kind, and the former was still in its juvenile stage, the effectiveness it had displayed was undeniable. If they could indeed tame another divine beast, the overall combat capacity of their team would surely ascend dramatically. Observing the trio, whose breaths grew increasingly labored with excitement, Su Bai found himself both amused and exasperated. Do temper your enthusiasm. I merely speculated. I can sense that there are high-level rewards inside, but the specifics remain uncertain. It's entirely possible that there are merely 4 electric blankets within. Upon hearing this, the fervor in their gazes began to wane. Su Bai's perspective holds merit. It is prudent not to raise our expectations too high. Otherwise, if the outcome proves to be less than favorable, it could lead to great disappointment. Moreover, there are unseen dangers lurking within. Su Bai surveyed the group, and under his elucidation, they appeared to grasp the situation at hand. He then proposed, "Let us cast our votes. Shall we venture into the cave or wait at the entrance until the blizzard subsides? I choose to enter and explore." Lin Wei was the first to express her opinion, raising her hand resolutely. "I too opt for exploration," Murong-Chi remarked, casting a deep glance at Su Bai before making her choice. Her rationale differed from Lin Wei's. Murong-Chi's decision stemmed purely from her trust in Su Bai, who had assured them that the dangers were manageable. "I will also choose to explore." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, turning his gaze toward the cave's dark interior. Despite its ominous appearance, a peculiar intuition whispered to him that treasures awaited within. "Very well, let us gather our belongings and prepare to embark," Su Bai instructed, glancing at the 3 who had made their decisions, then turning to observe the blizzard outside through the car window. For reasons unknown, Su Bai felt an uncanny sense that this tempest had brought them to the cave deliberately. As for what lay inside, even Su Bai could not ascertain. He could only surmise that it was likely related to fire attributes and of significant quality. Whether it was a dragon egg remained uncertain in Shun Qiu's mind, and he felt it was improbable. After all, a divine beast's egg would not simply be classified as a high-grade item. The system had previously indicated the presence of divine beasts in its rewards. Yet, until the final reward was revealed, he could not know for certain. With this thought, he turned to address those before him. "Once we enter, it is imperative that we do not stray apart. We must act in unison." Su Bai's demeanor was grave. The signal had not been restored, and the system's chat interface remained inaccessible, leaving them to communicate solely face-to-face. He emphasized this reminder, recalling that they had previously communicated through messages, a tactic that had once allowed him to rescue Murong-Chi from peril. To prevent them from forgetting the signal issue, he deemed it necessary to reiterate his caution. "Rest assured, Su Bai," Zhang Yi replied with a reassuring smile, patting his chest with an air of reliability. Lin Wei and Murong-Chi nodded in affirmation, indicating their understanding. Observing that the 3 were prepared, Su Bai turned his attention to Bing Bing. "Bing Bing, you must stay close to me and not stray from my side. Do you understand?" "Ah, Bing Bing responded with a gentle sound, nodding in comprehension, clearly grasping Su Bai's words. All right, let us embark, Su Bai announced as he noticed Bing Bing was also prepared. I shall lead the way with the flashlight, Zhang Yi said, turning on his flashlight, ready to proceed. Go. Wait a moment, Su Bai suddenly interrupted Zhang Yi's actions. Zhang Yi turned back, puzzled, only to discover a large searchlight in Su Bai's hands. This device was acquired earlier, yet I had found no opportunity to utilize it. Now seems to be an excellent moment, Su Bai remarked, handing the searchlight to Zhang Yi. Upon receiving it, Zhang Yi switched it on, and instantly the cave was illuminated as if it were daylight. The sudden brilliance compelled Lin Wei and Murong Qi to shield their eyes. Initially, upon entering the cave, the atmosphere was quite dim. Despite the entrance, the oppressive snowstorm outside and the blockage from the off-road vehicle rendered the internal structure obscured. Now, however, the powerful beam from the searchlight revealed the cave's interior in its entirety. While the walls displayed the protrusions of stone, they appeared unnaturally smooth and excessively even compared to a completely natural rock face. Furthermore, the cave extended in a straight line, devoid of the typical irregularities found in natural caverns. This prompted both Su Bai and Zhang Yi to furrow their brows in unison. Evidently, this cave was anything but ordinary. This cave does not seem to be a naturally formed one, Murong Qi observed, having adjusted to the light and begun to scrutinize the cave's details, seemingly recognizing its peculiar nature. Could it be that the system constructs caves in this manner? Lin Wei also discerned the anomaly. Yet as this was their first encounter with such a terrain, it was difficult to ascertain definitively that anything was amiss. Listening to Lin Wei, Su Bai nodded gently and replied, Indeed, while there are certain irregularities here, it is challenging to declare them definitive signs of abnormality. In any case, let us all remain vigilant. Lin Wei felt a sense of joy at Su Bai's affirmation, which caused Murong Qi to pout slightly, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as Su Bai had not made any concrete statements. Very well, let us proceed. Utilizing the bright light, Su Bai carefully surveyed their surroundings before addressing the group. Zhang Yi nodded and promptly lifted the searchlight, beginning to advance. Lin Wei and Murong Qi followed closely behind, with Su Bai bringing up the rear. The four of them moved forward in this formation, with Zhang Yi wielding the searchlight while the other three held their respective flashlights to prevent any unexpected interruption of light. These supplies had been meticulously prepared by Su Bai prior to their departure. Earlier, Lin Wei had felt that Su Bai had overpacked, deeming some items unnecessary. Yet now, she genuinely admired Su Bai's foresight. Why does this cave seem endless? Murong Qi inquired softly after they had walked for approximately 5 minutes. She harbored a lingering fear of darkness, though now, accompanied by her teammates, she was reluctant to reveal this vulnerability to Su Bai. Thus, she pressed onward with a brave facade. Unbeknownst to her, her trepidation caused her to unconsciously inch closer to Su Bai until she was nearly standing before him. Be cautious. I sense something ahead, Su Bai warned, noting the subtle shift of the arrow indicating a change in direction towards the treasure. It remained unclear whether the cave had split into branches or merely turned. However, he was reassured by the system's alerts, which would inform him of any developments in advance. Oh, murmured Murong Qi softly, her body inching closer to Su Bai once again. This did not escape Su Bai's notice, yet he chose to remain silent, understanding that a girl's fear of the dark was entirely natural. Revealing his awareness would only serve to embarrass her, so he opted to feign ignorance. Feeling Su Bai's proximity, Murong Qi instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing, contemplating whether to take advantage of the moment and hold Su Bai's hand under the pretense of her fear. Yet before she could make a decision, Zhang Yi suddenly interjected. There's a fork in the path. Murong Qi pouted in discontent at Zhang Yi's words, as Su Bai, who had been by her side, now stepped forward. 3 paths? Su Bai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. If it were merely a fork, following the system's guidance would suffice. However, now confronted with 3 diverging paths, 2 bore identical warnings. High danger, high reward, while the third ominously declared, extreme danger. The mere presence of 3 exclamation marks suggested the severity of the extreme danger. Nonetheless, this was not the crux of the matter. They certainly wouldn't venture forth to discover the nature of the extreme danger without cause. The existence of 2 paths with identical warnings perplexed Su Bai, Why would the cave present two identical routes with the same rewards? Was this a malfunction of his system, or was it an inherent design of this world as system? With his head bowed in contemplation, Subai, once unwavering in his faith in the system, now faced uncertainty as a snowstorm raged, disrupting even the system's signals, an unforeseen predicament. Under the storm's influence, the reliability of his cheating system was now in question. Observing Subai's peculiar expression, Zhang Yi inquired, "Subai, have you discerned something?" Listening to Zhang Yi's voice, Subai pointed to the left and right paths, remarking, "It appears that both sides contain rewards, along with guardians of those rewards." Subai's words left the other three members of the team momentarily stunned. "Two rewards? How could that be? Are you certain you didn't misinterpret that?" Lin Wei was the first to speak up. Although having more rewards is generally advantageous, the simultaneous appearance of two was somewhat unexpected. "Brother Bai, can you discern which reward is superior?" murmured Mu Rongqi, who stood behind Subai. She felt that Subai might not be able to identify the specific nature of the rewards, yet what if he could gauge their relative value? However, Subai gently shook his head, stating, "I cannot ascertain exactly what lies on either side. I only know that the rewards are roughly equivalent." Zhang Yi raised the searchlight and approached the two paths Subai had indicated, shining the light inside. Yet he saw nothing. As before, it was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. "How about we split up? This way, we can explore both paths." Lin Wei suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with inspiration. She suddenly realized that if they divided into two teams, she could use her weaker abilities as an excuse to request Subai's protection, thereby allowing her to be alone with him. If she took the initiative during their time together, perhaps a story would unfold between them. After all, she had just witnessed Mu Rongqi's attempt to reach out and hold Subai's hand. Had Zhang Yi not interrupted, she might have succeeded. Lin Wei would certainly not allow such a scenario to unfold. She needed to act quickly. Yet, while she was lost in her daydreams, Subai lightly tapped her on the head. "You fool! Have you forgotten what I said before we set out? We all must stick together." Cradling her head, Lin Wei recalled Subai's words, realizing she had momentarily lost herself in her excitement. She looked at Subai with a sense of grievance, nodding silently in acknowledgement. Seeing Lin Wei's pitiful expression, Subai sighed in exasperation before turning to Zhang Yi. "Brother Yi, what are your thoughts? I believe we should decide on a direction and retrieve the reward. If we successfully resolve any dangers, we can then choose to explore the other side." Upon hearing Subai's suggestion, Zhang Yi turned to him and replied, "If we cannot handle the danger, it would be best to retreat without attempting the other side." Subai nodded in agreement, stating, "That's precisely what I was thinking." Mu Rongqi and Lin Wei also nodded obediently, remaining silent. Suddenly, Bing Bing called out to Subai. Does Bing Bing have something to say?" Mu Rongqi inquired, intrigued by Bing Bing's sudden outburst. Upon hearing Mu Rongqi's words, Bing Bing vigorously nodded in affirmation. Subai observed the interaction between Bing Bing and Mu Rongqi, momentarily taken aback. Why did Bing Bing suddenly seem inclined to communicate? Could it be that it sensed something? Did Bing Bing possess knowledge of the path we should take? Mu Rongqi crouched down, tilting her head as she softly inquired of Bing Bing. "Oh, Bing Bing nodded once more, subsequently extending its fluffy paw to point toward the left fork in the path. This action elicited expressions of astonishment from all present. Bing Bing was actually guiding them. Subai gazed at the obediently crouching Bing Bing, his brows arching in surprise. Indeed, Bing Bing had brought him numerous delightful surprises. However, upon reflection, Subai found himself understanding Bing Bing's behavior. After all, Bing Bing was a divine beast, and it was only natural for it to possess some passive abilities, especially since it had previously alleviated many of their troubles with its innate skills. As the little creature showcased its capabilities once again, Subai had no reason to doubt how remarkable Bing Bing was able to discern the correct direction. Lin Wei, witnessing Bing Bing's intelligence, immediately crouched down to affectionately stroke Bing Bing's head. How had she not realized before that Bing Bing possessed such impressive abilities? It seemed that Bing Bing could intuitively sense certain things. If only Bing Bing could speak, Lin Wei would certainly have many questions to ask. Since none of them had a clear idea, perhaps they should heed Bing Bing's guidance. Zhang Yi too turned to Bing Bing, smiling as he spoke. His trust in Bing Bing was quite high, considering it was a descendant of a divine beast. Possessing some unique perceptive abilities was hardly surprising. "All right, Let us proceed down the left path, Subai concurred, crouching to gently pat Bing Bing's head. The little creature, under Subai's affectionate touch, comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting a soft, rumbling sound from its throat. Why does Bing Bing not exhibit such a reaction when I pet it? Lin Wei remarked, feeling a twinge of frustration as she noted that while she had stroked Bing Bing for quite some time with no response, Subai's brief interaction had elicited such enjoyment. I suppose it's a matter of preference, Mu Rongqi teased from his side. Lin Wei, feeling slightly disgruntled, stood up with a huff and fell silent. Subai also rose, moving to the back of the group, turning to Zhang Yi as he remarked, Brother, let's take the left path. We're off. Oh, whoa. Bing Bing appeared delighted and excited upon seeing Subai choose to trust it, immediately circling around him joyfully. Subai smiled and bent down to stroke Bing Bing's head once more. The small team then commenced their journey toward the chosen fork. Bright spotlights illuminated the way ahead, yet the depths remained unfathomable, shrouded in darkness, with only the surrounding stone walls, aglow as if it were day, providing a semblance of reassurance. Brother Bai, do you not feel that it has become somewhat warm here? Mu Rongqi remarked as she walked along the path, suddenly sensing a wave of heat enveloping her. This was the first time she had experienced this once familiar sensation as something distinctly foreign and rather unreasonable since arriving in this world. She understood that there must be a source of heat nearby, yet she was taken aback by how palpable it was at this moment. What lay ahead? It is indeed warm. Perhaps we are nearing our destination? Lin Wei, too, was unperturbed by the warmth emanating from the front, having already surmised that there was likely a heat source within this cave upon their arrival. Now, as the heat intensified, she suspected that they were drawing closer to it. At this juncture, Subai furrowed his brow, gradually becoming aware of an oddity after Mu Rongqi had spoken. However, his indicators showed no signs of change, still pointing straight ahead. It seemed there were only two possibilities. Either the heat source was remarkably substantial, enabling them to feel its warmth from such a distance, or this passage was simply a straight line leading to a dead end, devoid of any branches. Subai found himself at a loss as to which scenario was true and cautiously remarked, At present, I cannot ascertain our precise distance from the treasure. Let us all proceed with caution. Upon hearing Subai's words, the others nodded in agreement, falling into a contemplative silence. Deep down, Subai felt a twinge of anxiety. The heat was now distinctly noticeable, and advancing further into the depths could only exacerbate the oppressive warmth. If it were merely stifling heat, it would be inconsequential. Shedding a layer would suffice. Yet, he could not forget the blizzard raging outside, should he remove his clothing and find himself drenched in sweat. Fleeing into the cold could lead to dire consequences. Brother Su, it seems there is something ahead, Zhang Yi suddenly interjected, pulling Subai's thoughts back to the present. Have we arrived? Subai immediately turned his gaze forward and, indeed, spotted something glimmering in the distance under the high-powered beam of light from the flashlight. What is that? Could be a treasure chest? Lin Wei questioned, her curiosity piqued, though the intense light refraction made it impossible for her to discern clearly. It doesn't seem like it. What kind of chest would reflect such bright light? Mu Rongqi countered, shaking her head gently. Let us all be vigilant and approach slowly. There may be dangers nearby. Subai advised. Although the distant object was reflective, the refracted light nearby allowed for a clearer view of the absence of anything unexpected surrounding it. However, the bold golden letters before him unmistakably pointed in their direction. Having learned from the previous experience with the treasure chest, Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi nodded obediently, indicating their intent to comply, which brought Subai a measure of reassurance. He had previously harbored some concerns about Lin Wei's excitement upon seeing the treasure, fearing she might hastily open the chest and unleash the wild beasts within. The terrain here was vastly different from home, allowing for potential concealment. However, if cornered by the creatures, escape would be nearly impossible, leaving them to await their grim fate. The rescue would likely arrive too late. Thus, Subai's team proceeded with utmost caution. As they drew closer to the treasure, a palpable rise in temperature enveloped them. Fortunately, the excessive heat Subai had feared did not materialize. The current warmth was merely enough to evoke a light sweat. Nevertheless, compared to the frigid temperatures outside, this was decidedly warmer. What is this? Lin Wei inquired, her expression tinged with confusion as they approached the treasure. It appeared to be inconsistent with their expectations of a treasure chest. Rather, it resembled a glass dome. A glass dome? Chi echoed, equally taken aback by the revelation. Do not approach just yet. Just as they were about to step closer for a better look, Subai suddenly interjected, his gaze serious. Instinctively, they both retreated a couple of steps upon noticing the gravity in his expression. They had witnessed Subai's predictive abilities before. If he sensed danger, it was prudent to heed his warning. At that moment, the transparent dome loomed before them like a formidable threat. Observing the two young women poised for action, Subai found himself both amused and exasperated, yet chose to remain silent. Better to be overly cautious than to recklessly court disaster. Subai, what is your take on this? Zhang Yi turned to him, puzzled about the presence of a glass dome here and why Subai deemed it dangerous. Could it be that opening it would unleash beasts akin to a treasure chest? It is difficult to ascertain. I cannot discern the specific danger, Subai replied, lightly shaking his head. His trust in his system was unwavering, for it was the very foundation that had allowed him to navigate perilous situations thus far. The validity of the system's alerts had been confirmed when he had encountered the snow bear after opening the treasure chest. When warned of danger, vigilance was imperative. I will take a look. You stay here and do not move. If there is any sign of danger, flee immediately, Zhang Yi declared without hesitation. But Subai shook his head once more, unwilling to allow Zhang Yi to take such a risk on his behalf. My physical capabilities surpass yours. It is certainly best that I go, Zhang Yi insisted, adding that the distance was simply too great and that getting closer might reveal the true nature of the object. Subai, however, remained steadfast in his refusal, providing them with an irrefutable reason they could not dismiss. If anyone present could discern danger, it would undoubtedly be me. Thus, my risk factor is, in fact, the lowest. Zhang Yi listened to Subai's words, remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement with Subai's perspective. Very well, I shall remain here to support you. Zhang Yi said little more, simply observing Subai quietly. The two young women also fixed their gazes upon him, their eyes brimming with determination, clearly indicating that should danger truly arise, they would not flee. Subai turned to look at the three of them and let out a gentle sigh, followed by a light chuckle. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. We have successfully navigated through countless challenges. How could we be defeated by a mere glass dome? After speaking, he turned to advance, but just as he took a step, Bing Bing bit onto his pant leg, her eyes filled with urgency. This caught Subai off guard. Was the little one trying to convey something to him? Or did she perceive that what lay ahead was too perilous to approach? Zhang Yi and the others observed this interaction with curiosity. Wasn't this the path chosen by Bing Bing? Why was she now preventing Subai from proceeding? Had she only just sensed some impending danger? Bing Bing, do you feel a threat that we cannot confront? Subai crouched down, gently stroking Bing Bing's head as he softly inquired. Although Bing Bing could not speak, she understood human language, allowing for some basic communication. However, she shook her head at that moment, clearly indicating that was not the case. What could it be? Lin Wei remarked, her expression puzzled, unable to comprehend Bing Bing's meaning. Chi, however, exhibited a glimmer of insight in her eyes and soon squatted beside Bing Bing. Bing Bing, do you know of any dangers lurking here? Bing Bing's initially anxious expression brightened instantly, and she nodded vigorously. Subai, observing Bing Bing's reaction, was momentarily taken aback. How curious it was that while his system was oblivious to the specific nature of the danger, Bing Bing seemed to possess that knowledge. Yet, even if she did know, what could be done? It was impractical to inquire one by one, as the scope was far too broad. Clearly, it was not feasible, and Bing Bing could neither write nor articulate her thoughts. Lin Wei furrowed her brow, contemplating before speaking. The logic holds, even if Bing Bing is aware. What difference does it make if she cannot directly inform us? This left everyone in a quandary, gazing at one another with furrowed brows, pondering their next course of action. A sudden thought crossed Subai's mind. Had he perhaps been overly cautious? After all, they were a top-ranked team that had navigated through numerous trials. If they could not handle even a high-level threat, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Upon contemplating this, Subai suddenly had a thought and turned to Bing Bing, asking, Bing Bing, do you wish to accompany me? The initially anxious Bing Bing, disheartened by the gloomy expressions of the others, immediately nodded vigorously, her excitement evident as she realized Subai understood her intentions. Observing Bing Bing's enthusiasm, Subai refrained from insisting she stay behind. After all, Bing Bing was a divine beast, and she had clearly indicated her awareness of potential dangers. Given this situation, her decision to follow him likely indicated a level of confidence. With that in mind, Subai gently patted Bing Bing's head and softly suggested, "Then let us venture forth together." "Oh, well." Bing Bing nodded emphatically, her gaze sharpening, clearly prepared for the impending adventure alongside Subai. He turned to the remaining 3 companions, silently nodding in acknowledgement, and without further words, advanced ahead. Bing Bing synchronized her movements with Subai, gradually drawing closer. As Subai approached, the golden arrow of indication began to shift, consistently pointing towards the glass dome. It appeared that the danger resided within that very enclosure. Upon nearing the vicinity and blocking the blinding light, he finally discerned that the dome housed an enormous red scale. "Subai, what exactly lies within?" Zhang Yi and the others, obscured from view by Subai's form, could no longer see the glass dome. "It is a scale," Subai responded without turning back, aware that the powerful searchlight behind him would render any backward glance futile. "A scale?" Lin Wei and Murongqi were momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the treasure amounted to merely a scale. Could it be a rare material? This speculation crossed the minds of not only the 2 young women, but also Subai and Zhang Yi. "For now, let us retrieve it from the dome," Subai suggested quietly, then cautiously extended his hand towards the transparent glass enclosure, while Bing Bing intently focused on the fiery red scale. At the moment Subai's hand neared the dome, his system interface suddenly shifted, revealing a description of the enclosure. Instinctively, he halted his actions to read the information. Icebound mystic dome. Crafted from the essence of extreme cold, it can isolate any heat source. This seemingly simple description momentarily stunned Subai. Though brief, it conveyed a wealth of information. Firstly, the dome might be extremely frigid. Placing his hand directly upon it could lead to dire consequences. It seemed his system had once again saved him from peril. Furthermore, the fact that this fiery red scale required such an enclosure for isolation suggested it was anything but ordinary. Upon contemplating this, Subai hesitated not for a moment, swiftly retrieving an exceptionally thick glove from his backpack and donning it. He then brought his hand closer once more. The instant he made contact with the cover, an intense chill surged through the glove, swiftly infiltrating Subai's body, rendering him momentarily rigid. "My goodness, this object is astonishingly cold." As he grasped the cover, he immediately stowed it in his system backpack. The disappearance of the cover seemed to liberate the fiery red scales before him, which erupted with a violent heat, causing Subai, who had just regained some mobility, to feel an intense burning pain. "What on earth is this?" At that moment, the scale appeared almost blindingly red. Subai strained to open his eyes and gazed at the scale, noticing that the previously dull patterns now flowed as if they were molten lava. "What is this substance?" Just as Subai pondered this, the golden text prompt before him abruptly shifted again, redirecting his attention to the scale. Upon reading the prompt, Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. Fire Dragon Scale. Indeed, it is something related to the Fire Dragon. He had merely jested about the Fire Dragon earlier, never anticipating it would become a reality. As Subai marveled, Bing Bing leapt up, snatching the Fire Dragon Scale in her mouth, glancing back at Subai, signaling him to follow her. However, at that very moment, the golden text transformed once more, instantly morphing into a singular golden word. "Run." 116. Escape Subai stared at the imposing golden letters, his expression shifting dramatically. Yet, before he could utter a warning, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. An earthquake? Lin Wei cast a fearful glance around, as debris fell from the cavern ceiling, crashing onto the ground. "No, look at the edges of the cavern ceiling." Murongqi's voice was tinged with panic. Upon hearing this, Subai looked up, only to discover a series of tiny fissures had appeared at the top of the cavern. He had seen them before, but, upon closer inspection, had noticed nothing amiss and thus paid them no mind. Yet now, snakes were emerging from these crevices. The light illuminated them, revealing their dark forms adorned with iridescent hues. Although Subai was unfamiliar with these snakes, they were likely venomous. "Run." Subai had no time for further examination. He swiftly turned to the others, urging them to flee, and immediately followed suit, running alongside them. In the brief moment he turned to look at the fissures, Countless venomous snakes had already plummeted to the ground, their descent accelerating. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the cavern was completely inundated with these serpents. The group raced desperately towards the cavern's exit, with Subai trailing behind. The sound of the snakes hissing echoing ominously, sending chills down his spine. These snakes are utterly terrifying. Without even turning to look, the mere sound was enough to conjure vivid images of the scene behind. At this moment, Bing Bing was running alongside Subai, clutching the fire dragon scale. Although Subai's mind was awash with questions, he understood that this was not the time to inquire. Soon, they found themselves herded by the venomous snakes to a fork in the path. "This way," Zhang Yi exclaimed without hesitation, pointing towards the direction they had entered. Subai and the others promptly followed suit. While his curiosity about what lay on the other side, something that could rival the fire dragon scale, was piqued, the throng of snakes behind them left no opportunity for exploration. Initially, they had contemplated that should a formidable creature appear, they could engage in battle and, if victorious, venture next door to investigate. However, given the current predicament, the mere sight of the writhing mass of snakes was enough to trigger Subai's acute fear of clusters. Before long, Subai's team had drawn closer to the cave entrance they had discovered upon arrival. The overcast sky signaled that the blizzard had yet to relent. However, the relentless pursuit of the snakes offered no respite from the snow. They could only press onward towards the vehicle. Linwei glanced back, her heart fluttering with a flicker of hope. What if the snakes ceased their chase? They might find refuge from the storm here. Otherwise, venturing outside could lead to their demise from the cold. Yet, as she turned, the sight of the oncoming wave of snakes rendered her legs weak, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Subai's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her, grasping her hand and urging her to run. "Don't look back. Get to the car," he shouted as they fled. He felt no need to glance behind. The imagery was too frightening to behold, and ignorance was preferable. The cave was not short, as evidenced by the time it had taken them to explore initially. Nevertheless, propelled by their desperate sprint, they reached the cave's exit in mere minutes. Zhang, at the forefront, leaped into the vehicle, inserted the key, and attempted to start the engine. To his dismay, the vehicle, previously in perfect working order, now showed no signs of life. "Damn it!" Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, quickly deducing the cause. The vehicle had been parked outside too long, causing the engine, coolant, and oil to freeze, and restarting it would likely require a warming of the weather. Yet, casting a glance at the surging mass of serpents, he knew time was not on their side. Just as Zhang Yi pondered their next move, Lin Wei and Murongqi arrived, swiftly entering the vehicle. Breathless, they struggled to fill their lungs, feeling as though they might burst from exertion. They had never run like this before, but with the snakes in pursuit, not running equated to certain death. Moments later, Subai arrived, joining Bing Bing in the vehicle. The venomous serpent loomed ominously behind him. In less than 10 seconds, it would undoubtedly surge forth before them. Zhang Yi, upon noticing the impending danger, turned the key in the ignition once more, yet the engine remained obstinately silent. What to do? The typically composed Zhang Yi was now engulfed in panic. The situation had devolved into a near deadlock. In the back seat, Subai observed Zhang Yi's frantic attempts to start the car and quickly deduced the likely cause. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Bing Bing and commanded, "Bing Bing, take the dragon scale to the hood." He then swiftly flung the car door open. As the door swung wide, the two young women braced themselves for the anticipated onslaught of the blizzard, only to find their expectations confounded. The storm had yet to materialize. Before they could contemplate the anomaly, Bing Bing propelled herself outside, clutching the dragon scale. At that precise moment, the blizzard descended like a tempest, the frigid gusts rendering the young women breathless, while the wild flurries relentlessly pelted their faces, obscuring their vision. "Close the door," Subai shouted urgently to Murongqi, who lingered near the entrance. Yet, Bing Bing was still outside. Murongqi hesitated, acutely aware that sealing the door would leave Bing Bing exposed to the elements. Quickly, Subai implored, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Hearing his voice, Murongqi gritted her teeth and, summoning all her strength against the biting wind, managed to shut the door. In that moment, they witnessed Bing Bing ascend to the hood, extending her claws to pierce through the metal, securing herself firmly in place. "Drive," Subai commanded Zhang Yi at the wheel. Upon hearing Subai's voice, Zhang Yi grasped the situation immediately. Without further ado, he turned the key again. This was their last chance. The series of maneuvers had brought the serpents perilously close to the cave's mouth. Should the engine fail to roar to life, they would surely meet their demise. Fortuitously, the engine finally sprang to life, and without hesitation, Zhang Yi pressed the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Almost simultaneously, the serpents erupted from the cave, their movements a stark contrast against the snow, reminiscent of fireworks. However, the biting cold quickly encased them in ice, rendering them immobile. As they peered through the car windows at the unfolding scene, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. That was terrifying. Lin Wei's voice, tinged with a quiver, shattered the cabin silence. Though Murong Qi remained silent, the redness around her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Subai glanced at the two young women beside him, opened his mouth to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The vehicle came to a halt after only a brief distance traveled. The blizzard continued unabated. If they were too far from the cave, they would soon lose their way. Brother Subai, what exactly is this? Zhang Yi observed clearly that Bing Bing was clutching a large scale in her mouth, and the surrounding blizzard vanished instantaneously upon nearing her. As if shielded by an invisible barrier, the scale bore patterns resembling flowing magma, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. It was likely that the vehicle could restart only because Bing Bing had perched atop the engine hood, thawing the frozen radiator and oil with her presence. Outside, Bing Bing remained, while Mu Rongqi, with reddened eyes, looked towards the front of the vehicle. Hearing Zhang Yi's words reminded her that Su Bai had sent Bing Bing outside. The cold was so severe that even though Bing Bing was an ice beast, what if something went wrong? However, upon raising her gaze, she found herself speechless. At that moment, Bing Bing was lazily sprawled across the car, seemingly reveling in comfort, as the biting wind and blizzard dissipated before her like a plague. What was happening? In the next instant, Mu Rongqi noticed the sizable scale in Bing Bing's mouth, the very object seized from the venomous serpents within the cave. This immediately brought to mind Zhang Yi's recent inquiry. What on earth was this? Lin Wei's emotions gradually stabilized as she looked up for a long while before turning to Subai, her reaction mirroring that of Mu Rongqi. Subai regarded the three of them, a slight smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Dragon scale. Dragon scale. The three were momentarily stunned upon hearing Subai's words. Zhang Yi had already speculated when he first saw the mysterious magma patterns, but hearing Subai confirm it left him somewhat astonished. Just moments before entering the cave, they had jested about the possibility of dragon eggs, and now they had uncovered something related to dragons. Although it was not a divine beast's egg, the dragon scale before them was clearly no ordinary item. What purpose did the dragon scale serve? After digesting this information, Mu Rongqi raised her head to look at Subai. I do not know either. Subai admitted, as he too was not well versed in the specifics of dragon scales, only aware of its name. After all, he had only just recognized the item when the serpents began their assault. What was that group of snakes about? Lin Wei trembled slightly. She had always harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes, and now a whole cave full of them was pursuing her, leaving her still shivering with dread. Mu Rongqi, noticing her distress, gently patted her shoulder in consolation. I believe the dragon scale must have attracted them, Subai pondered before speaking. The white cover is evidently designed to isolate the essence of the fire dragon scales and to protect them. It was only from the moment he removed the cover that these serpents appeared. Why would the snakes desire dragon scales? Could it be that these things are edible? Once Lin Wei had calmed her emotions, she continued to speak, though her eyes still betrayed an undeniable fear when mentioning the snakes. Perhaps they truly can be consumed. Suddenly, Zhang Yi, who had been silent, spoke up, casting a deep glance at the three individuals in the back seat and leaning in with an air of mystery. He continued, when I was in the army, I heard our old squad leader mention that after consuming dragon scales, snakes have a chance to evolve into a new dragon species. However, upon finishing his statement, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. I had only just recalled it. Previously, I thought our squad leader was just recounting tales from the classic of mountains and seas. But now it seems there might actually be some truth to such notions in this world. Listening to Zhang Yi's words, Subai maintained a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly as he replied, I believe Igu is correct. After all, Dragons do exist in this world, and this possibility cannot be dismissed. Muronqi and Lin Wei also nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Bai's remark, surprised to learn of the astonishing properties of the fire dragon scales. As Su Bai spoke, he glanced at Bing Bing on the hood and waved, signaling her to return to the vehicle. Upon first seeing the fire dragon scales, he had sensed their extraordinary nature. They were likely not mere ordinary scales. If a single common scale could possess such terrifying power, one could only imagine the sheer horror of a complete fire dragon, a thought that Su Bai dared not entertain. Now that the danger had subsided and progress was halted due to the snowstorm, it was indeed an opportune moment to study the fire dragon scales. Upon noticing Su Bai's gesture, Bing Bing immediately straightened up and walked over to the car door. Muronqi, seeing Bing Bing approach, opened the door, allowing Bing Bing to leap inside. This time, as the door opened, the previous snowstorm was absent, further confirming the scale's ability to evade the storm. It's so hot. Lin Wei, having been too anxious before, had not noticed it until now. With Bing Bing returning to the vehicle, clutching the fire dragon scales, she finally felt the immense warmth emanating from them. Don't touch. Su Bai promptly halted Lin Wei's intention to reach for the fire dragon scales. But I see Bing Bing is holding it without any issue. Lin Wei questioned, somewhat perplexed. Having learned from her previous experiences, she was now exceedingly cautious. She had observed Bing Bing closely before attempting to reach out, noting that the creature exhibited no discomfort while clutching the scales, which gave her the confidence to extend her hand. Yet, she was still stopped by Su Bai. Bing Bing is an ice beast. She is unaffected. But should you touch it, your hand might suffer the consequences. At this moment, Zhang Yi comprehended the situation and addressed Lin Wei. As a divine beast, he had encountered the true form of the ice beast and surmised that even the legendary fire dragon would be comparable to an adult ice beast. As the ice beast, Bing Bing merely held a scale in its mouth, which posed no issue. However, they were mere mortals, and Zhang Yi could sense the immense heat emanating from the fire dragon scale once it entered the vehicle's space. The capacity to release such heat suggested that the scale's temperature was exceedingly high. Touching it with bare hands would likely result in immediate injury. Lin Wei, observing the scale in Bing Bing's mouth, swiftly withdrew her hand, fearing that any delay might result in being scorched by the fire dragon scale. How does one utilize this dragon scale? Muronqi inquired, gazing at the scale held by Bing Bing, blinking in curiosity. Generally, to examine an object, one must hold it or have direct contact for information retrieval. However, according to Su Bai and Zhang Yi, only Bing Bing could touch the fire dragon scale, rendering it impossible to ascertain specific information. Not to worry, I shall take a look, Su Bai reassured, well aware of Muronqi's concerns. Yet, this ability was only effective for ordinary individuals. He had recently discovered this skill, which allowed him, when focused and sufficiently close to an object, to utilize golden text to display the item's name and description. Prior to this day, Su Bai had deemed this ability somewhat trivial, believing that one could simply pick up an object to examine it. However, he realized he was mistaken. This ability was precisely designed for moments like this. Turning to Bing Bing, Su Bai called out, Bing Bing, come here. Upon hearing his command, Bing Bing approached, still clutching the fire dragon scale. Su Bai placed his hand atop Bing Bing's head, gently stroking it while instructing Bing Bing, hold on to it tightly. Although Bing Bing likely understood that mere mortals like Su Bai could not directly handle the dragon scale, he still worried that Bing Bing might suddenly drop it. Should that happen unprepared, he could face a searing fate. Oh, whoa. Bing Bing responded with a nod, albeit muffled due to the scale in its mouth. Yet Su Bai understood that the ice beast had grasped his intent. Once Bing Bing acknowledged him, Su Bai began to concentrate on the fire dragon scale. As expected, golden text emerged, gradually forming a system description beside the scale. Item: Fire Dragon Reverse Scale. Description: the only reverse scale in a fire dragon, possessing unparalleled fiery power, and serving as a crucial item for the fire dragon's resurrection. The introduction may be brief, yet its content is undeniably explosive. Previously, Su Bai had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the object in the cave before being interrupted. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not an ordinary scale, but rather a reverse scale. He promptly conveyed his observations verbatim to his companions. A reverse scale? Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the scale described by Bing Bing. Legends say that a dragon possesses a single scale that grows in the opposite direction, a scale that must never be touched by outsiders. Hence the saying, the dragon's reverse scale, touch it and invoke its wrath. At this moment, Zhang Yi spoke up again, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother Bai, could this possibly be what your old class leader mentioned? Murong Qi turned to Zhang Yi, blinking playfully. You guessed it. Zhang Yi scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Goodness, Igu, your old class leader must have visited this world. Everything he said aligns perfectly with it. Subai teased, casting another glance at the dragon scale. In truth, whether this scale was indeed a reverse scale mattered little. After all, it was merely a name, and its designation was inconsequential. However, what was paramount was the scale's purpose. According to the description, this scale was the key to the resurrection of the fire dragon. This implied that the fire dragon had perished, and this scale could potentially be used to revive it. Yet questions arose. How had the fire dragon met its demise? Had it fallen to a more powerful being, or had it been slain by humans? Su Bai and his companions remained unaware of the answers, but regardless of the outcome, it heralded no good news for them. If it had been vanquished by a formidable creature, it indicated that such a being possessed strength far surpassing that of the fire dragon, a revelation that was far from reassuring for their survival. Conversely, if it had been killed by humans, it was equally ominous. Subai had just jested that Zhang Yi's old class leader had returned from this world. But if his speculation held any truth, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Could there be a connection between this world and the one they had previously inhabited? Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such far-fetched thoughts and focus on the immediate matter at hand, the fire dragon's reverse scale. Gently shaking his head to dismiss these impractical notions, Subai resumed his meticulous examination of the fire dragon scale. The only known utility was its ability to provide shelter from the blizzard, ensuring their survival amidst the icy tempest. The remaining purpose pertained to the revival of the fire dragon. Yet, the scale's potential for resurrection remained vague, lacking any specific instructions or clues. Realizing this, Subai felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed this matter would have to be postponed for later. What's the matter, Brother Bai? Murong Qi inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she turned to Subai. Subai had been gazing at the dragon scale for quite some time. It remained utterly still. Her curiosity was mounting, and she found it increasingly difficult to resist the urge to uncover its secrets. Alas, it seemed there was nothing more to glean. She gently shook her head, acknowledging her inability to discern the scale's purpose. For now, it could only serve as a hand warmer. Zhang Yi, while speaking, leaned closer, the intense warmth emanating from the scale providing a welcome contrast to the frigid surroundings. Shall we take another look? What if this scale holds a map? Lin Wei mused, resting her chin on her hand as she scrutinized the scale in Bing Bing's grasp. Initially, her words were merely playful. After all, they had examined the dragon scale together for quite a while, and the intricate patterns did not suggest the presence of a map. However, upon hearing Lin Wei's suggestion, Su Bai's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and she immediately began rummaging through her backpack. In the blink of an eye, she retrieved the treasure map once more. Brother Bai, what are you up to? Murong Qi inquired, puzzled by Su Bai's actions. The snowstorm might be affecting the map. We cannot ascertain the exact reason. Perhaps it is the low temperature. Now that we have the warmth of the dragon scale, it might restore the map's functionality, Su Bai explained as she unfolded the map. Unfortunately, disappointment washed over her as the map continued to display nothing but swirling snowflakes. As Su Bai prepared to stow the map away again, a sudden warmth radiated from it, causing her brow to furrow in concern. Surely this map isn't so heat-sensitive that it might ignite? She pondered. Yet, before she could fully process her thoughts, the snowflakes on the map began to dissipate. Brother Bai, look at the dragon scale. Murong Qi and Lin Wei exclaimed in unison. Although Zhang Yi remained silent, his wide-eyed astonishment spoke volumes. Upon hearing their excited voices, Su Bai lowered the map to better observe the dragon scale that had been obscured from view. The scale shimmered with a radiant glow, seemingly responding to some unseen force, its brilliance intensifying to the point of being almost blinding. Su Bai quickly glanced at Bing Bing, anxious that the dragon scale might have harmed her. After all, she had no knowledge of how to heal a divine beast. Fortunately, Bing Bing appeared unaffected, casually holding the dragon scale while curiously watching Su Bai. As the scale's luminescence pulsed ever more rapidly, the map in Su Bai's hands grew increasingly warm. Yet, despite this, the map still revealed nothing beyond the vanishing snowflakes. Could it be that the map is damaged? Lin Wei remarked, gazing at the empty expanse of the map. Murong Qi and Zhang immediately turned their gaze towards the map. Indeed, the snowflakes depicted upon it had entirely melted away, yet nothing was revealed. Could it be that it had truly malfunctioned amidst the blizzard? That seemed unlikely. At this moment, Su Bai held the map in his hand, feeling a sense of unease bubbling within him. Although he voiced his doubts, the reality was that the map displayed absolutely nothing. The only consolation was that it continued to emit warmth, suggesting that it might still undergo some transformation. As if in response to Su Bai's musings, the fire dragon scale gradually lifted from the mouth of Bing Bing, astonishing everyone present. Even Bing Bing tilted her head in curiosity, watching the scale ascend, seemingly perplexed by its sudden levitation. After floating for just a few seconds, the fire dragon scale transformed into a flash of red light and shot into the blank map held by Su Bai. In an instant, the map appeared as if engulfed in flames, the edges charred and flickering with tiny sparks. On the reverse side of the map, the image of the fire dragon's reverse scale emerged. What on earth is happening? Are you all right, Su Bai? Zhang, he stared at the scene before him, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. How could a treasure map be connected to the fire dragon scale? Yet, as he gazed at the seemingly ablaze parchment in Su Bai's hands, concern filled his eyes. He hoped his younger brother would not suffer burns from the fire dragon scale. It's fine, Ego. It looks impressive. But it isn't hot at all, Su Bai reassured, extending his hand to touch the edges that seemed to be burning, only feeling a gentle warmth without any pain. What is going on with this map? Lin Wei exclaimed, her expression one of shock as she observed the changes occurring within Su Bai's grasp. They had witnessed the fire dragon's reverse scale burrowing into the treasure map. How could this be? Why did the treasure map still show nothing? Murong Qi gazed at the treasure map in Su Bai's hands, her eyes filled with confusion. Setting aside the question of why the fire dragon's reverse scale had entered the treasure map, it appeared that the map had at least undergone some form of enhancement. But even with this upgrade, why did it still reveal nothing? Curiosity piqued. Su Bai began to examine the map closely, flipping it over and over. Yet it seemed unchanged apart from its appearance. What could this mean? Just then, the front of the treasure map suddenly erupted in a brilliant blaze of light, akin to a roaring flame. The group instinctively shielded themselves, while only Su Bai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the map. He soon realized that the flames were not genuine. Rather, they were merely an effect manifesting within a map. As the firelight gradually diminished, the map finally began to reveal its contents, displaying precisely what the previous treasure map had shown. At this moment, both their coordinates and the treasure's location, along with the surrounding terrain, were vividly redisplayed on the map. However, unlike before, a new dragon-shaped coordinate unexpectedly emerged not far from the treasure. The group exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. Has the map been restored? After a prolonged silence, Lin Wei finally broke the quietude. It seems to be functioning again. At least all the coordinates are visible. Murong Qi also spoke up, though the astonishment in her eyes had yet to dissipate. Could this new dragon-shaped coordinate be related to the fire dragon? Zhang Yi gazed at the map in Su Bai's hands, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He had not forgotten that the reverse scale of the fire dragon could resurrect it. That coordinate is most likely linked to the revival of the fire dragon. Indeed, the new coordinate could very well be the key to resurrecting the fire dragon. Su Bai took a deep breath to steady his racing thoughts, now that the map was not only restored but had also revealed an additional coordinate. His emotions were undeniably stirred. Yet, this newfound discovery brought forth another dilemma. As the fire dragon scale disappeared, the temperature inside the vehicle gradually dropped. While it was not as frigid as before, it certainly could not be deemed warm. This prompted Lin Wei and Murong Qi to react, quickly retrieving some clothing from their backpacks. Let's first head in that direction, Zhang Yi suggested, glancing at the two coordinates on the map. Though Lin Wei and Murong Qi remained silent, they raised their gazes towards Su Bai, awaiting his final decision. Yet, this was precisely the conundrum that troubled Su Bai the most. With two coordinates now visible on the treasure map, which one should they pursue first? It was crucial to note that the distances between the two locations were not far apart, making it uncertain whether visiting one might affect the other. Moreover, the blizzard had not yet abated, and despite possessing the map, visibility outside the vehicle was far from ideal, unlike before when they could observe from a distance. Thus, they would only ascertain the specifics once they approached. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai made a decision. While the treasure map was undoubtedly precious and the treasure itself alluring, the mythical fire dragon was evidently rarer. He then addressed the group, stating, "Let us set forth toward the fire dragon coordinate." With that, the engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life once more. Zhang Yi attentively listened to the engine's sound, noticing it was considerably stronger than when the blizzard had first struck, evidently due to the warmth generated by the fire dragon scale. With the risk of engine failure now mitigated, navigating through the blizzard should pose no significant issue, requiring only a modicum of caution to avoid collisions. Furthermore, with the map having been restored under the influence of the fire dragon's reverse scale, they had no concerns about losing their way. Su Bai gazed at the map in his hands, which radiated warmth, and felt a sense of comfort against the biting cold. The exposed reverse scale of the fire dragon emitted heat surpassing that of their fourth-level heater, yet upon merging with the map, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Though not to the frigid levels experienced during the blizzard, it appeared that even when incorporated into the map, the fire dragon scale still influenced the ambient temperature, a welcome revelation that promised immunity against the adverse effects of the storm. This prospect heightened their anticipation regarding what treasures the fire dragon's coordinates might conceal. At that moment, Zhang Yi activated the headlights and carefully maneuvered the vehicle to turn around. Although everything seemed to be progressing favorably, driving through a blizzard for the first time required utmost caution. A moment's negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. Fortunately, the turn was executed smoothly, with no obstructive trees in sight. The off-road vehicle resumed its slow journey, and the coordinates representing them on the map began to shift gradually. Before long, they arrived at the previous cave, only to find its entrance entirely blocked by venomous snakes. Those that had ventured out and found themselves unable to retreat were instantly frozen into immobile icicles by the harsh cold. A wave of discomfort washed over Lin Wei as she beheld the sight of the snakes, still densely packed despite their frozen state. She could not forget how they had been relentlessly pursued by this very horde, narrowly escaping death within these confines. "What about the other treasure inside?" murmured Morong Chi, her expression betraying a mixture of fear and determination as she scrutinized the entrance. To her dismay, she discovered that the once spacious cave opening was now completely obstructed, leaving no visible gaps to peer inside. The situation within remained utterly unclear. Entering now might lead to a perilous fate. It was likely that the snakes inside would not easily retreat or perish. Zhang Yi gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, examining the cave entrance with keen interest. He soon recognized what Morong Chi had observed. The entrance was indeed completely sealed by the frozen snakes. This indicated that the internal temperature must still be tolerable, preventing all the snakes from freezing to death. However, the sheer number of snakes that had emerged made it improbable for them to return en masse anytime soon, thus complicating their quest for the other treasure. "It seems we may not be able to acquire that treasure for the time being," Su Bai sighed, casting a cursory glance at the scene. The blockage obscuring their view of the interior was merely one aspect of the dilemma. He was also reminded of the earlier fork in the cave that had mirrored the information displayed alongside the fire dragon's reverse scale. He had reason to suspect that the treasures on the other side might hold a value comparable to that of the fire dragon's reverse scale. But the dangers could very well be similar as well. Last time, fortune favored them with a venomous serpent that could not keep pace with them. However, what awaited them on the other side remained uncertain. Moreover, it was likely that the poisonous snakes had yet to fully vacate the premises, making entry at this moment a rather ill-advised choice. Should they really abandon this opportunity? Lin Wei pondered the possibility that the treasures beyond could be as rare as the fire dragon's reverse scale. They already understood that the reverse scale could resurrect the fire dragon, which only heightened curiosity about the potential treasures on the other side, as no one would deem themselves overly fortunate in acquiring valuable items. Although Morong Chi remained silent, her gaze reflected an inner turmoil. The peril was significant, yet the temptation was undeniably strong. "Let us return and, if we are still able, venture forth to explore then. By that time, I believe the blizzard will have ceased," Su Bai suggested after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, his dilemma revolved around the timing of their return, for entering now was out of the question. What if we are in poor condition upon our return? Lin Wei tilted her head, voicing her concern. Subai looked at Lin Wei and chuckled lightly. If we must return to replenish our supplies, then we shall do just that. We can always come back when we are in better spirits. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, adding absolutely Lin Wei. The map does not update frequently. We have ample time to return here. Hearing Zhang Yi and Su Bai's reasoning, Lin Wei finally nodded. Realizing that her earlier fixation on the treasures within the cave had clouded her judgment, there was no need to rush into a decision to enter immediately. At that moment, Muronqi sat quietly in her seat, cradling Bing Bing in her arms and saying nothing further. All right, if there are no objections, let's prepare to depart. Su Bai announced to Zhang Yi, then promptly climbed from the rear compartment to the front passenger seat. Previously, in the interest of escaping swiftly, he had dashed into the back seat, but now, having relaxed, he felt that being cramped with the two young ladies was not entirely appropriate. After all, the vehicle would jolt due to uneven terrain, causing him to occasionally bump into places he ought not to, while the young ladies were unfazed. Su Bai felt it was not an ideal situation. Lin Wei and Muronqi, observing Su Bai retreating to the front, pouted but refrained from voicing their displeasure. After all, Su Bai had previously moved to the back seat under the pretense of assisting Zhang Yi with the map, and they could not very well object. Thus, they clung tightly to Bing Bing, venting their dissatisfaction in silence. Bing Bing, curious, turned to look at the two young ladies, emitting contented purrs. In the rearview mirror, Su Bai observed the two young girls, their expressions a mix of indignation and helplessness. He couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, then reopen the map, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the coordinates marked for the fire dragon. He hoped fervently that the location indicated by the fire dragon would not present any complications. The off-road vehicle trudged slowly through the blizzard, the severe weather drastically limiting visibility. Even with the engine functioning properly, Zhang Yi dared not accelerate. Su Bai utilized the map diligently, continually correcting Zhang Yi's direction to avoid inadvertently steering toward the woods or cliffs. At that moment, the temperature inside the vehicle was not particularly low. The two girls in the back seat, after initially expressing their excitement about heading to the fire dragon's location, soon succumbed to drowsiness amid the slow pace and jolting of the vehicle, drifting off into a light slumber. Bing Bing, too, nestled against the soft forms of the girls, closed her eyes and dozed off. Seeing the cozy scene in the rearview mirror, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle softly. His previously suppressed spirits lifted a notch by the sight. If only this wasn't a life-threatening apocalypse. Su Bai, my brother. Zhang Yi suddenly interrupted Su Bai's reverie, prompting him to turn and face Zhang Yi. What is it? Zhang Yi spoke gently as he drove, having noticed that the young girls seemed to be asleep, and he lowered his voice to avoid waking them. What do you think this fire dragon location actually is? Su Bai turned his gaze to Zhang Yi, his eyes alight with a fervor that clearly indicated his anticipation for the place. Logically speaking, the fire dragon is indeed a divine beast. Who could possibly resist the favor of such a creature during this apocalypse? He felt fortunate to have obtained an ice beast egg during a previous expedition in the secret realm, but such occurrences were rare and often beyond one's control. Typically, treasure chests held true rewards. To unexpectedly acquire a divine beast's egg was likely beyond even the system's expectations. Now, with the fire dragon's reverse scale in his possession, which explicitly indicated it was a tool for resurrecting the fire dragon, it signified that they at least had the opportunity to bring the fire dragon back to life. If fortune favored them, acquiring another divine beast was not entirely out of reach. The mere thought stirred a sense of excitement within Su Bai. Yet, he was acutely aware of the exceedingly low probability of obtaining a divine beast. Thus he tempered his hopes. Who knows? There are many possibilities. Su Bai mused after a moment of contemplation, then lifted his head to address Zhang Yi. The situation remains unclear. While the fire dragon's reverse scale can indeed resurrect the creature, it is merely a key item. There are likely other conditions or items required. Zhang Yi let out a soft sigh at Su Bai's words. You're right, my brother Su Bai. It seems I was overly eager. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt an immense admiration for Su Bai's composure, in stark contrast to his own earlier state of inexplicable fervor regarding the fire dragon. However, after Su Bai's awakening words, Zhang Yi's gaze became considerably clearer. Su Bai turned to observe the restored clarity in Zhang Yi's eyes, his expression tinged with curiosity. Based on his understanding of Zhang Yi, it was surprising that he, a man not easily swayed, would become so fixated on such an ethereal matter. Moreover, given Zhang Yi's background in special forces, one would expect his resolve to be unwavering. Yet, the previous flicker of fervor in his eyes was puzzling. Nonetheless, with Zhang Yi now regained, Subai chose not to dwell on it further. Perhaps, in this apocalyptic world, Zhang Yi sought greater assurance, especially with the potential to acquire a divine beast. It was likely that anyone else would exhibit similar zeal under these circumstances. With this thought, Subai refrained from further contemplation on Zhang Yi's reaction and continued, "In truth, I too cannot help but ponder this matter, as it presents an opportunity to once again encounter a divine beast." Gently shaking his head, he addressed Zhang Yi. "However, the fire dragon scales and the map have already fused. It remains uncertain whether we possess the capability to resurrect the fire dragon. And even if it were to be revived, we cannot ascertain whether it would turn against us." Subai's words were both candid and realistic. These were indeed uncertainties. And with the fire dragon scales no longer being tangible, the feasibility of their use remained a mystery. Zhang Yi considered Subai's remarks and nodded silently, choosing to abandon further speculation. "Brother Su, do you think this task could require us to successfully revive the fire dragon, only to subsequently slay it in a subsequent assignment?" Zhang Yi's unexpected suggestion momentarily caught Subai off guard. While he had contemplated such a possibility, the urgency of the situation had previously prevented deeper reflection. Now, with Zhang Yi's renewed consideration, Subai found himself plunged back into thought. After a brief pause, he raised his head and replied, "That seems unlikely. Would the system issue a task so convoluted? If we were to face a living divine beast, the likelihood of our victory would be nearly non-existent." Zhang Yi nodded slightly in agreement. He had merely recalled a game he had played previously, which featured a similar quest narrative, where reviving something only to defeat it for rewards was a common motif across many games. Observing Zhang Yi's expression, Subai spoke again. "Although the chances of such an occurrence are slim, they are not entirely absent. We must remain prepared." Zhang Yi felt an inexplicable sense of unease at Subai's words, and then turned his gaze to the waning blizzard before them, suggesting, "Shall we head to the treasure we originally intended to seek?" However, Subai gently shook his head, a wry smile on his face as he replied, "It is too late. We have already arrived." As Subai spoke, it seemed that the temperature around them was gradually rising. The previously exposed areas, which had felt somewhat stiff, began to regain their flexibility. The relentless blizzard in the sky also started to weaken with the advance of the off-road vehicle, almost on the verge of ceasing entirely. Zhang Yi, upon hearing Subai's words, finally comprehended that the diminishing blizzard was not an indication of its cessation, but rather a sign that they were approaching the designated marker of the fire dragon. "Slow down. There may be something ahead." Subai fixed his gaze intently on the road ahead, fervently wishing that his system would provide him with some subtle hints through golden text. Yet, to his disappointment, the system seemed unresponsive at this crucial moment, offering no guidance whatsoever. Could it be that there was no danger ahead? That seemed implausible. Despite the lack of warnings from the system, Subai chose to exercise caution, for this world was rife with peril. Have we arrived? Lin Wei and Murong Qi, awakened by the noticeable rise in temperature, rubbed their eyes and surveyed their surroundings. Subai turned to glance at them, just as a line of golden characters manifested before his eyes. The burial ground of the fire dragon. Subai squinted at the golden text, acknowledging their arrival. Zhang Yi, hearing Subai's soft utterance, immediately became alert, scrutinizing the path ahead. Since they had arrived, it was likely that an event would soon unfold here. As for the nature of this event, Zhang Yi felt uncertain, yet Subai harbored a vague suspicion that either a creature would emerge or something would materialize directly. The last time he triggered such an event in the secret realm, it had been the ice beast. Thus, he remained particularly cautious at this moment. Is the blizzard stopping? Lin Wei, rubbing her eyes, gazed in bewilderment at the scenery outside the window, questioning if it was an illusion. For it appeared that the snow on the ground was less than before. It was not that the blizzard had ceased, but rather that its effects could not penetrate this area. Murong Qi, observant as ever, pointed towards the sky, prompting Lin Wei to notice that they seemed to have entered a calm eye of the storm, where barely any snowflakes fell, while the outside remained ominously overcast. The blizzard that connected heaven and earth seemed unable to affect this region. Instead, it surrounded it. There may be some danger here, Everyone, stay alert, Zhang Yi said softly as he drove. Being an experienced driver, he was acutely aware of the vehicle's handling. Compared to before, the snow on the ground had thinned considerably, and inside the vehicle, they could distinctly feel the traction chains clattering against the surface. This naturally led him to contemplate the fire dragon. As a divine beast that commanded flames, the fire dragon's power could very well be the reason why these blizzards could not encroach upon this area. Thus, the closer they approached their destination, the more perilous it would become. At this moment, Subai no longer glanced at the map, for the path ahead was devoid of any forks. With the blizzard no longer a hindrance, he simply needed to follow the singular route that lay before him. He scrutinized the surrounding scenery. Apart from the diminishing snow, the trees cloaked in white appeared somewhat peculiar. The snow accumulating on the branches was noticeably less than that blanketing the ground. It is worth noting that snow typically clings to leaves, preventing it from falling and thereby accumulating on the trees. However, the trees in this vicinity gave Subai the impression that they were nearly devoid of foliage. What could this mean? Could it be that the elevated temperatures were unsuitable for these cold-resistant plants? Although myriad speculations swirled in his mind, Subai could not ascertain the truth, at least not until he truly reached his destination, which would shed light on the mystery surrounding him. Do you feel the temperature rising? Lin Wei inquired, gently tugging at her collar, seemingly attempting to expel some of the heat building within her. It seems so. Murong Qi concurred, clearly sensing the increase in warmth, albeit the temperature remained considerably lower than normal. Nevertheless, it was indeed warmer than it had been previously, and the heat appeared to be on an upward trajectory, perhaps a sign that they were nearing their destination. Subai furrowed his brow. Although he had encountered such changes before, the prior cause had been the dragon's scales. What could it be now? After all, this was the burial ground of the fire dragon, suggesting that the dragon's remains were likely interred here. Could it be that the temperature emanating from the dragon's corpse was responsible for this anomaly? It might be prudent to shed some layers, but he must remember not to remove the armor gifted by the system, remaining ever prepared for battle. As he assessed his surroundings, Subai casually discarded his coat into his inventory. The temperature had escalated to a point where wearing overly warm clothing was no longer tenable. Failure to remove, it could lead to heat stroke. Brother E, please pull the vehicle over for a moment. Let us take some time to regroup before continuing, Subai directed as he turned to Zhang Yi. At that moment, beads of sweat were cascading down Zhang Yi's forehead, a clear indication of elevated body heat. Upon hearing Subai's voice, he nodded and gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, beginning to reorganize his gear. Subai then took a slow, sweeping glance around before gently opening the car door and stepping outside. Although traces of snow lingered, he felt no chill in his lightweight insulated armor, indicating that the temperature had indeed risen. Suddenly, Subai's nose twitched and his brow furrowed. Brother Bai, what is it? Lin Wei and Murong Qi also exited the vehicle, seeking to stretch their limbs after a prolonged period of confinement. Feeling somewhat stiff from the long journey, they deemed it necessary to alleviate their fatigue for the battles that lay ahead. Do you smell something burning? Subai furrowed his brow and glanced around. Although the temperature was not as frigid as before, the area remained blanketed in snow, leaving no trace of anything charred. However, there seemed to be a hint of it. Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Wei became aware of the faint scent wafting through the air. Yet, the aroma was so subtle that it was difficult to discern its source. Perhaps over there? Murong Qi's gaze fixed ahead, her finger slowly rising. With a keen sense of smell honed from a young age, she quickly determined that the burnt odor was carried by the wind from the direction before them. It was the scent of charcoal. Zhang Yi, having reorganized his gear, appeared quite capable and robust without the cumbersome outer layers of warm clothing. Although he could not pinpoint the direction of the scent, his extensive survival experience allowed him to discern its origin. Charcoal? Subai turned his attention to the trees nearby, which were noticeably sparser than those outside, and promptly delivered a sharp kick. The snow-covered trees shook violently under his force, causing the snow atop their branches to cascade down and reveal the bare trunks beneath. What is this? Burnt? Lin Wei frowned at the sight of the trees. It was no wonder they appeared more sparse. They had evidently been scorched before being blanketed by snow. Murong Qi scrutinized the charred, bare trunks and spoke up. Zhang Yi remained silent, exchanging a worried glance with Subai. They had witnessed such destructive power before, last encountered in the mystical realm. That terrifying beast, known as the Ice Beast, had wrought similar devastation. Now, witnessing such a terrifying manifestation again, the ability to reduce trees within 100 miles to mere twigs suggested an entity possibly more formidable than the ice beast. What kind of being could annihilate a fire dragon? Subai felt a twinge of anxiety, as his system had only provided minimal guidance about their current location. Nonetheless, he did not perceive this place as safe. The fire dragon's strength was undoubtedly formidable, capable of incinerating defenses across a vast area. Just contemplating that scene sent chills down his spine. Faced with the possibility of confronting the entity that had slain the fire dragon, Subai felt utterly unprepared. "Since we're here, we might as well take a look," Lin Wei remarked, seemingly sensing his unease, her face breaking into a smile. "You have no idea what we might be up against." Subai gently shook his head, clearly concerned about the potential mishap that could befall the two young girls before him. Their abilities were relatively inferior compared to himself and Zhang, and recklessly advancing could easily lead to disaster. "Rest assured, we are not foolish. Let us first assess the situation. If it appears dire, we shall promptly retreat. With a vehicle at our disposal, we need not fear an escape," Murong Qi interjected, casting a glance at Subai. Zhang Yi observed Subai, wanting to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refraining. In his estimation, the safest course of action was to refrain from further exploration, for the dangers here were alarmingly high. While the phenomena within the cave had piqued his curiosity, the eerie occurrences surrounding them now sent shivers down his spine. If it were only himself, or if Subai were beside him, he might have chosen to venture further. However, with the presence of two untrained girls, the prospect of them getting injured or worse in a confrontation was something he could not bear to witness. Having come this far, he felt a pang of reluctance to abandon their pursuit, yet the two girls' safety weighed heavily on his mind. Subai shared Zhang Yi's concerns, but upon turning to meet Lin Wei and Murong Qi's determined gazes, he suddenly chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Wei retorted, a hint of annoyance coloring her tone. "Oh, nothing. Just reminiscing about happier times," Subai replied, shaking his head, yet a smile lingered on his lips, utterly unmasked. His laughter stemmed from a defiance he saw in Lin Wei and Murong Qi's eyes, reminiscent of his own childhood when he longed for adventure despite parental restrictions. He had ultimately heeded their caution and refrained from venturing forth, but the regret had lingered ever since. Now, seeing Lin Wei and Murong Qi, he felt as though he were gazing at a younger version of himself. "Let us proceed cautiously. Should any unexpected events arise, we must evacuate immediately." Subai's smile faded, and he regarded Lin Wei and Murong Qi with a serious expression. "Absolutely," they both exclaimed in unison, nodding vigorously. Their eagerness to enter stemmed not only from genuine interest, but also a deep-seated reluctance to turn back. Having come this far, they feared that letting fear dictate their actions would lead to regret in the future. "Subai, are you truly certain this is wise?" Zhang Yi asked, scrutinizing Subai. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Brother Yi, I understand your concerns. Truth be told, I share them as well," Subai replied, turning to Zhang Yi with a reassuring smile. "Then why do you still agree to move forward?" Zhang Yi questioned, puzzled by Subai's insistence on proceeding despite the evident dangers ahead. Merely hearing about something will never lead to true understanding. If we allow fear to hinder our progress, we shall indeed remain stagnant. Subai gazed intently at Zhang Yi and slowly spoke. Their eyes met, and the furrowed brow of Zhang Yi gradually relaxed as comprehension dawned upon him. "Let us proceed. Get in the car," he said with a nod, turning to beckon the two young women to enter the vehicle before returning to the driver's seat. Once again, they found themselves within the confines of the off-road vehicle. Yet this time, an air of gravity enveloped them. Although they had resolved to advance, their intent was not to court death, but rather to seek adventure. Each individual heightened their awareness, scrutinizing their surroundings for any potential threats, prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. As the vehicle pressed onward, the accumulation of snow around them began to dissipate, revealing branches that were charred and partially exposed. What lay ahead? Lin Wei observed the increasingly severe scorch marks on the trees, her brow knitting in concern. "I don't know, but whatever can withstand the current temperature is likely to be perilous." Glancing at the map in his hand, Subai noted that their coordinates nearly aligned with the dragon-shaped emblem depicted on it, signaling their imminent arrival. The temperature here was evidently warmer than before. It seemed the center would be even hotter. They could only hope that this would not impede their progress. should the heat become excessive. Su Bai would have to abandon their objective, for their armor, equipped with thermal insulation, would need to be removed, severely compromising their defense. Such a scenario would be exceedingly dangerous. Even a minor wound could prove fatal. Su Bai had not forgotten that they were still amidst the wintry apocalypse. Risking their lives for an expedition was unwarranted. While he agreed to continue forward, safety remained paramount. Ice. Lin Wei suddenly sensed a peculiar intensity in the demeanor of her companion, Ice. Previously, Ice had always exuded a gentle aura, rarely displaying any threatening expressions. Yet now, it appeared that Ice had sensed something, instinctively baring sharp fangs and adopting a fierce gaze reminiscent of a wolf. Clearly, Ice was attuned to whatever lay within. After stealing a glance at Ice's unusual state, Su Bai remarked, "The creature's demeanor is not directed at us." As a divine beast, Ice's sensitivity to the presence of other divine beings is not unexpected. "Su Bai, we have arrived," Zhang Yi interjected, just as Su Bai turned to look at Ice. Su Bai turned around and was astonished to behold a colossal figure before him. A massive skeleton loomed in front of the onlookers. The four individuals seated in their spacious jeep appeared minuscule in comparison to this gigantic structure. Su Bai tilted his head to gaze at the advancing skeleton, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon approaching the skeletal remains, the snow that had once blanketed the area had entirely vanished, replaced by charred earth and desiccated branches. "What on earth is this?" Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she observed the ever-enlarging skeleton. Could this possibly be the legendary fire dragon? At that moment, Morongqi was equally taken aback, estimating the length of the skeleton to be at least 20 to 30 meters. Despite its current state as mere bones, it was evident how fearsome it must have been in life. It is crucial to note that a creature capable of maintaining such a size would possess bone and muscle densities far beyond that of any human. And even the largest creature known in the previous world, the blue whale, could not be compared to it, let alone any notions of fire-spitting magic. Even relying solely on sheer muscular strength would render them utterly obliterated. "It must be," Su Bai murmured softly, contemplating the immense skeleton before him. Their current coordinates had perfectly aligned with the dragoness location, and this enormous skeleton was likely the remnant of the fire dragon's demise. At that instant, any lingering doubt in his mind regarding the fire dragon being a divine beast dissipated entirely. Even in skeletal form, it radiated an incessant warmth, preventing the surrounding area from being blanketed by snow, and even a blizzard could not penetrate this place. "Ego, please pull over to the side," Su Bai requested gently. This was not a decision born out of altruism, but rather a precaution. He was concerned that if a battle were to ensue, their vehicle would not hinder them and would remain intact amidst potential conflict. After all, they were likely to confront a divine beast, and the probability of their vehicle being rendered inoperable during the fray was quite high. "Understood," Zhang Yi replied promptly, nodding before gradually steering the vehicle toward the edge and coming to a halt. He was well aware of Su Bai's concerns, thus he refrained from questioning the request. Once the vehicle was securely parked, Su Bai did not exit immediately. Instead, he lowered the window slightly to gauge the temperature outside. A warm breeze mingled with the scent of charred wood wafted into the vehicle. "Let us disembark," Su Bai announced, having confirmed that the temperature posed no anomalies. He turned to the others, inviting them to exit the vehicle. As they stepped out, Su Bai felt the ground beneath his feet, nearly reduced to cinders, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. The fire dragon's power was likely far more terrifying than he had previously envisioned. At the heart of this colossal skeleton, the surrounding area, extending nearly 100 miles, has been reduced to cinders. Their delayed discovery was attributed to the snow cover blanketing the more distant regions, which initially obscured their awareness. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, Su Bai inhaled deeply and promptly accessed the system interface, only to find the chat feature unresponsive. Despite the absence of the blizzard's wrath in this locale, the signal remained obstructed, rendering their tactical retreat plans futile. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Yi inquired after meticulously inspecting his weaponry, stepping closer to Su Bai. "Let us proceed cautiously, advancing slowly to avoid triggering any unforeseen dangers," Su Bai suggested after a moment of contemplation. At that moment, Bing Bing leapt from Lin Wei's arms, shaking its head and fixating on the skeleton before them. "Bing Bing, do you recognize this creature?" Morongqi asked, observing Bing Bing's reaction and squatting to point at the skeletal remains. With a nod, Bing Bing affirmed its recognition. Could this be the skeleton of a fire dragon? Moron-chi probed further. While they had only just arrived, it was reasonable to presume this was indeed the remains of a fire dragon. Nevertheless, it was prudent to confirm with Bing Bing, as this little creature was an expert in identifying such mythical beasts. To everyone's surprise, Bing Bing shook its head, refuting Moron-chi's assumption. Not a fire dragon skeleton? Su-bai felt bewildered. He had scrutinized the area on his way here and found nothing but this one skeleton. What else could it possibly be? Although he yearned to inquire further, Bing Bing could only convey simple gestures, unable to articulate its thoughts. The remaining companions exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with uncertainty as they stood in silence, unsure of their next move. Su-bai surveyed the surroundings. His system notifications remained dormant, suggesting there was nothing of significance or peril here. Under normal circumstances, he would trust the system. However, given the blizzard's interference, the shared system's functionality had diminished. It was uncertain whether his own alert system had also been compromised. If negligence led to a failure in the system due to the storm, their situation could turn dire. Though the system offered no explicit prompts, the stark contrast between the frigid, snow-laden exterior and the searing heat permeating the air, along with the acrid scent of charred remnants, had inscribed the notion of this place's complexity upon the very ground. Even Su-bai, despite his unwavering faith in his system, could not entirely disregard the environment surrounding him. At that moment, Bing Bing seemed to have perceived something, suddenly emitting a series of howls, her gaze tinged with an unmistakable sense of aversion. What could possibly be the cause of this reaction? While the others remained oblivious, aware only that Bing Bing had discovered something, Su-bai, connected to her, could distinctly sense her emotions. The revelation did not surprise him. However, the inexplicable disdain was perplexing. After all, Bing Bing was a divine beast. What could elicit such a response from a creature of ice? It was highly probable that it was another divine beast, perhaps one in stark contrast to the icy creature. As this thought crossed his mind, Shunshio's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Bing Bing. If Bing Bing claimed that this skeletal remains did not belong to a fire dragon, did that imply the corpse of a fire dragon lay hidden nearby? Had Bing Bing discovered the presence of a fire dragon? With this realization, Su-bai immediately crouched down. Upon seeing this, Bing Bing extricated herself from Lin Wei's embrace and hurried over to nuzzle Su-bai's palm with her head. This gesture elicited a discontented pout from Lin Wei, who felt helpless in the face of the situation. One was a formidable divine beast, the other, her rival captain. Both were beyond her capacity to confront. Even if Bing Bing had seemingly forsaken her, she could only endure in silence. Bing Bing, have you uncovered the trace of the fire dragon? Su-bai inquired. A swift nod from Bing Bing confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, it was the fire dragon. Could it possibly emerge and attack us? Lin Wei exclaimed, instinctively raising her weapon and scanning the surroundings. Foolish, Su-bai gently tapped Lin Wei on the head, eliciting a disgruntled shake from her. A deceased dragon cannot suddenly spring forth to assail us. As Lin Wei absorbed Su-bai's words, she recalled that their mission was, in fact, to resurrect the fire dragon. The thought of her earlier foolishness filled her with embarrassment and indignation. Shall I venture forth to investigate? Zhang Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous. Su-bai promptly countered Zhang Yi's proposal. While it was unlikely that the fire dragon would suddenly leap out at them, it did not negate the inherent dangers of their surroundings. Should any complications arise, Zhang Yi would likely sustain injuries. It is vital to recognize that even elite forces possess limited combat capabilities when alone, especially when confronted with such mythological entities. The myriad combat techniques learned within the military often fail to manifest effectively in this extraordinary context. However, he understood that merely lingering in place was not a viable solution, and promptly spoke up. I will take Bing Bing to have a look. Upon hearing Su-bai's words, the other three immediately displayed expressions of concern. Why don't we go together? Moron-chi suggested. We have weapons as well. If danger arises, we can at least ensure our own safety. Lin Wei nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Yet, Su-bai merely shook his head gently and replied, No, it is safer for me to go alone. If anyone among us can sense potential danger in this vicinity, it must be me. Hearing Su-bai's assertion, Zhang Yi who had intended to offer a counter-argument, found himself momentarily at a loss. Subai was indeed correct. He was the only one among them capable of anticipating threats in advance. However, possessing such an ability did not guarantee invulnerability, as even a minor misstep could lead to dire consequences. Subai had saved his life, and throughout their journey, they had supported each other through numerous challenges. The thought of merely watching Subai take risks was something he found hard to accept. The other two young women shared similar sentiments. Each had received varying degrees of aid from Subai to survive, and without his assistance, they would not even be standing here, let alone aspire to reach the coveted top of the red list. Observing the expressions of the three before him, Subai felt a mix of gratitude and bemusement. Why does everyone look as though I am heading to my doom? Upon hearing Subai's words, Zhang Yi and the others were momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, I will not engage in any reckless endeavors. I am not asking you to watch me perish. Each of you wields firearms, and with a simple aim, you can provide support. If danger arises, just assist me from a distance, Subai said with a light laugh, waving his hand reassuringly at them. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He realized he had overthought the situation and forgotten Subai's fundamental trait, his caution. How could such a prudent individual ever act recklessly? Perhaps he had been too worried about Subai. With this realization, Zhang Yi smiled and turned to Subai. All right, my brother Subai, I trust you. Go ahead, I'll have your back. A faint smile graced Subai's lips as he replied, no problem. Although Lin Wei and Murong Qi remained silent, their expressions began to convey a sense of reassurance. After all, Subai had always been synonymous with reliability in their eyes. It seemed that nothing was beyond his capability. He was merely venturing forth to explore, in places they could easily see, and they had indeed been overly anxious. After all, Subai was not traversing a minefield. With this thought in mind, the two young women nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's words. Rest assured, Brother Bai, we will handle things from behind. Subai glanced back at them, a knowing smile gracing his lips, before lowering his gaze to Bing Bing. Let's proceed. Woo. At that moment, Bing Bing understood Subai's intent. After a brief response, she did not rush forward, but cautiously advanced instead. Subai raised his shotgun, disengaging the safety, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. His eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, ready to shoot if any threat emerged. As his feet tread upon the scorched earth, the residual warmth seeped into his soles, yet he had no time to relish such sensations. Although he could not fathom why the skeletal remains before him, not belonging to a fire dragon, emanated such heat, now was not the time for contemplation. A moment's distraction could lead to a surprise attack, and that would be catastrophic. Thus, Subai and Bing Bing moved cautiously forward, while Zhang Yi and the others also readied their weapons, prepared to support Subai at a moment's notice. Should danger arise, they would ensure his safe retreat. Fortunately, the path seemed devoid of peril, and soon Subai and Bing Bing stood before the enormous skeleton. Subai lifted his gaze to the towering remains and could not resist gently reaching out to touch them. A chilling sensation coursed through his hand, almost rendering it numb. What is happening? Subai had no time to ponder the near frostbite of his hand. He was instead stunned by the sight of the stark bones. The temperature here was clearly not emanating from a skeletal structure. Just as Subai was lost in thought, Bing Bing called out to him. Whoa! Subai immediately turned his attention to the direction indicated by Bing Bing's head, seemingly towards the interior of the skeleton. He raised his gun and cautiously approached the edge of the skeletal structure, peering inside. A colossal egg, resembling flowing magma in vibrant crimson, came into view. At that moment, the system, having been silent for some time, finally reappeared with golden text. Fire Dragon Egg. Subai stared at the egg, momentarily taken aback. Why is there a fire dragon egg? Brother Subai, what have you discovered? Zhang Yi inquired upon noticing Subai's apparent distraction. Afide dragon egg, Subai di plaiv. Not turning back, but instead scrutinizing the egg that seemed to pulse with molten heat. He could distinctly sense that the warmth surrounding them was emanating from this very egg. A fire dragon egg? Lin Wei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her expression brightened with delight. Was this not the very object of their deepest desires? Though Murong Qi remained silent, the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable. Brother Subai, shall we assist? At this moment, although Zhang Yi felt immense joy, he remained composed and turned to inquire of Subai. It's all right, I'll take a look first. Subai glanced back, smiled. and shook his head before gradually approaching the fire dragon egg. As he drew near, his gaze was fixed on the golden prompt before him. However, despite reaching the side of the fire dragon egg, no further prompts appeared. Could it be that he was merely overthinking things, and there truly was no danger? Just a simple fire dragon egg for him? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the description of the dragon's reverse scale meant for resurrecting the dragon? What was happening now? Subai felt perplexed. Evidently, something was amiss, yet he could not discern the nature of the issue. Consequently, he began to examine the area surrounding the fire dragon egg. Behind him, the three onlookers watched as Subai circled the fire dragon egg, momentarily at a loss. Brother E, what should we do? Should we just watch? Mu Rongqi turned to Zhang Yi. Trust in Brother Subai, Zhang Yi replied after a brief moment of contemplation, gently shaking his head. He had complete faith in Subai. Until he explicitly indicated that they could approach, it was prudent not to act rashly, lest complications arise. Beside the fire dragon egg, Subai crouched down, meticulously scrutinizing it, and slowly extended his hand to sense the warmth radiating from the egg. Strangely, despite being so close, he felt no heat emanating from it. Just moments ago, he had sensed warmth from a greater distance. After a moment's hesitation, Subai gently placed his hand upon the fire dragon egg. To his astonishment, the surface felt icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Just as he was about to turn back and share these odd observations with his companions, he realized that behind him stood no one. Not even the vehicle was in sight. Immediately, Subai sprang to his feet and returned to the location where Zhang Yi and the others had been. Brother E, Linwei, Murongqi, where are you? He called out, but received no response. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. What is happening? Subai furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. What could have transpired? He found it hard to believe that Zhang Yi and the others would abandon him in a moment of crisis. After all, there was no imminent danger, and even if they had left, Bing Bing would never have forsaken him. Yet now, everyone had vanished, which was utterly illogical. Suddenly, a massive snow bear appeared from nowhere, charging towards Subai. With no time for contemplation, he swiftly raised his shotgun, aiming at the weak point marked by the system. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the distance remains perilously great. Even a shot fired now would not result in a fatal wound. The circumstances are exceedingly complex, and conserving even a single bullet could enhance the hope for survival. Subai observed as the snow bear gradually approached him. At last, once the snow bear entered Subai's effective range, he swiftly pulled the trigger, and the creature's head erupted into a mist of crimson, its body collapsing backward. Yet, before Subai could exhale in relief, he noticed two more snow bears had inexplicably appeared in the distance, charging towards him. This sight caused a frown to crease Subai's brow, and a peculiar thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that his act of killing the snow bear before him had summoned these two? However, he quickly cast aside such musings. There was no time for contemplation, as the two snow bears were nearly upon him. Seizing the moment, he fired twice as they entered his effective range, and both fell in response to his shots. Roar, 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 before Subai could catch his breath. For roars echoed from afar. Could it be that this peculiar spawning method was indeed real? What on earth was happening? A sense of panic began to take hold of Subai if this pattern continued. Killing one summoned two, killing two summoned four, then slaying the four before him would yield 8. If this incessant doubling persisted, he would soon reach his limit. Therefore, he could not afford to shoot the snow bears immediately. He needed to devise a strategy to entangle them while seeking a resolution. As for Zhang Yi and the others, he could only hope they would discover his whereabouts and come to his swift rescue. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Zhang Yi and his companions awaited news from Subai, the enormous skeleton of Bing Bing rushed back in a frenzy. This scene momentarily stunned the trio. But Zhang Yi was the first to react, his expression tinged with confusion. If danger had arisen, Bing Bing would never abandon Subai. Yet now it returned alone, with no sign of Subai in sight. Subai, my brother? Zhang Yi called out, but received no response. What could be happening? An ominous premonition gnawed at him. This situation was undoubtedly more complicated than it appeared. Subai would not jest about such matters. I may be in trouble, murmured Mu Rongqi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She uttered this because she distinctly saw fear reflected in Bing Bing's gaze, an emotion she had never witnessed in the divine beast before. What could instill such terror in a creature of its stature? Let's go and investigate. Lin Wei responded to Mu Rongqi's words, her own anxiety bubbling to the surface as she considered the uncertainty surrounding Su Bai. I will take a look first. You all stay here. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, but then quickly made his decision, turning to glance at Lin Wei and the others. He cautiously raised his gun and approached the massive skeleton. As he drew nearer, he could distinctly feel the rising heat emanating from ahead. Upon entering the enormous skeleton, Zhang Yi was taken aback to find a single egg, adorned with flowing lava patterns. This must be the fire dragon egg. Yet there was no sign of Su Bai, and no other exit was apparent. The only way out was to retrace his steps. What could be the reason for this? Iga, how's the situation? Mu Rongqi inquired as Zhang Yi reached Su Bai's previous position, her voice laced with concern. She feared that Zhang Yi might also disappear without a trace. Just like Su Bai, he is no longer here. Zhang Yi struggled to articulate his feelings, simply stating his initial impression. Not here. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi exchanged startled glances, both reflecting shock and confusion in their eyes. It made no sense. Why would Su Bai vanish without a word? Come and see for yourselves. Zhang Yi felt unable to explain the situation further and gestured for the two young women to approach. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi, accompanied by Bing Bing, ventured toward the colossal skeleton. It's so hot. As they neared the skeleton, Lin Wei instinctively frowned. The temperature here was noticeably higher than where they had been earlier. Yet Su Bai had shown no signs of discomfort. Could it be that he was entirely oblivious to it? They soon reached the spot where Zhang Yi stood, and their eyes fell upon the fire dragon egg, with nothing else in sight. This left Lin Wei momentarily speechless. Initially, she had thought Su Bai might have exited through another passage, but now it seemed increasingly unlikely. If he had left, they surely would have seen him. Yet his absence was undeniable. Where could he have gone? Have you ever heard the saying? Mu Rongqi, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Listening to Mu Rongqi's words, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. Do you mean to say that Su Bai has entered the fire dragon egg? Lin Wei examined the fire dragon egg closely, remaining silent as she approached it slowly. Once beside the egg, the heat seemed to diminish. Although puzzled, she did not halt her movements. She extended a hand toward the egg. Hey, Lin Wei, what are you doing? Zhang Yi exclaimed, alarmed by her actions, rushing forward to prevent her from proceeding further. However, Lin Wei seemed to disregard Zhang Yi's words entirely, as she gently placed her hand upon the surface of the fire dragon egg. In that instant, Zhang Yi watched in disbelief as Lin Wei was absorbed into the fire dragon egg, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Mu Rongqi naturally witnessed Lin Wei's predicament and widened her eyes in astonishment. Even Zhang Yi, who prided himself on his vast experiences, halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the unfolding spectacle. This was a sight he had never encountered before. He then turned to Mu Rongqi, remarking, "It seems this egg serves as a portal. Let us enter as well." Mu Rongqi concurred, nodding in agreement with Zhang Yi. All right. Zhang Yi gradually composed himself, nodding in assent. The pair approached the fire dragon egg when suddenly, Mu Rongqi had a thought and turned to Ice. Ow! Before Mu Rongqi could voice her thoughts, Ice dashed to the side of the fire dragon egg, resting her paw upon it, and in the blink of an eye, was absorbed by the egg. Let us go. Zhang Yi glanced back at Mu Rongqi and promptly pressed his hand against the egg. Mu Rongqi followed suit, and soon their figures disappeared from sight. Roar! Before Mu Rongqi could fully comprehend the situation, she was startled by the furious roar of a snow bear. She felt no sensation of being transported. In fact, she sensed nothing at all, almost believing that the teleportation had failed. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Why are you all here? Su Bai, running in the open space, turned to see the three emerging from the direction of the fire dragon egg, with Ice at his side. However, as everyone raised their weapons in preparation to shoot, Su Bai shouted, "Don't shoot. For everyone you kill, two will appear. It's quite troublesome." While running, Su Bai pointed at the three snow bears whose heads had already disappeared. The group stood frozen, taken aback by Su Bai's words. If they couldn't shoot to kill, what were they to do? Were they to continue running in circles with the snow bears? Just as confusion enveloped them, Ice suddenly lunged forward. She bit down on the neck of one snow bear, which roared in pain. But before it could react, its body collapsed lifelessly, visibly shriveling. "Ice, ice!" Subai exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but Ice appeared oblivious to his plea, launching herself at another snow bear. In mere moments, she had downed a fourth snow bear. To Subai's astonishment, he noticed that the snow bears did not seem to respawn. Could it be that Ice's attacks did not trigger a respawn? Contemplating this possibility, Subai finally exhaled in relief, then sat down heavily on the ground. Breathing heavily, "Brother Subai, where are we?" Zhang Yi, realizing the situation, immediately approached Subai. "I am uncertain. I merely touched the fire dragon egg and found myself here," Subai replied, gesturing for a moment of respite before continuing. "Shall we touch the fire dragon egg again and return?" Lin Wei suggested, pointing at the egg. "It is futile. We have already tried," Subai replied. Turning to Lin Wei, "I surmise that we have entered the fire dragon dungeon, and the condition for entry was to touch the fire dragon egg." Upon hearing Subai's words, the other three began to comprehend their predicament. So this was indeed the fire dragon dungeon. However, to be pursued by the snow bears upon entry, and to face the possibility of them respawning, seemed to render this dungeon excessively formidable. Are we left with no choice but to press onward? Zhang Yi scratched his head, finally grasping their situation. Indeed, this dungeon is a one-way journey. Once we are in, turning back is likely impossible. Subai sighed softly, his voice heavy with regret. He felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not chosen to approach the fire dragon mark, perhaps they would have already secured the treasure from the original map and returned home. Now, the entire team was ensnared within the fire dragon dungeon, compelled to advance. Before Subai could elaborate further, a terrified voice from Murong Qi broke the tension. "Look at Bing Bing." Subai and Zhang Yi swiftly turned around, only to find Bing Bing lying motionless beside the fourth snow bear. 128. The function of fire dragon scales. Subai's heart raced as he dashed to Bing Bing's side, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Could the blood of these snow bears be poisonous? Zhang Yi hurriedly followed Subai, reaching Bing Bing as well. Yet, when Subai placed his hand on Bing Bing's body, he was taken aback to find it was not as cold as he had anticipated, and her breathing was remarkably steady, suggesting no apparent abnormalities. It appeared that Bing Bing was merely asleep. Zhang Yi knelt beside her, checking for breath by placing his fingers near her nose. After inspecting other parts of her body, he spoke uncertainly, "I am not sure." Subai gently patted Bing Bing's round belly and suddenly recalled that she had a habit of sleeping after a hearty meal. He had previously overlooked this detail, merely thinking it was natural for such a young creature to sleep after eating. However, in retrospect, it seemed Bing Bing always fell asleep only after consuming a sufficient amount of blood, and each slumber lasted quite a while. Upon awakening, subtle changes in her form would occur, which were manifestations of her innate skills. Looking down at Bing Bing, Subai found himself both amused and exasperated. Clearly, the little one had simply indulged in enough blood to drift into a deep slumber. Is Bing Bing all right? At this moment, Lin Wei and Murong Qi approached Subai and Bing Bing, their faces etched with concern. "It's nothing. She's just asleep," Subai reassured them. The two young women paused momentarily upon hearing his explanation. Lin Wei, with a peculiar expression, gently touched Bing Bing's abdomen and remarked, "It seems Bing Bing may have overeaten and needs some time to digest." Indeed, Subai nodded, although he was not entirely certain about the specifics. Given that Bing Bing was unable to speak, he believed the general situation was quite similar. "Since Bing Bing is fine, let us consider what our next step should be," Subai said, cradling Bing Bing in his arms as he turned to his teammates, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Initially, he had hoped his companions would devise a way to rescue him, but now that everyone was trapped, it seemed they had no choice but to complete this quest. "The vehicles are outside, but we still have to walk on foot to get anywhere," Lin Wei said. Her spirits dampened as she glanced at the vacant parking spot where their car should have been. It was, however, to be expected, although this place bore a striking resemblance to their previous location. Upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. The blizzard that had once surrounded them had vanished. "Perhaps we should explore the area. We might stumble upon something new," Zhang Yi suggested. He scrutinized the surroundings, but regrettably, he found nothing of significance. The scenery before him was nearly identical to what he had seen earlier: charred trees and scorched earth, with nothing else in sight. With the blizzard gone, does that mean we can leave? Murong Qi pointed to the still absent white veil on the horizon and inquired. Theoretically, yes, but the area is rather vast, and venturing out without direction could lead us astray, Subai replied. He had noted the absence of the blizzard upon entering this quest, yet its disappearance did little to ease his predicament. After all, their vehicles were nowhere to be found, and traversing on foot would prove challenging. However, as soon as Subai finished speaking, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he handed Bing Bing over to Murong Chi and began rummaging through his backpack. Moments later, the map embossed with dragon scales reappeared in his hands. If we risk getting lost, then the map could certainly prove useful, he declared. Moreover, with the blizzard lifted, the map's clarity would likely improve. He just hoped it would function within this quest. A sense of unease lingered within Subai, while the other team members, upon seeing him retrieve the map, understood his intentions without needing to ask. Their hearts were similarly heavy with apprehension. If the map proved operational, they would at least have a clear objective. However, should it fail, they would truly be left to wander aimlessly in search of clues. Subai gradually unfurled the map, and upon seeing its contents, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. The information displayed on the map was entirely different from before. The other members of the team, noticing Subai's reaction, gathered around to observe the map. Why was there only one path on this map? Lin Wei curiously examined the map. It was indeed the same one as before, as the imprint of the fire dragon scale remained evident. This artifact was unique. This must be the map for this dungeon, Zhang Yi remarked, contemplating the map. This was the only possibility he could fathom. I concur. Subai nodded at Zhang Yi's words and continued. The description of the fire dragon scale merely indicated that it was a crucial item for resurrecting the fire dragon, without detailing its application. It seems at least one function is to allow the map to reveal the circumstances within the dungeon. The group listened intently to Subai's explanation, and clarity dawned upon them. Indeed, the fire dragon scale had previously been stated to be the key to resurrecting the fire dragon, and it now appeared that the objective of this fire dragon dungeon was precisely to revive the creature. Given that the goal was to resurrect the fire dragon, it was evident that the map served to facilitate this aim. How do we proceed? Do we simply walk? Lin Wei surveyed the map, then glanced around at the scenery before directing her inquiry towards the path they needed to take. This route appeared remarkably smooth and suitable for vehicular travel. However, their vehicle was left outside, rendering driving impossible. I happen to have a snowmobile, but it hasn't been used in quite some time, and it's out of fuel. Subai sighed, feeling quite disheartened. He had prepared fuel for his snowmobile, but it was all in the trunk of the vehicle, an oversight that had turned into an unfortunate twist of fate. It seems I should have been more thoughtful. No matter. Let us proceed on foot. I estimate it's not too far, perhaps about an hour's walk. Zhang Yi glanced at the map and spoke. It appears we have no other option. Subai nodded in agreement. This was indeed their only course of action for now. But the silver lining was that they at least had a clear objective and knew where to head next. Subai turned to look at Murong Chi, who gently shook her head. It's all right. Bing Bing isn't too heavy. I can carry him. It will also provide some warmth. Seeing this, Subai ceased his insistence, picked up the map, determined their direction, and announced, Then let us embark. 129. The colossal dragon head Subai led the way with the map in hand, followed closely by the two young women, while Zhang Yi brought up the rear, armed with his gun. How much longer will it take? Lin Wei exhaled a puff of warm air, her expression somewhat grim. After leaving the vicinity of the fire dragon egg, the temperature around them had noticeably dropped, though it was not as frigid as a blizzard. It still left her hands and feet icy, her body trembling slightly. It should be soon. Should I use this? Subai glanced back and retrieved a few hand warmers from his backpack. No need. Lin Wei gently shook her head. Subai did not insist, and after exchanging a glance with Zhang Yi to confirm their safety, they resumed their journey forward. Throughout the trek, Subai remained vigilant, acutely aware that the snow-covered trees obscured their vision. If a wild beast were to leap forth, they might be caught unawares. Thus, he remained fully alert, ready to react should a golden prompt appear. Fortunately, or perhaps by design, the few snow bears that could spawn in multiples seemed to be the greatest peril, as they had traversed nearly 4/5 of their path without encountering further danger. Aside from the steadily dropping temperature, there were no other significant challenges. After a moment, Subai announced, We are nearing our destination. Everyone, stay alert. He glanced at the map, noting that their coordinates were close to the objective. However, the surrounding trees obstructed their view of what awaited them ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei promptly drew her rifle and disengaged the safety, adopting a vigilant stance. Morong Chi, seemingly eager to retrieve her firearm, felt a bit flustered as she cradled Bing Bing in her arms. "It's all right. Just take care of Bing Bing," Su Bai reassured her, noticing the discomfort on her face. Bing Bing is also an essential teammate. Your task is to ensure its safety. Hearing Su Bai's words, Morong Chi felt a measure of reassurance and nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Su Bai stowed the map and drew a shotgun, loading it with ammunition before disengaging the safety. He led the other members of the team forward cautiously. However, as they progressed, a peculiar canister made of metal and glass came into view, connected to a massive and strange machine. Even from a distance, it was evident that this was an exceptionally intricate device. Yet, it appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, as it was nearly covered in snow. To their astonishment, through the glass of the large canister, they beheld a sleeping, miniature fire dragon. "What is this?" Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Since their arrival in this world, they had started from scratch, and even now, their technological level was quite rudimentary. Yet, this machine evidently surpassed their current capabilities. What could this possibly mean? And what of the sleeping miniature fire dragon within the glass canister? Su Bai fixed his gaze intently on the machine before him, yet, perhaps due to the considerable distance, his golden prompt system remained silent. Could this dragon be the very one that had been slain? Morong Chi observed the slumbering, diminutive dragon within the jar and spoke. As he listened to her words, Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart filled with astonishment. If this miniature dragon was indeed the deceased one, it implied that someone had successfully managed to kill such a divine beast and extract a portion for research. Such a level of technological advancement, even in their previous world, was unattainable. Moreover, the peculiar machine's exterior already suggested a technology far superior to that of Blue Star. Thus, where did this object originate, and who possessed the capability to slay and study a divine beast like the dragon? A multitude of questions swirled within his mind, disrupting Su Bai's thoughts. "Everyone, be cautious. I sense danger lurking in the surroundings," Zhang Yi suddenly interjected, his years of experience in executing missions warning him that something was undoubtedly guarding this place. "What should we do now?" Lin Wei glanced at the machine, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Shall we approach and take a closer look?" Morong Chi held Bing Bing and scrutinized the machine, but regardless of her perspective, nothing seemed amiss. She then spoke. "It appears we have no choice." Su Bai furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed as to why his system had not responded. If it were malfunctioning in this instance, the system would not have activated during his encounter with the snow bear. The fact that it had indicated the system was functioning properly. "You all stay here. I will investigate," Su Bai said, glancing at the other three before preparing to step forward. However, just as he took a step, the slumbering dragon within the enormous glass jar suddenly opened its eyes, locking its gaze onto him. Instinctively, Su Bai raised his weapon, aiming it at the dragon. The other members of the team, witnessing this bizarre scene, swiftly directed their firearms toward the jar. It was uncertain whether the threat had been effective or if the dragon bore no malice. It merely stared intently at Su Bai through the glass, making no further movement. "Perhaps we should retreat. This is quite unsettling," Lin Wei said, drawing her neck in, her tone wavering slightly. "Do not worry. You all stay back while I approach," Su Bai reassured them, waving his hand gently. He then resumed his slow advance toward the machine, and the dragon continued to fixate on him without any other actions. This allowed Su Bai to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the dragon was a divine beast, and as long as he could navigate the instance without provoking it, that would be ideal. However, just as Su Bai felt a sense of ease, a golden alert suddenly appeared before him. Extreme danger. Su Bai instinctively stepped back. Simultaneously, a colossal black beast, appearing from an unknown origin, lunged towards Su Bai's previous position, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. With a sense of lingering dread, Su Bai fixated on the creature before him, which bore a striking resemblance to a bulldog. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely been reduced to mere pulp. The other members of the team also instinctively retreated a few steps, a chill creeping up their spines as they beheld the monstrous figure. The beast slowly turned its head to gaze at Su Bai, leaving everyone momentarily frozen in shock. Astonishingly, this creature sported a dragon's head. That canine can breathe fire. Extremely perilous. Subai was acutely aware of the gravity of those words. The origin of this dragon-headed, dog-bodied monstrosity was a mystery for another time. At present, their priority was to escape from what seemed an insurmountable threat. What on earth is that? Lin Wei inquired, her voice trembling slightly as she observed the beast, which was burdened with two small furnaces on its back. Although the creature appeared somewhat ludicrous, it induced an inexplicable weakness in her body, akin to the oppressive aura described in fantastical novels. But shouldn't such beings only exist within the realm of fiction? Why did she feel this way? It is likely a product of genetic experimentation. Zhang Yi spoke slowly, a grave expression etched across his features. The immense creature before them was evidently not a product of nature, and while he had never encountered the peculiar machinery surrounding them, he sensed something was amiss upon his first glance. Moreover, the ability to capture a dragon and subject it to experimentation seemed a plausible explanation for the emergence of such a creature. As for the current desolation of the area, they could only uncover the truth once they dealt with the beast before them. Zhang Yi then cast a glance at Subai, inquiring, "Are you all right, Subai?" Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Subai did not turn his head. His eyes remained locked on the monstrous entity as he gently shook his head and replied, "I am fine. But everyone should exercise caution. The terrifying nature of this creature surpasses any being we have encountered thus far. It is nearly comparable to a divine beast." Subai's words struck the other members of the team like a heavy hammer. Comparable to a divine beast? Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi had never witnessed one. Possessing only a vague understanding, their perceptions limited to Ice's performance as a juvenile. However, Zhang Yi had first-hand experience. Even now, he could assert without hesitation that had they not been able to teleport upon encountering an adult ice beast, they would have undoubtedly met their demise. Thus, upon hearing Subai's statement, his brow furrowed in deep concern. If this beast truly rivaled a divine creature, the most prudent course of action would be to retreat. Yet, they currently lacked any means of transportation, and attempting to outrun such a formidable creature on foot was patently unrealistic. Thus, the only viable solution at this moment is to vanquish the colossal beast before them. Subai evidently arrived at the same conclusion. Seizing the opportunity while the creature remained dormant, he swiftly moved towards his companions. Mu Rongqi, cradling the unconscious Bing Bing, stepped back, serving as a reserve support. I and Igu stood our ground at the forefront, while Lin Wei was instructed to aim for the incense burner on the beast's back. Subai loudly articulated the battle strategy, unperturbed by the notion that the creature could comprehend their words. After all, its demeanor exuded an aura of intelligence, which instilled in Subai a flicker of hope for their victory. Had the beast possessed an intellect akin to that of the frost beast, their fate would surely have been sealed. Upon closer scrutiny of the monstrous entity, Subai was startled to discover two objects resembling incense burners adorning its back. Although the purpose of these objects remained unknown, his system had identified them as weaknesses. With this knowledge, he prioritized the destruction of these targets and assigned Lin Wei the task of obliterating the incense burners, given that he must engage the beast in close quarters. The feasibility of striking the creature directly was uncertain, let alone maneuvering around to target the burners. Originally, he intended for Zhang Yi, a sharpshooter from Special Forces, to handle this duty, as hitting such a sizable target would be a trivial endeavor for him. However, Subai lacked the confidence to confront the titanic beast alone, leading him to settle for having Zhang Yi provide cover while Lin Wei took aim at the burners. The objects were substantial in size, and thus Lin Wei's random shots should likely connect. Upon receiving Subai's command, the group began to take their positions. Mu Rongqi, with the slumbering Bing Bing in her arms, was consumed by anxiety. She worried for the safety of the other squad members. Leaving Bing Bing vulnerable in her unconscious state was not an option, as the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, her abilities were not suited for such a confrontation, making her role as a backup support the most fitting. Yet, despite her understanding of the situation, her apprehensive emotions proved difficult to suppress. After a moment's hesitation, she softly uttered, "Everyone be cautious." Lin Wei and Zhang Yi assumed their respective positions, raising their weapons and preparing to assist Subai at a moment's notice. Subai remained steadfast, gazing intently at the colossal beast, his eyes narrowing slightly. Fortunately, the creature not only appeared foolish but, in truth, seemed genuinely perplexed. Even with their strategic preparations in place, it appeared not yet fully awakened from slumber. Su Bai began to question the accuracy of his judgment, wondering if the beast might retreat without pursuit. Just as his doubts lingered, the beast abruptly turned its gaze towards Su Bai, and with a ferocious roar, unleashed a massive fireball that hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Caught off guard, Su Bai was engulfed by the flames, vanishing from the sight of his companions. Su Bai! Zhang Yi's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the scorched earth, his knuckles turning pale from attention. Lin Wei and Murong Qi were momentarily taken aback, gazing in shock at Su Bai, who was engulfed by flames. Their eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a wave of profound sorrow suddenly surged within them. Although Su Bai often presented a cold demeanor towards their affections, he had unhesitatingly extended his hand to help them during critical moments, guiding them through numerous trials. They had even envisioned a future living together with him. But now, all of those dreams had dissolved into mere illusions with Su Bai's fiery engulfment. The monstrous creature before them had shattered their hopes. As this realization dawned on her, Lin Wei's gaze darkened with growing indignation. Were it not for the remnants of rationality lingering in her mind, she might have transformed into a veritable bullet-spewing machine in her fury. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly reached their ears. "Everyone be cautious. This beast can breathe fire." It was Su Bai. The group paused in surprise. But Murong Qi was the first to react. She recalled Su Bai's miraculous shield. Although he had mentioned its durability was nearly depleted, if he had activated it, it should withstand the flames. As if affirming Murong Qi's thoughts, the flames gradually receded, revealing Su Bai once more, encircled by a distinctive protective dome. However, as the fire completely dissipated, the dome shattered into fragments, vanishing into thin air. It was Su Bai's disposable shield. "Commence the operation," Su Bai commanded. His eyes filled with sorrow as he beheld the remnants of the shattered shield. This was an item he had dawned upon discovering the giant beast, crafted to guard against its sudden assault. In hindsight, he had indeed anticipated the creature's actions, yet the pain of its loss remained. He knew just how effective that shield was, and with its last vestiges of durability now spent, his heart ached. If it weren't for the imminent danger, he would have been loath to employ it. With its depletion, he would no longer possess such an invincible defense. How could Su Bai not feel heartbroken? Nevertheless, despite his sorrow, the immediate priority was to confront the colossal beast before him. Thus, Su Bai shouted resolutely, "Commence the operation." The creature regarded Su Bai with a gaze that, while inherently wise, now brimmed with confusion, enhancing its already perceptive expression. It could not comprehend why such a seemingly frail human remained unscathed by its fiery breath. Yet, before it could grasp the situation, Su Bai had already closed the distance, unleashing a barrage upon its head. Boom! The thunderous crack of the shotgun resonated, akin to the drums of war heralding the onset of battle. A barrage of bullets struck the dragon's head, instantly creating numerous gaping wounds from which green blood gushed forth, swiftly corroding the ground beneath them into a gaping pit. The creature's blood possessed formidable corrosive properties. Su Bai gazed at the scene before him, his brows furrowed tightly. It was evident that future assaults required greater caution. The colossal beast, in excruciating pain, began to emit a frantic roar. Its cry was not a dragon's lament, but rather an odd sound reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, which caused Su Bai, positioned closest to it, to grimace. If the noise intensified even slightly, he feared he might suffer permanent hearing loss. Recognizing the effectiveness of his shot, Su Bai promptly fired again. At that moment, Zhang Yi coordinated with him, unleashing his sniper rifle. A flash of sparks erupted from the muzzle as a bullet flew with precision toward the beast's eye. In an instant, the creature's visage was marred, riddled with wounds, as its green blood splattered in all directions. Observing this, Su Bai quickly evaded. Should that highly corrosive blood touch him, he would likely dissolve on the spot. Fortunately, the splattering blood did not extend far, and Su Bai had managed to retreat to safety. As he watched the beast thrashing its head, a flicker of doubt crept into Su Bai's mind. At least, from his perspective, this creature did not appear particularly formidable, although it had withstood several shots from him and Zhang Yi without succumbing. He surmised that another couple of rounds would surely spell its end. Even divine intervention would not save it. Moreover, They had yet to exploit the weaknesses that the system had provided. Why, then, did the system classify this beast as extremely dangerous? Was it possible that this creature was not as simple as it seemed? At that moment, the beast unleashed a piercing roar that compelled Su Bai and his companions to cover their ears. Simultaneously, the myriad bullet holes across its face began to heal rapidly, and the bullets embedded within its body were expelled effortlessly. In mere moments, the beast's head had returned to its original state. While the ground lay littered with the bullets, evidence of Su Bai and Zhang Yi's efforts, now entirely expelled. Su Bai narrowed his eyes at the monstrous creature, feeling a swell of frustration. Clearly, this beast was not easily vanquished. Its blood possessed a potent corrosive quality, and its remarkable regenerative abilities rendered it a formidable adversary. Without significant weaponry at their disposal, defeating it seemed an insurmountable challenge. It appeared that their hopes rested solely on the vulnerabilities concealed within. Zhang Yi, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a trickle of cold sweat despite his vast experience. Though the creature's defenses were not particularly robust, its self-healing capabilities were astonishing, effectively compensating for its lack of armor. In a previous world, a single missile would have sufficed to eliminate such a monster. However, now their most powerful weapons were Su Bai's shotgun and his own sniper rifle, which seemed inadequate against this formidable foe. They could only rely on Lin Wei's prowess. He turned slightly, addressing her, "Lin Wei, my sister. While your brother and I create opportunities, the remainder rests upon your shoulders." He swiftly began to reposition himself, seeking the optimal vantage point for his shot. Despite his confidence in accurately striking the creature's weak spot, he realized this would leave Su Bai vulnerable, as Lin Wei's shooting accuracy was not particularly high, making it difficult for her to assist Su Bai in critical moments, which could ultimately lead to his demise. Therefore, it was essential that he provide support for Su Bai himself. Su Bai cast a glance at Zhang Yi, silently nodding before turning his attention to the colossal beast. At that moment, the creature was fixated on Shun Xiao, its once wise gaze now tinged with resentment, seemingly aggrieved by the pain Su Bai had inflicted upon it. It then slightly parted its jaws. Having witnessed this maneuver before, Su Bai knew that he had barely escaped last time due to a shield. Now, without such protection, he had no choice but to flee. Thus, upon seeing the creature's mouth open, Su Bai executed a swift slide, narrowly evading the fireball, and positioned himself once again before the beast. Bang! 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 The triple burst of gunfire erupted. After firing, Su Bai swiftly maneuvered to the side. The beast, in agony, immediately pursued Su Bai. Bang! The dull thud of a sniper rifle echoed, striking the joint of the beast's front leg with precision, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground, making the earth tremble slightly. Lin Wei, Su Bai shouted urgently. Lin Wei, having waited long enough, seized the moment as the two incense burners came into perfect view, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The 30 rounds within her rifle were expended in an instant. Under such rapid fire, Lin Wei's accuracy was not particularly commendable. One might even say it was quite poor. Yet fortunately, the incense burners were substantial targets, allowing several shots to find their mark despite her lack of precision. Following the assault on the incense burners, the beast exhibited signs of intense fury, its recovery rate visibly accelerating. In mere moments, it regained its former state. However, the incense burners, now damaged, showed no signs of recovery. Observing this, a faint smile tugged at Su Bai's lips. Indeed, it was effective. It seemed that if they continued this offensive, they might have a chance to vanquish the formidable beast without incurring any injuries. Yet, at that instant, the creature's eyes began to glow a menacing red, its intelligent demeanor dissipating. A sound reminiscent of metal grinding erupted anew. The beast had gone berserk. Su Bai, positioned closest to the creature, felt an excruciating pain in his head, as if his eardrums were about to burst. Zhang Yi and the others, slightly farther away, quickly covered their ears, but even so, they were left dizzy and disoriented. The beast's lung capacity was truly astonishing. Su Bai clamped his hands over his ears and looked up at the rampaging beast, only to find its crimson eyes fixed intensely upon him, its mouth slightly agape, prompting Su Bai to dash away in a panic. At the very moment Su Bai dodged, a fireball erupted upon the ground. Feeling the intense heat behind him, his expression soured slightly. The dragon-headed behemoth, in its frenzy, exhibited a markedly greater aggression than before. Suddenly, Subai noticed the dragon's head opening once more, and his eyes widened in alarm as he quickened his pace. Boom! Another fireball detonated on the ground. As he ran, he glanced back, secretly relieved that he had remained vigilant against the fireballs from the dragon-headed creature. Otherwise, this unexpected double barrage would have surely taught him a harsh lesson. However, before he could bask in his relief, he saw flames erupting once again from the dragon's maw. Not again. Boom! Another fireball. Why is this creature relentlessly pursuing him with its fiery breath? As Subai sprinted, he frantically contemplated strategies. In a mere span of seconds, the dragon-headed beast had unleashed several fireballs. At this moment, Subai dared not pause, nor could he afford to slow his pace, lest he be consumed by the flames. I'll lure it. And you two shoot at the incense burners behind it, he shouted while running. The explosions of fireballs echoed behind him, leaving him with no time to ascertain whether Zhang Yi and the others had responded. Yet, having shouted, he trusted they could hear him. Keep firing, Zhang Yi said as he began to reload, turning to Lin Wei. He had indeed heard Su Bai's tactical command, but the strategy was perilously risky, considering Su Bai needed to maintain his speed while circling the dragon-headed beast. Sustained high-speed running was beyond Su Bai's endurance, given his lack of professional training, making it far more sensible for him to act as bait. However, with Su Bai already being pursued by the creature, it was impractical for him to switch places with someone else. Thus, he hurriedly ran to Lin Wei to convey the tactical plan. Good. Lin Wei, slightly distant and amid the continuous explosions, could only vaguely hear Su Bai's voice, uncertain of his exact words. Fortunately, Zhang Yi se ardual aliviatit had confusion. And he immediately began reloading. Thanks to Zhang Yi's brief training, she had become quite familiar with the reloading process and swiftly installed a fully loaded magazine. Although Su Bai's escape route was not linear, it generally lay on the opposite side from them, causing the dragon-headed beast to mostly face away from their position. The remaining two incense burners stood glaringly in their sight. Bang, bang, bang. With the experience from previous firing, Lin Wei's aiming speed and accuracy had noticeably improved. Before the bullets ran out, she had already landed several precise shots on the incense burners. This scene left Zhang Yi momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Lin Wei's remarkable design talent. Were she to join the military, she would undoubtedly earn the title of sharpshooter within her regiment. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi promptly raised his sniper rifle, preparing to take aim. He had no desire to be outdone by a mere girl. Bang! The deafening sound of the sniper rifle echoed as the incense burner, already significantly damaged by Lin Wei's earlier shot, exploded upon impact. The violent detonation elicited a pained howl from the colossal beast that had been relentlessly pursuing Su Bai, forcing it to abandon its chase. Its body began to tremble, the flesh on its back torn and bleeding profusely, blood dripping to the ground with a hissing sound as it corroded the earth beneath. Only one incense burner remained. Lin Wei, filled with excitement, began to reload, eager to finish off the last remaining burner. However, Zhang Yi's expression darkened slightly as he shouted to her, quickly, "Go hide with Murong Qi." Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yi's command, but trusting him, she swiftly ran toward Murong Qi's location. Panting heavily, she reached Murong Qi's side in record time and glanced back, only to discover that the fearsome dragon-headed beast had turned its terrifying gaze toward Zhang Yi. All of its previous wounds had healed, and its eyes now glowed with an even deeper crimson. It seemed that the creature was infuriated. Had she not run quickly, she would soon be fleeing for her life. After turning its head, the dragon-headed beast, having identified Zhang Yi as the one who had injured it, unleashed a fireball toward him. Fortunately, the distance was sufficient, and Zhang Yi, anticipating the beast's intentions, quickly stowed his weapon and began to flee. Roaring in fury, the dragon-headed beast charged after Zhang Yi, its speed surpassing that of its pursuit of Su Bai. Gasping for breath, Su Bai observed the monstrous creature with a focused gaze. Ego is in danger. Having been chased by this beast before, Su Bai understood its terrifying nature. Now, with the beast moving even more swiftly, he realized that despite Zhang Yi's superior stamina, he could not endure for long. After all, human endurance has its limits. With this thought, Su Bai had no time to rest. He dashed toward the dragon-headed beast's direction. The creature's back lay exposed before him, and if anyone could save Zhang Yi, it was he alone. Yet, A flicker of confusion crossed Su Bai's mind. The incense burners were clearly a weakness, so why had the beast grown stronger after their destruction? However, given the urgency of the situation, Su Bai had no time for contemplation. He set aside his questions and summoned all his strength to sprint toward the dragon-headed beast. Fortunately, as Zhang Yi evaded danger, he continuously maneuvered, which afforded Su Bai the opportunity to pursue him. Boom! Zhang Yi felt the relentless explosion of fireballs behind him, the weariness evident on his face. If he continued to run like this, it would not be long before he was utterly exhausted. He needed to devise a solution swiftly. At that moment, however, he heard a voice that filled him with surprise. Turning around, he saw Su Bai standing on the back of the colossal beast, his shotgun aimed at the last incense burner. Farewell! Bang! The deafening report of the shotgun echoed, and in an instant, Su Bai retrieved a riot shield from his backpack and raised it before him. The force of the explosion propelled his body backward. Blood from the beast splattered onto the shield, causing it to begin melting. The violent blast nearly deformed the shield, rendering it unusable, prompting Su Bai to immediately discard it. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, a riot shield is not a bomb-proof shield, and managing to withstand an explosion was indeed fortunate. Initially, he had deemed this item somewhat superfluous when he first discovered it while opening a box, but now it seemed to have saved their lives. Roar! The anguished roar of the beast erupted as all the incense burners behind it exploded, evidently shattering all its vulnerabilities. Su Bai then raised his gaze toward the beast, only to be momentarily stunned upon its sight. For at that moment, a golden prompt appeared again. Artificial divine beast, unsealed state. Upon reading those words, Su Bai instantly comprehended his previous confusion. The system's notation regarding weaknesses referred to those seals. To weaken the beast, one had to address the seals, not by destroying them, but by adding additional seals. It seemed that those incense burner-like objects contained substances meant to suppress the dragon-headed giant. No wonder every time they destroyed an incense burner, the beast grew stronger. It appeared they had inadvertently liberated the creature. Realizing this, Su Bai's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, observing the beast's furious demeanor and Su Bai's grim countenance, quickly surmised what had transpired. This is bad. They have released the monster. It made sense why they had seemed dazed in the presence of the beast. Destroying an incense burner had inadvertently broken the seal. However, Zhang Yi did not blame Su Bai, for Su Bai's judgment had not been incorrect. The incense burners behind them were indeed weaknesses, but their misguided approach had led to the current predicament. And what good was regret now? Roar! The dragon-headed giant did not collapse. Instead, it began to sway and roar in anger, its tremendous voice compelling everyone to cover their ears. The exploded metal incense burners, now mixed with blood and chunks of flesh, were violently expelled from the beast's body. As the viscera exited, it began to heal almost instantaneously. Suddenly, the colossal beast began to wail in agony once more. Zhang Yi gazed at the creature, puzzled, unable to comprehend why it had been in a furious rage just a moment ago, even forcing the sealed incense burner from its body, only to collapse in pain the next. Hurry! The voice of Su Bai broke through Zhang Yi's reverie. Swiftly maneuvering around the beast, Su Bai reached Zhang Yi's side and urged him to follow. Without hesitation, trusting Su Bai implicitly, Zhang Yi rose from the ground and trailed behind him. Follow me. Su Bai dashed over to Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi, urgently calling out. What has happened? Lin Wei asked, bewildered. From her perspective, their battle had been remarkably successful, with the beast now seemingly on the verge of defeat. It is evolving. Su Bai succinctly relayed what he had gleaned from the system. Evolving. The eyes of the other 3 team members widened in terror. Turning back, they beheld the dragon-headed monster, its right leg, previously resembling that of a bulldog, now morphing under the strain of muscle into a human-like hand with 4 fingers. Come with me. I know a place where we can take cover, Su Bai urged, lacking the time for a detailed explanation. Upon witnessing the creature's transformation, the team members did not hesitate and promptly followed Su Bai. Zhang Yi quickly lifted the icy Mu Rongqi into his arms. I'll carry her. You run? Mu Rongqi glanced at Zhang Yi and nodded. Freed from carrying the ice, she sprinted without restraint, while Zhang Yi, despite holding the icy burden, maintained a swift pace. Everyone followed closely behind Su Bai. Nearby, the peculiar contraption watched the group flee, the fire dragon within the glass jar observing with glimmering eyes, pondering its thoughts. Moments later, the team arrived at the base of a cliff. "This is a dead end, isn't it?" Lin Wei remarked, scanning the barren rock face, with nothing but the stark cliff surrounding them. The enraged roars of the beast echoed ominously from behind, sending shivers down their spines. If things continued this way, it would not be long before the monster caught up. "You're mistaken. There's a hidden door here," Su Bai asserted, beginning to feel along the cliffside. His system had marked this location with a golden arrow. This was the laboratory, the very place where monsters were born. If they wished to survive and devise a means to defeat the creature, this was their only avenue. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi immediately stood ready, without further inquiry. The beast's roar grew closer, sending beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. It appeared that the monster had completed its evolution, yet the hidden door they sought remained elusive. Due to the frigid conditions, the temperature of the rock face was exceedingly low, causing the hands of those groping along it to gradually lose sensation. Zhang Yi, cradling Bing Bing in his arms, narrowed his eyes slightly and handed Bing Bing back to Murong Qi, then immediately declared, "I will buy you some time." With that, he retrieved his sniper rifle from his backpack. "No," Su Bai shouted, searching frantically while attempting to dissuade Zhang Yi. "At this rate, we will all perish here." Zhang Yi's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on the distant entrance and stated, "My life was already saved by you. Sacrificing it for your sake is worthwhile." I said no means no. Not a single one of my team can be lost. Su Bai's voice interrupted Zhang Yi, and he slowly pressed down on a stone block. With a click, another small stone block shifted position, revealing a combination lock within. "A password is required." Zhang Yi observed the situation before him, realizing it could not be resolved immediately, and was about to head towards the direction of the colossal beast. Yet, before he could turn, Su Bai's hand swiftly began to press the buttons on the combination lock. Beep, 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 beep. Verification successful. Please proceed. The mechanical voice emanated from the rock face, and a large stone block shifted aside, unveiling a metallic door. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a brightly lit interior. Various peculiar instruments filled the vast hall, and in the distance stood a gigantic glass jar, which was conspicuously empty. "This is a laboratory." As the heavy metallic door slowly closed with a resounding thud, its weight was evident even without sight. One could surmise that even the giant beast outside would require time to breach it. Hence, Su Bai and his companions could finally relax a little. "Where exactly is this?" Lin Wei gazed at the expansive laboratory, momentarily dazed, and spoke softly. Having been a lackluster student since childhood, she felt dizzy at the sight of the dazzling array of instruments before her. This should be the birthplace of the giant beast that has been chasing us. Su Bai assessed the surroundings. Although he did not immediately spot anything useful, he could ascertain that this was indeed the laboratory of the dragon-headed giant beast. After all, according to his system prompts, the dragon-headed giant beast was an artificial divine creature, implying that it was human-made, thus possessing the body of a dog and the head of a dragon. "At least we are safe for now. Let us take a moment to rest," Su Bai suggested as he began to search the laboratory for valuable clues. Although they were temporarily safe, this respite was, after all, only transient. Setting aside the question of whether the colossal beast that has been fully unleashed can penetrate their defenses, even if it cannot, their supplies will soon dwindle. Trapped in this isolated location, unless the external threat is addressed, they are inevitably doomed to perish here. At this moment, Zhang Yi noticed Su Bai's movements and promptly joined him in the search. Meanwhile, Mu Rongqi and Lin Wei, exhausted from their frantic sprint, sought refuge in 2 chairs as soon as they confirmed their safety. "Brother Su Bai, have you made any discoveries?" Zhang Yi inquired, walking alongside Su Bai while scanning for anything noteworthy. "Not yet, but it is certain that the life support system here is still operational." Su Bai replied softly as he walked. "The life support system?" Zhang Yi paused, taken aback. The temperature here was evidently more comfortable than outside. It must be over 20 degrees Celsius, while the frigid exterior likely hovered below zero. Su Bai continued, "Upon reflection, since they had been battling outside, their bodies remained warm, which resulted in their failure to notice the temperature difference upon entering." Now, with Su Bai's reminder, Zhang Yi realized that his previously stiff limbs felt completely revitalized. He was even beginning to feel a bit warm in his heavy thermal clothing, prompting him to remove it. Brother Su-bai is quite perceptive, Zhang Yi remarked, shedding his outer layer while praising Su-bai. However, Su-bai gently shook his head and turned to Zhang Yi, saying, Brother, if this life support system has been continuously running, why is there no one here? Suddenly, Zhang Yi, who had just removed his thermal gear due to the warmth, felt a chill creep from his head to his toes. Indeed, given how suitable this environment is for habitation, why is there not a single person present? Moreover, as they traversed this path, they had encountered neither useful items nor signs of struggle, effectively ruling out the possibility of an attack by the beast or internal strife. Otherwise, the place could not possibly be so pristine, nor could it be devoid of casualties. Could it be that they have all evacuated? Zhang Yi scratched his head, pondering aloud. Yet, Su-bai did not provide a definitive answer, simply shaking his head and stating, I am uncertain. If they left recently, there should be traces left behind. If they have been gone for a long time, this might be a forsaken stronghold. Listening to Su-bai, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and began to scrutinize their surroundings once more. The area was filled with advanced experimental instruments and various electronic devices he could not comprehend, all appearing immaculate and untouched. Could it be that someone has just evacuated? But where could they possibly go? Furthermore, if they had only recently departed, why is there nothing to be found here? Su-bai, my dear brother, what is your inclination towards this situation? Zhang Yi, devoid of any leads, turned to Su-bai, hoping to glean some answers from him. Yet, Su-bai himself was equally perplexed. The facilities here were exceedingly peculiar. I cannot be entirely certain, but if they had evacuated a long time ago, the energy stored here must be extraordinarily formidable. Su-bai's words instantly illuminated Zhang Yi's understanding. Their fourth-level heaters, while efficient, could not sustain continuous operation without a constant supply of fuel. To maintain the temperature in such a vast laboratory would require resources that would be astronomical for an ordinary squad. The fact that this place continues to operate suggests that it must possess an immense reservoir of resources. Moreover, I can assert one more thing with certainty. Listening to Su-bai, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. One more thing? Before we arrived in this world, others had already been here. Su-bai's words struck Zhang Yi like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Were there others who had traversed this world apart from them? In truth, I cannot be entirely sure, but if that were not the case, it would be difficult to explain the existence of this colossal laboratory before us. Su-bai sighed softly before continuing. Could it have been constructed by another team? After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Yi regained his composure and replied to Su-bai, That is impossible. Su-bai shook his head and responded, We are at the pinnacle of the red list, which means that in terms of technological advancement and resource reserves, we should be at the apex of the pyramid. As he spoke, he gestured towards the various instruments within the laboratory and the enormous glass tank behind him, continuing, however, the technological level of this laboratory completely surpasses ours. It is certain that we could not construct such a facility in the near future. Moreover, Brother E, have you forgotten what this place was used for? Upon hearing Su-bai's words, Zhang Yi finally comprehended. The technological level here was indeed exceedingly advanced, so much so that it had never even crossed his mind. Furthermore, Su-bai was correct. The colossal beast relentlessly pursuing them outside was likely modified from this laboratory, and the subject of modification was most probably the fire dragon. This implies that the original owners of this facility not only possessed remarkable technology, but also had the capability to slay divine beasts and conduct research upon them. At this moment, Zhang Yi began to feel a sheen of sweat form on his brow. Everything here seemed to transcend his understanding and imagination. What could have transpired here that compelled them to leave? His voice now bore a hint of breathlessness, clearly affected by the overwhelming emotions stirred by these revelations. Brother E, please calm down and listen to me, Su-bai said, turning to Zhang Yi with a serious expression, which gradually helped Zhang Yi regain his composure. All right, speak, Zhang Yi replied after taking a few deep breaths, then gazed at Shun Xiu as he continued. Based on my observations, there are two possibilities for the presence of such advanced technology and architecture here. As Su-bai gestured around, he elaborated. First, this could be a replica deliberately created by the system. In reality, there might have never been anyone here. It is merely a narrative orchestrated by the system. Zhang Yi nodded silently, finding this explanation quite reasonable. If everything here was indeed a scripted scenario generated by the system, then it all made sense. After all, regardless of how illogical it seemed, it was ultimately constructed by the system, which holds the final authority for interpretation. Subai looked at Zhang Yi and continued, however, there is a significant doubt regarding this situation. What doubt? Zhang Yi inquired curiously. Why would the system arbitrarily showcase such a high level of technology to us? This is entirely different from its previous behavior. Remember, when we first arrived here, it only provided us with an axe for chopping trees. Yet now it has presented us with an expansive laboratory. Subai's expression turned grave as he spoke. Listening to Subai, Zhang Yi's brow furrowed in contemplation, realizing the validity of his points. At least prior to entering the Fire Dragon replica, their technological proficiency was limited to driving cars, which was already their utmost capability. They did not even possess modern firearms. The weapons they currently wielded were outdated and had long been retired from active service. This further corroborated that the system's assessment of their technological level was rather conservative, even if they could see formidable, supernatural weapons at the crafting station. It would take an indeterminate time before they could manufacture them. Thus, the sudden provision of a vast high-tech laboratory was indeed perplexing. Observing that Zhang Yi seemed to grasp his thoughts, Subai did not wait for him to respond and pressed on. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, it is possible that others have been here before us, leaving behind remnants. Zhang Yi pondered Subai's words for a moment before cautiously suggesting, do you think it is possible that these individuals have not yet departed? Subai gently shook his head, turning his gaze toward the enormous empty canister as he replied. That seems unlikely. If they were still here, the system should have accounted for them during the evaluation. However, since we are currently ranked first, it implies that these individuals have either left or perished. After listening, Zhang Yi fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly deep in thought, while Subai continued, Brother Yi, you should have some inkling. Subai's words ignited a spark in Zhang Yi's gaze. It was indeed a sudden realization for him after hearing Subai's explanation. If this were true, the news would be exceedingly fortuitous. Indeed, if these individuals had not perished but rather departed, where could they have gone? One might surmise that they likely returned. Thus, there might be a glimmer of hope for us to return home. Each word from Subai struck at Zhang Yi's heart, causing his breath to quicken. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had longed for the moment to return. And now, the prospect of returning to his former world lay before him. Though the odds were slim, a semblance of hope remained. The mere thought of this intensified the fervor in Zhang Yi's eyes. Brother Subai, do you have any leads? Zhang Yi inquired, his gaze aflame with excitement. At present, I have not encountered any useful information, Subai replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Since entering this laboratory, he had been tirelessly searching for relevant clues, yet thus far, nothing of significance had materialized. He then added, however, we should have some time to explore this place. That colossal beast will likely not intrude just yet. We can utilize this interval to thoroughly investigate. As it is a laboratory, there should be experimental records or similar materials that might yield some clues. Subai's words instilled confidence in Zhang Yi, brightening his expression. I will commence my search immediately, Zhang Yi declared, turning towards a corner of the laboratory, prepared to employ the most primitive yet meticulous method of investigation, examining each detail one by one. Subai observed Zhang Yi's determined figure, smiling wryly yet refraining from stopping him. After all, the yearning to return home was a shared sentiment. With hope now within reach, such circumstances would invariably ignite passion. Brother Bai, what are you doing standing here? At that moment, as Subai watched Zhang, the voices of Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi suddenly emerged from behind him. Subai turned to see the two young women standing there, gazing at him with expressions of confusion. They clearly struggled to comprehend Zhang Yi's fervent enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Bing Bing was nestled on one of the chairs, slumbering peacefully, placed there by Mu Rongqi. After a moment of hesitation, Subai began to explain to the two young women the matters he and Zhang Yi had discussed. What? We can go home. Lin Wei's voice was unabashedly loud, drawing the attention of Zhang Yi, who could not help but turn to look at her. It's merely a possibility. We must first uncover clues and assess the situation before we can know for certain. Subai felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Wei's reaction seemed excessively intense. While he did not oppose the enthusiasm surrounding their quest to return home, he feared that harboring too much hope could lead to profound disappointment should they ultimately discover that returning was impossible. Let's hasten our search for clues, he suggested. Mu Rongqi appeared considerably more composed, her eyes ablaze with fervor, yet lacking the dramatic outbursts of Lin Wei. However, before Su Bai could articulate a response, the entire cave suddenly began to tremble. Boom! The once seemingly impenetrable metallic outer wall revealed a hairline fracture. The thunderous sound was unmistakably the result of the colossal beast outside, now fully unleashed from its seal. Boom! The earth quaked once more, and the metallic ceiling trembled ominously, with dust and debris beginning to detach and fall. The laboratory lights flickered erratically, as if struggling to maintain their illumination. "Brother Bai, what should we do?" Lin Wei's voice trembled with genuine panic as she rushed to Su Bai's side, clearly at a loss. In this dire situation, there is little room for searching for a way home. They might be sent to their demise by the frenzied creature outside before they even discovered a lead. Mu Rongqi joined Su Bai, her silence betraying her own turmoil. Clutching the still sleeping Bing Bing tightly, her gaze was fixated on the wall, where the cacophony continued to erupt. Su Bai fixated on the outer wall, and before him, a golden prompt materialized anew. This time, it indicated the durability of the metal structure. Laboratory Protective Durability 95. Boom. Laboratory Protective Durability 94. Su Bai remained silent, observing the fluctuation in durability with a calculating mind, silently estimating the duration of the beast's onslaught. Given the creature's current attacking power, if it persisted without any decline, each assault would likely deplete approximately 1% of the durability. Fortunately, the frequency of the beast's attacks was not excessively high. At the current rate, it would take at least another 10 minutes to breach their defenses. This 10-minute window was critical to their survival. "Brother Su, I found something." Suddenly, Zhang Yi's voice broke through Su Bai's concentration. He had intended to approach Su Bai for an update, but upon turning, he had spotted a portable hard drive tucked away in the corner of the table. Judging by Zhang Yi's assessment, this device was undoubtedly valuable. He promptly connected it to the nearest computer, and indeed, extraordinary data began to materialize. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's exclamation, Su Bai swiftly moved to his side. "How much time do we have left?" he inquired. Zhang Yi glanced back at him. "About 10 minutes. Although time may be somewhat prolonged, Su Bai dared not take any risks. Thus he merely conveyed to Zhang Yi the most conservative estimate. Zhang Yi accepted this without doubt. For Su Bai was indeed an expert in this domain. He then gestured towards the computer before him and spoke. "I just discovered a hard drive. We must examine it promptly." Su Bai, intrigued, glanced at the computer screen and was met with a series of videos, all devoid of titles, bearing only numbers. Without hesitation, he clicked on one and began to scrutinize it rapidly. The video commenced playback. The 130-second experiment begins. Utilizing the soul of a bulldog and a fire dragon for the injection experiment, with hopes for a more favorable outcome this time. A man, donned in a mask and glasses, addressed the camera, subsequently directing it towards a massive jar before them. Inside, an ordinary bulldog lay, appearing restless, and began barking incessantly at the walls of the container. Meanwhile, the laboratory personnel recorded observations, showing no concern for the distressed canine. Suddenly, a tremendous red energy surged from the jar and struck the bulldog, causing it to convulse violently and foam at the mouth before collapsing to the ground. In mere seconds, the bulldog's head exploded, leaving behind only a pool of blood. The masked man spoke in a flat tone, as if this were a commonplace occurrence, and prepared to retract the camera, rendering the scene in the glass jar invisible. However, just as Su Bai presumed the video was nearing its conclusion, the halfway progress bar suggested that matters were far from straightforward. "Look!" exclaimed another voice, filled with excitement, as the video resumed. The bespectacled man, camera in hand, approached the enormous glass jar, revealing that the bulldog's decimated head had been replaced by a dragon's head. The bulldog's size had also multiplied several times. Although not as colossal as it appeared now, it was evident that the creature in the video was the same as the one currently wreaking havoc outside. Yet, for reasons unknown, the beast in the video still retained its original form and had not yet transitioned into its upright walking state. As vital signs were assessed, a deafening sound reverberated through the laboratory. Su Bai chose not to continue watching. The ensuing footage was neither necessary nor timely. Outside, a relentless force was pounding at the door, and if they did not act swiftly, the monstrous creature would surely breach their defenses. Su Bai turned to gaze at the outer wall, where clear signs of deformation were evident, though the damage was not severe. The once smooth and pristine surface now appeared rather dilapidated. Durability of a laboratory's exterior wall. 74. The golden font reappeared, indicating the remaining time until the exterior wall would be completely compromised. Brother, that beast shouldn't be able to enter anytime soon, right? Chi clutched the slumbering Bing tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Whether it was the inhumane experiments depicted on screen or the relentless monstrosity outside, both were incessantly assaulting her fragile psyche. It's all right. We should be able to hold on a little longer, Subai spoke softly, his tone as gentle as possible, seemingly aiming to provide some solace to Chi. Upon hearing Subai's words, Chi, unsure if his reassurance had any effect, found herself less frightened than before. This video's experimental records seem rather pointless. Perhaps we should search for an exit instead, Lin Wei suggested, biting her nails with a furrowed brow. Being academically challenged, she found the experiments incomprehensible, only able to sense the gruesome nature of the visuals, which made her feel quite uneasy. Subai, listening to Lin Wei, narrowed his gaze slightly. Her words served as a reminder, prompting him to turn to Zhang Yi and say, Brother Yi, could you and Lin Wei please check the surroundings for any passages? There should be more than just one door here. We can't put all our eggs in one basket, nor can we rely on a single solution. Thus, Subai opted for a dual approach. All right, let's go. Zhang Yi responded without hesitation, immediately nodding and beginning the search with Lin Wei. This demonstrated the exceptional execution of a special forces soldier. He trusted Subai completely, deeming further inquiries unnecessary. Moreover, given the urgency of their situation, there was little time for fruitless discussions. Observing Zhang Yi's remarkable decisiveness, Subai felt a sense of admiration. Such strong execution. Truly commendable for our nation's soldiers. Nonetheless, admiration aside, time was of the essence to scrutinize the video. Although the video, just opened, contained no useful information, Subai had an instinctive belief that this hard drive held valuable data they could utilize. The system provided no prompts this time, yet his intuition consistently urged him onward. Without hesitation, Subai clicked on the next video. Beside him, Chi quietly followed Deep Autumn, clutching Bing even tighter. Though the experiments were physically unsettling to witness, she understood that this was not the time for self-indulgence. Everyone was risking their lives to find a way out, and even if she could not contribute meaningfully, she must not become a hindrance. Thus, she turned her attention to the video alongside Subai. The first experiment, this is the fire dragon soul. It was once again the bespectacled man wearing a mask, but this time, there were fewer white coats surrounding him than before. In the video, a miniature fire dragon slumbers within a glass-sealed jar, encased in metal. Subai gazes intently at the scene, his eyes narrowing in recognition. This is indeed the diminutive fire dragon they had previously glimpsed in that peculiar device outside. He had yearned to draw nearer for a better look, yet before he could, he was pursued by the colossal dragon-headed beast that had emerged from the shadows, resulting in his prolonged evasion until now. Observing the video reaffirmed his suspicions. The little dragon is the soul of the fire dragon. However, for reasons unknown, the dragon soul in the video appears to be in great anguish, markedly different from the curious expression he had witnessed before. At this moment, Subai refrains from watching further and promptly shuts off the video. Why stop now? Chi inquires, her brow furrowed in confusion. Time is running out, Subai replies, casting a glance at the metallic wall. The deformation of the wall has intensified, with visible indentations now evident. Laboratory exterior wall durability. 51. They have but half of its durability remaining. Should they delay any longer, they may very well meet their demise here. Without further explanation, Subai swiftly clicks on the last video. This time, however, the screen remains ominously dark. Deviating from the norm, a booming sound resonates, not from an assault on the wall, but emanating from the video itself. Subai's gaze sharpens as he watches, recognizing that this video likely contains the crucial content he seeks. Although the visuals are yet to materialize, it is certain that their laboratory had previously endured an attack from some entity. Whether it was the dragon-headed beast remains uncertain. The video lasts only a little over a minute, and already several seconds have elapsed without any imagery. Just as Subai prepares to fast forward, the visuals finally appear. A haggard man comes into view, his face drawn and weary. though he is not wearing a mask this time and appears somewhat thinner than before. Subai immediately recognizes him as the same individual. The man softly addresses the camera. The door has reopened. If anyone finds this hard drive, I hope you will consider this information as a gift. Before he can finish, voices from off-screen interrupt him. Hurry, we're running out of time. Understood. The man's demeanor shifts to one of urgency upon hearing the commotion, and he swiftly turns his attention back to the camera. The door is about to close. I must act quickly. For reasons unknown, the latter portion of the video begins to blur, and within moments, the image vanishes entirely. As Subai observed the progress bar of the video reaching its conclusion, it became evident that he had witnessed the entirety of its content. Uncertain of the circumstances that had unfolded at that moment, it appeared from the current scene that they had successfully evacuated. Otherwise, they would not have left the hard drive in the corner, and the laboratory was devoid of any personnel. The information conveyed in the video was quite overwhelming. Firstly, what exactly was attacking them? It did not seem to be an assault, as the man in the video displayed no signs of anxiety until prompted by someone else. Had they been under attack at that time, their expressions would likely have mirrored the fear evident in Murong-Chi's eyes beside him. With this thought, Subai instinctively glanced back at Murong-Chi, whose gaze betrayed her terror. Clearly, the colossal beast outside had left her profoundly shaken. However, if the events depicted in the video were not an attack, what could account for the enormous noise that bore such resemblance to the present circumstances? Was it perhaps related to the door mentioned by the man earlier? Boom! The ground trembled once more, and the intense vibrations caused Subai's expression to darken slightly. He turned his attention to the wall. Laboratory outer wall durability. 19. Time was running short. This was not the moment for further contemplation. Without hesitation, Subai swiftly disconnected the hard drive from the computer and tossed it into his system backpack. He had to take the hard drive. Its contents were crucial for them, as they were still in the dark about their situation. It not only contained records of the artificial divine beast experiments, but perhaps also information they were entirely unaware of. If they could access all the videos, they might indeed discover a path back home. Regrettably, the computer seemed to be integrated with the control console, making it impossible to fit into his backpack. Otherwise, Subai would have certainly sought a way to take it with him. Exiting this place meant that procuring another computer would be a long and uncertain wait. However, given the pressing circumstances, he had to quickly devise a means to escape. For if the colossal beast managed to breach their defenses, they would meet their demise here. Resolving to leave behind his lingering attachment, Subai began to stride toward Zhang Yi and the others. Subai, come quickly. We've found an exit. Zhang Yi exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he jogged into Subai's line of sight, gesturing excitedly towards the wall behind him. To Subai's astonishment, there was indeed a small door. Boom! The entire hall quaked anew, with the ceiling lights flickering ominously. This tremor was more intense than before, likely a result of the colossal beast realizing that the defenses were beginning to falter, prompting it to attempt a forceful breach. Subai turned to see that the defensive wall had nearly twisted and deformed to its limits. Another few impacts would surely lead to its complete collapse. At that moment, golden text reappeared before Subai's eyes. The durability of the laboratory's external defenses has dwindled to a mere 9%. Time is of the essence. Hesitation is no longer an option. Even if that door does not lead to an exit, we must swiftly vacate this hall. While the laboratory is expansive, it is far from spacious, and our movements are severely restricted. Engaging in combat, as we would outside, is virtually impossible, for the colossal beast will not alter its course due to minor obstacles. It is likely to trample various experimental instruments beneath its feet as it charges toward us. Thus, should we be ambushed here, our fate would be sealed. Hurry into the door, Subai called out urgently, disregarding any lingering doubts. It was not that he was unwilling to seek an exit himself. Rather, after a cursory exploration of the hall, his system had yielded no indications. The reason for this lack of response remained a mystery to him. Consequently, he had no choice but to rely on his companions, recognizing that an over-reliance on the system could be perilous. Upon hearing Subai's voice, the young women promptly gathered around Zhang Yi. I shall venture ahead to scout the path, Subai declared, stepping towards the grand entrance and casting a glance back at the group. His intent was not born from cowardice. Possessing a system granted him a degree of foresight regarding dangers, rendering him comparatively safer than the others. The rest of the team understood his reasoning and nodded in agreement, placing their utmost trust in him. Their journey thus far had been navigated largely due to Subai's remarkable abilities. Without him, they might have met their demise long before. Boom! The hall trembled once more, the intensity surpassing that of the previous quake. Subai cast a sidelong glance at the defensive outer wall. The durability had now diminished to 7%. Indeed, the impact had intensified, with each collision reducing the wall's durability by 2%. It was evident that, at this rate, it would give way after merely 3 more strikes. Realizing the urgency of their situation, Subai turned his attention to the door before him. This door was originally equipped with a keypad lock, identical to the one they had encountered upon entering. However, no prompts appeared before him, likely because the lock had not been activated. Perhaps they had exited through this very door during their retreat in the video, which would explain the absence of a code. With this thought, Subai pressed the button to open the door. A hissing sound, akin to that of a release valve, echoed as the door swung open swiftly. The group found themselves facing a dimly lit corridor, starkly different from the previous laboratory, devoid of any metallic structures and seemingly carved entirely by human hands. Boom! The hall trembled once more, and with this tremor, the lights that had been barely functioning extinguished completely. It seemed that the next monster would burst in without restraint. They had no path of retreat. I led the way, with Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi following closely behind, while Brother Yi brought up the rear. After swiftly organizing their classic formation, Subai retrieved his shotgun from his backpack. Lin Wei, take this, he said, handing the hefty spotlight to her. In the absence of illumination, the darkness enveloped them entirely after the lab lights had gone out, prompting Subai to bring out the spotlight for Lin Wei to assist with the illumination. Mu Rongqi continued to cradle Bing Bing in her arms. Once everything was arranged, Subai produced the previously confiscated double-barreled shotgun and handed it to Zhang Yi, saying, Brother Yi, your sniper rifle is not suitable for close combat. Keep this gun for when we are in tight quarters. Zhang Yi acknowledged Subai's words with a silent nod, appreciating that Subai had always considered their needs. However, this was not the moment for expressions of gratitude. He chose to remember Subai's kindness for future repayment. After passing the gun, Subai turned and led them deeper into the dimly lit cave. The corridor stretched into darkness, and its destination remained unknown. They had not walked far when a dull thud echoed behind them, followed by the metallic roar of the monstrous creature. It appeared that the laboratory had succumbed entirely. Fortunately, they had moved swiftly. Had the power been cut before they opened the door, they would have found themselves trapped inside. Aside from the furious roar, silence enveloped them once more. It seemed the creature had entered only to discover the absence of any inhabitants, leading it to either search for them or depart. Logically, this should be a positive development. However, an inexplicable unease settled within Subai. He harbored a sense that matters were not so straightforward. Yet, he refrained from voicing his feelings, recognizing them as unfounded instincts that would serve no purpose but to heighten the group's anxiety. As the beast fell silent, the sound of their footsteps echoed clearly in the cave. Brother Bai, where does this lead? I feel something is amiss, Mu Rongqi murmured, her gaze worryingly fixed on Subai's back. What is it? Have you noticed something? Subai did not turn back, for a massive spotlight loomed behind him, rendering any glance backward a futile endeavor, as all he would see was an expanse of white. I can't shake the feeling that this cave is consistently veering to the left, as if we were going in circles, Mu Rongqi articulated her observation. Upon hearing Mu Rongqi's words, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly crouched down to examine the surroundings closely. After a brief moment, he spoke up, Subai, my dear brother, Mu Rongqi is indeed correct. This path does veer to the left. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he voiced his concern. Could it possibly lead us back to the laboratory? Lin Wei's face grew slightly pale. The imposing dragon-headed beast had left an indelible impression on her. The mere thought of potentially confronting that creature again filled her with trepidation. Listening to the conversation, Subai gently shook his head, noticing the fear among his companions. The other members of the team exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if Subai had made another discovery. While it is true that the path does lean slightly to the left, I highly doubt it will lead us back to the laboratory, he said softly. In fact, he had realized the situation of the cave shortly after they had begun their descent. Based on the laboratory's location, they were currently within the mountain, which, from the outside, appeared relatively small. Given the current curvature of the cave, it was insufficient to return them to the laboratory. Moreover, A crucial point arose in Su Bai's mind. If this tunnel were indeed a route back to the laboratory, what would be the purpose of digging it? It would be entirely nonsensical and illogical. Thus, Su Bai could almost confidently assert that this cave would not lead them back. The curvature was inadequate for such a return, and with the temperature steadily dropping, it seemed to be an exit to the outside world. After contemplating briefly, Su Bai articulated his findings succinctly. Upon hearing his words, the rest of the team began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, the temperature had noticeably decreased. Now assured that this path would lead them out, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that they need not face the formidable dragon-headed beast once more. At that moment, the beast appeared daunting. Even the thickest of defenses it could breach, and with its density and strength, any attack without knowledge of its critical weakness would merely be a futile endeavor. Let us hasten our pace. We should be exiting shortly, Su Bai suggested softly before resuming his advance. As if to affirm his statement, the temperature within the cave continued to plummet, soon matching that of the exterior. Noticing this change, Su Bai's gaze sharpened. They were on the verge of discovering what the door mentioned by those retreating had truly been. In a vast expanse of darkness ahead, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. "It's the exit," Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes brightening. "Let's go take a look." Su Bai felt a flicker of excitement within himself and quickened his pace. Thus far, his system had not issued any warnings of danger, suggesting that this cave harbored no perilous entities. As they ventured forward, the point of light grew larger without any sign of danger presenting itself. Although Su Bai harbored a deep-seated trust in the system, he cautiously slowed his pace, embarking on a careful exploration of the outside. Observing Su Bai's sudden wariness, the other team members similarly tempered their movements and extinguished their lights. Su Bai gestured to Lin Wei, signaling her to turn off the spotlight. While the illumination was nearly imperceptible outside, any entity that happened to glance towards the cave would undoubtedly notice the glimmering point of light within the pitch-black cavern, thus compromising their concealment. Upon hearing Su Bai's request, Lin Wei promptly extinguished the spotlight, and Su Bai once again stowed it in his backpack. Though he wished to equip each member with one, he possessed only two, making distribution impractical. Thus, he retained one for himself. Moreover, when alone, a compact flashlight proved to be more convenient. Feeling the familiar chill, Su Bai heightened his vigilance. Moments later, they finally emerged from the dark cave, greeted by the expanse of the outside world. However, as they stepped out and surveyed their surroundings, the sight before them left the four of them momentarily bewildered. Su Bai had contemplated various possibilities beforehand, understanding that the presence of other experimental subjects might be plausible. Yet, the scene that unfolded was devoid of anything, not even ground beneath their feet. Instead, a vast pit yawned before them. "What is this, by Go?" Morong Chi, cradling Bing Bing, moved closer to inspect the depths of the pit. However, upon peering into it, she discovered that the abyss seemed unfathomably deep, shrouded in darkness that evoked the terror of an infernal realm. This revelation caused her legs to tremble. Fortunately, Su Bai acted swiftly, steadying Morong Chi before she could falter, allowing her to regain her composure. Otherwise, she might have tumbled into the abyss. "Thank you, Bai Gu," Morong Chi said, her complexion pale, casting a grateful glance at Su Bai. "Be careful. Something feels amiss here," Su Bai replied, gently shaking his head. The pit was remarkably symmetrical, clearly not a product of natural formation. The only plausible explanation was that it had been artificially created by the laboratory personnel. But why would they excavate such a vast and profound chasm? At that moment, even Su Bai was unable to comprehend the purpose of the pit. Could this cavern be the door referenced in the video? Or was it a consequence of the door's opening? Upon witnessing the enormous pit, Zhang Yi turned away, crouching to search for something. After a brief moment, he picked up a stone that appeared relatively uniform, testing its weight in his hand. Seemingly satisfied, he approached the edge of the pit and casually tossed the stone into the depths. As the stone fell, Zhang Yi immediately bent down, straining to listen intently. Su Bai naturally discerned that Zhang Yi was attempting to gauge the depth of the vast pit. However, to Zhang Yi's disappointment, the stone he cast into the abyss produced no sound at all. Subsequently, he turned to Su Bai and gently shook his head, stating, "There is no way to estimate the depth of this pit. I suggest we take a detour." Acknowledging Zhang Yi's words, Su Bai nodded in agreement. This was virtually their sole course of action. If all else failed, The worst-case scenario would be to retrace their steps back to the laboratory. "Let us first check around for any other exits," Subai remarked as he took the lead, moving toward the surrounding walls in search of alternatives. The other members of the team simultaneously dispersed to search for clues. Although the pit was enigmatic, they currently lacked both leads and the means to explore its depths, leading them to decisively abandon the idea of probing the chasm. As Subai's feet crunched through the snow, he felt the biting cold air and his gaze sharpened with determination. "This is the spot," he exclaimed, having arrived at a wall on the opposite side of the pit, where a golden arrow had suddenly appeared as he drew near. Following the arrow, he approached a small rock that seemed to indicate the presence of a mechanism. Without hesitation, Subai pressed down on it. The sound of mechanical hinges echoed, and the stone wall before him shifted slightly, revealing a metallic door. At the moment the metallic door emerged, his teammates, still searching nearby, hurried to Subai's side. "Brother Bai, what is this?" Lin Wei asked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the imposing metal door. Its design resembled that of the door they had used to enter the laboratory, albeit on a much larger scale, suggesting it was not intended for human passage. "I'm not entirely sure, but this should be the exit," Subai replied, shaking his head slightly to indicate his own uncertainty. The golden prompt from the system vanished the instant he pressed the switch, offering no indication regarding this door. "Why do I get the feeling that this grand door, ISN, team meant for people?" Zhang Yi pondered aloud, scratching his head as he gazed up at the massive doorframe. Subai was aware of the implications and was nearly certain that this door was indeed not designed for human use. The metallic doors they had encountered upon entering and exiting the laboratory were of a standard size for human access, unlike this colossal entrance. This suggested that the previous builders had adhered to normal specifications for doors intended for human entry, rather than constructing an oversized door merely for dramatic effect. Subai had his own conjectures regarding this door. At present, it seemed there were only two possibilities. Firstly, the necessity of the grand entrance is justified for the passage of large vehicles. For instance, armored trucks or colossal semi-trailers require such expansive gateways. Secondly, it might cater to artificial mythical beasts. Take, for example, the dragon-headed creature they encountered. A door of standard dimensions would be utterly inadequate for its passage, thus necessitating this oversized portal for ingress and egress. However, as Subai gazed upon this imposing gate, he found himself unable to ascertain its precise purpose. For the true nature of this dark abyss depended on what originally was. With everything now absent, he could not deduce the function of this place. Regardless, they had to proceed through this portal, and preparations were essential. Subai softly articulated his thoughts before approaching the control panel of the gate. The specifics of this place held little relevance to their current predicament. It was their sole avenue of escape, and retreat was not an option, especially with the dragon-headed beast looming behind them. The other members of the team understood this reality as well. Consequently, after Subai spoke, aside from the ice-cold Morong-chi, the remaining two members readied their firearms, aiming them toward the exterior of the gate. Should any danger arise upon its opening, they would be prepared to defend themselves immediately. Upon reaching the control panel, Subai discovered it to be a keypad door. Entering the correct password would grant them access. Simultaneously, a golden prompt reappeared, and Subai began inputting the code as indicated. Beep, beep, beep. After entering a series of digits, the control panel finally responded, and following a sequence of rapid beeps, the entire gate began to tremble. Just as the group anticipated the gate's opening, the commotion abruptly ceased. "Is it broken?" Zhang Yi looked up at the gate, momentarily taken aback. If the gate were indeed malfunctioning, they would find themselves in dire straits. Subai, furrowing his brow, scrutinized the door before him, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. He was confident that he had not input the password incorrectly. The initial response from the gate confirmed that the issue was not with the code. Yet, why had the gate fallen silent after making such noise? Was it truly defective? As Subai prepared to inspect the control panel once more, he noticed the various menus on the display beginning to vanish. The control panel was a liquid crystal display, which should logically exhibit a plethora of information. However, the operating programs within were pre-installed and should not exhibit such behavior. Unless, of course, this was a deliberate design by previous users, or perhaps someone had tampered with the system. If it were merely the former, Subai could indeed accept it. After all, as long as it was a predetermined design, he could rely on his own abilities to resolve the troubles at hand. However, The mere thought of the latter possibility sent a chill down his spine. Could there be others here? What was happening? At that moment, Morongchi, who was holding Bing Bing behind Subai, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the control panel, which was gradually fading from view. The panel was clearly amiss. If it were merely a power outage causing the display to fail, why had the background not vanished, with only the various control buttons disappearing? Zhang Yi and Lin Wei also sensed the anomaly and approached Subai, exchanging puzzled glances as they stared at the control panel. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. What could possibly be unfolding? I am uncertain as well. Subai gently shook his head. From a moment the control panel malfunctioned, he had been surveying his surroundings, yet his prompts yielded no responses, as if everything appeared normal to his system. Fortunately, the system had not indicated any danger, which allowed Subai to relax slightly. You all are looking at me like that. I might feel embarrassed. Just as Subai was deep in thought, a strange female electronic voice echoed in their ears. Who is it? The instant Subai heard the voice, he raised his shotgun, scanning the area, while his teammates also became vigilant, observing their surroundings. Yet, there was nothing amiss. The silence remained undisturbed. After confirming their safety, Subai turned back to the control panel. If he had not misheard, the electronic voice had emanated from here. Upon closer inspection of the control panel, his brow furrowed. The various control buttons had entirely vanished, replaced by an exceedingly lifelike young girl, who sat in the monitor. Her head tilted as she regarded the group while clad in a dark Lolita dress. Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to greet you. This time, Shunshio understood clearly. Despite the poor sound quality of the display panel causing much distortion, Subai could still recognize the voice, which matched the appearance perfectly, adorable and full of vitality. This voice, in truth, was not unwelcome to Subai. On the contrary, he found it somewhat endearing, as who could resist a spirited young girl? Yet now, this voice had no place here. Subai silently stared at the screen, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Who is this girl? Why has she appeared here? Moreover, it seemed she possessed considerable authority, effortlessly controlling any equipment in this place. What then was her identity? What was her purpose in presenting herself before them? Countless inquiries flickered through Subai's thoughts. Who are you? Upon hearing the sound, Lin Wei immediately turned to look, only to find a charming little girl appearing on the display screen. Although the girl on the screen seemed quite young, there was already a hint of allure about her. If she were real, she would undoubtedly grow into a captivating enchantress in the future. The other members of the team also turned to gaze at the screen upon hearing the sound. I am Noya, the steward here. Who are you? The Noya on the screen tilted her head, seemingly appraising the individuals before her. Subai furrowed his brow as he regarded the girl on the screen. A steward? Moreover, she can see us? An artificial intelligence? Upon hearing Subai's words, Noya nodded slightly and replied, that is approximately correct, though I am likely more advanced than any artificial intelligence you have encountered. Zhang, he stared at the girl on the screen, momentarily taken aback. He had seen artificial intelligence before, but the versions he had encountered previously paled in comparison to the one before him, which could hardly be considered intelligent. So, what is it that you wish to do? Subai fixed his gaze on the screen and spoke slowly. He was now fairly certain that, despite having entered the correct password, the door had not opened, and it was likely the handiwork of this self-proclaimed artificial intelligence before him. He needed to ascertain what this entity truly wanted. He could not believe it had come to greet them without reason. Actually, I have no particular business. I simply slept for too long and happened to see you here, so I came to say hello, the girl on the screen said with a slight smile. You really came just to say hello? The other team members leaned in with expressions of astonishment, curiously observing the girl on the screen. Where do you come from? Lin Wei inquired, gazing at Noya with curiosity. She was familiar with artificial intelligence from her previous world, yet even the latest versions lacked such sophistication. The ability to converse as fluidly as a real person, coupled with such vividness, was entirely different from any artificial intelligence she had encountered. A portion of my database has been extracted, so I currently possess incomplete data. According to your human terminology, one might say I've lost my memory, Noya replied, expressing regret as she raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. So, you do not know where you came from? Lin Wei felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped to clarify how artificial intelligence was created. If it could indeed be manufactured, perhaps they could create one themselves. Having an artificial intelligence as a steward in their home might not be such a bad idea. Precisely, Noya nodded and stated, Can we leave this place? Moronchi approached and stood beside Noya, inquiring. They are currently trapped here with no way out. If Noya is indeed an artificial intelligence, perhaps it could assist them in their escape. Of course, if you wish to leave, you may do so at any time, Noya replied. Is it truly that simple? Subai inquired, gazing at Noya with a slight furrow in his brow, sensing that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Then please unlock the door and let us come and go as we please. However, Noya shook her head. Why not? Did you not say we could leave? Muronchi also frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction as she looked at Noya on the screen. You can certainly leave, but this is not the way out, Noya explained. Not the way out? The group was momentarily taken aback, having never anticipated that this place was not an exit. Then why is there such a large door? Indeed, this is a warehouse and a database. My very essence resides within. When you open the database door, you also awaken me, Noya patiently elucidated. So how do we exit? Lin Wei asked. You may choose to return the way you came. Upon hearing Noya's words, Zhang Yi frowned and retorted, Stop playing tricks. Be careful, or I might destroy it. Noya, unperturbed by Zhang Yi's fierce demeanor, replied, Suit yourself. This is not my true form. If you were to destroy it, you would merely be damaging a display device. After saying this, Noya fell silent. Zhang Yi scoffed and resigned himself to inaction. Noya was correct. He could only intimidate her, but could do nothing further. Subai, fixated on Noya's image, sensed a flicker of sorrow on her face when Zhang Yi threatened to destroy the display. Could this be an emotion possessed by artificial intelligence? How do you prove that you are an artificial intelligence and not merely a human like us, masquerading behind screen? Subai challenged, staring intently at the monitor. I have no need to prove anything. You merely have to choose to believe, Noya responded, observing Subai with curiosity before continuing. How long have you been here? Subai asked again, while the other teammates exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about his line of questioning. Yet, they refrained from interrupting, knowing that Subai had his reasons. 524 years, Noya replied without hesitation. I was born during this time, and for the subsequent 24 years, I assisted my creators in experimental research. After they departed, I fell into slumber. The group stood in stunned silence, realizing that other humans had indeed been present here before. Even the exceptionally advanced artificial intelligence, Noya, was successfully created, alongside experiments involving mythical creatures. According to Noya, this all transpired 5 centuries ago. In such a prolonged span of time, it is astonishing that there are no signs of temporal passage. The laboratory appears to be functioning normally. Clearly, the maintenance system and the entire protective measures here are remarkably formidable, suggesting that the technological prowess of those individuals has reached an extraordinary level. After processing Noya's words, Subai fixed his gaze upon her and slowly inquired, What exactly transpired during this experiment, and where have your creators gone? Open the door, Noya responded. Did I not mention that part of the database has been extracted, rendering it impossible to conduct a search? She gestured in exasperation and continued, I only have a general understanding of the situation. The specifics of why I was created and what transpired are no longer accessible. Subai regarded Noya with a hint of resignation, letting out a sigh. Just moments ago, when Noya confidently stated her date of creation, he felt a flicker of joy. Believing her earlier claim of ignorance regarding her origin was merely due to a misinterpretation of the question. However, it became evident that Noya truly lacked the pertinent details from that time. If he wished to uncover what occurred back then, he would have to rely solely on the hard drive in his possession. What should we do, Brother Bai? Moronchi, cradling Bing Bing, turned to Subai. She had come to realize that this artificial intelligence was essentially devoid of knowledge. All memories had been completely erased, rendering her little more than an empty vessel. Currently, their only option was to find a way to escape, yet Noya insisted that they could only retrace their steps. Given the rampaging behemoth lurking outside, returning would indeed be akin to walking into a trap, and they would be ill-prepared to confront the beast. Brother Su, perhaps we should force the door open and investigate? Zhang Yi suggested, surveying the imposing metallic barrier before them. From the outset, he had harbored doubts about Noya, perceiving her as fundamentally inept. To be told to retrace their steps in order to escape felt akin to inviting death. Moreover, he speculated that the locked door might actually lead to their exit, and that this artificial intelligence was merely obstructing their escape. Furthermore, even if Noya's claims were genuine, they could always force their way in, examine the situation, and depart afterward. However, before Subai could respond, Noya, appearing somewhat anxious, interjected. Hey, you big oaf, calm down. That's a server room inside. If you damage it, I'm finished. As Zhang Yi listened to Nuya's words, a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke. Then why not simply open the door and let us in for a glance? If indeed there is nothing amiss, we shall exit promptly. That is out of the question. Nuya firmly shook her head, resolutely rejecting Zhang Yi's proposition. It was not that she was unwilling to open the door. Rather, the laboratory lacked sufficient security measures. Should they be allowed entry and subsequently engage in malicious acts, it could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the mainframe housing her computational functions remained inside. If they were to cause destruction, it could spell disaster for her as well. Thus, the thought solidified her conviction. The door must remain closed, for one can never fully trust the intentions of others. What if they were indeed villains? Subai stood to the side, observing the exchange between Zhang Yi and Nuya, raising an eyebrow. He was taken aback by EGE's unexpected capabilities. It seemed prudent to remain silent and watch how the situation unfolded. Perhaps Ige could persuade Nuya to open the door without conflict. Subai's thoughts aligned closely with those of Zhang Yi. They needed to investigate beyond that door, for returning without doing so would be akin to courting disaster. This door represented their sole opportunity. Let us consider how to breach it, Zhang Yi suggested, rummaging through his backpack. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. His pack contained nothing of substance, merely some emergency supplies and ammunition provided by Subai. If this artificial intelligence steadfastly refused to open the door, they would find themselves at an impasse. However, having already committed to the act, he feigned searching through his bag, hoping that perhaps the AI would not discern his facade and would yield. Nuya's eyes widened in visible alarm as she noted Zhang Yi genuinely rummaging through his backpack. This scene captivated Su Bai and Lin Wei, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Their previous, simplistic dialogues had offered little insight into Nuya's intelligence. Yet now, her distinctly human-like expressions and demeanor vividly illustrated her advanced capabilities. One could easily mistake her for a person. Her reasoning and reactions were far beyond the realm of any artificial intelligence they had previously encountered. It appeared that the technological advancements in this world exceeded their wildest imaginations. All right, I concede. Isn't that sufficient? Nuya, observing Zhang Yi's persistent rummaging, grew increasingly anxious and could no longer contain herself, calling for a halt. In her perspective, the technological prowess of the individuals before her seemed comparable to her own. Surely, any explosive or cutting tool would suffice to breach the door. Thus, Noya harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of Zhang Yi's words, especially upon witnessing him actually begin to rummage through items, which only heightened her anxiety. Should the humans before her opt for a forceful breach of the door, it was highly probable that the chemical agents within would detonate or be destroyed, potentially leading to a series of grave repercussions, outcomes that Noya was most unwilling to witness. Furthermore, even if they chose a more gentle method of cutting, such actions would still inflict destructive damage upon the door. Even if they refrained from causing havoc and simply departed, Noya would find herself powerless to thwart any future encounters with beasts. In that event, she would inevitably face a situation of devastation. Therefore, after careful consideration, Noya resolved to grant them access, for she had little choice in the matter. Are you willing to open the door? Zhang Yi inquired, raising his gaze to Noya, his expression remarkably calm, as though he had anticipated this moment. Yet deep within he was elated, astonished that this artificial intelligence had indeed fallen for his ploy. What a genius he was. Open the door, open the door. In the screen, Subai could distinctly observe Noya puffing out her cheeks in exasperation as she waved her hand, prompting the door to creak once more. Let me make one thing clear. Once you enter, you are permitted only to observe and not to cause any damage, or not only will the laboratory be doomed, but your lives shall also be at stake. As the door began to part, Noya, seemingly still concerned, reiterated her warning. Now that the door had commenced its opening, there was no turning back. Her sole hope was that Subai and the others would indeed honor their word. Rest assured, we shall exercise utmost caution. Subai reassured Noya with a smile and a nod. Noya paused, momentarily taken aback by Subai's expression, before abruptly turning away in silence. Subai paid no heed to this, merely chuckling and shaking his head, unaware that Noya's cheeks had turned slightly flushed marveling at the sophistication of this artificial intelligence. With the heavy metallic hinges creaking, the door gradually opened, evoking a sensation akin to unveiling a long-sealed treasure trove. However, upon the complete revelation of the interior, it became evident that its structure mirrored that of the laboratory almost precisely. Yet instead of computers or experimental apparatus, various bottles and jars filled with unidentifiable liquids adorned the surfaces. "Are these the experimental agents?" Lin Wei inquired, leaning closer to the table. Her head tilted as she examined the array of liquids, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Indeed, you would do well to refrain from touching them. Among these are numerous agents that are lethal to humans. Even the slightest contact would prevent you from leaving this place alive." Noya's voice resonated from all directions. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from an unseen corner, sketching out a figure. In the blink of an eye, Noya's image was projected before them. Quite advanced indeed. Zhang, he scratched his head, gazing at the projection of Nuya, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I possess remarkable abilities," Nuya declared, lifting her head with a proud demeanor, exuding an air of charming arrogance. Zhang Yi listened to her words in silence, choosing instead to advance and meticulously examine his surroundings. "Let us split up and search as well. Remember to call out if danger arises and refrain from touching any of the potions here," Su Bai advised the two young women, before embarking on his own inspection in another direction. Lin Wei and Mu Rongxi, without hesitation, began their separate searches as well. Observing that her companions were not inclined to cause any mischief, Nuya felt considerably more at ease and, intrigued by the handsome figure before her, decided to follow Su Bai closely. "Why are you trailing behind me? Are you afraid I might cause some destruction?" Su Bai glanced at Nuya, who had appeared like a specter from the shadows. However, he was unconcerned. After the metallic door had opened, he had thoroughly inspected the area, finding it devoid of any defensive weaponry, much like the initial laboratory. Thus, he harbored no worries that Nuya, as a mere data entity, would pose any threat to him. Moreover, should any danger arise, his system would provide ample warning, ensuring his safety. "I'm just browsing," Nuya replied, her tone betraying a hint of insecurity as she promptly diverted her gaze elsewhere upon his inquiry. Nonetheless, her projected form continued to trail behind Su Bai. He could only shrug in resignation. After all, it was reasonable for the steward of this place to accompany him. As Su Bai ambled through the myriad of chemical concoctions, he suddenly turned to Nuya. "By the way, do you find it tedious here?" Initially flustered by his scrutiny, Nuya fell silent. As an artificial intelligence endowed with human emotions, to claim she was not bored or lonely would be disingenuous. Although she had lost her previous data memories, the emotions residing within her heart remained unerring. Observing Nuya's sudden quietness, Su Bai comprehended the underlying truth. It seemed that Nuya possessed a complete spectrum of human emotions. Yet, it was precisely this emotional depth that gave rise to various sentiments that an artificial intelligence ought not to experience. The thought of being left alone in this place for centuries was unfathomable to him. If he were in her position, he would have likely succumbed to madness long ago. "Why did you not leave with them?" Su Bai broke the silence again, continuing to walk forward as he spoke softly. If she had wished, that group would not have hesitated to take along such an exceptionally capable and endearing artificial intelligence when they departed. This question had lingered in Su Bai's mind, piquing his curiosity. "After my creation, to prevent any inadvertent manipulation, my creators established a password to unlock the server." Noya softly spoke, her body seamlessly drifting to Su Bai's side, beginning to walk alongside him. At that moment, Su Bai remained silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings for anything noteworthy, while he quietly listened to Noya's narrative. However, due to an unfortunate accident, the creator met an untimely demise, and since the password was never backed up, my server has remained locked in this place, unable to depart. Although this situation may sound simple when articulated, Su Bai could distinctly perceive the loneliness in Noya's voice. It was evident that after guarding this place for centuries, her heart must have borne considerable sorrow. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Bai, and he turned to Noya and inquired, "So, if I understand correctly, entering the correct password would allow us to extract your server, and then you could leave this place?" "Theoretically, that is indeed the case." Noya nodded, yet her expression remained unchanged. Even without Su Bai's prompting, she was well aware of this fact, but what good was that knowledge? In this world, no one remembers the password. She was doomed to remain here until the server ultimately collapsed or the entire laboratory was destroyed. Subai had reached the end of the path, and Noya had indeed spoken the truth. Aside from various unknown potions, there was nothing else in this place. Had Noya not cautioned them, their reckless handling of the potions could have led to peril. As he passed through a section of the potions, the familiar golden text reappeared, each one marked as extremely dangerous without exception. It seemed these potions were lethal. Well, you have all completed your inspection. You may leave now. I shall return to my slumber, Noya said as she observed that everyone had concluded their survey, prompting them to depart. Deep down, she was reluctant to let Subai and the others go, yet she understood that they would undoubtedly leave. Thus, she urged them to depart quickly, fearing that the longer they lingered, the more difficult it would be for her to part with them. However, just as Noya was about to speak again, Subai, who had remained silent, suddenly turned to her. How about we strike a deal? What kind of deal? Noya inquired, slightly puzzled. I will take you out, and you will assist us in completing this mission. Do we have an agreement? Noya momentarily found herself in a state of astonishment. The young man before her was proposing to take her away. In that instant, Noya felt a surge of emotion. After such an extended period of slumber, she had grown weary of this place. Yet despite her weariness, what could she do? With her own abilities, she could never escape. Before her slumber, apart from her creator, other humans had merely regarded her as a machine, even departing without a second thought about finding a way to take her along. Although they claimed that the absence of a password meant the server room could not be accessed, Noya could discern that, from the very beginning, they had no intention of including her. Yet, here stood a young man before her, willing to find a way to take her along. Subai refrained from pressing for answers, silently observing the slightly dazed Noya. After a brief moment, Noya seemed to regain her composure. Her eyes were slightly reddened as she turned to Subai and softly inquired, "Thank you. May I know your name?" Subai. Without hesitation, he promptly revealed his name. "Thank you, Subai. I shall remember you, but regrettably, I cannot leave with you." Noya's expression appeared somewhat melancholic, and her eyes seemed to redden further. Observing Noya, Subai felt a subtle stir within his heart. Though Noya was an artificial intelligence, she possessed thoughts and emotions indistinguishable from those of a human. If she had already acquired human emotions, did that not place her within the realm of humanity? Perhaps the essence of a human soul is akin to this as well. With this contemplation, Subai returned to himself and, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Is it that you do not wish to leave this place?" "Not all. I truly wish to." Upon hearing Subai's words, Noya's gaze suddenly became frantic. It seemed she had instinctively regarded Subai as a good friend, and fearing her intent might be misunderstood. She immediately explained, "It is merely that my main server requires a password to be unlocked, yet there is no one in this world who knows it. Random attempts would only lead to the complete lockdown of the entire facility, hence I am unable to leave." As Subai listened to Noya's dejected recount of her predicament, he felt a subtle sense of relief wash over him. He had initially speculated that there might be some other reason. It turned out to be this. If it were some rigid requirement, Subai would indeed be at a loss. But if it was merely a password, then he had encountered a weakness. In this world, there was no password that Subai could not decipher. "Do not worry, I know the password." Subai gently spoke, his gaze fixed on Noya. Noya, who had been mired in sorrow, suddenly froze in astonishment, and then, with a hint of urgency, she turned to Subai, asking, "You know the password?" This revelation brought her immense surprise, even leading her to briefly think she had misheard, prompting her to eagerly seek confirmation from Subai. "Indeed, I know the password," Subai affirmed with a smile and nod. As Noya processed Subai's affirmation, she stood there, momentarily stunned. How could this be? Apart from that man, no one else could possibly know her password, a code even she was unaware of. Suddenly, the image of Subai began to merge with that of the man from the depths of her memories. The gentleman, who often graced me with a gentle smile, would engage in conversation during my moments of ennui and even take the time to share stories with me. He never regarded me as a mere tool. Instead, he treated me as a living being. However, ever since that tragic incident befell him, I have not experienced such warmth again. Yet now, gazing at Subai before me, I find myself once more enveloped in the sentiments that only that man could evoke. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" My voice trembled slightly, and tears began to well in my eyes, though the virtual projection would not allow for genuine droplets to fall. They would dissipate into the air the moment they left my body. Rest assured, I never lie, Subai replied, still smiling at me. Throughout our conversation, Subai had come to realize that I was not merely an artificial intelligence, but rather a being imbued with human emotions, despite my artificial origins. Thus, he resolved to take me along with him. After all, his home was quite spacious, and I would not consume any living resources, which made it convenient. Very well, lead me to your server. I shall input the password to see if it is correct. Subai spoke softly, nudging the somewhat dazed me back to reality. All right. I snapped back to attention and promptly walked ahead, guiding Subai in another direction. We approached an area cluttered with damaged experimental instruments. Though some parts might still be salvageable, hence their temporary accumulation here. Subai curiously surveyed the surroundings, noting that this place had potential. If transformed into their own stronghold, it would be splendid. Alas, this was merely a replica. Once they departed, returning here would be impossible. Moreover, the materials here were not something one could easily carry away in a backpack. Thus, Subai could only indulge in idle thoughts. I followed closely behind Subai, silently observing him as he scrutinized the area, my eyes still slightly red from emotion. At that moment, watching his silhouette, any lingering resistance I felt towards him and his companions melted away, leaving me with the undeniable sensation that Subai was the warmest person in this world, bar none. However, a question suddenly struck me. How did Subai know the password? Had someone informed him? Or had he seen it somewhere? Intrigued, I inquired, how did you come to know the password? I'm not sure. When you mentioned the need for a password, a sequence of numbers inexplicably surfaced in my mind. Subai casually fabricated an excuse. He could not reveal that he possessed a system that allowed him to discern the correct password merely by observing the keypad. Yet, to my ears, his words carried an entirely different implication. Subai's ability to unlock passwords was something she had just witnessed at the entrance, indicating that he had not seen her password beforehand. At this moment, Noya gazed at Subai's silhouette, her delicate cheeks suddenly tinged with a faint blush. In the midst of her entrapment, the sudden appearance of someone capable of liberating her from her confinement. Could this person be the fabled savior often spoken of in tales? 145. The password is unlocked, Noya softly remarked, pointing to the bare wall ahead. Once hope ignites within one's heart, the entire demeanor of a person transforms. Noya was indeed in such a state, her eyes fixed on Subai, sparkling with anticipation. Yet, an undercurrent of anxiety accompanied her excitement. What if Subai's password was incorrect? Would her hopes be dashed in vain? The mere thought of this possibility intensified her unease. This wall? Subai was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. This wall concealed the password panel? Noya gracefully floated to the wall, her hand gliding gently across its surface. And to her astonishment, an electronic password panel emerged from what appeared to be an empty facade. This wall harbored such a secret. Watching this unfold, Subai raised an eyebrow. He had encountered similar technology before, but witnessing it in person rendered an entirely different experience. Input the password here, Noya urged, her eyes brimming with tension. The next 10 seconds would determine her fate. If Subai's password proved correct, she would soon embrace a new beginning. If not, she would likely perish alongside this forsaken laboratory. Silently, Subai nodded and stepped closer to the password panel. As anticipated, upon his arrival, a golden prompt materialized before him, revealing the password for the panel. A wave of joy washed over him. His talent was indeed quite remarkable. Praise the system. He promptly began entering the password. The sequence was lengthy, prompting Subai to proceed with caution to avoid any errors, though his pace, while deliberate, was not excessively slow. To Noya, however, it felt agonizingly sluggish, as if each letter required an eternity to input. Despite lacking a physical form, she sensed her heart racing, overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. Yet, she had no recourse but to stand by and watch as Subai entered the password, silently praying for no mistakes to occur. The rhythmic beeping resonated as Subai methodically entered the password on the keypad. With each digit entered, Noya's heart raced, rising to the brink of her throat. Upon completing the input, Subai pressed the confirmation button. Instead of the anticipated electronic chime, only a default mechanical sound echoed. Suddenly, the previously barren white wall emitted the sound of mechanical hinges, revealing a complex structure hidden within. At the center of this intricate arrangement, a radiant, glowing sphere materialized before Subai's eyes. Though no introduction was provided, Subai instantly recognized that this very object was supplying the laboratory with a continuous flow of energy. The thought of acquiring such a marvel filled him with exhilaration. Once in his possession, endless energy would be at his fingertips. This entity had sustained the entire laboratory for 5 centuries without faltering. However, as this thought crossed his mind, golden letters abruptly appeared, pointing towards the luminous sphere. Extreme danger. The sight of those 4 golden characters shattered Subai's aspirations. It appeared that seizing this object might cost him his life. Yet, he remained philosophical. He believed that in due time, he could procure something similar. Moments later, a device, roughly the size of a computer tower, was meticulously pushed forward by the mechanical structure. Before Subai could voice any inquiries, he was met with Noya's jubilant exclamations. "Hooray! Subai, you are truly my destined one." Noya radiated joy and excitement, while Subai simply smiled at her without uttering a word. Had he been in her position, he would undoubtedly have felt even greater elation. After all, she had been confined here for 500 years, utterly alone. If it were merely an artificial intelligence devoid of thought, it would be one thing. But Noya possessed human-like consciousness, awareness, and emotion. This masterpiece of the human spirit had been trapped in solitude, likely overwhelmed by fear and loneliness in the beginning, which now manifested as profound emotion. Subai watched Noya cheer in delight, choosing not to interrupt her exuberance. In this moment, she required such an outlet. The other team members, who had been searching from a distance, were drawn by Noya's voice and turned to approach. They were unaware of the specifics of the situation. Only hearing her enthusiastic cheers, and out of concern for Subai's safety, they instinctively moved towards him. A moment later, Lin Wei gazed with curiosity at the unveiled wall and Noya's server, her eyes darting in wonder. Zhang Yi leaned in for a closer look and inquired, "Subai, are you all right?" "I'm fine," came the reply. Subai gently shook his head. "What is happening?" Zhang Yi curiously surveyed the cracked wall before him. "It's nothing significant, really. I merely wish to take Noya away." Upon hearing Subai's words, the other team members turned their gazes towards him. "What? They came all this way? And they even took the artificial intelligence, butler? This is truly taking everything from them." Subai, observing the expressions of those around him, understood their thoughts. However, this was not the time for explanations. Noya, noticing the crowd gathering around her, gradually calmed down and slowly floated to the center of the group. I apologize for disturbing everyone." Noya appeared slightly bashful at this moment, aware that she would soon become part of this family, and thus began to care about her image in their eyes. Unlike her previous mischievous and playful demeanor, she now appeared exceptionally serene. "Do not be too reserved. They're all quite amiable." Subai, seeing Noya's current demeanor, couldn't he help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He spoke, recognizing the reason behind Noya's sudden change, yet he did not dwell on it. After speaking, he began to examine Noya's main server. This device was unfamiliar to him. It had no visible interfaces and seemed merely to be a square box. Could it really be taken away, just like that? To be cautious, Subai lifted his gaze towards Noya and softly inquired, "How we take this?" Noya floated beside the main server, responding softly, "Please wait for a moment." As she spoke, the surrounding walls emitted various mechanical sounds once more. Previously restricted by a password lock, she was unable to activate the machinery here. But now that Subai had unlocked her password, she possessed the highest authority in this space. The server transmits information wirelessly via optical cables. "I need to sever my connection with this place." While operating, Noya explained softly, raising her hand slightly, which prompted another series of sounds from within the walls. Another section of the wall opened, revealing its contents. "What is this? A wristband?" Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, looking curiously at the object that appeared before her. Why would Noya show them an electronic wristband? "This is a communicator. Once logged into mine, I can project between these communicators at any time," Noya elucidated. "Is the server accessible from anywhere?" Subai asked, slightly taken aback. "Theoretically, yes," Noya replied softly. Subai had previously thought the technological advancements in this laboratory were extraordinarily advanced, but now it seemed they were even more astonishing than he had imagined. There is no need for signal base stations. Merely with a small bracelet and a server host, one can connect irrespective of the environment or terrain. What a marvel of technology this is. Perhaps only genetic engineering of mythical beasts could rival it. Subai slowly removed one of the bracelets and adorned his wrist with it. Upon seeing Subai don the bracelet, Noya gently waved her finger, and in the blink of an eye, the previously dim bracelet began to emit a faint glow. At that moment, Subai gazed at the bracelet on his wrist. Now successfully activated. Communication device. Possessing an almost limitless energy supply, it is also indestructible. Once logged into the artificial intelligence, it can effortlessly establish a projection connection. Subai's eyes sparkled upon reading the system introduction. What an extraordinary device. With boundless energy at its disposal, he almost felt inclined to dismantle the bracelet to discover its inner workings, were it not for its indomitable nature. However, being a product of the system, it was reasonable to assume that even the most illogical aspects were justified. Let me give it a try. As Noya spoke, her form gradually dissipated beside them, and the next moment, a miniature version of Noya appeared on Subai's bracelet. The bracelet emitted tiny rays, and in a mere instant, Noya's figure was outlined before him. This is my first time using such a device. It feels remarkably unique. Noya's voice emanated from the bracelet, as if she resided within it. This enchanting scene left the onlookers in awe, prompting them to each retrieve a bracelet from the stands and wear them. Noya gracefully waved her finger, activating their bracelets one by one. Subai, observing the remaining bracelets on the stand, pondered, what should I do with these? In truth, he longed to take them all, but being a guest rather than the owner of this place, and with Noya, the original caretaker, still present, it felt inappropriate to act unilaterally. Of course, we should take them all. Noya alighted from Subai's bracelet and perched upon his shoulder, though he felt no weight. The sight of the miniature Noya on his shoulder left him astounded. He had initially assumed that Noya's projection was merely a laser simulation emitted from the bracelet. However, it seemed otherwise. Yet, as it was a product of the system, Subai refrained from delving into the underlying principles for at present. They were incapable of comprehending such technology. Indeed, our teammate is truly reliable, Subai thought. Zhang Yi, hearing Noya's words, couldn't help but grin widely. Noya clearly regarded herself as a member of Subai's team, showing no hesitation in claiming what could be taken from her former employer. That is correct. Noya perched on Subai's shoulder, lightly lifting her nose in triumph. Upon hearing Noya's words, Subai did not hesitate and immediately removed all the bracelets from the stand, placing them into his backpack. Noya, is it possible for us to extract that energy core? Zhang Yi pointed to the luminous sphere at the heart of various mechanical structures, evidently having noticed it as well and speculating that it was the energy core of this place. It could be done, but I would not recommend you take it. Noya replied softly. Why is that? Zhang Yi scratched his head, clearly puzzled by Noya's caution. This energy core can indeed be removed, but doing so would render the entire base completely inoperative, and we would lose all control over that artificial beast. At that point, escaping would become impossible, Noya patiently explained. However, Subai understood her implication and promptly interjected. Noya, are you suggesting that we can utilize the internal mechanisms of the base to restrain or even eliminate that artificial beast? Upon hearing Subai's words, Linwei and Murongqi's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. If that were the case, there was indeed a possibility of slaying this colossal dragon-like creature. Regrettably, as it stands, direct elimination is not feasible. Noya gently shook her head and replied, the artificial beast is far more powerful than you can imagine. The firepower of this base is insufficient to obliterate it. I can only employ the suppressive agents here to temporarily hinder its movements, allowing us to make our way to the outermost soul extraction device. Soul extraction device. Subai recalled the large machine they had encountered when they first saw the dragon-like beast, which appeared to hold a miniaturized version of a fire dragon. According to Noya, that machine must be what she referred to as the soul extraction device, and the glass jar contained the extracted essence of the fire dragon. You must have seen it. That's exactly it, Noya confirmed, having reviewed all the surveillance footage and fully comprehending Subai and his companion's route of action. All right, we mustn't delay any further. Let us set off immediately, Zhang Yi declared as he retrieved his sniper rifle, beginning to check the ammunition. If they were to embark now, a fierce battle was likely imminent, and he needed to ensure his equipment was ready. Noya gazed at Zhang Yi, who was preparing his gear, and gently shook her head, saying, such weaponry will not harm it. Leave the firepower to me. while you simply focus on running swiftly. Zhang paused at Noya's words, momentarily taken aback. However, he soon grasped the reality. The technological level of this laboratory far surpassed their comprehension, leading him to conclude that their firepower indeed paled in comparison. With Noya's assistance, the entire laboratory's fire control system could now be effortlessly managed. Thanks to her support, they truly no longer needed to take matters into their own hands. However, please wait a moment while I prepare the necessary items, Noya said, gracefully waving her slender fingers. Instantly, numerous mechanical arms emerged from the floor they had just traversed, beginning to extract portions of the reagents from the test tubes on the workbench. Subai silently observed this spectacle, surmising that Noya intended to load these reagents into specialized ammunition to attack the colossal beast. Fortunately, the process was swift, with all the mechanical arms operating in unison. In mere moments, Noya had completed her preparations. Subai, could you assist me in stowing away my main body? Noya gestured toward the server containing her essence. Of course, he replied without hesitation, reaching out to place Noya's server into his backpack. As he stored it away, Subai caught another glimpse of the infinite energy core, regrettably realizing that due to their mission against the colossal beast, they could not take the core with them. Perhaps we can return for it another time, he mused. Ever pragmatic, understanding that coveting everything could lead to one's demise. How intriguing that you possess such a marvelous space, Noya remarked. Her curiosity piqued after observing Subai secure her essence. Did the previous occupants of the laboratory also have such spatial systems? Subai turned to her, having previously surmised that others had been here before. Noya's words confirmed his suspicions, indicating that, like them, the inhabitants had been inexplicably transported by the system. Indeed, although the specifics elude me, I know they possess such a space, Noya replied softly. No worries, you will recall in due time, Subai reassured her, though he recognized this comfort was somewhat redundant, as Noya's memory had not been lost but rather partially extracted. Without reintegrating that portion, she would never regain those memories. Noya understood his intent to console her and offered a sweet smile in response, without delving further into the matter. Well then, we have completed our preparations here. Let us set forth, Subai announced to the group before leading the way toward the warehouse exit. Upon their arrival, they had anticipated this to be the path forward, only to serendipitously encounter Noya, gaining unexpected treasures. With her assistance, they now felt equipped to confront the colossal beast should they encounter it again. Soon, the group reappeared at the entrance of the warehouse. Noya, do you have any idea what this great pit is all about? Subai turned to look at Noya, who had once again settled onto his shoulder, and spoke softly. This portion of memory had been extracted, leaving him with no recollection. Noya gently shook her head. It's nothing. Subai reassured her, realizing that his inquiry was somewhat casual. Most of the memories related to the laboratory had been taken away by those who had evacuated previously, so he did not genuinely expect Noya to possess any knowledge. Brother Subai, what shall we do now? Are we truly left with no choice but to retrace our steps? Zhang Yi approached Subai, observing him and Noya on his shoulder, and inquired. However, before Subai could respond, Noya interjected, Indeed, there is only one path out of here. Hearing her words, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. He had no doubts regarding Nuya's statement, but returning at this juncture could very well lead them to encounter the rampaging dragon-headed behemoth. Nuya seemed to sense Zhang Yi's apprehension and spoke again. Do not worry, I will manipulate the defenses to divert that creature. As her words fell, a phantom emerged from Subai's wristband, gradually solidifying before the eyes of the group. It was a surveillance feed. The footage revealed the dragon-headed behemoth, which was still wreaking havoc inside the laboratory, reducing nearly all experimental equipment and facilities to rubble beneath its colossal form. At that moment, the frenzied behemoth was relentlessly battering the wall that Subai and his companions had departed through, the internal metal framework already warped from the assault. If it were not for the substantial mountain mass shielding them, Subai would have had no doubt that the behemoth would have torn through the structure. I will lead it away now. As Nuya's words echoed, the surveillance screen displayed two machine guns emerging from the wall that had been breached by the dragon-headed creature, instantly opening fire upon its vulnerable backside. The thunderous roar reverberated through the monitoring feed. As the machine guns discharged, the behemoth's back was torn asunder, its corrosive blood splattering in all directions, rapidly covering a significant portion of the laboratory floor. Zhang Yi gazed at the terrifying display of firepower, his eyes brightening. Based on his understanding of modern weaponry, such overwhelming firepower could only be found on battleships from the previous world. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it appeared that the projectiles were not conventional bullets, but rather energy blasts. Those that veered off course created large melting holes in the laboratory walls. This terrifying might, if employed for defense in their home, would be akin to a divine force, vanquishing any who dared to oppose. Surely, this dragon-headed behemoth would be vanquished in an instant. Lin Wei gazed upon the tumultuous battlefield displayed before her, where the colossal dragon-headed beast was being relentlessly pummeled, utterly devoid of any chance to retaliate. At this rate, it would not be long before it was reduced to mere fragments. It is not so easily vanquished. This creature can only be momentarily subdued. Noya gently shook her head. Listening to Noya's words, Su Bai suddenly noticed that the dragon-headed beast, despite enduring relentless assaults, was simultaneously repairing itself. Although it appeared to be on the receiving end of the onslaught, its form was gradually rising amidst the furious tempest of energy. Moreover, the pace of its regeneration was accelerating. Beneath the merciless barrage, the once immobilized dragon-headed beast was now slowly regaining its footing, empowered by its unparalleled self-healing abilities. Though its body was still riddled with wounds from the bullets, it would mend in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous roar, the beast turned its gaze upon the artillery that had caused it such distress, flames beginning to flicker at the corners of its mouth. Having previously engaged in close combat with the creature, Su Bai instantly recognized the impending threat of a fireball. He swiftly turned to Noya, exclaiming, "Hurry, take cover. It's about to unleash a fireball." No sooner had Su Bai uttered these words than a fireball launched toward one of the cannons. Boom! Upon contact, the fireball ignited explosively, instantly transforming the cannon into a molten puddle of iron. The force of this creature's fireball was evidently more formidable than before. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the spectacle. He had previously encountered fireballs at close range. While they were indeed scorching, they had never reached the temperature capable of melting a cannon into liquid metal. Had they done so, they would have perished at the hands of the dragon-headed beast long ago. At this moment, Noya remained unfazed by the unfolding events, merely waving her hand once more. To everyone's astonishment, the remaining cannon plummeted from the wall, and just before it struck the ground, an armored vehicle emerged from an unseen location, precisely catching the falling cannon and seamlessly connecting with it. As the cannon rejoined the armored vehicle, it resumed fire upon the dragon-headed beast. The Zero experiment had previously been restrained by suppressants, preventing it from unleashing its full potential. While maneuvering the armored vehicle to evade the beast's fireballs, Noya began to elucidate to the group. The canisters you destroyed earlier contained the suppressants. In the absence of their interference, the Zero experiment will evolve continuously. Continuously evolve? Su Bai pondered Noya's words, his brow furrowing. The phrase seemed innocuous, yet he understood the terrifying implications of such an ability. If it continued to evolve unchecked, there would inevitably come a day when this monster could bring about the annihilation of the entire world. Fortunately, this was merely a simulation. Once they exited, the dragon-headed beast would no longer pose a threat to them. It was only then that Su Bai learned for the first time that the true name of the colossal beast was Experiment Zero. Indeed, Noya gently nodded in affirmation. What will it ultimately evolve into? Murong-Chi asked anxiously, her gaze fixated on the screen, displaying the beast relentlessly pursuing the armored vehicle. I have no idea. Noya surprisingly shook her head. Murong-Chi paused momentarily, then turned her attention to Noya. Was there something she was unaware of? Noya seemed to sense the confusion amongst the group and proceeded to elucidate. The direction of evolution is entirely random, encompassing but not limited to intelligence, physical strength, bodily resilience, and various unique abilities. Although I do not recall the entire experimental process, even through direct observation, I can discern that a significant number of other genes were infused into Experiment Zero during its creation. These ordinary animal genes did not possess such formidable power. However, I suspect that the infusion of dragon essence magnified their capabilities exponentially. Listening to Noya's explanation, Murong-Chi finally grasped the situation, yet her complexion paled further. For if Noya's assertions were accurate, then the colossal beast would undoubtedly be insurmountable. Let us commence our actions, Su Bai remarked. Having comprehended the reasons behind the beast's increasingly grotesque nature from Noya's elucidation, Initially, it had seemed almost feeble, yet with each confrontation, the beast grew increasingly powerful. Now that Noya had diverted its attention, it was indeed the opportune moment for them to act. Yes, Experiment Zero has been drawn away to another location. This is our prime moment to set forth. Noya concurred with Subai's thoughts. With a flick of her delicate fingers, the screen before them dissipated into the air. Noya herself did not require the screen. She had merely conjured it for the convenience of her team members to visualize the unfolding events. With the need for the screen now obsolete, she could simply guide the armored vehicle from her perch on Subai's shoulder. Without hesitation, Subai retrieved a flashlight from his backpack. "That won't be necessary," Noya said softly, glancing at him. She then snapped her fingers, and the previously dim cave was instantly illuminated as brightly as day. The group soon realized that lights had been discreetly installed in inconspicuous corners. Why weren't they lit before? Zhang Yi inquired curiously, gazing at the lights. "Because we were using emergency lighting, which was initially off," Noya explained while maneuvering the vehicle. "Ah, I see." Zhang Yi nodded in enlightenment. Suddenly, he felt that the inclusion of Noya in their team had greatly facilitated their efforts. At least in this vicinity of the base, Noya could effortlessly manipulate any electronic device. As the group traversed the cave, despite the presence of illumination, an undercurrent of tension gripped their hearts, more so than before. Everyone was acutely aware that upon exiting, they could imminently confront the assault of the colossal beast. Given the terrifying prowess of the beast, a mere fireball could spell their demise in an instant. They had arrived. Subai continued to lead the way, and with the lighting now in place, the team's pace quickened considerably, soon bringing them to the severely deformed iron gate. What should they do? Zhang Yi gazed at the grotesquely warped door and frame, clearly a result of the beast's collision with the wall. They understood well how heavy this door was, given its current state. Opening it by sheer human strength was utterly unrealistic. "Brother Bai, shall we just shoot through the door?" Lin Wei suggested, raising her firearm. "You have a gun, not a cannon. How can we breach such a thick metal door?" Subai replied, feeling somewhat exasperated and pained. He had never anticipated that this door would trap them here, and they had no tools at their disposal. At that moment, Noya suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, step back a bit. I have a solution." Upon hearing Noya's words, the group promptly retreated. "A little further," Noya instructed, glancing at the distance. Subai curiously watched Noya. Although he had some inklings, he was nonetheless eager to learn how she intended to open the door. "That's far enough," Noya finally commanded, making the group halt at a considerable distance. "Why retreat so far?" Lin Wei wondered, eyeing the metal door, now at least 50 meters away. "We can't possibly blow it open, can we?" Zhang Yi was equally curious about how they might access the door. The only method he could conceive was to use explosives. However, where could they possibly acquire such a quantity of explosives? Moreover, the use of explosives could risk a cave-in. Just as the group continued to speculate, Noya smiled mysteriously and said, "You will find out shortly." As her words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from the other side of the metal door. A tank? Zhang Yi recognized the noise. Unmistakably the sound of tracks crushing against the ground. Boom! Contrary to their expectations, the immense noise was not the sound of cannon fire, but rather the iron door being forcefully hurled away. "Good heavens!" Zhang Yi gasped, watching in awe as the door was violently flung aside, landing about 10 meters away and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Cough, cough! Cough! The sudden cloud of dust caused everyone to cough incessantly. "My apologies. Had I known, I would have retreated further." Looking at the coughing crowd, Nuya felt a tinge of embarrassment. As an artificial intelligence, she did not require breathing. Thus, while calculating the distance, she merely assessed the safety zone, completely overlooking the fact that the stirred dust could affect human respiration. "It's fine, cough, cough," Subai reassured Nuya between coughs. "Without you, we wouldn't even be able to return." Cough. "All right, let's go quickly. I've parked the vehicle at the entrance," Nuya said, noticing that the others were still struggling with the dust. It was futile to dwell on such matters. Leaving this place of turmoil was the priority. Upon hearing Nuya's voice, the group immediately covered their mouths and noses and rushed towards the exit. Once they emerged from the doorway, they finally inhaled a few breaths of fresh air. The cave, being exceedingly enclosed, caused the dust to disperse far and linger in the air for an extended duration. As Subai regained his composure, he realized that it was indeed a heavily armored vehicle. The reason it had managed to break through the door was due to Nuya's precise control, enabling the vehicle to strike the door at full speed with its edge. Such remarkable precision could only be achieved by Nuya. Everyone quickly board the vehicle, Nuya urged. Without hesitation, Subai made his way towards the vehicle's hatch. Danger could strike at any moment. They needed to act swiftly, as it was not the time for idle chatter. The other team members followed closely behind Subai, entering the armored vehicle. Goodness! Zhang Yi exclaimed as he stepped inside and discovered a remarkable interior. The facilities were entirely unlike what he had imagined. The military would certainly not furnish such luxurious leather seats. The entire decor was not at all simplistic like that of a military vehicle, but rather opulent in its leather styling. This was not merely an armored vehicle. It resembled a luxury car. This vehicle, as I recall, was used by the Research Institute for Exploration, hence they meticulously arranged the interior, including the massage features of these seats, Nuya explained as she activated the massage function. As Subai settled into the seat, he was suddenly enveloped by the soothing sensation of the massage, momentarily reluctant to rise. These folks certainly know how to indulge. Zhang Yi remarked upon witnessing Subai's enjoyment, promptly taking the co-pilot seat. The massage pressure was just right, nearly eliciting an involuntary sound of pleasure from him. All right, Nuya, this is not the time for indulgence. Let us turn off the massage for now, Subai gently suggested. Though the massage was delightful, this was hardly the moment for such luxuries. At his words, Nuya immediately deactivated the massage, causing the two young women seated behind to display expressions of regret. As Subai gazed upon the myriad of dials and buttons before him, an overwhelming sense of confusion washed over him. Even Zhang Yi, a veteran of special forces, appeared taken aback. When did armored vehicles become so laden with an array of controls and indicators? One might even mistake it for the cockpit of an aircraft. Nuya, how do we operate this? Subai inquired, turning towards Nuya, who remained perched on his shoulder. It's a bit complex. I will send you a user manual later. For now, allow me to take the wheel, Nuya replied. With her words, the armored vehicle roared to life, presenting them with a holographic display before their eyes. Although Subai had already surmised the reason for the absence of windows in the vehicle, witnessing such advanced technology firsthand still left him in awe. Indeed, it is technology that transforms lives. The armored vehicle rumbled as it began its journey towards the entrance, which had been ravaged by the dragon-headed behemoth. Thanks to its track design, the vehicle navigated the rugged terrain effortlessly. And what amazed Subai the most was the stark contrast between the treacherous road conditions displayed on the screen and the smoothness experienced within the cabin. The suspension system was truly remarkable. Their route was not particularly long, and seated within the armored vehicle, they reached their destination in no time. We have arrived. In but a brief moment, the armored vehicle had brought them back to the spot where they had first encountered the dragon-headed creature. The remnants of their battle still lingered in the air. Subai and his companions promptly disembarked. After everyone had exited, Subai turned back to the armored vehicle, placing his hand gently upon it. In the next instant, it vanished into his backpack. It can truly be stored. Subai could not suppress his delight. He was exceedingly fond of this vehicle. Although operating it posed its challenges, with time and Nuya's guidance, he was certain he would master it. The fact that it could be stowed away in his backpack meant they could take it with them upon leaving, exceeding his expectations from this exploration mission. Amidst his elation, Subai turned his attention to the soul extractor, where the fire dragon's spirit remained within the metallic vessel, curiously observing him. However, before Subai could utter a word, Nuya's anxious voice broke through. This is bad. The Zero experiment is charging towards us. 150 approaching. The dragon-headed behemoth is closing in. This was far from good news. Subai furrowed his brow, glancing at Nuya and asking, has the armored vehicle been destroyed? No. It was just as we exited the vehicle that the Zero experiment suddenly pivoted and came barreling towards us, Nuya replied, shaking her head. They have completely abandoned their pursuit of the armored vehicle and are now making a beeline for us? Zhang Yi felt a chill creep into his heart upon hearing Nuya's words. According to Nuya's explanation, it is evident that the colossal beast has detected their presence and is now charging towards them, fully aware that the armored vehicle serves as a mere decoy. Is the intelligence of this monstrous creature exceedingly high? By God, what shall we do now? Both Murongqi and Lin Wei spoke almost in unison, clearly reflecting the same concerns as Zhang Yi. Subai did not immediately make a decision. Instead, he turned to Nuya and inquired, "Can you calculate the time it will take for the colossal beast to reach us?" "It will take approximately 3 minutes," Noya replied without hesitation. Having computed the answer the moment Subai posed the question, 3 minutes is rather precarious. Should they attempt to retreat, they would likely be intercepted by the beast at the threshold. Conversely, should they remain and fail to devise a strategy to confront the creature, they would have to face its wrath directly. This 3-minute window seemingly seals off all avenues of escape, leaving them with little choice but to discover a means to counter the beast within this limited time frame. There are defense cannons nearby. I will utilize the potions retrieved from the warehouse to launch an attack, which should sufficiently suppress the Zero experiment. Noya, fully aware of their perilous situation, spoke again to the group. With a gentle flick of her finger, the ground around them resonated with the sound of mechanical joints, and within mere moments, 5 artillery pieces emerged from the earth. They had failed to notice the extensive defensive measures buried here prior to their arrival, which left Subai feeling a slight sense of relief. Had there been an automated defense system in place upon their entry, they would have been mercilessly riddled with bullets by now. Regrettably, these seemingly formidable weapons pose little threat to the colossal beast and can only temporarily delay its approach. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Yi asked, casting a glance at Noya. He did not forget that it was she who had led them here in search of the fire dragon soul, yet she had not specified how to proceed. "We must find a way to release the fire dragon soul." Noya hesitated momentarily, seemingly taken aback, before continuing. "Can you not release it directly?" Zhang Yi pointed to the enormous machine before them, saying, "We are unable to operate this contraption. I lack the operational authority for this machine. The soul extractor is an exceedingly dangerous device. Thus, researchers must operate it personally," Noya replied, her tone tinged with anxiety. Hearing her words, the remaining members of the team were left in disbelief. If they could not operate it, did that mean there was no way to release the fire dragon soul at all? At this moment, Subai gazed at the instrument before him and softly spoke, "Come and take a look at this machine. Let's see if we can comprehend its workings." With that, he approached the soul extractor. The temperature outside remained quite frigid, and as Subai placed his hand upon the icy apparatus, an intense chill enveloped him. A stark contrast to the comfort of the air-conditioned armored vehicle where he had been seated in a leather massage chair moments ago. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lin Wei remarked as she joined Noah, casting a slightly reproachful glance in her direction. Although Subai remained silent, deep down, Lin Wei attributed their current predicament entirely to Noah. "I'm sorry. It only occurred to me upon arriving here that I cannot operate this machine." Noah's tone was noticeably subdued. Subai had suspected the cause of this issue earlier, likely stemming from the damage inflicted upon Noah's memory storage when those who left this place extracted her memories, resulting in partial loss and obscurity. In hindsight, it was a lapse on his part. Had he reviewed the entire process beforehand, he might have identified this critical flaw. However, now is not the time for blame. If they wish to proceed, they must first resolve the immediate dilemma. "All right, it's no matter. This oversight is also mine. Let's focus on studying the machine," Subai said, prompting the others to refrain from further discussion. They understood that this was not the moment for shirking responsibility. Observing the flurry of activity around her, Noah felt a twinge of sadness. Having just joined the team, she had inadvertently placed them all in jeopardy, leading to profound self-reproach. "It's all right. Don't dwell on it." Subai's voice resonated as he intently examined the device, not sparing a glance at Noah, yet he perceptibly sensed her despondency. "It's my fault. Had I checked my permissions earlier, we wouldn't be in such a perilous situation," Noah lamented. "Everyone makes mistakes, and many situations are beyond our foresight," Subai replied as he gently cleared the snow from the machine's control interface. In truth, Subai had been grappling with his own doubts prior to this moment, pondering what he would do if his erroneous judgment ever placed the entire team in jeopardy, and whether his comrades would harbor resentment towards him. Yet, until just moments ago, he had not arrived at a satisfactory conclusion. However, upon hearing Noah speak, clarity struck him. Her current predicament mirrored the very scenario he had envisioned, placing him in the perspective of the team. If such a crisis were to occur, he too would likely feel the weight of guilt, much like Noah. Yet, mere self-reproach was futile. Instead of wallowing in regret, it would be far more productive to contemplate ways to rectify his mistakes. In this moment, as Subai found himself viewing the situation from the perspective of his teammate, He suddenly comprehended the feelings his companions harbored towards him. Thus, he turned to Noya and offered a gentle smile, assuring her, "Do not worry. There will always be a solution." At that instant, Noya gazed at Subai, her expression momentarily vacant. She had anticipated a rebuke from him, yet never would she have imagined that even in such dire circumstances, he would offer her words of comfort. This elicited memories of the individual who had initially created her. He too exhibited such kindness, which led him to operate in place of the original experimenters during subsequent trials. It was, however, that perilous experiment that abruptly ended his life, a loss that left Noya in deep sorrow for an extended period. Now, as she observed Subai's silhouette, it seemed to intertwine with the figure of her creator from the past. Both were imbued with a similar tenderness. Unbeknownst to Subai, who was engrossed in examining the machine before him, he had no inkling of Noya's hidden thoughts. After speaking to her, he diligently scrutinized the intricate array of gauges and dials, none of which he could decipher. He held no expectation for his teammates to unravel the complexities of the machine. His intention in gathering everyone to study, it was merely to divert their focus from casting blame upon Noya. At this juncture, Subai's sole reliance was upon his hint system. If it could accurately reveal the operational methods of the machine, he might still have a chance to unleash the Fire Dragon Soul, although they were unaware of the consequences of releasing the Fire Dragon Soul. They had no alternative but to proceed cautiously, step by step. Just as Subai anxiously scrutinized the machine, golden text finally materialized before his eyes. Indeed, it was possible. A surge of excitement coursed through him. His system appeared to be evolving in intelligence, transitioning from merely indicating treasure chests to now performing analyses in accordance with his desires. However, his elation was short-lived as the golden prompt froze his smile in place. This device is damaged and cannot be used properly. Damaged. Before Subai could fully grasp the situation, he heard Zhang Yi calling out, "Subai, come here quickly." He dashed toward Zhang Yi, only to discover that a portion of the machine had been corroded by a green liquid, revealing the shattered internal circuitry. It seemed that the cause of the damage was evident here. "Noya, can this be repaired?" Subai inquired softly, glancing back at Noya, who floated beside him. "Repair is possible," she replied, "but given the current time constraints, it is simply not feasible." Noya's voice trembled slightly, revealing her evident anxiety. "The moment I noticed the damage here, I had already arranged for a repair vehicle to come, but I fear it may arrive too late. The Zero experiment subject will reach this location first." As the others listened to Noya's words, their expressions dimmed. She had only mentioned the arrival time of the repair vehicle and had yet to calculate the duration required for the repairs. It is crucial to understand that repairing such intricate electronic devices is incredibly time-consuming, even if there are no errors during the repair process. The time taken to dismantle and reinstall such a vast circuit board will undoubtedly be significant. Thus, Noya's assessment was not incorrect. There simply isn't enough time for a makeshift repair. Why not just smash this glass? Zhang Yi exclaimed, raising his gun and aiming at the glass jar containing the Fire Dragon Soul. "It won't break," Noya interjected suddenly. "This jar is specially crafted. Its material is even harder than these metals. Ordinary weapons cannot inflict any damage." At her words, Subai's eyes flickered with a hint of inspiration, and he remarked, "What if it's the bodily fluids of the Zero experiment subject?" His suggestion instantly ignited a spark of understanding among the other team members, their eyes brightening with renewed hope. Indeed, the flames of the dragon beast and its corrosive bodily fluids could easily dissolve the defensive metals here. It was entirely possible that this jar could be breached. Noya, momentarily taken aback by this possibility, soon responded, "It's worth a try, but this operation will require someone to act as bait." Her intention was quite clear. One of the four present must stand as bait, provoking the Zero experiment subject to attack or ensuring it bleeds upon arrival, thereby allowing its blood to corrode the glass jar. "I'll do it," Zhang Yi volunteered, immediately offering himself for the task. "No, Ego, let me take this on." Subai gently shook his head. "My physical condition is evidently superior, and this team needs you." Zhang Yi regarded Subai with a faint smile. He understood that the mortality rate for this bait role was exceedingly high. After all, it was Subai who had saved his life. Even if he were to perish here, it would merely be repaying the debt owed to Subai. Moreover, sacrificing his own life for the survival of his teammates would be worth it. "I am confident I can survive," Subai softly asserted, meeting Zhang Yi's gaze. He possessed a system and had previously encountered the dragon beast at close range, familiarizing himself with nearly all of its attack patterns. Even though it had evolved, there appear to be no significant changes in its methods of assault. Thus, with the assistance of his system, his chances of survival far exceeded those of Zhang Yi. By Gu, Murongqi stood beside Su Bai, watching him as he softly opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet faltering without uttering a word. He felt a strong urge to counsel Su Bai, for the core of their small team was indeed Su Bai. Without him, the entire group would likely disband on the spot. Yet, if he were to persuade him, who would take charge? Zhang Yi. That would be akin to sending him to his doom. Thus, Murongqi found himself in a profound quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Fear not, I shall be fine. Trust me, Su Bai remarked, glancing at the other three with a light chuckle. I am far more formidable than you imagine. Very well, I believe in you. Zhang Yi responded after a moment of contemplation, ultimately choosing to acquiesce with a heavy sigh. Their journey thus far had relied heavily on Su Bai's guidance, allowing them to navigate perilous situations unscathed. Now, faced with this dilemma, since Su Bai had confidently assured them of his safety, they had no choice but to place their faith in him. After all, they had survived this far by trusting in Su Bai. Bai Ge, you must be cautious, Murongqi softly urged, cradling the still sleeping Bing Bing. Though Lin Wei remained silent, her eyes reflected deep reluctance. At that very moment, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance, and they beheld the fully mutated dragon-headed behemoth charging towards them with fervor. As the group heard the furious roar, they swiftly adhered to their plan and retreated, while Su Bai chose to remain in place, awaiting the approaching monstrosity. From afar, he could see the dragon-headed beast, which had nearly evolved into a humanoid form, barreling towards him, each step sending tremors through the earth. It appeared larger than before. Is it still evolving? Su Bai questioned, his gaze fixed on the creature, with Nuya perched upon his shoulder. It has never ceased its evolution, Nuya replied softly. Listening to Nuya, Su Bai nodded slightly, refraining from further commentary. In his line of sight, a golden inscription appeared above the dragon-headed beast's head. Extremely dangerous. Recommend keeping distance. Su Bai had encountered warnings of extreme danger before, yet this suggestion to maintain distance was a first. He did not presume this addition was due to an evolution of his system. Rather, it was likely indicative of the dragon-headed beast's perilous nature surpassing all previous threats. However, where could he run? With his teammates behind him, fleeing was not an option. Moreover, unless he devised a method to summon the fire dragon soul, they would have no chance of completing the dungeon and escaping. Thus far, the conditions for leaving this enigmatic fire dragon dungeon remained a mystery to them. It is entering range, Nuya suddenly alerted Su Bai. As the words fell, the ground-mounted cannons commenced their barrage, unleashing beams infused with a suppressant that detonated upon striking the colossal beast's head, eliciting a ghastly cry from it. The creature, which had gradually acclimated to the beam projectiles, was now rendered gruesome and bloodied once again, its recovery rate visibly slowing. The suppressant was indeed effective. How long would its effects last? Su Bai inquired loudly, observing the colossal beast, undeterred by the ferocious firepower, advancing towards him. The thunderous cannon fire nearly drowned out his voice. Perhaps just a few minutes. Noah's voice rose considerably, though beneath her calm exterior, a sense of unease lingered. After all, her primary server resided within Su Bai. If anything were to befall him, her fate would be dire as well. Yet, she felt no regret. From the moment she recognized Su Bai as her destined companion, she had resolved to share in his fate. The loneliness of existing in solitude was a sensation she wished never to endure again. A few minutes would suffice. Su Bai glanced at Noah and spoke. Noah, momentarily taken aback by Su Bai's unwavering confidence. He was merely an ordinary human, wondered how he could utter such words without fear. But as she pondered, a chuckle escaped her lips, and she chose to set aside her doubts. After all, he was her fated partner. A little prowess on his part seemed inconsequential. Trusting him was all that remained. The colossal beast's strides grew increasingly heavy and sluggish, its initial relentless momentum dissipating. The rate of recovery for its wounds had also diminished. Its body nearly cloaked in its own blood, which dripped onto the ground, corroding the earth and releasing a foul odor that wafted towards Su Bai, causing him to grimace. The suppressant was nearing its end. Noah suddenly alerted Su Bai. He understood that once the suppressant was entirely expended, the real battle would commence. and he would have to rely solely upon himself. After approximately 10 seconds, the barrage of bullets ceased abruptly, granting the colossal beast a moment to breathe. It did not rush forward immediately, but instead remained stationary to allow its wounds to mend. In the blink of an eye, the beast's injuries had mostly healed, though it still bore the grotesque evidence of its own blood, now appearing ominously dark. With a roar akin to metal grinding, the colossal beast surged towards Shinshio. However, to Su Bai's surprise, the creature, adhering to its usual tactics, would typically unleash a fireball to suppress him as it approached. Yet this time it altered its strategy, exhibiting no signs of aggression, merely charging towards him. This unexpected shift caused Su Bai to furrow his brow in concern. Now, he found himself unable to ascertain whether the colossal beast was unable to unleash fireballs due to injury or the influence of an inhibitor, or if it was deliberately choosing to refrain from using such an attack. Should it be the former, there would still be hope, for he possessed alternative means to shatter the glass vessel. However, if it were the latter, complications would arise, indicating that the beast had discerned their strategy and was intentionally thwarting their efforts. Roar! Before Su Bai could ponder further, the colossal beast charged towards him. With the beast eschewing fireball attacks, he resolved to wait until it drew near to unleash a pair of shots, hoping to draw its corrosive blood to erode the glass container. Just as the beast approached, it suddenly halted, bending down to lift a massive rock from the ground and hurling it at Su Bai. Its bulging muscles propelled the stone like a bullet, prompting Su Bai to furrow his brow and swiftly evade to the side. Yet, at that very moment of dodging the rock, the familiar flicker of flames manifested in the beast's maw. In the next instant, a fireball hurtled towards Su Bai's current position, eliciting a cold sweat to break out across him. Avoiding the fireball was not inherently difficult. However, it was evident that the beast had become aware of their tactical plans and was deliberately undermining them. The intelligence of the Zero experiment was evidently evolving in tandem. Noah had clearly recognized the beast's cunning and spoke up. Yet, the beast allowed no respite, expelling another fireball before swiftly advancing towards Su Bai. At this moment, Noah's gaze sharpened. During their tactical discussions, Su Bai had foreseen this potentiality, and thus Noah had remained vigilant against such an eventuality. The turrets that had risen from the ground did not retract after fulfilling their initial task. Though they had ceased firing, they continued to lock onto the colossal beast's form. As the beast approached the soul extractor, Noah's slender fingers glided through the air. Fire! Bang! 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 The turrets resumed their barrage upon the colossal beast. Since it was actively avoiding damage to the glass vessel, they would unleash an assault that the beast could not counter. This would at least render the beast incapable of controlling the situation. However, the moment the beast was struck by the turret fire, its immense body abruptly ceased its forward motion, instead collapsing backward and utilizing the surrounding stones to evade further damage. The blood that had just spilled from its wounds failed to splatter upon the glass vessel due to this evasive maneuver. Damn it, this creature is far too clever. Zhang Yi, concealed at a distance while observing the battlefield, clenched his fist in exasperation. He vividly recalls the wise gaze and almost submissive demeanor of the colossal beast when it first emerged, resembling a foolish simpleton. Yet now, merely a few hours later, it has evolved into a creature of remarkable intelligence. He cannot even fathom what it might transform into if its evolution continues unchecked. Brother E, do you think Bai Gu is in trouble? Should we rush over to offer assistance? Morong Chi and Lin Wei stood nearby, anxiously watching Su Bai engage in battle with the monstrous creature, and inquired. No, given the current situation, if we all rush over, we would only complicate matters for them. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation, shaking his head. He then began rummaging through his backpack, retrieving his sniper rifle moments later. To provide support does not necessarily require physical presence, especially since the beast has now reached a commendable level of intelligence. If they were to join the fray, the creature would undoubtedly notice them and take precautions. Therefore, to genuinely aid Su Bai, they must employ a strategy of surprise to catch the beast off guard. At that moment, Su Bai evaded a fiery explosion and turned his gaze toward the colossal beast, his brow furrowed in concern. This predicament had escalated beyond his expectations. The situation seemed to be deteriorating rapidly, while Zhang Yi and the others were unaware. Su Bai understood that the effects of the suppressants coursing through his body were limited and would only last a few minutes. After this commotion, nearly half of their effectiveness had already dissipated. Their window of opportunity was dwindling. The beast lay on the ground, its wounds healing at an alarming rate, and the speed of regeneration had noticeably increased since before. The effectiveness of the suppressants was waning. It would not be long before they ceased to function altogether. Gazing at the beast before him, Subai narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned to Noya, whispering, "Put away the autocannon and inform Igu to find his own opportunity." Noya looked at Subai in confusion, unsure of his intentions and how this pertained to Zhang Yi. However, despite her curiosity, she refrained from asking further questions. Now is not the time for inquiries, and she swiftly faded from Subai's vicinity. Simultaneously, the autocannon retracted back underground, as it seemed there was nothing left here to threaten the colossal beast. The creature, witnessing the cannon retract, let out a furious roar, then exhaled flames, sending a fireball hurtling toward Subai's direction as it charged toward him again, seemingly intent on eliminating this thorn in its side once and for all. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had grasped Noya's message and had entered the woods with his sniper rifle, leaving Lin Wei and Murong Qi looking utterly bewildered. "What should we do?" Lin Wei turned to Murong Qi, her eyes still brimming with anxiety as warm breaths escaped her lips. "Trust the captain," Murong Qi murmured gently, tightening her embrace around the ice-like figure in her arms. Although her gaze remained anxious, she sought to reassure Lin Wei. "What do we do now?" As Zhang Yi mentioned, with our current strength, venturing out would be akin to delivering ourselves to the jaws of death, further complicating matters for Subai and the others. Thus, our best course of action is to remain here and await their triumphant return. This conviction only strengthened Murong Qi's resolve to train diligently once this ordeal came to a close. Boom! A fireball erupted on the ground, creating a violent explosion that Subai narrowly evaded. It seemed that the effectiveness of the suppressants was waning, causing the fireballs from the colossal beast to increase in both speed and temperature, which added to Subai's mounting frustration. At this rate, he would inevitably fall victim to the dragon-headed behemoth. He had to seize these final moments. Everything is in place. Noya's figure reappeared beside Subai, this time floating above him instead of perched on his shoulder. Good. Subai's expression sharpened slightly. With preparations complete, he could commence his strategy. If the dragon-headed beast could discern their overt plans, it indicated that its cognitive structure had evolved to a level nearing that of humans. But what of this? Even humans could be ensnared by various schemes laid before them. If the dragon-headed beast could comprehend such overt tactics, how would it fare against the unseen? Subai continuously shifted positions, narrowly dodging the fireball's attack range, leaving him no opportunity to draw his weapon in retaliation. Meanwhile, the dragon-headed beast relentlessly pursued him, seemingly in no rush to eliminate Subai just yet. Subai had already surmised this. It appeared the beast intended to wait until the suppressants were completely ineffective before striking. However, as the dragon-headed beast unleashed another fireball, a bullet struck its eye with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! The anguished cry reverberated as it stood immobilized in agony. Despite its formidable regenerative abilities, the excruciating pain of a penetrated eye sent shockwaves through its brain, leaving it in torment. Yet, as it regained a semblance of composure, it found Subai inexplicably standing before it, shotgun aimed directly at its visage. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, as the beast turned toward him, Subai unleashed 5 shots in rapid succession. Blood splattered from the dragon's head. The pain elicited another furious roar, but unlike before, this suffering failed to inflict substantial harm, as the wounds began to mend almost instantaneously. Roar! The colossal beast roared once more, prepared to charge towards Subai. However, it suddenly realized that it had unwittingly sprinted to the side of the soul extractor. The blood that had spilled moments ago had nearly stained the entire glass container of vibrant green, even from a considerable distance. Lin Wei could clearly see that the metallic tube containing the fire dragon's soul was engulfed in corrosive blood. Given the potent, corrosive nature of the colossal beast's blood, it would likely take mere seconds for the fire dragon's soul to emerge from the glass vessel. The rest of the team shared Lin Wei's apprehensions. At this moment, the colossal beast clutched its head, its wounds healing rapidly as the bullets lodged within its body were gradually expelled. With a thunderous roar, mere seconds later, The beast's injuries had fully mended, and the expelled bullets clattered against the glass container, emitting a crisp sound. Subai stood nearby, and upon hearing that sharp clink, his expression darkened. The corrosive nature of the colossal beast's blood was formidable. It could corrode through a meter-thick steel plate in less than 2 seconds. Yet the glass container before him showed no signs of dissolution. This was highly suspicious. If the glass were indeed beginning to dissolve, the sound of bullets striking it would not be so clear and resonant. The very fact that he heard this sound indicated that the glass was entirely unaffected. With another furious roar, the colossal beast unleashed a fireball toward Subai. At that moment, Subai had no time to ponder. He turned and fled for his life. The colossal beast had nearly fully recovered, and the effects of the suppressants previously injected into its body were almost non-existent. A moment of carelessness could lead to him being incinerated by the beast's fireball. Nuya, can you analyze what is happening? Subai shouted as he dodged the relentless fireballs raining down behind him. It seems that the glass was crafted from rare materials to prevent the fire dragon's soul from escaping. Nuya replied, her urgency palpable. She had initially thought their strategy had succeeded when the blood of the Zero experiment splattered onto the glass vessel. But soon she realized the truth. This glass showed no signs of dissolution, indicating their strategy had ultimately failed. The plan to rely on the colossal beast to destroy the glass was now virtually impossible. I have another plan. Should we give it a try? Nuya hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Let's try it, Subai exclaimed while sprinting. He was utterly spent from fleeing, leaving him no energy to think about subsequent strategies, and he could only place his trust in Nuya's judgment. Run left, make a circle back to our previous position. As Nuya spoke, she began to issue commands. Meanwhile, in the woods on the other side, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow at the scene unfolding before him. Although he was quite distant and could not discern the exact details of the event, the reactions of Su Bai and the colossal beast indicated that their plan had likely failed. The failure of the plan signified that Su Bai was now in a perilous situation, and he needed to offer assistance. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi rose without hesitation, preparing to aid Su Bai. However, just as he stood, he felt a slight tremor in his wrist, and suddenly, Nuya appeared beside him. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yi halted. He understood that her presence signified an alternative scheme. What is the situation over there? He instinctively inquired, despite being able to see Su Bai desperately fleeing. As you can see, the outlook is grim, Nuya replied in a hushed tone, her words rapid and tinged with urgency. We have a new plan. When Su Bai approaches the device, I must rely on you to shoot the eyes of the Zero experiment. But the previous plan has failed. Zhang Yi expressed his confusion, recalling that he had just executed that very task. Yet it was evident that they needed to devise a new approach. Trust us, Nuya said, glancing back toward Su Bai, who was nearing their agreed location. After hastily conveying her thoughts, she vanished into thin air. Zhang Yi, observing the distant figure of Su Bai, felt no hesitation as he readied his weapon. He possessed unwavering faith in Su Bai, despite Nuya being a newly joined member. If Su Bai trusted her, he had no reason to doubt. He was in position. Nuya's voice and presence materialized almost simultaneously beside Su Bai. All right, Su Bai exclaimed upon hearing her, promptly sprinting toward their designated direction. They were still a short distance from the glass container of the fire dragon soul, but with a slight acceleration. Su Bai could dash forward. Roar! The colossal beast behind him let out furious roars, clearly enraged by its inability to catch Su Bai, who was just out of reach. Bang! At that moment, Zhang Yi fired again, striking the beast's SI. The immense pain elicited another wail from the creature, yet its regenerative abilities were nearing their zenith, and within a second, it had partially regained its sight. To it, the distant sniper was evidently providing cover for the person before it. Thus, it decided to eliminate this troublesome insect first. A fireball surged toward the indistinct figure ahead. Caught in a trap, Su Bai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately dove to the side, with the glass container of the fire dragon soul directly behind him. Roar! The colossal beast roared in fury once more, realizing it had fallen into a trap. Previously, the beast had been exceedingly cautious, aware that Su Bai and his companions intended to exploit it to release the fire dragon soul, although it failed to comprehend the true significance of the fire dragon soul. Every time it beheld the sealed contents within the jar, It was engulfed by an overwhelming dread emanating from the very essence of the soul, leading it to vehemently resist any attempts to shatter the jar. However, upon its initial attempt to spill blood upon the glass container, it discovered that the jar was not so easily shattered. This revelation allowed the beast to relax slightly, liberating its movements. Yet, this moment of negligence permitted Su Bai and his allies to seize the opportunity, successfully directing the beast's fireball toward the glass jar. Nevertheless, a mere fireball was insufficient to pose a genuine threat to the jar. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously with the impact of the fireball upon the jar, artillery in the distance quietly opened fire, targeting not the colossal beast, but rather the glass container sealing the fire dragon's soul. The surrounding earth trembled slightly from the explosive fury of the fireball and the synchronized barrage of the artillery. Su Bai hastily scrambled to his feet, retreating a few steps, his gaze fixed upon the glass jar that had now become the focal point of the assault. If they could not breach it now, it seemed unlikely that their methods would ever suffice to damage it. Roar! Upon realizing it had been deceived, the colossal beast let out a furious roar and ceased its fireball attacks, charging directly toward Su Bai. It had resolved not to waste energy on excessive assaults. Even if it could not capture the insignificant insect before it, it would exhaust him instead. Just as the beast surged forward toward Su Bai, a shadow suddenly collided with its side. Bang! The armored vehicle, previously equipped with the artillery, had returned. The front end of the vehicle collided with the colossal beast, while the artillery faced its head and fired at point-blank range. Although the artillery lacked any suppressants, the high rate of fire at such close proximity managed to suppress the beast momentarily. The once roaring beast was thus sent flying by the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, the flames it had released began to extinguish, and the artillery, having redirected its aim, commenced a relentless barrage upon the airborne beast. While this would not inflict any fatal wounds upon the beast, it at least provided a temporary reprieve from its disruptive antics. Su Bai hurriedly approached the glass jar containing the fire dragon's soul, scrutinizing it closely. However, as he drew near, he was astonished to see that despite enduring extreme heat, corrosive blood, and the relentless assault of the artillery, the jar remained utterly unscathed, not even a single scratch marring its surface. What to do now? At this moment, Su Bai furrowed his brow, his mind slightly clouded. The situation was exceedingly dire. If he could not conceive of viable solutions soon, they would undoubtedly become the meal of the dragon-headed behemoth. Su Bai, how are things? Zhang Yi rushed over upon witnessing the dragon-headed creature being sent flying. He could not always allow Su Bai to take risks while he cowered in the background. Brother Bai, have you succeeded? Lin Wei and Murong Qi hurriedly approached as well. Having noticed that the area appeared relatively secure, they came to assess the situation and offer assistance if needed. Take a look for yourselves, Su Bai replied, his complexion slightly pale. The prolonged exertion had drained his strength, and the dropping temperature exacerbated his physical condition. The others anxiously gazed at the intact glass jar before them. Roar! At that moment, the dragon-headed behemoth emitted a furious roar, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Turning back, they saw that the dragon-headed creature, now enraged, had torn an armored vehicle in half. The energy bullets that had once been capable of suppressing the beast were now rendered ineffective. Such was the horror of its continuous evolution. They could clearly see the fury in the creature's eyes, as if it longed to rush forth and shred them to pieces. Roar! In the next instant, the dragon-headed behemoth charged in their direction. Given its speed, even after being sent flying some distance away, it would return in no more than half a minute. There was no time left to escape. Su Bai focused intently on the fire dragon spirit before him, his mind racing. The only way for them to survive was to unlock the seal of the fire dragon spirit. Yet they had already attempted nearly every method to breach the glass jar, to no avail. With merely half a minute remaining, what could they possibly do? Could it be that this glass jar only defends against magical attacks and not physical ones? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted beside him. Bang! Zhang Yi seemed to have come to the same realization. Without hesitation, he raised his double-barreled shotgun and fired the glass jar, but it merely sparked without effect. It was over. They truly had no options left. Su Bai looked into the eyes of the fire dragon spirit, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened. In that moment, he realized that the fire dragon spirit had seemingly been watching him all along. Why had the entire squad been fixated on him? Subai did not believe that his charm could attract even a dragon, so there had to be a reason. What set him apart from the others? The answer lay in the fact that he possessed something unique, the reverse scale of the fire dragon. Upon this realization, Subai hastily retrieved the treasure map that had merged with the map itself. Uncertain of the current utility of the fire dragon's reverse scale that was now intertwined with the map, and oblivious to how it might be employed, he understood that time was of the essence. They had no choice but to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive, taking each step as it came. However, as Subai unveiled the map, a sudden, searing pain akin to fire surged through his palm, its intensity escalating with alarming rapidity. The unbearable heat compelled him to toss the map away, leaving a dragon-scale imprint on his hand. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters. The treasure map, once discarded, ignited with astonishing speed, incinerating within mere seconds, revealing a dragon-scale seemingly forged in flames before the eyes of the assembled crowd. The fire dragon's reverse scale. With the obliteration of the treasure map, the fire dragon's reverse scale re-emerged. Roar! The colossal dragon beast, approaching the onlookers, seemed to behold something terrifying, halting its advance with a roar that resonated not with fury as before, but with sheer terror. Indeed, it was fear, a primal dread of the fire dragon's reverse scale. This was a fear etched deep within its very soul, for the rightful owner had awakened. The fire dragon's reverse scale hovered in midair, seamlessly merging into the glass jar that contained the soul of the fire dragon, fusing with it. In the next instant, the previously impervious glass jar was riddled with cracks. Disperse! Subai bellowed at the others, swiftly retreating himself. Boom! As the glass shattered, a magnificent crimson figure ascended from a jar. Gazing upon this immense fiery silhouette, Subai was once again greeted by a golden prompt. Divine Beast, Fire Dragon. The colossal crimson figure loomed above, surveying the ground below as a sovereign would regard their subjects. In the distance, upon witnessing the emergence of the fire dragon's soul, the previously furious dragon beast's expression shifted, betraying a semblance of trepidation, as if it were seized by a soul-deep shudder. What is happening? Linwei exclaimed, lifting her gaze to the fire dragon suspended in the air, her face a mask of astonishment. She had only been aware that they needed to release the fire dragon's soul, with no inkling of what would transpire thereafter. No one had anticipated that upon its release, the fire dragon's soul would manifest directly into a fully realized fire dragon. Is this truly the fire dragon? How immense! Muronchi also raised her head, clutching the ice-like being in her arms a tad tighter. As ice, too, was a divine beast, Muronchi couldn't help but wonder if, upon growing, ice would attain a size akin to that of the fire dragon. Certainly, if she were to speak now, Subai and Zhang Yi would provide her with a clear answer, that after reaching adulthood, Bing would not be significantly smaller than the fire dragon. What should we do now? Zhang Yi lifted his gaze towards the fire dragon hovering above, his expression grave. The fire dragon's spirit had been successfully released, yet they were uncertain about the subsequent steps. Moreover, the fire dragon had transformed into its complete form. Should it unleash its breath upon them, they would likely be reduced to cinders in an instant. The remaining details eluded him, but according to the records, the fire dragon did not appear to be a creature with an innate penchant for slaughter. Noya had previously encountered a fire dragon, but all memories related to the experiments had been extracted, including those pertaining to the fire dragon. Now, she could only piece together fragments from the remnants in the database. Although Subai was struck with awe like the others at this moment, he felt no excessive apprehension. His system clearly indicated that the colossal dragon was exceedingly dangerous. Yet when he regarded the fire dragon's spirit, he found nothing but a brief introduction, suggesting that the spirit bore them no ill will. This seemed reasonable, as he had orchestrated its release from confinement, and the fire dragon had observed the entire process while sealed. Thus, it had no reason to repay kindness with enmity. Suddenly, before Subai could utter a word, the fire dragon's spirit released a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, compelling Subai and his companions below to cover their ears. The spirit swiftly darted towards the colossal dragon, perceiving that despite its bloodline, this unclean being was a disgrace that needed to be eradicated. Upon nearing the colossal dragon, the fire dragon's spirit opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of scorching breath akin to molten lava, engulfing both the colossal dragon and a vast expanse of surrounding forest. The searing heat instantly dispelled the chilling sensations that had enveloped the group, making them feel as though they had been transported from the Arctic to the equator in an instant. Instinctively, they raised their hands to shield themselves from the intense warmth. They stood in stupefied silence, watching the actions of the fire dragon's spirit, their throats dry with anticipation. They were aware of the fire dragon's formidable strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. With just a single breath, the ground beneath them was transformed into scorched earth, and the trees were consumed in an instant, leaving only charred remnants and ashes in the wake of the fiery breath. Goodness, is the power of this fire dragon not excessively formidable? Zhang Yi gazed at the ground, now a desolate expanse of charred earth, his expression frozen in disbelief. The fire dragon seemed to surpass even the adult ice beast in strength. Had the fire dragon triumphed? At this moment, Lin Wei gazed at the dragon-headed behemoth that had transformed into a mass of flesh amidst the dragon's breath, and inquired. The colossal creature had scarcely struggled, with most of its body melting away in the searing flames, now rendered into an enormous, motionless orb that appeared to be utterly lifeless. Yet Su Bai furrowed his brow, focusing intently on the distant mass. From his perspective, despite the dragon-headed behemoth's current state, the ominous danger alert remained unyielding, suggesting that the creature was not yet defeated. As if to affirm Su Bai's apprehensions, the flesh orb suddenly quivered, and in the next moment, a hand broke through like an eggshell, revealing a newly emerged dragon-headed behemoth. Seemingly larger than before, had it undergone another evolution? Roar! Witnessing this scene, the fire dragon soul appeared even more enraged, unleashing another torrent of dragon breath towards the behemoth. The searing gust once again enveloped Su Bai's team, reminiscent of the scorching winds of the desert. Yet this time, amidst the furious dragon's breath, a massive hand audaciously reached out to seize the dragon-headed behemoth. The creature, having endured considerable scorching, now bore singed patches. Yet compared to its near-melting state moments ago, it had remarkably improved. Moreover, the charred areas were rapidly healing, returning to their original form in mere moments. This sight caused Su Bai to frown in concern. It seemed the dragon-headed behemoth had completed its evolution, now fully capable of withstanding the fire dragon's breath. If this continued, the behemoth would only grow stronger, while the fire dragon soul would ultimately face a dismal defeat. It appeared that the fire dragon's power was waning. Just as Su Bai pondered this, Noya's voice suddenly rang out. According to documented records, the temperature of the fire dragon's breath could instantaneously reach around 10,000 degrees Celsius. Yet the detected temperature was merely around 3,000. Upon hearing Noya's words, Su Bai immediately grasped the situation and spoke. This is likely because the fire dragon has not fully resurrected. The strength it currently exhibits should still be attributed to the fire dragon's reverse scale that I brought along. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, the others were enlightened. Had the fire dragon been in its complete form, its initial breath would have undoubtedly reduced the dragon-headed behemoth to ashes. However, given the current circumstances, they felt powerless, seemingly relegated to mere spectators in this battle, unable to intervene. Were they to simply stand idly by, awaiting the outcome between the fire dragon and the dragon-headed behemoth? At that moment, a golden arrow prompt suddenly appeared before Su Bai. Was it suggesting he leave this place? Where is our vehicle? Su Bai, without hesitation, addressed the group. I believe I know what we must do. Follow me. The newly emerged prompt stands as the sole beacon of hope for the crowd, as the defeat of the fire dragon has become an inevitable reality. Remaining in this place while the colossal beast vanquishes the fire dragon's spirit would surely result in their own peril. Moreover, Su Bai possesses unwavering faith in his system. Thus, upon the appearance of the prompt, he unhesitatingly beckons everyone to follow him. The remaining members of the team, upon hearing Su Bai's words, promptly follow his lead, mirroring his trust in the system with an equal trust in him. The fire dragon's spirit is still engaged in fierce combat with the gigantic beast, presenting the perfect opportunity for the group to make their escape. Have we traversed this path before? Zhang Yi muses, observing the route that seems oddly familiar. This appears to be the very path we took on our way here, Morong Chi interjects, cradling her companion Bing Bing, having recognized that this was indeed the way they came from the direction of the fire dragon egg. Nevertheless, despite this recognition, no one doubts Su Bai's navigation. His decision to retrace their steps must be rooted in sound reasoning. The group has now commenced a brisk run, aware that two titanic entities are clashing behind them. If they do not hasten, they risk becoming collateral damage in the fray. Just as Subai contemplates this urgency, a resounding dragon's roar reverberates in his ears. Instinctively, he turns to see the fire dragon's spirit soaring through the air, furiously unleashing a torrent of dragon breath toward the colossal beast. Yet this time, the trajectory of the fiery onslaught is aimed directly at them. A deluge of dragon flames rushes towards Subai and his companions, the searing heat rendering them momentarily breathless. "We're doomed," they exclaim in disbelief as the dragon breath hurtles toward them, leaving little hope for escape. Will they simply await their demise? Morong-chi closes her eyes, shielding Bing Bing within her embrace. However, in the fleeting moment before the dragon breath engulfs them, a massive shadow materializes before their eyes, effectively shielding them from the inferno. Even so, dragon breath continues to surge around the shadow, leaving the group feeling ensnared within a fiery prison. The intense heat swiftly extracts moisture from their bodies, leaving their lips parched and cracked. After a brief interval, the dragon breath finally dissipates. It is then that the group realizes the formidable object before them is an armored vehicle. What a timely arrival. Noah's voice rings in their ears, prompting them to recognize that she had maneuvered the armored vehicle to shield them from the oncoming flames. She had intended to commandeer the vehicle to expedite their journey to safety, but unexpected circumstances led her to position it directly in their path. At this moment, the side of the armored vehicle facing the dragon's breath had almost completely melted, the extreme heat transforming it into a pool of molten metal. This was merely a weakened version of the dragon's breath. Had it been in its full form, they, along with the armored vehicle, would likely have been reduced to ashes on the spot. Or, almost there, keep pushing. Subai glanced ahead. The enigmatic massive skeleton loomed near, and even without the armored vehicle, they should reach their destination within minutes. Although the golden arrow prompt did not display a specific location, it was unmistakably pointing in the direction of the dragon egg, indicating that they must ultimately return to their original starting point. Upon hearing Subai's words, the others, disregarding their own singed sensations, promptly followed him towards their goal. Moments later, they finally returned to the colossal, mysterious skeleton, where the dragon egg remained undisturbed. What now? Lin Wei surveyed the surroundings. It seemed nothing had changed, save for the fact that the corpse of the snow bear had been refreshed at some point. "I will check it out. You all wait here." Subai, noticing his prompt, directing him once more to the dragon egg, felt a slight tension in his gaze. Could it be that they were required to touch the dragon egg again? A roar echoed as the battlefield between the colossal dragon beast and the fire dragon evidently drew closer to their position. It wouldn't be long before the chaos would envelop them. "I will touch the dragon egg first. If I vanish, you all do the same." Drawing from his prior experience, Subai turned to the group. "Go ahead. We trust you," Zhang Yi nodded in response. During their first encounter with the dragon egg, they had been bewildered upon being teleported. Now that they understood the nature of the dragon egg as a teleportation device, the remaining steps were familiar territory. Nodding, Subai wasted no time and approached the dragon egg. He knew they had to act quickly before the flames engulfed them. "We're leaving here now. Are you ready?" Subai turned to Noah, knowing that since her server terminal was linked to him, she would be teleported alongside him. This was Noah's first time departing from this place, and her heart brimmed with excitement tinged with a hint of fear, yet that fear dissipated upon seeing Subai. She smiled at him and said, "I'm ready." Upon hearing Noah's response, Subai smiled faintly and reached out to touch the dragon egg. In an instant, the world fell silent. The once distant sounds of combat ceased abruptly. Subai turned to look back, only to find his companions had vanished. Have we returned? But in the next moment, a sense of unease crept over him. Their vehicle should have been parked right here, and Noah seemed to have gone silent as well. "Noah?" Subai, feeling a sense of urgency, inquired, "Are you there?" At that moment, Noya's figure reappeared beside him, bringing him a measure of relief. With Noya's arrival, the silhouettes of Zhang Yi and others gradually materialized from beside the dragon egg. "Finally back," Lin Wei exclaimed, as they had narrowly escaped returning. She and Zhang Yi were nearly the last to be teleported, and the dragon's breath had almost engulfed them. The harrowing escape had left everyone utterly exhausted, and they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. However, at that moment, Lin Wei suddenly exclaimed in terror, "Wait, where's our vehicle?" Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Yi paused momentarily and then headed towards the place where they had originally parked to search for it. If memory served him correctly, the car was parked right there, with the keys still in his possession. How could the vehicle have vanished? Could it be that we never truly returned? Are we still within the Dragon Dungeon? Lin Wei glanced around, seeing no sign of their car. The scenery appeared unchanged, yet their vehicle remained conspicuously absent. No, someone must have driven it away, Su Bai murmured, pointing to the tire tracks on the ground. Initially, upon their return, he had feared they had not truly arrived back. But after examining their surroundings carefully, he could confirm that they were indeed in their original world. Although the Dragon Dungeon resembled this place upon entry, there was no blizzard surrounding them. It merely looked similar. However, now looking up, he could see the blizzard hanging like a white curtain on the horizon. They were inside the storm. Moreover, there were clearly two sets of tire tracks on the ground. One was made when they arrived, yet their car had been parked right there, and they had been traveling along a one-way street. How could there be another set of tracks? Thus, Su Bai was almost certain that someone had come here and driven their car away. But in this blizzard, how could anyone have taken their vehicle? Indeed, someone has stolen it, Zhang Yi replied softly after a meticulous inspection. Drawing from his extensive experience, he could easily ascertain the situation. Someone had entered on foot and directly stolen their car. Although the keys were still on him, Zhang Yi had never anticipated that they would be subject to theft. Hence, he had made no modifications to enhance the car's security. An experienced thief would likely be able to start physically. Now, having confirmed the theft of the vehicle, Zhang Yi was enveloped in profound self-reproach. After all, the car had been entrusted to him by Su Bai, who had placed complete faith in him for its safekeeping. Yet, after just a brief outing, the car had gone missing. How could he possibly explain this to Su Bai? At this moment, Su Bai slowly approached Zhang Yi, smiling as he spoke. "Brother, it is what it is. The car was stolen. It was merely a vehicle we acquired upon our arrival in this world. The weather is deteriorating, and the car's performance is beginning to falter." Zhang Yi understood that Su Bai was attempting to console him. Yet comfort alone could not easily dispel the weight of his guilt. Had he been more cautious initially, he could have secured the vehicle in his backpack upon sensing something amiss, thus averting this predicament. The mere thought of this intensified Zhang Yi's self-reproach. Observing Zhang Yi's demeanor, Su Bai recognized that no words of reassurance would suffice. He had already expressed what needed to be said, so he chose to remain silent. Such matters required personal acceptance. However, at that moment, Su Bai's eyes brightened slightly as he proposed, "Brother Yi, since the car is lost, I have a noble yet challenging task for you to redeem yourself." Zhang Yi, upon hearing Su Bai's words, felt a surge of energy. Though he was filled with remorse, he was not one to dwell on the past. The prospect of an opportunity to make amends revitalized him, and he promptly replied, "Speak up. I am ready for anything." As Su Bai spoke, he retrieved a thick manual from his backpack and handed it over. "What is this?" Zhang Yi questioned. This, of course, was the operating manual for the armored vehicle, which Nia had instructed Su Bai to extract before leaving it. Glancing at the manual, Su Bai felt overwhelmed. Besides, he could always rely on Nuya for assistance with driving, so it was only natural to entrust this task to Zhang Yi. Gazing at the substantial manual before him, resembling a hefty tome, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. He would not flinch if tasked with disarming a nuclear bomb. But reading such a thick book was a different matter entirely. He would almost prefer death. Yet, he recognized that the loss of the vehicle was indeed his responsibility. And despite his reluctance, he had to accept this obligation. Thus, Su Bai watched as Zhang Yi grimaced and reluctantly took the manual. "All right, Brother Yi, immerse yourself in learning. Once you master it, you can resume your role as the driver." With that, Su Bai retrieved the luxurious armored vehicle from his backpack, the very one they had taken upon leaving the laboratory. Regrettably, this vehicle was lacking in weaponry. It would have been ideal to have secured a machine gun from the laboratory as well. However, such thoughts were mere hindsight. At the time, they had been in a rush, their minds focused solely on escape. The fact that they managed to bring this vehicle back was a stroke of luck. And had they attempted to acquire a machine gun, they might have fallen victim to the approaching behemoth. Moreover, they had no energy cores available. While the car could be fueled, any machine gun powered by energy cores would be rendered useless without the appropriate resources. Upon contemplating this, Su Bai's mood lightened considerably. He immediately turned his gaze towards the colossal skeletal remains housing the fire dragon egg. This perilous and thrilling journey was instigated by this very egg. And now that they had been teleported out, did it not signify that they had successfully completed the Fire Dragon dungeon? With this thought in mind, Subai promptly approached the Fire Dragon egg. "Subai, my brother," Zhang Yi exclaimed, watching Subai head towards the egg with palpable concern. They had previously been ensnared by this very Fire Dragon egg, and if Subai were to be drawn in again, it would spell disaster. After all, the Fire Dragon Spirit and the Colossal Dragon Beast were still battling within the dungeon, and it was highly likely that the confrontation had already escalated. Lin Wei and Murong Qi shared Zhang Yi's apprehensions, their expressions revealing deep worry as they observed Su Bai, eager to voice their concerns. However, before they could utter a word, Su Bai spoke up, "Rest assured, I have a clear understanding this time." He glanced back at his teammates with a reassuring smile before continuing his approach to the Fire Dragon egg. "Is it true that you were transported by this egg?" Noah floated beside Su Bai, surveying the distant Fire Dragon egg with curiosity. Even she seemed perplexed by the egg's ability to teleport individuals. Indeed, Subai nodded gently, affirming Noah's observation. His intent in returning to the vicinity of the Fire Dragon egg was not to re-enter the dungeon, but rather to behold once more the golden text that had materialized before him. Dungeon reward, Fire Dragon egg, 159. We're going home. Dungeon reward? In contrast to the previous simple notification of the Fire Dragon egg, the golden text now bore an additional descriptor. Did this not suggest that the Fire Dragon egg was now available for retrieval? Moreover, they had indeed completed the Fire Dragon dungeon and successfully liberated the Fire Dragon spirit, making the provision of a dungeon reward quite reasonable. Should I take a gamble? A flicker of indecision crossed Su Bai's mind, though it did not linger long. Despite the inherent risk of being teleported back, the prospect of acquiring a genuine Fire Dragon egg, coupled with the system notification, was a wager worth taking. With this resolve, Subai turned to his companions and said, "If I am indeed transported back, do not follow me. Wait here, and if I do not return within a day, you may leave without me." The expressions of the remaining team members shifted dramatically upon hearing Subai's words. His statement sounded alarmingly like a farewell, and given that Subai was the core of the team, they could hardly fathom what to do in his absence. "No, Subai, my brother. You must listen to me. I will try it instead. You stay behind," Zhang Yi said without a moment's hesitation, stepping closer to Subai. From the moment he was rescued by Subai, he had already resolved to dedicate himself to this good brother. He had previously allowed Subai to take a risk, and now he was determined not to let him face danger a second time. Lin Wei and Murong Qi quickly gathered around, their faces etched with concern, completely disregarding Subai's words. Deep down, they had already made up their minds that if Subai were to be transported back, they would follow him without hesitation. Subai turned to look at the group, bemusement washing over him. "What are you all doing? I'm not preparing for a final farewell. Even if I were transported, I will be with Noya. Don't forget, that is her territory. If I were alone, I could easily evade the onslaught of the dragon-headed behemoth." Upon hearing Subai's words, their expressions softened a little. Indeed, his reasoning held merit. Due to the presence of a laboratory, Noya's capabilities would be significantly enhanced there, making it unlikely for her to fail in protecting someone from harm. Moreover, he had only mentioned it as a possibility. He had a strong premonition that he would most likely not be transported away. Seeing the three of them relax somewhat, Subai chuckled lightly. He was merely taking precautions against the possibility of being transported, not that it was a certainty. The system prompt had changed, and, according to his deductions, this Fire Dragon egg was unlikely to be a means of transport anymore. "Very well," Zhang Yi said after a moment of contemplation. Ultimately, he chose to trust Subai, for all their hopes rested on his intuition. "Brother Bai, please be careful," Murong Qi reminded Subai. Although she was aware that her warning was somewhat futile, she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Subai replied with a light smile, waving his hand dismissively, then turning his gaze towards the Fire Dragon egg. As he approached the egg, a sense of tension began to creep in. Although he could infer that the egg would likely not transport him, there was no guarantee it wouldn't, and thus, he remained apprehensive. "Your heartbeat is a bit fast," Noya remarked, glancing at Subai with a soft laugh. "You would feel the same if you were in my position," Subai retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. Noya, in her current state, was all too carefree. "Rest assured, if you truly return, I will ensure your safety," Noya said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Subai. After all, He was her destined partner, the one who liberated her from that desolate place. She would never allow anything to happen to him. Subai replied softly, gazing deeply into Noya's eyes. Soon, Subai arrived beside the fire dragon egg. At that moment, the egg appeared unchanged from before. Had it not been for the golden text displayed by the system indicating it was a reward from the dungeon, Subai would not have dared to touch the enigmatic egg again. I'm ready. I will touch it, Subai whispered to Nia, his heart racing so fast that he could feel it almost reaching his throat, even without Nuya's reminder. Upon receiving Nuya's response, Subai slowly extended his right hand. The other 3 members of his team watched the scene with bated breath, fearing that Subai might vanish from their sight once more. Subai gazed at the fire dragon egg, mere inches away, and, with a resolute grit of his teeth, pressed his hand against it. Nothing happened. Immediately, Subai scanned the surroundings. There was no change, and his teammates were still there. Indeed, he had not been teleported. The 3 members of his team erupted in cheers, their expressions filled with joy as if they had just won a 5 million jackpot. Subai, are you all right? Zhang Yi asked as he approached Subai's side. I'm fine, Subai replied, gently shaking his head. But what about this egg? Zhang Yi inquired, pointing at the troublesome fire dragon egg. This fire dragon egg is our dungeon reward. It should be capable of hatching a divine beast, the fire dragon, Subai said with a light chuckle, lightly patting the egg's shell. A divine beast. Zhang Yi's pupils dilated, his astonishment evident. Lin Wei and Murong Qi, who stood behind him, also caught Subai's words and hurriedly gathered to examine the fire dragon egg with excitement. That means our team will have 2 divine beasts, Lin Wei exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the egg. Theoretically, yes, Subai nodded. Why theoretically? This was because the reason Bing Bing was obedient and well-behaved was due to the binding item from the diamond treasure chest he had used. However, this was the only one he had seen so far, and even he could not guarantee that the fire dragon would be as compliant as Bing Bing once it hatched. Nonetheless, there was no rush on this matter. After all, hatching the fire dragon would require time, during which they could thoroughly search for a second binding item, or perhaps find someone selling one in the world channel. So, Brother Bai, what should we do now? Murong Qi looked towards Subai. Subai smiled lightly, glanced back at the group, and then reached out to pat the fire dragon egg, softly saying, Let us go home. Home, he said, the words flowing easily yet imbued with warmth. Although Subai's team had not been away from their haven for long, the events they had experienced left them fatigued and longing for the warmth of their safe shelter. At last, I can finally return home. Lin Wei holstered her weapon, stretching her limbs, her eyes reflecting profound fatigue. Despite the relentless blizzard and the loss of their vehicle along the way, they now had a new armored car, alleviating their concerns about the journey home. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of this new vehicle were nearly invincible given their current technological level, allowing them to disregard safety concerns entirely. Let's board the vehicle. I shall see how to transport this egg, Subai gently addressed the group. He had previously attempted to place the fire dragon egg into his backpack while touching it, but it had yielded no response, as if it were an immovable object. Typically, the system would provide a prompt in such cases, yet now there was silence. In fact, his system indicated that the fire dragon egg was a reward from their quest. Thus, Subai was confident that the egg could indeed be taken, but his method was flawed. Upon hearing Subai's words, the other members of the team harbored no doubts and promptly made their way to the armored vehicle. Although the temperature outside was bearable, the interior of the armored car boasted air conditioning that could be adjusted to the perfect climate, and the genuine leather seats offered a massage feature, making it an irresistible sanctuary. As he observed everyone gradually boarding the vehicle, Subai took a moment to scrutinize the fire dragon egg before him. Why do I feel your gaze upon this egg is rather peculiar? Are you curious about its flavor? Noah, whose server was linked to Subai, trailed closely behind him, capable of remote control over the armored car. Once the life support system of the vehicle was activated, the internal temperature and seat comfort adjusted automatically, requiring no further concern from her. Cough, cough. Subai, caught off guard by his own thoughts, attempted to mask his embarrassment with a cough. Yet Noah easily discerned his subtle awkwardness. I saw that. You're feeling guilty. You want to consume the fire dragon egg, Noah exclaimed, unabashedly disregarding the proximity of the egg. Don't speak nonsense. I was merely contemplating. This egg is so heavy. I can neither move it nor store it in my backpack, Subai retorted, venting his frustrations to Noah. Unlike the pet egg belonging to Bing Bing, which could be directly stored in his system backpack. This fire dragon egg inexplicably could not be accommodated. Furthermore, it was exceedingly weighty, even with all his strength. Subai could not budge an inch. What now? Must I simply sit here and wait for it to hatch on its own? Upon contemplating this possibility, Subai quickly shook his head, casting aside the terrifying thought. The last time, the hatching of Ice's egg took quite a while. If he were to sit and wait for the hatching now, who knows how long it would take? Subai yearned to be lying comfortably in his own bed at that moment. You have indeed acknowledged it. Though small in stature, Noya bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, and at that moment, she proudly pointed at Subai, appearing as though she had caught him in a compromising position. Subai, however, was indifferent. After all, he was merely jesting, and once he acquired a binding item for his pet, the little fire dragon would be wholly obedient to him, rendering any attempts by Noya to sow discord utterly futile. Seeing that her teasing had no effect on Subai, Noya soon lost interest, perching on his shoulder and scrutinizing the fire dragon egg before them. What do you suppose we should do about this egg? She inquired softly. Although she lacked a corporeal form, her soul was indistinguishable from that of a human. At that moment, Noya felt a hint of fatigue and harbored a deep-seated hope for the swift hatching of the fire dragon egg, so they could leave this place. How about we try roasting it? Noya suddenly suggested, her excitement palpable as she turned to Subai. Let us not, Subai replied, bemused. His earlier comment about wanting to sample the taste was, of course, in jest. He could never truly consider consuming the fire dragon egg. Yet now, Noya had boldly proposed to roast it, who really wanted to test the flavor of the fire dragon egg, while Subai did not believe roasting would jeopardize the dragon's life. He firmly refused Noya's suggestion. Hearing his response, Noya, with a hint of resignation, said, Then what do you propose? It seems we have no other options. Subai understood the implication of her words. The fire dragon egg was immovable, and he certainly would not relinquish a divine beast's egg that had already become his trophy. Thus, the only course of action was to hasten the egg's hatching. Yet, how could a divine beast egg be so easily hatched? What if we tried bloodbinding? Subai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In truth, he held no real confidence in this idea. He was merely speaking whimsically, recalling how bloodbinding was often employed for magical weapons in novels he had read before. Now, applying it to the fire dragon egg seemed plausible, though he recognized the lack of foundation for such a notion, with success being nearly zero. Nevertheless, if he wished to relocate the fire dragon egg, he had to experiment gradually. Shall we attempt bloodbinding? Subai proposed, considering the seemingly fragile nature of the egg. It was wise to start with the least dangerous approach. Why not give it a try? In Noya's database, there exists a plethora of novels, as even researchers require diversions to occupy their time. Thus, she is not unfamiliar with the concept of blood oath. Nevertheless, Noya does not genuinely believe in the efficacy of such a practice. It seems akin to attempting to revive a dead horse with desperate measures. After all, it is not her own finger that will be sacrificed, so what harm could there be in trying? Upon receiving Noya's affirmation, Subai's resolve to proceed solidified. He promptly retrieved a dagger from his backpack, sterilizing the blade with fire before gently drawing it across his fingertip. A single drop of blood fell onto the fire dragon egg, and instantly, the ground began to tremble. What is happening? Subai Pandith. A hint of confusion crossing his face. Could it be that this playful blood oath truly held power? Noya, despite her extensive knowledge, found herself equally perplexed. She had never encountered such an odd phenomenon. After all, the earthquake coincided precisely with Subai's blood drop. What a remarkable coincidence. Look at the fire dragon egg. Just as Noya expressed her bewilderment, she noticed strange, intricate patterns manifesting on the surface of the egg, patterns she could confidently assert had not existed before. Hearing Noya's exclamation, Subai turned to observe the fire dragon egg, his eyes widening in astonishment at the peculiar crimson markings that had suddenly appeared. They had certainly not been there prior to his offering. Could it truly be the blood oath at work? As Subai continued to ponder, Zhang Yi burst forth from the armored vehicle, shouting urgently, Subai, come inside, there is an earthquake. Faced with Zhang Yi's call, Subai found himself at a loss. Unsure how to explain that this so-called earthquake was merely the result of his whimsical blood oath. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly turned to Zhang Yi and replied, Brother Yi, it's nothing. It's just the commotion from the fire dragon egg. Although no precise instruments were available to measure the tremors, Subai could distinctly feel that the disturbance emanated from the fire dragon egg beneath his feet. The fire dragon egg? Zhang Yi paused, surprised by Subai's words. He approached the egg, examining the peculiar blood-red patterns with curiosity. These markings weren't here before, were they? After circling the egg twice in careful observation, he spoke softly. It was he who initiated the blood oath. Noya interjected promptly in response to Zhang Yi's query, prompting Subai to cast a disapproving glance at her. Noya, with a mischievous smile, clearly enjoyed teasing Subai. Being exposed for such an eccentric act would undoubtedly lead to his ridicule among teammates. Truly, what a quintessential moment for Subai. Upon hearing Noya's words, Zhang Yi's eyes instantly brightened, and without hesitation, he began to extol Subai's virtues. What was happening here? Noya clearly did not comprehend the situation. Why did Zhang Yi not find anything amiss? Did he not think that the notion of blood oath was rather juvenile? Yet, it was not only Noya who was taken aback. Subai was equally bewildered. This matter was undeniably embarrassing. He had merely approached it with a playful attitude. And now Zhang Yi was openly praising him? Moreover, upon closer inspection of Zhang Yi's earnest gaze, it was evident that he was not feigning admiration. He genuinely believed in Subai's prowess. Do you not find this situation peculiar? Noya looked at Zhang Yi and attempted to voice her thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Yi was entirely oblivious to any issues regarding the blood oath. Could it be that his database lacked relevant information? Was there truly such a thing as a blood oath in this world? Surely not. What could possibly be wrong? Subai, my dear brother, must have his reasons for acting thus. Zhang Yi shook his head and responded to Noya. Listening to Zhang, Noya finally grasped the nature of his reaction. It turned out that Zhang Yi was merely an ardent admirer of Subai. At this moment, if Subai were to claim that his own flatulence was fragrant, Zhang Yi would likely not contest it, perhaps even suspecting a malfunction in his olfactory senses. With this thought, Noya could not help but roll her eyes and refrain from speaking further. Meanwhile, Subai also began to comprehend the situation, looking at Zhang Yi with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. His brother in righteousness seemed to have an unwavering faith in him. However, this fortuitous stroke of luck had inadvertently activated something peculiar within the dragon egg, and now that it had been triggered, Subai was at a loss for what to do next. Subai, should we attempt to explore further? Zhang Yi suggested, his gaze fixed intently upon the dragon egg. He was indeed eager to touch it himself, but since the blood that activated it belonged to Subai, he hesitated. If he were to recklessly touch it and provoke some unforeseen danger, it would be a grave mistake. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be for Subai to investigate further. The ground continued to tremble, yet the initial shock had dissipated. Now, upon closer perception, it was evident that the tremors were not particularly intense. I shall give it a try, Subai responded, nodding at Zhang Yi's suggestion. In truth, had Zhang Yi not spoken up, Subai was already prepared to examine the dragon egg again. For the strange patterns that had emerged were a direct result of his own blood, suggesting a connection to him. With this in mind, Subai did not hesitate. He gently placed his hand upon the surface of the dragon egg. However, the moment his hand made contact, his complexion paled, for he could distinctly feel his blood rapidly converging towards his palm. The dragon egg was drawing upon his life force. Despite Subai's utmost efforts, he found himself utterly unable to lift his hand. Strangely, he realized that he was also incapable of uttering a single word, completely ensnared by the dragon egg's allure. Zhang Yi, observing Subai's peculiar state, felt a hint of curiosity, yet refrained from speaking as Subai remained silent. If this continued, it was certain that he would be drained of every drop of blood by the dragon egg. Just as Subai contemplated the desperate notion of severing his own arm to escape, the pull from the egg abruptly ceased, the ground's tremors abated, and the dragon egg before him gradually settled into silence. What drew attention was that the enigmatic markings previously on the dragon egg had mysteriously transferred to Subai's hand, slowly vanishing beneath his skin. What was happening? Subai gazed at the dragon egg, still shaken. In that moment, he had felt as though he might be drained into a lifeless husk. Yet now, having been released by the dragon egg, he sensed no peculiar sensations at all. There was no weakness indicative of blood loss, and upon inspecting his palm, he found no wounds. Could it have all been an illusion? Subai, what's wrong? Zhang Yi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at Subai's strange demeanor and expression. Nothing. Let me try moving the dragon egg again, Subai replied, shaking his head gently. The circumstances surrounding this incident were far too bizarre, and he knew he could not articulate it in the moment. He decided it was best to address the matter later, focusing instead on resolving the situation with the dragon egg. He cautiously placed his hand back on the dragon egg once more. This time, no unusual phenomena occurred. It seemed to have reverted to its original state. However, as soon as Subai concentrated, the dragon egg vanished into thin air, appearing within his backpack. Success! Subai exclaimed with excitement as he beheld the dragon egg nestled in his backpack. During this mission, he had whimsically mentioned the possibility of acquiring the dragon egg, and to his astonishment, it had now become a reality. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, the temperature around him plummeted abruptly, falling below freezing within mere breaths. Subai's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly comprehended the cause. The warmth of this locale had stemmed from the presence of the dragon egg. Now that it was secured in his backpack, the temperature had inevitably dropped. With the falling temperature came a ferocious blizzard. The once immovable curtain of white in the sky now converged towards Subai and Zhang Yi at a visibly alarming rate. At this pace, they would likely be engulfed by the storm in no more than 20 seconds. Get in the vehicle, Subai urged Zhang Yi to board the armored car, following closely behind as the hatch sealed shut. As the door closed and the warmth of the air conditioning enveloped him, Subai finally felt a measure of relief. The armored vehicle appears to be quite effective. Even a blizzard does not seem to affect the interior in the slightest. This vehicle is a significant improvement over our previous one. At this moment, Lin Wei reclines in a chair, indulging in a massage. It has been a long time since she has experienced such a luxury since arriving in this world. After all, she had been tirelessly struggling for survival before, and now, the mere presence of a massage chair fills her with immense joy. Noya, what type of fuel does this vehicle utilize? Subai suddenly turned to Noya, who was perched on his shoulder, and spoke softly. Given the urgency of the situation earlier, he had refrained from asking too many questions. But now that things had settled down, he was eager to learn what he had been most curious about. Ideally, it would be best if it ran on gasoline. But if it required the energy from the previous laboratory, it would be impossible for him to procure it in the short term. By your description, it should be a hybrid, correct? Noya hesitated briefly, seemingly gathering her thoughts, before responding to Subai. Hybrid? Subai was taken aback for a moment, curious about what combinations constituted this hybrid fuel. Surely, it couldn't be something he had never encountered before. We can use both gasoline and the energy from a base. This time, Noya answered without hesitation. Thank goodness, Subai sighed with relief. As long as gasoline was still an option, he could find a way to obtain it. How much fuel remains in the vehicle? He continued to inquire. Although he had prepared some gasoline before setting out, he had not anticipated acquiring an armored vehicle, so he had not stocked up significantly. Furthermore, the 2 canisters he had prepared were now lost with the vehicle. This meant that if they wished to return immediately, they would need sufficient remaining fuel to at least escape the blizzard's range. This would allow him to make a temporary purchase from the exchange. 77% remains. This vehicle routinely replenishes its energy when not in use, so it was fully charged when we set out. Upon hearing Noya's words, all members of Subai's team breathed a collective sigh of relief. Subai had initially envisioned the worst-case scenario, shutting off the air conditioning to conserve energy in order to successfully navigate through the blizzard. However, it now seemed unnecessary. This energy would last them for quite some time, ensuring their safe passage through the storm. "And we can head home now," Lin Wei exclaimed with palpable excitement. Although the massage chair was quite comfortable after the long journey and the intense battles for survival, her greatest desire was to return to the comfort of her own bed for a good night's sleep. However, a serious issue arose. Subai's expression turned slightly awkward as he spread his hands and said, "The map was burned when we awakened the fire dragon." Upon hearing Subai's words, the group realized that the awakening of the fire dragon soul was due to the spontaneous combustion of the map, which had released the dragon's reverse scale. Although the map was now charred, the group could hardly blame Subai. After all, who could have anticipated such an event? However, without the map, how would they find their way home? They had relied entirely on its guidance to arrive at their current location. Now, without it, navigating solely by guesswork seemed an insurmountable challenge. Just as despair settled over them, Nuya spoke up. "I can utilize the sensors in the vehicle to trace the remnants left by the previous car. Shall we attempt to follow its trail? The previous car? Wasn't he that their stolen vehicle? Let us pursue it. Lin Wei was the first to raise her hand in support. Her curiosity about the audacity of the car thief was piqued. They were now equipped with an armored vehicle. Although lacking offensive weaponry, its defensive capabilities rendered them nearly invulnerable. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Murong Chi's face as she reclined in her seat, having placed Bing Bing in the back. After all, this was a world where one could be devoured by others. The audacity required to steal their vehicle indicated that the thief was no mere miscreant, and venturing out could lead to peril. What do we have to fear with an armored vehicle? Lin Wei dismissed the notion of danger and raised her hand again to argue. Murong Chi found herself at a loss for a counterargument, acknowledging the formidable nature of their armored transport. As long as they remained inside, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone outside to harm them. What do you think? Iga. Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi, mindful of the perspectives of each team member. I believe we should pursue and investigate. If we sense any trouble, we can retreat. In such extreme blizzard conditions, we may not encounter another opportunity as convenient as this. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Su Bai nodded in agreement, as his thoughts aligned closely with Zhang Yi's. He saw no need to solicit Nuya's opinion again, since the suggestion had originally come from her. Very well, let us set off and investigate. As Su Bai made his way to his seat, his curiosity piqued about who could have stolen their vehicle amidst such harsh weather. If it were mere coincidence, it would be manageable. However, if it was a premeditated act, possibly involving someone tailing them, they could be in serious trouble. Homeward bound? Nuya, I entrust the controls to you, Su Bai said softly as he settled into his chair. Addressing Nuya, perched on his shoulder. Hand it over to me, then. Nuya was utterly compliant with Su Bai's words, and for reasons unknown. She always preferred to perch upon Su Bai's shoulder, showing reluctance to settle anywhere else. As the armored vehicle roared to life once more, the control panel before the group projected a holographic image, vividly displaying the relentless blizzard raging outside. At that moment, nestled within the warmth of the armored vehicle and indulging in the comfort of a massage chair, Su Bai was momentarily transported back to the illusion of watching a film in a previous world. Once we return, how about I place the server on the second floor? The scene before them revealed nothing but a blinding flurry of snowflakes swirling chaotically in a fierce wind. Su Bai turned to Noya and softly inquired, "What do you think?" "No." Noya promptly shook her head, vehemently rejecting Su Bai's suggestion. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to do just that. His inquiry was merely a formality, as he assumed Noya had no reason to decline. Yet, her immediate refusal left him puzzled. At that moment, it seemed Noya perceived Su Bai's bewilderment. After a brief hesitation, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "I do not wish to be apart from you." Upon hearing Noya's words, Su Bai found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. How had Noya become so attached to him? What was he to do? The crux of the matter lay in his desire to delegate all household affairs to her. If the server remained with him, it would be rather inconvenient. Su Bai smiled gently at Noya, managing the household affairs. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Noya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as though a peculiar idea had struck her. This reaction left Su Bai slightly perplexed, yet he refrained from commenting, for Noya had already acquiesced to his proposal. "Very well, I shall reluctantly agree." Observing Noya's little nose crinkle in delight, Su Bai smiled and chose not to pursue the conversation further. With Noya overseeing household matters, he could alleviate many burdens, and perhaps even consider automating the entire household in the future. Despite the blizzard, the armored vehicle's pace remained steady, though it appeared that catching up to the vehicle ahead would require considerable time. Yet within the comfortable confines, with soothing seats and warmth, Su Bai and the others soon succumbed to slumber. Noya glanced at Su Bai, who had fallen asleep in the chair, her gaze softening inexplicably. After a long while, "Wake up, wake up!" Noya's voice resonated through the vehicle's sound system, jarring Su Bai from his dreams. "Have you arrived?" Lin Wei stretched and rubbed her eyes, peering at the screen ahead as she inquired. "Yes, we have." Although Su Bai had just awakened, the sight on the screen instantly invigorated him. "How long have you been traveling?" Su Bai asked, surveying the image of an off-road vehicle that had appeared on the display. 3 hours and 5 minutes. Noya accurately reported the travel time. 3 hours, considering the speed of the vehicle. They must have covered a considerable distance. "That SR car," Murong Chi exclaimed. noticing a rugged vehicle parked directly ahead of them. "Noya, move a little further ahead and see where we are," Subai suggested. The surrounding environment displayed on the screen clearly showed no signs of a blizzard. They had likely emerged from the storm. To confirm this hypothesis, Subai promptly summoned his system menu and opened the marketplace. As he accessed the marketplace, a dazzling array of commodities was laid before him. Seeing that the marketplace was operational brought a slight sigh of relief. His primary concern had been that a significant portion of their system's functionalities might be inoperative. However, it appeared that this worry had dissipated. "If we need to survey the outside scenery, leave it to me," Noya said with a light chuckle. Instantly, two projections appeared before them, displaying two distinctly different perspectives. Although different from the main screen, it was evident from the rugged vehicle and the surrounding scenery that these views originated from above the armored vehicle. Just then, the two images began to shift. The viewpoint ascended rapidly, transforming into an aerial perspective within mere moments. Moreover, the angles of the two images differed. "Is this a drone?" Subai remarked, observing the ever-changing visuals with a glint of interest in his eyes. "You guessed correctly." Noya nodded in affirmation, continuing to explain. "This armored vehicle is typically used by researchers for field surveys. While it lacks offensive weaponry, it is equipped with an array of scientific and auxiliary devices." Hearing Noya's words, Subai's expression brightened. It seemed that this vehicle was far more useful than he had initially imagined. "This place looks somewhat familiar," Zhang Yi remarked, as he stood up from his chair to get a better view of the aerial perspective. "Doesn't that building resemble our shelter?" Morong Chi pointed out, her expression puzzled as she indicated a surrounded structure visible in the image, which bore an uncanny resemblance to their courtyard's layout. "That's our home," Subai asserted confidently as he gazed at the screen. The transmitted image clearly revealed that the building housed both a vegetable greenhouse and an entrance to a mine, currently possessions exclusive to them. Could it be that the car thief had journeyed all the way from the dragon's graveyard to their home? Upon reaching this thought, Subai could not help but furrow his brow tightly. If this were indeed the case, it was highly likely that the individual who stole the car had been tailing them the entire way. Otherwise, the chance of coincidentally returning just at that moment was slimmer than winning the lottery. "It seems our home may have been burglarized." As he spoke, Subai drew his firearm. "I shall investigate the situation. You all remain here. Do not alert the intruder. If things seem amiss, I will return immediately." Zhang Yi promptly rose and addressed Subai. "I will accompany you. It is prudent to have backup. The two ladies can stay in the vehicle and monitor the surroundings." Subai did not oppose Zhang Yi's suggestion, acknowledging that his presence would indeed increase their chances of success. He then turned to Noya and said, "Noya, open the door." Upon hearing Subai's command, Noya swiftly opened the armored vehicle's door. As a mechanical sound of the door echoed, a wave of cold air rushed in, jolting Subai and Zhang Yi from the warmth of the vehicle into the harsh reality outside. Subai could not suppress a shiver as he cautiously stepped down from the armored car, shotgun in hand, meticulously surveying the area, with Zhang Yi following closely behind. "Be careful, my brother. There's a scent of blood," Zhang Yi remarked, having just exited the vehicle. "Blood scent?" Subai was momentarily taken aback, but did not press further. He had not detected any odor himself, yet he did not doubt Zhang Yi's words, as it was entirely normal for someone with his background as a special forces operative to be sensitive to such things. He nodded to Zhang Yi, indicating he would remain vigilant, and began to stealthily approach their off-road vehicle. The sound of their feet crunching in the snow drew Subai's attention to the unexpectedly thick layer of snow. It appeared that a blizzard had invaded their home after they had left. The two men crept near the off-road vehicle, but found no signs of disturbance. It seemed the assailants had merely parked the car here. The only notable detail was that the driver's side door was ajar. Unfortunately, the footprints had been completely obscured by the snow, rendering it impossible to ascertain what had transpired. Nothing inside has been disturbed, Subai noted as he examined the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi conducted a brief inspection around the vehicle and whispered, "Not even a single item has been taken. While fuel may not be a scarce resource, its production is limited. The only reason it is not in demand now is that everyone has yet to transition into an industrial age. Once that occurs, fuel will be as sought after as coal is today. Thus, it makes no sense for them to leave it behind. Yet, not only has the fuel remained untouched, but also the other supplies I had stored in the trunk. Could it be that the intruder's sole intention was to drive to their shelter? If that were the case, the interior of the shelter would surely not be so tranquil." As this thought crossed his mind, Subai's brow knitted in concern. Losing a car is unfortunate, but it evokes only a fleeting sense of regret. However, if their sanctuary were to vanish, the repercussions would be far more severe. At that moment, Subai exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Yi, who immediately comprehended the unspoken message and began surveying the perimeter of their refuge through the scope of his sniper rifle. There were no signs of forced entry at the main gate, and the automated defense machine guns were functioning normally. After a brief reconnaissance, Zhang Yi turned to Subai and reported, "The gate remains intact, and the machine guns are operational." This revelation puzzled Subai. He could not fathom that the thieves who had stolen their vehicle would show such benevolence as to leave the gate unscathed, unless they intended to take residence there. Yet, such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim, as sanctuaries were deemed inviolable, and outsiders could only gain access by dismantling their way through from the exterior. Thus, two scenarios emerged. Firstly, the thieves had driven the vehicle here and then fled without taking it. Secondly, they possessed some mysterious artifact capable of directly usurping another's refuge. Based on Subai's experience, the latter scenario appeared improbable. Any game designer worth their salt would never devise an item that could contravene fundamental rules. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one must always consider the exceptional. He was not the designer, and what if such a capricious item truly existed? Thus, vigilance was essential. Noya, lower the drone slightly for a closer inspection. Subai instructed softly to the figure perched on his shoulder. Understood, Noya replied, recognizing that this was not a time for questions, and promptly executed his command. Raise your right hand to view the synchronized feed, she added. Upon hearing this, Subai lifted his right hand, activating the wristband that emitted a brilliant beam of light to conjure a miniature projection screen. The live feed from one of the drones immediately materialized upon it. As the drone descended, the ground became increasingly discernible, revealing the courtyard blanketed in a layer of pristine snow, obscuring further details. At the very least, it was certain that the interior of the sanctuary remained undamaged, and the situation had not yet descended into the worst-case scenario. Subai had previously feared that their home might suffer destruction, resulting in the loss of their very essence. Pursuing those responsible would then be futile. However, as long as their home stood, even if it were to be taken, reclaiming ownership would merely require dealing with the usurpers. Indeed, Subai had resolved that if anyone dared to threaten his home, he would not hesitate to take lethal action. After all, this was a world where the strong consumed the weak, and having just begun to experience the warmth of home, he had grown deeply attached to that feeling. Thus, anyone who posed a threat to his sanctuary or loved ones would find themselves met with his resolve. This was his unwavering boundary. After ascertaining the fundamental circumstances, Subai refrained from advancing further, opting instead to venture into the adjacent thicket. "What are you up to, Subai?" Zhang Yi inmuted softly, clearly perplexed by Subai's intentions. "I'm going to circle around and observe the situation inside. You stay here and keep an eye on the entrance." "Guh," Subai replied discreetly. Upon hearing Subai's words, Zhang Yi nodded silently and once again aimed his weapon at the entrance, vigilant against any potential exit of intruders. Although their home had not been breached, it was conceivable that someone might have employed special tools to commandeer their sanctuary. Should their refuge truly be occupied, the automated defensive machine gun at the entrance would pose a significant threat to him. To avoid being riddled with bullets, Subai resolved to assess the ownership of the sanctuary from the side. Subai meandered through the woods, eventually approaching the sanctuary's perimeter wall. He had previously tested this wall and found it to be low enough for an average person to scale with a ladder. But this was only applicable to those belonging to the sanctuary. For outsiders attempting to scale it, the wall would infinitely rise, rendering it impossible to breach without destructive means. Now, standing beside the wall, Subai positioned the ladder against it and began to ascend slowly. If the sanctuary had been invaded, he would certainly not be able to cross over. Fortunately, as he reached the top, the wall remained unchanged. Subai deftly vaulted over the wall, landing softly to minimize noise. The fact that he could enter indicated that the sanctuary's ownership was still intact, yet it did not eliminate the possibility of dangers lurking within. Thus, out of caution, Subai dared not make excessive noise. He stealthily approached the entrance, inspecting the automated defensive machine gun. Automated defensive machine gun, remaining ammunition, 27. Durability, 8100. Indeed, the ownership of the machine gun was confirmed, indicating it could still identify allies, and the dwindling ammunition suggested that it had previously engaged enemies. Nuya, tell Iga he can come in, Subai instructed, casting a watchful gaze over the courtyard as he spoke to Nuya. Understood. Nuya nodded in response, and promptly vanished from Subai's side. Although Subai could have messaged Zhang Yi directly through private chat, doing so would have distracted him. And the time taken to compose and wait for Zhang Yi to read the message would far exceed the swiftness of Nuya's relay. In the blink of an eye, Nuya reappeared beside Subai, and Zhang Yi approached from behind the off-road vehicle towards their courtyard. As Zhang Yi neared the sanctuary, the automated defensive machine gun showed no sign of reaction, seemingly indifferent to his presence, further corroborating Subai's deductions. As Zhang Yi was about to approach the entrance, his foot suddenly tripped over something, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. What could it be? Zhang Yi, a well-trained Special Forces soldier, swiftly regained his balance and instinctively aimed his weapon at the spot that had tripped him. At that moment, Subai gradually approached, retrieving a fishing rod from his backpack. He gently brushed away the snow covering the mysterious protrusion, revealing that it was, astonishingly, a person. The body had been concealed beneath the heavy snowfall, which had prevented both the drone and them from noticing it. Both Subai and Zhang Yi crouched down to assess the situation of the individual before them. They observed that the once thick cotton coat was riddled with bullet holes, the blood staining the green fabric a deep crimson, and even the surrounding ground bore a dark red hue. It appeared that the person had been dead for some time. After a brief examination, Zhang Yi lifted his head and spoke to Subai. I believe this individual is the one who stole the vehicle and came to our shelter. Subai nodded in agreement, responding, it's undoubtedly him, but he likely had at least one accomplice. Accomplice? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Given their current investigation, it seemed that the perpetrators had not succeeded in entering the shelter and had instead been intercepted by the automated defense machine guns outside. Subai began to elaborate, pointing towards the open driver's side door of the off-road vehicle and the automated defense machine gun. The open driver's door must have belonged to his accomplice, who, upon witnessing this person being shot, hastily abandoned the vehicle to flee, which is why the door remains ajar. Upon hearing Subai's explanation, Zhang Yi quickly grasped the situation. A person who could drive would instinctively close the door upon exiting, a nearly reflexive action. However, the stolen off-road vehicle had not had its door closed, indicating that it was left ajar due to an urgent circumstance that allowed no time for closure. Subai's assessment perfectly aligned with all the current observations. Brother Yi, what do you suggest we do now? Zhang Yi felt an increased admiration for Subai, subconsciously placing greater trust in him. Noya, please deploy both drones to monitor the interior of the house and the comings and goings nearby. Inform me immediately if anyone appears. Subai pondered for a moment before turning to Noya. He then looked back at Zhang Yi, saying, Brother, let us meticulously examine the surrounding ground and our yard to see if there are any other bodies or hidden individuals. Understood. Zhang Yi and Noya, upon hearing Subai's directives, promptly sprang into action. The drones, under Noya's control, hovered on either side of the house, monitoring its every movement from intersecting angles, while Zhang Yi accompanied Subai to begin their examination of the area. The reason the two did not search separately was to avoid being ambushed and losing their combat capabilities. Their safety would significantly increase if they acted together. Brother Subai, there's another corpse here. Zhang Yi seemed to have discovered another body on the opposite side of the off-road vehicle, still concealed beneath the heavy snow. Subai bent down and began to examine it alongside Zhang Yi. There should be approximately 2 more bodies. After meticulous inspection, Subai slowly spoke again. How did you know? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Although he completely trusted Subai, he was genuinely curious about how Subai deduced the number of corpses. Count the bullet holes. Subai pointed to the bullet wounds on the body and continued. The automatic defense machine gun has only 27 rounds left, and these 2 bodies show bullet impacts numbering between 10 to 20. This suggests, on average, that there are still 2 undiscovered bodies. Listening to Subai's analysis, Zhang Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He had overlooked such intricate details. The two then resumed their search. Indeed, it wasn't long before they discovered 2 more bodies near the entrance. Brother Subai, we have completed our inspection. Should we go inside now? Zhang Yi asked, glancing at the bodies that had been gathered together. Not yet, Nuya, First, drive the vehicle to the entrance of the courtyard, Subai instructed Nuya. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that no one had entered the shelter, but to be cautious, it was prudent to bring the armored vehicle inside. If there were indeed individuals inside, the imposing armored vehicle would prevent them from escaping. As the armored vehicle approached the entrance, Lin Wei and Murong Qi emerged from within. Although they had remained safe inside the armored vehicle, they felt a deep unease as they were entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Upon stepping out and seeing the row of corpses on the ground, they were understandably startled, only calming down a bit after Su Bai briefly explained the situation. Brother Bai, why don't we join you? Murong Qi suggested, wishing to assist in the interior search. Su Bai regarded her thoughtfully before nodding. All right. You and Lin Wei guard the entrance while Murong Qi and I inspect inside. If there are any issues, have Nuya relay a message, and we will immediately come to assist. Zhang Yi agreed to Su Bai's arrangement with a nod. No, I want to go in with Brother Bai, Lin Wei protested, shaking her head in dissatisfaction, indicating her desire to accompany Su Bai. She was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, there was no imminent danger within the house. Thus, the so-called inspection was merely a procedural formality. If she allowed Murong Qi and Su Bai to enter together, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Should Murong Qi feign fear to draw closer to Su Bai, seeking comfort in his embrace, it could lead to significant complications. With this thought in mind, Lin Wei's resolve intensified. She absolutely could not permit Su Bai and Murong Qi to be alone together. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Murong Qi furrowed her brow. Deep down, she genuinely yearned for the opportunity to be close to Su Bai, as such chances were rare. Now that a perfect opportunity had presented itself, she had no intention of letting it slip away. However, just as success seemed within reach, Lin Wei intervened, causing Murong Qi to feel a surge of irritation. She turned to Lin Wei and retorted, "The captain has requested that I accompany him. What are you making a fuss about? Are you dissatisfied with the captain's arrangement?" Murong Qi's words were sharp, placing Lin Wei in opposition to the team. It was important to note that Su Bai was the legitimate captain of the team, and his directives were typically to be followed. Although Lin Wei's objections were not born from a desire to defy the captain's orders, they could easily be misconstrued. As the one retaliating, Murong Qi naturally sought to exploit this inherent vulnerability. Hearing Murong Qi's remarks, Lin Wei's face flushed slightly, and she quickly replied, "I am not. I did not. Don't make wild accusations." Observing Lin Wei's momentary fluster, a smirk crept onto Murong Qi's lips. It seemed she had indeed taken the bait. She pressed on. "What do you mean you did not? We all heard you clearly. If that was not your intent, what did you mean?" Su Bai, witnessing the heated exchange between the two young women over the limited entry spot, could only sigh in exasperation. His suggestion to have one person remain outside stemmed from his concern about leaving both girls unguarded, which could render their external defenses vulnerable. With the automated defense system's ammunition dwindling, any unforeseen incident could lead to trouble. Hence, he had arranged for someone to accompany him inside, leaving Zhang Yi outside to provide support. However, the moment Su Bai voiced this plan, he regretted it. He had overlooked the discord between the two girls, and now they were indeed embroiled in an argument. To quell the dispute, Su Bai interjected, "Enough with the bickering. I will go in with Noya, and you both stay outside to keep watch. If necessary, I will have Noya send you a message." With that, Su Bai turned and walked toward the entrance, leaving behind the sight of Lin Wei, whose face was flushed from the argument with Murong Qi. She found herself momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had perhaps overstepped her bounds, as she could clearly discern impatience in Su Bai's eyes. At this moment, Murong Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was an excellent opportunity to draw closer to Su Bai, now seemingly lost. Zhang Yi observed the contrasting expressions of the two young ladies and couldn't help but offer a faint smile, acknowledging that Su Bai's charm was indeed unparalleled. Unperturbed by their expressions, Su Bai dismissed their sentiment from his mind, for he could easily anticipate their reactions, rendering it unnecessary to dwell upon them. Moreover, out of sight, out of mind, by consciously avoiding their gazes, his agitation noticeably diminished. "Are you truly just going to leave two beautiful young women standing at the door?" Nora inquired softly, her tone laced with playful sarcasm, suggesting a keen interest in the dynamics between the girls and Su Bai. "Otherwise, would you bring both of them inside?" With a sense of resignation, Su Bai cast a glance at Nora, who still perched on his shoulder, and noted her strangely inquisitive expression. They are clearly interested in you. Seize this opportunity to let them accompany you. I assure you, once inside, they will be so intimidated they will cling to you, Nora continued, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for Su Bai's response. Let be. They will undoubtedly end up bickering, and the situation inside remains uncertain. Although it is highly likely that no one has entered, what if there is a hidden danger that could lead to significant trouble? Su Bai gently shook his head, then slowly placed his hand on the doorknob, applying a slight pressure to pull it open. This door appeared to require only a gentle tug to open, lacking even a keyhole. However, in reality, unless opened by the owner of the sanctuary, it could not be accessed without resorting to brute force, evoking a semblance of a fingerprint lock. Su Bai was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as it was indeed quite convenient. Nonetheless, due to concerns about intruders potentially possessing specialized tools to bypass security, he proceeded with caution. Upon entering the house, Su Bai illuminated all the lights in the hall and, grasping his shotgun, began surveying every corner of the space. Observing Su Bai's earnest demeanor, Nora couldn't help but chuckle softly before speaking up. Their interest in you is markedly different from their feelings toward Zhang Yi. Can you not see that? While diligently examining the nooks and crannies, Su Bai's gaze remained unwavering as he replied, Of course I can see it, but what of it? In this environment, my priority is to ensure their safety. As for how to navigate my relationship with them, I haven't quite figured that out yet. I can only take it one step at a time. Su Bai had contemplated this matter previously, yet no resolution had emerged. He was in no rush, for until he possessed absolute strength, he lacked the confidence to assure the young ladies of his ability to protect them. You certainly have a laid-back attitude, Nora remarked with a light laugh, addressing Su Bai. He merely shrugged in response to her comment, neither affirming nor denying her observation. At this moment, the two fell into a sudden silence. Although there were many topics left to discuss, Su Bai was, after all, engaged in a search mission. Being overly distracted was certainly not advisable. Noya, well aware of this, refrained from pressing Su Bai to continue their conversation. However, perched upon his shoulder, Noya gazed intently at Su Bai, her lips curving into a subtle smile that radiated her joy. As for the precise reason behind her happiness, perhaps only she could fathom it. The search proceeded smoothly, and as Su Bai had anticipated, no one had entered the sanctuary. Having completed his inspection of the second floor, he finally allowed himself to relax, the tension in his nerves dissipating and fatigue washing over him. Noya, noticing Su Bai's demeanor, expressed her concern, saying, Are you all right? Would you like me to explain the situation to them? You should return to your room and rest. You look quite exhausted. Su Bai gently shook his head and replied, me fine. It's best to ensure everything is arranged before I rest. Noya, upon hearing this, did not press further, trusting that Su Bai had his own plans. He then made his way towards the yard. How is everything, Brother Su? Zhang Yi inquired as he approached Su Bai upon his return. It's all checked. No one has entered, Su Bai responded, sharing his findings with the rest of the team. Hearing this, everyone visibly relaxed. Throughout their arduous journey in the Fire Dragon instance, they had scarcely rested. Now, upon returning home and confirming its safety, the weight of fatigue washed over them. It seems the car thief was intercepted by our automated defense machine guns right at the entrance, Murong Chi remarked, glancing at the 4 lifeless bodies lying at the door. Yet, we face a serious issue, Su Bai continued, directing his attention to the corpses on the ground. We know virtually nothing about them, and one of them escaped. This means they likely have a clear understanding of what we possess and are even aware of the precise location of our sanctuary, which poses a significant threat to us. The other members of the team frowned at Su Bai's words, the gravity of the situation weighing on them. They had considered this issue earlier, but Su Bai's reiteration brought it sharply back into focus. What should we do now? Move? Lin Wei surveyed their surroundings, her satisfaction with the sanctuary evident. They had invested considerable effort in constructing this refuge. Relocating would necessitate dismantling everything before they could transport it, and then rebuilding anew at the new site. Not to mention the entire process being cumbersome. Even if the relocation were to occur, their new quarters would undoubtedly differ significantly from their current abode. It is essential to recognize the considerable effort and resources they have invested to reach their present level of comfort. Relocating would inevitably lead to significant material depletion, a burden they are currently ill-equipped to bear. Thus, Should moving become an imperative, it is highly likely they would be unable to restore their current standard of construction. Consequently, regarding the prospect of moving, even Lin Wei, who initially proposed the idea, harbors no genuine desire to relocate. In fact, the other members of the team share her reluctance. After all, they have only just begun to cultivate a sense of home, and the abrupt suggestion of moving would feel akin to regressing to a previous state. Who among them would welcome such a fate? At this moment, all eyes turned to Su Bai as they entrusted him with the ultimate decision. If Su Bai were to advocate for moving, it would undoubtedly be after careful contemplation, indicating that remaining put would be untenable. In that case, even if the other team members were hesitant, they would refrain from voicing their dissent, acknowledging that survival is paramount to their continued progress. After all, relinquishing one's life over a mere dwelling is an imprudent act. Despite the collective gaze upon him, Su Bai did not hasten to render a decision. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, fixated on the bodies lying on the ground. After a brief moment, he slowly withdrew his gaze, inhaling deeply, allowing the frigid air to penetrate his lungs, invigorating his senses. He then turned to his fellow team members, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, "No, we shall not relocate." Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the team members momentarily paused in surprise. Although they were not particularly keen on moving, they had mentally prepared themselves for the possibility. Given the current circumstances, where the enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed, if their adversaries truly wished to ensnare them, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. Thus, under normal circumstances, moving would appear to be the most prudent course of action. Yet now, with Su Bai's insistence on staying, confusion rippled through the group. What if they come looking for us? Chi voiced the shared uncertainty that lingered in the air, prompting the rest of the team to glance towards Su Bai for clarity. As long as they dare to come, we shall confront them head-on, Su Bai responded, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if resolved to a firm decision. Had this situation arisen before today, Su Bai would have likely opted for relocation, despite the risk of reverting to a previous state of vulnerability. However, upon returning home and witnessing the potential for their sanctuary to be overtaken, his perspective had shifted. In that moment, he comprehended the profound significance this small haven held for him. This home represents his unwavering boundary. Should anyone dare to infringe upon it, he would undoubtedly engage in a relentless confrontation. However, Su Bai's decision was not rooted in blind confidence. The resources at their disposal had significantly increased compared to the past. The power of the fully automated defense machine gun had already made an impression on them, and without knowledge of the actual ammunition supply, it was unlikely that anyone would recklessly assault the entrance again, lest they meet with dire consequences. As for their combat capabilities, although Bing Bing remained in slumber, this indicated her ongoing evolution. Once her transformation was complete, her strength would surely ascend to new heights. Additionally, they now possessed a fire dragon egg. Should they successfully hatch and tame it, even a juvenile dragon would wield combat prowess not far inferior to Bing Bing's. Their greatest gain from this fire dragon dungeon was not merely the egg, but the addition of a new squad member. While Noya might not serve as a frontline combatant, her combat abilities were arguably the most formidable in certain respects. Although they had departed from the laboratory and had fewer resources at their disposal, the invincible armored vehicle they currently possessed ensured Noya's combat potential would remain significant. Furthermore, Su Bai had conceived a new idea. If realized, Noya could transform into the most powerful member of Su Bai's team. As they listened to Su Bai's words, the group's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. They held complete trust in his judgment, which prepared them for the prospect of moving. Now that he had declared they would not relocate, it was evident he had his reasons. All right, everyone, please tidy your belongings. Afterward, let's take a moment to rest. Later, we will need to implement some defensive measures. Su Bai chuckled lightly and addressed the group. Iga, could you please drive the off-road vehicle back into the yard? Noya, kindly park the armored vehicle inside. He gestured towards the area where Chi's shelter had once stood, which had remained vacant since its dismantlement, an ideal spot for the armored vehicle. Understood. Zhang Yi and Noya responded almost in unison, promptly commencing their respective tasks. Lin Wei and Chi exchanged glances before approaching Su Bai, inquiring, "Brother Bai, what shall we do?" Observing the flurry of activity around them, the two girls felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing it was inappropriate to remain idle while others were busy. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai addressed the two. Lin Wei, please craft some ammunition and replenish the supply for the automated defense machine gun. As he spoke, he handed Lin Wei some materials for bullets. Currently, she was the only one capable of producing the 5.56 rifle ammunition, making this task hers alone. Lin Wei, upon receiving the materials, eagerly moved to a corner to begin crafting bullets. What about me? Mu Rongqi fixed her gaze on Su Bai and blinked. Let's prepare something to eat. Something simple will suffice. After we eat, we can have a good night's sleep. Su Bai smiled at Mu Rongqi. The sky had begun to darken, and if all went as expected, nightfall would soon descend upon them. Their last meal had been breakfast before they set out in the morning, and a gnawing hunger made it unlikely for them to sleep peacefully even if they tried. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Mu Rongqi nodded immediately and proceeded into the shelter to begin gathering ingredients. Initially, Su Bai had thought to settle for some dry rations, given that everyone was exhausted and it would be best to eat quickly and retire for the night. However, after organizing everything, he realized that the time required was considerably more than anticipated. Thus, he decided to let Mu Rongqi prepare something warm and hearty, observing everyone else busy with their tasks. Su Bai also sprang into action, heading outside to the courtyard. There, he glanced at several corpses and suddenly turned to Zhang, who was preparing to drive the off-road vehicle back to the shelter, calling out, "Brother Yi, could you please bring the car over here?" Zhang Yi, upon hearing Su Bai, gestured affirmatively and soon arrived at Su Bai's side in the vehicle. "What is the matter, Su Bai? Do you need to handle the bodies?" Seeing Su Bai crouch down inspecting the corpses, Zhang Yi quickly grasped the situation and inquired, "Indeed, brother Yi, lend me a hand and just toss them over the cliff." Su Bai replied as he slowly rose to his feet. He had just examined the bodies and found that their backpacks contained mostly basic supplies, lacking any valuable materials. Moreover, it was not acceptable to leave the corpses lying at the entrance. While the frigid temperatures would prevent decomposition for now, leaving them there was ultimately not a viable solution. Su Bai suddenly recalled that there was a cliff not far from their shelter, making it perfect for disposal. Without hesitation, Su Bai and Zhang Yi began to transport the bodies, soon driving the vehicle to the edge of the cliff to dispose of them. As Su Bai watched the corpses plummet, his mood remained unchanged. They had been forced to contemplate relocating due to trouble with certain individuals before the map update. But the timing of the update had allowed them to avoid that move. Yet now, history seemed to be repeating itself. If all went as anticipated, those individuals would likely return soon, potentially with reinforcements to mount an assault. Despite this, Su Bai felt no worry. On one hand, their strength had significantly improved. On the other, they had the Huaxia Alliance as an ally, who would intervene if necessary. While this world boasted its share of large settlements, few could truly rival the Huaxia Alliance. Thus, in terms of overall team strength, Su Bai was undoubtedly among the elite. "Let us head back," Su Bai said, finally turning to Zhang Yi after the last body had fallen down the cliff. "All right," Zhang Yi responded. Zhang Yi nodded, casting a deep glance at Su Bai before rising to enter the driver's cabin. Su Bai harbored concerns in his heart, yet Zhang Yi understood these apprehensions as well. Nevertheless, he had faith in Su Bai's ability to manage the situation. Thus he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to offer unwavering support. The two swiftly parked the off-road vehicle within the confines of the shelter-esque courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Wei had already completed the installation of ammunition and returned inside to assist Mu Rongqi. Although Mu Rongqi had promised to simplify her cooking, she soon fell into her accustomed routine, preparing several dishes, primarily meat-based, given the limited stock of vegetables. Even after the recent expansion led by Su Bai, growth still required time. Fortunately, everyone was quite hungry at that moment and paid little heed to the situation, eagerly devouring their meals. Before long, all the dishes were emptied. "How satisfying," Lin Wei remarked, gently patting her flat abdomen, showing no signs of having overeaten, which piqued Su Bai's curiosity about where those 2 bowls of rice had vanished. His gaze then shifted to Mu Rongqi, who was dressed relatively lightly indoors, making it easy to discern her figure, her abdomen still flat as well. Yet, if Su Bai recalled correctly, both Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi had consumed 2 hefty bowls each, and now there was no evidence of it. Could it be that girls truly possessed the fabled second stomach? Feeling Su Bai's gaze, Mu Rongqi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained silent, while Lin Wei appeared even more composed, not even blushing. After all, She was confident in her figure. If Subai wished to look, she welcomed his gaze, perhaps even hoping to enchant him. At that moment, however, Subai turned to Noya and softly spoke, "Please wait a moment. After I finish cleaning up the dishes, we can return to our room. There is something I wish to discuss with you." His words caused a pause among the group in the room, with the two young women glancing at the ethereal figure perched on Subai's shoulder, their brows furrowing in contemplation. Could it be that Subai had a preference for Noya's type? Subai paid little attention to the gazes upon him, directly rising to gather the dishes. This had become a routine within the team. The girls cooked while Subai and Zhang Yi were tasked with washing the dishes. Once the dishes were cleared, Subai began to wash the utensils in silence, with Zhang Yi standing beside him, lending a hand. Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi stood silently behind Subai and the others, observing. The two young women, typically at odds with each other due to Subai, had often sought opportunities to clash. Yet, in this moment, they exchanged a glance, seemingly finding a shared understanding within each other's eyes. The discord between the two individuals previously stemmed from Subai's ambiguous attitude towards them. However, the sudden emergence of Nuya has thrown them into a state of disarray, which is quite intolerable. Consequently, they tacitly formed a united front, eager to discern the nature of this Nuya, who has so captivated Subai that he has willingly invited her to join him in his room. Had Nuya possessed a physical form, it is likely they would have voiced their objections on the spot. At this moment, Nuya perched upon Subai's shoulder, gazing in a daze at him as he diligently washed the dishes. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes, while her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. She had not anticipated Subai's overt enthusiasm. Had she been corporeal, she would not have minded engaging in something more intimate with him. Nevertheless, she resolved to conjure something intriguing using holographic projection, and the thought deepened the rosy hue on her face. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi observed the scene before him, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately deciding to remain silent. Although he could not fathom why Subai would forego the company of two enchanting beauties in favor of a mere figment, he recognized that such matters were personal and thus chose to respect their choices. The task of washing the dishes did not consume much time, and soon Subai and Zhang Yi had tidied up the utensils. After exchanging greetings with the others, Subai promptly retreated into his room with Nuya. Upon entering, Subai reclined upon his bed, enveloped by the familiar scent and softness of the bedding, which brought him an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Where shall we begin?" Nuya inquired softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. She had anticipated Subai would take the lead, as she, after all, was a girl. Yet, seeing him sprawled on the bed, seemingly lost in enjoyment and oblivious to her presence, ignited within her a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. However, once the initial fluster subsided, Nuya's excitement for Subai's response returned, as she had already prepared herself for their interaction. "All right." Upon hearing Nuya's words, Subai sprang up from the bed, his gaze fixed intently upon her, which only intensified the color in her cheeks. "I wanted to discuss something with you. Are you able to manipulate objects beyond just the laboratory equipment?" "Huh?" Nuya was momentarily taken aback. Subai's inquiry was entirely unexpected and diverged from her anticipations. "Oh no, I've misjudged the situation." A look of mild discontent crossed her face, having built up her expectations. Nonetheless, she replied, "I can, but there are certain requirements for the equipment. At the very least, it must be equipped with a controllable chip. If it lacks an electronic chip, purely mechanical devices won't suffice." As Subai listened to Nuya's explanation, a glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. The ability to control such devices was indeed a promising prospect. After all, their technological advancements are evidently progressing towards greater intelligence and automation. If Nuya could exert unified control, it would indeed allow for the transformation of a vast majority of operations into automated processes. Contemplating this, Subai immediately turned to Nuya and inquired, "What can you control within the shelter at this moment?" Nuya did not respond immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly attuning to something, and after a brief moment, she slowly opened her eyes and said, "I cannot ascertain that yet. I need to connect my server with other components inside the shelter before I can determine the specifics." Upon hearing Nuya's words, Subai promptly rose from his bed and addressed her, "Then let us proceed to install your server." With a creak, Subai opened the door, but before he could react, he was tackled to the ground by two figures that had fallen. "What are you two doing?" he exclaimed, Looking at Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi sprawled atop him, he couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Why were they at the door? Subai already had an inkling after catching a glimpse of the two. However, Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi would never admit to eavesdropping. They quickly replied, "We were just passing by and happened to notice some dust on your door, intending to wipe it off, but didn't expect you to open the door right then." Subai, bemused, gazed at them, finding their excuse utterly laughable. Yet, he was too weary to debate the matter further. Instead, he simply made his way to the second floor, where he had prepared a spot for Noya's server. Although it would have been convenient to keep the server on his person, the shelter was their stronghold, and its security measures needed enhancement. Moreover, even if the server was physically situated here, as long as they did not encounter extreme conditions like a blizzard that would disrupt signals, Noya could utilize the wristbands they wore for real-time communication. Essentially, it would be akin to having her right beside them. For now, let us place your server here. Once our rooms are further expanded, I will arrange a dedicated server room for you, Subai said to Noya, who promptly nodded in agreement. As this was a commitment he had previously made, the existing defenses were indeed rather inadequate, and if she were to assume complete control, the overall security of the shelter would rise significantly. The installation of the server was straightforward. It merely needed to be placed on the ground while the rest was left to Noya. The server's internal energy source could sustain itself for an extended period, alleviating concerns until they could find a suitable alternative. Thus, at that moment, Subai simply needed to set Noya's server in a corner of the second floor. After the server was properly set up, Subai gazed at the serene figure of Noya resting on his shoulder. She had once again closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to the overall atmosphere of the shelter. In but a fleeting moment, Noya slowly opened her eyes and spoke. "I have completed my reconnaissance." With a spark of excitement, Subai turned to Noya, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "So, what can we control?" "At present, only your heating furnace and the machine gun at the entrance can be directly operated," Noya replied, meeting Subai's gaze. Just then, footsteps echoed behind Subai, and upon turning, he found Zhang Yi being forcibly escorted by two young girls. Zhang Yi looked at Subai with a sense of despair, his eyes reflecting innocence, as if he were silently pleading for help while also trying to assert that he had not intended to disrupt their important discussion. Initially, when Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi approached Zhang Yi, he had refused their invitation, unwilling to intrude on what he knew was a critical conversation between Subai and Noya. However, the two girls had offered him no opportunity for decline. After a brief explanation from Zhang Yi, they swiftly encircled him, guiding him toward the second floor. Although Zhang Yi was tall and strong enough to easily subdue them, given that he had once been an unmatched force in hand-to-hand combat during his military service, he felt a sense of resignation upon observing the two girls before him. Not only were they girls, but as teammates, he could not simply resort to force. Thus, while Zhang Yi pondered a solution, he found himself already brought before Subai on the second floor by the two girls. "Brother Bai, as a member of the team, I believe it is imperative for us to partake in the forthcoming actions," Mu Rongqi stated earnestly, fixing her gaze on Subai. She had overheard the conversation at the door and realized that Subai's intentions in bringing Noya into the room were not as they had presumed. Nonetheless, a profound sense of urgency compelled them to take initiative rather than remain passive. "Indeed, Brother Bai, we can also assist you with some of the tasks. We just finished our meal and could use a bit of movement," Lin Wei chimed in, addressing Subai. She too had caught the content of Mu Rongqi's earlier revelations and understood that they had misjudged Subai and Noya. Since Mu Rongqi had already taken the lead, she felt compelled to follow suit. Zhang Yi, observing the two girls beside him, could only nod in agreement, for their slender fingers pressed against his lower back served as a reminder that failure to comply might lead to unforeseen consequences at their hands. As Subai looked at the trio before him, reminiscent of a theatrical performance, he paused for a moment, then broke into a bemused smile. Unsure of how to respond to the unexpected situation, there is no need for everyone to participate in this task. If collaboration were truly necessary, Subai would not hesitate to ask for assistance. However, the primary responsibility lies with Noya, who will provide the necessary concepts, while others can only observe without offering any aid. Aware of the current situation, Subai understands that merely explaining his intentions may not suffice. It would be prudent to involve everyone, even if their role is limited to cheering from the sidelines. Otherwise, it is likely that Lin Wei and Mu Rongqi, the two authoritative figures, will not let him off easily today. Consequently, Subai addressed the group, stating very well, the task at hand is relatively straightforward. I aim to enhance the defensive capabilities of our shelter, which requires Noya's integration with our defensive systems and controllable appliances. As Subai elaborated, Zhang Yi gradually comprehended that Subai was collaborating with Noya, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Then it struck him, the automation of the defensive apparatus. Does this imply that nearly all weaponry could be as advanced as that automated defense machine gun? You can assist in identifying areas in our shelter that require improvement, allowing Noya to facilitate the system integration and control. Subai explained to the group. Subai, does this plan encompass all devices? Are there any limitations? Zhang Yi, now invigorated, had initially felt fatigued and intended to rest upon entering his room. However, the mention of this matter revived his energy. Indeed, there is a caveat. The devices must possess a motherboard or chip. Purely mechanical devices cannot be integrated. Subai's remark instantly tempered Zhang Yi's excitement. Upon further reflection, he recognized the rationale. If Noya could control purely mechanical devices, it would indeed be rather alarming. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi began to formulate ideas and turned to Subai, saying, though our walls are robust, I believe it would be prudent to install some surveillance. I have long contemplated this issue, but previously, we lacked personnel to monitor the cameras. Now, with Noya's assistance, it becomes feasible. Listening to Zhang Yi, Subai nodded in agreement, as this was already on his agenda. The current safety level of the shelter is inadequate. If someone were to stealthily breach the walls in the dead of night, they would remain oblivious in their slumber. Therefore, installing surveillance is indeed essential to enhance security. However, Subai did not hasten to take action. Instead, he turned to Noya, perched on his shoulder, and said, Noya, please assess whether our heater and the automated defense machine gun can be controlled. Before we proceed with further planning, we must ensure that Noya can successfully integrate with these devices. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward to discover their ineffectiveness after purchase. Noya had initially intended to proceed with her task, but the arrival of Zhang Yi and his companions interrupted her efforts. Now, as Subai spoke again, Noya did not hesitate. She promptly closed her eyes to begin her sensing. In just a brief moment, Noya opened her eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her gaze. She then addressed Subai, declaring, I have successfully connected. I can now control these two devices. Prior to this, Noya had felt quite apprehensive. She feared that she might be unable to interface with these seemingly antiquated machines. She wished to remain by Subai's side, not merely as a decorative presence for conversation, but as a genuinely helpful ally. Successfully interfacing with the devices meant that she would be regarded as a valuable member of the team, thus legitimizing her place alongside Subai, which undoubtedly filled her with joy. Upon hearing Noya's words, Subai too felt a surge of excitement. His ambition was to transform the entire shelter into a semi-automated, if not fully automated, defensive facility, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. This notion had been sparked by the benefits he observed from the automated defense machine guns at the entrance. Previously, he had considered them merely effective, but he had not fully grasped their potential until he witnessed their efficacy in repelling an invasion after emerging from the Fire Dragon instance. It became clear to him just how formidable these automated machine guns truly were. Had they not acquired or installed them before their departure, the entire shelter might have been reduced to ruins. Moreover, they had unwittingly offended some unknown organization. Neglecting this matter would undoubtedly pose a substantial security threat in the future. With this in mind, Subai's resolve to bolster their defenses intensified. All that remained was to properly position the cameras, and they would possess a robust visual defense system. Let me check if there are any cameras available at the trading post, and let us consider what else we might add. Subai stated after confirming with Noya that she could indeed exert control. He immediately accessed his system interface, opening the trading post. The familiar interface greeted him. Yet this time, Subai did not take his time perusing. He directly initiated a search for cameras. To be candid, he was somewhat anxious about the availability of such items, as surveillance cameras seemed rather distant from their current reality. Given their technological level, these modern devices appeared to be a luxury they could not yet afford. After all, the contemporary items they had obtained were merely a matter of unboxing, and their reliance on the environment was minimal. Surveillance cameras, however, presented a different challenge. They required not only power but also a range of supplementary facilities. Without these, Even a properly installed camera would serve only as a mere ornament. However, at this moment, Su Bai and his companions possessed a tremendous advantage, namely, the extraordinary ally, Noya. Without Noya, Su Bai would have never contemplated the use of surveillance cameras, which at present seemed rather superfluous. Yet, with Noya by their side, they could entirely forego other auxiliary equipment. Merely installing and powering the cameras would suffice, as all subsequent monitoring and display could be entrusted to Noya's capable control. This meant that once the cameras were installed, it would be akin to bestowing Noya with numerous additional eyes, capable of surveying the entire periphery of their sanctuary. This was indeed the pinnacle of surveillance defense. With this thought, a surge of enthusiasm ignited within Su Bai. If they could indeed locate the cameras, their security would be significantly fortified. Regrettably, upon inputting the keywords for surveillance cameras, the marketplace yielded nothing. Although Su Bai had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, witnessing the stark emptiness before him instilled a slight sense of disappointment, for it implied that their visual defense strategy was doomed to fail. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai promptly closed the marketplace interface and transitioned to another one, the chat interface. Upon opening the global chat, he was greeted by a flurry of comments. What on earth is this dreadful weather? It just keeps snowing day after day. How can one venture outside to search for treasure in such conditions? Best to stay indoors. During the previous blizzard, I happened to be at home. That's when I realized I had no signal at all, as the system's external communications were completely severed. I noticed that too. If anything were to happen during such times, it would truly be an exercise in futility. The blizzard struck just as I stepped outside. Let me tell you, in those few minutes on my way home, I nearly froze to death. If luck hadn't been on my side, I would have made it back before my body completely stiffened. As the chat unfolded, the majority were lamenting the impacts brought about by the blizzard, which further solidified Su Bai's deductions that a blizzard had indeed struck during their absence. Subsequently, Su Bai posted a message in the World channel. Are there any friends willing to part with surveillance cameras? If so, please message me privately. I'm open to negotiation. Currently, Su Bai was devoid of materials, having depleted his resources to establish their sanctuary and prepare for treasure hunting. However, despite the lack of materials, he still had access to mines. As long as he could find a seller, he could venture to the mine site to procure some materials. The previously tranquil World channel erupted into chaos the moment Su Bai spoke. It was worth noting that his name was strikingly conspicuous in red, and he was also ranked first. Having secured the top position in consecutive red lists, Su Bai had become a well-known figure among all survivors. Oh my goodness, Su God! Su God has appeared. Goodness, while we're still pondering how to survive, has Sushin already begun requiring such fantastical devices as cameras? What is so extraordinary about cameras? You haven't encountered one before, have you? Even if I have seen one, it was in another world. In this realm, you need matches to light a fire, let alone surveillance. How would you even monitor anything? What a pity. I don't possess such a device otherwise. I might have requested a friendship slot with Sushin. Who would desire a friendship slot with Sushin? Yet to this day, I have never witnessed him adding anyone as a friend. Su Bai gazed at the incessantly flashing comments before him, feeling a blend of amusement and exasperation. He too could add friends, albeit rather infrequently. At this moment, he did not anticipate an immediate response, for if there were indeed any stock available that was temporarily unnecessary, it would likely be traded at the exchange. Since the exchange yielded no results, there were essentially two possibilities. Either one was affluent enough not to need to trade such items for currency, intending to keep them for future use, or such items simply did not exist at all. Thus, when Su Bai called out in the World channel, it was a mere act of desperation, a last-ditch effort to inquire, in the faint hope that someone might see his message and happen to possess such a device for sale. Yet, Su Bai was acutely aware of how improbable that scenario was, hence he held little hope. Just as Su Bai prepared to close the system interface, a notification chimed from the private chat. 172. Huaxia Alliance seeking assistance. Upon hearing that familiar sound, Su Bai momentarily paused, surprised that he had just sent out a message and already received a private chat from a friend. Could it be that someone happened to possess a camera and had seen his message, leading them to reach out? Su Bai had few friends. Aside from the members of his small team, there was only Commander Zhou Jiangwo from the Huaxia Alliance. Given that his team was present before him, they surely wouldn't be bored enough to message him. The only plausible sender was Zhou Jiangwo, Could it truly be that he had a camera? With a hint of curiosity, Subai opened a private chat interface, and indeed it was Zhou Jiangwo, his avatar bouncing in the list. Subai promptly clicked on the chat. Zhou Jiangwo's message appeared before him. Brother Subai, do you require a camera? Upon reading Zhou Jiangwo's message, Subai's eyes narrowed slightly. As anticipated, it was evident from his tone that Zhou Jiangwo must possess a camera. However, the manner of his inquiry suggested he would not part with it freely, but rather had a request of his own. Indeed, Subai provided a succinct response. How many do you need? Many? Subai was taken aback momentarily. It appeared that Zhou Jiangwo had quite a number of cameras at his disposal. If there were only a few, he would likely have stated as much rather than asking how many were needed. Subai gazed at the information before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, and then replied, the current demand is still quite substantial, at least 10 or more. While 10 may not seem excessive, at present, no one possesses such items. To procure 10 would indicate a considerable stockpile. Zhou Jiangwo typically responded to Subai's messages almost instantaneously, yet this time, he refrained from replying further. Subai was in no rush, surmising that the other party wished to convey something but was uncertain how to articulate it, or perhaps was grappling with certain matters. Regardless of the situation, Subai felt no urgency. Before long, Zhou Jiangwo's message arrived once more. Brother Subai, to be candid, I have a request. If you could assist us tomorrow during the day, I would offer you the camera blueprints as compensation. Indeed, there was a matter at hand, but Subai found himself far more intrigued by the latter part of the message. The camera blueprints. It was unexpected that while the Huaxiao Alliance lacked a stock of cameras, they possessed the schematics. If he could obtain the blueprints, it would mean an unlimited supply of cameras. For others, possessing a multitude of cameras might be rendered useless without compatible display and monitoring equipment. Without a corresponding quantity of devices, they would be akin to worthless trinkets. However, for Subai's team, the scenario was quite different. With an ample supply of cameras, Noya's vision could extend to every corner, and with a few modifications to install batteries or an energy source, they could serve as remote electronic eyes, allowing Noya to monitor in real time. This unique capability harmoniously aligned with the cameras. The blueprints were a necessity. Subai's resolve grew firm, and he promptly sent a message to Zhou Jiangwo. Captain Zhou, may I inquire what assistance you require from us? Although obtaining the blueprints was imperative, Subai refrained from hastily agreeing without first understanding the feasibility of the task, as the acquisition depended on his ability to deliver. To my shame, we have clashed with another thieving alliance, our long-standing adversary. They typically survive by launching covert assaults to pilfer the fruits of others. Previously, our skirmishes with them have been minor, but for reasons unknown, their activities have surged recently, even engaging us directly. Moreover, they have somehow acquired a significant arsenal of firearms, resulting in injuries among many of our brothers. They are launching a full-scale assault tomorrow, and we are seeking aid from all quarters, Zhou Jiangwo explained in a lengthy message. Upon reading this, Subai comprehended the gravity of the situation. Realizing he had not been in contact with Zhou Jiangwo's group for some time, and was taken aback by the magnitude of the developments. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, Rest assured, Captain Zhou, I will arrive punctually tonight. It was astonishing that an organization could confront the Huaxiao Alliance head-on, even managing to exhaust their resources. Clearly, there were influential forces backing them. As for who was backing him, Subai currently has no clue. After all, he is not a member of the Huaxiao Alliance, and he has little knowledge of the organizations with which the Alliance interacts. The Huaxiao Alliance is a coalition formed by the people of Huaxia in his previous life, and Subai holds a deep affection for it. Even though he has not joined the Alliance, he cannot bear to witness its potential downfall, especially since he still needs to retrieve the schematics for the camera. Upon receiving Subai's response, Zhou Jiangwo was evidently exhilarated. Although the outcome of such a large-scale battle could not be swayed by just one or two individuals, Subai was an exception. Having ranked first on the red list for 2 consecutive terms, it was implausible that he possessed no means at his disposal. Zhou Jiangwo promptly expressed his gratitude and sent over 2 disposable teleportation devices. Subai gratefully accepted them, stowing them in his backpack. After closing the chat interface, Subai turned to the few individuals in front of him, who immediately inquired, Brother Bai, have you found a camera? Subai nodded and replied, I have found it, along with the schematics. However, I need to make a trade with the Huaxia Alliance to obtain them. Trade? Upon hearing the mention of the Huaxia Alliance, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. He was eager to know what the alliance required from Su Bai. Su Bai then relayed Zhou Jiangwo's words to the other members of the team. The battle is set for tomorrow? That sounds rather perilous, Murongqi said, her concern evident in her eyes as she looked at Su Bai. If it were merely a matter of facing beasts, Su Bai had sufficient experience, and Murongqi would not be overly anxious. However, a confrontation between humans held an entirely different nature. It is crucial to understand that in such apocalyptic times, the greatest threat has never been beasts, but rather humans. Furthermore, the imminent conflict between the two alliances makes Su Bai's involvement all the more perilous. Listening to Murongqi's words, Lin Wei could not help but furrow her brow. Nodding in agreement, Brother Bai, perhaps we should refrain from going. This seems excessively dangerous. Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on Su Bai, seemingly wanting to voice something. But after a long hesitation, he remained silent. Su Bai surveyed the group, and then let out a light chuckle, saying, "Do not worry. I am not foolish enough to rush headlong into danger." As Su Bai spoke, Lin Wei and Murongqi wished to continue persuading him, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yi spoke up first. "Su Bai, if you're going tomorrow, could you take me along?" Su Bai regarded Zhang Yi and silently nodded, responding, "No problem. We shall go together tomorrow." Su Bai was not at all surprised by Zhang Yi's decision, considering his past as a special forces soldier in Huaxia. The deep-seated affection he felt compelled him to act rather than remain indifferent while the Huaxiao alliance faced adversity. Suddenly, Su Bai turned to Lin Wei and Murongqi beside him and spoke, "You two will stay here to guard the house tomorrow. If anything happens, call me immediately. Igu, and I will return at once." Even if he went to assist tomorrow, Su Bai would undoubtedly rush back if their home were attacked. For it was the foundation of everything. If their refuge was lost, there would be nothing else to discuss. As for his own safety, Su Bai would never joke with his life. He had long prepared a teleportation device for his return. If the situation turned dire, he would promptly bring Zhang Yi back with him. All right then. Murongqi and Lin Wei appeared somewhat reluctant, yet there was little they could do. After all, this was a war among alliances, and their presence would likely complicate matters. Persuading Su Bai to abandon the mission seemed unrealistic, so they could only accept it silently for now. Very well, if you have time this evening, think about what else we might need to arm our refuge. Su Bai instructed the remaining team members before preparing to head to the first floor. Brother Bai, are you planning to rest? Murongqi suddenly turned to look at Su Bai, her eyes seemingly alight with something unspoken. Yes, I'm a bit tired and intend to sleep. Is there something you need from me? Su Bai responded, momentarily taken aback by her gaze, but still managing to speak. That's fine, just curious, Murongqi replied, then headed downstairs ahead of Su Bai, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. What did this mean? Why could he not grasp her intent? However, Su Bai dismissed it, attributing her behavior to the occasional whims of youth. Zhang Yi, feeling fatigued, particularly with the task awaiting him alongside Su Bai the next day, returned to his room to rest immediately after they dispersed. Lin Wei cast a suspicious glance at Murongqi's room, then shifted her gaze towards Su Bai as he walked into the living room, before thoughtfully closing the door. In the living room, standing beside the heater, Su Bai retrieved a soft mat from his backpack and placed it on the ground. He then turned to Noah and inquired, "Noah, can you now control the temperature of the entire room?" "Indeed," Noah nodded. "As long as I am connected to the devices, I can control them at any time, though there are still some deficiencies in the current equipment. For instance, the heater can only regulate temperature. The fuel must still be manually added by us. The automated defense gun at the entrance also requires manual ammunition replenishment. These issues are not easily rectifiable at present. If we could upgrade these systems to be fully automated, allowing for self-replenishment with the necessary materials, it would be ideal." Nevertheless, Su Bai felt quite satisfied with the progress made so far. Achievements must be pursued step by step. He had never expected that they could ascend to mechanical perfection overnight. Moreover, even though it may appear rather rudimentary at present, their technological prowess has undeniably surpassed that of comparable teams by several tiers. Su Bai retrieved the dragon egg from his backpack and placed it upon a soft cushion. Gazing at the egg, its patterns flowing like molten lava, momentarily entranced. The last time he beheld such an egg was when he brought Bing Bing back. Reflecting on this, Su Bai instinctively glanced back at the still, slumbering Bing Bing on the sofa, a slight smile gracing his lips, pondering when the little creature might awaken. Do you wish for me to adjust the living room to an appropriate temperature to facilitate the hatching of this dragon egg? Noya, observing Subai's actions, immediately grasped his intentions. Otherwise, he would not have taken out the dragon egg without reason. Indeed, Subai nodded, affirming Noya's thoughts. In truth, he did not wish for the dragon egg to hatch so soon, as he had yet to acquire the pet binding artifact. While searching through the cameras earlier, he had already scoured the marketplace for such an artifact, but the results were predictably fruitless. The primary issue was its extreme rarity. It was an item only obtainable from diamond chests, and it is worth noting that there are very few diamond chests in this world. As the leading team of the Red faction, Subai's team had encountered more diamond chests than most, with many teams never even having seen one. Yet even so, they had only procured a pet binding artifact once, and he understood that relying on purchasing it was fundamentally unrealistic. Thus, Subai had originally planned to set the dragon egg aside until he could locate a new pet binding artifact for the binding and hatching process. However, just moments ago, while placing Noya's server upstairs, Subai opened his backpack, and his system displayed the familiar golden text. The target was none other than the dragon egg, prominently flashing a 4-character prompt, hatching soon. It was evident that the dragon egg could not wait for Subai to find the pet binding artifact. Rather than allowing it to hatch automatically, it would be better for Subai to manually assist in the hatching process. After all, what if the little creature recognized him as its father upon hatching? That would certainly be preferable to being passively hatched at an inexplicable moment. Could this pose a danger? Perhaps I should summon everyone. It would be prudent to have assistance in case of any peril, Noya suggested, eyeing the dragon egg. Although most of her memories had been erased, she had witnessed the terrifying might of the dragon soul, and even a hatchling could present significant risks. If things went awry, Subai could find himself in a precarious situation. Not for now. If it truly becomes necessary, I can call everyone later, Subai replied, waving his hand dismissively at Noya. Initially, he had shared her concerns, but upon seeing the dragon egg, his perspective had shifted, as the fire dragon egg provided no indication of danger, merely signaling its impending hatching, and considering that Subai had previously experienced blood extraction. He surmised that the fire dragon egg, as a reward for completing the dungeon, might not require a pet binding item to automatically recognize its owner. After all, the egg could only be moved after being infused with his blood. With this thought, Subai's gaze grew resolute, eagerly awaiting the successful hatching of the egg. Noah, listening to Subai's words, suddenly recalled the circumstances surrounding Subai's acquisition of the fire dragon egg and ceased her insistence. After all, this was her first encounter with an egg that necessitated a blood bond for removal. Perhaps Subai's judgment was indeed correct. Moreover, since the little creature had just emerged into the world, encountering a multitude of onlookers might render it confused and frightened. From his perspective, allowing only Subai to remain was, in fact, a prudent decision. Additionally, the destructive capacity of the young dragon was likely limited, having only just emerged from its shell. Given Subai's preparedness, it would be challenging for the creature to inflict harm. Should any issues arise, they could easily summon assistance, as they were just outside the bedroom door. With this in mind, Noah turned to Subai and spoke softly. Very well. Can you discern when it will hatch? Subai hesitated momentarily, but responded, I can discern it to some extent. If it is close to hatching, I will inform you. Could he truly discern it? Subai could only rely on the system's notifications to determine that the fire dragon egg was nearing hatching. Reflecting on this, he considered his remarkable system, which had evolved from merely alerting him to treasure chests to now notifying him of nearly every perilous or advantageous situation. This evolution made Subai increasingly aware of the system's continuous advancement. Yet, he was entirely oblivious to the conditions or timeline of this evolution. He had merely engaged in normal activities and explorations with his companions, without undertaking anything particularly extraordinary. With a resigned sigh, Subai decided to set aside thoughts of his system for the moment. Focusing on it now would yield little benefit. He would await new clues in the future and redirected his attention to the sizable fire dragon egg before him. Be prepared at all times, and do not let yourself be harmed, he cautioned. Noah nodded silently, though her expression reflected lingering concern. She turned to Subai to reiterate her advice. Rest assured, I will be vigilant, he reassured her. In all pursuits, safety was Subai's paramount principle in exploration and survival games. He would never engage in needless sacrifices or take uncalculated risks. Although some situations were beyond his complete control, Subai always ensured he had an escape route. If an opportunity to gain mastery over the circumstances arose, he would seize it without hesitation. Upon hearing Subai's response, Noah adjusted the heater to the optimal temperature for egg incubation. After connecting with the heater, Noya was able to exercise a more precise control over the temperature of a specific air vent, a feat unattainable by the original controller. At that moment, Noya's database contained no data on the fire dragon egg. However, she did possess the incubation temperature for standard eggs, thus she directly set it to the normal incubation temperature. She decided to raise it a few degrees to observe the outcome. Just as Noya had adjusted the temperature, Subai suddenly spoke to her, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. This was because, when Noya had raised the temperature, Subai had noticed that the golden text, which merely indicated the impending hatching, had altered its message to display a specific time. Hatching soon, hatching time, 5:13:43, even precise to the second. Listening to Subai, Noya felt a slight twinge of curiosity, yet she refrained from voicing any doubts immediately. Instead, she obediently raised the temperature by approximately 5 degrees and then turned to Subai, inquiring, "How is it? Any changes to the egg?" Since Subai had requested the temperature adjustment, it was evident that the current setting failed to meet the hatching requirements of the fire dragon egg, and he likely had an inkling of its hatching status. "Yes, it should hatch sooner now. Let's increase the temperature by another 5 degrees, Subai replied, affirming Noya's inner speculation. Noya promptly elevated the temperature once more by 5 degrees, the scorching heat causing Subai to furrow his brow slightly. Within their sanctuary, the climate was akin to a perpetual spring, ensuring absolute safety, allowing Subai and his companions to shed their thermal gear and don only the lightest of clothing. Despite this, Subai still sensed the searing warmth. Once the temperature stabilized, he was astonished to see the golden text shift again. Hatching soon, hatching time, 3:21:42. The time had indeed quickened. Adjusting the temperature proved effective. Subai's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke again to Noya. The hatching time is drawn nearer. Let us try raising it even higher, this time by 10 degrees. As the fire dragon egg, Subai was not concerned that excessive heat would scorch it. If it could not withstand this temperature, it would hardly merit the title of a fire dragon egg. Noya, without hesitation, immediately raised the overall temperature by 10 degrees. At this point, Subai could feel the heat near the heater intensifying to a near-scorching level. Remaining in such conditions could lead to heat stroke at any moment. Yet, as he turned to observe the fire dragon egg, he was astonished to see the golden prompt change once more. Incubation imminent, time remaining, 1:31:28. Indeed, the process has accelerated slightly. It appears that the incubation of the fire dragon egg benefits from increased warmth. Nevertheless, Subai had no intention of allowing Noya to elevate the temperature further. An hour and a half is not an excessive period. And although the fire dragon egg might withstand high temperatures, the facilities and Subai himself are not designed for such heat. Should the temperature rise any more, it is likely that the surroundings would falter before the egg hatches. Thus, Subai settled comfortably into a chair in the sitting room, patiently awaiting the hatching of the fire dragon egg. "Can you estimate how long it will take for the egg to hatch at this temperature?" Noya inquired, perched on Subai's shoulder as she gazed at his profile. "Approximately an hour and a half," Subai replied without hesitation. "Shall I wake you when the time approaches? Or would you prefer to take a short nap?" Noya asked, her eyes fixed on him. "No, I need to prepare some supplies for tomorrow's assistance." Subai responded with a smile after glancing at her. The upcoming expedition to the Fire Dragon instance would certainly deplete some ammunition, and Subai resolved to replenish any used rounds, for running out of bullets during combat would spell disaster. As Subai spoke, his body was already in motion. He promptly opened his system menu to commence bullet crafting. "By the way, I recall you had a map previously. What was its purpose?" Noya turned to Subai. Curiosity etched on her face. She had never encountered such a movable paper map before, which seemed far from ordinary. Unfortunately, during the awakening of the fire dragon spirit, the map had been incinerated by dragon scales. At Noya's words, Subai's hands paused momentarily. He had always remembered this incident with a tinge of regret, for their initial venture had been to explore the location marked on the treasure map. However, they had inadvertently stumbled into the fire dragon instance, leading to the unfortunate destruction of the map. Now, Attempting to revisit that treasure site was nearly impossible, given that they no longer possessed a usable map. Yet, in response to Noya's inquiry, Subai smiled and said, "It's of no consequence now. Would you like to hear the story of our adventures before we entered the Fire Dragon instance?" "Yes," Noya eagerly agreed, seizing the opportunity to deepen her bond with Subai. Hearing her enthusiastic response, Subai chuckled softly and began narrating the tales of their exploits in the Fire Dragon instance while crafting bullets. Noya listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise during the thrilling moments, embodying the essence of an engaged audience. Time passed. "So it is like this. It would indeed be a pity if you were unable to reach the treasure location." Noya turned to Subai, her gaze earnest, seemingly hoping to glean some disappointment from his eyes. However, regrettably, Noya could discern nothing of the sort. Subai appeared unfazed by the situation. If one were to speak of disappointment, how could Subai not feel it? After all, he held great expectations for that treasure spot. Even if the rewards were not as bountiful as those of the Fire Dragon instance, they would certainly not be meager. Nevertheless, Subai understood the importance of contentment. Although the treasure remained out of reach, the current gains were incomparable to that treasure. Since he had already achieved something, he chose not to dwell excessively on the matter. Not to mention, he had acquired a Fire Dragon egg, which was arguably more valuable than the original treasure. Moreover, with the addition of a new member like you, it surpassed the treasure by far. Subai glanced at Noya and smiled. To Noya, those words sent her heart racing, if she possessed a heart at all. Was Subai confessing to her? At that moment, her face flushed crimson, yet Subai remained oblivious to her reaction, focused instead on meticulously sifting through items to craft. Noya forced herself to suppress her excitement, and after regaining some composure, she realized that Subai did not intend to confess. Nonetheless, she felt elated. For Subai regarded her not as a mere tool, but as a living individual, a valued member of their team. It was for this reason that Noya felt she had not erred in following Subai, and she resolved to stay by his side and protect him diligently. Suddenly, Noya erupted into laughter, her voice melodious. "What are you laughing at?" Subai queried, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he turned to look at her. "I was just thinking of something joyful," Noya replied, playfully wrinkling her nose. Although her laughter had ceased, the corners of her mouth still curled upwards, revealing her splendid mood. "Do tell." "No." Subai shot her a playful glare, but chose not to press further, returning to his preparations. Just as he turned back, Noya spoke again. "In my good mood, I shall share some delightful news with you." "What news?" Subai asked, puzzled, as he turned to face her once more. Noya feigned an air of mystery, smiling before she slowly revealed, "I remember where the marker for your treasure is. While I lack a precise topographical map, I have calculated the coordinates based on the map's dimensions and our current location." As she spoke, she waved her hand gently, conjuring a holographic map before Subai, with a specific point unmistakably marking the treasure's coordinates. "You managed to deduce this? How impressive." Subai gazed in astonishment at the map before him, glancing back at Noya, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had initially thought that after the map was destroyed, he would be forever separated from the treasure. However, he was astounded to discover that Noya had managed to deduce the treasure's location. "I calculated the exact coordinates based on the distance and relative position of the Fire Dragon instance entrance and the originally marked location, as well as our return route and actual distances. Although there may be slight discrepancies, I am confident that we can find it using these coordinates," Noya asserted, her pride evident as she tilted her nose, seemingly pleased with her accomplishment and flattered by Subai's praise. Even though the terrain had changed upon entering the Fire Dragon instance, the markers on the map had not vanished. They still displayed the original points. Noya had based her deductions on these markers. Listening to her, Subai gradually regained his composure, scrutinizing the map and noticing that many areas were blank, with detailed depictions only along the path they had traversed and the surrounding terrain. Nevertheless, this information was more than sufficient. As long as the coordinates of the treasure were accurate, they could gradually find their way there. With their nearly invincible armored vehicle, safety was no longer a concern. Now, they simply needed to enhance the security of their shelter before embarking on another expedition to the treasure site. "Noya is truly remarkable." Subai's compliment was sincere, not mere flattery. Without Noya's exceptional memory and her ability to calculate coordinates with precision, they would undoubtedly be at a loss regarding the treasure. In that moment, Subai profoundly understood the adage that misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. I want a reward, Noya boldly declared to Subai. What reward? I will grant anything. Subai replied, his spirits lifted. Noya smiled slightly and said, I want to sleep with you. Subai was momentarily rendered speechless by her words. What does that mean? Sleep together? Does she even need to sleep? Before he could respond, a voice interrupted from behind. Absolutely not. Murong Chi rushed over, standing beside Subai with an angry glare. Initially, she had not planned to come out, as she was quite tired from their day's exertions. However, every time she lay down, her mind would involuntarily conjure images of Noya and Subai being affectionate, which distressed her greatly. Thus, she decided to get up for some fresh air, but upon opening the door, she was instantly frozen by the words she had just heard. What do you mean by sleeping together? Having been here for quite some time, without any sign of progress, it was utterly exasperating to witness Noya, who had just returned for a day, sharing a bed with Subai that very night, and all under the guise of a reward. How could anyone endure such absurdity? Murong Chi, unable to contain her indignation, rushed out to put an end to this ludicrous prize. Subai, confronted by the furious expression on Murong Chi's face, felt a twinge of headache. How was he to explain this situation to her? Well, I haven't actually consented to this, he hesitated before slowly articulating. Indeed, since he had yet to agree, that so-called reward held no validity, thus sparing him the need for an elaborate explanation. Brother Subai, you promised me that anything was permissible and you wouldn't go back on your word, right? Noya, who had been speaking quite normally, suddenly adopted a sweet, coaxing tone upon glancing at Murong Chi beside Subai. This left Subai with an involuntary shiver. Noya's sudden shift was nearly unbearable. Moreover, the most troublesome aspect was not her tone, but rather the fact that he had just boasted about allowing anything. Originally, Subai believed that as an artificial intelligence, Noya could hardly demand any significant reward, perhaps just a few compliments, considering she lacked a physical form, rendering any other desires futile. However, the moment he recalled Noya's request to sleep together as a reward, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What had he been thinking, making such a boast? Words, once spoken, are like water poured out. How could he retract them now? Should he go back on his word? No, absolutely not. The very thought was swiftly dismissed. As the captain of the team, failing to fulfill a promised reward would undermine his authority. Furthermore, Noya had indeed accomplished a significant feat. After all, she had retrieved the treasure map that had caused Subai considerable distress when it was burned. It would be unreasonable to deny her reward now. Yet, the notion of sharing a bed seemed utterly implausible. With that thought in mind, Subai turned to Noya and inquired, by the way, do you actually need to sleep? Indeed, when I have no tasks at hand, I do sleep. Although it is referred to as sleeping, it merely involves putting my subjective consciousness into a state of dormancy, without affecting the passive operations of the system, such as monitoring. If I see someone, I will still be alerted immediately. Noya nodded, providing a detailed explanation. Listening to her elucidation, Subai finally understood. It appeared that when Noya had been left alone in the laboratory, she had indeed been in a state of sleep until they arrived and disturbed her. That is unacceptable. Before Subai could voice his thoughts, Murong Chi interjected once more, her emotions flaring as she realized the man she admired was on the verge of sharing intimacy with another girl. This is my reward. Noya, unwilling to be outdone, rose to her feet and stood upon Subai's shoulder, locking eyes with Murong Chi as she spoke. Let us change the reward. This one simply will not suffice. Murong Chi was not prepared to yield. If she conceded today, tomorrow she might find herself toasting to Subai's nuptials. Although Subai had yet to display any affection for Noya, what if, with time, he truly fell for the producer? There had been instances in the past where individuals had married their producers. Therefore, at this moment, Murong Chi was determined to nip this burgeoning situation in the bud. I will not change. I want to sleep with Subai. Noya stood her ground, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Murong Chi. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Subai could not help but rub his temples, acutely aware of the headache brewing within him. Despite Noya's intangible form, the quarrel unfolding before him provided no respite. This could not continue, so he turned his attention to Noya. Your consciousness resides within the server, does it not? If we were to sleep, that would mean returning to the server, and we cannot share a bed there. Subai shrugged, feeling as though he had discovered a breakthrough in this perplexing dilemma. Indeed, Noya replied, her demeanor visibly deflating upon realizing the truth in his words. She had merely wished to remain with Su-bai. But if she succumbed to slumber without a physical body, they would surely be parted. Yet, if she did not sleep, how could they share that experience? Would Su-bai need to cuddle her server to sleep? No. It seems I must devise an alternative reward scheme. Murong-chi observed Noya's expression and then glanced at Su-bai, recognizing that she need not worry. At least, they could not share a bed. Well, you see, there truly is no possibility of sleeping together. You can rest easy and take your leave to sleep, Su-bai said to Murong-chi. I am not sleepy at the moment, Murong-chi replied, shaking her head in response. Though she had initially felt drowsy, the commotion had thoroughly dispelled her fatigue, prompting her to remain in the living room and observe what Su-bai and Noya were up to, lest any unforeseen complications arise. However, as Murong-chi began to survey the living room, she was taken aback to discover that the previously empty space now housed a colossal red egg. It's a fire dragon egg. Murong-chi approached cautiously, feeling the warmth radiating from the incubator. Blinking in surprise, she turned to Su-bai and inquired, Are you incubating an egg? Su-bai was momentarily at a loss for words. The phrase incubating an egg struck him as peculiar, yet upon reflection, it seemed accurate enough. He could only nod in silent agreement and replied, Indeed, we are currently incubating a fire dragon egg. If you find yourself unable to sleep, would you care to wait here with us? It should hatch imminently. 177. Hatching. Well, I shall wait and see. Murong-chi, originally torn between the desire to sleep, found all remnants of drowsiness vanish upon hearing the news of the imminent hatching of the fire dragon. Su-bai, observing the spirited Murong-chi, could not help but chuckle in resignation, then gestured towards the seat beside him. Please, take a seat. It seems the hatching will take another 10 minutes or so. A glance at the hatching timer of the fire dragon egg revealed in golden letters that there were still 14 minutes remaining until completion. Heeding Su-bai's invitation, Murong-chi did not hesitate and promptly hopped over to sit beside him. By the way, think about your reward and let me know when you decide, Su-bai remarked, turning his gaze to Noya on the opposite side. Although the proposal of sharing a bed had been declined, Su-bai had no intention of withholding a reward. As Noya had indeed made significant contributions, to deny even such a small token would be rather unfair. I have made up my mind, Noya suddenly exclaimed after a moment of contemplation, her eyes lighting up as she addressed Su-bai. So soon? Have you thought it through? Su-bai was taken aback. That was rather quick. Had she truly decided already? He hoped it wasn't another request for companionship. No need, I've already decided. Noya asserted with a firm nod. What reward do you wish for? Su-bai inquired, looking at her expectantly. I want you to tell me a story before bed tonight. A story? Su-bai blinked in surprise, having anticipated that Noya might seize the opportunity to ask for some equipment or supplies, which would at least have practical utility. However, requesting a bedtime story was quite unexpected. Are you certain? Su-bai asked, puzzled. This request was not particularly challenging for him. In fact, it seemed rather simple, as he often indulged in reading short stories in his leisure time, and thus had a fair grasp of storytelling. Absolutely. Noya nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Su-bai gazed at Noya, his thoughts momentarily adrift, for in her eyes he discerned excitement and eagerness, an enthusiasm that had not even been present when he had unveiled the fire dragon egg. Was it possible that his storytelling held greater allure than the hatching of the fire dragon? Typically, one would expect the hatching of a divine beast to be the pinnacle of excitement. Who could remain indifferent in the face of such an event? Yet, for Noya, the prospect of his storytelling far outweighed the allure of the fire dragon egg, and upon reflection, it seemed that sharing tales was indeed more fitting than simply sharing a bed. Thus, in that moment, Noya decisively resolved that Su-bai would regale her with stories. Observing the certainty in Noya's thoughts, Su-bai chose to refrain from further discussion and promptly agreed, for it was not a matter of great significance, albeit tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Murong-chi, witnessing the determination between Su-bai and Noya regarding the so-called reward, was struck by curiosity regarding the nature of the deed that warranted such a reward from Su-bai. She turned to Su-bai and inquired, How can one attain this reward? I wish to partake. The notion of storytelling sounded delightful, envisioning herself nestled in a soft, warm bed, while Su-bai passionately narrated tales of love, brought her joy merely at the thought. Su-bai, noticing the inexplicable glimmer in Murong-chi's eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Though puzzled, He responded, "Noya has restored the map that was burned in the Fire Dragon dungeon. Once we fortify the shelter with protective measures, we shall embark on our journey to the treasure location we initially intended to explore." The revelation of the restored map struck Murong-Chi, illuminating Noya's significant contribution, and she understood why a reward was in order. In that moment, her perception of Noya's reward became entirely justified, as it allowed them the chance to pursue the treasure they had almost lost forever, a commendable feat indeed. Murong-Chi began to fantasize about achieving a grand accomplishment herself, envisioning a day when she could request Su Bai to tell her stories as well. With this thought, a silly smile crept upon her face. Despite her efforts to conceal her inner musings, Su Bai's keen perception did not miss it, as Murong-Chi indulged in her daydreams. Su Bai's voice broke through her reverie with a prompt. From Su Bai's perspective, the golden text indicated that only a few seconds remained for the hatching. A wave of anxiety washed over him. While logically, one would assume that the little fire dragon would recognize him as its master, such notions were merely conjectural, devoid of solid evidence. What if, in the end, the little fire dragon refused to acknowledge him? The thought of having to deal with a rebellious creature left Su Bai in a state of turmoil. Killing it seemed an extravagant waste, yet releasing it felt even less prudent. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a profound dilemma. Neither option appeared viable. Just as Su Bai wrestled with his conflicting thoughts, the countdown for hatching silently reached its conclusion. At the moment the digits flickered to 0, the fire dragon egg before them emitted a crisp sound, instantly capturing Su Bai's attention. "It's hatching," Murong-Chi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed at the fire dragon egg. Without hesitation, Su Bai rose from his chair and approached the egg, instructing Noya, "Please normalize the surrounding temperature." "Understood," she replied. Noya promptly restored the temperature to a comfortable room level. Yet even so, Su Bai could distinctly sense the terrifying heat in the vicinity. This small patch of intense warmth had already elevated the entire living room's temperature to a remarkable degree. With a crack, the eggshell was slowly pushed open by a little creature from within, revealing a head resembling that of a lizard, gazing around in bewilderment at its unfamiliar surroundings. Su Bai, upon witnessing the little being that had just emerged from its shell, felt his gaze soften involuntarily. The tiny fire dragon before him was indeed the embryonic form of the fire dragon spirit, albeit a minuscule version compared to the colossal entity it would eventually become, exuding an undeniable cuteness. At this moment, Murong-Chi and Noya also cast curious glances toward the little fire dragon. While they had encountered the fire dragon spirit before, this was their first encounter with a baby fire dragon. Su Bai observed the little creature, still surveying its surroundings, and his heart swelled with excitement. Yet he grew increasingly anxious. What if the baby fire dragon did not recognize him? Did it mean he would have to resort to drastic measures? Logically speaking, if it truly failed to acknowledge its master, the most rational course of action would be to eliminate it from materials. However, at that moment, Su Bai found himself unable to take such a step, leaving him with a slight headache. "What should we do now?" Murong-Chi whispered, careful not to disturb the baby fire dragon. Although she had lowered her voice as much as possible, the little creature still sensed their presence and promptly turned its head in their direction. Roar! Upon seeing Su Bai and the others, the little red dragon's eyes suddenly sparkled, and it let out a cry. However, this sound lacked any intimidation. Instead, it emanated a charming innocence, eliciting smiles from Su Bai and his companions, who found the little creature rather endearing. Yet now, the baby fire dragon's gaze was fixed solely on Su Bai, continuously calling out as if trying to convey something, though Su Bai could not comprehend its intentions. "I'll go take a look." Su Bai hesitated briefly before slowly approaching the side of the fire dragon egg. His steps were light and deliberate. Despite the little fire dragon appearing harmless, merely the size of a small lizard, Su Bai dared not underestimate it. After all, it was a genuine divine beast, and should it suddenly turn aggressive, he could very well find himself in peril. Roar! As the little fire dragon observed Su Bai's approach, its cries became more frequent and seemed tinged with urgency, as if urging him onward. Su Bai felt uncertain, yet continued to advance at his own pace to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Moments later, Su Bai finally reached the side of the fire dragon egg. The little creature tilted its head, scrutinizing him with clear, innocent eyes. unable to resist the charm of such an adorable being. Subai instinctively reached out to gently stroke the baby fire dragon's head. Chi observed Subai's actions, eager to call out and prevent any harm from befalling the little fire dragon. However, before she could utter a word, she was left utterly astonished by the scene before her. Subai extended his hand, and rather than showing any sign of trepidation, the little fire dragon affectionately rubbed its head against the palm of his hand, an undeniable sense of reliance that transcended words. It appeared to regard him as a maternal figure. Noya, having taken flight from Subai's shoulder, approached the little fire dragon with curiosity, inspecting it closely before slowly addressing Subai. "It is possible." Subai chuckled helplessly, never expecting to be viewed as a mother by the little fire dragon. This sense of dependence was clearly more profound than mere acknowledgement of ownership. Deep within, Subai felt an inexplicable bond with the creature. He was not particularly surprised, given that the dragon egg had absorbed his blood at the time. Seeing no immediate danger, Chi, emboldened, approached the dragon egg and crouched down to examine the little fire dragon, eager to reach out and touch it. Yet, at the moment she extended her hand, the little fire dragon, which had been so compliant with Subai, suddenly let out a fierce roar. Although its voice was still soft, it carried an undeniable authority, suggesting a readiness to defend itself fiercely. Startled, Chi stumbled back several steps, and even Subai instinctively withdrew his hand. However, as Subai retracted his hand from the vicinity of the little fire dragon, it emitted a high-pitched cry, gazing longingly at Subai, clearly yearning for his touch to continue. Upon witnessing this, Subai realized that the little creature merely disliked being touched by others, but felt a strong attachment to him. "Be good. Let your sister stroke you, shall we?" Subai crouched down and extended his hand once more to caress the little fire dragon, speaking softly. Yet, to his surprise, the little fire dragon immediately shook its head, letting out a small huff, evidently disagreeing with Subai's suggestion. Well, it seems quite reluctant to be touched. Furthermore, based on the current circumstances, Subai discerned that the little fire dragon, much like Bing Bing, could fully comprehend human speech, indicating a shared trait among divine beasts. As for this matter, Subai felt at a loss, for the little fire dragon possessed its own thoughts, and even as its mother, he could not dictate its will. Oh well, there will be other opportunities. At this moment, Chi, displaying her understanding, shook her head gently and suggested, "Brother Bai, why don't you give it a name?" Subai, upon hearing this, realized it was indeed time to bestow a name upon the little creature, for calling it without one would be impractical in the future. He began to ponder, contemplating what would be a fitting name for the little fire dragon. After a brief moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Subai's eyes as he addressed the little fire dragon. "From now on, you shall be called Yin Bao. How does that sound?" Roar. Upon hearing Subai's words, Yin Bao immediately nodded, gently nudging Subai's palm with its head, seemingly satisfied with its name. Watching Yin Bao snuggle closer, Subai could not help but smile faintly, feeling a warmth that was quite special, for even Bing Bing had never shown such affection towards him. However, it soon dawned on Subai that a pressing question loomed. Yin Bao had already hatched, so what was he to do now? Should he simply lift Bing Bing from the remaining eggshell and retreat to his room for some rest? Should he prepare something for it to eat? A torrent of questions flooded Subai's mind, but as he pondered, Yin Bao appeared to sense his confusion, promptly burrowing back into the eggshell. Back and again, the crowd around them stood in bewilderment, clearly a loss as to what was happening. Yet, it was at this moment that Subai realized a curious inconsistency. Despite Yin Bao being such a tiny dragon, why was the eggshell so large? Surely, it could not be empty elsewhere. Perhaps there were other surprises within? Crack! Just as Subai was lost in thought, a fragment of the fire dragon egg shattered once more, and Yin Bao emerged from the opening, indeed resembling a small lizard in size. Before anyone could utter a word, Yin Bao approached the broken shell and extended its mouth toward it. Crunch! In a swift motion, Yin Bao bit off a piece of the eggshell and began to chew. Watching this, Subai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Was Yin Bao truly consuming the eggshell? Was this normal behavior? However, none of them, including Noya, had ever witnessed a fire dragon hatching before, leaving them without any experience, simply observing as Yin Bao continued to munch on its own shell. Subai blinked, turning to Noya and inquiring, "Is it typical for Yin Bao to eat the eggshell like this?" Could it be hungry? Noya gently shook her head, admitting that such information was absent from her database. To be honest, I'm not sure either, but considering how happily it's eating, it must be harmless, right? Perhaps it's gathering nutrients necessary for its growth? Murong-Chi scratched his head, glancing at Yin Bao, and casually pointed to a nearby water bottle. Should we do something? Perhaps prepare some water for it? Indeed, Su Bai replied, rising to his feet and moving to the side, retrieving a small bowl filled with water and placing it before Yin Bao. The little creature paused its consumption of the eggshell, curiously inspecting the bowl before bending down to lap up the water. It seemed that thirst was indeed a factor. Su Bai exhaled in relief, observing Yin Bao drink and feeling his spirits lift considerably. I wonder if Yin Bao will always be this affectionate towards you, Noya teased, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Perhaps, Su Bai mused, scratching his brow as he watched Yin Bao finish drinking and resume nibbling on the shell, a smile creeping onto his lips. In any case, this is certainly preferable to our worst-case scenario. By the way, Su Bai, do you think Bing Bing might feel jealous? Nuaya's question momentarily took Su Bai by surprise. It was something he had not considered before. He had previously overlooked such concerns, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible that jealousy could arise, especially with an additional creature in the household competing for his attention. After careful contemplation, Su Bai replied, I believe Bing Bing will understand. After all, Yin Bao is essentially her younger brother and requires more attention. Nuya nodded and cautiously inquired, So, are you planning to sleep with Yin Bao tonight? Su Bai smiled slightly and affirmed, Of course, the little one has just been born. I need to keep him company. Nuya, without uttering a word, pouted in discontent, feeling dissatisfied that it was she who wished to share a bed with Su Bai, yet now she could not, as the little fire dragon had taken her place. At that moment, Yin Bao seemed to have had his fill, wobbling over to Su Bai's feet and nuzzling against his leg, evidently seeking a comfortable spot for a nap. It appeared Yin Bao was quite sleepy. Su Bai gently picked him up and cradled him in his arms, whereupon Yin Bao curled up into a small ball, emitting a contented purr. I suppose I shall have to grow accustomed to sleeping with him, Su Bai murmured, a hint of resignation in his eyes, realizing that the little creature's attachment surpassed his expectations. As he tenderly stroked Yin Bao, feeling the warmth of his gentle breaths, he whispered, I hope Bing Bing and Yin Bao do not end up fighting. Now, with Yin Bao in his embrace, it was inconvenient for Su Bai to engage in any other activities, so he bid farewell to and Murong-Chi before retreating to his room, his mind occupied with thoughts of providing support to the Huaxiao alliance the following day, as he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Su Bai opened his eyes to find Yin Bao energetically gazing back at him. Good morning, Yin Bao, he said softly, patting the little one's head. Roar. Zan Bao et sitali zet ponde. Just then, the door gently creaked open, and Bing Bing peeked in, her round eyes fixed intently on Su Bai. Su Bai was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Bing Bing had awakened during the night. At that moment, gazing at the sight of Bing Bing and the Yin Bao in his arms, he felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Shaking his head to dispel the absurd notion, he softly called out to Bing Bing, Come here, Bing Bing, though there was a trace of caution in his gaze. Upon hearing Su Bai's invitation, Bing Bing hesitated for a moment but eventually stepped inside. Yin Bao, sensing the arrival of a new rival, cautiously peered out from Su Bai's embrace and tentatively called out. Su Bai, observing these two cherished companions, could not help but chuckle. This is our new member. Consider him your brother, Yin Bao, he patiently explained to Bing Bing. Murong-Chi entered at an opportune moment, balancing 2 plates of breakfast in her hands, her expression slightly astonished at the scene before her. Oh, has Bing Bing awakened already? It seemed she had just roused from slumber. Su Bai observed the 2 little creatures, still appraising one another, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ah, it appears the atmosphere today is quite pleasant, she teased, placing 1 plate on the ground for Bing Bing. After all, just yesterday, they were concerned that Bing Bing might feel jealousy over Yin Bao. However, the situation appeared to be far better than anticipated. Although there might be a degree of unfamiliarity, as long as there was no hostility, they could gradually adapt to one another. Su Bai turned to Murong-Chi, expressing her gratitude with a warm smile. Thank you for bringing breakfast. It was very thoughtful of you. Noya shrugged, observing the 2 little ones with a smile. I merely hope they can coexist peacefully. This way, you can feel more at ease supporting us. Subai nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us hope they can live in harmony. With that, she glanced at Bing Bing, eagerly awaiting its reaction. Bing Bing approached, sniffing Yin Bao before gently licking its head, a gesture of acceptance towards the new member. Yin Bao excitedly rolled over, clearly enamored with its new companion. Subai smiled in relief, proclaiming, "See? I told you there would be no issue. They simply needed a little time to adjust to one another." Muronqi nodded, never having doubted Subai's judgment. Her assessments were always remarkably accurate. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her, and she addressed Subai, "Since Bing Bing has awakened, should we consider bringing the two little ones along when we go to assist today?" Although Yin Bao had just hatched the previous night, its powerful genetic lineage as a divine beast endowed it with formidable combat capabilities from a young age, as evidenced by Bing Bing, which had been able to vanquish large wild beasts shortly after its birth. As for Bing Bing, it appeared to have grown slightly larger after awakening, evidently having evolved during its slumber, suggesting its combat prowess had likely increased. At that moment, Subai's gaze brightened as she contemplated the two little creatures before her. She too felt that taking them along to assist could prove advantageous. After all, ordinary weaponry would scarcely harm them, and they might even play a crucial role in the ensuing battles. With this thought in mind, Subai nodded in agreement and said to Muronqi, "Very well. I shall prepare to depart and take the two little ones with us for support. Let us go then, we can eat in the living room," she added. As Subai and Muronqi exited the room, the two little creatures, who had been interacting behind them, immediately followed suit, brimming with excitement. Yin Bao, in particular, astonishingly perched itself atop Bing Bing's head, urging Bing Bing to carry it along. Bing Bing cast a somewhat helpless glance at the little creature perched atop his head, ultimately choosing to remain silent and follow closely behind Subai. Although he was unable to speak, communication with Yin Bao posed no challenge, as both were divine beasts endowed with remarkable comprehension and intelligence, easily grasping Subai's words. Thus, Bing Bing understood that Yin Bao held significant importance to Subai, perhaps even rivaling his own relationship with him. While this realization left Bing Bing feeling a tinge of resignation, he quickly acclimated to this new reality. In fact, having a younger brother might not be so undesirable after all, especially since Subai often found himself preoccupied and unable to keep him company. With Yin Bao around, Bing Bing would no longer experience frequent bouts of boredom. As Subai turned to glance at the two little creatures behind him, a subtle smile graced his lips. Their bond appeared to be stronger than he had anticipated, alleviating his earlier concerns. Upon reaching the living room, he noticed that Lin Wei and Zhang Yi were already seated, enjoying their breakfast. It dawned on him that he was indeed the last to rise. "Brother Bai, come quickly. Muronqi has prepared a delicious meal for you today," Lin Wei called out, beckoning Subai over the moment she spotted him. Subai waved at Lin Wei, comfortably taking a seat while his gaze swept over the sumptuous spread on the table. "Oh, how lavish! Muronqi's culinary skills have truly improved," he remarked with admiration. Muronqi's lips curled into a smile, her expression radiating happiness as she responded, "If you like it, I shall make it more often." In truth, Muronqi had barely slept the previous night, knowing that Subai would be heading to the Huaxiao Alliance at dawn to lend a hand. Although she was confident in Subai and his companion's abilities, her worries kept her awake, prompting her to rise in the middle of the night to prepare breakfast well in advance, resulting in a delightful feast. At that moment, Noya suddenly appeared on Subai's shoulder, chiming in, "Subai, I knew you were lazy. You didn't sleep late last night, yet you still overslept this morning." Subai shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just that I'm still getting used to sleeping with this little one." Zhang Yi swallowed the food in his mouth and gestured towards Yin Bao, who was playfully tussling with Bing Bing. "Is this the little creature that hatched from the fire dragon egg?" he inquired. "Indeed," Subai confirmed with a nod. Observing the two little beings engage in their playful antics, seemingly inseparable, a smile crept onto Zhang Yi's face. At that moment, the two youngsters busied themselves at the table, with Yin Bao flapping its tiny wings, attempting to toss a piece of dried fruit into Bing Bing's mouth. Bing Bing skillfully caught it with his paw. Although it was their first meeting that morning, their adaptability surpassed Subai's expectations. Muronqi watched the pair with a heartwarming expression and remarked, "These two are truly becoming more in sync." At this moment, Lin Wei chimed in, "Indeed, It's as if they are two carefree children. Upon awakening that morning, they had learned from Murong-chi about the events of the previous night and were immediately eager to rush to Su Bai's room to meet the new member of their team. However, after much persuasion from Murong-chi, Lin Wei relinquished this desire. Breakfast unfolded in a light-hearted atmosphere, filled with playful banter and teasing, while the little ones occasionally elicited bursts of laughter. Such pleasant days always uplifted one's spirits. After the meal, they prepared to depart for support, organizing their gear while discussing their plans. Su Bai was the first to rise. After tidying the dishes on the table, he turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Let us set off now. We should arrive early." Zhang Yi adjusted his sleeves and began checking his equipment, casually agreeing, "I think that's a good idea. The sooner we go, the better we can assess the situation." After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai waved to the two little ones, saying, "Yin Bao, Bing Bing, we are ready to depart." "Hooray!" cheered Bing Bing, while Yin Bao settled firmly on Su Bai's shoulder. At that moment, Su Bai had Noya perched on one side and Yin Bao on the other, creating a rather amusing sight. However, Su Bai felt there was little he could do. He certainly couldn't ask them to dismount. As Su Bai opened the shelter door, the chill outside instantly reminded him of this icy apocalypse, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Breathing in the frigid air invigorated his senses. He stepped into the courtyard, extended his hand, and gently placed it on the armored vehicle, stowing it in his backpack. The dangers of this outing were still unknown. Should the situation turn dire, they could at least seek refuge inside the vehicle. After checking his backpack to ensure nothing was amiss, Su Bai turned to look at Lin Wei and Murong-chi, who stood by the doorway watching him. He smiled and said, "Don't look so glum. We're not heading off to our doom, just lending a hand. Besides, we've brought plenty of provisions for our safety, so everything will be fine." Though neither Lin Wei nor Murong-chi spoke, their eyes betrayed their concern. Standing beside Su Bai, Zhang Yi observed the two girls and couldn't help but smile slightly. He was quite self-aware, recognizing that their worry was primarily for Su Bai. He felt it was best for Su Bai, his younger brother, to offer the words of comfort. "Please, take care of yourselves," Lin Wei said softly after a moment, while Murong-chi stood nearby with red-rimmed eyes, gazing at Su Bai without uttering a word. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Su Bai reassured them, waving his hand. He was not particularly adept at comforting girls, yet he understood the source of their current concern. Previously, he had ventured out alone or assisted the Huaxia Alliance, yet his past adversaries were mere beasts, whose singular attack patterns posed little threat. However, this time, his assistance to the Huaxia Alliance entailed confronting another alliance head-on. A starkly different scenario. When it comes to cunning and treachery, no creature can rival humanity. Thus, they acutely understood the peril that Su Bai and his companions faced in their mission. Despite this awareness, Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he produced a disposable teleportation device, gesturing to the young women before activating the apparatus alongside Zhang Yi, vanishing from their location. After a flash of light, Su Bai materialized in the familiar Grand Hall of the Huaxia Alliance's conference chamber, where Commander Zhou Jiangwo awaited their arrival. "Brother Su Bai, once again, I must thank you for your efforts," Zhou Jiangwo said, extending his hand to firmly grasp Su Bai's. "Captain Zhou, it has been a while." In truth, it had not been long, but this was merely Su Bai's customary pleasantry. Zhou Jiangwo seemed poised to continue his remarks when his gaze fell upon the fiery creature perched on Su Bai's shoulder, momentarily rendering him speechless. At that moment, Su Bai had instructed Nuya to conceal her presence. Although he trusted Zhou Jiangwo, the Huaxia Alliance was a vast entity, not entirely cohesive, and one could never be certain of spies lurking within. Moreover, Nuya's very existence was peculiar, requiring extensive explanation. Thus, Su Bai deemed it prudent to have her remain hidden, sparing them both the need for elaborate discourse. Conversely, he had no intention of concealing the fiery creature. After all, the little one was not easily hidden. Upon sensing Zhou Jiangwo's scrutiny, the creature's initially gentle eyes suddenly flared with ferocity as it let out a fierce roar, appearing ready to unleash fire at any moment. "Yanbao, this is a friend," Su Bai quickly interjected, calming the creature, which then settled on Bing Bing's head. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Jiangwo's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, he had assumed this dragon-like creature was merely a pet, but as Yanbao perched atop Bing Bing, he realized it was likely another divine beast. After all, divine beasts were inherently proud beings. They would never tolerate a common creature resting upon them. Could it be that Su Bai was accompanied by two divine beasts? Seemingly perceiving Zhou Jiangwo's confusion, Su Bai took the initiative to clarify. Yanbei hatched from an egg I discovered during my previous expedition. He provided a brief overview without delving into excessive detail. Zhou Jiangwo nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. Although Su Bai's possession of two divine beasts left him somewhat astonished, he felt little jealousy. It is important to note that Su Bai's prowess is remarkably formidable, as evidenced by his consecutive titles as the top contender on the Red List. Furthermore, Su Bai had previously assisted the Huaxiao Alliance, successfully defending an entire sector from beasts with just two individuals, a testament to his terrifying combat strength. If anyone in this world were deemed worthy of possessing two divine beasts, it would undoubtedly be Su Bai. Captain Zhou, how is the situation progressing? At this moment, Su Bai observed that Zhou Jiangwo did not seem inclined to inquire further, prompting him to waste no time in seeking information. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Zhang Yi stood resolutely behind Su Bai, silently listening to the conversation unfolding before him. Brother Su Bai, to be candid, the current situation is rather grim. Zhou Jiangwo sighed softly, as if genuinely confronted with insurmountable difficulties. This revelation caused Su Bai to furrow his brow. It was worth noting that while the world system encourages collaboration, there are few alliances as robust and well-structured as the Huaxiao Alliance, and even fewer have the audacity to challenge it. Moreover, apart from these factors, one must also consider the issue of distance. After all, the world's map is exceedingly vast, and the distances between large settlements are considerable. Thus, instigating large-scale battles remains a daunting task, at least prior to hearing Zhou Jiangwo's plea for assistance. Su Bai believed such circumstances were non-existent, as everyone was still in their developmental phase. According to the system's map refresh, it seemed unlikely that they would wish for conflict at this early stage. However, it now appeared that the situation was indeed dire for the Huaxiao Alliance. Captain Zhou, please elaborate, Su Bai urged, his curiosity piqued regarding who possessed the strength to directly confront the Huaxiao Alliance amidst the widespread dispersion of these large settlements, and what they might leverage to challenge the alliance. Let me be succinct, Zhou Jiangwo sighed, and for the first time, Su Bai noticed a look of genuine concern etched upon his face. The Thieves' Alliance is a small settlement near us that joined us during the recent map update. Initially, we coexisted peacefully, and we had no desire to eradicate them entirely. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at Su Bai before continuing. They previously refrained from engaging us directly due to their limited number of firearms. However, recently, inexplicably, they have acquired a significant cache of advanced weaponry. Yet, that alone would not cause us much distress. Zhou Jiangwo paused once more, instinctively glancing at the two small creatures crouching beside Su Bai, and slowly continued. It seems they possess some form of formidable beast, immensely powerful, even capable of withstanding the majority of firearm attacks. Listening to Zhou Jiangwo's words, Su Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that this so-called Thieves' Alliance had acquired some valuable possessions from others, and Su Bai had a rough idea of how they might have obtained them. Captain Zhou, is it this monstrous beast that has left you all exhausted in your efforts? Su Bai inquired slowly, seeking to confirm the specifics of the situation with Zhou Jiangwo. Indeed, Zhou Jiangwo replied, furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth. They are employing the beast as a frontline assault, while the rest utilize firearms to launch remote attacks during our engagement with the creature. Many of our brothers have been injured or even lost their lives as a result. Upon hearing this, Su Bai grasped the gravity of the situation and addressed Zhou Jiangwo again. How did you come to know that they would launch a full-scale assault today? Zhou Jiangwo cast a glance at Su Bai before responding. Our last encounter was the day before yesterday, during which they inflicted significant casualties upon us and issued a dire ultimatum, demanding a substantial supply of materials within 2 days, or else they would initiate a full-scale attack. Su Bai frowned at Zhou Jiangwo's account. The audacity of the Thieves' Alliance was indeed quite staggering. Captain Zhou, I believe I now have a clearer understanding of the situation. I surmise that there are 2 possible scenarios. The first possibility is that they have somehow acquired control over this beast and a significant arsenal of firearms, prompting them to confront you head-on to reclaim their dignity. Pausing momentarily, Su Bai turned his gaze toward Zhou Jiangwo and continued. The second possibility, however, is that they may be backed by someone else. Zhou Jiangwo's eyes narrowed as he contemplated Su Bai's words. After a brief moment, he spoke. Brother Su Bai, I have considered this possibility as well, yet I cannot fathom who could harbor animosity towards us. Since arriving in this world, I cannot recall any large-scale conflicts with anyone. Why would someone target us without provocation? Su Bai understood Guo Jingwe's sentiment. The Huaxia Alliance, being one of the foremost colossal alliances in this world, possessed far superior scale and military readiness compared to the Thieves' Alliance. It could even be said that there were few in the entire world capable of posing a threat to them. Furthermore, such colossal alliances are typically distant from one another, making direct conflict improbable. Moreover, the Huaxia Alliance was not known for bullying the weak. During its development, it had consciously avoided direct confrontations with external forces, thereby having little reason to foster enmity with other alliances. Even occasional skirmishes with the Thieves' Alliance have been minor frays, hardly warranting such a large-scale offensive. Logically speaking, a direct confrontation between the Thieves' Alliance and the Huaxia Alliance would yield little chance of victory for the former. At this moment, Su Bai possessed a clear understanding of the situation. The Huaxia Alliance typically allowed the Thieves' Alliance to operate freely, never resorting to extreme measures. Thus, even if the Thieves' Alliance were to inadvertently acquire a formidable beast, they would not recklessly engage in a conflict with the Huaxia Alliance, as such a confrontation would likely result in mutual destruction, with neither side emerging victorious. However, the current circumstances were entirely different, suggesting a singular possibility. There must be external forces manipulating the Thieves' Alliance, offering them irresistible incentives, which drove them to the brink of annihilation against the Huaxia Alliance. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai turned to Captain Zhou Jiangwo and slowly spoke. Captain Zhou, is it conceivable that the individuals behind the Thieves' Alliance harbor a grudge against us from a previous world? Zhou Jiangwo's expression sharpened at this suggestion, as he began to grasp the implications of Su Bai's insight. Following this line of thought, the organization backing the Thieves' Alliance was becoming increasingly apparent. Are you suggesting the Dongying Alliance? Zhou Jiangwo inquired, looking intently at Su Bai. There is a possibility, Su Bai replied with a nod. While he could not be entirely certain, if anyone bore the deepest enmity, it would likely be the Dongying Alliance. If they were indeed involved, it would mean the Thieves' Alliance was merely a pawn to exhaust the Huaxia Alliance. As this notion crystallized in Su Bai's mind, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. What would happen if the pawns became aware of their status? Surely, the Dongying Alliance would not wish for their tools to realize the truth and subsequently turn against them. Noticing the change in Su Bai's demeanor, Zhou Jiangwo inquired curiously, Brother Su Bai, have you devised a viable strategy? The evident brilliance in Su Bai's expression suggested he had indeed conceived a promising plan. Meeting Zhou Jiangwo's gaze, Su Bai felt no need for concealment and immediately shared. Captain Zhou, if you wish to avoid a large-scale conflict, I may have a mutually beneficial solution. Zhou Jiangwo's eyes lit up at Su Bai's words. In such a dire situation, the prospect of a harmonious resolution was indeed intriguing. Although Zhou Jiangwo felt a surge of excitement, he maintained a composed exterior, eager to hear the specifics of Su Bai's proposal. Brother Su Bai, please elucidate your plan, Zhou Jiangwo urged, turning his full attention to Su Bai. With a nod, Su Bai elaborated, based on our deductions, if the Dongying Alliance is indeed instigating events from behind the scenes, then it stands to reason that the Thieves' Alliance is merely a sacrificial pawn in their grand scheme. You must also recognize that even if a full-scale war were to erupt, the ultimate victor would inevitably be the Huaxia Alliance. Listening to Su Bai's words, Zhou Jiangwo could not help but nod silently. Although such remarks might sound harsh, the reality was indeed as such. The Thieves' Alliance was merely a small faction, confronting the much larger Huaxia Alliance head-on. Even with the equipment provided by the Eastern Japan Alliance and the ferocious beasts acquired from unknown sources, would most likely result in a victory for the Huaxia Alliance. However, such a confrontation would inevitably leave the Huaxia Alliance severely weakened. If, at that moment, opportunistic individuals were to exploit this vulnerability for a surprise attack, the Huaxia Alliance would find itself in a genuine life-and-death crisis. This was a scenario Zhou Jiangwo was keen to avoid, which is why he sought out Su Bai to help mitigate the damage to the Huaxia Alliance as much as possible. What should we do now? Zhou Jiangwo inquired. Looking at Su Bai, Since Su Bai had discerned the situation, it was reasonable to believe he possessed a solution to the crisis facing the Huaxiao alliance. Captain Zhou, tell me, if a chess piece is aware of its role, would it willingly remain a mere pawn? Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded Zhou Jiangwo and began to speak. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhou Jiangwo's eyes instantly brightened, his inner excitement impossible to conceal. Su Bai's perspective was indeed unique. If the Eastern Japan Alliance was indeed instigating matters behind the scenes, revealing all the stakes to the Thieves Alliance would prompt them to adopt a different course of action. Of course, this premise hinged on the truth that the Thieves Alliance actions were genuinely orchestrated by the Eastern Japan Alliance, rather than being a spontaneous whim of their leader to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Huaxiao Alliance. However, Su Bai was not particularly concerned about this matter. If the Eastern Japan Alliance was not involved, even if the two factions went to war, the Huaxiao Alliance would likely emerge victorious, provided no one seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In that case, it would merely be a matter of time before the Huaxiao Alliance regained its former glory. Should we arrange for someone to negotiate with the Thieves Alliance? Zhou Jiangwo had unconsciously begun to look to Su Bai as the authority, seeking his counsel. Indeed, it would be best to secure an opportunity for negotiations with the leader of the Thieves Alliance. This way, we can convey our perspective face to face. Su Bai remarked after a moment of contemplation, raising his gaze to Zhou Jiangwo. Zhang Yi, standing silently behind Su Bai, watched him with admiration, his eyes filled with respect. Brother Su Bai truly possesses far-reaching foresight. Suddenly, just as Zhou Jiangwo was preparing to summon personnel, a tremendous explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently. What is happening? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Jiangwo. Could it be that the Thieves Alliance has commenced their attack? Why so early? However, before Zhou Jiangwo could utter a word, the door to the conference hall was hastily flung open, revealing Shuya from the Huaxiao Alliance. Her face was etched with urgency as she entered, poised to speak, yet upon noticing Su Bai and Zhang Yi, her mouth snapped shut, seemingly perturbed by Su Bai's presence. It's all right. My brother Su Bai is here at my request to assist, Zhou Jiangwo promptly clarified, understanding Shu Ya's hesitation. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangwo's words, Shu Ya cast a penetrating glance at Su Bai, her skepticism towards his capability to provide support palpable. While it was true that Su Bai had previously aided the Huaxiao Alliance against beasts, that was a far cry from the impending conflict with another alliance. The tactics he employed against beasts would prove futile in war, and the strength of one individual was hardly significant in such a vast confrontation. Thus, Shuya harbored doubts about Su Bai's arrival for assistance. However, she chose to voice her concerns only internally, refraining from expressing them aloud, especially since it was her superior, Zhou Jiangwo, who had summoned Su Bai. With the situation pressing, there was no time to linger on such matters. Having recognized that Zhou Jiangwo had openly endorsed Su Bai's presence, Shuya steeled herself and spoke. Captain Zhou, the Thieves Alliance has commenced their siege, and they seem to have acquired explosives from an unknown source, breaching our walls with a significant explosion. They're now concentrating their assault on that opening. The gravity of Shuya's words darkened Zhou Jiangwo's expression. He had suspected something amiss when the thunderous sound erupted moments earlier, but it remained mere conjecture until now. In a world where explosives were a rarity, especially in this icy apocalypse, the Huaxiao Alliance had scant reserves. Judging by the recent explosion's magnitude, it was evident that the Thieves Alliance had consumed nearly half of their stockpile of explosives in one blow. Where could they have procured such a substantial quantity? Zhou Jiangwo found it hard to believe that there was no external support involved, thereby elevating Su Bai's insights to a new level of significance. Listening intently to Shuya's account, Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it was the Thieves Alliance causing this uproar. What surprised him further was their use of explosives, and in such vast numbers. Of course, this vast quantity was relative to their current dire environment. In the previous world, acquiring such explosives would have been a trivial task. Shuya's eyes were filled with anxiety as she looked to Zhou Jiangwo, seemingly awaiting his command. Have they brought any ferocious beasts with them? Zhou Jiangwo inquired, his brow knitted in concern. They have, but they have yet to unleash them upon the siege. Shuya replied, yet Zhou Jiangwo's frown deepened further, his apprehension growing. The Thieves Alliance, once accompanied by ferocious beasts, would undoubtedly employ them in their siege efforts. It is merely a matter of time. The current restraint from utilizing these beasts in direct assault likely stems from a desire to first deplete the combat power of the Huaxia Alliance. Captain Zhou, let us proceed to the front lines to assess the situation, Su Bai suggested, stepping forth from behind Zhou Jiangwo and casting a glance at Shuya. Very well. Let us go at once, Zhou Jiangwo replied, nodding in agreement. His intention in summoning Su Bai was to enlist his assistance. And with Su Bai now volunteering to visit the front lines, there was no reason for him to decline. He promptly led the way outside, with Su Bai and Zhang Yi following closely behind. Bing Bing and Yin Bao, stay close and do not wander off. Su Bai called back to the two small creatures still crouched on the ground. Roar! Bing Bing responded with a low growl, quickly catching up and matching Su Bai's pace. Mindful of his earlier admonition, Yin Bao, on the other hand, obediently perched atop Bing Bing's head, curiously surveying their surroundings, seemingly fascinated by everything. Before long, they arrived near the front lines. Su Bai could clearly see a massive breach in the walls, created by explosives, with nearby structures suffering some collateral damage. In a previous world, such severely damaged buildings would have been classified as unsafe and gradually abandoned. However, in this realm, repairs merely require some materials. Thus, the issue is not grave. Even the gaping hole in the wall could be mended directly. Of course, repair efforts were currently impossible, as the Thieves' Alliance was persistently launching probing attacks. Although Su Bai and his companions had not yet closed in completely, they could still observe the relentless gunfire emanating from a breach. Captain Zhou, you have arrived. A young man, who had been directing the battle, suddenly recognized Zhou Jiangwo's presence and immediately saluted, stepping aside. Typically, Zhou Jiangwo held the reins of command in such battles. But due to the urgent circumstances that had necessitated his absence, this young man had temporarily taken charge. Now that Zhou Jiangwo was present, he naturally transferred command back to him, awaiting his orders. You did very well in your command just now. Continue, as we have other tactical arrangements to undertake. Zhou Jiangwo praised, giving the young man a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The young man, visibly taken aback by Zhou Jiangwo's commendation, quickly returned another salute and, without hesitation, resumed directing the battle. Su Bai observed the young commander and felt a slight smile tug at his lips. Even someone like him, an outsider, could discern the poise and excellence in the young man's leadership. It was precisely due to his guidance that the once impulsive Thieves' Alliance found themselves unable to mount an effective offensive at that moment. Suddenly, Su Bai followed Zhou Jiangwo to an observation tower. Standing atop the tower, Su Bai was finally able to discern the situation in the distance. The adage, a higher vantage point reveals more, proved true as he observed that there were at least dozens of individuals lying in ambush beyond the walls. The number of members in the Thieves' Alliance was not substantial, being merely a small faction. Given this scenario, it seemed that the Thieves' Alliance had mobilized all its forces. Although Su Bai could clearly see the several individuals outside, they were quite astute, opting not to brazenly display themselves. Instead, they concealed themselves behind the nearby trees and rocky outcrops, revealing themselves only when they fired their weapons. This tactic effectively mitigated the risk of being targeted by snipers from a distance. Continuing to follow the silhouettes of these individuals, Su Bai's eyes widened slightly as he beheld a peculiar creature, a stitched monstrosity, whose body resembled that of an elephant, yet bore the head of a lion. This, it appeared, was a so-called fierce beast. Zhang Yi, too, noticed this creature, his expression gradually morphing into one of intrigue. At that moment, Su Bai exchanged a glance with Zhang Yi, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. This grotesque being was not only abstract in appearance. It bore a striking resemblance to the artificial divine beast they had encountered in the Fire Dragon dungeon. Su Bai even harbored suspicions that this creature might have originated from the same laboratory. He was eager to ascertain the true nature of this fierce beast. If it truly mirrored the dragon-headed giant from the Fire Dragon dungeon, then the Huaxia Alliance might indeed be facing dire consequences. Their survival in the Fire Dragon dungeon had been solely due to the assistance of the Fire Dragon soul, which had bought them precious time for their escape. Without it, they would have been utterly trapped. Regrettably, Su Bai was too far from the fierce beast to receive any golden prompts, making it difficult for him to assess the situation accurately. That is their fierce beast. Its strength should not be underestimated, Zhou Jiangwo remarked. pointing towards the lion-headed monstrosity in the distance. It was only then that Su Bai understood why Zhou Jiangwo referred to it as a fierce beast. Describing such a creature in detail was indeed a challenge. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Bai, and he turned to Zhou Jiangwo, inquiring, "Captain Zhou, do you have a telescope?" "A telescope? Yes, wait a moment. I will have someone bring it to you," Zhou Jiangwo replied, slightly taken aback by Su Bai's unexpected request, as the situation outside was already discernible with the naked eye, rendering a telescope seemingly unnecessary. Nevertheless, since Su Bai had asked, Zhou Jiangwo readily instructed Shuya to fetch one. Telescope equipment was not particularly scarce. It was simply that Su Bai had not encountered one until now, and during his usual explorations, the system prompts had rendered telescopes largely superfluous. As Su Bai gazed at the fearsome creature in the distance, an unusual thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he utilized the telescope to magnify the distance between the beast and himself, would a golden prompt appear? If it truly did, he would ensure to acquire one for himself upon returning. Captain Zhou, the telescope. Shuya's efficiency was remarkable. Upon receiving Zhou Jiangwo's command, she promptly exited and returned within mere minutes, a telescope in hand. Su Bai accepted it without hesitation and turned his gaze once more towards the beast. As his vision gradually locked onto the creature, the golden prompt indeed reappeared, causing a subtle smile to grace Su Bai's lips and a flicker of excitement to stir within him. Degraded primary stitching beast, Su Bai paused at the prompt that materialized within the telescope, astonished. Not only was it a primary creature, but it was also degraded. It appeared to possess only minimal resistance to bullets. The Huaxia Alliance's belief that this creature was formidable stemmed solely from their lack of understanding of it. Zhou Jiangwo, noticing the smile forming on Su Bai's face and the light in his eyes, surmised that Su Bai had discerned the beast's weakness. He then inquired, "Brother Su Bai, have you discovered something?" Upon hearing Zhou Jiangwo's voice, Su Bai lowered the telescope and handed it back to him, saying, "I have a general understanding of the beast, and the means to deal with it are quite simple." Zhou Jiangwo did not take back the telescope, but instead remarked, "Consider the telescope a gift, Brother Su Bai. Please elaborate on the creature situation." Zhou Jiangwo was filled with excitement at that moment. Without this invulnerable beast, the Huaxia Alliance, with its strength, would easily prevail even against the Thieves' Alliance, even with their support of firearms. However, the beast they possessed could withstand all attacks, charging directly through the Huaxia Alliance's firepower to wreak havoc among their ranks, exhibiting high aggression and brutal methods. This was precisely why the Huaxia Alliance had sustained injuries. Now that Su Bai claimed to have a solution, Zhou Jiangwo was naturally overjoyed, for resolving their most troublesome issue would significantly ease the subsequent combat. Su Bai, upon hearing Zhou Jiangwo's words, accepted the telescope without reservation. After all, such an item was not particularly rare, and he found himself in need of one. He casually stowed it in his backpack. As he looked back at the fearsome creature in the distance, a feeling of secret delight blossomed within him. Initially, he had been apprehensive about the beast's terrifying nature, but it now appeared that this degraded stitching beast merely countered the Huaxia Alliance's specific method of attack. As Su Bai observed through the telescope, the golden prompt merely displayed the name, devoid of any indication of danger level. With his extensive experience in utilizing the system, Su Bai understood that the absence of a danger level signified complete safety. However, at that moment, Shuya, standing behind Su Bai and Zhou Jiangwo, furrowed her brow slightly and cast a discontented glance at Su Bai, saying, "Aren't you afraid of speaking carelessly? That ferocious beast is beyond our alliance's capacity to handle, and we have suffered significant losses. To claim you can easily resolve it just by glancing at it. Are you toying with us?" As she spoke, Shuya's expression grew increasingly irate, and she continued, "If your solution involves sacrificing our comrades, I shall be the first to eliminate you." Upon hearing Shuya's words, Su Bai could not help but knit his brow. What on earth was this foolish woman saying? While he understood her concern for the safety of her subordinates, threatening someone outright was a clear reflection of her lack of intelligence. If one could simply pile up lives as a solution, then what sort of strategy was that? Zhou Jiangwo, turning to look at Shuya, frowned and remarked, "Shuya, refrain from speaking recklessly." Although Zhou Jiangwo did not believe Su Bai would propose such a so-called solution, Shuya's words caused him to waver slightly. What if Su Bai truly intended to sacrifice lives? With this thought, Zhou Jiangwo glanced at Su Bai with a hint of urgency, saying, "Brother Su Bai, for dealing with that ferocious beast, I alone am sufficient." Su Bai recognized Zhou Jiangwo's concerns. Although he did not voice them, his eyes betrayed his unease. Nonetheless, Su Bai remained unconcerned. After all, it was natural for Zhou Jiangwo, as the leader of the Huaxia Alliance, to harbor some apprehension. His only dissatisfaction lay with Xu Ya's inability to control her tongue. What kind of decent person resorts to threats? However, being magnanimous, Su Bai chose to overlook it. He then turned his attention to the two little ones frolicking beside him and said, "Yin Bao, Bing Bing, come and take a look at that creature in the distance." The two little ones, previously engaged in playful banter, fell silent at Su Bai's words. Yin Bao immediately flew onto Su Bai's shoulder, while Bing Bing leaped gracefully to the windowsill of the lookout tower, both of them scrutinizing the distant beast. Observing this scene, Zhou Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Su Bai would share some tactical ideas, but instead, Su Bai directed the two little ones to take a look. Did this imply that Su Bai intended for them to confront the beast? Although these two were divine beasts, they were still in their juvenile stage, and combined, they would not even match the girth of a single leg of the ferocious creature. Despite his doubts, Zhou Jiangwo refrained from questioning Su Bai immediately. After all, he was a seasoned veteran and possessed a degree of composure, unlike Xu Ya, who was prone to impatience. Zangi's tout silente beside Su Bai, initially filled with trepidation regarding the so-called ferocious beast. After all, it bore a striking resemblance to the colossal dragon-headed creature they had encountered in the laboratory. Should its combat prowess be akin to that of the dragon-headed beast, their predicament would be dire. However, upon hearing Su Bai's reassurances, Zhang Yi gradually felt a sense of calm washing over him. His trust in Su Bai was absolute. If Su Bai asserted that this so-called ferocious beast could be effortlessly subdued, he had no reason to doubt. Yet, curiosity lingered within Zhang Yi regarding the methods Su Bai would employ to confront the beast. It was only when Su Bai suddenly addressed the two little creatures, instructing them to observe, that Zhang Yi realized the plan involved leveraging the bloodline suppression of the two beings. Previously, Bing Bing had already demonstrated this bloodline suppression before them. Ordinary beasts, upon encountering Bing Bing, had fled in terror as if confronted by an abomination. This ability had faded from their attention only after the last upgrade of the beasts. However, since Bing Bing's last slumber, it had visibly grown larger. And given the current circumstances, it was plausible that it could indeed exert influence over the ferocious beast. Furthermore, they were not limited to Bing Bing alone. There was also the newly joined Yin Bao. Although Zhang Yi could not be entirely certain that Bing Bing and Yin Bao possessed adequate deterrent power to suppress the ferocious beast, his faith in Su Bai was unwavering. As long as Su Bai affirmed it was feasible, he believed it would indeed be so. At that moment, Su Bai remained oblivious to the vivid expressions and complex emotions of the individuals behind him, focused solely on the two little creatures before him, awaiting their response. In truth, Su Bai himself was uncertain whether Bing Bing and Yin Bao could fully suppress the distant ferocious beast, as his system had not provided a definitive strategy for overcoming it. However, since the system had assessed that the so-called ferocious beast posed no threat, it suggested that he possessed the means to either counter or eliminate the beast with a single, decisive blow. The finest equipment he had was the armored vehicle he had brought from a shelter, but charging directly with the vehicle would be foolish and impractical. As for the firearms at his disposal, they were on par with those of the Huaxia Alliance, and if their ammunition could not breach the beast's defenses, his would surely be ineffective as well. Thus, the most plausible strategy remained the suppression through the two little creatures before him. Yet, Su Bai himself harbored doubts about this approach, which left him feeling quite anxious, particularly since he had boasted about effortlessly resolving the situation. It would be exceedingly awkward if he could not devise a solution. At that moment, however, as he gazed at the distant ferocious beast, Bing Bing's lips curled into a slight smirk, and Su Bai could distinctly sense the creature's mockery. Almost simultaneously, Yin Bao, perched on Su Bai's shoulder, emitted a low growl. Though outwardly nothing appeared amiss, their bloodline connection allowed Su Bai to perceive Yin Bao's disdainful sentiment clearly. It seemed both little creatures shared a consistent attitude toward the so-called ferocious beast. It was utterly unworthy of their concern. Sensing the emotions of the little ones, Su Bai finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his initial intuition was correct. The two small creatures by his side were indeed capable of perfectly restraining the fierce beast. Although Zhang, he could not discern Yin Bao's feelings at that moment. He could still interpret Bing Bing's expression, having lived together for quite some time. This realization lifted his spirits considerably. It seemed that assisting the Huaxiao alliance would not require excessive effort after all. Standing nearby, Zhou Zhangwo gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend the significance of the two little ones' actions, yet he could clearly see the upward curve of Su Bai's lips. Had he suddenly devised an excellent plan? "Brother Su Bai, how is the situation?" Zhou Zhangwo inquired softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, clearly eager for Su Bai to elaborate on his proposed strategy. "I just mentioned that I am more than capable on my own. You all can handle the matters concerning the Thieves' Alliance, while I take care of the fierce beast." Su Bai replied with a smile directed at Zhou Zhangwo. Observing Su Bai before him, Zhou Zhangwo felt a twinge of inner conflict. To be honest, under normal circumstances, Su Bai's assertion seemed quite far-fetched and utterly unreliable. After all, who among the virtuous would conceal their plans, claiming they could tackle everything alone?